Chapter 1. Shenyuan Ziye during the Taisho era. The world was haunted by demons. It was said that after the sun set, these fiends would emerge, preying upon humanity, relishing the taste of human blood and flesh, devouring them piece by piece. Thus, demon slayers were born, their singular mission to eradicate the demon king Muzin and vanquish all malevolent spirits, restoring peace to humankind. Demons possessed regenerative abilities only by using the sun-infused iron, or known as scarlet sand iron and scarlet, or to forge the Nichiren blade could one sever a demon's head, or expose them directly to sunlight to ensure their complete destruction. Shenyuan Ziye, an ardent admirer of Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, found himself inexplicably transported into that very world. Sharing a name with him, Shenyuan Ziye inherited the memories of his counterpart from the Shenyuan family. As a traveler, he awakened the ice-breathing technique within his mind. The ice-breathing technique comprises 12 forms, with the 11th and 12th forms being exceptionally potent. On a serene morning in Sensho Town, a gentle, melodious voice called from outside the door, "Ziye, are you awake?" It was Shenyuan Ziye's mother, Kanae Haruko, adorned in a light-colored long garment. Her beautiful cheeks graced with a charming smile, she stood gracefully at the doorway, attentive to the sounds within the room. Rubbing his head groggily, Shenyuan Ziye replied, "I'm coming, Mom." He hastily donned his clothes and pushed the door open, entering the living room where breakfast awaited him. Purple rice balls accompanied by a fragrant cup of green tea. Shenyuan Ziye devoured the meal with fervor, muttering, "Mom, I'm off." Watching her son's retreating figure, Kanae Haruko shook her head in resignation, murmuring to herself, "What has gotten into this child lately?" Born into an ordinary family, Shenyuan Ziye had just turned 16. His father, Shenyuan Kawa, was a laborer who seldom returned home, and today marked a rare reunion with his family. Stepping outside into the yard, Shenyuan Ziye manifested a Nichiren blade, its body shimmering in a pale blue hue, a delicate mist of ice swirling around the blade. He was well aware of the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and yearned to join their ranks to slay the wicked and protect the innocent. However, he understood that the time to enlist was not yet ripe. The crux of the matter lay in his incomplete mastery of the ice-breathing techniques. Thus far, he had only acquired the first and second forms, which were merely basic offensive maneuvers against formidable demons. Such skills would likely prove inadequate. He wished to fully master the breathing techniques before joining the Corps, akin to entering the fray at maximum level. Gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, he swung it repeatedly, channeling his mental energy into a dark void. This realm was a gift from his transportation system known as the Demon Slayer Handbook, from which he had also obtained his Nichiren blade. In this place, he had learned that the ice-breathing technique was a newly derived form of breathing, and mastering the 11th and 12th forms would grant him powers nearly on par with the sun-breathing technique. It is essential to recognize that the breath of the sun is the primordial breath, the progenitor of all breathing techniques conceived by that man, undoubtedly the most formidable existence. When Shenyuan Ziye comprehended the tremendous power of the breath of ice, he could not help but feel an exhilarating thrill. Demon Hunting Manual activated. Greetings. Would you like to enter practice mode? A mechanical female voice resonated in the darkness. Yes, Shenyuan Ziye replied. Immediately, 12 forms of the breath of ice flooded his mind. With the Nichiren blade in hand, he commenced practicing the first form of the breath of ice. Ice breath. First form, Ice Tide. The Nichiren blade of Shenyuan Ziye emitted a thick layer of icy mist as he swiftly swung it forward, unleashing waves of sword energy enveloped in frost. In this shadowy realm, he was free to express himself while also observing the movements of the external world. A horde of man-eating demons lunged at him, claws bared. Yet to Shenyuan Ziye, they were mere machines, devoid of any substantial lethality, serving solely as fodder for his practice. Swish, swish, swish. Several demon heads were severed, collapsing to the ground without a sound, their pale faces betraying no expression, offering no reaction whatsoever. Shenyuan Ziye flicked the Nichiren blade in his hand and sighed. These demons are ultimately too weak, lacking any real value for practice. He then raised his voice. Demon Hunting Manual. Are there any stronger demons available? Apologies, your level is insufficient to unlock new demons. Please continue to level up. What is my current level? Inputting skill panel. The Demon Hunting Manual displayed the following. Name, Shenyuan Ziye. Level, 20. Skill techniques. Ice Breath. First form, Ice Tide. Ice Breath. Second form, Dance of the Ice River. Special skills. None and New Directive. You must defeat malevolent demons in real combat to level up and unlock new virtual demons, as well as entirely new breathing forms. The mechanical voice echoed around Shenyuan Ziye with a dismissive grunt. He tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and declared, "Come on, all you man-eating demons, attack together." Once again, The relentless onslaught of demons surged forth in the dark space, however. They remained of the same weak variety, seemingly lacking any real threat. Ice breath. Second form dance of the ice river. Shenyuan Ziye swung the Nicaron blade, tracing exquisite arcs through the air like a brush painting a vivid scene as a long stream of icy water swept across. The heads of the advancing demons were severed, leaving chaos in their wake. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Shenyuan Ziye remained unsatisfied. He had resided in this world for 2.5 years and was determined to hone his swordsmanship to perfection. Ziye, are you there? Dinner is ready. Kanai Haruko wandered through the courtyard, glancing around with a puzzled expression. Where has that child run off to now? In the twilight of the evening, Shenyuan Ziye heard the distant call of Kanai Haruko, prompting him to swiftly place the sun wheel blade into the demon hunting manual instantly. He dashed towards his home that the sun was setting, casting a gentle glow upon the ground, creating a picturesque and serene scene that filled Shenyuan Ziye's heart with tranquility. Mother, I have returned, he exclaimed as he stepped into the courtyard with a tender smile. Kanai Haruko affectionately ruffled Shenyuan Ziye's hair and inquired, Ziye, where have you been playing these past few days? I have been practicing my swordsmanship. Mother, Shenyuan Ziye replied with a grin, his honesty shining through. Kanai Haruko looked momentarily puzzled, hesitating as she asked, practicing swordsmanship? What do you mean? It's nothing. Mother, let us go eat first. Very well. Your father will be home today. Our family can finally reunite. A wave of excitement swept across Shenyuan Ziye's face as he asked, Father is coming home? Despite being a traveler from another world, the 2.5 years spent with his family, combined with the memories of the original owner, had forged a deep emotional bond. Yes, Kanai Haruko replied, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with warmth upon entering the house. The enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Shenyuan Ziye eagerly took his seat at the dining table, playfully exclaiming, Mother, you've prepared so much delicious food. In his recollections, Kanai Haruko was a gentle and virtuous woman, never prone to anger, managing the household with grace. Ziye, Haruko, I'm home. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Chapter 2. Double kill. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, his broad face and handsome features accentuated by a black trench coat that exuded an imposing presence. Filled with joy, Shenyuan Ziye rushed towards Shenyuan He, exclaiming, Father! Shenyuan He often traveled for work, making his presence at home a rare occurrence. Today, the family was finally reunited. Yes, I've completed my work for now, and will rest at home for a few days, Shenyuan He said, fondly patting Shenyuan Ziye's head with a smile. Wonderful. Our family can be together again. Kanai Haruko gazed at Shenyuan He, her eyes brimming with affection. The three of them enjoyed a delightful dinner together as the last rays of sunlight faded. Darkness enveloped the night, rendering it more profound than usual. Suddenly, a heavy knocking reverberated from the door. Who is it? Kanai Haruko just finished washing the dishes, wiped her hands, and approached the door, pondering. Who could it be at this hour? Placing her delicate hand on the doorknob, she was about to pull the door open when a heavy voice resonated from behind her. Haruko. Don't. It was the voice of Shenyuan He. Kanai Haruko turned, her face etched with confusion, unaware that a monstrous claw was already reaching in from outside. Bang. The door was instantaneously shattered, causing Haruko Kanai to retreat in terror. Her face paled dramatically, betraying her fright. Oka. What is that? She gasped, her expression a mask of horror as she collapsed to the ground, fixated on the menacing claws before her. Shinmoto Oka grasped her arm firmly, his voice steady yet urgent. Haruko, run. Bang. The door was completely obliterated, and 2 man-eating demons burst through the entrance. Their faces were grotesque, adorned with sharp horns, disheveled hair, and blood-red eyes, emitting a cacophony of furious cries. Human, my meal. Shinmoto Oka pulled Haruko Kanai along, both of them consumed by panic. It was their first encounter with demons, and an inexplicable dread enveloped the room. Trying to flee? It won't be that simple. One of the demons growled lowly, leaping forward with a swift motion. The demon's claws pierced through Shinmoto Oka's heart, blood gushing forth and splattering across Haruko's face. Oka! She screamed in anguish, her face etched with despair. Crack. In the next instant, the demon tightened its grip around Shinmoto Oka's neck, its face contorting into a sickly grin. How do you taste? It growled coldly. With barely a breath left, Shinmoto Oka's complexion turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze vacant as he murmured, Haruko, quickly. Take Shizui and escape. Snap. In an instant, Shinmoto Oka's neck was brutally twisted, and the demon laughed maniacally, extending its long tongue to lick his neck, sneering, This man has a fine constitution. He is worth devouring. Oka. Haruko Kanai, heartbroken, collapsed to the ground, drained of the strength to flee, her cheeks devoid of color as she stared blankly at the horrific scene before her. "How dare you steal my meal?" The other demon roared, charging forward in fury. "That woman. For you." The first demon snarled, continuing to devour Shinmoto Oka's body. Haruko's face drained of all color, the overwhelming fear compelling her to scream uncontrollably. Breath of ice. First form. Ice Tide. Shinmoto Shizui, wielding the Nichiren blade, surged forward, the blade cloaked in frost, slicing through the demon's body. The demon was instantly bisected, its visage frozen in horror. What is happening? The other demon, caught mid-feast, paused in shock at the sight of its companion being cleaved in two, setting aside the half-eaten body of Shinmoto Oka. Shinmoto Shizui gazed at the headless corpse, fury swelling within him, tears welling in his eyes as he let out a primal scream. "Father!" Breath of ice. First form. Ice Tide. With crimson eyes ablaze, Shinmoto Shizui swung the Nichiren blade once more, this time severing the head of the other demon clang. The head of the ghoul fell to the ground, its eyes wide with astonishment, unable to comprehend that the diminutive figure before it wielded the sun blade capable of vanquishing fiends. "Oh no, there's another demon." Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself, his expression darkening as he realized that his previous strike had not severed its neck. Instinctively, he turned to see the other demon, its body fully healed, its cold eyes fixated on Kanai. Haruko. Shenyuan Ziye's face paled, and he bellowed in fury. "Die!" Breath of ice. First form. Ice Tide. Swish. The ghoul's claws halted mere inches from Kanai. Haruko. In that instant, the ghoul's head rolled onto the ground, its body dissipating like smoke. "Ziye, what is this?" Kanai. Haruko stood in shock, her delicate hand covering her crimson lips, her pale cheeks reflecting astonishment and dread as she gazed incredulously at Shenyuan Ziye. He rushed toward her, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face as he murmured in agony, "I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't protect Dad. I'm so sorry, woo." Shenyuan Ziye wept bitterly, his tears flowing like a fountain. "Ziye, you have done remarkably well. If it weren't for you, Mom would." Kanai. Haruko's words trailed off abruptly, her voice faltering as she softly called out, the last vestige of color draining from her face, her hair falling over her forehead, her beautiful cheeks devoid of expression, her head slowly tilting downward. Shenyuan stared in disbelief at the red arrow that had pierced Kanai. Haruko's heart. His eyes grew vacant, a tempest of rage and regret swelling within him, and the sun blade fell from his grasp. He could scarcely believe this horrifying scene, nor could he fathom that his mother had perished before his very eyes. "Mom!" Shenyuan Ziye screamed in despair. "I can smell it. This woman's scent is exquisite tonight. I shall feast." A deep, somewhat taunting voice emanated from in front of Shenyuan Ziye. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, breaths quickening, terror engulfing his heart as he struggled to lift the sun blade, raising his gaze to discern the man before him. The man had short black hair, donned in monk attire, his eyes shut, a cold smirk gracing his face. He revealed his palms, where embedded within were eyeballs, each adorned with a red arrow. "Arrow demon?" Shenyuan Ziye's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized this malevolent entity, the overwhelming pressure instilling a profound fear within him. The aura emitted by a true demon starkly contrasted with the virtual fiends depicted in the Demon Hunter manual. This indicated that the other demon must also be present. "Oh dear, I didn't expect a demon slayer to be here. I'm sure his flesh will be of fine quality." Another sharp and piercing voice echoed from a distance. There stood a girl clad in a black and yellow kimono, her short black hair cascading in a circular fashion, enveloped at the tips with a deep crimson hue. Her complexion was pallid, devoid of any color, and her eyes shimmered with a yellow glow, reminiscent of a fox traversing through the night. Chapter 3. Ju Tomioka. Yahaba's face bore a morbid smile as he inquired, "How shall we deal with this demon slayer?" Shusamuru. "Of course, I shall handle him," Shusamuru retorted, idly toying with a multicolored ball, a sardonic grin adorning his lips. Shinobu Kocho's breath quickened as he endeavored to regain his composure, clenching his Nichiren blade. He murmured to himself, "It's merely an ordinary demon. It's nothing. I can surely manage." "Interesting. Can you make it a bit more enjoyable for me?" Zhu Shaowan looked at Shenyuan Ziye's determined eyes, and a hint of playful smile appeared on her pale cheeks. "All right, it's up to you, but you better not get my clothes dirty," Yapayu said with disdain. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath, feeling the intense beating of his heart. He quickly swung the sunwheel blade, his figure moving like a flash of lightning, rushing forward. Breath of ice, first form, ice tidal wave. Zhu Shaowan extended both hands, and suddenly a ball appeared from nowhere, swiftly struck out, while he laughed coldly. Interesting. I've never seen this breathing technique before." Whoosh! The icy mist condensed into shape, and two streams of ice mist sliced through the two balls like sharp blades, producing a rustling sound of friction. In an instant, dust flew all around. "Tch, Zhu Shaowan, you got my clothes dirty." Yapayu snorted coldly, his expression dark, as he brushed off the dust from his arm. Zhu Shaowan still wore a cheerful smile, attacking while saying, "What does it matter? Don't worry about that." Shenyuan Ziye's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. After 2.5 years of training, he never expected that he would still be no match for a demon of Zhu Shaowan's level. Zhu Shaowan's smile grew increasingly arrogant as he shouted, "What kind of expression is that? You look pretty good." Ice breathing, second form, ice river dance. A thick layer of icy mist enveloped the azure blade, gradually transforming into flowing water that drifted toward Zhu Shaowan. Swish, swish, swish. Zhu Shaowan's balls were sliced open one by one, and Shenyuan Ziye's figure moved swiftly, his eyes filled with endless rage. He was determined to slay these two demons. Zhu Shaowan grinned widely, unfastened his clothes, and instantly grew 6 arms, each holding a ball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless balls flew toward him rapidly, and in Shenyuan Ziye's eyes, there were colorful balls flying all around. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous balls collided and rubbed against him, creating numerous dents, and blood splattered uncontrollably. At this moment, a faint blue light suddenly flickered in Shenyuan Ziye's eyes. He clenched his teeth hard, gripped the Nichiren blade tightly, and with a swift turn of the blade, took a quick step, directly arriving in front of Zhu Shaowan. He saw it, the line of the seam. He whispered in his heart, wielding the Nichiren blade, he swung it rapidly. A cold gleam flashing in his eyes, as if a new ability was surging into his body. Zhu Shaowan trembled all over, as if locked onto by something. His smile instantly froze, and he muttered in shock, "How is this possible?" "Tch." Ipayu snorted coldly, displaying an impatient expression, extending his palm as dozens of red arrows swept toward him. In Shenyuan Ziye's midnight eyes, there flickered determination as he said coldly, "I've seen through all your moves." Swish, swish, swish. The sun-wheel blade swung wildly, knocking away dozens of red arrows. Crack. Following that was a beautiful arc slash. Zhu Shaowan's eyes were filled with unwillingness as his head gradually rolled away. How could this be? He's just an ordinary demon hunter. I am one of the 12 Kizuki. Zhu Shaowan screamed in despair and anger as his body slowly dissipated like smoke. Shenyuan Ziye beat it heavily. His heart was under tremendous pressure, and his stamina had been greatly depleted. He gasped and said in a deep voice, "You're not some 12 Kizuki, just an ordinary demon." "Tsk, Zhu Shaowan, how pathetic you are." Yapayu sneered disdainfully, and with a flick of his hand, dozens of red arrows surged toward him again. The trajectory was unclear. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze was unfocused, his strength nearly exhausted, holding the Nichiren blade and supporting himself on the ground. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. In a moment of crisis, a figure rushed in swiftly. The azure Nichiren blade, accompanied by a stream of water, severed Yapayu's neck. What's happening? I didn't even notice." Yapayu's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the demon slayer who had decapitated him, his hand still moving, attempting to counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. The man leaped into the air, landing steadily, and swung the Nichiren blade again, shattering Yapayu's head into pieces. Shenyuan Ziye focused his gaze and saw a young man dressed in a uniform, with different pattern haori on either side, long black hair, a handsome and cold face, and a pair of light blue phoenix eyes that appeared as calm as a lake, showing no sign of disturbance. "Tomioka-ju?" Shenyuan Ziye's pupils suddenly constricted as he recognized the person at a glance. The current water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tomioka-ju. Ju slowly sheathed his sword, glancing at Shenyuan Ziye with an extremely plain tone. "Breath of ice, is it? A breathing style derived from the breath of water?" Though his expression was emotionless, surprise had already risen in his heart. The boy before him looked to be only around 14 or 15 years old, yet he had already mastered a breathing style, likely surpassing his own talent from when he was younger. "No, that's not right. This is a breathing style I created myself," Shenyuan Ziye calmly replied. "Young master, there's still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." A self-created breathing style? Zhu frowned slightly, and his gaze towards the boy seemed to hold a bit more interest. "What is your name?" Shenyuan Ziye put away the sunwheel blade and calmly said, "My name is Shenyuan Ziye." "Shenyuan Ziye, huh?" Iyong muttered to himself, a look of contemplation on his face. "Hello, you are the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Shenyuan Ziye slightly bowed and said seriously. Iyong still maintained a calm expression. He nodded and thought to himself, perhaps this young man has the potential to become a Hashira. Go to Fujisaki Mountain to participate in the recruitment selection, he said. With your strength, you will surely pass the selection. Shenyuan Ziye lowered his head and said, but I did not participate in the Ushur assessment. The Ushur assessment is a training program for newly joined members, conducted by specialized Ushur, focusing on teaching members how to master the breathing techniques used in hunting evil spirits. Since you have already mastered the breathing techniques, you can skip the Ushur assessment and go directly to the final selection. Iyong said coldly, waving his hand, leave Chinatown and head to the narrow mist mountain. We will find an old man wearing a Tengu mask. He will guide you. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said gratefully, thank you. When he looked up again, Tenjin Yuzui had already disappeared into the night. He only needed one acknowledgement. Only with the recognition of the breeder could he qualify to participate in the final assessment and become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shenyuan Ziye looked back at the corpse behind her with a gaze full of despair. The woman's eyes were wide open, empty and lifeless. Her heart had been pierced, and in just an instant, she had lost her breath. Shenyuan Ziye's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. He lowered his voice, his tone hoarse, and lamented, if only I could have discovered it earlier. It would have been better. Dad, Mom, I will definitely slay all the evil spirits in the world to avenge you. Suddenly, the voice of the demon hunter manual echoed in his mind. Kill 1 A-level demon and 2 ordinary demons to gain experience. Level up to 27, and a new virtual evil spirit will be unlocked. Killing demons and leveling up. Shenyuan Ziye thought in shock. Chapter 4. Inosuke Hashibira in the dark space. The figure of the young man kept wandering. The demon hunter manual had unlocked a new evil spirit, and Shenyuan Ziye was training within it. The original man-eater had become even more ferocious, and its attack power had increased significantly. Shenyuan Ziye was exhaling evenly. Type 1, Ice Tide. Type 2, Dance of the Ice River. Swish, swish, swish. The evil spirits were all slain. The evil spirits in the ghost hunting manual only needed to be killed, and they would dissipate without requiring decapitation. This was essentially a system for practicing swordsmanship and physical fitness. Narrow Mist Mountain. There was an old man wearing a Tengu mask and a light blue-patterned Demon Slayer Corps uniform. His palm was strong and powerful, holding an already opened envelope. A boy who created his own breathing technique. What exactly? His voice was gentle yet deep, containing a hint of authority. A few days later, Shenyuan Ziye left Chinatown and arrived at a new small town. He had to pass through this town to reach Narrow Mist Mountain. Luwa Town. As soon as he entered the town, Shenyuan Ziye felt a different atmosphere. It was sparsely populated, and the people passing by seemed ordinary. But Shenyuan Ziye always felt a sense of lifelessness. He found an inn to stay in. His keen senses told him that something was wrong with this town. In the deep of night, he heard an unusual sound. Help, help me. It was the cry of a girl, clear yet piercing, filled with fear. Shenyuan Ziye immediately woke up from his dream, grabbed the sun wheel blade, and rushed downstairs. Beast breathing third, Fong, tusked here. A young boy wielded 2 sun wheel blades. Crossing his arms, and a swift gust of wind swept by, the serrated edges of the blades instantly severing the demon's arm. Whoosh! 2 arms flew out horizontally, completely severed. Ugh! Damn little brat, it hurts. The wailing of the evil spirit echoed. Shenyuan Ziye quickly came downstairs, and the scene before him left him a bit stunned. It was a ghoul, with long hair draped over its shoulders, a pale face, and it licked its lips, blood gushing from its severed arm. Soon, the arm began to regenerate. In front of the ghoul stood a bare-chested boy with fair skin, holding 2 sun wheel swords with serrated blades. He wore a gray wild boar mask and pants, with deer fur draped around his waist. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. She looked at the strangely dressed boy and trembled as she said, Thank you. Ha! Charge like a boar. Charge like a boar. The boy tightened his grip on the sun wheel swords and ignored the girl, stepping forward to charge at the ghoul again. His voice was hoarse and deep, like a wild boar tearing at its throat. Inosuke Hashibira? Shenyuan Ziye recognized the boy. After all, his signature wild boar headgear was too obvious. Seeing him wielding the dual swords, Shenyuan Ziye deduced that Inosuke must have joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Was he here to carry out a mission in Luwa Town? Just as Shenyuan Ziye was pondering this, the ghoul snorted coldly, suddenly leaping up to evade Inosuke's charge. Inosuke was slightly taken aback, then quickly turned to slash at the ghoul again. The ghoul complained, so annoying, interrupting my meal, damn it. It extended its palm and shot a water column towards Inosuke. The latter dodged to the side, performing a backflip to avoid the water column. Come on, come on. Charge like a boar. Inosuke's arm muscles bulged as he swung the serrated dual swords to attack again. The ghoul, infuriated, shouted, and from the nearby ground, several more ghouls emerged, resembling it closely, seemingly its companions. Inosuke's eyes lit up, and he growled with a laugh. No matter how many come, let's kill them together. Get stronger, get stronger. 4 or 5 ghouls rushed forward, the evil spirits of the night accompanied by their hoarse roars, charging at Inosuke. Shenyuan Ziye let out a sigh, fully aware of Inosuke's personality. He didn't want to compete with him, so he wouldn't intervene. He tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade at his waist and quietly watched from the side. Charge forward, charge forward. Inosuke continuously swung his Nichiren blade, chopping at the oncoming demons. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, with dozens of arms severed by Inosuke. In the deep of night, the wails of the demons and the boys' triumphant roars echoed throughout the alley. Beast breathing, fourth fong, fragmentation slash. Inosuke crossed his 2 blades and swiftly struck at the demon's head. Crack! One after another, the heads of 3 demons were severed. Ah, damn little brat. The demons wailed in agony, their bodies disintegrating along with their heads, gradually turning to ashes. Inosuke laughed heartily. Is that all you've got? Come on, come on. Suddenly, a soft and beautiful voice of a boy rang out. Why did you take away our bonds? Shenyuan Ziye trembled all over, staring blankly at the boy. The boy looked like a child, small in stature, with long white hair that covered his left eye. His cheeks were extremely pale, devoid of color, and his appearance seemed quite juvenile. He wore a costume adorned with a spiderweb pattern. Then, the boy slowly raised his head, revealing a blood-red sclera and hollow, lifeless pupils in his right eye. 12 Kizuki, lower moon 5, Rue. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes widened, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. How could he be here? This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Rue stretched out his pale hands and placed them on the girl's delicate shoulders, saying lightly, She is my designated family member. I must absorb her first. The girl's pretty face was filled with fear as she broke free from Rue's hands, hurriedly stood up, and quickly ran backward. Whoosh! Threads like spider silk wrapped around the girl. Help! Help me! The girl weakly cried out, her entire delicate body entangled in the slender threads, blood flowing down continuously. Inosuke growled, You little brat, where did you come from? Saying this, Inosuke gripped his twin blades tightly and charged forward. Crack! Rue retracted the threads, and the girl's body instantly shattered into countless pieces of flesh, blood splattering everywhere. So you didn't want to be my family, Rue said in a flat tone, his face showing no signs of emotion. Inosuke stopped in his tracks, the boar mask turning towards the pile of scattered flesh, his body pausing for a few breaths. Beast breathing, first fong piercing shot. Inosuke's entire body erupted with barely contained anger as he thrust his serrated Nichiren blades at Rue. Clang! Rue formed a spiderweb with his hands, and with just a light swing, he blocked Inosuke's blades. What? Why can't I break through? Inosuke growled quietly, using all his strength to rub his blades back and forth, trying to cut through the layer of spiderweb. Rue's cold pupils were fixed on Inosuke, and the numbers engraved in them were particularly clear at that moment. Lower moon 5. Inosuke was momentarily stunned, as if startled, then quickly reacted, hesitating. You're lower moon 5, right? Immediately, he began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to help but laugh madly. If I take you down, I'll become a Hashira. What should I call it? How about Beast Hashira? Or maybe Pig Hashira? Rue's eyes shot out a glimmer of coldness as he waved his hand, and the threads reappeared in his grasp, rushing towards Inosuke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inosuke thrust several times, but couldn't pierce through the spider web-like threads. His body shook as he stared blankly at the threads flying toward him. Shenyuan Ziye's heart trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He stepped forward, his whole body shooting towards Inosuke like an arrow. Ice breathing, first form ice tide. Chapter 5, 12 Kizuki. Crack! A layer of frost covered the Nichiren blade, and the spiderweb-like threads were instantly sliced open. Shenyuan Ziye took a step back. The corner of Lei's mouth curled into a cold smile. You can actually cut my thread. Not bad. Don't come and steal my prey. Inosuke suddenly jumped up and shouted at Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye immediately shouted, Calm down. Inosuke, this is not an ordinary demon. He is one of the 12 Kizuki. Shenyuan Ziye's mind was also analyzing whether he could defeat the current Lei with his current strength. At this moment, Lei was probably at his peak. His blood had not yet been shared with others, and perhaps he had the strength to fight against the pillars. Shenyuan Ziye was worried about this, and started to have thoughts of escaping. Who are you? How do you know my name? Inosuke looked confused, staring blankly at Shenyuan Ziye. You say I'm someone else's prey? Ruei's eyes grew colder, and a hint of killing intent appeared on his originally pale face. Inosuke quickly retreated, his whole body trembling. It was the aura of a strong opponent. His instincts told him that Ruei was releasing a terrifying battle intent, a pure killing intent. Moreover, this demon was very powerful. It's coming. Inosuke felt a cold sweat on his forehead, gripping his twin blades tightly and shouting nervously. Breath of Ice, second form, Dance of the Glacier. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel blade, its blade covered in a layer of frost, as a river transformed into a sharp edge, rushing towards Lei. Blood Demon Technique. Line Prison. Lei waved both hands, controlling the hard threads, which flew through the air like a spider web, instantly blocking the flowing blade, making it difficult to cut through. Zize, unable to cut through? Shenyuan Ziye looked at the layer of threads in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had underestimated him. You are really troublesome. Go die. Lei's voice was calm and indifferent, looking at Shenyuan Ziye with eyes that resembled those of someone looking at garbage. Lei manipulated the threads again, sweeping towards him. This time, the hardness of the threads was even more resilient, and the surface was wrapped in a layer of blood red. Move! Damn it! Inosuke trembled uncontrollably, feeling the pressure coming from the 12 Kizuki. At this moment, Lei was at the peak of his power, searching for companions who could become part of his family. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes suddenly opened wide, and a burst forth from them. A special fighting spirit was rising from his entire body. Congratulations! You have awakened a special ability. The Eye of Xianbing, First Realm. For a short period of time, you can see through your opponent's attacks. The voice of the demon hunting manual echoed in his mind. Shenyuan Ziye's heart shook. His system finally seemed to be of some use. The scene before him seemed to slow down as the thread-like red line slowly approached him. This guy's aura has changed. Inosuke felt an immense shock. Could he also be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? What rank? This is too infuriating. He looks younger than me, but is stronger. Ha! I must have a chance to fight him. Shenyuan Ziye's figure surged, bypassing the blood-red threads coming towards him. Wielding the sunwheel blade, he took a deep breath. Ice Breath, second form, Dance of the Glacier. Whoosh! A blade like flowing water swept across Lei's neck. A trace of bright red blood blossomed. What? Lei's pale face revealed a look of astonishment, and he quickly stepped back a few paces, staring intently at the boy's ice-blue pupils, a hint of fear emerging. A mere demon hunter has actually instilled a sense of fear in me, Lei said angrily, already showing a hint of impatience on his face. Seeking death. Although Shenyuan Ziye saw through Ruei's attack, his current strength was still not enough to kill him. After all, Ruei was one of the lower moon. Inosuke, run! With this thought, Shenyuan Ziye grabbed Inosuke's arm and quickly ran back. Why are there so many pests? Don't bother me, Ruei said coldly, watching the boy's retreating figure. He had no intention of pursuing them. At this moment, Ruei had more important matters to attend to. Inosuke followed Shenyuan Ziye's pace while cursing, damn it. How can you run away? If I kill him, I'll become a Hashira. Ha! You idiot, he's a lower moon, and his current strength is at the peak of his demon life. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shenyuan Ziye complained as he ran away. Hearing Shenyuan Ziye's words, Inosuke recalled the terrifying fighting spirit from Ruei just now, and his hair stood on end, but he was still a bit annoyed by the insult, angrily saying, damn it. Kid, if it weren't for you, I could have killed him. Come on, stop being stubborn. With your current strength, it's completely impossible. Shenyuan Ziye was somewhat speechless. But although Inosuke had a tough mouth, he ran incredibly fast and soon distanced himself from Shenyuan. He turned back to look, relieved to see that the demon hadn't caught up. With his current skills, he definitely couldn't kill a lower moon demon. Suddenly, Inosuke's figure came to an abrupt stop in the middle of the road. What's wrong? Shenyuan Ziye asked in confusion. I almost forgot. My mission is to kill the demon in Ryuhana town. Inosuke shouted, patting his pig head. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath and sighed. I've already exceeded the ability to complete the mission. Ryuhana town has 12 ghost months. The Demon Slayer Corps should send a Hashira. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Who are you exactly, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Inosuke asked. Shenyuan Ziye smiled. I am Shenyuan Ziye, and I am about to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Nice to meet you. Aren't you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Inosuke paused, his body seemingly frozen in place, and his voice became even hoarser. I'm just about to participate in the final selection, Shenyuan Ziye explained. What? Inosuke suddenly shouted, his muscles tensing up all over. You're already this strong, without even joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Let's duel. Shenyuan Ziye was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head, saying, I refuse. I only kill demons, and I won't fight with others. What? Inosuke shouted angrily. You actually underestimate me? That's not what I meant, Inosuke. Hurry and notify the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps to deal with the 12 Kizuki in Luwa Town. I have to rush to participate in the final assessment. Shenyuan Ziye waved his hand and prepared to leave. Boom! A sharp knife slashed toward him. The serrated blade lightly grazing the corner of Shenyuan Ziye's clothes, causing fragments to fall. Shenyuan Ziye leaped back. His face changed dramatically as he exclaimed in shock. Are you crazy? Shenyuan Ziye, let's fight and see who is stronger. Inosuke laughed wildly while carrying 2 long knives. In the next moment, Inosuke swung his dual blades, cutting swiftly with a fierce gust of wind. Shenyuan Ziye. What are you doing? Shenyuan Ziye keeps dodging Inosuke's dual swords, looking helpless. Although he knows about the characters from Demon Slayer, he still finds it hard to cope when facing a real person. Hurry up and use your breathing technique. My blade is sharp, unlike the one you use. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6. Protecting people. Inosuke's smile grows more and more unrestrained, looking at Shenyuan Ziye with pride. Shenyuan Ziye was confused, gripping the Sunwool blade at his waist, and shouted angrily, Bastard, stop it. Don't you know that Demon Slayer Corps members are prohibited from fighting? Ah ha ha ha. Fool, you're not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps right now. Inosuke laughed heartily, swinging his long blade. Forget about that. Come and fight me. Are you crazy? Shenyuan Ziye kept dodging, still not drawing his Sunwool blade. By this time, the two had already run out of the town, and Inosuke continued to pursue Shenyuan Ziye relentlessly. Shenyuan Ziye saw that no matter how he scolded, it was useless. With a flash of inspiration, he coldly mocked, You're so powerful. Why don't you go fight the 12 demon moons? You're not scared, are you? How could I be afraid? Huh? The 12 demon moons, where are they? Inosuke laughed disdainfully, shaking his head wildly and looking around. This memory, how forgetful can one be? Shenyuan Ziye reminded. Didn't we just encounter it? The 12th demon moon, it's in Luwa Town. I remembered. That demon just now, the 12th demon moon, haha. I want to kill that demon. Inosuke waved his Nichiren blade and cursed as he ran back. Shenyuan Ziye let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't want Inosuke to take risks, there was something more important at hand, to quickly become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Only by eliminating that person could humanity be saved and the evil demons of the world be eradicated. Just as Shenyuan Ziye was about to leave, he suddenly hesitated. Could it be that Inosuke's life or death has nothing to do with me? He just attacked me. It's forbidden for Demon Slayer members to draw their swords against each other. After struggling internally for a moment, Shenyuan Ziye still couldn't let go of Inosuke. Forget it. Forget it. So what if it's a lower moon? I don't want Inosuke to die here. With that thought, Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade at his waist. Ah, help me. At that moment, a girl's cry for help suddenly came from behind. Damn it. That despicable demon. Shenyuan Ziye gritted his teeth and cursed. He recalled the scene of Kanaharu falling in front of him. How helpless he felt at that moment. How much he hated himself. Demons deserve to die. With that thought, Shenyuan Ziye quickly turned around and ran towards the town. Even if it was a lower moon, he couldn't back down. He began to regret his earlier decision, because if a demon hunter runs away, it would only lead to more innocent people getting hurt. This is not a game, but reality, the place where he currently lives. Shenyuan Ziye focused his gaze and found that the original exhaustion was gone. What remained were 5 man-eating monsters, resembling each other, with 2 horns on their heads and incredibly fierce faces. Around them was a young girl, her appearance strikingly similar to the girl who had been killed by the exhaustion earlier. Quick, get out of here! Shenyuan Ziye rushed forward and said to the girl anxiously. The girl, with a face full of fear and tears in her eyes, sobbed, But my sister is still outside. I'm looking for my sister. Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened, as if it had been hit by something, and her expression changed slightly. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Her sister. Wasn't she just that girl from earlier? The girl who was killed by exhaustion. Shenyuan Ziye could sense the girl's emotions. He took a deep breath and shouted in a low voice, Run away. They are demons and will eat you. The girl was taken aback, staring blankly at the handsome young man in front of her, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. I understand. The flesh of women is truly delicious. The ogre licked its long tongue and rushed towards the girl. It extended its muscular arm with long nails like blades. Breath of Ice, first form, Ice Tide. Shenyuan Ziye reacted quickly, drawing the sun wheel blade in an instant, and with a faint icy aura, he severed the ogre's arm in one swift motion. The ogre quickly retreated, a look of astonishment on its face as it stared at the young man in front of it, wondering how he could be a demon hunter. The girl looked at Shenyuan Ziye with gratitude, then stumbled and ran towards the edge of the town. Damn it, we actually let our food go. That girl was very nutritious. The ogre complained. Go to hell already, Shenyuan Ziye said coldly, looking at the 5 demons. Ah, with you? I will eat all the girls in this town. The ogre's face grew increasingly ferocious as it laughed greedily. Shenyuan Ziye said, Is that so? Then you can die. Breath of Ice, second form, Dance of the Glacier. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 demons didn't even have time to react before their necks were severed, their grotesque faces filled with shock. Congratulations, you have killed 3 ordinary demons. Your level has increased to 30, and you have obtained a new skill, Breath of Ice. Third form, Rage of the Icefall. The voice of the demon hunter's manual echoed in your mind. Shenyuan Ziye felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, Great! I've finally unlocked a new breathing style. At the same time, information about the 3rd type continuously flooded into his mind. The ice breathing technique mastered by Shenyuan Ziye is different from other breathing techniques. It possesses absolute icy power. Even just the first few forms have impressive attack capabilities. Unlike the sun breathing, which uses the power of the sun to burn demons and prevent their regeneration, the power of ice freezes demons, ultimately turning them into ice shards. Shenyuan Ziye also believes that this power, although it cannot compare to the breath of the sun, can still slay evil spirits with greater intensity. Ha, you're back too. Inosuke's impatient voice sounded again as he wielded 2 swords, beheading the remaining 2 evil spirits. Shinzai, let us compete this time to see who encounters that 12 Kizuki first. Shenyuan Ziye patted his forehead and said, I really don't want to encounter that waning moon again. Ha ha ha, I guess you're scared. Inosuke waved his twin blades, wearing a smug smile. Unforgivable, stealing my prey. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice filled the air. The 2 looked towards the sound, and there stood a ghoul that looked different from the one before, exuding a different kind of pressure. This ghoul was short, with a hideous face, 2 eyeballs glowing with a green light, and a long tongue that resembled a snake's forked tongue. Its arms hung down to the ground, soft yet powerful, swinging wildly like 2 rubber bands. Note, this ghoul is an original creation by the author, named Water Ghost. What kind of ghost is this? Shenyuan Ziye showed a puzzled expression. He could clearly sense that this ghoul was not weak. Although it was not as strong as the 12 Kizuki, it seemed to be slightly stronger than Jushan. Inosuke shook his pig-headed head, looking disgusted, and said, EW, those arms are so gross. Since the woman can't eat, how about devouring you 2 kids? Seems not bad. The water ghost licked its long tongue, greedily eyeing the 2 boys in front of it. Chapter 7, Blood Demon Art. Shenyuan Ziye slowly drew his sword, coldly looking at the water ghost in front of him. What a joke. Inosuke, let's work together to slay him. He then turned to Inosuke beside him, his gaze firm. Inosuke swung his long sword and confidently growled, All right, I acknowledge you. I will definitely fulfill my little brother's request. The 2 overconfident demon hunters, just watch how I deal with you. The water ghost revealed a strange smile, coldly mocking. Next, the water ghost stretched out his arms, quickly extending the distance, and in an instant, he reached in front of the 2. Ice Breath, first form, Ice Tide. Swish! Shenyuan Ziye swung the frost-laden Nichiren blade, severing the water ghost's arm. Ah, such a refreshing feeling. The water ghost chuckled contentedly, a hint of red blooming on its pale, grotesque face. Inosuke violently swung his dual blades, the veins on his face bulging, resembling a wild boar charging through the forest. Beast breathing. First Fong. Piercing thrust. Sizzle. The serrated Nichiren blade instantly pierced through the oncoming arm. Ah, pain, pain, pain. The water ghost cried out in despair. Little demon, I will eat you. Suddenly, those 2 arms rapidly disintegrated, transforming into countless limbs that surged towards Shenyuan Ziye and Inosuke. Crack, crack, crack. Shenyuan Ziye and Inosuke swung their blades rapidly, severing the arms that flew towards them one by one. However, the water ghost's arms seemed to regenerate endlessly, instantly splitting into countless limbs, all covered in a sticky, unknown liquid. Damn it, how disgusting. Inosuke wielded his twin blades, chopping while complaining. Think of a way quickly. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, rushing towards the water ghost. Ice breathing, second form, Ice River Dance. Swish! A stream of water transformed into a sharp blade. accompanied by a chilling aura that swept toward him. Hiss! Why is it suddenly so cold? The water ghost seemed to sense something amiss and retracted his arm that was flying toward Inosuke. In an instant, everything gathered behind Shenyuan Ziye, quickly rushing in. The water ghost sneered and said, "You can't defeat me with just these few breathing forms. Ha ha ha. Shenyuan, be careful," came Inosuke's anxious shout from behind. Ice breathing, third form. Ice waterfalls, fury. Boom! Around Shenyuan Ziye's body, the power of ice erupted rapidly, instantly freezing everything around, not just the water ghost's arm. The surface of the water ghost's body was also covered with a thick layer of frost, rendering him immobile, his eyes glowing green in disbelief. Inosuke quickly retreated, sensing that if he got any closer, he too would be frozen by the ice. "Shenyuan Yi, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying technique," Inosuke exclaimed, feeling somewhat displeased inside, thinking, "Damn it, I will definitely surpass you." Bang! In the next moment, the water ghost's frozen arm shattered instantly, turning into a pile of ice shards. How? How is this possible? The water ghost looked at the boy in front of him with a face full of astonishment, his expression somewhat twisted as he struggled desperately, trying to escape this place. But his legs were frozen in place. Shenyuan Ziye's face was resolute as he stepped forward and quickly drew his sword. Breath of ice, first form, ice tide. Bang! At the last moment, the water ghost broke free from the ice beneath its feet, dodging Shenyuan Ziye's sun wheel blade. What? Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect the water ghost to escape his control so quickly. Ice Waterfall's Fury, a control skill from the Breath of Ice, can temporarily freeze everything around the user, then release the power of cold ice to shatter everything into ice shards. For demons, it is useless unless their heads are severed. So Ice Waterfall's Fury is merely a temporary control skill. Seeing this, Inosuke rushed forward. "Shenyuan Yi, I'm coming to help you." Inosuke swung his dual blades, using all his strength. Beast breathing, second fong slash. Inosuke waved his serrated sun wheel blade, his steps quickening, and his speed becoming extremely fast. Blood demon art. Water prison cage. The remaining arms of the water ghost fused together, and a large pool of water appeared before him, emanating a powerful suction that drew the two towards it. Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in shock. "So it's blood demon art. Is it an ability demon?" In just a breath, Shenyuan Ziye and the rushing Inosuke were instantly sucked into the water pool, gradually disappearing. Whoosh! Inside the massive water pool, the water was constantly churning, and the two felt as if the sky was spinning and the earth was turning, as if they were about to lose consciousness. The water demon's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Die, all of you die." Unknowingly, the cold voice echoed in the water demon's ears once again. "You seem to be close to death. How fragile life is." It was a young man, pale-faced, with shoulder-length black hair, a cold demeanor, and a pair of plum-red eyes fixed intently on the boy before him. The boy lay on the bed, barely alive, his face unrecognizable, as if corroded by something, revealing large areas of cyan, covered in dense, scale-like particles. The boy weakly raised his arm, pleadingly murmuring, "Why you? Who are you?" This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Muzan looked at the boy on the verge of death with a hint of a playful smile, cut his finger, and let a drop of blood drip into the boy's throat. Boom! The boy drank Muzan's blood. Just a single drop caused his entire body to swell dramatically, as if he were about to explode in the next second, and his face suddenly became extremely hideous, the cyan scales gradually peeling away, with his eyes emitting an eerie cyan light. "Yes, hold on. Go ahead and eat people. Let us see how far you can go," Muzan said with keen interest as he watched the boy who had turned into a demon, his eyes filled with intrigue and mockery. "As you command, my lord." The boy, now unrecognizable as human, regained vitality and lowered his head respectfully. His voice had turned deep and hoarse, as if something was blocking his throat. The vast water pool was unfathomably deep, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Shenyuan Yi, think of a way." Inosuke gasped for breath in the water pool, as if he were about to suffocate, shouting towards Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye, feeling the flow of blood within his body in the water, recalled his experience of coming to this world and practicing breathing techniques. The Demon Slayer's Handbook recorded the application of the ice breathing technique. If the power of the sun could burn demons, preventing their regeneration, thus creating the sun breathing, then the ice breathing possessed absolute control. When mastered to the extreme, it could make the user as resilient as ice. The essence of ice breathing is to freeze everything, to freeze all. The god source's midnight greedily opened its mouth wide, exhaling a breath like icy mist. With both hands gripping the hilt of the knife, it exerted all its strength and swung upward with force. Ice breath, third form, ice waterfall's fury. Boom! In the pool, a sudden loud noise erupted, and the surrounding water was instantly solidified, frozen into ice. Clang! Shenyuan Ziye and Inosuke jumped out of the ice cave at the same time. Hiss, so cold. Inosuke covered his arms. His whole body was covered with a thin layer of frost. The water ghost looked shocked, staring at the two who rushed out of the pond. Frozen in place, and then angrily exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why are you not dead yet?" Chapter 8. Slaying the Water Ghost. Shenyuan Ziye's night blade turned and struck towards the water ghost's head. "No! Impossible! I won't lose!" Once more, the water ghost said unwillingly, as its arm split again, preparing to gather strength once more. Blood demon technique, water prison. Breath of ice, first form, ice tide. Crack! The water ghost's head was severed by the sun wheel blade, its hideous face filled with unwillingness and resentment. Impossible. That master granted me a new life. And such powerful abilities, I can't lose. The water ghost continued to scream in disbelief, but its head was already starting to fade away. No! No! In the water ghost's mind, memories of its past life flashed back. In life, the water ghost was a boy named Roy, whose parents died soon after giving birth to him due to a sudden illness. This illness was a hereditary disease passed down from ancestors, causing the body to gradually be covered in blue particles, eventually turning into scales and leading to a tragic death. Roy was even more unfortunate. At just 8 years old, the hereditary disease had already manifested. He was unwilling. He resented being afflicted with this illness, even hating his parents for bringing him into this world. He had no power to fight against the disease and could only lie in bed waiting to die. Just as Roy was about to die, Muzan appeared. He seemed to value Roy highly and granted him a drop of blood, turning Roy into a demon. At this moment, Roy, now a water ghost, felt despair in his eyes as he seemed to see his former self. Everything had vanished into thin air. "Ha! Well done, Shenyuan," Inosuke said, looking at the gradually fading evil spirit, panting and laughing. Shenyuan Ziye collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Killing the water ghost had clearly exhausted him greatly. "Congratulations. You have killed an A-level ghost, and your level has increased to 35. A mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Inosuke hurried over, concerned, and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm Fine." "Inosuke, it seems that the lower moon ghost has already left." "Well, it's better that way. Otherwise, if it encountered me, I would definitely slay it." At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye was extremely tired. He lay quietly on the ground, his eyes slowly closing. "Hey, Ziye, how are you?" Inosuke pressed on Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder, asking anxiously. Shenyuan Ziye felt a bit dizzy from being shaken and impatiently said, "I'm tired and want to rest for a while." Far away at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a man in white stood quietly. Although he had a face that was nearly disfigured, he exuded a very gentle aura. Just standing there made one feel a special presence. At that moment, a black raven perched on his shoulder. "Shenyuan Ziye has dealt with the demons in Luhua Town, hasn't he?" The man smiled slightly, noting the boy who had yet to participate in the final assessment and his special breathing technique was quite impressive. In the early morning, the warm sunlight flooded Luhua Town, streaming through the window of the inn and landing on the large bed in the room. So tired, Shenyuan Ziye felt the gentle sunlight on his face, stretched lazily, and woke up from his dream. Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound came to his ears, startling him to jump up. "What is going on?" Shenyuan Ziye saw the naked boy beside him, along with that familiar wild boar headgear, and shuddered. "Inosuke." He grabbed Inosuke's headgear and pulled it hard, shouting in his ear, "Get up." It was a face as beautiful as a girl's, with fair skin that was delicate to the touch, a beauty that even the upper moon 6 Daki would acknowledge. Shenyuan Ziye was not very surprised. After all, he was a Blue Star person and had read the Demon Slayer manga, so he was very familiar with the characters in it. "Huh? Shinzai, what are you doing?" Inosuke shouted impatiently. Shenyuan Ziye helplessly shook his head and sighed, saying, "Let's go eat first. I'll treat you to a meal." "Ahaha. Thank you so much." "Shinzai." Inosuke's drowsiness instantly disappeared, and he hurriedly put on his headgear, saying seriously. Shenyuan Ziye frowned slightly. Inosuke's habit of forgetting names was not good, but he was too lazy to remind him, as it would be useless. Inosuke would forget again sooner or later. The two of them walked down the stairs and arrived at the inn's front desk. The owner, A middle-aged man with a kind smile greeted them. Gentlemen, judging by how tired you looked when you returned last night, did something happen? The innkeeper kept sizing them up, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Shenyuan Ziye could only force a smile and say, "You're overthinking it. We're just here for a vacation. May I ask if there's anything to eat around here? After all, the Demon Slayer Corps is not recognized by the government and cannot disclose their identity. I'm sorry, sir, but our little shop only provides accommodations. If you want to eat, please turn left when you go out. There's an Icicle over there," the owner said respectfully. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you." Then he and Inosuke went to a nearby Icicle. "Hello, boss. Please bring us 2 servings of eel rice." Shenyuan Ziye gestured to the owner and said with a slight smile. The owner nodded in acknowledgement, and Shenyuan Ziye and his companion found seat, ready to enjoy their meal. "Ziye, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy." Inosuke looked at Shenyuan Ziye with envy. The latter was taken aback for a moment, then smiled lightly. "If you want to eat in the future, you can always find me. We're all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and we should help each other. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." Shenyuan Ziye was born into a family that was not considered poor. In fact, it could be said that they had a bit of assets. Therefore, this small amount of money was insignificant to him. Inosuke was devouring the eel rice in front of him, a satisfied smile on his face. After both of them had their fill and regained their strength, Shenyuan Ziye bid farewell to Inosuke, bought a map in Luwa Town, and headed towards the direction of Shiguzen according to the map's instructions. According to Tomioka-ju, he must first go to Shiguzen to visit the mysterious old man wearing a Tengu mask, and only with his introduction could he attend the final assessment at Fujitsuki Mountain. After crossing the small town, Shenyuan Ziye arrived at a dense forest. It was deep and tranquil here, with the sunset hanging on the horizon, and the sky had turned to evening. Shenyuan Ziye understood that at night, some disharmonious things were likely to appear. He cautiously looked around and slowly walked into the dense forest. The setting sun had been swallowed by the thick trees, and as he moved forward, the sky darkened, as if stepping into night ahead of time. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. He walked anxiously, fearing that something might appear. If nothing unexpected happened, then an unexpected event was about to occur. Whoosh! In an instant, 3 figures flashed before him. They were 3 young men. One had a slicked-back hairstyle, while the other 2 had short green hair, saliva dripping from their corners, their faces twisted, and their pupils sharp as swords. There was no doubt they were all ghosts. "Ah, what great luck today to find food in a place like this." The slick-back young ghost licked his lips, his greedy gaze fixed on the boy in front of him. "Yes, big brother, let me have this boy. He looks tender and delicious at first glance." "No way, you already ate 2 kids yesterday. This one is mine." Chapter 9. The final selection. What? What did you say? Say it again. Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? The 2 young ghosts began to argue, refusing to back down, seemingly on the verge of fighting at any moment. Shenyuan Ziye had a blank expression. He was uninterested in the quarrel between the ghosts. Moreover, killing ghosts of this level was effortless for him, so he simply took action. Breath of ice, first form, ice tide. Swish! Shenyuan Ziye drew the sun wheel blade, instantly severing the arm of the young demon with a slicked-back hairstyle. The remaining 2 demons were stunned, each wearing a look of disbelief. Ice breath, second form, glacier dance. The other 2 demons were completely unresponsive as Shenyuan Ziye unleashed his sword technique again. The blue sun wheel blade, tracing a perfect arc in the air. Like flowing water, the young demon with the slicked-back hairstyle, whose severed arm had yet to regenerate, wore a look of horror as his head fell to the ground. Clang! As his head hit the ground with a crisp sound, the 2 short-haired young demons glanced at the vanishing evil spirit behind them, their faces filled with fear. "Hunter! Demon hunter? How could he be here?" Shenyuan swung the night blade sharply, cleaning the blood off the sunwheel blade, and then struck again. Crack! Both young demons were beheaded. Shenyuan Ziye sheathed the sunwheel blade, his expression still calm as water, and walked away. "Congratulations, you have killed 3 ordinary ghosts, and your level has been upgraded to 38. A mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Shenyuan Ziye muttered to himself while walking. Ghost hunting manual. I want to check my attribute panel. All right, I will input the attribute panel for you. Name, Shenyuan Ziye level. Level 38 skills. Breath of ice, first form, ice, tide, breath of ice, second form, dance of ice, river, breath of ice, third form, rage of ice, fall special skill. I have profound ice, first realm, Shenyuan Ziye nodded with satisfaction. Currently, he had reached level 38, and it seemed that he would need to reach level 40 to learn the 4th form of ice breathing. It appeared that even after killing 50 demons and becoming a Hashira, he might not be able to master all the forms of ice breathing. Thinking of this, Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After safely passing through the dense forest, he arrived at narrow Mist Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a wooden house. Shenyuan Ziye understood that this was the place where the mysterious old man, wearing the Tengu mask, as mentioned by Ju Tomioka, resided. Shenyuan Ziye knocked on the door with a nervous heart. Creak! The wooden door slowly opened, revealing a man with short gray hair, dressed in a water blue patterned kimono and wearing a fierce Tengu mask. He was faster than I expected. From his voice, he sounded like an old man. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried a hint of gentleness. Hello, I am Shenyuan Ziye, he said respectfully, knowing very well who this elder was. The former water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanroji Mitsuri. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded. I am Kanroji Mitsuri, introduced by Tomioka Ju. You're the one, right? Yes. 2 questions. Please go ahead, Shenyuan Ziye replied, slightly taken aback but quickly composed. Kanroji Mitsuri took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone, who did you learn your breathing technique from? Of course, Kanroji Mitsuri had seen Shenyuan Ziye earlier in the woods, killing demons using a breathing technique, and his movements were extremely decisive, not like someone who had just mastered it, but more like a seasoned demon hunter who had slain many demons. It seems Tomioka Ju was right. This boy learned a special breathing technique without any guidance. It's a technique passed down in my family, Shenyuan Ziye answered promptly. He had already prepared a response for Kanroji Mitsuri's question. Passed down in your family? Kanroji Mitsuri looked at him with curiosity. Is your father a trainer? No, not really. My father taught me this kind of breathing method. I learned it when I was young. An ancestral breathing method? Kanroji Mitsuri frowned slightly. He had never heard of the ice breathing technique. Could it be derived from one of the 5 main breathing techniques? The second question, where did you get your Nichiren blade? Kanroji Mitsuri asked again. Shenyuan Ziye continued. Mr. Rentaki, this sword was also passed down to me by my father. He was a swordsman in his lifetime. Oh, Rentaki Sakanji suddenly became interested. Your father was actually a swordsman? Which prominent family do you come from? No, Mr. Rentaki. I was born ordinary and am not from any prominent family. Is that so? Then why do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? My parents were both killed by demons. Please allow me to participate in the final selection to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I will slay all the demons in the world and avenge my parents. Rentaki Sakanji was slightly taken aback, then lowered his voice and said, Indeed, you have great potential. Go. Make sure to survive the final selection. I will be waiting for your return. Thank you, Mr. Rentaki, I will. Shenyuan Ziye nodded heavily. After that, he and Rentaki Sakanji enjoyed a pleasant meal together and talked for a long time. Shenyuan Ziye felt that Shinazugawa's Ken was somewhat different from the original character. He was not such a stern teacher, but rather a very gentle person. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The next morning, Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade at his waist, said goodbye to Shinazugawa's Ken, and prepared to head to Fujisaki Mountain. Fujisaki Mountain was not far from Kurosaki Mountain, and Shenyuan Ziye took about 2.5 days to get there. He brought enough food, including purple rice balls, sushi, and instant bento. After all, the final assessment at Fujisaki Mountain required all swordsmen to survive in the mountain for 7 days to pass the assessment. Shenyuan Ziye is not afraid of ghosts. As long as they don't come during the 12 ghost months, it is still quite easy for him. Therefore, his priority is to fill his stomach. Only with strength can he kill ghosts. At the foot of the mountain is a patch of deep purple, filled with trees covered in wisteria flowers, a type of plant that even ghosts fear. Shenyuan Ziye followed a path lined with wisteria flowers and arrived at the foot of Tengshi Mountain. Surrounded by wisteria, he encountered many unfamiliar faces, about 20 or 30 people, all swordsmen. Most of them looked to be around his age, and each had a somewhat disdainful expression. Some appeared quite fierce, clearly not easy to provoke. Suddenly, 2 children appeared ahead, dressed in purple kimonos, one with black hair and the other with white, looking like 2 boys. Thank you all for coming to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps, they said in unison. The participants were informed that the demons captured by the Demon Slayer Corps were kept nearby, and they could not leave because the area was filled with wisteria, which demons loathed. However, after that, there were no more restrictions. The qualification condition for the final selection was to survive for 7 days inside. Well then, good luck to you all, they said as the crowd began to move forward into the depths of Tengshi Mountain. Shenyuan Ziye slowly approached, constantly thinking. He had previously encountered Inosuke who had already joined the Demon Slayer Corps and was in Ruahana Town on a mission. Therefore, this election should consist entirely of newcomers. I wonder how many will pass this time. Last time, only 5 made it through the main character group. That being said, the hand demon has already been slain. Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself while hastily walking. In fact, with his current strength, dealing with the hand demon wasn't very difficult. Since that's the case, with only ordinary demons inside, surviving 7 days here will be a piece of cake for him. Chapter 10. The Gravity Demon. Shenyuan Ziye cautiously groped forward. Having successfully survived for 3 days, there were no terrifying ghosts appearing here. Occasionally, some ordinary ghosts would jump out, most of them having only eaten 1 or 2 people. Some hadn't even eaten anyone at all. A ghost's strength increases with the number of people it consumes. It seems that many people will pass this election this year. Shenyuan Ziye severed the head of a young ghost and spoke calmly. He slowly sheathed his sword, walking while deep in thought. Ever since the hand ghost was slain by Tanjirou, there probably aren't any powerful ability ghosts left here. Congratulations, you have killed an ordinary ghost. Your level has increased to level 40, and you have learned a new skill, Ice Breathing, 4th form, Ice Convergence. At the same time, your Eye of Profound Ice has been upgraded to the 2nd realm, granting you the new ability to see through the essence of things. The voice of the Demon Hunter's handbook sounded. Shenyuan Ziye wore a hint of confusion on his face and wondered in his heart. What does it mean to see through the essence of things? To see through the essence and activate the Eye of Xianbing, one can discover things that are invisible to the naked eye, including sensing the presence of ghosts. Can it see through? Of course not. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly understood that this ability seemed to be equivalent to Tanjirou's sense of smell and Inosuke's sense of touch, capable of sensing and locating the presence of demons. Overall, it was somewhat useful. He suddenly felt a wave of hunger and found a stone, taking out a piece of purple rice ball from his belongings and began to eat. As the purple rice ball entered his mouth, a fragrant food aroma spread, along with a sweet taste, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Ah, the scent of fresh food. Suddenly, a hoarse growl echoed in his ears, startling Shenyuan Ziye to step back several paces. His expression instantly became serious as he gripped the Nicaran blade at his waist tightly, staring intently at the demon in front of him. It was a young man with short black hair, sharp eyes filled with a trace of wickedness, a pale yet handsome face, bulging veins on his arms, and a muscular, bare upper body. This demon is an original character by the author, named Gravity Demon, and there may be other original demons added later. The young demon's right hand was gripping a bloody head, which bore an expression of shock with wide-open eyes. That was the young swordsman who had come to participate in the examination at Mount Fujisu. An ability demon? Shenyuan Ziye pupilles soudainly contracted. The aura emitted by this demon was clearly not that of an ordinary demon. The Gravity Demon revealed a sickly smile and, in front of Shenyuan Ziye, swallowed the boy's head in one gulp, chewing continuously. The sound was as if he was crunching on hard bones mixed with sand. Watching the scene, Shenyuan Ziye immediately felt a wave of nausea and instantly vomited the purple rice ball he had just eaten. Slurp! The Gravity Demon licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, grinning savagely at Shenyuan Ziye. What will your taste be like? You make me feel sick. Shenyuan Ziye coughed a few times, his face showing pain as he spoke softly. Oh really? I'm actually very excited. The Gravity Demon suddenly burst into wild laughter, his pale and handsome cheeks instilling fear in others. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes were slightly closed, taking a breath before suddenly opening them, a faint blue light flowing in his pupils. He activated the Eye of Xianbing, clearly perceiving the ghost's breathing and the flow of blood. Although this ghost combat power was not on par with the 12 Kizuki, it should not be underestimated. In the next moment, he closed the Ice Eye, enhancing the abilities brought by the 2nd realm, but could only use it temporarily. If maintained for too long, his bodily functions would likely not keep up. The Gravity Ghost seemed to notice Shenyuan Ziye's eyes and teased, "Your eyeballs seem quite nice. I think I'll just dig them out and eat them later. Let me ask you, how many people have you eaten these past few days?" Shenyuan Ziye replied, "That seems unrelated to you. All I know is that you will be the next." The Gravity Ghost licked his lips, looking at Shenyuan Ziye with a playful expression. The latter gritted his teeth, gripping the Nicaran blade at his waist, and in one breath suddenly drew it out. Whoosh! Shenyuan Ziye's speed is extremely fast, a result of his training in the ghost hunting manual during this period. However, there is an essential difference between a virtual evil spirit and a real ghost. The Gravity Ghost suddenly jumped into the air, its mocking smile growing more pronounced. Teasingly said, "Not bad speed. You've probably been training for a long time, right? The eyes of Shenyuan Ziye narrowed, and his expression changed slightly. This ghost was fundamentally different in strength from the water ghost he encountered earlier. Ice breath, first form, ice tide. Swish! Shenyuan Ziye pushed off with both feet and leaped upwards towards the direction of the gravity demon, the sunwheel blade covered in layers of frost, bringing with it a hint of coldness. The gravity demon swung his fist with one hand, striking the sunwheel blade with a single punch, and a powerful gust of wind instantly knocked Shenyuan Ziye to the ground. What? The latter was taken aback, his feet dragging back for a distance on the ground. He actually possesses such immense physical strength, this power, a fighter? Shenyuan Ziye was shocked inside, thinking that this kind of immense strength probably isn't much different from Kaza. No, how could he possibly compare to Upper Moon 3? Shenyuan Ziye quickly interrupted his own speculation. However, the power displayed by the gravity demon was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary demons, and it was still unclear what abilities he possessed. The gravity demon landed steadily, brushed off the dust from his shoulders, and disdainfully said, "Is that all you've got? Your blade won't touch me at all. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. This is just the beginning." Shenyuan Ziye said calmly, taking a stance and breathing deeply, as if the icy mist-like breath flowed into his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sunwheel blade left behind trails of afterimages, overlapping with the gravity demon, but each one was dodged. Ice breath's second form dance of the glacier. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel blade, turning a stream of water into a sharp blade, rushing towards the gravity demon and brushing past him. The corner of the gravity demon's mouth lifted, revealing a terrifying smile as the pale blue sunwheel blade flashed past his chest, leaving a wave in its wake. Bang! The gravity demon swung his fist, sending Shenyuan Ziye flying once again. He cackled wildly. Your physical condition has already surpassed that of the previous swordsman. Worth a taste. With his hands crossed in prayer, a mysterious aura ignited around him. Is he going to use blood demon technique? Shenyuan Ziye furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he watched the scene unfold. He must not be allowed to use it. Whoosh! The boy's figure rushed forward, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, breathing evenly. Gravity mire. The gravity demon unleashed his aura, a special force suddenly suppressing Shenyuan Ziye's body. In an instant, he was fixed in place, unable to move. Shenyuan Ziye seemed to feel that there was a huge stone weighing down on him. Is this his ability? He showed a hint of pain and quietly analyzed. It turns out that the punch he threw earlier also borrowed this force, which is why it sent him flying. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly realized that this guy was using gravity. Chapter 11. Passing the assessment. Your physical fitness exceeds my imagination. The gravity demon walked over with a sinister smile on his face. If it were an ordinary demon hunter, they would have been crushed into a mist of blood long ago. Is this your blood demon technique? Shenyuan Ziye's face was already somewhat twisted. The gravity demon suddenly burst into laughter, proudly saying, "Ah, impressive, right? Much stronger than you so-called demon hunters. So what do you think? Do you acknowledge me? A demon is still a demon. I will definitely sever your head. Brat, stop boasting. I will crush you into meat chunks right now and eat you all." The gravity demon's face turned furious as he roared, charging towards Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye gripped the sunwheel blade tightly with both hands, his whole body igniting with a cold fighting spirit that burst forth. In the air, it felt as if a stream of icy air was flowing. The next second, he broke free from gravity, rapidly retreating backward, while also continuously breathing. Gravity Ghost's eyes narrowed, and he stopped in his tracks, momentarily stunned by the aura emanating from this young man. Such a cold presence. Has even the air frozen? Gravity Ghost murmured in shock. Ice Breath's second form glacier dance. Shenyuan Ziye ran swiftly, wielding the cold-breathing sunwheel blade, unleashing a torrent that surged forward. The gravity demon chuckled mockingly and said disdainfully, "Another one of those moves? I've already seen through it." The gravity demon exerted all its strength, and waves of pressure descended from above Shenyuan Ziye's head, creating gravity-infused shockwaves. Boom, boom, boom. Shenyuan Ziye kept dodging, as white shockwaves of energy continuously hit the ground around him, creating dozens of craters. How did his speed increase? The gravity demon displayed a look of astonishment, muttering to himself in confusion. Gravity swamp. The gravity demon acted decisively, quickly unleashing a control technique, faster than before, with gravity fists crashing down one after another towards Shenyuan Ziye. Bang, bang, bang. The oppressive gravity fist struck Shenyuan Ziye, and in just a few breaths, several of his ribs were broken. Shenyuan Ziye only felt his bones twisting, his throat tasted sweet, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face showed determination, and a faint breath of icy mist flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ice breath, fourth form, gathering of cold ice. The light blue sun wheel blade was instantly covered with a layer of cold frost, and wherever Shenyuan Ziye passed, the grass and trees were all draped in a layer of cold white. The gravity demon's eyes suddenly narrowed. He actually blocked my attack? Immediately after, the gravity demon clenched his fists tightly, and with a pressure-filled punch, he rushed towards Shenyuan Ziye. Whoosh! The sun wheel blade drew a beautiful arc, and two arms flew through the air. The gravity demon's face filled with astonishment as hot black-red blood splattered everywhere. Impossible, this kid actually chopped off my arm, the gravity demon said incredulously. In the next moment, the gravity demon revealed a contemptuous smile, looking at the already blood-spitting Shenyuan Ziye, and mocked at this level. I can recover immediately. I should feel sorry for my lack of such rapid recovery ability. The corners of Shenyuan Ziye's mouth curled into a cold smile as he exhaled a chilling breath. He tightened his grip on the sunwheel blade, his figure just 2 steps away from the gravity demon. Why? The gravity demon's eyes suddenly narrowed, a look of horror appearing on his face as he incredulously glanced at his shoulder. Why hadn't it regrown? The arm that had been severed did not grow back. A faint blue glow emanated, a mark left by the cold sword energy of the sunwheel blade. The ice-breathing fourth form, gathering of ice, is a technique that condenses the power of ice onto the blade, delivering a strike that allows the victim to have the icy energy invade their body, causing a small area of freezing at the wound. Due to the freezing, the demon's regeneration speed is temporarily delayed. The gravity demon was filled with shock, without hands. He could no longer exert gravity, left helpless and at the mercy of others. Swish! The pale blue sun wheel blade swept across the gravity demon's neck, and in an instant, his head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Ice breathing, first form, ice tide. Shenyuan Ziye flicked the tip of his blade, shaking off the remaining blood of the ghost, while also letting out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the Nicaran blade in his hand, which already had noticeable dents on the blade, marks left by the strikes. How is it possible? How could I lose to this little ghost? The gravity ghost roared in frustration. He was just an ordinary demon hunter. I haven't even used my full strength. I haven't used my full strength yet. I haven't consumed enough people. After all, it was that hateful swordsman who captured me and brought me to Wisteria Mountain. That disdainful dead fish really annoyed me. But how could someone possess such exquisite swordsmanship? No matter how many people I consume, my strength still can't match the Hashira. I am so unwilling to accept this. In the gravity ghost's mind, the man who had captured him in Wisteria Mountain prison appeared, his expression so dismissive. Thinking of this, anger surged up continuously. Soon, as his body faded away, the gravity ghost's voice became lighter and lighter, until it turned into smoke and vanished. Congratulations. You have killed an A-rank ghost. Your level has been upgraded to level 45. The voice of the demon hunter's manual echoed in his mind. Shenyuan Ziye knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, with 3 of his ribs broken. A sharp pain instantly engulfed his entire body, and any movement brought a wave of pain from his waist. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shenyuan Ziye could only endure the pain and walk for a distance, leaning against a large rock, and fell into a deep sleep. When Shenyuan Ziye opened his eyes again, it was already morning. He didn't know how many days he had slept, but the soreness in his body had eased a bit. Shenyuan Ziye stood up and walked towards the light ahead. After a while, he finally reached the end. Familiar wisteria flowers were spread around, and the 2 children from earlier stood quietly there. Shenyuan Ziye was stunned. He knew that the final assessment had ended. But apart from the familiar wisteria flowers, there was actually no one around. The original 20 or 30 people, those knife-wielding youths, were all gone now. This meant that only he had passed the final selection. Shenyuan Ziye looked regretful and sighed. It seems this year's swordsmen are not up to par. Or is that ghost just too strong? Shenyuan Ziye could conclude that it was that gravity demon who had defeated all the swordsmen who came to participate in the assessment. The strength of this demon was infinitely close to that of the 12 Kizuki. It was unknown which Hashira had captured him and brought him to this Wisteria Mountain prison. Congratulations, you have passed the final assessment, and it's good that you are safe. Next, we will distribute the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, take your body measurements, and then determine your rank. One of the white-haired boys looked at Shenyuan Ziye and said, "The ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps members are divided into 10 levels. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu Ji, Gung, Exine, Ren, and Gue. Currently, you are at the lowest rank Gue. Gagaga." After saying that, he clapped his hands, and a black crow flew down from above, landing on Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder. Shenyuan Ziye understood that it was a type of bird used by the Demon Slayer Corps for communication, called a Kagun crow. "For now, let the Kagun crow follow you. This is the crow used for contact." After the boy finished speaking, he lifted the black cloth on the table. Above the table lay blocks of steel. "Today, you can choose to use jade steel to make a blade. It will take 10 to 15 days to complete the sword," the white-haired boy said expressionlessly. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath and stepped forward. Chapter 12. The New Sunwheel Blade. Shenyuan Ziye stared at the dozens of steel pieces, each of which looked almost identical. Just by looking with the naked eye, he couldn't tell which one was the best. The Sunwheel blade that was originally given by the ghost hunting manual had already become worn out, so this time, he needed to select a better quality jade steel from among them to make a new blade. "Then, please choose the mother steel," the white-haired child reminded him. Shenyuan Ziye hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling something. His eyes gradually closed, and the next moment he opened them wide. Whoosh! A blue light attached to his pupils. With the enhancement of the eyesight, Shenyuan Ziye could see the material of all the jade steel clearly. Some pieces were slightly rough, with obvious flaws overall. Under the illumination of the eye, the jade steel material seemed almost transparent. Shenyuan Ziye decisively eliminated the flawed steel, turning to the remaining stones. Most of them showed no obvious differences, but one piece stood out exceptionally. Shenyuan Ziye picked up the jade steel. The steel stone was not large, but it felt incredibly smooth to the touch. Compared to other stones, the precision of this jade steel was clearly on another level, and the transparent reflection indicated that it was undoubtedly the best jade steel here. "I'll take this one." Shenyuan Ziye handed the jade steel to the white-haired boy. "All right, please take a good rest. There will be new tasks for you to complete later," the white-haired child said with a smile as he accepted the jade steel. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and walked towards the direction of Narrow Mist Mountain. Far away at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a raven perched on the man's shoulder, whispering in his ear. The smile that once graced the man's face disappeared without a trace, leaving only a hint of regret. His name was Inosuke Ziye, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, referred to by the members as Lord Master. Ziye let out a soft sigh and said softly, "So, only one survived? It seems the children encountered a powerful demon. Shenyuan Ziye. Is it truly a strong child?" After several nights, the food that Shenyuan Ziye brought had been consumed, and his injuries had improved. He finally returned to Narrow Mist Mountain. It was already deep into the night when he pushed open the door, and Kanroji Mitsuri was sitting on the tatami, seemingly waiting for his return. "Mr. Kanroji, I'm back," Shenyuan Ziye said, enduring the sharp pain in his waist, and quickly lay down on the tatami. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded and said appreciatively, "Good. It's great that you returned safely. Are you injured?" Kanroji Mitsuri suddenly asked again, his words filled with concern. "A few ribs are broken, but it's nothing serious," Shenyuan Ziye frowned. "Well, it's inevitable when fighting demons. You should rest well for the next few days. Tomorrow someone will bring you the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Once you get the Nicaran blade, you can go complete your mission," Kanroji Mitsuri said earnestly. The Nicaran blade, made by the Demon Slayer Corps blacksmith, might be better than your original blade. Hearing Kanroji Mitsuri's words, Shenyuan Ziye drew his Nicaran blade and examined it closely. Indeed, there were several dents on the blade, and the once sharp tip had become dull. If he were to use this broken blade again, it would probably be impossible to sever a demon's neck. Shenyuan Ziye had a head full of black lines. Internally complaining, "This broken weapon sent by the system is indeed not great. You should rest well. Tomorrow, the Demon Slayer Corps medical staff will come to treat you." "All right, Mr. Rengoku." After 15 days of recovery, Shenyuan Ziye's body had fully healed, and he changed into the uniform sent by the Demon Slayer Corps. Because Shenyuan Ziye practiced the Breath of Ice technique, his uniform was designed in a light blue color, with ice pillar-like patterns on the edges. Such an exquisite uniform, combined with his delicate and handsome appearance, made him look refreshing overall, and the impression he gave was very comfortable. Shenyuan Ziye is quite satisfied with his uniform. It fits well. Rintaki Zokon glanced at Shenyuan Ziye and smiled, saying a blacksmith will come to deliver the sword today. Shenyuan Ziye nodded. He was also very much looking forward to his Sunwheel blade. For a swordsman, in addition to exquisite swordsmanship, having a good sword is also crucial. He could hardly wait to see what the sun-wheel blade made from such pure jade steel would be like. After a moment, a knock sounded at the door. Shenyuan Ziye knew that the blacksmith who delivered the sword had arrived. Who could it be? If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Steel Tomb. Hello. My name is Tai Shue-san, and I am responsible for forging swords for Shenyuan Ziye. He was a man wearing a strange mask, and from his voice, he was at least in his 30s. In his hands, he held a long black box. That was the box for the sword. Shenyuan Ziye performed a respectful bow and said, "Hello, Mr. Tai Shue-san. I am Shenyuan Ziye. Well, this sun-wheel blade is crafted from Gorilla Crimson, Sand Iron, and Gorilla Crimson ore, which absorbs sunlight. The sun-wheel blade, also known as the color-changing blade, changes color according to its owner, reflecting the breathing technique suitable for its master." As he spoke, Tai Shue-san took a blade out of a black box and handed it to Shenyuan Ziye. The latter, feeling a mix of apprehension and excitement, received the sun-wheel blade, a look of anticipation on his face. "All right, quickly draw it out and see what color your blade is." Tai Shue-san rubbed his hands together, eagerly urging him, "This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." Shenyuan Ziye already had the answer in his heart. He slowly drew out the sun-wheel blade. This blade was slightly heavier than the one the system had given him before, and it felt more comfortable to hold. The hilt was still as ordinary as ever, and the blade's edge was a light blue. Whoosh! The originally pure, white blade quickly turned a deep blue from the hilt, gradually deepening until it reached the tip, transforming the entire blade into a dark blue. A very elegant color, perfect for you. Tai Shue-san's eyes lit up, and he nodded in satisfaction. "How does it feel to hold it?" Shenyuan Ziye bowed his head in gratitude and said, "Very good, Mr. Tai Shue-san. Thank you for forging the sword for me." "You don't have to. It's our duty as blacksmiths. No need to thank us," Tai Shue-san replied, his body trembling slightly. He hurriedly added, "I hope to be able to lend you a helping hand in future battles." Rin Takuzu, witnessing this scene, also nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, "Such a pure blue color. I've never seen it before. This child might become an important asset to the Demon Slayer Corps. My sword was already a bit dull, so at this time, being able to forge a new one for me is truly appreciated. Arigato." Shenyuan Ziye said to Tai Shue-san with a grateful expression, "Your Excellency, Shenyuan, please don't take it to heart. Forging swords for demon hunters is our duty as blacksmiths. If you need to change swords in the future, just let us know." Tai Shue-san seemed a bit flustered and quickly explained. Shenyuan Ziye smiled. Compared to Steel Grave, he seemed to prefer this blacksmith named Iron Cave Forest. If it were Steel Grave, if his knife broke, he would probably be chased down relentlessly. Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but shiver at the image that flashed through his mind. "Lord Shenyuan, are you all right?" Tai Shue-san looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a puzzled expression. I'm fine. It's just that I might often break my sword later on. Mr. Tai Shue-san, I'll have to trouble you to be my blacksmith and forge sword for me," Shenyuan Ziye said with a guilty smile. Tai Shue-san was taken aback, revealing a strange expression. Chapter 13, New Task. What does this mean? Tai Shue-san's tone was filled with confusion, a hint of black lines appearing on his forehead. Beside them, Lin Longzhua made a slight change in expression and also coughed symbolically. Shenyuan Ziye sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, his expression turning anxious as he quickly changed his words. No, I'm just worried that future tasks might involve even stronger ghosts. Without a good knife, that would be troublesome. Are you saying that the knives I forge are poor?" Tai Shue-san's expression suddenly darkened, and his tone became extremely unfamiliar. Shenyuan Ziye raised an eyebrow, awkwardly smiling. Let's not worry about that." Tai Shue-san took a deep breath, his whole body slightly trembling, sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Rinryu Zoken stepped in to mediate Tai Shue-san. "Ziye's just overthinking it. There's no need to take it to heart. The knives you forge are perfectly fine." I think so too." Upon hearing this, Tai Shue-san's tone softened. Shenyuan Ziye let out a silent sigh of relief. "Ka. Shenyuan Ziye, I will convey a new mission. There's a ghostly aura in Chinatown. Quickly head to the mission location. Ka. Just then, a black raven flew in through the window, shouting at Shenyuan Ziye. "The new mission has arrived," said Lin Longzhua Kenji thoughtfully. Shenyuan Ziye tidied up his clothes, picked up the sunwheel blade, slightly bent down, and said solemnly, "Mr. Lin Tang, Mr. Tai Shue-san, this is goodbye." Ziye, remember, there's a type of demon that can use blood demon techniques, and in the future, you will likely have to fight such demons. You must survive." Lin Tang nodded heavily, his tone serious. Taishue's son looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a kind expression and calmly said, Lord Shenyuan, safe travels. I will, Mr. Lin Tang, Mr. Taishue's senator. After bidding farewell to the two, Shenyuan Ziye set off on his journey. He was most familiar with Chinatown, as it was his home, and he would never allow evil demons to wreak havoc in his hometown. To reach Chinatown, he had to pass through Luhua Town, the place where he had stopped before. He wondered where Inosuke had gone to carry out his mission and whether they would be assigned together. As Shenyuan Ziye traveled, he thought about this. As night fell, he arrived at the inn where he used to stay, preparing to rest for the night. At night, he locked himself in his room, controlling his mental power to enter the Demon Slayer manual. Welcome to the Demon Slayer manual. Please give instructions. A familiar mechanical female voice echoed in the darkness. Entering practice mode. Okay, entering practice mode, generating mechanical demons for you. Swish, swish, swish. In the dark space, dozens of black shadows suddenly appeared. They were virtual demons derived from the Demon Slayer manual. Shenyuan Ziye will be here, training the ice-breathing technique to its utmost perfection, which is undoubtedly the best way to train. Ice-breathing first form, Ice Tide. Second form, Dance of the Ice River. Swish, swish, swish. The Sunwheel Blade forged in the Iron Cave is now even more suitable for him. Shenyuan Ziye continuously swings it, sweeping through the bodies of virtual evil spirits, leaving behind trails of afterimages. He only stops when he is physically exhausted. Each practice pushes his physical limits to the extreme so that when he encounters a real evil spirit, he can last a bit longer. It is important to know that the breathing technique was left behind by that man during the Warring States period, enabling one to exert their physical abilities to the point of being able to fight demons. However, this power ultimately cannot be sustained for too long. Shenyuan Ziye is working hard in this direction, wanting to become a Hashira. First, he must learn to master total concentration breathing, which means using the breathing technique continuously for 24 hours. This is undoubtedly a breakthrough for a swordsman's physical limits. He must practice diligently. His parents were killed by demons, and perhaps his experience is no different from that of most people, which is nothing unusual. However, when he truly recalls that scene, the image forever etched in his mind still brings pain, sadness, and tears. Mom and Dad, I will definitely slay all the evil demons in the world, Shenyuan Ziye said, his face showing pain as he thought of that moment. The next day, Luhua Town had returned to its usual calm, with no unusual occurrences. Shenyuan Ziye stayed for only one day before heading to Chinatown. He walked and arrived at a village. Crossing this village would lead him to Chinatown. Who can help me? A low murmur suddenly came from ahead, filled with sorrow. Shenyuan Ziye focused his gaze and saw that it was a man, around 30 years old, with short black hair mixed with a strand of white hair. He was curled up on the ground, looking very much in pain. Shenyuan Ziye stepped forward, lowering his head with concern and asking, Sir, are you all right? Who are you? The man looked up at Shenyuan Ziye, a hint of panic in his voice. He had a handsome face, and his eyes appeared very gentle. My name is Shenyuan Ziye. You seem to need help. Shenyuan Ziye said calmly. The man shook his head violently, a trace of fear appearing on his face, muttering continuously, No, it's no use, no use. Please tell me what happened. Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed, sensing something was wrong, and hurriedly asked, A child like you can't help me at all. The man looked at Shenyuan Ziye in despair. The latter drew the Sunwheel sword from his waist, waving it with one hand, stirring up a breeze that carried a hint of coldness, brushing against the man's cheek. The man suddenly felt a chill, a cold sensation as if he were in an ice cellar. He gradually raised his head to look at Shenyuan Ziye, first stunned, and then his gaze swept over the Sunwheel sword in his hand, and his eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Shenyuan Ziye smiled faintly and said, I think you've encountered a ghost. I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and can help you solve your difficulties. The Demon Slayer Corps. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and for some reason, in that moment, he truly felt that this young man before him could make it happen. Shenyuan Ziye still looked at him with a smile. The man sighed heavily and said, My name is Shang Guxiong. 3 days ago, my daughter was taken by a man. I followed him to a mansion, but as soon as I entered, I saw a horrifying scene. I know that ordinary people would never be able to do this. It was definitely a monster. I called the police, but they didn't believe me, treated me like a madman, and refused to respond. At this point, the man choked up, his eyes misty with tears, and he slammed his fist hard against the ground. Do you believe me? What I'm saying is true. He then lifted his head again, looking at Shenyuan Ziye, his words filled with pleading. Sir, I believe you. What you encountered is likely a ghost. Even if the police come, They won't be able to resolve it. Only the ghost-killing squad can eliminate it. Shenyuan Ziye put away the Nicaran blade and said calmly, "Ghosts, do such creatures really exist?" Shang Guxiong, upon hearing Shenyuan Ziye's words, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep look at Shang Guxiong and said solemnly, "Please take me to that mansion. I appreciate it." Chapter 14, The Mansion of Drums. Are you really confident that you can save my daughter? Shang Guxiong glanced at Shenyuan Ziye with suspicion, his tone equally hesitant. "Don't worry, I will definitely save your daughter." Shenyuan Ziye nodded heavily. Although Shang Guxiong still harbored doubts, he had no other options at the moment. If he delayed any longer, his daughter might end up as a corpse. "All right, I'll take you there. That monster is in Chinatown." Chinatown? It seems the newly appeared ghost is him. The two headed to Chinatown together. And under Shang Guxiong's guidance, Shenyuan Ziye arrived at the mission location. It was a mansion that had never appeared before. It should have been created by the newly emerged ghost not long ago. This strange house emitted an unclear black gas and exuded an ominous smell. The two stared intently at the mansion before them, and Shang Guxiong uncertainly asked, "Young man, how confident are you?" Shenyuan Ziye closed his eyes in the midnight, then suddenly opened them. A faint blue light climbed up his pupils. Using the ability of the eye of Xianbing's second realm, he saw everything in the mansion clearly. It was almost pitch black inside, but he could vaguely make out several ghosts in the corners, gnawing on humans, their mouths stained with blood. At the same time, there was a powerful ghost whose fighting spirit was more intense than that of the others, but he couldn't discern its identity. Perhaps only by entering the mansion could he find out. Shenyuan Ziye closed the eye, the light dissipating. He spoke with certainty, nodding, "Mr. Shanggu, you stay outside. I will handle the ghosts inside." Looking at the boy's resolute gaze, Shang Guxiong could only place all his hopes on him. "Boy, please be careful and make sure to bring my daughter out." Shang Guxiong lowered his head, his voice filled with earnestness. When Shang Guxiong lifted his head again, Shenyuan Ziye had already vanished from his sight. Shenyuan Ziye entered the mansion, walking while observing his surroundings. It was almost completely dark in front of him, but soon a lantern appeared overhead, illuminating the area. As he walked further, Shenyuan Ziye felt a strong sense of confinement. Although there were a few lanterns emitting a faint glow, the airtight room still made it hard for him to breathe. This design seemed familiar. Shenyuan Ziye murmured softly, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Suddenly, he heard a drumbeat near his ear, and in an instant, he was transported to another room, which was equally enclosed and empty. He remembered, this was the house that appeared in the original story. The ghost living here was the drum ghost, Xiang Kai, from the original Lower Crescent Land. Shenyuan Ziye's heart skipped a beat as he heard the familiar drum sound, and he finally realized. It turned out that the ghost who had captured Shang Guxiong's daughter was Xiang Kai, and it seemed that the girl was undoubtedly a rare blood type. She's a child. I wonder how she tastes? Suddenly, a hoarse growl came from behind him. Shenyuan Ziye looked back at midnight, and there was a ghost crawling on the ground, with two sharp horns on its head, blue pupils, and a long tongue exposed outside. Swish! Shenyuan Ziye locked onto the target, swiftly drew his blade, and in an instant severed the long tongue of the crawling ghost. The crawling ghost's pupils suddenly contracted, staring in astonishment at the young man before him, and said with a hint of fear, "Hunter, my patience is very limited. Tell me the location of Xiang Kai." Shenyuan Ziye said coldly, his gaze icy. I don't know anything about that. I'll eat you." The crawling ghost shouted in anger, charging towards Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye shook his head. This level of ghost was not to be feared by him now. Breath of ice, first form, ice tide, crack. The crawling ghost's neck was severed, and the whole room was filled with a hint of coldness. Charge! Charge! Ha ha ha! In the distance, a boy's urgent low roar could be heard. Shenyuan Ziye frowned. It seemed that Inosuke had also been sent here to carry out a mission. However, this was quite normal. After all, it was the land of the lower moon. Thinking of this, Shenyuan Ziye recalled the feeling of pressure when he first encountered the lower moon 5, Rue. That oppressive sensation made it hard to breathe. At this moment, Inosuke, wielding two Nicaran blades, was running wildly. Damn it, why can't I get out? This enclosed space is not conducive to my fighting." Inosuke shouted angrily while running. Suddenly, a demon appeared before him. This demon was huge, with thick limbs, round cheeks, and a pair of fangs, greedily staring at Inosuke. "Ah, a spirited human. Your flesh is worth tasting." The demon's voice was deep and hoarse. Inosuke took a deep breath, swung his twin blades, and shouted hoarsely, "A huge target, not bad. Worthy of being shredded." Beast-breathing third Fong Fong tear. Whoosh. The giant demon's neck was instantly severed by the two blades. Ha ha! Charge! Charge! The room echoed with Inosuke's maniacal laughter. Shenyuan Ziye patted his forehead and sighed. He's still the same as ever. But that's fine. It just allows him to deal with the remaining ghosts while I can focus on finding Xiang Kai and Mr. Shanggu's daughter. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's going to get even more exciting. With that thought, Shenyuan Ziye closed his eyes. The next moment, a pale blue light shot out from his pupils. Mystic Eyesight activate. Shenyuan Ziye rotated his eyes, and everything in the mansion suddenly became transparent, with the surrounding scenery coming into view. Inside the mansion, there were still a few ghosts lingering, but at this moment, they were no longer eating people. Instead, they were moving slowly, glancing around as if searching for something. A boy wearing a wild boar headpiece was wandering around the mansion. Suddenly, a blurry blue dot flickered with a faint glow, passing by in front of Shenyuan Ziye. He focused on the blue dot and activated his eye power again to explore forward, the blurry blue dot gradually enlarging. He could see clearly now. It was a young girl, appearing to be only 13 or 14 years old, curled up in a corner of the room, her pure white arms crossed together, trembling all over. She looked innocent and cute, but her delicate face was extremely pale, filled with fear in her eyes. That should be Mr. Shanggu's daughter. Shenyuan Ziye whispered fiercely. The blue light in his eyes did not fade, but instead grew even more intense. Immediately after, he shot out in the direction of the girl, running at full speed. Time is life, and Shenyuan Ziye did not dare to slack off, if he was even a second late. The girl could be eaten by a ghost, as she was a rare blood physique among thousands. Ah, delicious food. A new evil ghost appeared ahead, its greedy gaze fixed on the oncoming Shenyuan Ziye, drool uncontrollably dripping from the corners of its mouth. Ice Breath's second form Glacier Dance. Chapter 15. Sound of Victory. Get out of the way. Shenyuan Ziye shouted loudly, and the sun will blade drew a stream of water, sweeping across the neck of the ghoul. The head flew into the air, leaving only a face filled with horror. The girl squatted in the corner, a lantern hanging over her head, emitting a faint glow. She was the daughter of Shanggu Xiong, Shanggu Huizi. Slowly, Shanggu Huizi raised her head, looking around in despair. She had been trapped here for 3 days. Who can come to save me? Shanggu Huizi said to herself in panic, longing for someone to rescue her. But the one who captured her was a demon. Shanggu Huizi recalled that night 3 days ago. She was walking home with her father when a monster suddenly appeared in the alley. The monster was muscular, with blood-red eyes, and its body was covered in strange bulges. A pair of powerful hands dragged her away from her father. All she could see in her father's eyes was despair. The monster's grip was tight, and its nails accidentally cut into Shanggu Huizi's arm, causing blood to flow. The monster greedily glanced at Shanggu Huizi, and the smell of blood seemed to drive it mad. Muttering continuously, rare blood. Rare blood, if I eat it, I can gain the strength of 50 people. No, 100 people. Shanggu Huizi's blood was 1 in a million rare blood. If the demon ate her, it would gain the power equivalent to eating 50 or even 100 people. On the way to the room where she was captured, many monsters appeared, each looking different, and every monster looked at Shanggu Huizi with insatiable greed. At that moment, Shanggu Huizi clutched her shoulders, curling up in fear, and softly said, "Daddy, where are you? I want to go home. Finally, I dealt with those bugs. The rare blood is mine if I could just eat it." Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in the room. It was a muscular man with blood-red eyes, his body embedded with bulges, licking his tongue as he walked towards Shanggu Huizi. It was that monster. "Help! Help!" Shanggu Huizi shouted with all her might, her delicate face pale with fear. Xiang Kai walked towards Shanggu Huizi, emitting a heavy growl. "Rare blood. Rare blood, as long as I can eat the rare blood." Xiang Kai's pupils flipped, revealing 2 blue eyeballs. In the left eye prominently displayed the 2 characters Xiao Lu, but the eyeball had a cross mark on it. Xiang Kai recalled certain memories. It was a young man with black hair, wearing a white suit hat, tall and handsome, but his face was sickly pale, and his plum-red eyes were chilling. This person was the ancestor of demons, the strongest demon in legend, Kibutsuji Muzan. "Xiang Kai, can't you eat any more? Is this all you can do?" Muzan's voice was cold as ice, like the clear spring on an iceberg. No, I can still." Before Xiang Kai could finish, blood splattered from his left eye, and a mist of blood filled the air, the intense pain causing him to cry out. Muzan's face was veined with anger as he said, "That's enough. I will take away your numbers. This is already your limit. Please, Give me some more time. Xiang Kai collapsed on the ground, wailing in pain. But Muzin looked disdainful, leaving behind a cold remark. Wait until you can eat more people and show me your limits. Since then, Xiang Kai began to eat people continuously. Finally, he found a rare blood, Shanggu Huizi. By eating this girl, he could gain the equivalent nutrition of 50 or even 100 people. If he ate her, he could return to the 12 Kizuki. The more Xiang Kai thought about it, the more excited he became, his greedy gaze fixed on Shanggu Huizi, and his steps quickened in response to the temptation of rare blood. Shanggu Huizi stared at the monster in front of her, her small mouth slightly open, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, fear rendering her speechless. Swish! Just as Xiang Kai reached out his palm, a flash of blade light cut through the air, and two arms flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Breath of ice, first form, ice tide. Shanggu Huizi breathed evenly, feeling a cool breeze touch her cheek. That sensation was pleasant and refreshing, and her tense and anxious emotions gradually dissipated at that moment, allowing her to calm down. Are you all right? Shenyuan Ziye glanced at Shanggu Huizi with concern. The latter stared at the handsome young man in front of her, slightly taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed as she nervously said, I'm fine. Thank you. I am Shenyuan Ziye, sent by your father to rescue you. Shenyuan Ziye extended his left arm, protecting Shanggu Huizi while quietly saying, You find a place to hide first. I will deal with this demon, so you can escape. Demon? Is this monster called a demon? Shanggu Huizi looked at him, in confusion. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and urged, That's right, I can't focus on protecting you. You should hide quickly. Okay. Shanggu Huizi nodded in response, and hurriedly ran out of the room. Damn bugs, go die. Jiang ki sauted angrily. And at that moment, his hands had already regenerated. Bang! Xiang Kai struck the drum on the left. The entire room suddenly spun wildly. Although Shenyuan Ziye was aware of Xiang Kai's blood demon technique, experiencing such a degree of rotation was still overwhelming. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Clang! Shenyuan Ziye fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. Who can react to this? He complained internally. Bang! Xiang Kai struck the drum on the right again. Shenyuan Ziye took a quick step, adjusting his body to stand as steadily as possible. However, before he could get used to it, Xiang Kai struck the drum on the left side again. It was torture, simply a kind of torment. Left. Shenyuan Ziye's pupils contracted, and he quickly leaned his body to the left, allowing himself to react swiftly and maintain his balance to avoid falling. Right? Left. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes were fixed on Xiang Kai's movements, making adjustments in his stance according to where Xiang Kai was about to strike next. In the original story, Tanjirou dealt with it this way. It was indeed effective. Soon, Shenyuan Ziye adapted to Xiang Kai's rhythm, but with his injuries, bumping around in the narrow room was still quite painful. Seeing Shenyuan Ziye's movements becoming more agile and gradually adapting to his rhythm, Xiang Kai's expression turned extremely displeased, and he angrily said, How infuriating! Why are you trying to stop me? I finally defeated them, and I must quickly consume the rare blood. Bang! Xiang Kai struck the drum in the middle. Swish! In front of Shenyuan Ziye, 3 claw marks quickly appeared, just an inch away from him. Dong dong dong! Xiang Kai became irritable, continuously striking the drum in the middle. Shwa shwa shwa! The divine source flickered back and forth, dodging the slashing claws. Countless claw marks appeared in this small room. Shenyuan Ziye tightly gripped the sunwheel blade with both hands and rushed towards Xiang Kai. Ice breathing, second form. Ice river dance. Hopter shisholika kiling diankai. Swish! Xiang Kai's arm was once again severed, blood gushing out. Third form, ice waterfall fury. Xiang Kai's entire body was instantly frozen, his face filled with astonishment as he stared at the demon-hunting boy in front of him. First form, ice tide. Crack! Following the cracks of the ice, Shenyuan Ziye severed Xiang Kai's neck. Clang! Xiang Kai's head fell to the ground. Memories from his life as a human continuously striking his brain. In his previous life, Xiang Kai was a writer with a hobby of playing drums, but he never gained recognition from others. His seniors regarded his writings as nothing but trash, devoid of any value. What you write is just a pile of garbage. Not beautiful at all, not dreamlike. Why not just give up writing? How boring. You should just lock yourself at home and play the drums you like. The cold words of his seniors filled Xiang Kai's mind. In a fit of rage, Xiang Kai killed his senior. In the end, Xiang Kai was turned into a demon by Kibutsuji Muzin. Is what I wrote really a pile of garbage? My blood demon art can't even affect anyone. As his head dissipated, all Xiang Kai had in his eyes was endless regret and unwillingness. Shenyuan Ziye looked at Xiang Kai expressionlessly. He did not have the gentle heart like Tanjirou. He felt no pity for demons. Demons only harm others, so they should be slain. His own parents died at the hands of evil demons, so he could never feel sorry for them. Everyone's fate is different. The experiences you go through as a human may be tragic, but once you become a demon and start preying on others, you should no longer exist in this world. So, hurry up and go to hell, he said coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. Congratulations, you have killed an A-level demon. Your level has risen to 50, and you have learned a new skill, Breath of Ice, 5th form, flowing ceiling of 1,000 miles. A mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Shenyuan Ziye was overjoyed, finally reaching level 50. Shanggu Huizi ran out of the dark room, the long-lost light shining on the girl. Her eyes filled with hope. Who? Huizi? Shanggu Xiong saw that familiar face again, his eyes filled with astonishment and surprise, but the girl's complexion appeared very pale, and her delicate body looked soft and weak. Shanggu Huizi looked at the tall figure, her pupils suddenly constricting, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face, as she used all her strength to run toward Shanggu Xiong. Dad! Shanggu Xiong's eyes welled up with tears as he embraced the girl's frail body, joyfully saying, Huizi, I'm so glad you're okay, Yogata. Dad, I thought I would never see you again. Shanggu Huizi leaned against the man's chest, choked with emotion. Meanwhile, Shenyuan Ziye also walked out of the mansion. Thank you. Thank you. Young man, I really don't know how to thank you. Shanggu Xiong looked at the approaching Shenyuan Ziye with tears in his eyes, shouting excitedly. Shanggu Huizi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded to the young man, saying, Thank you, brother. No need to be polite. This is what the Demon Slayer Corps should do. Shenyuan Ziye similit kaimli. Ga. How? Shenyuan Ziye successfully completed the mission, and the Demon Slayer Corps level was upgraded to level X. Gaga. The crow flew down from the sky and landed on Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder, shouting loudly. This scene startled the two people beside him, leaving them momentarily stunned. Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly explained, There's no need to be afraid. This is the crow we use for communication in our Demon Slayer Corps. With a thud, the crow flapped its wings and flew to Kamiga's side, chattering, Extend your hand. Extend your hand. Kamig looked at the crow with confusion and then extended her two delicate little hands. The crow cawed once, and from its beak, it spat out a purple sachet engraved with a wisteria flower pattern, landing right in the palm of Kamiga's hand. She was startled, and her little face was filled with confusion as she instinctively exclaimed, Ah, what are you doing? This is a wisteria flower sachet, something that frightens demons. As a rare blood type, you need to carry it with you at all times. At all times. Caw-caw, the crow explained. Huizi, just keep it with you. The wisteria can protect you from demon harassment, Shenyuan Ziye said with a smile, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Kamig obediently nodded. Mr. Kamig. Huizi, it's goodbye for now. Thank you so much, young man, you must live well. Thank you, brother, Kamig said with tears in her eyes, excitedly. After bidding farewell to the two, Shenyuan Ziye gasped for breath, thinking that he could finally find a place to rest. Although Xiang Kai's strength wasn't very strong, his blood demon art was still quite annoying. This battle had consumed a lot of his stamina. So hungry, so tired, so sleepy. Shenyuan Ziye mumbled dejectedly. Just as he was about to leave, a chill suddenly came from behind him. Killing intent? Shenyuan Ziye quickly became alert. Sensing something was off, he turned around and saw a familiar face. A boy wearing a wild boar headgear, with his upper body bare and exceptionally fair skin. Not the pale of Musin, but a healthy, pure white. I, Inosuke, Ziye, come duel with me. My prey was taken by you, you bastard. Before Shenyuan Ziye could react, Inosuke bellowed, charging at him with knives in hand, resembling a wild boar. Shenyuan Ziye, this has nothing to do with me. In the evening, Chinatown. Shenyuan Ziye and Inosuke are having dinner in an izakaya. The sunset is gradually setting, and inside the room, little stars are already shining. Those are the ambient lights. Inosuke is holding a lobster in one hand and reaching for sushi on the plate with the other, continuously putting it into his mouth. Shenyuan Ziye frowned slightly, but he also understood that Inosuke had grown up in the mountains, so it was reasonable that he didn't know how to use chopsticks. Ah, not cool. I didn't expect you to just join the Demon Slayer Corps and already rank up to level Shin. I'm only at level run. This is really frustrating. Inosuke mumbled with his mouth full of food. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, That's because I'd already started killing demons before I joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Now that you mention it, I feel even more annoyed. Inosuke looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a face full of unwillingness. Then you should eat more, Inosuke. Only when you're full will you have the strength to surpass me, Shenyuan Ziye said jokingly. Crunch, crunch. Inosuke kept chewing with determination and said, I won't let you off just because you treat me to a meal. I will definitely surpass you, huh? Shenyuan Ziye faced Inosuke, giving a helpless smile. Chapter 17 Kana in the dead of night. Shenyuan Ziye lay on the large bed of the inn, quietly contemplating. Nowadays, even when facing demons of the level of Hyuka, he felt no pressure. Moreover, as long as he continued to slay demons, the Demon Slayer manual would help him level up and learn new breathing techniques. Becoming a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps might just be a matter of time. Only by slaying the 12 Kizuki or killing 50 demons could he become a Hashira. What would the next mission be? Forget it, I don't want to think about this. I'd better rest a bit more. I don't want to experience high-intensity work. With that thought, Shenyuan Ziye closed his eyes and quickly fell into a dream. The next morning, a warm ray of sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Shenyuan Ziye's face. Caw, time to get up, time to get up. The sharp voice of the crow echoed throughout the room. Let me sleep a little longer. Shenyuan Ziye mumbled, turning to the other side. The crow flapped its wings, making a pattering sound. Then it opened its beak and shouted loudly, Caw. Shenyuan Ziye, I have a new order to convey. Head to Qianluo Mountain to the north, where there have been reports of missing hunters. They may have been eaten by demons. Caw. The crow's sharp and piercing voice continued to echo in Shenyuan Ziye's ears. No way, I just completed a mission and now I have to go again. Is demon activity so frequent in this era? Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but complain, burying his entire head under the blanket, his tone extremely reluctant. The crow opened its beak and pecked hard at Shenyuan Ziye's head, loudly calling out, Caw. Head to the mission location immediately. Caw. Shenyuan Ziye pulled back the quilt, rubbed his eyes, and helplessly looked at the crow hovering above him. He had no choice but to put on his Demon Slayer Corps uniform, freshen up, pick up his Nicaran blade, and walk out of the room to the outside of the small town. Is Inosuke not coming? Shenyuan Ziye asked the crow. Last night, Shenyuan Ziye had booked an extra room at the inn, so Inosuke was sleeping in another room. The crow shouted loudly, Suchabayashi Inosuke has already gone to the mission site. Caw. This kid is still as full of energy as ever. Shenyuan Ziye shook his head and said with admiration. After leaving Chinatown, he followed the instructions of Kinjia and headed towards Qianluo Mountain in the north. Qianluo Mountain is a mountain range in the north, quite far from Chinatown. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the map, pondered for a moment, and decided to take the train. However, he really couldn't figure out how Inosuke managed to get there. Could it be that he also took the train? That was impossible. He didn't even know what a train looked like. At this moment, Inosuke was running rapidly outside the town, shouting as he ran, heading full speed towards Qianluo Mountain. However, he was unaware that at the speed he was running, it would take at least an hour to reach Qianluo Mountain. In the evening, after Shenyuan Ziye bought the train ticket, he boarded the train alone. This train goes straight to Qianluo Mountain, and according to the trajectory and time calculation, it will take only one day to reach Qianluo Mountain. Shenyuan Ziye held the train ticket tightly and hid the Nicaran blade at his waist inside his clothing as he stepped into a train carriage and casually found a seat to sit down. After all, the city government did not acknowledge the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, so it was better not to let others see weapons like this. At that moment, a girl walked over and sat down beside Shenyuan Ziye. The girl had a pair of pink-purple eyes, an adorable appearance, black hair with bangs, and wore a green butterfly hairpin on her head. Her lips were pink, and she wore a white cloak over a purple pleated skirt. There was a noticeable bulge at her waist, indicating that she had also hidden a Nicaran blade. Kanaho? Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened as he instantly recognized the girl in front of him as Kanaho, the successor of the butterfly Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, from the Demon Slayer Corps. A successor is a member trained personally by the highest-ranking Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, possessing exceptional talent that ordinary people cannot attain. Hello, Shenyuan Ziye greeted Kanaho. Kanaho slightly turned her head towards Shenyuan Ziye. Her delicate and cute cheeks showed no sign of emotion. Then she turned back to look straight ahead. Shin Yoshinoya naturally knew that Kanaho had such a personality. It seemed that she had not yet been enlightened by Tanjirou, which is why she remained silent and reserved. I am Shin Yoshinoya, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. You're also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Shin Yoshinoya asked again. This time, Kanaho's eyes lit up, and she showed him a smile, a very polite smile. Shenyuan Ziye, did you also receive the mission to go to Qianluo Mountain to kill ghosts? Xiang Naihu hesitated for a moment, took a coin out of her pocket, and tossed it into the air. Bang! Xiang Naihu caught the coin, took a closer look, and then smiled faintly and said, yes. Shenyuan Ziye twitched the corner of his mouth, and for a moment, he couldn't say anything. Seeing that Xiang Naihu was so uninteresting, he could only lean back in his chair, close his eyes tightly, and think about taking a nap to regain some strength. Bang! At that moment, a violent roar suddenly came from a nearby carriage, as if something had exploded. What's going on? I heard there's a monster in this area that likes to attack trains and capture people to eat. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh my god, is there really such a monster? Mom, I want to go home. At this time, most people in the carriage could no longer sit still, all looking panicked, but now they couldn't jump off the train, so they could only anxiously stand in place. Bang, bang, bang. The train shook violently, and everyone struggled to stay upright, with some falling to the ground. Shenyuan Ziye was awakened by the sound of a tremor. Trying hard to maintain his balance, gripping the sun-wheel knife at his waist with his left hand, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. At the same time, he noticed that Xiang Naihu was making the same move, her powder-pink eyes flashing with a vigilant light. Everyone, don't panic. The train just has a minor issue. It will be fixed soon. Suddenly, a train attendant rushed in, looking flustered but trying to keep his tone calm. However, before he could finish speaking, the attendant's head flew off, turning into a cloud of blood mist, with bright red blood splattering onto the walls of the surrounding carriage. In an instant, the carriage was filled with a strong smell of blood. The crowd began to scream, especially some women who were so frightened they could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, overwhelming fear filling their hearts, unable to even run away. Or rather, there was nowhere to run. It's so noisy, women's voices are really unpleasant. I want to eat all the women first. A deep, strange voice came from behind the headless train attendant. Shenyuan Ziye and Xiang Naihu also saw the true form of the demon. This demon had the face of a young man, pale as paper, with short black hair. His eyes were crescent-shaped, with eerie green pupils that glimmered ominously. He had a robust physique, with bulging veins on his arms. Was this another demon that had not appeared in the original work? Shenyuan Ziye carefully observed the demon before him, feeling puzzled. In the next moment, he activated the eye of Xianbing, and a faint blue light radiated from his eyes. Emanating Ashirinyoha. At the same time, the demon's body became translucent, revealing flowing blood vessels and an ominous aura that was clearly visible. Xiang Naihu felt the cold aura around her and inadvertently glanced at Shenyuan Ziye, seeing his stunning blue pupils and her tense, delicate face immediately showed a look of surprise. Chapter 18. The aspirations of the demon knight. Shenyuan Ziye did not notice Xiang Naihu's abnormality. His gaze was still fixed on the ghost in front of him, softly murmuring, "This ghost has already eaten many people. There are quite a few people today." It seems that Ling Yuko's words were not wrong. The ghost mockingly scanned the people in the carriage, licking its lips, and said. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes flickered with blue light as he drew the Nichiren blade from his waist and said seriously, "I will fulfill my duty to protect the people here." Beside him, Kanao was also inspired by his words, gripping her Nichiren blade tightly, her lips pressed together as she gazed ahead. It's a demon slayer." The demon's gaze shifted to Shenyuan Ziye, suddenly becoming excited, its green pupils glimmering with a ghostly light, its whole body trembling uncontrollably. Strange memories kept crashing into the young man's mind. "Knight, let me see if you can reach the position of the 12 Kizuki," said the man in a suit with a white hat, his crimson pupils watching the demonizing youth with great interest. The once frail and thin young man suddenly had bulging veins, becoming robust, his face growing paler, his pupils tinged with green, and fangs sprouting from his mouth. The young man instinctively knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "My lord, I will definitely reach the position of the 12 Kizuki." "Then go do it. Consume more people, and break through your limits," Muzin said, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, his voice chillingly cold, yet carrying a hint of authority. Inside the carriage, the demon named Night erupted with energy, crackling with electricity all over. His eyes filled with disdain as he pointed at Shenyuan Ziye and said harshly, "Remember this. My name is Icicle, and I will soon become one of the 12 Kizuki." This was his first encounter with a demon slayer, and he was exceptionally excited. 12 Kizuki? Shenyuan Ziye's heart jolted. There were no numbers in this demon's eyes. But through the observation of his Xianbing eye, he could tell that this demon had indeed consumed many people. Shenyuan Ziye's figure darted out like a bolt of lightning. exhaling a breath that resembled icy mist. Ice breath, first form, ice tide. Bang! Guei stretched out his arm, forcefully blocking the blue Nichiren blade, with electric sparks flickering around him. So strong. Shenyuan Ziye was shocked. The physical strength of this demon exceeded his imagination. Although he hadn't used his full power and was merely testing with the first form, Guei's physical strength had already surpassed all the demons he had encountered so far. Shenyuan Ziye adjusted his body, drew the sunwheel blade, and took a few steps back, loudly shouting, "Everyone, retreat to the back carriage." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly ran back, and in an instant, the entire carriage was emptied, leaving only Xiang Naihu and Shenyuan Ziye. Unpleasant, very unpleasant. However, after consuming you, I believe my strength will greatly increase. Guei first spoke angrily, then looked at the two in front of him with disdain. It's a breathing style I've never seen before. Xiang Naihu looked at Shenyuan Ziye with curiosity in her eyes. In the next moment, a fragrant breath escaped from Xiang Naihu's lips. Breath of flowers, second form, Yue Yingmei. Xiang Naihu drew the sunwheel blade, its pink blade particularly eye-catching, and launched a curved slash, resembling the petals of a plum blossom, sweeping toward Guei's body. Boom! Guei stepped back, swinging his fist with one hand, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning to block Xiang Naihu's slash. A demon that can use lightning. Shenyuan Ziye analyzed the scene in his mind. Icicle. Yellow electricity swirling around his arms, and with a swing of his fists, 2 bolts of lightning swept out towards Xiang Naihu's direction. Let's deal with you first, woman. Shenyuan Ziye's pupils suddenly shrank, sensing danger, and quickly drew his sword. Ice breath, 5th form, flowing seal for 1,000 miles. Hiss! A thick ice wall rose in front of Kanaihu, colliding with the 2 bolts of lightning, producing a piercing sound. This was Shenyuan Ziye's only defensive skill. Flowing seal for 1,000 miles, capable of raising an ice wall to block attacks. Kanaihu's pretty face changed, and she swiftly retreated towards Shenyuan Ziye with nimble steps. "Are you okay?" Shenyuan Ziye asked with concern. Kanaihu patted her chest, gave Shenyuan Ziye a faint smile, and expressed her gratitude. Shenyuan Ziye held the knife with both hands and said seriously, "Kaneo, let's kill it together. When encountering a demon, just cut off its neck." Kaneo whispered, swinging the Nichiren blade again, her steps light as she rushed towards the demon in the night. Kaneo's movements were swift. Evidently, her physical fitness was exceptionally high, likely the result of long-term training. Blood demon art, thunderstorm. The demon in the night crossed its fists, sparks flashing, and with a flick of its hand, a bolt of lightning struck, blowing apart the seats in the carriage. Bang, bang, bang. Kaneo dodged the bolts of lightning, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, continuously hacking at the demon, but she could never reach its neck. "Still, can't reach it?" Kaneo murmured to herself. This was the first time she encountered such a difficult demon to kill. The demon in the night laughed raucously, gathering a ball of lightning in its palm and suddenly blasting it towards Kaneo. The latter reacted quickly, leaping into the air, as the ball of lightning struck the ground with a violent roar. Boom! Kaneo was forced to retreat in a straight line and on her white cloak. There were faint scorch marks from the lightning. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Just with you. You think you can cut off my neck? I'm about to step into the 12 Kizuki. The demon in the night kicked off with its feet, fangs growing out, its body covered in lightning, shaking the entire carriage. Rumbling, the demon radiated a powerful force of lightning, its green eyes shining brightly. Even the surrounding air trembled. In the demon's eyes, it saw a familiar old acquaintance. Bastard, as a member of the 12 Kizuki, Lower Moon 4. You actually eat such unnutritious things. The demon in the night glared angrily at the girl, its pair of green eyes emitting a sinister glow, while also filled with deep confusion. The girl had white hair, horns on her head, purple pupils, blood-red whites, and the character's lower 4 etched inside her left eye. The girl was a demon, a member of the 12 Kizuki, Lower Moon 4, and her name was Zero Yuko. At that moment, Zero Yuko was holding the head of a middle-aged man, slowly gnawing at it, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. Gulp! Zero Yuko swallowed her food and said softly, "What do you understand? There are only hunters here. I can only eat their flesh as long as I can eat." Zero Yuko's voice was very soft, like a mosquito's buzz. As a member of the 12 Kizuki, she should be out hunting those young humans, as they are rich in nutrients. The demon in the night could not understand Zero Yuko's behavior and shouted angrily. Zero Yuko shook her head, panic on her face, and said fearfully, Outside. There are demon hunters. They will kill us. The demon in the night stood stunned, its pupils filled with astonishment. It could not tolerate that a lower moon demon from the 12 Kizuki was so cowardly. In the demon's impression, the 12 Kizuki were the 12 direct subordinates of the progenitor of demons, Muzan, possessing absolute power and undoubtedly the strongest existence besides Muzan. The demon in the night had always worked hard for this goal. Just wait. I will definitely become a member of the 12 Kizuki. Let me tell you how to do it. The demon in the night clenched its fists, its body flickering with faint electric light, and a ghostly glow shone in its green eyes. Chapter 19. The fierce battle with the demon in the night. Zero Yuko was quite puzzled by the demon in the night's actions. She looked at it with fear and murmured, "There's nothing good about becoming a member of the 12 Kizuki. You can still be killed. Among the demon hunters, there are Hashira, and we can't fight them at all." At that moment, Zero Yuko was curled up on the ground, her white hair covering her pupils. Her eyes filled with extreme panic. Zero Yuko, you. The demon in the night was momentarily speechless, its anger completely fading, and the look it gave Zero Yuko softened considerably. The demon in the night stared blankly, carefully observing Zero Yuko's eyes, which reflected true fear, as if she had personally experienced something terrible. "Have you seen the Hashira among the demon hunters?" the demon in the night asked. Zero Yuko's pupils went blank, cold sweat running down her face, and she nodded gently, her voice trembling. "That man with yellow hair and big eyes, when I see him, I have to run. I can't fight him at all. I almost got my neck cut off." Zero Yuko, Lord Muzan granted us such powerful abilities. Not for you to run away when you see demon hunters. The demon in the night couldn't help but shout. "Then you go. The train to this mountain has many people every day. As long as you eat people wantonly, you will attract demon hunters." Zero Yuko's whole body trembled as she spoke to the demon in the night. The demon in the night narrowed its eyes, silently clenched its fists. Having made up its mind that once it had eaten enough humans and strengthened its powers, it would apply to Muzan to become a member of the 12 Kizuki. It is said the nutrition of demon hunters is also quite good. It's a pity that you are not Hashira. The nutrition of Hashira is too rich. The demon in the night faced Shenyuan Ziye and the others, licking its lips and sneered. Shenyuan Ziye shook his head indifferently and said coldly, "If it were the pillar's words, could you still leisurely talk here? I really want to know just how strong the pillar among the demon hunters is." Guiye's lips curled into a sickly smile. "Breath of ice, second form, dance of the ice river." Shenyuan Ziye did not respond. He narrowed his eyes and swiftly drew his blade to strike at Guy. Whoosh! The blade, formed from flowing water, swept across Guy's arm. The sharp edge cutting through flesh made a sizzling sound of friction, and Guy clenched his fist tightly, surrounded by swirling lightning. With a loud bang, Guy hit through a punch, accompanied by thunder, shattering the water-like blade completely, and a large pit was instantly smashed into the ground. Breath of flower, fourth form, red flower garment. In front of Shenyuan Ziye, a graceful figure flashed by. It was Kanaihu. Whoosh! The pink blade struck upwards with 2 consecutive slashes, injuring Guy's arm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the sudden attack caught Guy off guard, causing him to quickly retreat a few steps. The cut on his arm healed back to normal in just a few breaths. "Not bad, but the force is a bit lacking," Guy said with interest, looking at Kanaihu with a cold smile. Kanaihu slightly bent her body, tightly gripping the sunwheel blade, her gaze focused, intently staring at Guy's neck, as if contemplating something. Guy casually waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the train wall. A hint of disdain appeared on his face as he sneered. "Girl, you seem very eager to cut off my head. Next strike, I'll take off your neck. Let's see if you have that ability," Kanaihu said softly, as the pink sunwheel blade was drawn again, rushing towards Guy. Guy smirked dismissively, his fists smashing into the ground, releasing a massive surge of energy. Blood demon technique, electric nest. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck towards Kanaihu, and in an instant, the entire carriage was filled with deafening sounds of thunder. Kanaihu dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding the lightning each time, her agility even impressing Shenyuan Ziye behind her. Guy was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly adjusted his stance, his feet firm as he leaped out. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Guy swung his fists, and wherever his fists passed, electric sparks flickered around. Shenyuan Ziye sensed something was off. His body moved violently, and he quickly drew his blade. Breath of ice, third form, fury of the icefall. Everywhere he passed, a layer of frost was left behind. Swish! Shenyuan Ziye breathed out a breath like ice fog, extremely cold. In an instant, Guy's feet were frozen, and he stood still, his face surprised, with his green pupils looking down at his feet. Kaneo now. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes lit up, loudly reminding her. Hearing the voice, Kaneo quickly quickened her pace. Gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, her light purple eyes fixed intently on Guy's neck. Immediately, Kaneo's pink lips exhaled a floral scent. Breath of flowers, second form, Mekon plum. Whoosh! Kaneo continuously slashed with arc-shaped strikes, resembling plum blossom petals, instantly severing Guy's arms. His arms flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Guy, in shock, stared incredulously at the girl before him, desperately trying to break free from the ice beneath his feet, but the ice was as unyielding as cast iron. Not budging an inch, Kaneo turned her arm, pointing the blade at Guy, ready to deliver the next strike to sever his head. How could I be defeated by these two little girls? I am destined to become the strongest. Guy growled softly, pushing off with his feet, and with a bang, the ice beneath him shattered. At that moment, due to her speed, Kaneo was unable to retract her Nichiren blade in time and could only bravely swing it upward. Guy suddenly threw a punch, accompanied by lightning, striking Kaneo's pink Nichiren blade. The intense impact caused Kaneo to lose her balance, and the Nichiren blade flew out of her hand. Seeing this, Guy quickly stepped forward, a sneer on his lips, his fist just an inch away from Kaneo's cheek. Breath of ice, second form, dance of the glacier. Whoosh! Shenyuan Ziye's pupils suddenly constricted. He reacted extremely quickly, using all his strength to break through his limits and flash in front of Gu Yi at the fastest speed, unleashing the second form. The blue sunwheel knife sliced through Gu Yi's fist, and along with the thunderous wind of the punch, it still swept across Xiang Naihu's cheek. Xiang Naihu's eyes widened in shock, her delicate face lost color, and her bangs were blown up. Her delicate body was momentarily paralyzed by the electric light, collapsing to the ground, unable to move for a moment. Shenyuan Ziye held up Xiang Naihu's jade-like arms with both hands and quickly retreated backwards. He supported Xiang Naihu's soft body, and since they were very close, a floral fragrance wafted into his nose. Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened as he felt the warm and soft jade in his arms. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" Thank you, Kanaiha replied, trying to steady herself with Shenyuan Ziye's support. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke delicately. As members of the Demon Slayer Corps, we should help each other. There's no need for thanks. Shenyuan Ziye smiled warmly. Guy swung his right hand, and the wound that had just been struck by the Nichiren blade began to heal gradually. He shouted sternly, "I won't give you a chance to rest." After saying that, Guy smashed his fists into the ground, once again using Blood Demon Art. Chapter 20. My name is Sheni Blood Demon Art, Thundernest. Boom! In an instant, the entire carriage began to shake, and a disturbing rumble echoed around. At this moment, Guy's whole body flickered with lightning, gathering at a single point, with a large pit forming beneath his feet as he concentrated the thunder. This is bad. Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. He knew very well that Guy was currently gathering a powerful attack, and if he let it out, he and Kanaihu would probably be unable to withstand it. Shenyuan Ziye gave Xiang Naihu a glance, slightly shaking his head, signaling her not to act rashly. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath of icy mist. Ice breath, fourth form, gathering of ice. The deep blue sun wheel blade manifested with a cold brilliance. The blade seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, emanating a faint chill. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze was fixed firmly on Ginya, and the sun wheel blade in his hand was swung rapidly. This technique, fourth form, could imbue the sun wheel blade with a chilling aura. Wherever it struck, the wound would experience a small, yet brief, freeze, preventing regeneration. Overall, its effect was similar to that of the Heck, but ice could never match the sun. What demons feared most was always the sun. Ginya remained unfazed, his face showing indifference, as he gathered lightning in his fists and punched forward. Breath of flowers, fourth form, red flower garment. A familiar silhouette floated past Shenyuan Ziye's eyes. Swish! Two arc-shaped slashes forcefully blocked Ginya's lightning. However, Kanahu's entire body was also briefly paralyzed, causing her to kneel to the side. Shenyuan Ziye watched this scene and frowned slightly, but his steps did not stop, just one step away from Gu Yi. Whoosh! Breath of ice first form, ice tide. The chilling aura that came rushing towards him made Gu Yi shudder all over. Relying on his excellent reflexes, he suddenly retreated, but both of his arms were severed, blood splattering everywhere. This level of injury, I will recover from it soon. A disdainful cold smile appeared on Gu Yi's face. He did not believe that Shenyuan Ziye could sever his neck. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the injured Xiang Naihu beside him, a hint of anger appearing on his face as he coldly said, "Is that so? That's enough. Hurry up and go to hell." In the next moment, he swung the sun wheel blade. Breath of ice, second form, dance of the glacier. It's impossible. Why isn't he regenerating? Guei looked at his arms in shock, his throat twitching slightly, yet he thought, I can still. Guei's body was instantly covered in numerous bolts of yellow lightning, swirling around and forming a defense. Shenyuan Ziye did not hesitate at all, but when his sun wheel blade touched the lightning, his wrist trembled violently, and a strong sense of paralysis filled his entire body. Shenyuan Ziye gritted his teeth, using all his strength to grip the hilt of the knife, enduring the intense numbness as he swung the blade. Guei was stunned, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, his green eyes filled with fear and confusion. Is he trying to kill himself? Guei murmured to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Am I really going to be killed by this ghost hunter? No, that's impossible. I am meant to become the strongest. Ghost, right? As Guei spoke, his voice gradually wavered, beginning to falter. Crack! In the depths of the night, Shenyuan Ziye's eyes flashed with brilliance as he swung the deep blue sunwheel knife, slicing through Guei's neck. Thud! Guei's head rolled to the ground. Just as the head dissipated, Guei finally recalled his experiences as a human. That's right, my name isn't Guei, it's Shang Sunyi. I am a son of Shang Senzuka from the Qianlu Martial Arts Hall in Tokyo. Father, I can inherit the Qianlu dojo too. Why did you? There's no need to say more. With your current body, you cannot inherit my legacy, even though you are my eldest son. Father, please give me another chance. I can definitely surpass. There is no chance left, Yi. You are already 20 years old, and your younger brother, Shang Yan, has surpassed you in every aspect. He is more suited to inherit my dojo. Just support Shang Yan well. 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 The cold and harsh words kept crashing into my mind, filling my heart with anger and resentment. My father was unwilling to entrust the martial arts legacy to me simply because I was ill. When I was a child, due to my parents' negligence, I fell seriously ill. Ever since, whenever there was thunder or rain, my limbs would suffer excruciating pain, and, at times, I would even hallucinate. Because of this illness, my physical condition was inferior to that of ordinary people. No matter how hard I tried, I could never reach the physical capabilities that others possessed. From then on, whispers circulated around me, mostly from my peers at the dojo. Some pitied me, while others mocked me. A very dramatic scene was that my brother and I were two extremes. My brother's name is Shang Sun Shengyan. He won the Tokyo Martial Arts Competition Championship for 2 consecutive years, becoming the object of admiration for all martial artists. I truly admired him from the bottom of my heart and always regarded him as my target, hoping to surpass him. But reality cruelly slapped me in the face. No matter how hard I tried, I could not surpass my brother, and the gap between us only grew larger. Brother, just rest well. Don't worry about the dojo. I will manage it well in the future. Shang Sun Sheng Yin smiled at me, his tone as calm as ever. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. But to me, that was a cold sneer, a mockery. I cannot accept it. As the eldest son of the Shangsen family, why couldn't I inherit the dojo? Thinking of this made me extremely angry, and I shouted, Shang Yin, what do you mean? Are you mocking me too? No. Why would I mock you? You're just a talentless fool who keeps pursuing martial arts. Accept reality. Shang Sun Sheng Yin said coldly, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I will run the dojo well. Right now, you can't do anything. Sheng Yan, I was suddenly filled with rage and shouted at him. Upon seeing this scene, the smile on Shang Sun Sheng Yan's face disappeared, replaced by indifference. His voice became unusually sharp. Brother, you're already half a useless person. Just lie in bed and quietly wait for the day your life ends. Do you understand how much pressure I have to bear as your brother? Because you are a useless person, it affects our competition with other martial arts halls. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Sheng Yan's words continuously stimulated my heart. I had never thought that I would bring negative effects to the dojo. I had always been trying hard, just wanting to become stronger so that everyone would respect me. But reality remained cruel, until I met that man, who gave me a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The man was dressed in a black suit and wore a white hat. In the moonlight, I couldn't see his face clearly, only feeling a chilling aura. It felt as if I were in hell. As a human, I didn't want to experience that feeling again. as if all my pores were trembling and resisting. Just as I was about to leave, the man suddenly called out to me, "Do you desire power?" Chapter 21, Journey to Qianluo Mountain. The man's voice was cold, like a demon from hell. "See, can you help me?" Although the man's aura felt very ominous, I mustered the courage to ask about my desire for power. The man raised his head, and under the bright moonlight, I saw his face clearly. He was handsome, but his complexion was extremely pale, with plum-red eyes like a cat walking in the dark. His expression was somewhat sinister as he stared at me, truly resembling a demon. Later, I learned that he was a demon, and the ancestor of demons, Kabutsuji Musen. Musen let out a cold snort and said, "You are very obsessed with becoming stronger." "Yes, as long as it allows me to escape from illness, gain power, and pursue the peak of martial arts, I am willing to do anything." I felt the pressure from that being up close, instinctively half-kneeling, my head bowed low. Musen revealed a sinister smile and said, "As long as you become a demon, you can have a perfect body and endless years to pursue your so-called martial arts." Upon hearing his words, my face stiffened, standing there in a daze. Musen extended a finger, and a long claw suddenly sprouted from the tip, piercing into my forehead before I could react. Ah! As blood seeped in, the intense pain stimulated my entire body, as if every cell was feeling that pain. I never wanted to experience that again. Subsequently, my body underwent a tremendous transformation. Growing fangs, and my pupils turned into a ghostly blue, while I gained a strong and powerful physique. Let me see to what extent you can reach." "Can you reach the 12 Kizuki?" Musen's voice echoed in my ears as his figure faded into the moonlight. After that, I developed a desire to consume humans. Unable to restrain myself, after Shang Yin provoked me again, I killed my brother and consumed him. Later, I left the Shangsen dojo. After becoming a demon, my life changed drastically. I wanted to become the best among demons, perhaps due to vanity or the tragic experiences of my human life. I became extremely sensitive. When I learned that consuming humans could make me stronger, I became uncontrollable, but in the end, I still failed. I never expected to die so easily at the hands of a demon hunter. It turned out that Zenitsu Agatsuma was right. Shenyuan Ziye watched as the ghost gradually dissipated, letting out a long sigh. The train car was in disarray by the time the train stopped. Everyone had already disembarked and fled. Xiang Naihu clutched her injured left shoulder and slowly walked towards Shenyuan Ziye. "Congratulations, you have killed an A-level ghost. Your level has increased to 55, and your physical abilities have improved by 50. The voice of the ghost hunting manual echoed in his mind. "Physical enhancement?" Shenyuan Ziye wondered internally. "What is that?" "Physical enhancement will improve your physical qualities relative to your strength, and your reaction abilities will also become stronger." The ghost hunting manual responded. Shenyuan Ziye nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this system could actually enhance his physical abilities. "Are you okay?" Xiang Nai walked up to Shenyuan Ziye, her delicate face showing concern as she quietly asked. Xiang Nai, who actually spoke up on her own. Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened, and he stood up, breathing rapidly, gasping, "I'm fine, just a bit numb." "How about you? Did you get a penetrating injury on your shoulder?" "My left shoulder got grazed by lightning and bled a little, but it's nothing serious." "I'm so glad you're okay. The train has stopped. Let's get off together." "Are you really okay?" Xiang Nai looked at Shenyuan Ziye with suspicion. At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye, wearing a light blue demon slayer uniform, had burn marks on the edges and corners. His black hair looked a bit messy, and his face appeared slightly pale. Shenyuan Ziye smiled at Xiang Naihu and said, "It's okay, just take a break." As they spoke, the two supported each other and gradually walked off the train. The train had already stopped on the tracks, and according to the conductor waiting nearby, someone would come to repair it soon. However, one of the carriages was in quite a tragic condition. In the carriage where Shenyuan Ziye and Xiang Naihu were, no one was harmed. However, in that section of the carriage, there were bodies everywhere, severed limbs and broken arms. Not a single complete corpse, and blood stained the area red. After Shenyuan Ziye learned of this, he could only mourn for the deceased. He understood that only by killing Musen could everything come to an end. This was not the time to be sad. There were more important things waiting for them to do. Shenyuan Ziye looked around. The area was surrounded by mountains and endless dense forests. He asked the train attendant, "How far is it to Qianluo Mountain?" "Not far, sir. Just cross this dense forest, and you'll reach the foot of Qianluo Mountain," the attendant replied, a bit stunned. He pointed towards the dense forest ahead, still seemingly shaken from the earlier incident, his voice trembling slightly. Shenyuan Ziye and Xiang Naihu exchanged a glance and moved in the direction of Qianluo Mountain. "I wasn't wrong. The ghost hunter is dead. And he actually died at the hands of a child. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, Ling Yuko was hiding in a cave, gnawing on a bloody arm. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she muttered to herself. That ghost hunter won't come here, right? He won't come to kill me, right? Little master. There's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. It doesn't matter. As long as it's not a Hashira, it's fine. I don't want to become a demon. I just want to fill my stomach. As long as it's not a Hashira, it's fine. As long as it's not a Hashira, it's fine. Ling Yuko kept comforting herself, her voice revealing fear, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. After a long time, her racing heart gradually calmed down. Shenyuan Ziye and Xiangnai, who were walking in the dense forest. It was now morning, and the hot sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow. Xiangnai, who? Should we take a break? Shenyuan Ziye suddenly stopped and asked Xiangnai, who beside her. Although there were ghosts in this forest, they had hidden away, so it was the safest time now. Shenyuan Ziye also took this into consideration, thinking to rest for a while to recover from injuries and regain strength. After all, the two had been walking for several hours continuously. Okay, Kaneo responded softly. The two leaned against a large tree, placing the Nichiren blade on the ground. Why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shenyuan Ziye asked suddenly, taking a breath. Kaneo was taken aback for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Shenyuan Ziye similit fainti, thinking that Kanaihu was putting in so much effort against the evil spirits for some important reason to choose to join the Demon Slayer Corps. No, I'm just here to complete the mission. There can be no mistakes, Kanaihu replied calmly, her tone exceptionally firm. Huh, did I misunderstand? Shenyuan Ziye said with an awkward smile. Kanaihu seemed unconcerned and politely smiled back at Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye spoke calmly, and then added, but there might be other reasons, right? As the words fell, Xiangnai looked at Shenyuan Ziye, her pink-purple eyes shining with a hint of doubt. Chapter 22, The Fourth Quarter Moon. Shenyuan Ziye continued. I think Kanaihu doesn't want to talk to others, probably for this reason. Without any instructions. It all depends on this decision. Only if it lands on heads will she speak to others. Kanaihu smiled and revealed a coin from her palm, placing it in front of Shenyuan Ziye. The latter shook his head with a smile and said, why not decide according to your own heart? No matter what, everything is inconsequential. Kanaihu's eyes curved into a crescent shape, just like a crescent moon. Shenyuan Ziye, isn't Kanai talking with me right now? Kanai was taken aback. We should all follow the guidance of our hearts and live as we wish, not for anyone else. Shenyuan Ziye's face was beaming with a smile, and his tone was as calm as water. Kanai blinked her pinkish-purple eyes, looking at the boy in front of her who was radiating a warm smile. Feeling quite moved inside. It was past noon, and the sun was blazing in the sky. The dense forest exuded a scorching heat. Shinryuru ran towards Kanaho, shouting as he ran, Kanaho, look at this. He swung the object in his hand. 2 Christian carp were impaled on a blue Nichiren blade. I caught these fish from the stream over there. Pretty good, right? Shinryuru waved the Nichiren blade at Kanaho, grinning. Kanaho smiled as always and asked, what do you plan to do, Yurikuin? Let's grill the fish, how about that? Shinryuru suggested. Kanaho nodded in agreement. Soon, Shinryuru used the flint he carried to quickly start a fire and skewered the 2 Christian carp on a branch to roast. Before long, the fish was cooked, and the aroma wafted through the forest. Kanaho, you should try it. How is it? Shinryu eagerly asked as he watched the fish meat enter Kanaho's cherry blossom pink mouth. Kanaho smiled and replied softly, it's very delicious. Shenyuan Ziye also picked up the grilled fish and started to enjoy it. The tender fish meat kept going into his mouth and feeling the delicious taste. Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but exclaim, it's so tasty. There are no seasonings at all, but it's still so delicious. In this wilderness, having fragrant grilled fish to eat is truly a wonderful thing. Shenyuan Ziye and Xiangnai smoothly passed through the dense forest and finally arrived at the foot of Qianluo Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were several wooden houses surrounded by desolation. Shenyuan Ziye and Xiangnai investigated and found that someone had indeed lived in the house. There were still remnants of food in the pot. The information was correct. The humans who lived here were likely the missing hunters. It was feared that there were ghosts in this mountain. Thinking of this, Shenyuan Ziye quickened his pace. After eliminating the ghost at night, his physical abilities had increased by 50%, which might provide him with great assistance in battle. Xiangnai, is your task also to kill the ghosts in Qianluo Mountain? Shenyuan Ziye suddenly asked. Xiangnai looked at him with a bewildered expression. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and continued. What I mean is that the ghosts of Qianluo Mountain might be very strong, which is why the Demon Slayer Corps sent you here too. Since you are the adopted son of Butterfly Shinobu, Kana did not respond, only smiling at him. Shenyuan Ziye helplessly shook his head. The two set off from the foot of the mountain, heading towards the summit. When they reached the mountainside, Shenyuan Ziye saw a cave and signaled for Kaneo to follow him inside. Kaneo looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a puzzled expression. The latter explained, "It's not dark yet. The ghost won't come out. We have to wait until evening, after the sun sets, before we might encounter any ghosts. I wonder what level the ghosts on Shenyuan Mountain are?" Shenyuan Ziye muttered to himself. "It doesn't matter what kind of ghost it is," Kaneo suddenly spoke up. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback for a moment and smiled, saying, "Kanaihu really doesn't mind at all." Kanaihu's cheeks were still beaming with a smile, but she spoke softly, "As long as we complete the mission, it's enough to cut off the demon's neck. No need to think about anything else. I wish I had Kanaihu's mindset, not having to think about other things, so I could focus wholeheartedly while killing demons." Upon hearing this, Kanaihu smiled and looked at Shenyuan Ziye. "However, I tend to think about a lot during battles." Just as Kanaihu was puzzled by Shenyuan Ziye's words, a sharp female voice suddenly came from behind. "Are you the demon hunters who killed the demon of the night?" The heart of Shenyuan Ziye skipped a beat, and he suddenly turned around to see a terrifying face. It was a young girl with white hair, 2 horns on her forehead, a pale complexion, blood-red scara, and in her purple pupils were engraved the characters. Shenyuan Ziye subconsciously took a step back, protecting Kanaihu behind him, his face still filled with fear. Lower Moon 4. In the original work, Lower Moon 4 did not participate in battles and was directly dismissed by Muzan and Infinite City, but now it appeared right in front of him. The most important thing was that Shenyuan Ziye did not know the abilities of this Lower Moon 4. It turned out to be the 12 Kizuki. Shenyuan Ziye's expression was serious, his voice filled with helplessness. Ling Yuko looked at Shenyuan Ziye's terrified expression and sneered, saying, "So even demon hunters are afraid of demons. Since you've come to my door, I'll just eat you both and hide again. As long as it's not a Hashira, I'll be very safe." This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Do I currently have the strength to fight Lower Moon 1? Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself. Breath of Flowers, 4th form, red flower garment. Whoosh. Kanahui was the first to strike, her pink blade delivering 2 consecutive arc-shaped slashes. Ling Yuko retreated sharply, jumping out of the cave, and her body was only slightly grazed by the blade. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. The sunset had completely set, and night was about to fall. Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the sunwheel blade, exhaling icy mist from his mouth. Ice breath, 1st form, ice tide. Whoosh. The cold breath swept past, and Ling Yuzi leaped back, dodging this strike once again. Her movements seemed very agile. Shenyuan Ziye analyzed silently. Blood Demon Technique Seed Bomb. Ling Yuzi waved her hands, and countless plant seeds suddenly seeped from her palms, shooting towards Shenyuan Ziye. Since Shenyuan Ziye was unaware of Ling Yuzi's specific abilities, he kept dodging the incoming seeds, fearing they would hit him. The plant seeds were not frightening. What was terrifying was not knowing their true power. At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye was exceptionally cautious, dodging while warning. "Kano, be careful of her blood demon technique." Kanahu's delicate face tightened, and she nodded heavily, continuously evading the seeds coming her way. Bang, bang, bang. The plant seeds embedded themselves in the soft soil beneath Shenyuan Ziye and Kanahu's feet, which was just right for plant growth. In the next moment, the seeds in the soil quickly sprouted, growing out of the ground and transforming into countless vines that bound Kanahu's body. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes trembled as he rushed towards the direction of Xiangnaihu. Chapter 23. Fierce Battle with Ling Yuko. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye quickly swung the knife, severing the vines on Xiangnaihu's body one by one. "Thank you," Xiangnaihu said softly, looking warily at Ling Yuko in front of her. Shenyuan Ziye was on high alert, intently watching the plant seeds beneath her feet, while simultaneously analyzing Ling Yuzi's abilities. Plant fruits, rapid growth, huge vines and trees, would release from Naruto. Ling Yuzi's pale face revealed a hint of a smile, and her palm showed several bloody holes. Swish, swish, swish. Countless plant seeds shot rapidly towards Shenyuan Ziye's direction. Shenyuan Ziye and Xiangnaihu continuously slashed, splitting those plant seeds in half. However, several seeds still embedded themselves into the soil. Blood Demon Art, Double Bud Bullet. Ling Yuzi opened her hands, and countless seeds seeped out from her palms. More in number and much faster in shooting speed than before. Since that's the case then, Shenyuan Ziye's heart stirred, and he quickly swung the sunwheel blade. Under the dim sky, a streak of blue light shone. Breath of Ice, 3rd form, Ice Fall's Fury. Swish! In an instant, the plant seeds flying towards them were frozen at that moment. The soil beneath their feet was also covered with a layer of frost. Suddenly, the temperature around them dropped sharply. Xiangnai, who also felt a cold wave, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Though the chill emitted by Shenyuan Ziye was not very strong. Frozen? A hint of shock appeared in Ling Yuzi's eyes, her mouth twitching slightly. It's fine. As long as they thaw, the buds can still grow out, and then I'll tie you up. Bang! At that moment, Shenyuan Ziye waved the sunwheel blade, and all the frozen seeds were instantly crushed into bits, gradually dispersing in the air. How could this be? Ling Yuzi bit her silver teeth, her face trembling slightly. This feeling is like that man. No, this demon hunter is still far from him. As she thought about it, Ling Yuzi's face grew increasingly terrified, and a figure of a man gradually emerged before her eyes. The man appeared to be only in his 20s, with long white hair, his head seemingly smeared with blood. Looking handsome and elegant, with an eerie smile on his face and striking colorful eyes, each pupil engraved with the words Upper Moon and 6. Indeed, the man was the Upper Moon of the 12 Kizuki, Doma, Blood Demon Art, Double Bud Bullet. Ling Yuzi gritted her teeth and activated her Blood Demon Art again, simultaneously shattering that illusion. Shenyuan Ziye shouted to the side. Here comes Kanaho again. Kanaho, quick-witted and agile, faced countless plant seeds. She swiftly swung her knife. Her entire delicate body tensed up, her movements becoming nimble, and a floral fragrance escaped from her lips. Breath of flowers, 5th form, fruitless peony. Swish, 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 swish. All that could be seen was the peach-colored Nichiren blade flashing through numerous afterimages. Kanaho unleashed a series of 9 consecutive strikes, slicing all the incoming plant seeds to pieces. Not a single one falling into the soil. Impressive. Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but admire her, recalling how in the original work, it was Kanaho and Inosuke who defeated Doma, and now her strength was no less remarkable. Zero Yuzi, filled with rage, shouted furiously, Damn it! Damn it! Hurry up and die! Blood Demon Art! Flower of the Demon! Boom! Suddenly, a massive flower petal grew beneath Shenyuan Ziye's feet, wrapping around him so quickly that even he didn't react in time. What is this? Before Shenyuan Ziye, darkness enveloped him, blocking out the light, and a sticky substance adhered to his feet. He couldn't move. Icicle. Kanaho's pretty face showed a hint of panic as she swung her peach-colored Nichiren blade, exerting all her strength to slash at the giant flower petal. But no matter how she struck, she couldn't break through the surface of the petal. Zero Yuzi mocked. Don't waste your effort. You can't save him. So I'll deal with you first. Blood Demon Art, Blood Bomb. As she spoke, several blood holes appeared in Zero Yuzi's palm, and a number of seeds came rushing in again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kanaho displayed her exquisite swordsmanship, slicing them all apart, her face showing impatience, and anger evident in her powdery purple eyes. Shenyuan Ziye's feet quickly exerted force, and the ghost hunting manual enhanced his physical abilities by 50%, while his strength also increased significantly. However, he still couldn't break free from the sticky liquid. Since that was the case, let's freeze it all. Shenyuan Ziye plunged the sunwheel blade into the ground, the tip of the blade penetrating the liquid, and he exhaled a cold breath. Ice breath, 3rd form, Ice Fall Fury. Whoosh! In an instant, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the sticky substance beneath his feet, rapidly spreading outwards, freezing everything around. Shenyuan Ziye lifted his foot from the ice block. Now he needed to think about how to get out of here. The enclosed space made the oxygen thin, and just a few minutes passed before he started to have difficulty breathing. Night had already fallen, and everything around was shrouded in darkness. Kanaho, while resisting the seeds, glanced at the huge petal, her eyes flickering with anxiety. Seeing this, Ling Yuzi's expression changed, and the seeds in his palm shot out faster, laughing wildly. Are you worried about your companion? He has already been melted by the ghost flower I released. Ha ha ha. Breath of the flower, 5th form, fruitless peony. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Swish, 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 swish. Kanaho exhaled a fragrant breath like that of flowers, swinging the Nichiren blade rapidly, stepping forward towards Ling Yuzi. Kanaho understood that only by cutting off Ling Yuzi's neck would the ghost flower disappear. Ling Yuzi's eyes widened, trembling all over, sensing a hint of dangerous aura. Don't come closer, Ling Yuzi urged. The seeds shot out faster and in greater numbers. Swish, swish. Kanaho once again used the 5th form, shattering them all. And in an instant, she flashed in front of Ling Yuzi. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Yuzi's forehead. her face trembling as a pale pink blade flashed before her eyes. Hiss! Blood splattered from Ling Yuzi's neck. Was it too shallow? Kanahui's pink-purple eyes widened as she murmured softly, taking light steps backward. Ling Yuzi clutched her neck wound, shouting in panic. Damn it! How has this girl changed so much? I almost had my neck cut off. If I hadn't been distracted by trapping that guy, how could you have touched my neck? Ling Yuzi choked out, tears welling in her eyes, her previously panicked face gradually turning to anger. Bang! A loud noise came from behind Kanahui. A boy's figure leaped out, accompanied by a chilling aura. Breath of ice, second form, dance of the glacier. The blue Nichiren blade sliced through the night, and a stream of water surged forth. Shenyuan Ziye, after a system enhancement that increased his physical abilities by 50%, became even stronger. He concentrated his breath and executed a beautiful slash, tearing apart the ghost flower. Ling Yuzi, you should go to hell. Under the delighted gaze of Kane, Shenyuan Ziye walked over with the sun wheel blade in hand. Chapter 24. My name is Ling Yuzi. Ling Yuzi stared at the boy approaching him, shaking his head violently, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, saying, Impossible. How could you possibly escape my ghost flower? Shenyuan Ziye did not speak. He felt a heat swelling in his head. His steps paused for a moment before he suddenly charged towards Ling Yuzi's direction, moving with a speed akin to an arrow released from bow. Hurry up and die. Blood demon technique. Ultimate blood bomb. Ling Yuzi shouted furiously, and her body suddenly revealed countless blood holes from which plant seeds shot out. In an instant, a sky full of flying plant seeds rushed towards Shenyuan Ziye. Breath of ice. Fifth form. Flowing seal of 1,000 miles. Shenyuan Ziye paused, exhaling a breath of cold air from his lips, and waved the sunwheel knife with both hands. Immediately, a thick ice wall rose up in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The ice wall created by Shenyuan Ziye blocked countless plant seeds flying towards her. A glint flashed in Ling Yuzi's eyes. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and she murmured through gritted teeth, How could this be? Why can't my buds penetrate his ice wall? Just as Ling Yuzi was deep in thought, the deep blue sun wheel knife had already descended in front of her. I'm going to be beheaded. What should I do? Ling Yuzi's heart screamed helplessly, her pale face filled with fear. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm scared. I don't want to die. The intense fear made Ling Yuzi cry out, but that couldn't change anything. The cold blade sliced across her neck. Ling Yuzi only felt a chill in her throat, and suddenly the scene turned upside down, the world spinning. In her mind, she recalled the man who turned her into a ghost. Everything stemmed from him. My name is Ling Yuzi, born in a remote village where poverty was synonymous with life. My father decided to go out and find work to improve our lives. But after he left, he never returned. The truth was that my father had another woman outside, and her family was wealthy. So he lived a life he had never had before, a dreamlike, carefree existence. My mother, upon learning this, couldn't cope and, in her deep sorrow, hanged herself. As a child, I was all alone, without anyone to rely on, unable to support myself, surviving only by stealing or scavenging leftover food from others. Until one night, I met that man. He had long white hair, a pair of colorful eyes, golden iron fans in his hands, wore a red top, and had a pale face devoid of any color. I later learned he was a demon, a lower moon demon. The man, Doma, approached me licking his lips, wearing a strange smile, his eyes shining. That expression was like the look I would have when I saw food while starving. In the next moment, Doma bit his lip, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he stuck out his tongue to lick the blood, as if tasting it. I was dumbfounded. How could there be such a perverse man? I desperately wanted to escape, but I was equally hungry and couldn't muster any strength. Tears welled in my eyes. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. Even if it meant eating that disgusting food, I wanted to survive. Little sister, you look like you're about to die. Do you need my help? Doma smiled at me, a trace of blood still on the corner of his mouth. His voice was chilling, like the low howl of a demon, sending chills through my entire body. The stench of blood emanating from Doma was overwhelming. Just getting close to him made me feel like I was suffocating. I was terrified and wanted to run, but he held my shoulder. Doma looked at me with a sympathetic gaze and said, Oh dear, I'm very kind. I can't just leave you like this. How about I eat you? That way, you'll be redeemed. I looked at him in terror. In the next moment, Doma tightened his grip on my neck, attempting to snap it. But what he didn't notice was that just as I was about to lose consciousness, a drop of blood from his mouth seeped into my throat. It was his own blood. Boom! In an instant, I tasted a sweet, metallic flavor, and my throat felt a sudden chill that drop of blood colder than ice. Immediately after, my body underwent a tremendous change. My pupils turned blood red, horns sprouted from my head, fangs grew in my mouth, and my face turned as pale as paper. Doma seemed to notice my transformation. He paused for a moment and then released his grip on my neck. "Oh dear, this is unexpected. I was supposed to redeem you. But how did you turn into a demon?" Doma said playfully, his colorful eyes dimming for a moment. "Now that you've become a demon, you're not as tasty." After that, I became a demon and rose to the position of lower moon in the 12 Kizuki. After becoming a demon, human food disgusted me. I began to crave human flesh. I possessed immense power and hunted humans at night. Finally, I wouldn't go hungry anymore, which I thought was a good thing. However, the reality was not that simple. There were demon hunters among humans, specialized in killing demons. I feared the demon hunters, especially the Hashira among them. The Hashira had immense combat strength. I had seen a man with golden hair, and he was truly terrifying, like a flame that would burn everything in proximity to ashes. In the end, I still died at the hands of a demon hunter. Perhaps eating humans was truly wrong, but I couldn't care less. I just wanted to fill my stomach. And becoming a demon was not my choice. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. But do I regret it? I seem to have never regretted it. Because becoming a demon meant I no longer had to live in hunger and cold. Shenyuan Ziye put away the sunwheel blade and turned his gaze behind him. Ling Yuzi's body gradually turned to powder, dissipating with the wind. It was finally over. Shenyuan Ziye let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, feeling a bit dizzy. Kanaihu ran towards him. In this battle, Shenyuan Ziye was not injured but had consumed a lot of energy, and having stayed in the Flower of Demons for too long seemed to have affected his body. The air inside the Flower of Demons was toxic, and Shenyuan Ziye had inhaled a large amount of oxygen, putting him in a state of poisoning. "See, Icicle, how are you?" Kanaihu asked, supporting Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder with a concerned expression. Shenyuan Ziye only felt the world spinning, and with his eyes closed, he fainted. "Gah!" Ga, Shenyuan Ziye, Kanai, and the others broke the Lower Moon 4 together. "That's great." Ga. At some unknown time, a crow suddenly circled in the sky, announcing this good news. "Really? They defeated the Lower Moon. That's great. Well done, Kanai, Shenyuan Ziye. It seems that we can break the 9 pillars pattern of the Demon Slayer Corps." Far away at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Inosuke Ziye wore a smile on his face, his voice filled with joy. Beside Inosuke Ziye stood a beautiful woman in a blue kimono, her stunning face also radiating a joyful smile. Her voice was gentle like a spring breeze. "Yes, Ziye." Now the combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps has become even stronger. She was Inosuke Ziye's wife, Inosuke Amanai. "Amanai, in this life, we will definitely erase the stain of Kibutsuji Musen from our clan." Ziye placed one hand on Amanai's hand and clenched his other fist tightly, his tone resolute. Chapter 25, Meeting Inosuke Ziye. Where is this? Shenyuan Ziye rubbed his neck and looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, feeling a bit confused. At this moment, he was lying on a hospital bed, covered with a clean white quilt, even cleaner than that of an inn. "Congratulations. You have killed the Lower Moon 4 of the 12 Kizuki. Your level has been raised to 62. You have acquired a new skill. Breath of Ice, 6th form, Ice Dragon. The Demon Hunter Manual has unlocked new demons for you to practice your swordsmanship." The familiar mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Shenyuan Ziye smiled faintly and murmured, "I've leveled up again. At this speed, it seems I won't take long to learn all 12 forms." He looked around. It was an ordinary room, with 2 beds set up beside him, resembling a ward specifically for patients to rest. "You're awake?" A clear and pleasant voice rang out. A girl approached, with black hair tied in twin ponytails, blue eyes, a cute face, and wearing a white nursing uniform. Shenyuan Ziye recalled that this girl had appeared in the original work. She was the caretaker at the Butterfly Mansion and Inosuke's future wife. The girl widened her blue eyes, looking up and down at Shenyuan Ziye, and said, "My name is Kanzaki Aoi, and I'm a caretaker at the Demon Slayer Corps Butterfly Mansion. You just have excessive physical exhaustion, and the poison in your body is not deep. It's already been neutralized, so you're temporarily fine." "Thank you. My name is Shenyuan Ziye, and I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Shenyuan Ziye responded with a smile. Kanzaki Aoi glanced coldly at Kamuen Soya and said, "If there are no problems, you could be discharged." "Okay, may I ask how Kana is?" Kamuen Soya suddenly asked. "Her condition is better than yours." She's just a bit tired, Kanzaki Aoi replied after a moment of surprise, her voice softening. That's impressive. She just joined the team not long ago and has already killed a lower moon 12. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and looked at Shunkai Aoi. But the next moment he was stunned. Kanzaki Aoi's beautiful face revealed a trace of melancholy at this moment, and in her eyes there was a hint of envy. Shenyuan Ziye naturally understood why Shun Kingsaki was like this, as Shun Kingsaki was afraid of ghosts. Even though she passed the final selection, she did not dare to hold a knife to kill ghosts, which was related to her previous experiences. Miss Shun Kingsaki, I also want to thank you. Thank you for saving me. Shenyuan Ziye smiled warmly. Kanzaki Aoi's expression slightly tightened as she shook her head. I'm just doing my job. Anyway, thank you. If it weren't for Miss Kanzaki, I might have died from poisoning. Shenyuan Ziye said sincerely, then pushed open the door and walked outside. Kanzaki Aoi was slightly taken aback, deeply moved by the boy's warm words. Oh, Zonya-kun, aren't you going to rest here for a while? Just as he walked out of the hospital room, a gentle and soft voice reached Shinjin Zonya's ears. The tone was so familiar. It was, of course, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinobu Kocho. He turned around to see a girl who appeared to be slightly older than him, with black hair styled in a bun that had purple tips, a pair of purple eyes, a beautiful face, and dressed in the Demon Slayer uniform, with a haori featuring a butterfly wing pattern over it. Hello, Shinobune. Shinjin Zonya greeted her with a smile. A hint of confusion appeared on Shinobu Kocho's beautiful cheeks. Zonya-kun actually knows me? Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, Is there anyone who doesn't know about the Demon Slayer Corps, Insect Hashira? Ziye-kun, you'll soon be a Hashira too. A faint smile appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's face. Huh? Shenyuan Ziye looked at Butterfly Shinobu in confusion. Sister Shinobu, what do you mean by that? Oh, don't you know? As long as you kill a lower moon or slay 50 demons, you could be promoted to Hashira. I see, but the lower moon I killed was with Kanawo, so I'm not yet qualified to be a Hashira. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a beaming smile. Ziye-kun, your standard for yourself are really high. Oh, right, the master wants to talk to you. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Sister Shinobu. I'll go now. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback for a moment, then thanked her and walked away from the Butterfly Mansion towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Butterfly Shinobu watched Shenyuan Ziye's back, a meaningful smile appearing on her beautiful cheek. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, it was a courtyard with a beautiful environment, surrounded by a forest, clearly indicating that the headquarters was set in a remote and hidden location, not in an ordinary urban area. Kanamori Ziye was standing alone in the open room, his almost disfigured face radiating a warm smile, his blind eyes facing forward. Greetings, master. Shenyuan Ziye performed a bow and lowered his head to the man in front of him. Ziye faced Shenyuan Ziye and nodded. You must be Shenyuan Ziye. Ziye's voice was as warm as a spring breeze, making one feel enchanted. Hearing such a pleasant voice, Shenyuan Ziye respectfully replied, Yes, what a pity, in this final selection, you're the only one who passed. The other children were all slain, Ziye said regretfully. Master, in this final selection, there was an ability demon at Fujisaki Mountain, and it was he who killed all the examination team members. Is that so? There's actually an ability demon. The strength of demons is growing stronger, but Ziye, your strength also surprises me. Master, why do you say that? Ziye's smile grew even more pronounced, gently saying, In just over a month, you killed a lower moon and became a Hashira faster than Witcheru. Master flatters me. The lower moon I defeated was done together with Kanawo. It can't be counted as my accomplishment alone. With my current strength, I'm not worthy to be a Hashira. Shenyuan Ziye hurriedly said. He could tell from Ziye's words that Ziye intended to promote him to Hashira level. However, Shenyuan Ziye believed that he was not yet worthy of that title. Is that so? Kanawa is also very impressive, a strong child I admire. But Ziye, your abilities are even greater. Becoming a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps can better inspire the will of the team members. Do you understand? I know you must have an important reason for choosing to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Ziye's words deeply touched Shenyuan Ziye. After a moment, Shenyuan Ziye deeply bowed and calmly said, Master, I will become a Hashira, but not now. It will be after I slay the next lower moon. You are correct. My parents were both killed by demons, and my ultimate goal is to eliminate Kabutsuji Musen. Ziye was stunned for a long time, then smiled faintly, his voice becoming even softer. Then so be it. However, your current rank should be promoted to A class, and also, please attend the Hashira meeting in 3 days. Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened, and he nodded, saying, Thank you for your trust, my lord. The boy's figure gradually disappeared into the courtyard, and Yao Zai took a deep breath, unable to help but exclaim, "What a strong and self-reflective child." The Demon Slayer Corps members are united in spirit. Musen Kibutsuji. I will definitely eradicate you in our generation. 3 days later, according to Yao Zai, the Hashira members have their own independent residences at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. However, Shenyuan Ziye has not officially been promoted to Hashira, so he is temporarily staying at the Butterfly Mansion to recuperate. Today is the day of the Hashira meeting, and Shenyuan Ziye is walking within the Butterfly Mansion. 3 days have passed, and he is now eager to see Kanaihu. "Ah, Zai-kun, have you finished meeting with my lord?" A fragrant breeze passed by, and a familiar figure appeared before Shenyuan Ziye. Her purple eyes sparkled like jewels, her light pink lips, and that beautiful face. Shenyuan Ziye froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "I've met Sister Rin. May I ask where Kaneo is now?" "Ziye-kun, is there something important about finding Kaneo?" Chapter 26. Resuming training, Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback for a moment, then explained, "Sister Shinobu, I just wanted to see how Kanaho is doing." "Oh, Kanaho isn't seriously injured at all, so you don't have to worry," Zai-kun, Butterfly Shinobu said, covering her small mouth with her delicate white hand and chuckling softly. Shenyuan Ziye's mouth twitched as he looked at Butterfly Shinobu's seemingly harmless smile, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "Sister Shinobu, I really want to see Kanai. Please let me see her." After a brief pause, Shenyuan Ziye pleaded again. "All right then, Kanai is currently undergoing rehabilitation training. If you insist on coming, then follow me," Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile, waving her hand at Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye closely followed the steps of Butterfly Shinobu. "I have to say, the Butterfly Mansion is quite large. It took quite a while to make a big loop before arriving at the training room. However, here, Shenyuan Ziye saw a familiar figure again. Inosuke. As soon as Shenyuan Ziye entered the room, he saw Inosuke and Kanzaki Aoi doing rehabilitation training there. The rehabilitation training involved Kanzaki Aoi helping Inosuke stretch his muscles and bones. Kanzaki Aoi sat on Inosuke's butt, and Inosuke's 2 feet had been pulled up to the top of his head by Kanzaki Aoi. "I can't feel anything at all," Inosuke shouted loudly. "My joint flexibility is really strong." "Ahaha," Kanzaki Aoi said in a sulky voice. "Be quiet." Beside her, Kanaho sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, breathing evenly, still wearing that familiar smile. "Oh, Aoi, you're being too rough with Inosuke," Butterfly Shinobu chuckled. Shenyuan Ziye stepped forward and looked at Inosuke, who was lying on the ground, and asked in confusion, "Is Inosuke also injured?" "Ah, it's you, Yuan." Inosuke glanced at Shenyuan Ziye, his voice extremely low and hoarse, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. "I encountered a demon on the way to Senrika Mountain." Shenyuan Ziye hesitated and said, "To injure Inosuke like this, is it a very powerful demon?" "Not really, just a lot of them. I'm a bit tired from all the chopping." "You can get tired too?" Inosuke suddenly shouted, annoyed. "We've been walking for 2 days, plus I haven't eaten. I'm really hungry. Killing demons takes a lot of energy." Keep it down. My bones are going to break." Before he could finish, Kanzaki Aoi gave Inosuke a light smack on the head, angrily saying, "Well, you had to train but chose to run. Who can you blame?" Shenyuan Ziye's eye twitched as he internally complained. Butterfly Shinobu watched the two fight and couldn't help but laugh. She then turned to Shenyuan Ziye, her purple pupils shining as she smiled. "Zai-kun, Kanahu is right over there. Go ahead." Shenyuan Ziye nodded, walked up to Xiang Naihu, sat down beside her, and asked with a concerned tone, "Xiang Naihu, how's your recovery?" Hearing that familiar voice and feeling the warm breath coming towards her, Xiang Naihu shivered slightly. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, and her powder-pink eyes appeared somewhat flustered. She glanced at Shenyuan Ziye beside her and gently nodded. "How are you?" Xiang Naihu asked softly again. "I'm Fina, Xiang Naihu. We killed the Lower Moon 4 and have been promoted to grade members," Shenyuan Ziye said with a smile. Xiang Naihu nodded, seemingly indifferent to this, still smiling as she looked at Shenyuan Ziye. On the side, Inosuke heard this, his forehead breaking out in a sweat, and he complained, "What? You actually killed the Lower Moon? Ah, so frustrating, I didn't get to encounter it." "Inosuke, you should say less," Shenyuan Ziye quietly reminded, looking at Kanazuki Aoi's angry expression. "So, Zai-kun, you also need to do rehabilitation training," Butterfly Shinobu suddenly said softly, her purple eyes looking at Shenyuan Ziye. Feeling a chill down her back, she slowly turned around, showing an awkward expression, and shook her head. "Sister Shinobu, I don't think I need to. My back isn't that good, and I didn't really get injured." "That won't do, Zai-kun. As long as you're a wounded person, it's the same for everyone." Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile, but her smile looked extremely dangerous. Shenyuan Ziye twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Really? It's not necessary." Just as Butterfly Shinobu was stepping forward to take forceful action, a member of IN appeared behind her. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, there is a logistics department known as IN, responsible for post-operation tasks, including the transportation and healing of team members. Shinzaki Aoi, a caregiver at the Butterfly House, is also a member of the IN team. "Lady Butterfly, the Lord has called a Hashira meeting and invites you to attend," said the IN member respectfully, dressed in a black uniform. Butterfly Shinobu smiled slightly and blinked her purple eyes. I almost forgot that today is the day of the Hashira meeting. Please tell the Lord that Butterfly Shinobu will be there shortly." Yes, the member nodded and then turned to Shenyuan Ziye, saying seriously, "Lord Shenyuan, the Lord also invites you to the Hashira meeting." Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Kanao, was taken aback. "Ziyuan seems to be surpassing me. I won't lose to him." Inosuke growled, feeling unconvinced. Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily stunned, then smiled lightly. Icicle has already been recognized by the Lord. This is truly a good thing." Shenyuan Ziye had long anticipated this and remained extremely calm. He nodded to the IN member and said, "Please inform Lord Zhu that I will be there shortly." The IN member hurriedly left the Butterfly House. As a member of the Hidden Squad, their work was quite busy. In some ways, they were busier than the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, as they were responsible for the entire logistics of the Corps. "Sister Shinobu, let us go together." Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the girl beside him, gently touched her clothing, and smiled as he spoke. Butterfly Shinobu nodded with a smile, and then said, "By the way, Icicle, Lord Zhu has recognized you and intends to promote you to a Hashira. So you must work hard." "I will, Sister Shinobu, please rest assured." Shenyuan Ziye nodded heavily. After that, the two of them headed to the courtyard of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Hashira meeting is held every 6 months by the Demon Slayer Corps, and only members at the Hashira level, who are just below the main lord, can participate. Currently, there are 9 Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, and they must first gather in the courtyard. Once confirmed, they will proceed to the meeting room together to discuss recent areas where demons have appeared, as well as to cultivate the next generation of Hashira, the overall discipline of the Demon Slayer Corps, whether their strength is balanced, and the direction of future development. This year's Hashira meeting has an additional Hashira candidate, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps recognized by Ubuyashiki Yoyai, who will also participate. "Mr. Tomioka, you're here so early again." Butterfly Shinobu blinked her beautiful purple eyes and smiled at the young man before her. The man appeared slightly taller than Shenyuan Ziye, with a cold and handsome face, thick black medium-length hair, and blue eyes. He wore a color-blocked Demon Slayer Corps uniform, one side red and the other decorated with alternating blue and yellow patterns, and he had a nicker and blade at his waist. This man was the Water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tomioka Ion, who was also Shenyuan Ziye's recommender. Ion glanced at Butterfly Shinobu and calmly said, "Oh dear, Mr. Tomioka, still so indifferent. You could be a bit more warm-hearted. Otherwise, you might be disliked by everyone," Butterfly Shinobu said gently, frowning slightly. Iyong's tone remained indifferent, but his expression became resolute as he seriously replied, "I am not disliked." Chapter 27. The 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. It seems you are not aware that you are not disliked. I spoke out of turn, my apologies." Butterfly Shinobu was initially taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed. Iyong stood there in a daze, unable to say a word. Shenyuan Ziye also witnessed this scene. To ease the awkwardness, he stepped forward and greeted Zhu Tomioka. "Mr. Tomioka, do you remember me?" Zhu turned his head at the sound, glanced at Shenyuan Ziye, frowned slightly, and said, "Of course I remember you, Shenyuan Ziye. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. It's truly surprising." Although Zhu said this, his expression remained as calm as ever, with his phoenix eyes slightly drooping, giving off a sense of disdain. Shenyuan Ziye was of course aware of Iyong's character and felt no discomfort, smiling as he said, "I still want to thank you for the life-saving grace back then." "No need to mind," Iyong replied, then looked at Shenyuan Ziye, his tone becoming extremely serious. "If you want to express your gratitude, do it through your work. Our mission in the Demon Slayer Corps is to hunt demons, just like that." "I will, Mr. Tenjin," Shenyuan Ziye said, resting his hand on the nicker and blade at his waist and nodding heavily. Suddenly, Shenyuan Ziye felt a wave of intense heat coming from behind him, making him somewhat uncomfortable, as he was a swordsman practicing the breath of ice. And the sudden rise in temperature was particularly sensitive to him. It was a young man with long yellow hair, the edges tinged red, thick black eyebrows, bright and spirited eyes, a broad face with distinct features, dressed in a brown Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a white cloak draped over it, looking full of vitality. This person was Rengoku Kaijiro, the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kyokuro exclaimed loudly. "Joe, Butterfly, long time no see. Have you developed any new poisons?" "Mr. Rengoku, you're as lively as ever," Shinobu Kocho replied with a polite smile. Kaijiro, with a serious expression and fighting spirit, said, "Of course. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps must be full of energy every day, especially us Hashira." He turned his gaze to the young man behind Shinobu and asked, "Hey, who's this boy? A new Hashira?" "Mr. Rengoku, my name is Shenyuan Ziye, and I am currently a Grade A member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Shenyuan Ziye stepped forward and responded. Kaijiro widened his eyes and looked ahead, puzzled. "Shenyuan, Grade A members cannot participate in the Hashira meeting. But at your age, reaching Grade A is already impressive. You must be on your way to becoming a Hashira soon. Keep it up." "Mr. Rengoku, Icicle is a member recognized by Lord Muzan and is allowed to participate in this Hashira meeting," Shinobu quickly explained from the side. "Oh, so that's how it is. I'm sorry, that was really rude of me. Since he is a member recognized by Lord Muzan, then there must be no problem," Kaijiro said loudly, his tone full of apology, his big eyes still looking ahead. Shin Yuzi stared at Kyujiro with his unchanging, wide-open eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It seemed that there weren't many people in the Demon Slayer Corps who could communicate normally. "Oh, what a magnificent thing that is." A magnetic male voice came from the front. It was a man who appeared to be older than Kyujiro, standing nearly 2 meters tall with white hair and handsome features. He wore a metal headpiece on his forehead, resembling a forehead protector from Naruto, adorned with several shining diamonds, and had 2 golden earrings on his left ear. The uniform he wore looked more like a leather jacket, revealing a pair of muscular arms, and he carried a pair of chainswords on his back. This man was none other than the Sound Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjirou Kamado. At the same time, no one noticed a young boy standing in a corner of the courtyard, staring blankly at the sky. The boy appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, with long black hair that turned green at the ends, bangs framing his face, and hollow, expressionless mint green eyes. He wore an oversized uniform that seemed ill-fitting, with a light green Nicaran blade tucked at his waist. This boy was the Mist Hashira, the genius who became a Hashira in just 2 months, Muichiro Takatu. Tenjin showed a disdainful smile, placing his hand on Shinjuruzi's shoulder, and looked at Shinobu Kocho, asking Shinobu, "Is this the boy recognized by the master to attend the Hashira meeting?" "Yes," Shinobu replied, displaying her signature smile. "What abilities does he have to deserve the master's recognition?" Tenjin looked down at Shin Yuzi with a contemptuous tone. Meanwhile, Muichiro calmly said, "It doesn't matter. None of this concerns me anyway. I'll just forget it soon." Shenyuan Ziye felt a pain in his shoulder. He took a step back, trying to break free from Tian Yuan's grip, but found that the strong hand remained motionless, binding his movements. "Mr. Yusui, please let go. Ziye has received permission from the master, and it is not the will of anyone else." Seeing this, Butterfly Shinobu's cheeks slightly stiffened, and her voice became gradually colder. "Hey, Tian Yuan, you should let him go first." A cold voice came from above. It was a young man, half lying on a branch. He had medium-length black hair that flowed like seaweed, his mouth wrapped in bandages, obscuring his face. His left pupil was green, and his right pupil was gold. He wore a black and white striped haori, the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, and a white snake coiled around his neck, giving off an overall dark vibe. This person was the Snake Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Iguro Abanai. Hearing this, Tian Yuan frowned and released his grip. Shenyuan Ziye took a breath, his pupils constricting slightly. He didn't expect the power of the Sound Hashira, Yusui Tian Yuan, to be so great. If they were to face each other head-on, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. Xiaoba jumped down from the tree and said softly, "Although I don't know what methods he used, after all, he is a member recognized by Lord Zhu, and we will know everything once Lord Zhu arrives." "Ah, what a powerful child to have gained Lord Zhu's acknowledgement." "Namu Amiba," a deep voice echoed from the center of the courtyard, and it seemed that no one noticed this person's arrival. The top combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Stone Hashira, Bei Ming Yu Xingming. Bei Ming Yu Xingming stood over 2 meters tall, a monk with a long scar on his forehead, completely blind with only the whites of his eyes visible. He held Buddhist beads in his hands and wore a yellow Demon Slayer Corps robe, which had the words Amiba written on it. "Is that so? A member recognized by Lord Zhu. What is his strength really like?" At the same time, another hoarse voice sounded, as if tearing at the throat while speaking. The young man walked over, with short white hair, standing straight up, looking like it had been frizzed out. He had 3 scars on his face, giving him a rather fierce appearance, and his arms were visibly covered in scars. He wore a black and white Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a bright green Nichiren blade at his waist. This person was the Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi. Chapter 28. Yaozai's evaluation. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. A soft and gentle voice rang out in the courtyard. At that moment, the last Hashira member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, also arrived at the courtyard. Mitsuri had a pure and cute appearance, with a pair of large light green eyes, each with a black mole beneath them. She had 3 long, sakura pink braids, the ends of which were grass green. She wore a brown pleated short skirt uniform, draped with a white cloak, and a pair of green long socks that complemented her hair color. Mitsuri glanced at everyone's expressions and then quickly jogged over, her cheeks flushed and radiating a guilty smile. Ah, is that the new Hashira? What young boy? And he looked so handsome. Mitsuri's gaze then shifted to Shenyuan Ziye in the crowd. Shenyuan Ziye, only 16 years old, had a striking appearance and wore a light blue Demon Slayer uniform with ice pillar patterns at the edges. He carried a deep blue Nichiren blade at his waist. He scanned a room filled with Hashira, feeling as if all their gazes were fixed on him, especially Mitsuri's fiery stare. However, Shenyuan Ziye was indifferent to Mitsuri. His mind was solely focused on slaying demons, and he had no interest in women, as he believed they would hinder his speed in drawing his sword. Hey, Butterfly Shinobu, is this the member recognized by Lord Kagaya, joining us for the Hashira meeting? Kanroji Mitsuri provocatively approached Shenyuan Ziye, eyeing him with a challenging look. Shenyuan Ziye, that's right, it's me, Mr. Undying River. So, you're the new Hashira? I'm really excited. Hurry up and duel with me to see if your strength is up to par. Shimi's expression suddenly became extremely excited, and his voice was still hoarse. Shenyuan Ziye did not speak, but quietly watched Shimi, his palm tightly gripping the sunwheel blade at his waist, exuding a chilling aura of fighting spirit. Shenyuan Ziye understood the character of Bu Sichuan Shimi well, and was unwilling to engage in a war of words with him. The most effective way to make him shut up was to defeat him. Shimi stared at Shenyuan Ziye's determined eyes, feeling the icy breath blowing toward him, and grinned. Interesting. What breathing technique are you using? It's quite comforting. As he spoke, Shimi slowly drew out the Nichiren blade in his hand, which was entirely emerald green. The tsuba was a black 8-pointed star, and the blade was engraved with the 4 large characters Evil Demon Slayer. This was the symbol of the Hashira. Only the members at the Hashira level would have their Nichiren blades engraved with these 4 characters. Shenyuan Ziye frowned and coldly said, "Soon you'll experience the feeling of being ice cold to the bone." Not bad. Your expression is really good. Worth a cut. Shimi sneered, waving the sunwheel knife in his hand. Bushi Chuan, stop. The Lord is about to arrive. Iyong suddenly shouted at Shimi from the side. Shimi glanced coldly at Iyong and disdainfully said, "Tomioka, are you going to stop me? Mr. Bushi Chuan, please don't do this." Ziye-kun is allowed by the Lord to participate in the Hashira meeting, Butterfly Shinobu said anxiously, rushing to explain. Ah, poor child, Mr. Bushi Chuan's strength is not weak. Kanroji Mitsuri said. Is that so? Such a friendly spar. A duel can enhance strength. I support it. Rengoku Kayajuro exclaimed. Jill, what a splendid duel. Bushi Chuan, go all out. Yuzui Tenjin cheered. What shape is that cloud? How to describe it? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Takatu Mwichuru said. He can't possibly defeat Bushi Chuan. Iguro Abanai remarked. Mr. Bushi Chuan looks so cool when he draws his sword. Mitsuri added. The Lord has arrived. Just as the two were in a tense standoff, a youthful voice came from the house in front of the courtyard. It was 2 white-haired children walking toward the courtyard, followed by a young man, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya. Yoya raised his head and looked at everyone in the courtyard, calmly saying, "My dear children, the weather is really nice today. We welcome this semi-annual Hashira meeting, and I'm truly pleased to see so many familiar faces." Yoya's voice remained calm as water, like the wind blowing over a lake, making it incredibly comfortable. Upon seeing Yoya, everyone immediately knelt on one knee, bowing their heads toward the ground. Only Shenyuan Ziye remained standing, merely lowering his head slightly without kneeling. You bastard! Have you gone mad? Shimi shouted at Shenyuan Ziye from the side, his eyes wide with anger, not understanding why Shenyuan Ziye wouldn't kneel. Butterfly Shinobu was also slightly surprised, her mouth agape. Eon looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a puzzled gaze. Ah, poor child. He doesn't know to respect the Lord. It's truly sad. Namu Amida Butsu. Kanroji Mitsuri said. Young man, what are you doing? It's wrong to disrespect the Lord. Rengoku Kayajuro chastised. Such an ill-mannered young man. Not at all splendid. Yuzui Tenjin remarked. What is wrong with this young man? How can he act like this? Takatu Mwichiru questioned. Ah, what's going on? A boy like this isn't cute anymore. Mitsuri commented. What is this boy's situation? Being so disrespectful to the Lord, unforgivable. Iguro Abanai added. Shermi's face grew increasingly ferocious, veins bulging on his forehead. Maintaining his kneeling position while raising his left hand to press down on Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder, gradually applying force, try to make Shenyuan Ziye kneel. Shermi, let go. Yoya stopped Shermi's actions. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Hearing Yoya's commanding tone, Shermi had no choice but to release his grip, though the anger on his face did not fade. Yoya knew the others were confused, and he smiled, saying, It's okay, this is allowed by me. Ziye has extraordinary abilities. He is a 1-in-a-million swordsman. Although he is currently only an A-rank member, he will participate in this meeting with Hashira. Only by uniting can the Demon Slayer Corps defeat Musen Kibutsuji. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide open. Yoya's evaluation of Shenyuan Ziye was extremely high, breaking down the meaning of this sentence. It essentially meant that with Shenyuan Ziye's participation, there would be absolute confidence in defeating Musen Kibutsuji. That is why Yoya allowed Shenyuan Ziye's so-called disrespect. As long as they could defeat Musen, Ubuyashiki Yoya would pay any price, even if it was just these trivial matters. 1 in a million. A genius? Tomioka, Ion questioned. Ziye-kun, you really impress me, Butterfly Shinobu said. To receive such high praise from the Lord. What an impressive young man. I've changed my view. Rengoku Kayajuro exclaimed. What a splendid evaluation. This young man seems to truly be different, Yuzui Tenjin noted. Ah, lucky child, to receive such praise from the Lord. Truly remarkable. Kanroji Mitsuri said. I don't really care, but I envy being recognized by the Lord. Takatu Mwichiru remarked. Ah, such an impressive boy, and he's also very handsome. To be recognized by the Lord. Kanroji Mitsuri exclaimed. What a joke, the Lord actually values him like this. I haven't recognized him yet. Iguro Abanai grumbled. Shermi's veins bulged even more, his fists clenched tightly, muttering to himself. A member who disrespects the Lord is actually called a genius. It's simply absurd. Chapter 29. The duel with Shermi, even Shenyuan Ziye was shocked. He hadn't expected Yoya's evaluation of him to be so high. But in an instant, he thought of something. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye quietly activated his Xianbing eye. A faint blue light quietly surfaced in his pupils, and he could see Yoya's breathing, the flow of blood throughout his body, all coming into view. It was a frail shell, corroded by some curse for many years. At this rate, Ubuyashiki Yoya would not live for many more years. However, aside from that, Shenyuan Ziye also saw something different, a special ability. With this ability, he began to understand. The Ubuyashiki family has had a foresight ability for generations, a power that has accompanied the Ubuyashiki clan for 1,000 years. In the original work, Yoya relied on this superpower to predict the arrival of Musen Kibutsuji and, together with Tamayo's medicine, ultimately eradicated Musen. Could be that in this life, I am the key to eradicating Musen? Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself, but he was just a swordsman who used the ice-breathing technique, which was not fundamentally different from ordinary swordsmen. He was not a successor of the sun-breathing technique, and he had not yet activated the 3-piece set. All of his abilities relied on the Demon Slayer manual system. Could it be the power of his eyes? Upon realizing this, Shenyuan Ziye finally understood something. Although the ice-breathing technique was not as powerful as the sun-breathing, he had awakened the Xianbing eye. In the first realm, he could gain a brief moment of clarity, and in the second realm, he could see through the essence of things. If he were to advance to the third and fourth realms, perhaps he would truly gain some special abilities that could be the key to defeating Musen Kibutsuji. At this moment, Yose faced Shenyuan Ziye and revealed a kind smile. My lord, I cannot understand what outstanding quality this boy has that makes you unconcerned about these matters. Shimi suppressed his inner anger and could not help but speak up. A team member who does not respect my lord is not worthy of being a Hashira. Yose retracted his smile and slowly explained. Shimi, you are right. I apologize for surprising you all. Let me clarify. Shenyuan Ziye's parents were killed by demons. Without any guidance, he created and practiced the ice-breathing technique, slaying many demons. In the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps, he killed a gravity-manipulating demon and passed the assessment alone. Shortly after, just over a month later, he again killed the lower moon 4 of the 12 Kizuki. It is not because his talent and abilities are stronger than all of you present. It is this willpower that amazes me. For Ziye, becoming a Hashira is just a matter of time. I do not care about these details. They are not important. The ultimate will of the Demon Slayer Corps is to eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji. I hope everyone can understand. Yose's words deeply moved everyone. Clearly, the boy named Shenyuan Ziye had limitless potential and was indeed a genius. Tomioka Ju, have you dealt with that demon? Well done. Kocho Shinobu, a gifted boy Icicle, is really impressive. Kanroji Mitsuri, how can it be such a strong child? Really amazing. Namo Amida, but Rengoku Kaijuro, is that so? An original breathing technique, a powerful boy, truly admirable. Yuzui Tenjin, what a splendid background. Given that you killed the 12 Kizuki, I will acknowledge you. Takedo Machiro, is that so? A genius boy, but it has nothing to do with me. Iguro Abanai, how can there be? He's such a strong boy. I don't believe it. Although Shimi felt astonished, he still could not forgive Shenyuan Ziye's disrespect towards Yose, and recalling Shenyuan Ziye's arrogant attitude earlier. He couldn't help but yell, "My lord, please allow me to challenge Shenyuan Ziye. I still cannot accept him." As his voice fell, Yose fell into silence. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Nakahara Shimi. "My lord, I accept Mr. Nakahara's challenge," Shenyuan Ziye said, seeing that Yose was somewhat troubled. Mitsuriya, Mr. Nakahara is so handsome. Zykuin is also great. Shinobu, does Mr. Nakahara resent Zykuin so much? Hamijima Jiomi, it's a good match. A lucky child. Who will win? Rengoku Kaijuro, I agree. A duel from time to time is beneficial for the growth of the team. Yuzui Tenjin, it will definitely be a splendid duel. Nakahara, I have high hopes for you. Iguro Abanai, impossible. He can't possibly defeat Nakahara. Tomioka Ju and Takedo Machiro remained silent. Yose smiled lightly and said in a gentle tone, then, all right, let's consider a spar between Hashira. However, to avoid injuring each other, let's use wooden swords. A spar between Hashira. My lord has already regarded him as a Hashira. Shimi clenched his fists. His face filled with unwillingness and anger, his eyes wide open. A team member who does not respect my lord. I will teach you a good lesson. Soon after, 2 men dressed in brown uniforms rushed toward the courtyard. They were members of the Demon Slayer Corps infiltration. Mr. Nakahara, your sword. Lord Shenyuan, your sword. 2 wooden swords were handed to the 2 of them. Shimi glared fiercely at Shenyuan Ziye and laughed menacingly. Even if it's a wooden sword, I will split you in half. Please make your move. Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the wooden sword, staring intently at the aggressive youth before him. The other 8 Hashira stepped aside to watch the battle with Yose. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Shimi launched the first attack, swiftly moving his body and swinging the wooden sword, creating a shockwave from the ground, moving at incredible speed towards Shenyuan Ziye. The surrounding loose stones were blown up, and dust filled the air. A flash of light appeared in Shenyuan Ziye's eyes as he exhaled a cold breath. Ice breathing, second form, ice river dance. Swish! A layer of frost formed on the surface of the wooden sword, and then he slashed out, resembling a blade made of flowing water, cutting towards a shockwave propelled by the wind. Bang! The water flow made contact with the whirlwind and was instantly shattered. The residual shockwave swept past Shenyuan Ziye's side, and he narrowed his pupils, hurriedly retreating. The corner of his clothing was still cut by the wind wave, tearing away a piece. The speed of the whirlwind shockwave was incredibly fast and as sharp as a sword. If one was not careful, they would be affected. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Shimi's angry voice rang out, a cold smile appearing on his scarred face. Next move, I will definitely take you down. Shimi laughed wildly, then launched another attack without giving Shenyuan Ziye any chance to breathe. Wind breathing, second form, claw the wind. Shimi took a deep breath, exhaling a fierce wind-like aura. In the next moment, he held the sword with both hands and took light steps forward, sending out 4 claw-shaped wind blades that skimmed the ground towards Shenyuan Ziye. Sizzle. The wind blades flew at incredible speed, and ordinary people would not be able to react in time. You must know that the strength of the wind breathing lies in its speed and powerful cutting penetration. Shinobu. Oh dear, Mr. Nakahara's strikes are still so fierce. Rengoku Kaijuro. Putting in full effort is the respect one shows to their opponent. Nakahara has done this. worthy of admiration. Imajima Jiume. Ah. How will this child respond next? I hope he can withstand Nakahara's attack. Yuzui Tenjin. What a magnificent strike. Nakahara's strength is still there. How will Shenyuan the young demon respond? Kanroji Mitsuri. Mr. Nakahara's strikes are so heavy, but he looks so cool when he attacks. Abanai snorted coldly, his unusual eyes reflecting disdain. Shenyuan Ziye closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, pouring into his pupils like flowing water. The blood in his entire body flowed, and the heartbeat was clearly visible, making him appear transparent. This is the ability of the Ice Eyes second realm. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye's steps became light, as three claw-shaped wind blades approached him, seeming to slow down in speed. This is the ability of the Ice Eyes first realm, allowing him to see his opponent's attacks clearly for a short time, akin to a minor transparency of the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shenyuan Ziye's figure flickered, dodging the several blades of wind. He gripped a wooden sword, exhaling a cold breath from his lips. Ice breath, third form, Ice Fall's fury. Shenyuan Ziye's figure floated to Shermi's front, and a cold aura descended, as a wooden sword covered in frost slashed toward Shermi. Shermi was slightly taken aback, his face showing surprise. He didn't expect Shenyuan Ziye to so easily evade those three wind blades. Immediately, Shermi swiftly swung his sword to block, the two wooden swords clashing together, with the frost-covered wooden sword being much harder, forcing Shermi back in an instant. Due to the effect of the third form, the surrounding courtyard trees were coated with a layer of frost, and the nearby ground was covered with a thin sheet of ice. The temperature in the courtyard also dropped sharply. Shermi gritted his teeth. Feeling the cold emanating from his arms, his eyes widened, and a smile of excitement appeared on his face as he growled. Interesting, interesting, your eyes look quite good. In just a moment, he had discovered my ability? Shenyuan Ziye's heart shook, looking at Shermi in disbelief. This man in front of him had a terrifyingly sharp mind. Butterfly Shinobu. Ah, so it turns out that the ice breathing used by Icicle is a bit cold. But I think Mr. Tomioka is more suited for this breathing style. Ju Tomioka, what does it have to do with me? Don't joke. Shenyuan is different from me. Ganao Tsuyuri. Ah, ice breathing. It sounds like a common breathing style, yet it can evade the attacks of the undead river. This Child-S application is quite skilled. Kaijiro Rengoku. Ice breathing, a good breathing style? Just too cold. Shenyuan's movements are very quick. Well done. Tenjin Ziye. He actually elegantly dodged the undead river's attack. Not bad. But the breathing style isn't flashy enough. Michiro Takedo. What breathing style he uses has nothing to do with me. It's not important. I'll forget it soon anyway. Kanroji Mitsuri. Icicle is so handsome. Mr. Undead River is the same. Iguro Abanai. It's just luck. He'll be defeated soon. Shermi gripped the wooden sword tightly, tearing at his throat as he laughed loudly. You guy, I'm going to get serious now. Wind breathing, third form. Clear mountain wind tree. Shermi's speed was extremely fast. In just a breath, he flashed in front of Shenyuan Ziye. The latter's expression changed. His blue-hued eyes suddenly constricted as he quickly retreated, simultaneously gripping his Nichiren blade and swinging it repeatedly. Ice breathing, third form. Variation, ice holy armor. The effect of ice breathing caused the entire area around to freeze momentarily, the cold aura enveloping the entire courtyard. The might of the fierce wind. How could this thin ice withstand it? Shermi mocked coldly. Centering himself, three wind blades were instantly unleashed, sweeping across Shenyuan Ziye's body. Bang, bang, bang. That was the sound of the wind blades cutting through flesh. At the same time, due to the strong tearing effect of the fierce wind, the wooden sword in Shermi's hand also broke. Shermi tossed aside the hilt, confidently turning back, his face radiating an excited smile. Shermi believed that this strike, while not enough to disembowel Shenyuan Ziye, would be sufficient to injure him, which was enough to consider him defeated and to dampen his spirit. However, what Shermi saw was a different scene, his eyes filled with shock. Shenyuan Ziye turned around, his body covered by a layer of armor made of ice, tightly adhering to his form. Crack, crack, crack. Bang. The ice armor was affected by the wind blades, slowly shattering and finally turning into ice shards, dissipating like dust in the air. This was a move that Shenyuan Ziye came up with on the spot, using the principles of the third type to impose the power of the ice waterfall's fury onto himself, merging it into a layer of ice armor to withstand fatal damage. How is this possible? My attack only shattered his ice armor. Shermi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the boy in front of him. his face filled with resentment as he clenched his teeth in anger. But the wooden sword in Shimi's hand had already broken from unleashing a powerful technique, leaving him without any weapon to use. Little master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shenyuan Ziye watched as the wooden sword in Shimi's hand shattered, the blue light in his pupils gradually fading. He said in a deep voice, "Mr. Buzichuan, it's over." Blood vessels were spreading in Shimi's eyes, and his expression turned ferocious. His voice was still hoarse, filled with extreme unwillingness. "No, it's not over yet. I will dismember you into 8 pieces. But your wooden sword is already broken," Shenyuan Ziye said. Shimi coldly smiled, resting his hand on the Nichiren blade at his waist, and growled while grinning, "Then I'll use a real sword." Shenyuan Ziye was slightly taken aback. Although he understood that Takedo Michiro's personality was inherently fiery and impulsive, combined with his own attitude, it was clear that things would escalate to this extent. However, he didn't expect Michiro to have such great hostility towards him. "This isn't good, Mr. Takedo." Shenyuan Ziye shook his head, believing that Takedo had gotten a bit carried away. "Stop wasting words. Draw your sword immediately," Michiro said in a deep voice. Then swiftly drew the emerald Nichiren blade from his waist, swinging it with one hand, his foot firmly planted, as if he was about to charge forward at any moment. "Butterfly Shinobu, huh? Haven't the victor and loser already been decided? Does Mr. Takedo want to fight to the death? Kawaji Mitsuri? Ah, Takedo has gone too far. It was clearly over. Poor child. Rengoku Kaijuro. I think so too. The outcome has been determined. This is a bit excessive. Yuzui Tenjin. This is no longer elegant. Shenyuan Ziye can withstand Takedo's attack. That's already a win. Kanroji Mitsuri. Ah, what is going on? Is Mr. Takedo going to draw his sword against the Demon Slayer Corps members? Ihei Kabanai. I can't believe it. This guy can't possibly win against Takedo. That's enough, Michiro. At that moment, the voice of Zai rang out like a spring breeze, soothing the hearts of those present. Chapter 31. Pillar meeting hearing that familiar voice. Michiro trembled all over, quickly sheathing his Nichiren blade and stepping aside, his previously angry expression calming down. "I'm sorry, my lord." Michiro lowered his head, seemingly realizing something, his words filled with apology. Zai smiled reassuringly. "Michiro, I understand your personality. In this situation, being able to maintain your rationality and not act impulsively is already commendable." Upon hearing Zai's words, Michiro lowered his head even more in shame. "I believe everyone has recognized Shenyuan Ziye by now," Zai said warmly. Hearing this, everyone silently nodded. After all, the fact that Shenyuan Ziye could hold his own against Takedo Michiro indicated that he already possessed the strength of a Hashira. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zai continued, "Then, Shenyuan Ziye will join us in the pillar meeting from now on." The Hashira nodded in agreement, and no one refuted, as if the earlier scene of Shenyuan Ziye's rudeness in not kneeling was gradually forgotten. Shenyuan Ziye has never had the habit of kneeling to anyone, except for his own parents. Even if he is the emperor, he would not kneel. It is an inherent pride, as a man is born not to kneel. "Now, everyone, please follow me." The 2 white-haired children beside Zai suddenly spoke. The crowd followed the children's footsteps and gradually approached a room. This seemed to be Zai's room, and the dimly lit space suddenly brightened with lights. The 9 Hashira, along with Shenyuan Ziye, sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for Zai to speak. Zai knelt and sat, his voice as gentle as ever, saying, "As your reports indicate, the threat posed by demons is more severe than ever, and people's lives are facing an unprecedented threat. For instance, the 12 Kizuki appearing in Qianluo Mountain, although they are merely the lower moon 4 based on previous situations. Such a level of demons would not normally appear there. In the last final selection, only Ziye passed the assessment. Should we increase the number of Demon Slayer Corps members?" Rengoku Kyudru was the first to speak. "We just need to ensure the safety of our respective areas. The Demon Slayer Corps has not yet experienced large-scale losses. The urgent priority is to improve their physical fitness." "Yes, that's right. Shenyuan's little demon can compete with Nakheim, and I see great potential in him. We can assign him to be responsible for an area." Yuzui Tenjin smiled and said in a teasing tone. Butterfly Shinobu expressed her concerns. "The more personnel we add, the more difficult unified management may become. The current era is vastly different from the past." Kanroji Mitsuri shed tears. Aside from those who joined the Corps due to the brutal murder of their loved ones and the generations of demon hunters, there likely won't be anyone else joining. Rengoku Kyudru exclaimed, "Perhaps Shenyuan, the young man, is the key to breaking the deadlock. He has only recently joined the Corps and has already encountered the 12 Kizuki, which is truly enviable for those of us who haven't had the opportunity to meet them. Shenyuan Ziye's mouth twitched at the words, internally complaining. Is this really a good thing? Yao Zai nodded and said, that's true. But the fact that the lower moon is so openly eating people in Qianluo Mountain, and that ghost hunter following her has harmed so many people on the train, clearly indicates that Muzin is not near Qianluo Mountain. The current environment is chaotic, and those demons are still brazenly eating people. Zai, would you be willing to take responsibility for a region like the Hashira present here? Shenyuan Ziye listened and sincerely said, my lord, regarding the safety of the area I am responsible for, I care more about killing demons and am more willing to take on those high-difficulty tasks. Wherever there is danger, I will go there and continuously slay evil spirits. He only wants to kill demons now, because only by slaying evil spirits can the system unlock new skills and breathing styles. He must rely on upgrading the demon hunting manual to become stronger and ultimately eliminate Muzin Kabutsuji. Kaneo, Tsuyuri. I think so too. Destroying all demons is the will of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaijiro Rengoku, what a great choice. Shenyuan is very energetic. I hope all Demon Slayer members can be like him. Shinobu Kocho narrowed her purple eyes into a slit. Zaikuin can go all out. The Butterfly Mansion will provide you with medical assistance. Tenjin Yuzui, what a magnificent choice. Little Demon Hunter Shenyuan, I have a new appreciation for you. Mitsuri Kenroji, does Zaikuin have such a strong hostility towards demons? But that's good. A cool decision. Iguro Abanai, though I'm not pleased. I'll temporarily acknowledge you since you also hate demons. Wise Eye smiled gently. Is that so? That is also good. Perhaps there are more people in need of your protection, Zai. You have great potential, and I look forward to your performance. Thank you, my lord, for your recognition. I will continue to work hard. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said respectfully. Wise Eye spoke earnestly. The Hashira present here, I believe, are the most elite group since the beginning of the Sengoku era, aside from the swordsmen who mastered breathing techniques. Tenjin Yuzui, Kaijiro Rengoku, Mitsuri Kanroji, Kaneo, Tsuyuri, Shinobu Kocho, Iguro Abanai, and Shenyuan Ziye. My children, I also look forward to your active participation. In this lifetime, we must eliminate Muzin Kabutsuji. Hearing Wise Zai's words, everyone appeared invigorated, revealing determined expressions. Shinobu Kocho, it seems that humans and demons cannot coexist. Don't you think so, Mr. Tomioka? Ju Tomioka, that's natural. As long as demons consume humans, the war between humans and demons will not cease. Kaijiro Rengoku, go all out. Slay all evil demons like Shenyuan. Tenjin Yuzui, what a magnificent encouragement. I feel invigorated. Kaneo, Siri, slaughtering all demons, this energetic child will surpass us. Namu Amida, Butsu, Machiro Takedo, my lord is right. I must work hard too. Mitsuri Kanroji, my lord is really so cool. For now on, I will continue to work hard. Iguro Abanai, all demons should die. I will also slay all the evil demons in the world. Shinazugawa Sanemi, kill all demons. Good. It's a good decision. Wise Eye listened to everyone's words and revealed a long-lost smile, saying, everyone, step back. Take care of your own areas. Zai, stay for a moment. I have something to say to you. Hearing this, everyone withdrew, leaving only Shenyuan Ziye in the room. My lord, is there something you need me for? Shenyuan Ziye asked cautiously, his expression slightly serious. Chapter 32. The Strength of Upper-Rank Demons. Wise Zai smiled gently and said slowly, Zai, there is no need to be nervous. I just want to tell you that your abilities are very strong and may play a key role in the future war against Muzin. Please clarify, my lord. Is that so? It seems you didn't even know yourself? Shenyuan Zai actually understood in his heart. He just wanted to hear Chanshu Yao Zai explain in detail. Seeing that Shenyuan Zai was silent, Yao Zai continued. It seems you possess a special ability. Did the Lord discover something about me? Shenyuan Zai asked eagerly. I am blind and cannot notice anything, but I know you are a powerful child. You will surely become a Hashira and an important force in the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. I hope you can use this strength to eliminate all evil demons in the world. I understand, Lord. Then I can rest assured. Zai, do you know how strong the upper moons of the 12 Kizuki are? I don't know. So far in my battles, I have not encountered an upper moon. Yao Zai said earnestly. Among the 12 Kizuki, those 6 upper moon demons are Muzin's strongest subordinates. Generally speaking, It takes 2 to 3 Hashira to rival one upper moon demon. The combat power of upper moon demons, is that terrifying? Shenyuan Ziye gasped. A long time ago, when my ancestors were alive. During that time, the Demon Slayer Corps lost countless Hashira to the upper moons. For nearly 100 years, the members of the upper moons have never changed, and the demon hunters have had no way to deal with these powerful demons. At this point, Yao Zai showed a hint of regret. Shenyuan Ziye said, "My lord, I will break this deadlock and slay the upper moon demon. I believe in you, Ziye, but right now, you are not ready. You must first learn total concentration breathing. It is the primary condition to become a Hashira." Zai smiled gently. Total concentration breathing? Shenyuan Ziye felt a stir in his heart, his eyes revealing an expression of anticipation. He had always longed to master this skill. Once he learned total concentration breathing, it would enhance his cardiopulmonary function, allowing his blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen, which could instantly boost his physical abilities to a level comparable to that of a demon. Zai smiled faintly and nodded, saying yes. Go seek guidance from the other Hashira. I believe in you. With your talent, you'll master it soon, and you also need to improve your swordsmanship. Shinobu and Ju are very suitable opponents for you. Those two, never mind. One is expressionless, and the other is a hothead. Shenyuan Ziye is mut-tweakid. A sweat drop appearing on the back of his head. Zai gently laughed. Shinobu is not a bad person. Her hot temper is just a facade. In fact, she is the gentlest among the Hashira, both to her family and her comrades. As for Ju, he just struggles to express himself. His heart is equally gentle. Every child in the Demon Slayer Corps is strong yet gentle. Zai's words touched Shenyuan Ziye's heart, and he finally understood why Zai was respected by everyone. Zai's understanding of the Demon Slayer Corps members had long surpassed everyone else, and more importantly, his words could inspire hearts. His voice seemed to possess a kind of magic that continually pulled at everyone's innermost feelings. Shenyuan Ziye nodded vigorously and said seriously, "My lord, I understand." "Zai, it's great that you can understand," Yayue said with a warm smile. Infinite City. This is the alternate space where the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Musen, hides surrounded by houses filled with lanterns, all tilted and upside down. Further down, there's a lotus pond with rippling water clearly visible, making for an extraordinary view. Ding! With the sound of a pipa, a woman knelt on the wooden floor above. The woman had gray-white skin, bangs framing her face, and wore a black kimono. Her hands were pale and claw-like, holding a pipa, the strings vibrating slightly. It was clear that she was the one who had just played the pipa. This person is Musen's attendant, the Naki woman who can control this infinite city. Below the Naki woman stood several demons, who had just been teleported in. There were a total of 5 demons, some with blank expressions, while others had different looks. Standing at the front was a young boy with a delicate appearance, pale complexion, medium-length black hair with rose-red tips, 3 large and small yellow squares on his cheeks, and the characters and engraved in his left and right eyes, respectively. He wore a black coat and white striped pants. He is one of the lower moons, Yum. Yum looked around with a look of enjoyment. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with a pale face, stubble, and light red long hair tied in a braid at the back of his head, the characters engraved in his yellow pupils, dressed in a blue prison outfit. This demon is the second lower moon, Giri. Giri had cold sweat beading on his forehead, his panicked gaze darting around. Behind him was the third lower moon by Y. By Y had short black hair, 3 obvious scars on his face, pointed ears, and wore 2 golden earrings on each earlobe. He appeared equally panicked, constantly looking around, feeling utterly insecure in this unfamiliar environment. Beside him was the 6th lower moon, Kamui. Kamui had medium-length black hair tied into 4 small braids, with orange tips, blue patterns on his face resembling hooks, and the characters engraved in his blue pupils. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Kamui displayed more panic than the others, his face filled with fear, his gaze drawn to the Naki woman above. Lastly arrived the 5th lower moon. Hui, his sickly white bare feet stepped forward. Rue wore a white robe with a spiderweb pattern, had white hair, and a pale face, showing no expression, revealing no hint of emotion. Where's this? What is that woman? Kamui spoke first, his eyes wide, staring intently at the Naki woman above. Is it that woman's blood demon art? Bai Y hoarsely shouted. Only the lower moons have been summoned. The 4th lower moon hasn't come yet. His voice was extremely hoarse, like there was a lump of sand in his throat. Is there some kind of banquet being held? Yum said with a smile, his voice soft and delicate, sounding like a woman's voice. Kamui remained anxious, unable to comprehend Yum's words, confusedly saying, "What kind of joke is this? It can't be possible." Just then, above them, in front of the Naki woman, a woman appeared. All the demons looked up at the beautiful woman above. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing a black kimono adorned with petal patterns, with smooth black long hair, 2 bangs framing her face, and a pale complexion. She had plum-red eyes, a tempting rosy mouth, and a beautiful face. Kamui muttered in confusion, "Who is this woman? Kneel before me. All of you kneel on the ground." The woman suddenly spoke. Her words filled with pressure, her voice low and cold, unlike that of an ordinary woman. Chapter 33. Lower Moon Conference. Muzan-sama. It's Muzan-sama's voice. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. Kamui immediately knelt on the ground, internally shouting, with beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire infinite city, the dark aura from hell nearly suffocating. At the same time, the other 4 lower moons also knelt on the ground, lowering their heads, hands pressed to the floor. Bawai was also sweating coldly, internally exclaiming, "It's actually Muzan-sama. His voice and aura are different from before. The mimicry is so precise. Zero's child has been killed. She was the 4th lower moon." Muzan's voice was cold and piercing, with a hint of reprimand. However, her death was not unjust. She was a coward who thought of fleeing upon encountering a Hashira, only to die at the hands of an ordinary demon slayer. How laughable. Muzan continued to speak, her sharp gaze sweeping over the demons. "I just want to ask one question. Why are the lower moons so weak that they could be beheaded by an ordinary demon slayer? It's truly absurd." Muzan's forehead showed faint veins popping out. Her voice filled with anger. The demons knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. "Muzan-sama, I'm different from others. I'm special. I will pledge my loyalty to you and do anything for you." Giri suddenly shouted, his pupils filled with desire. Muzan narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "What can you do? I will drive away those demon slayers as long as you can. Give me a bit more blood. Are you ordering me?" Seeing Muzan's widened eyes, Giri's expression instantly froze. Muzan's beautiful face showed no signs of emotion. She coldly said, "Why should I listen to your orders? What qualifications do you have to command me? Why must I follow your instructions to give you blood? How shameless. Weigh your own worth." As soon as she finished speaking, Giri's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted, No, I just need a little bit of your..." Swish! Before Giri could finish, his head was sent flying by a gust of energy, turning into a cloud of blood mist that scattered in the air. Muzan's hands remained still, but all the demons knew it was undoubtedly Muzan-sama who had acted. Bang! Giri's half-body fell to the ground, lifeless. His head did not regenerate. Was he dead? Baiwai was sweating profusely, filled with extreme fear. Kamui was so scared that his lips trembled, his pale face filled with panic, his whole body shaking. Rue remained expressionless as always. A hint of amusement appeared on Yum's face, as if he were watching a feast. Muzan glanced at the demons and continued in a cold voice. "Even if you are promoted to the 12 Kizuki, it does not mean the end, but rather the beginning. Go eat more humans, make yourself stronger, and use everything for me." For nearly 100 years, the upper moons have never moved, the strongest fighters among demon slayers. The Hashira have always been killed by the upper moons. I really don't understand the meaning of your existence, lower moons. As he spoke, Muzan's voice became extremely displeased, the veins on his snow-white forehead bulging, revealing his fangs, and his cheeks turning menacing. The heads of the demons were pressed tightly to the ground, trembling in fear, not daring to utter another word. At this moment, anyone who said anything could be killed. "Kabutsuji, I command you, gather together and find a way to draw out the Hashira among the demon hunters and eliminate them." Muzan's cold gaze turned towards the two, his tone filled with an undeniable authority. Kabutsuji and Kaminu both shrank their eyes. They knew that as members of the 12 Kizuki, they possessed abilities far beyond ordinary demons, and that pride did not allow them to gather together. Generally, demons have their own territory, hunting their own prey, and no demon would allow another to encroach on their domain. However, they did not dare disobey Muzan's orders. It was clear that the death of the lower-ranked demon had completely enraged him, and he intended to use the demon hunters to reduce their numbers, or perhaps to weaken those demon hunters with the limited power of the lower-ranked demons. The power of the Hashira should not be underestimated. Even the lower ranks had no absolute confidence in defeating them, but they absolutely could not resist Muzan Kabutsuji's commands. Kaminu and Kibutsuji exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth. They replied, "Yes, Lord Muzan." With a clang, the two demons were teleported out of Infinity Castle. "Rue, I need you to do something." Muzan looked at Rue coldly and said, "I have no expectations for Kaminu and Kibutsuji. This is something only you can accomplish." Rue nodded, his pale face still expressionless. Swish! Muzan extended his hand, transforming it into a long flesh wall, sharp teeth growing around it, with a sharp spike at the end, which instantly pierced into Rue's neck. Rue cried out in pain, clutching his neck, a hint of crimson appearing on his pale face. Muzan's blood was being injected into Rue's body. Nearby, Dream saw this scene, his eyes brightening, his handsome face filled with envy. Muzan spoke coldly, "Kill this demon hunter." Kiyo and the others all died at his hands. "Your power can no longer be shared with others." Rue still looked pained. Memories of Muzan flooded his mind. It was a boy in a light blue uniform. A familiar face, holding a deep blue knicker and blade, with blue glowing eyes that coldly stared at him. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. So it was him. Rue was teleported out of Infinity Castle, collapsing on the ground, murmuring softly. At this moment, Dream looked at the beautiful woman before him with extreme desire. Lord Muzan, what do you need me to do?" Muzan, with an indifferent expression, looked at the demon enjoying herself before him, and coldly said, "Go kill the Hashira among the demon hunters. If you can do that, I will give you a bit of my blood." That would be so wonderful. Thank you, Lord Muzan." Dream waved his arms, intoxicated. Clang! The last lower-ranked demon was also teleported out of Infinity Castle. 2 days later, Butterfly Mansion. In recent days, Shinazugawa Sanemi had been at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and with the permission of Ubuyashiki Zai, he could temporarily stay at the Butterfly Mansion, as well as visit the residences of other Hashira. Once Shinazugawa Sanemi officially ascended to Hashira, he would have his own mansion. Shenyuan Ziye strolled through the Butterfly Mansion and arrived at the training room. This is the place where the Demon Slayer Corps members practice and learn. But not many can stay here to train. They must be recognized by Shinobu Kocho. "Inosuke, I didn't expect you to still be in the Butterfly Mansion." As Shenyuan Ziye pushed open the door, he saw a familiar figure. Inosuke stood up, his expression dark, and from the nostrils of his boar mask, a puff of white breath escaped. Shenyuan Ziye stared blankly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Yuan Yi, have you met those Hashira?" Inosuke's voice was low and hoarse, and one could faintly sense a surge of anger. Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "I've seen them. Inosuke, calm down a bit." How are they? Are they strong? How do they compare to me, Inosuke?" Inosuke asked with a serious face. Shenyuan Ziye pondered while stroking his chin. "Compared to you?" Inosuke perked up his ears, eagerly waiting for Shenyuan Ziye's answer. "The power is not on the same dimension." Chapter 34. Total Concentration Breathing, First Phase. What did you say?" Inosuke jumped up completely. Shenyuan Ziye sighed and explained. "Inosuke, the strength of the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps is far greater than that of ordinary members, especially since you are still just a Rangshin. Just wait, I will definitely become a Hashira. And you, Shenyuan Ziye, I will surpass you." Ha ha ha. Inosuke laughed heartily, not realizing that he was already holding 2 Nichiren blades in his hands. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu approached them with a light step, smiling as she said, "Inosuke, there's a new mission that needs you to complete." A new mission so soon? All right, it's time for me, Inosuke, to shine. Ha ha ha. Inosuke suddenly dashed out, running out of the training room in a flash. Besides Inosuke's running footsteps, Shinzaki Aoi's voice could be heard from behind. "Inosuke, your injury hasn't fully healed yet. Don't move around recklessly." Shin and Shia looked at Inosuke's steps and smiled, exclaiming, "Inosuke is still as energetic as ever." Butterfly Shinobu revealed a dangerous smile and said softly, "Shia-kun, you have to do the same. The Lord told me to help you learn the total concentration breathing. Constant." "Sister Shinobu, what should I do?" Sinin Siya. The total concentration breathing. Constant requires continuous use of the breathing technique for 24 hours a day. This is a huge challenge for him. Butterfly Shinobu explained with a smile. "It's just physical training. The first phase is running practice to enhance your cardiopulmonary function." It's just running. I'm good at that." Sinin Siya declared confidently, his face filled with assurance. "I think Shia-kun misunderstood. It's not ordinary running. It's weighted running." Nanny? Butterfly Shinobu looked at Shinin Shia's surprised expression, a playful smile appearing on her beautiful cheeks, and chuckled, It's running with specially made steel weights on your back. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath and resolutely said, "All right, bring it on. I must learn to master total concentration breathing." Ah, Zaikuin looks very motivated. That's great. Saying this, Butterfly Shinobu leaned closer, looking at Shenyuan Ziye with a serious expression. Shenyuan Ziye sensed a faint, alluring fragrance approaching and couldn't help but shiver, instinctively taking a step back and awkwardly smiling. Butterfly Ninja smiled and said, "Then let Aoi supervise you and make a plan for you." "Okay, Sister Ninja." Shenyuan Ziye nodded. After that, Kamizaki Aoi created a training plan for Shenyuan Ziye. Every morning, he would get up and run on an empty stomach, carrying the specially made steel stones of the Demon Slayer Core, which were heavier than regular stones. He would run around the mountains and forests near the Demon Slayer Core for 2 laps. This was the first stage, and Shenyuan Ziye thought it was too easy, but when he carried the steel stones, he felt extreme regret, let alone running 2 laps. He couldn't even manage one. Shenyuan Ziye ran through the mountains and forests, carrying a large stone on his back, smooth as jade. He breathed continuously while running, which helped to exercise his lungs and heart. Breathing relies on the lungs, and only by pushing the lungs to their limits can one maintain uninterrupted use of breathing techniques throughout the day. "Oh my, this is exhausting." Shenyuan Ziye collapsed on the ground, gasping for air as he shouted. Even with the system boosting his physical abilities by 50%, he still felt incredibly fatigued. According to Butterfly Shinobu, while running, one must continuously use breathing techniques, which seemed almost impossible for him. Regardless, this stage was aimed at strengthening his lung and heart functions, drawing in a large amount of oxygen, which would play a crucial role in battles. Day after day, Shenyuan Ziye's stamina improved, and during his rest periods, he occasionally visited the residences of other Hashira. Besides enhancing their relationships, as Wise-Eye said, they also practiced sword techniques. At the residence of Ju Tomioka, the location was rather remote, a small house surrounded by a bamboo forest, making it seem even smaller compared to Shinobu's house. "Mr. Tomioka, are you there?" Shenyuan Ziye knocked on the door. Ju opened the door and, upon seeing Shenyuan Ziye, said in surprise, "Oh, it's you, Shenyuan Ziye." Seeing Ju's indifferent expression, Shenyuan Ziye was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Mr. Tomioka, can we practice sword techniques together?" "I'm not worthy. Look for someone else." Ju replied coldly. "Why is that?" "Mr. Tomioka, you are the water Hashira. I am not the water Hashira." Ju looked at Shenyuan Ziye, still expressionless. But his tone became firm. "You must become the new Hashira and inherit the will of the Demon Slayer Core." "I will, Mr. Tomioka. But practicing with you was a suggestion from Lord Kagaya, and I hope you can reconsider." "I see. Since it's Lord Kagaya's suggestion, then all right." Ju nodded, and the two of them went to the courtyard. Facing each other, they each held a wooden sword. Shenyuan Ziye had long wanted a duel with Tenjin Yuzui, who was known as the strongest defense of the Demon Slayer Core. Being able to battle with Yuzui, he believed he would learn much more, which was far more valuable than killing those virtual demons in the Demon Hunting Manual. Most importantly, according to the system's prompt, engaging with a Hashira might enhance his own level. "I'm going in, Mr. Tenjin." With this thought, Shenyuan Ziye gripped his sword tightly, exhaling a breath like icy mist. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ice breathing, first form, ice tide. Water breathing, first form, surface slash. Bang! The two wooden swords collided, leaving 2 afterimages in the courtyard. After a brief exchange, both stood firm. Again, Shenyuan Ziye whispered, continuing to swing his wooden sword. Ice breathing, second form, dance of the ice river. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly dashed out, and his physical abilities had improved significantly due to the training over the past few days, increasing his speed as well. Eong maintained his usual indifferent expression, but internally he was quite shocked. He never expected that Shenyuan Ziye, who had almost been killed by a demon, would grow at such a rapid pace. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Eong exhaled a mist-like breath, rolled his body, leaped into the air, and executed a crescent slash, dodging the direct thrust from Shenyuan Ziye. The wooden sword swept over Shenyuan Ziye's head, resembling a full moon. Shenyuan Ziye took a step back, feeling the humidity coming from above and the dull wooden sword pressing against him. He smiled with guilt and said, "Mr. Tanjirou's swordsmanship is indeed impressive." "It's not over yet," Eong replied coldly, his phoenix eyes fixed on Shenyuan Ziye. In the next moment, Eong launched another attack. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Eong's legs tightened, and in an instant, he darted forward, his entire body moving like water, executing extremely fast sword techniques. Then I will get serious too, Mr. Tanjirou. Shenyuan Ziye's lips curled into a smile as he tightened his grip on the wooden sword, releasing a cold breath. Ice breathing, sixth form, Ice Dragon. Chapter 35. Interaction with Iyong and Mitsuri's sixth form? Iyong raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, which soon turned to surprise. This was the new form that Shenyuan Ziye learned after defeating Zirayuko and upgrading his system, and he hadn't used it in actual combat yet. He thought it was a perfect opportunity to test the power of his sixth form against Iyong. The sword technique of Ice Breathing, sixth form, Ice Dragon unleashed a strike that resembled an ice dragon charging toward the enemy, the only piercing skill of Ice Breathing, and its power was formidable. In Iyong's eyes, it was as if he saw an ice dragon roaring toward him. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, filled with a chilling aura, and wherever the slash passed, it was accompanied by a strong, cold wind. Bang, bang, bang. The slashes from water breathing, third form, flowing dance struck against the illusory ice dragon, causing the water flow to dissipate instantly, and Iyong's wooden sword broke at that moment. Shenyuan Ziye immediately withdrew his moves upon seeing this, exerting all his strength to leap to the side. The wooden sword broke into two halves due to the powerful slash, and the illusory ice dragon also dissipated simultaneously. That was an impressive slash, Iyong said, looking at the afterimage left by Shenyuan Ziye with admiration. Shenyuan Ziye said humbly, Mr. Tomioka held back. This is almost my strongest move at the moment. Iyong replied coldly, I didn't hold back. You're quite impressive. Mr. Tomioka, can I continue to come to you for swordsmanship practice in the future? Well, since it's the suggestion of the Lord, I will comply. All right, Mr. Tomioka, congratulations. You have exchanged skills with the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and your level has increased to 67. The voice of the Demon Hunting Handbook echoed in his mind. Shenyuan Ziye exclaimed with great joy, Great. I'll soon be able to level up to 70 and gain new skills. After a few more days of training, Shenyuan Ziye was already able to carry heavier steel stones and began weight training. His physical abilities were gradually improving, and his total concentration, breathing, seemed to have touched upon a hint of the method, allowing him to maintain it continuously for at least an hour. Taking advantage of the limited rest time, Shenyuan Ziye prepared to head to the next pillar's residence. He originally thought about going to the residence of the Wind Pillar, Tomioka-ju, but given the unpleasant incident that had occurred earlier, visiting Tomioka's home again would likely result in him getting beaten up by Tomioka's personality. In Shenyuan Ziye's mind, recalling that angry face instantly left him with no thoughts. Then let's go. Take a look at Kanroji Mitsuri's house. Kanroji Mitsuri's residence is very close to Iguro Abanai's house, seemingly located not far in front of Abanai's house. Shenyuan Ziye crossed a forest and arrived at the residence of Kanroji Mitsuri. The residence of Kanroji Mitsuri seemed slightly larger than that of Tanjirou Ziye, with a pleasant environment and the sound of clear bird calls all around. Knock, knock, knock. Shenyuan Ziye knocked on the door of Kanroji Mitsuri's house. Miss Kanroji, are you there? That person is Zaikuin. Inside, Mitsuri was fiddling with some things on the table. Hearing the commotion outside, she turned to look out the window. How could Zaikuin come to my house? What's going on? As she thought about it, Mitsuri's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. She slowly opened the door, her light green eyes fixed on the handsome boy in front of her, and hesitated. Zaikuin, did you come to find me? Mitsuri's voice was clear and pleasant, sounding very comforting. At this moment, Mitsuri was still dressed as usual, wearing a coffee-colored pleated skirt that flowed beautifully, draped with a white cloak and with a pair of green stockings on her rounded, firm thighs. Yes, Miss Kanroji, Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, the master asked me to get to know the other Hashira better, and I happen to have some free time today, so I thought I would visit you. Upon hearing this, Mitsuri exclaimed excitedly, okay, welcome to my home. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback by Lee's excited reaction, but quickly calmed down, as this was indeed the character of Kanroji Mitsuri in the original work. Lee seemed to notice that Shenyuan Ziye was startled by her and hurriedly said, Zaikun, come in first. Shenyuan Ziye walked into the room, where a fragrant aroma filled the air, a scent of food mixed with a strong honey fragrance. This is the smell of honey? Shenyuan Ziye frowned in confusion. Zaikuin has a keen sense of smell. Yes, as long as you spread honey on bread. It becomes super delicious, Mealy said, her eyes sparkling, with her hands pressed against her cheeks. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said in agreement, yes, I also like this flavor. Miss Ganlu, can you make bread? Zaikuin also likes to eat bread. Yes. I love making delicious food the most. Why don't you stay and have afternoon tea together, Icicle? I'll brew some black tea in the afternoon. Mealy's eyes lit up as she excitedly said. Shenyuan Ziye frowned slightly. Originally, she came to challenge Mealy today, thinking she could gain experience points and level up. She didn't expect Mealy to go off script. However, it was fine. Relaxing occasionally wasn't a bad thing. All right, Miss Kanroji, I'll do it with you, Shenyuan Ziye said with a faint smile. Mealy's cheeks turned red, and with her hands pressed against her face, she eagerly said, Really? That's great. Soon, Mealy arranged the bread neatly on the table and took out butter and honey to spread evenly on the bread. Shenyuan Ziye saw this and also helped. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After preparing everything, Mealy started boiling water with the kettle, placing tea leaves in the teacups and neatly arranging them on the table. Soon, fragrant bread and aromatic red tea were ready. Ziye, come and taste it. Mealy propped her clean chin and looked at Shenyuan Ziye with. Shenyuan Ziye picked up a slice of bread smeared with honey and took a bite. The sweetness of the honey and the softness of the bread filled his mouth. He chewed slowly. Then he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. The rich aroma of the black tea continuously stimulated his taste buds. Bread with red tea is truly delightful. Shenyuan Ziye revealed a satisfied smile and said, It's delicious. Miss Kanroji, you should try it too. Really? That's great. Mitsuri smiled happily and picked up a piece of bread to eat, her cheeks glowing with joy. It's really delicious. Icicle, Miss Kanroji, whoever marries you will be lucky to have someone who can make such delicious food. Just as she finished speaking, the smile that had been radiating from Mitsuri gradually froze, and she said somewhat dejectedly, No one would want to marry me. How could that be? Shenyuan Ziye instinctively asked. But the next moment he understood. He remembered the story that happened to Mitsuri in the original work. Kanroji Mitsuri was actually a very insecure person. Because of her hair color and her astonishing appetite, she had experienced failures in blind dates, leading her to have deep doubts about herself afterward. Miss Kanroji, please don't have any doubts. You are a very outstanding person. Shenyuan Ziye blinked his clear eyes, looked at Mitsuri, and said seriously, his tone turning solemn. Chapter 36. Special gourd. As his words fell, Mitsuri widened her light green eyes, staring in astonishment at the serious expression on the boy's face, her heart trembling, unable to speak. But I'm very strong, my hair color isn't pretty, and I have a big appetite. Can someone like me really get married? In the next moment, Mitsuri's eyes lost their luster, her cheeks filled with worry. I think those are good things. Are they really flaws? Shenyuan Ziye said casually while eating bread, his tone suggesting he didn't seem to care about those things. Mitsuri's delicate body trembled, a faint light appearing in her eyes as she cautiously asked, Ziye-kun, do you really think so? Miss Kanroji, that's how I feel. I think you're very beautiful. Those who speak ill of you are just jealous, Shenyuan Ziye said with unwavering clarity in his eyes, speaking earnestly. Thank you, Ziye-kun. Mitsuri's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at the serious expression of the handsome boy in front of her, expressing her gratitude. Shenyuan Ziye watched as Mealy's heart knot was untied, and smiled as he said, Miss Ganlu Temple, can I come here for afternoon tea often? No problem. Saiskuan. You can come over any time, and I'll have delicious food prepared. Mealy clapped her hands in delight. The two spent a joyful afternoon in laughter and cheer. The next morning, after finishing his workout, Shenyuan Ziye arrived at the training room. At this moment, Kanzaki Aoi is wearing a blue uniform, with twin ponytails that reveal her snowy white forehead, and her blue eyes are fixed intently on the boy in front of her. Kanzaki Aoi placed her hands on her hips and said seriously, You have passed the first stage of the trial. Starting tomorrow, you won't have to carry the steel stone for training. So what is the second stage of training? The second stage of training is to blow up this gourd. As she spoke, Kanzaki Aoi took out a yellow gourd from behind her, which was about the size of 2 teacups. Shenyuan Ziye stared at the gourd and suddenly remembered that in the original story, Tanjirou also mastered the total concentration breathing using this method. However, the gourd in front of him seemed very small compared to the final giant gourd. Blow it up? Are you kidding me? Shenyuan Ziye feigned surprise and said. Kanzaki Aoi pouted and said seriously, Kanaho does the same thing. You should think about it yourself. I have a lot of things to do, so I won't keep you company. After saying that, Kanzaki Aoi walked out of the training room. Although Shenyuan Ziye knew he had to do this, he truly didn't know what method to use to blow up this gourd. He picked up the gourd, aimed his mouth at the gourd's opening, felt the energy bursting from his lungs, and exerted all his strength to exhale a cold breath. However, The gourd remained completely still. Oh my! How much lung capacity is needed for this? Shenyuan Ziye exclaimed in shock. Oh, Zaikuin, are you facing some difficulties? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Butterfly Shinobu walked up to Shenyuan Ziye with a light step, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Shenyuan Ziye frowned and said, Can you help me with my confusion, Sister Shinobu? What's wrong? How do I blow up this gourd? Butterfly Shinobu blinked her purple eyes, glanced at the gourd in Shenyuan Ziye's hand, and chuckled. So that's the problem. Mastering total concentration breathing is the primary condition for becoming a Hashira. And to master total concentration breathing, you first need to blow up this specially made small gourd. You need to use your lungs to take in a large amount of oxygen and blow up the gourd in one breath. Only with sufficient lung capacity can you maintain breathing for a full 24 hours. Butterfly Shinobu extended her slender finger, tapped her delicate chin, and explained with a smile. But how can a person have such a large lung capacity? Shenyuan Ziye exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Butterfly Shinobu smiled brightly and said, Then please, Ziye-kun, show me your breathing. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath, feeling the oxygen in his lungs. With a surge of energy, he forcefully exhaled a cold breath towards the gourd's mouth. Buzz! The gourd vibrated for a moment, but there were still no signs of breaking. Lord Ziye's breath is quite powerful. It seems he has mastered the art of concentrated breathing, his mind very focused. But he has not yet mastered the ability to maintain it throughout the day, commented Butterfly Shinobu. Shenyuan Ziye patted his forehead and said with distress, This is really troublesome, Sister Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu revealed a playful smile. This is just the smallest gourd. There are medium, large, and extra-large gourds to blow up. You need to blow up all of them to fully master the breath of total concentration. Sister Shinobu, isn't this too difficult? Shenyuan Ziye complained. Butterfly Shinobu's purple eyes fixed on the dejected boy in front of her, seeming to take an interest. Her smile growing wider, she said, Zaikun, Kanaho has already blown up the medium gourd, so you need to work hard. This was to be expected, but when it comes to actually doing it myself, it's so hard. Maintaining continuous breathing throughout the day would lead to a significant improvement in physical strength. This is a quite basic technique and also a beginner skill. Is this really considered basic? Shenyuan Ziye's mouth twitched, incredulous. Butterfly Shinobu narrowed her eyes into a slit, her voice becoming very gentle. Yes, Zaikun, but to fully master it, you still need to put in the corresponding effort. Okay, I understand. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. If Zaikun still feels troubled, you can consult other Hashira. They might share some tips. After all, mastering the breath of total concentration. Constant is the minimum requirement to become a Hashira. Listening to Butterfly Shinobu's words, Shenyuan Ziye nodded thoughtfully. In the following days, Shenyuan Ziye continued to train hard. He also took Butterfly Shinobu's advice and decided to visit the residences of other Hashira to learn the method of mastering the breath of total concentration. Constant. Which Hashira's residence should he visit? Ju Tomioka or Sanemi Shinazugawa? He had already been to Ju Tomioka's residence. And as for Sanemi Shinazugawa, given his personality, they might end up fighting upon meeting. Alright, he could go to Kaijiro Rengoku's residence and ask him. With that in mind, Shenyuan Ziye tidied up his outfit and headed to the Flame Hashira's residence. Kaijiro Rengoku should currently be living with his family. Therefore, compared to others, the Flame Hashira's residence at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is slightly larger. Through the gate of the residence, Shenyuan Ziye saw Kaijiro sitting on the stone steps in the courtyard, deeply engrossed in a book. His large eyes were intently focused on the book in his hands. So focused. Never mind, I'll come back another day. Shenyuan Ziye sighed and prepared to turn and leave. Shenyuan, since you're here, please come in. A cheerful voice came from the courtyard, reaching Shenyuan Ziye's ears through the gate. Shenyuan Ziye's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body trembled, feeling as if he was being locked onto. Chapter 37, New Insights. Feeling Kizuki's enthusiasm. Shenyuan Ziye had no choice but to push open the door and step inside. Shenyuan, what brings you here today? Kizuki exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at the young man in front of him. His voice remained loud and full of energy. Shenyuan Ziye nodded respectfully and said, Mr. Rengoku, I would like to ask you about the method of mastering the total concentration, constant breathing. So that's it. Total concentration. Constant breathing is the first step to becoming a Hashira. Kaijiro exclaimed, you need to breathe with more concentration. Enhance the precision of your breathing, and let your nerves spread to every corner of your body. Enhance the precision of my breathing? What does that mean? It means to maintain absolute focus. This requires personal insight. I believe you can do it, Shenyuan. Absolute focus. Shenyuan Ziye quietly analyzed Kaijuro's words. Seeing Shenyuan Ziye deep in thought, Kaijuro added, at night, you can also improve your concentration through meditation. Meditation? That's a good method, Shenyuan Ziye agreed. Right? Isn't it great? This is what my father taught me. Feeling the air around you through meditation to enhance your concentration is a very helpful practice. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. Shenyuan Ziye expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. I hope you can become a new Hashira soon, and we can work hard together. I will, Mr. Rengoku. All right, I'm going to eat now. Tonight, I'm having beef bento. Delicious food. After saying that, Kaijuro walked towards the house with a satisfied smile. Night. Butterfly Mansion Roof. Shenyuan Ziye, after a deep conversation with Kaijuro, gained some insights and sat cross-legged on the rooftop, eyes closed, entering a meditative state. While meditating, he continuously breathed, a cold breath flowing from his lips, feeling the movement of the surrounding air. Through days of physical training, his lung capacity had increased significantly, and his breathing became smoother. At the same time, he pondered the meaning of the precision in breathing that Kaijuro mentioned. Could it be changing the way he breathes? No, that shouldn't be possible. Ah, what a cold breathing technique. Mitsuri Kanroji's gentle voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Shinobu suddenly jumped in shock and said anxiously, Sister Shinobu, why do you walk without a sound? Butterfly Shinobu smiled and replied, that's because Zaikuin is too focused. Are you about to master the total concentration breathing technique? I want to visit Mr. Rengoku, and he taught me a lot. So you receive guidance from Mr. Rengoku. No wonder Zaikuin has improved so quickly. But using such a cold breathing technique, isn't it a bit unsuitable for a boy? Don't you usually feel cold? Shenyuan Ziye shook his head. Sister Shinobu, the breath of ice is a breathing technique I comprehended since childhood. I really enjoy this feeling, and I believe that with this breathing technique, I can still slay all the evil spirits. Right? That's great, Zaikuin. Then keep up the good work. Butterfly Shinobu's purple eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips curled up. Hearing Butterfly Shinobu's encouragement, Shenyuan Ziye felt motivated and continued to meditate. I'm really sorry, Tenjin, for calling you so late. Yoya looked at the elegantly dressed man in front of him, his words filled with apology. Tenjin replied calmly, My lord, there is no need to feel guilty. I'm sure something tricky has come up that requires my elegance to solve. Yes, there's been a large-scale disappearance of people in Gunma Prefecture, and even the police are at a loss. The children I sent out have not returned, and both Inosuke and Zenitsu have already gone, but I'm still worried. I suspect that a powerful demon has appeared there, likely one of the 12 Kizuki. We need to send a Hashira there. Understood, my lord. I will head to Gunma Prefecture right away and elegantly eliminate those evil spirits. Even if it's one of the 12 Kizuki, I can handle it easily. Yoya smiled. Tenjin, I naturally have confidence in you. But my lord, why not let Shenyuan, that little demon, go for some training? Tenjin questioned, resting his right hand on the back of his head. Yoya patiently explained. Zai is currently mastering the total concentration, constant breathing, and he can't spare time to complete other tasks for now. Understood. But my lord, you are indeed a bit biased, which is somewhat displeasing. Tenjin, you are all important combat forces of the Demon Slayer Corps. As the leader, I will properly arrange what each person needs to do. Every child is unique to me, and I must be responsible for their lives. Understood, my lord. Tenjin involuntarily lowered his head and said respectfully. Far away, Iyong Tomioka, who was on a mission near Gunma Prefecture, also received instructions from Yoya. Ka! A powerful demon has appeared in Gunma Prefecture. Possibly one of the 12 Kizuki. Go eliminate the evil spirits. Ka! The crow perched on Iyong's shoulder, loudly shouting. As he walked, Iyong murmured softly, 12. Kizuki? The next day, Shenyuan Ziye woke up early. After last night's meditation, his focus seemed to have improved a lot, and he continued his daily training as usual. Today, he wanted to visit the residences of other Hashira to spar and gain experience points, as he was only 3 levels away from reaching level 70. Should he go to the Wind Hashira's residence or the Rock Hashira's? Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. After careful consideration, he realized that most of the Hashira were not interested in sparring with sword techniques. The only one full of enthusiasm was the Wind Hashira, but he felt a bit uncomfortable about sparring with him. fearing that Shinazugawa would go all out. After much deliberation, he decided to go to the rock Hashira, Kaneo, Sayuri's residence. The rock Hashira's residence was near the mountains, surrounded by dense forests, and a clear waterfall could be seen cascading down from the mountain. Such a beautiful scenery would be a wonderful place for an ordinary person to live and retire. Mr. Kanamori, are you home? Shenyuan Ziye knocked on the door. After waiting for a moment, there was no response. Could he be not at home? Shenyuan Ziye closed his eyes and suddenly opened them, blue light appearing in his pupils. Under the illumination of the eye of Xianbing, everything in front of him became transparent. In drawing a circle with Shenyuan Ziye himself at the center, the surrounding things became clear. He indeed did not find the figure of Baiming Yu Xingming, suggesting that he had gone out. Just when Shenyuan Ziye was at a loss, he inadvertently glanced at a nearby mountain. There was a human presence there. Shenyuan Ziye hurriedly made his way to the small mountain forest. In the forest, there flowed a long waterfall, exuding a cool breeze that brought a touch of refreshment to the otherwise stuffy woods. At this moment, Baiming Yu Xingming was standing by the waterfall, hands clasped together. His eyes, which were all white, streaming with crystal-clear tears. "Ah, Xinmi, my strong child, I believe you can hold on." Xingming's voice was very low. At the bottom of the waterfall stood a young boy, his upper body bare, sporting a black rooster comb hairstyle, with a scar extending from his right cheek to the tip of his nose. His eyes, like those of the undead Chuan Shimi, radiated a fierce hostility. He was none other than the younger brother of Chuan Shimi, Busi Chuan Xianmi, Chapter 38. Sparring with the rock pillar water streamed down from above, washing over Shimi's body. He wore a pained expression, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, yet he gritted his teeth and remained motionless. "Ah, what a strong child." "Namo Amitba," Xingming murmured. "Mr. Baiming Yu, hello." Shenyuan Ziye rushed over and greeted Xingming. Hearing the voice behind him, Xingming came to his senses and said, "Oh, it's you, Shenyuan Ziye. What brings you to me?" Shenyuan Ziye looked at the pained expression of Xianmi in the waterfall and asked in confusion, "Mr. Baiming Yu, what is this?" "Ah, this is my disciple, Bushi Chuan Xianmi. He is undergoing my trial." "I see. I came today to spar with you to improve my swordsmanship." "Is he an idiot?" As soon as the words were spoken, Xianmi, who was under the waterfall, looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a confused expression. One should know that Yanzhu Baiming Yu Xingming is the strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, and sparring with him is simply overestimating oneself. Xingming's tears flowed down. "Ah, this might not work. If I strike too hard, I could hurt you. How about you spar with my disciple Xianmi instead?" Shenyuan Ziye had a bit of a headache. The system indicated that only by sparring with the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps could he level up. If he trained with others, nothing significant would happen. Moreover, Shenyuan Ziye was only 3 levels away from reaching level 70. "It's fine, Mr. Baiming Yu. It's just a spar. Lord has also asked me to frequently exchange techniques with other Hashira to improve our swordsmanship," Shenyuan Ziye said seriously. Baiming Yu Xingming nodded. "All right. Since it's Lord's request, I'll set aside my concerns. But I'm not skilled with a regular sword, which is actually a good thing for you. Xuanmi, can I borrow your Nicaran blade?" Upon hearing this, Xuanmi emerged from beneath the waterfall, surprised to see the young man before him. He didn't expect his master, Baiming Yu Xingming, to agree to Shenyuan Ziye's request. "Okay, Mr. Baiming Yu," Xuanmi said in a hoarse voice as he handed the Nicaran blade to Xingming. Xuanmi's Nicaran blade was without any special color. Both the blade guard and the blade itself were pure black. "Wait, we're really going to use a real sword for the fight?" Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback, staring blankly at Baiming Yu Xingming. Xuanmi showed a disdainful expression and whispered, "Kid, you're going to be in trouble." "It's fine, Shenyuan Ziye. I'll be very measured, and I'm not good with the sword, so feel free to attack me using your breathing techniques," Xingming explained slowly, alleviating Shenyuan Ziye's concerns. Shenyuan Ziye tightly gripped the sunwheel blade at his waist and said in a deep voice, "All right, Mr. Baiming Yu, let's begin. Breath of ice, first form, ice tide." Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a cold breath, drawing out the sunwheel knife covered in thick frost, and slashed towards Xingming. Xianya looked at the deep blue sunwheel knife, surprise flashing his eyes. What kind of breathing technique is this? Who on earth is this person? Clang! Xingming did not move an inch. The black sunwheel knife in his hand was like a small knife. He swung the black knife with his muscular arm, easily blocking Shenyuan Ziye's attack. So easy? Shenyuan Ziye quickly retreated, his face filled with astonishment. Just how great is this person's strength to block my attack so effortlessly? Xingming flicked his long knife, tears glistening in his eyes as he murmured, "Just come at me." Ice-breathing second form glacier dance. The blue blade appeared to be covered in a layer of flowing water, transforming into a sharp edge that drew graceful arcs in the air. Ah, such a refreshing breath. This breathing technique is quite good. It must be derived from the 5 major breathing techniques. Xingming whispered as he continued his movements, wielding the black knife to block the flowing, sharp blades. Shenyuan Ziye retreated again, showing a thoughtful expression. It seems that ordinary slashes have no effect on him at all. So, ice breath, third form, ice waterfall's fury. The god source's midnight breath exhaled like icy mist, making the surrounding air seem as if it were about to freeze. This person, so cold, even colder than the water from this waterfall. Xianmi shivered all over and complained. Xingming thought this was still an ordinary slash and made the same move again, but the next moment, his feet were frozen in place. Immediately after, Xingming's entire body shook as a cold current surged into him, causing his muscles to stiffen and leaving him unable to move for a moment. Ah, not a bad move. It should be very useful against ghosts. Xingming generously offered his praise. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened, fully focused. Next, it is my most magnificent strike. Breath of Ice. Land Style. Ice Dragon. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sun wheel blade with incredible speed, leaping out in a flash, leaving behind a phantom. Xuanmi's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming this. Such speed. With a sun wheel blade passed, a layer of frost rose from the ground, and the sharp strike resembled an ice dragon, charging towards Xingming. The air around them froze at that moment. Ah, what a beautiful strike. This move already has the strength of a Hashira. Xingming was somewhat amazed. Then he tossed aside the sunwheel blade, planting it into the ground. What's going on? Isn't he going to defend? Shenyuan Ziye was secretly surprised. Xingming pushed off with his feet, instantly breaking free from the ice beneath him. In a flash, he unshackled the chains on his body and swung his massive axe. That was Xingming's weapon, a large axe connected by a long chain with a meteor hammer made of high-purity gorilla crimson sand iron, and it was extremely heavy. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Breath of Rock, second form, Heaven's Fragment. Xingming exhaled a breath as heavy as rock, stepping on the chain, swinging the meteor hammer towards Shenyuan Ziye. Xuanmi's pupils suddenly constricted, shocked. Mr. Biming actually made a move. Can that person block it? That's the strongest man in the Demon Slayer Corps. Facing the incoming meteor hammer, Shenyuan Ziye's body trembled. Such a heavy weapon. If it were to smash down on a person, it would turn them into a puddle of mush. Bang! The meteor hammer collided with the sun wheel blade, producing a loud metallic clash. The illusory ice dragon shattered instantly, and Shenyuan Ziye only felt a strong impact. His trembling hands gripped the sun wheel blade with all their might to prevent it from flying away. He leaped backward, the powerful force making him struggle for a long time before he finally managed to steady himself. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath. His hands gripping the knife trembled uncontrollably. The attack style of Bei Mingyu Xingming was extremely domineering, and this strike was incredibly heavy. However, fighting against such a strong opponent excited him immensely, even though he knew he would ultimately be defeated. Ah, there is no accident. If I had used Xuani's sun wheel knife to block with my strength, the blade would surely break. Therefore, I could only use my own weapon. Luckily, you caught it. What a powerful child. Xingming sincerely praised, shedding 2 tears. This can't be true. This kid actually caught Mr. Bei Mingyu's attack. Xuani was dumbfounded, shocked to the point of being speechless. Shenyuan Ziye took a breath, seemingly still recovering from the recent attack. He admired, Mr. Hei Mingyu, you are really strong. Fighting with you has taught me a lot. Immediately after, he sheathed his Nichiren blade and inadvertently glanced at it, noticing a small notch on the blade, a mark left from the collision with the meteor hammer. This is it. Shenyuan Ziye's face darkened instantly. Chapter 39. Sick leaves, and Fuyue Haiming was fiddling with his prayer beads, praising, you are also quite impressive. You will surely become a Hashira soon. The Demon Slayer Corps will gain another Hashira, Namu Amida Buddha. Can he really become a Hashira? Listening to Haiming's words, Xuanyu's face twisted in rage, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, fists clenched tightly. Thank you, Mr. Hei Mingyu. Shenyuan Ziye expressed his heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have exchanged insights with the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Your level has increased to 70, and you have acquired a new skill, Breath of Ice, 7th form, 4 directions illusion. Shenyuan Ziye was overjoyed, finally reached level 70. Xuami's fists bulged with veins, his face filled with unwillingness and anger as he muttered to himself. Why? He is just a new member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Looks to be about my age. How can he be so strong, so easily become a Hashira? I have worked so hard, yet I can't even use breathing techniques. I just want to become a Hashira, just to say sorry to my brother. Why is this happening? Due to childhood experiences, Schwami joined the Demon Slayer Corps, only wanting to apologize to his older brother, Tamiyakashimi, to resolve past misunderstandings. And only by becoming a Hashira could he have the chance to see him and gain his approval. Schwami, keep working hard. Xingming seemed to see through Schwami's thoughts and spoke in a comforting tone. Schwami pulled out the Nichiren blade stuck in the ground, and with heavy steps, left this place. Xingming said sadly, this child must have been hit hard. I hope he can recover soon. Nemu Amida Butsu. Gunma Prefecture. This is the edge of Gunma Prefecture, surrounded by dense forests. In the middle of the night, 2 police officers walked through a dark alley. Horigome, what is going on with all these disappearances in Gunma lately? One officer, holding a flashlight, casually asked. The other officer replied, it's not good. The higher-ups sent us to investigate, afraid it's a serial killer. We need to carry our guns at all times. But if it's a serial killer, why haven't we found any bodies? TCH, if you ask me, who knows where the killer has thrown the bodies? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. Who? The 2 officers immediately became alert, their hair standing on end, staring at the shadow appearing ahead. It's 2 small humans. How should we divide them? Kaname? Furuya emerged from the darkness, his blue eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Behind him stood the lower moon 3, Kaname. Kaname rasped. What is there to ask? Of course, you're half. I'll eat 1.5. Kaname, you're going too far. How much food have you taken from me this month? Furuya snarled, revealing his long fangs, glaring at Kaname. Kaname teased. Who told you your rank is lower than mine? The inferior should obey the superior. Kaname, you gone too far. If it weren't for Muzin-sama's orders, I wouldn't tolerate you. Furuya said sharply, his body tensing, and in the next moment, black fur sprouted all over him. His previously small body became huge, muscles bulging. This scene left the 2 officers dumbfounded, trembling as they knelt on the ground. Clearly, the person before them could no longer be called human, but a monster. Kaname smirked disdainfully. If you're not satisfied, just challenge Muzin-sama for a rank change. Seeing Kaname say this, Furuya had nothing more to say and had to swallow his anger. He only hated himself, a lower moon, yet had fallen to this state. The 2 officers, hearing the conversation between the 2 demons, were already scared out of their wits and staggered to prepare to flee. Swish! Kaname coldly laughed, leaping out, his right hand piercing through one officer's chest, brutally pulling out his heart. Kaname held the bloody mass, still weakly beating, and swallowed it in one bite, chewing the deliciousness with a satisfied smile. The other officer was filled with fear, the smell of blood stimulating his nostrils, and he felt nauseous, starting to vomit. Furuya rushed forward, extending his muscular arm, and with one punch, smashed that officer's head, blood splattering everywhere. The walls and the ground were soaked in bright red blood. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Furuya tore off an arm and began to feast, muttering impatiently. These humans are really tasteless. The demon slayers are much richer in nutrition. At least their physical quality is a lot better than these people. Furuya, just wait. Once we kill those demon slayers in Gunma, the Demon Slayer Corps will definitely send reinforcements. Maybe they LLB Hashira. If we can absorb them, we might be able to rise to Upper Moon. Kaname said eagerly, trembling with excitement. Furuya, however, looked somewhat fearful, doubting. Can we really defeat the Hashira among the demon slayers with our strength? After all, we are demons. They're ultimately humans. As long as it's night, our chances will be much greater. If we can kill a Hashira, Muzin-sama will definitely appreciate us and grant us more blood. Kaname's eyes widened, joyfully saying. Seeing Kaname so confident, Furuya couldn't help but get excited too, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. So there are man-eating demons here. Inosuke, wielding 2 Nichiren blades, exhaled a puff of white mist from the boar head mask, radiating a fierce killing intent. Both Furuya and Kaname's pupils shrank, quickly turning around and focusing on the boar-headed boy in front of them, adjusting their combat stances. Demon Slayer? Both demons exclaimed in unison. Inosuke shouted, remember, my name is Inosuke, the man who will kill you. Ha! Anyone can come, even a Hashira. Kaname snorted coldly and charged towards Inosuke. Beast-breathing third Fong tier. Swish! Inosuke swung his dual blades, and Kanami's arms were instantly severed, blood spraying out, while Kanami's expression was one of extreme surprise. The close encounter also allowed Inosuke to see the demon before him, with the character's lower 3 etched in his pupils. Lower 3. Inosuke quickly retreated, excitement surged in his heart, and he began to tremble with excitement. You guy, you're lower moon 3, right? Exposed, haha. If I defeat you, I'll be a Hashira. Ahaha. At this moment, Furuya clenched his fists, energy bursting from his body. Blood demon, art beastification ape. Suddenly, Furuya's body sprouted black fur, growing larger. His formerly weak arms bulging like they were filled with hormones, becoming 2 giant arms. Then, Furuya stepped forward, swinging his massive arms, causing the ground to tremble. Inosuke stared in awe at the gigantic creature before him, his whole body trembling, exclaiming, "So big!" Bang! Furuya's fist smashed down at Inosuke's feet, shattering the ground. And Inosuke quickly retreated. Kanami's arms grew back, looking disdainfully at the boar-headed boy, mocking, "With you? And those 2 shabby knives, you think you can defeat me? What did you say? Looking for death?" Inosuke, facing Kanami's provocation, looked displeased, gripping his Nichiren blades, panting through his nose, ready to launch the next attack. First, I need to dodge that black monkey's attack. Inosuke secretly analyzed, then paused, instinctively saying, "Why am I thinking? I can just go in directly. He definitely isn't stronger than me." The sickly leaf looked up and down at the bare-chested boar boy with a playful expression, licking his lips greedily, and said, "Fuya, don't make a move. This demon hunter is mine. His taste must be quite good." Chapter 40. In a bitter struggle, Inosuke. What did you say? Inosuke went to Gunma Prefecture to kill demons? There are 12 Kizuki there? Shinjuku, far away at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, had a face filled with not only confusion but also a hint of shock. Kanaho nodded and softly said, "Inosuke told me. He asked me to remember his name and told me go to Gunma Prefecture to kill demons. But how do you know there are 12 Kizuki there?" Shinjuku questioned. "The Lord has already sent Hashira to Gunma Prefecture. The previous team members didn't return to headquarters. Is that so? Then before the Hashira arrives, Inosuke might also be in danger." A trace of worry appeared on Kanaho's cheeks as she softly said, "I think you and he are good friends, so it's necessary to inform you." "Thank you, Kanaho, I understand." Shinjuku looked deeply at Kanaho, his tone quite grateful. "Are you going?" Kanaho asked softly. Shenyuan Ziye nodded heavily, his expression serious. If it really is the 12 Kizuki, Inosuke might be in danger. The Lord has already sent a Hashira ahead, so it should be fine, right? Even so, I still want to kill demons. As long as I can arrive a little earlier than the Hashira, I can help Inosuke sooner. I don't want his name to be carved on the stone tablet, just yet. Kanaho blinked her pink-purple eyes and softly expressed her agreement. Shenyuan Ziye organized his belongings and headed to Gunma Prefecture. Due to the urgency of the situation, he traveled particularly fast. The nights in Gunma Prefecture are longer than the days, allowing demons to act even more recklessly in this area. This is really annoying, Sick Leaf. This demon hunter is strong and robust. His nutrition must be very rich. Fuyue glared at Sick Leaf and said unwillingly. Sick Leaf scoffed, "Don't worry, Fuyue. I'll leave you an arm." "Damn it. How dare you underestimate me?" Inosuke swung his dual swords and rushed out quickly, like a charging wild boar. Beast breathing, second fong, slash. Inosuke crossed his swords and slashed at Sick Leaf with the serrated Nichiren blades. Sick Leaf grinned maliciously and waved both hands forward. Blood demon art, remit sorrow. Whoosh. The moment Inosuke's blade touched Sick Leaf's skin, the powerful impact of the strike was instantly neutralized, as if he had struck a mass of cotton, soft and yielding. Bang! Sick Leaf tightened his grip on the blade and forcefully flung Inosuke away. Inosuke steadied himself and exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on?" My attack was neutralized? Due to the barbs on the blade, Sick Leaf's palm was cut with 2 gashes, blood splattering everywhere. TCH, this broken blade. Sick Leaf frowned, his voice hoarse. "You've seen my power, haven't you, ha?" Inosuke laughed maniacally, swinging his dual swords and charging again. "I want to give you a chance to catch your breath." Beast breathing, fourth fong, shattering slash. Swish, swish, swish. Inosuke slashed continuously, delivering 4 strikes in quick succession. Sick Leaf laughed wildly. "Don't you understand? Any attack of yours is ineffective against me." Blood demon art, remit sorrow. Sick Leaf charged directly at Inosuke's blade, releasing a special energy with both hands that neutralized the violent slashes one by one. He then clenched his fist and punched towards Inosuke's forehead. Bang! Inosuke quickly swung his sword to block, but Sick Leaf's punch landed squarely on his dual blades, the powerful impact causing Inosuke to stagger back, rolling on the ground several times. Fuyue, having dispelled the blood demon art, ape state, gritted his teeth and impatiently said, "Sick Leaf, haven't you killed him yet? I'm getting impatient waiting." Sick Leaf quickly punched toward Inosuke's body, laughing maliciously as he did so. "Just wait a bit longer, Fuyue. Don't be so anxious. Delicious meals always take time to prepare. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long." Bang, bang, bang. Sick Leaf's fists ruthlessly pounded into Inosuke's body, and Inosuke could only swing his sword to execute techniques, but they were all neutralized. Suddenly, Sick Leaf landed a punch on Inosuke's chest. Bang! Inosuke spat out blood, feeling dizzy, likely from the previous punches. This is the strength of the lower moon? Inosuke's body swayed continuously, and the scene before him began to blur. Sick Leaf licked his lips and mocked. "The power of the 12 Kizuki is not something a hunter of your level can shake." Prepara 2D. Sick Leaf charged again, gathering energy in both hands, and threw a punch at Inosuke. Whoosh! Under Sick Leaf's astonished gaze, an arm flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Beast breathing. Third Fong tier. Inosuke swung his dual swords in a pincer attack, severing Sick Leaf's arm. He still has strength. Sick Leaf's face showed shock as he exclaimed. Inosuke swung his dual swords, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, yet he still shouted with all his might. "You scum, don't underestimate me, Inosuke. I will definitely chop off your head." Sick Leaf's eyes widened in anger, gritting his teeth, his throat smoking, his voice becoming hoarse. "Bastard, I will dismember you." "Enough, Sick Leaf, your attacks are too weak. Let me quickly deal with him." Just as Sick Leaf was getting angry, Fuyue behind him suddenly spoke. "I've lost my patience," Fuyue said coldly, then his body swiftly shot out. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Blood Demon Art, Beastification, Tiger. While running, Fuyue's entire body erupted with yellow fur. His legs became strong and muscular, and sharp claws grew from his palms. Fuyue's speed was incredibly fast, even making Sick Leaf shiver, feeling a gust of wind sweep past. Bang! Inosuke sensed a hint of danger and instantly crossed his two swords horizontally to block Fuyue's punch. What's going on? Suddenly, it's a different person. Wasn't this demon the powerful black gorilla from before? Has his ability changed? Inosuke was shocked inside. At that moment of tension, Inosuke also saw Fuyue's face clearly. A young man with blue markings, blue pupils glaring with the character's lower land inscribed. 2 members of the 12 Kizuki. Inosuke fell into deep despair, his head involuntarily shaking, losing his will to fight. "I can't win. I can't win." Bang! Fuyue threw a punch that hit Inosuke's blades, the powerful impact sending Inosuke flying. "If only I could be a bit faster, I could definitely catch up." At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye was running at full speed, his agile figure weaving through the night. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of delicate sounds came, and in front of Shenyuan Ziye, a spider web in a bawa pattern flew towards him. Ice breathing. First form, ice tide. Crack! Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath like icy mist, and the spider web was instantly severed by the blade, scattering in all directions. Just as he was puzzled, a tender yet familiar voice came from behind. "Found you. You guy, finally willing to show yourself?" Chapter 41. The Death of Lei. It was a short boy, looking no more than 12 or 13 years old, with long white hair, the tips stained with a shade of bright red. His youthful face had the character Xia Wu engraved on his left eye. Lower Moon 5 Lei. His appearance seemed to have changed. Shenyuan Ziye looked at Lei's long hair. It used to be entirely white, but now the tips were dyed with a hint of blood red. Shenyuan Ziye was the first to speak, his tone laced with surprise. "So it's you. You actually came to find me." Lei impatiently replied, "It's because of you. I have been granted more blood." How could such a weak demon slayer catch the attention of that lord? That lord? Shenyuan Ziye's heart suddenly trembled, and he instantly realized something. He was talking about Muzan. To think that he had caught the attention of Muzan was quite a shock. While he felt excited, there was also a hint of fear, as his current strength was nothing but trivial in front of Muzan. Perhaps only with a 3-piece set could he contend with him. Shenyuan Ziye smirked and said, "What's wrong? Muzan sent you to take my life." Lei's pupils constricted as he stared at Shenyuan Ziye in shock, and said sharply, "You little brat. You're not worthy to utter that great one's name. Hurry up and die." Blood Demon Art. Thread Prison. Lei controlled the threads with both hands, a splash of crimson appearing on the back of his hands, causing the threads to turn blood red as well. In an instant, a group of bright red threads surrounded Shenyuan Ziye, attempting to envelop him in this prison made of threads. Breath of Ice, second form, Dance of the Ice River. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye swiftly swung the sun-will blade around him. The training over these days, along with the sparring and exchanges with the Hashira, had greatly improved his swordsmanship. The prison formed by blood-red threads was instantly shattered, and the threads all broke, falling to the ground. How is this possible? The threads enhanced by my blood demon art were so easily. A few months ago, he was still a demon hunter who wanted to run away as soon as he saw me. Lying in disbelief, I looked at the scene before me, horrified. Shenyuan Ziye's expression was cold as he approached with a knife in one hand, saying in a chilling voice, "If you roll away now, I'll let you go. I have more important things to do and no time to waste here with you. TCH, stop pretending. A useless person like you. I can take care of you in no time." Lei roared in anger, quickly raising both hands, and blood-red threads began to swirl continuously in his palms. Blood demon technique, engraved line rotation. This was the strongest thread Lei could produce, instantly weaving into a vortex-shaped cocoon and shooting towards Shenyuan Ziye. "It seems you still don't understand the gap between us." Shenyuan Ziye's tone was icy, and a faint blue light suddenly shone in his clear eyes, causing his movements to quicken. Breath of Ice, Type 7, 4 directions, illusion. The blood-red threads passed through Shenyuan Ziye's body upon contact. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, as if the air had solidified and the temperature plummeted. "What is happening? Where'd he go?" Lei panicked, glancing around, and the sudden chill made him shiver uncomfortably. In the next moment, 4 figures rushed towards him, all of them Shenyuan Ziye. TCH, since that's the case. Blood demon technique, absolute kill, Icicle. Lei snorted coldly, weaving his hands into a gigantic spider web that spread outward, powerful energy waves surging forth. "This is the new power granted to me by Lord Musen. That's enough, disappear quickly," Lei shouted angrily, and when the 4 figures of Shenyuan Ziye touched the threads, they turned into ice blocks, shattering into pieces and scattering like cold mist in the air. No real body. Lei's pupils contracted, his face filled with horror as he turned his neck to glance behind him. The 4 directions illusion could create 4 phantoms of oneself, which were essentially ice statues without a real body, easily shattered with a single blow to attract the opponent's attention, serving a disorienting purpose for demons with poor perception. Crack! In the instant he turned his head, Lei's neck was severed, and his head fell. In his final moments, Lei still wore an expression of disbelief, unable to accept that he had been killed by an ordinary little demon. Moreover, he had received that lord's blood, and his power was supposed to be stronger than before. Why? Why did I still lose? Lei recalled his experiences from his human life. "My name is Lei, born with a weak body. Even walking was difficult for me, let alone running. Watching healthy children running and playing freely, I was filled with envy, longing for a healthy body like theirs. I don't know if it was luck or misfortune, but that day came when Lord Musen appeared before me. How pitiful! Let me save you." Musen blinked his crimson eyes, staring at me. "After drinking the blood granted by Lord Musen, I transformed into a demon, gaining a strong body. But I could no longer see the sun and had to consume humans to survive. But my parents were not happy at all. When they discovered my acts of eating people, they became extremely agitated. How could it come to this? Look at what you've done, Lei." My father's angry voice echoed in my ears, along with my mother's cries beside him. One night, my father, tears in his eyes, held a sharp blade, pointing it at me as I slept on the bed. However, in just a second, I sensed my father's movement strangled him, and in the instant the threads were released. My mother was also affected, collapsing in a pool of blood. The anger from nearly being killed made it impossible for me to understand my father's words, nor could I comprehend his desire to kill me. At that moment, I realized that the bond between my parents and me was entirely false. How could parents want to kill their own child? It was utterly absurd. But the next moment, I realized I was wrong. Lying in a pool of blood, my mother let out a weak voice. "I'm sorry, Lei. I couldn't give you a strong body. I'm sorry." After saying this, my mother breathed her last. In that instant, I suddenly understood what a true bond was, and that night, I had cut it off with my own hands. I was about to die. In the light, I seemed to see the figures of my parents. How wonderful it would be to see them one more time. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. But having killed so many people, I should go to hell, and it's impossible to see them again." "That's not true. Let's go together. Even to hell, no matter where we go, we will always be together." My father's voice echoed in my ears, and my mother appeared beside me. I could no longer suppress my emotions. tears streaming down as I plunged into their embrace. It's all my fault, I'm sorry. I am so sad. A demon. Shenyuan Ziye sheathed the sunwheel knife. His expression unreadable, his pupils radiating a faint blue light. As Lei's body dissipated, he used the eye of Xianbing to see Lei's memories. Muzan Kabutsuji. I will definitely kill you. Chapter 42. My wife's Zenitsu Gama Prefecture. Two figures lingered in the moonlight. Kabukimano, do you have a right to criticize me? You haven't dealt with that brat either. Don't tell me you didn't go all out. Byakuya's face showed a disdainful smile as he mocked. Kabukimano waved his fist and coldly replied, that brat is just hanging on by a thread. With the next strike, I'll smash his head. Blood demon technique. Beastification, ape. Kabukimono's body instantly swelled, his muscular arms as thick as tree branches, taking heavy steps as the ground trembled, rushing towards Inosuke. In the corner, Inosuke, with several broken ribs, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his body covered in wounds, gripped his knife tightly, panting heavily as he faced the looming giant before him, trembling uncontrollably. This is bad. I've never felt such intense fear, but I can't lose, absolutely cannot lose. Inosuke swung his dual blades, shouting with fighting spirit. I am Inosuke Hashibira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Bring it on, you scum. Still talking tough when death is imminent. Kabukimano smirked disdainfully, his arms becoming even thicker, and his massive fists charged forward, accompanied by a fierce wind. Beast breathing, third fong, fangs tear. Inosuke roared in anger, swinging his dual blades forward, the serrated edges sweeping towards the incoming fist. Bang! Inosuke's dual blades shattered upon colliding with Kabukimono's arm, breaking into two pieces, the blade tip flying out and embedding into the ground. The blade is broken. Inosuke stared blankly at the scene, his entire being going limp as he faced the fist flying toward his forehead, unable to resist. Kabukimano laughed maniacally. Haha, your blade is broken. I'll smash your head first. Swish! As Kamado's fist was less than an inch away from Inosuke's forehead, a flash of lightning struck, and Kamado's thick arm flew up, blood splattering. What happened? Kamado, startled, sensed a hint of danger and quickly retreated. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash sixfold. A figure landed in front of Inosuke, descending like a bolt of lightning. It was a boy with yellow hair, wearing a yellow demon slayer uniform adorned with triangular patterns. His youthful and handsome face, with thick brows and large eyes, could easily make one mistake him for a child if not for his height. This person was Zenitsu Agatsuma, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Zenitsu held a sword in one hand, a golden Nicaran blade covered in electric patterns, with a white blade collar and hilt. His eyes were tightly closed, and electric sparks flickered around him. Ah, you finally arrived, Zenitsu. Inosuke groaned softly from the ground, his voice sounding very broken. Inosuke, breathe, stop the bleeding, and wait for support. I'll hold off these two demons for now, Zenitsu said in a commanding tone, his voice sharp. Inosuke took deep breaths and lowered his voice, saying, I can do this without you telling me. Another new demon hunter? Kamado's pupils slightly constricted as he fixed his gaze on the yellow-haired boy. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash, eightfold. Inosuke unwillingly said, Zenitsu, that's a lower moon, be careful. Damn it, I lost him. Swish, swish, swish. Thunder roared around Kamado, as if lightning had struck down, sweeping across his body. The speed was so fast that Kamado barely reacted. What incredible speed! Kamado's pupils contracted, his face filled with shock, and under his astonished gaze, the two arms that had just grown were once again severed, even his neck bursting with a spray of blood. This time it was the turn of the sickly leaf to be impatient. The sickly leaf curled his lips and mocked. Kamado, what's going on? Why haven't you dealt with these demon hunters yet? Sickly leaf, stop with the cold remarks and take action quickly. Let's deal with these small fries together. Or else it will be troublesome if the demon hunters keep coming one after another. Kamado gritted his teeth and shot a glance at Sickly Leaf behind him. Sickly Leaf, feeling insulted by Kamado's previous words, didn't want to act, but upon hearing Kamado's reasoning, he nodded reluctantly. All right, you handle that lightning boy, and I'll take care of that boar man first. Kamado's face turned purple with anger upon hearing this, and he muttered, damn it, picking up a big advantage and leaving these small fries to me. When I get back, I'll apply to Muzan-sama for a position swap battle, and I will devour you. You piece of trash. I heard all of that. You won't get your way. Zenitsu lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leapt into the air, moving as fast as lightning. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. Blood demon art, beastification, tiger. Kamado's fur transformed into yellow, and his legs bulged with muscle as his speed increased, charging towards Zenitsu. Swish, swish, swish. Zenitsu quickly swung his Nichiren blade, and a deafening thunder resonated around, with electric sparks flashing wherever he went. As Kamado moved, his feet grew claws, scraping against the ground with a hiss sound, dodging the passing electric blade, while simultaneously swinging his claws at Zenitsu. Hiss! His speed has increased? Zenitsu was shocked internally, as he was scratched in several places by Kamado's claws, blood splattering, with some deep wounds revealing bloody bone beneath. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. A voice suddenly echoed in Zenitsu's ear. Thump, thump, patter, patter. It was the sound of Sickly Leaf's heartbeat and the flow of blood retreating towards the corner. Inosuke, move, get out of the way. Zenitsu frowned, enduring the pain in his body as he shouted anxiously behind him. Hey, I say, do you still have the energy to worry about others? Kamado's face suddenly appeared in front of Zenitsu, causing Zenitsu's heart to race, and his leg muscles quickly exerted force, darting away like lightning. At this moment, Inosuke, lying on the ground, was unable to move at all, and just using his breath to forcefully stop the bleeding was already causing him immense pain. Inosuke roared with all his might, gripping the broken Nichiren blade tightly. Beast breathing, first form, piercing thrust, desperate struggles. First smash his head to stop him from talking, then dig out his heart and eat it. Sickly Leaf revealed a terrifying smile, licking his lips with his tongue as he punched towards Inosuke's forehead. Swish! The sea blue Nichiren blade streaked across the night sky like a stream of water, and Sickly Leaf's arm flew out, blood gushing forth. A figure appeared. The newcomer was Ju Tomioka, the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. One after another. It never ends. Sickly Leaf's face darkened as he lowered his head and hoarsely spoke, his raspy voice filled with anger. Blood demon art, withered leaves. Sickly Leaf brought his hands together, and from around his body, a flurry of yellow leaves shot out, their tips sharp as blades, tearing through the air and flying towards Ju. Ju remained expressionless, his eyes calm as he stared at Sickly Leaf, the corners of his eyes slightly drooping, his gaze appearing extremely disdainful. My leaves are poisonous and incredibly sharp. Even the Nichiren blade that can kill demons can't cut through my withered leaves. Sickly Leaf noticed Ju's disdainful expression and immediately lost his composure, roaring angrily, his eyes wide open as he glared at the young man in front of him, wishing he could tear him apart. Just as the withered leaves were about to pierce through Ju's body, Ju exhaled a tranquil breath like flowing water. Total concentration, water breathing. 11th form, calm seas. Swish, swish, swish. The oncoming withered leaves were instantly shattered, dissipating like dust. Sickly Leaf stared in disbelief at this scene and shouted this. This is impossible. My withered leaves, not even the sharpest blade can cut through. Again, let us try again. I can also neutralize your attack, blood demon art. Water breathing, first form water surface slash. Ju dashed forward, moving so fast that his figure was almost impossible to capture. He swung his sea blue Nichiren blade, and before Sickly Leaf could make a move, the next moment he had already severed Sickly Leaf's neck. How could this happen? Am I going to die? Is he a Hashira? How could I lose to him? A Hashira among demon hunters. Is his power so strong? As Sickly Leaf's head rolled to the ground, he widened his eyes, muttering repeatedly, filled with unwillingness and confusion. Soon after, Sickly Leaf's body dissipated like smoke in the air. Lower Moon 3 dead. Wow, so strong. The fallen Inosuke looked at Ju in front of him, trembling all over, excitement written all over his face. A strong fighting spirit surging forth. Inosuke stood up, instantly revitalized, pointing at Ju and said, "You're the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? You actually killed a Lower Moon. Come on, let us have a match. If I win against you, I'll be the strongest, ha ha." Lying on the ground to rest well, moving around will cause the wound to split open, and you'll die, you fool. Eong said, walking towards another ghost without looking back. Hey, come and duel with me. I will definitely win against you, ha. The voice of Inosuke came from behind Eong. Eong frowned and said coldly, "Members of the hidden team are coming soon. Lie down on the ground and don't move." The Sick Leaf has been taken down. On the other side, the Kamui who was fighting with Zenitsu sensed the disappearance of the Sick Leaf's aura. His body shook, and he said in disbelief, "Could it be that a Hashira has come? With the strength of the Sick Leaf, how could he not defeat him? Can I deal with a Hashira? What is up with that lightning brat? His movements are incredibly fast. I can't kill him no matter what. If the Hashira over there comes. No, I have to leave quickly." Thinking of this, Kamui made a decision, quickened his pace, dodging the electric slashes flying from all directions, and prepared to escape. Little ghost, your speed is indeed fast, but still not as good as my tiger form. We will meet again. Zenitsu gritted his teeth, exhaling a sharp breath, and shouted, Don't think about running away. Sound breathing, first form roar. Just as Kamui was about to escape, the ground beneath his feet was smashed into a large pit, and in an instant, stones flew and dust filled the air. What's going on? Kamui looked around warily. Oh, it turns out it's just a lower moon demon. Simply a piece of cake. The newcomer was a tall man, handsome and strong, with powerful hands grasping two short blades connected by chains, with the words Demon Slayer clearly engraved on them. The visitor was none other than the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin. Kamui's face showed a hint of fear, and he murmured instinctively, Another Hashira has come. Can I defeat him? Huh? Are you scared, silly? A mere lower moon demon is really too weak. Let me bury you in style. In the next moment, Tenjin moved like lightning, wielding his dual blades, leaving behind a series of gorgeous sword techniques wherever he went. Zenitsu heard the sound of the elegant slashes and exclaimed, What incredible speed! No, I definitely can't win. I need to run. Kamui felt Tenjin's pressure, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with fear. Blood demon art, beastification, hawk. In an instant, Kamui's body shrank suddenly. His steps became as light as a bird, and with a leap, he jumped directly into the air. Then, Kamui bounced lightly, hopping along the rooftops, running towards the nearby forest. Tenjin missed his target, his right hand resting on his forehead guard, gazing at the small figure in the sky, lamenting, Hey, is this for real? He actually flew away? Another demon actually ran away? At this moment, Eon also arrived at the battlefield, looking at the figure disappearing into the sky, murmuring. Tenjin replied, Yeah, what a pity. Just a little bit more and I could have elegantly slashed him down. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, followed closely by 2 or 3 team members. They were dressed in brown uniforms, their faces and bodies tightly wrapped. These people were members of the hidden team, responsible for cleaning up. Meanwhile, Shinjin Mitsuri also arrived in Guma Prefecture. He had just killed a lower moon demon and leveled up to level 80, with his physical enhancement increased to 100%. And he obtained a new skill, Ice Breathing, 8th form, Ice Speed Slash. The 8th form is the fastest slashing technique of ice breathing, capable of instantly unleashing dozens of ice blades, sharp enough to shatter a demon's flesh. Under the moonlight, Inosuke was surrounded by 3 hidden members and was lifted onto a stretcher. Inosuke, how are you? Are you okay? Shinjin Mitsuri hurried over, looking worriedly at Inosuke, who was already wrapped in bandages all over his body. The 3 hidden members around Inosuke, upon seeing Shinjin Mitsuri, quickly made way and respectfully said, Lord Shinjin, he does not have any fatal injuries, just several broken ribs. His fingers are also fractured, and he has multiple external injuries that need immediate medical attention. Kanroji Mitsuri had already recognized Shinjin Mitsuri during the Hashira meeting, and the nearby hidden members all witnessed this. Clearly a grade A member, yet favored by the Lord. A bright future ahead, and rising to Hashira was just a matter of time. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. 1 spreads to 10, 10 spreads to 100. Almost all members of the hidden team knew Shinjin Mitsuri, and upon seeing him in person, they were naturally very respectful. Ah, it's you, Tsukio. I'm so tired I can't even speak. Inosuke was already on the verge of death. Quickly, transport him back to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. The hidden members beside Inosuke immediately took action, lifting the stretcher and hurriedly leaving. Shenyuan Ziye let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Inosuke was fine. Hey, Inosuke, are you still there? It hurts so much. What happened? I just woke up and my whole body is in agony. Why am I covered in wounds? Wah. Zenitsu collapsed to the ground, crying sorrowfully. His limbs were marked with cuts from sharp blades, oozing bright red blood. Shenyuan Ziye stepped forward, his eyes brightening as he hesitated. Zenitsu? He immediately recognized the blonde boy sitting on the ground, the one who used thunder breathing in the original story, my wife Zenitsu. Hey, who are you? How do you know me? Zenitsu said with a puzzled expression. Jill, Shenyuan kid, your entrance is really grand, but the battle is already over. Before Shenyuan Ziye could respond, Tenjin's figure appeared beside him, resting a hand on his shoulder and smiling as he spoke. Shenyuan Ziye was not interested in this flamboyant guy and simply responded, Mr. Yusui, did you come alone? Tian Yuan smiled and said, Actually, I could handle it by myself, but I just saw a very unglamorous guy. Just moments ago, Tomioka Ju, after killing the sickly demon, confirmed that another lower moon demon had escaped, and since the sound Hashira was present, he decided not to linger and quietly left before Shenyuan Ziye arrived. Zenitsu, seeing that the two were ignoring him, widened his bloodshot eyes and continued to cry. Someone help me. It hurts so much. How did it end up like this? That little blonde demon. Hurry and use your breathing to stop the bleeding, or else the wound will open up beautifully. Tianyuan looked at Zenitsu with a smile and teased. This time, there aren't many medical personnel around. They're all busy helping that pig-headed little demon, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Zenitsu rolled his eyes, darkness clouding his vision. It's cracking. That means I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die before anyone comes to save me. Ha ha. What a funny little demon. Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, a crow circled in the dim night sky, emitting a sharp sound, caw, caw. Shenyuan Ziye has defeated Lower Moon 5. Tomioka Ju has defeated Lower Moon 3. Caw, caw. Chapter 44. Akazahe, well done. Shenyuan, little demon. You've killed another Lower Moon. You truly deserve to be a Hashira now, Tianyuan said with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. Shenyuan Ziye expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yusue. I'm just doing my best to slay evil spirits. Tianyuan patted Shenyuan Ziye on the shoulder and asked with great interest, What a splendid answer. I have high hopes for you. From now on, you will fight in the name of the pillar. Have you thought of a name for the pillar? On the ground nearby, Zenitsu, who was lying down, was stunned upon hearing their conversation and exclaimed in disbelief. What is going on? This boy who looks about my age actually killed a Lower Moon demon by himself. Oh my god, how terrifying. Just how strong is he? Is he a monster? He chuckled nervously. He must be a monster. A normal person couldn't be this brutal. Zenitsu's eyes gradually became vacant. Shenyuan Ziye smiled gratefully, her clear eyes shimmering with a faint blue light under the night sky, and softly said, Let's call it Ice Pillar. Tianyuan, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. A very splendid title. It matches your breathing technique perfectly. I really admire it. Just then a cool breeze swept through, and a dangerous aura suddenly filled the surroundings. A figure quietly descended behind the three, accompanied by a pulse of electronic music and an overwhelming sense of pressure that was almost suffocating. Shenyuan Ziye's whole body was trembling, paralyzed by fear. He understood that a ghost was coming, one he had never seen before, an extremely powerful ghost. At that moment, Zenitsu was holding his head with both hands, covering his ears, his expression dazed, his face pale, trembling all over, as if resisting something. Tenjin was the first to turn around, staring at that figure and the intense pressure it exuded. He shouted loudly, Enemy attack! In just an instant, that figure descended beside Zenitsu, striking out with a fierce punch. Tenjin's pupils constricted. He couldn't see the enemy's movements or react in time, and could only watch helplessly as the fist swung wildly. Breath of Ice, second form, Ice Dance. Swish! The divine source's ice suddenly opened, and a powerful fist appeared in front of him, briefly slowed down for a moment, allowing him to seize the opportunity to strike. He swung the blade from below, cutting straight up between the fists. Zenitsu's face turned pale, and he soon felt the chilling aura coming towards him, causing his previously frantic heart to gradually calm down. The attack failed, and the figure leaped back, landing steadily. The injured arm waved gently, and the blood solidified and healed instantly. Under the moonlight, the three clearly saw the full appearance of the figure. It was a young man with peach-red short hair, handsome features, pale skin, and his entire body covered in deep blue tattoos. He wore a purple-red short shirt, his upper body exposed, with prayer beads hanging from his ankles. His golden eyes were particularly striking, engraved with the characters Upper Moon and 3. Upper Moon 3. Akaza. Shenyuan Ziye recognized the ghost in front of him at a glance. A surge of light emanated from his blue eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably, filled with fear and excitement. Nice eyes. Yawazuo licked the blood flowing from his palm, his voice magnetic. If it weren't for those eyes, you could never block my attack. Tianyuan's eyes also widened in shock. Yawazuo's movements were extremely fast, and he didn't react in time. If Shenyuan Ziye hadn't swung his sword just in time, Zenitsu would have been smashed into a hole. Although Tianyuan didn't know how Shenyuan Ziye managed to react, he was shocked and also relieved that he could intervene to alleviate the impending crisis. Why do you want to attack Zenitsu? I don't understand. Shenyuan Ziye asked what was on his mind. Yawazuo grinned and said, Because I despise the weak. Seeing weak humans makes me feel sick. Zenitsu curled up on the ground, trembling violently, filled with extreme panic. Yuazuo's words reminded him of those unpleasant memories. Disappear. The cold words echoed in Zenitsu's ears, and he felt a sharp pain in his ears. The voice coming from that man was like a sharp blade, cutting into Zenitsu's heart. Don't make me repeat myself. Just disappear, you useless trash. It was a boy with black hair and green eyes, thick eyebrows, wearing a bracelet with a hooked jade pendant, looking disdainful. He was none other than Kageyama, the senior disciple of Shinazugawa Sanemi, the former Hashira, and Zenitsu's senior brother. Zenitsu looked at Kageyama in confusion. Kageyama sneered, crying from morning till night. Don't you feel ashamed? The master is very impressive. He was a Hashira, the one who earned the title of the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps. It's a rare opportunity to be guided by a former Hashira. But what about you? No progress at all. The master's training is just a waste of time for you. You're too much of an eyesore. Just disappear already. Why are you here? You useless trash. As he spoke, Kageyama became agitated, his expression filled with anger as he shouted at Zenitsu. Hearing his brother's indifferent words, Zenitsu was filled with despair. No one expects anything from me, who has no parents. I can't do anything right. Am I really a useless weakling? Such an absurd thought. No matter how strong one is, they all evolve from the weak. How can you, having lived for hundreds of years, not understand this principle? Shenyuan Ziye coldly stared at Yuazuo, his tone equally icy. Well, you won't understand such a thing. Hurry up and die. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Beside him, Zenitsu heard Shenyuan Ziye's words, his heart racing, staring blankly at the boy beside him. Tianyuan laughed heartily, pointing his sword at Yuazuo's nose and shouted, "Ha, that's right. Shenyuan Ziye, we will definitely win and bury you, the Upper Moon Demon, in style." Yuazuo narrowed his eyes, the veins on his forehead bulging, but the next moment, he suppressed his inner anger and grinned. "My name is Yuazuo. You two are Hashira, right? I can tell. The fighting spirit in your bodies has been refined, but unfortunately, your strength has not yet reached its peak. Especially you, are you Shenyuan Ziye? Your fighting spirit is very strong. Do you know why you cannot step into that supreme realm? Because you are human. You all are human, who will age and die. In this limited time, it is impossible to achieve that. As long as you become a demon, you can have infinite years. Whether it's 100 years or 200 years, you can continue to train and become stronger. So, become a demon." Yuazuo extended his palm towards the two, making an inviting gesture. Shenyuan Ziye slowly drew the sun-will blade, the light blue blade cutting through the night sky. He gripped the blade with both hands, his face cold and stern, blue light shooting out from his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? As a human, how could you possibly turn into a demon? Hurry up and go to hell, Akaza." As soon as the words fell, Akaza's expression froze, his golden eyes slightly constricting. With a stomp of one foot, a large pit was instantly created in the ground. The technique was unleashed, destruction kill, Luo needle. A formation appeared beneath Akaza's feet, resembling a white snowflake. "Since you won't become a demon, then I'll just kill you." Akaza took a stance, his pale face showing great disdain. Chapter 45. Fierce battle with Upper Moon 3. Zenitsu, lying on the ground, trembled all over, the words of Akaza echoing in his ears. His lips quivered. "Upper Moon. Demon, it's impossible. I can't possibly win." "You're right. What a joke, thinking we could turn into demons. It will be me, Lord Yuzhui, who will elegantly eliminate you." Tenjin tightened his grip on his dual blades, pointing them at Akaza, his mouth curling into a smile as he shouted with fighting spirit. Zenitsu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the tall man before him, trembling as he said, his voice, so warm, so different from that Upper Moon demon. "Breath of ice. Fourth form, gathering cold." Shenyuan Ziye launched the attack first, charging forward while exhaling cold breath. The blade aimed directly at Yuazuo. Destruction kill, chaos style. Bang bang bang. Shenyuan Ziye wielded a knife and fought fiercely with Yuazuo, each move creating intense sound around them. Shenyuan Ziye's hand holding the knife trembled violently. Iwazuo's physical strength exceeded his imagination. Each strike felt like hitting steel, incredibly heavy. Is this the power of the Upper Moon 3? Iwazuo's fists continuously struck and collided with Shenyuan Ziye's Nichiren blade. Shenyuan Ziye could only watch helplessly as the gap on the blade slowly widened. He had to defeat him before the blade broke. While fighting, Shenyuan Ziye analyzed the situation. The overwhelming pressure from Yuazuo was making it hard for him to breathe. Yuazuo's pale face revealed a sickly smile as he mocked. "I've never seen this breathing technique before. Interesting, interesting. What pillar are you? An ice pillar? Ha ha ha. So far, no ice pillar has ever died in my hands. The divine source's midnight eye glowed with brilliance, and blue light surged forth. At that moment, he once again used the ability of the ice second realm. Although it was only for an instant, as long as he could see through the enemy's attack, he could make an effective counterattack. Breath of ice second form dance of the glacier. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened as he lowered his head to dodge Yoa's punch, swinging out the Nichiren blade from below, following through with a strike. Whoosh! One of Yoa's arms flew off, the severed end flowing with a faint blue chill. The effect left by the fourth form, using a strike imbued with ice power to freeze the wound left by the cut, thereby delaying the demon's regeneration ability. Finally cut off. Taking advantage of this moment, Shenyuan Ziye felt a surge of energy and swung his sword again, his expression resolute, his fighting spirit uplifted at this moment. However, Yoa merely smiled coldly, waving his hand, and the severed arm quickly grew back, delivering a punch towards Shenyuan Ziye. What? It regenerated instantly? The freezing effect of the fourth form didn't slow down his regeneration? Why does it not work against upper moons? Shenyuan Ziye's body shook. His expression changed drastically, and he failed to react in time, leaving an opening. Bang! Seeing this, Yoa punched out, striking Shenyuan Ziye's blade and sending him flying. Yoa extended his palm, sneering as he said, "What's wrong? Did I misjudge? Continue fighting me, Shenyuan Ziye. Hey, little brat, stay here and don't move, or you'll die." Tenjin glanced at the blond boy lying on the ground and left a faint remark. In the next moment, his tall figure shot out like an arrow. Zenitsu was taken aback, suddenly nodding, muttering in astonishment. "What's up with this, uncle? Such speed, I heard. But as long as I get close to that place, I'll die." Even defin Icicle. Sound breathing, fourth form, sound slash without interval. Tenjin swung his dual blades, causing explosions to erupt in the area as he charged towards Yoa. Yoa's pupils contracted, his body surged, quickly swinging his fist to defend while laughing maniacally. "Not bad. Not bad. An unfamiliar technique. Which Hashira are you? State your name. What is it? I want to remember it." "Ha ha ha. I am Sound Hashira, the master of the magnificent Ubuyashiki Tenjin, who will elegantly slay you." Ubuyashiki Tenjin's frequency of swinging his dual blades suddenly increased, and the surrounding area erupted with fierce explosions. Yoa grinned widely, leaping into the air to evade Tenjin's attack, the air around him vibrating violently. Destructive kill, void style. Yoa rapidly punched towards the void, one punch. 2 punches, 3 punches. What is going on? The attack disappeared? Tenjin glanced at Yoa in midair, then looked around cautiously, alert to his surroundings. Shenyuan Ziye rushed in with a knife in both hands, shouting as he ran. "Mr. Yusue, be careful. That move is a direct attack. Don't let your guard down." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyuan felt the pressure coming towards him, and his expression instantly turned fierce. The force felt as if someone had directly embedded their fist into his chest. Tianyuan instinctively gripped his twin knives to defend, but unfortunately, Akaza's fists were incredibly sharp and continuously swung in the air. So that's how it is, throwing punches into the void to create pressure. What a powerful fighting ability. Is this the strength of the upper moons? Tianyuan was knocked back several meters, coughing up blood, his organs suffering intense impact. "What's wrong? Is this all you've got? So far, I haven't even killed the Sound Hashira among the pillars. Ha ha." Akaza laughed while wildly throwing punches into the void, and with the intense wind pressure, the fist struck the ground, creating numerous craters. Shenyuan Ziye had also rushed to Tianyuan's side at this moment. His palms still felt a slight numbness, a strong fear that made his palms sweat, and his hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Tianyuan tightened his grip on the crimson gold twin blades, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a victorious smile, he exclaimed, "It's impossible for you to kill me. Our demon-slaying corps will win. We will definitely chop off your head." Sound breathing, fifth form, sound of strings. Bang, bang, bang. Tianyuan swung his rotating blades up and down, and the surrounding area erupted with roaring explosions. Yuazuo continued to throw punches, but the explosive force generated by Tianyuan's blades neutralized each one. Yuazuo's golden eyes sparkled as he fell to the ground, running while laughing. Not bad a move. It caught my eye, but unfortunately, this level is still not enough. Ice breathing, 8th form, ice speed slash. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel blade at the fastest speed, slashing out dozens of ice blades towards Akaza, as if the surrounding air had frozen. Akaza excitedly began to scream. "That's it. Let's go together. Good attack method." Destruction kill, void style. Boom boom boom. Akaza continuously threw punches, unleashing a barrage of chaotic blows with wind pressure, too fast to see clearly, instantly shattering the oncoming ice blades. There's no way to win. Upper Moon 3. The strongest demon encountered so far. His voice truly comes from a hellish monster. Zenitsu gasped for breath, fear surging in his heart, breathing heavily. The blood flowing from his wounds gradually congealed. Why did an Upper Moon demon come here? It was hard to believe without seeing it with his own eyes. The attacks from the uncle and that boy were completely ineffective. Tenjin grinned widely and shouted with all his might. We will definitely win. The score has been set. Victory belongs to us, the Demon Slayer Corps. Shenyuan, it's time to give it your all. Chapter 46, Akaza's Strength. Yes, Ubayashiki-san. We will definitely kill the Upper Moon demon. Shenyuan Ziye loudly responded to Tenjin's call. He understood that Tenjin was motivating him. The strength of Akaza was such that even if the two joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. But the Demon Slayer Corps cannot lose. As a Hashira, he must not lose. Give it everything. Fight with all his might. Humanity grows step by step in such dire situations. Tenjin charged forward, his steps vigorous, with a confident smile on his face. Can we really win? Zenitsu heard their conversation, and the despair on his face ignited a glimmer of hope. Aside from that uncle, he noticed a boy who looked about the same age as him. To be a Hashira at such a young age, what a powerful will. But can we really win? Tenjin and Akaza grappled with each other, laughing wildly. Nice expression. Hurry and give it your all, Tenjin. Make it even more enjoyable for me. Boom, boom, boom. Tenjin threw out several black gunpowder balls, which exploded under Akaza's fists, the strong shock making Akaza take a step back, as his arm and upper chest near the shoulder were completely destroyed by the energy from the explosion. Now's the time. Shenyuan, Tenjin shouted towards Shenyuan Ziye, seizing the opportunity. He pinched the tip of the short blade with 2 fingers, swinging it with all his strength to extend the blade, bringing it closer to Akaza's neck. Akaza laughed instead of getting angry. That's a nice move. Yes, fight me. Breath of Ice, 6th form, Ice Dragon. Shenyuan Ziye gripped the handle of the knife tightly, exhaling a cold breath, his entire body radiating a torrent of fighting spirit. In the next moment, he suddenly charged forward, moving so fast that his figure became untraceable. Tianyuan gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, I must seize this opportunity. Shenyuan, this will be the key to victory. Yuoza's pale face still wore a smile. And just as the golden short knife brushed against his neck, Yuoza's body trembled, and the upper chest and arm that had just been destroyed suddenly regenerated. It had already completed its regeneration. What kind of speed is this? Tianyuan's pupils contracted suddenly, staring in disbelief at the scene. Destruction kill, chaos style. Bang! Yuoza threw a powerful punch, striking directly at Tianyuan's chest, while another punch hit his abdomen. Crack! That was the sound of ribs breaking. Tianyuan's internal organs were once again severely injured, his abdomen smashed open, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his sturdy body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Shenyuan Ziye gritted his teeth tightly, concentrating all his power at the tip of his blade, and unleashed this strike with all his might. The slash of the sun will blade transformed into an ice dragon, rushing towards Yuozu, and wherever it passed. The air was instantly frozen into ice shards. What a great strike, give it your all. Shenyuan Ziye, Yuozu shouted with excitement, taking a stance to use all his strength to withstand this blow. Destruction kill, annihilation style. Yuozu waved both hands, and with a strong pressure, immense energy erupted from his body, delivering a devastating punch. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye swung forward with all his strength. And the moment the ice dragon made contact with Yuoza's fist, it shattered into a cloud of ice fragments, dissipating in the wind like powdered snow. That devastating punch struck Shenyuan Ziye right in the chest, shattering his ribs and engulfing his entire body in a wave of intense pain. Shenyuan Ziye felt a sweetness in his throat, and fresh blood gushed out as he knelt down to the side. Even with a 100% increase in physical ability and his own training, it still wasn't enough. Akaza, I underestimated his strength. Upper Moon 3 is actually this powerful. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze was unfocused, his breathing rapid. Under the watchful eyes of the Ice Eye, he looked up at the night sky. On the far west, there seemed to be a glimmer of light, but there was still some time before sunrise. Shenyuan Ziye can only hope for the arrival of the sun. Only with this can he completely eliminate Akaza. Is this all you can do? Don't die, Tenjin Ziye. Get up and fight me again. Akaza coldly said, such exquisite slashes. Even if I am injured as a demon, my wounds can heal instantly. Such damage is merely a scratch for a demon. Clearly, only the chosen ones can become demons. As humans, such exquisite swordsmanship cannot be passed down forever. But as long as one becomes a demon, they can have infinite years, constantly training to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Why don't you understand such a simple truth? No matter how hard humans try, they cannot defeat demons. Tenjin struggled to stand up, battered and bloodied, yet still filled with fighting spirit. He excitedly shouted, "Shut up. Don't underestimate great humanity. Upper Moon 3, I will definitely cut off your head." Akaza squinted his eyes and said with interest, "If you can do it, then come at me, Tenjin." Tenjin endured the pain coursing through his body, feeling as if his organs would fall out with another movement. Yet he relied on incredible willpower to rush out again, accompanied by a gust of wind, charging towards Akaza. Such a nearly perfect body, clearly his ribs are broken, his organs damaged, yet he can still execute such swift movements. "I remember you, Yuzu Tenjin. You should obediently become a demon." Akaza laughed maniacally, and with both hands, he made another gesture, massive energy gathering at that moment. In Mr. Yuzu's current state, it is impossible for him to stand up again. Otherwise, his stamina will be exhausted first. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes flashed with determination, and with strong willpower, he managed to stand up and shouted anxiously, "Mr. Yusue, this chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Immediately after, Shenyuan Ziye used all his strength, exhaling a breath like icy mist, as if the surrounding air had frozen. Zenitsu also showed a look of despair, desperately trying to reach out to stop Shenyuan Ziye, because he heard the voice of death, and rushing forward again would likely mean certain death. Breath of Ice, second form. Dance of the Ice River. Destructive Kill, Chaos Style. Akaza swung his fist imbued with destructive power in response to Tenjin's will, unleashing the strike with all his might. The sun-wheel blade of Shenyuan Ziye made contact with Akaza in an instant, but the latter barely glanced at him. With a flick of his left hand, he struck the deep blue sun-wheel blade with his forearm. Bang! Akaza's arm just happened to hit the gap in the sun-wheel blade, and his formidable physical strength actually smashed the blade in half. In Shenyuan Ziye's eyes, he stared blankly at the half of the blade that had been knocked away, his whole being sinking into despair as he leaned to the side. "I have seen this move before." Yuoza let out a cold laugh at Shenyuan Ziye. Tianyuan's gaze trembled at this scene. He quickly swung his crimson gold short sword, concentrating his strength at one point, and slashed at Yuoza's neck. Bang! A powerful fist pierced straight through Tianyuan's abdomen. In an instant, blood flowed uncontrollably from Tianyuan's body. Ah! Tianyuan's eyes widened in anger as he roared, his left hand gripping the handle of the sword embedded in Yuoza's neck, while his right hand exerted all his strength to grasp Yuoza's left arm. How is this possible? He actually gave up resisting and slashed my neck. Is he seeking death? Yuoza was shocked, confused by Tianyuan's actions. Crack! The crimson gold blade embedded into the gap of Yuoza's neck, sinking deeper and deeper into the flesh, blood splattering from the wound. He still has strength? My right hand has pierced his vital point. What kind of power is this? Yuoza's forehead bulged with veins, his face trembling, his golden eyes vibrating continuously. His right hand pierced through Tianyuan's abdomen, while his left arm was tightly grasped by Tianyuan's right arm, unable to move. Chapter 47. Yusue Tianyuan at this moment. A ray of light rose from the west. The night was about to retreat, and dawn was approaching. This is bad, it's almost dawn. I need to kill him and get out of here quickly. Yuoza moved his feet, glaring with wide eyes, cold sweat streaming down as he stared intently at the morning light in the west. In the eyes of Shenyuan Ziye and Zenitsu, a glimmer of hope ignited. Great! As long as they hold on, they can welcome the sunrise and eliminate Akaza. Mr. Ubuyashiki, you must hold on until sunrise. This is the only chance to defeat Akaza. Please don't end up like Mr. Rengoku. Shenyuan's ribs were completely broken, and he had no strength to rise. He could only pray endlessly in his heart, hoping that Yusue Tianyuan could hold on until the sunlight reached this place. Yuoza was furious, desperately trying to break free from his restraints, but that powerful hand held him tightly. He shouted in rage, "That's enough. Yusue Tianyuan, let go. Absolutely impossible to let go. Even if I die, I will cut off your neck." Tianyuan roared hoarsely, his muscular arms bulging with veins. With his strong wrist, he gripped the knife handle, moving it little by little, determined to sever Yuoza's neck. Yuoza was shocked beyond measure, his golden eyes incredulously staring at Tianyuan. This man before him had broken ribs and damaged internal organs. He should not be able to make such a move. But that powerful wrist strength made Yuoza feel a hint of danger. For a moment, Yuoza deeply sensed that Tianyuan might actually cut off his neck. This completely overturned Yuoza's perception. How could it be that you could cut off my neck? I must quickly hide in a place where the sunlight cannot reach. A ray of sunlight had already shone in, and Yuoza looked at the gradually rising sunset with a surge of panic in his heart. He roared angrily, using all his strength to forcibly pull out the arm embedded in Shenyuan's abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, Yuoza severed his left arm. The crimson golden short knife embedded in his neck, taking it away with him as he leaped backward, jumping several meters away. His face was still filled with fear, and the only thing he feared was the sun. Dawn had arrived, and the sunlight was about to shine here. Yuoza's face twisted in rage as he moved his powerful legs, quickly running towards the nearby forest, his figure gradually disappearing into the dense woods. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes turned red, tears of despair streaming down his face. He understood that it was too late. He and Icicle had tried their best, but still couldn't defeat Akaza. The scene from the original story where Kaijiro Rengoku felt regret was now playing out. Only this time, it was Icicle Tenjin. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient strength. Dealing with the Upper Moon 3 was still extremely challenging. The gap between Upper Moon and Lower Moon demons was indeed vast. At this moment, Zenitsu was panting, dragging his weary body slowly towards Icicle Tenjin, his eyes already filled with tears. It can't be. It must be a lie. Such a strong uncle actually lost to a demon. Zenitsu cried out, kneeling beside Tenjin. Meanwhile, Shenyuan Ziye was doing his utmost to rush to Icicle Tenjin's side. The blood from Tenjin's abdomen had long since dried up, and he was barely holding on, with only a breath left. As dawn broke, the crow was circling in the sky. It was Icicle Tenjin's crow, wearing a golden necklace around its neck, easily recognizable by a tuft of purple feathers on its head. Tenjin looked at Zenitsu beside him, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. Yellow-haired boy, although I don't know your name. I saw you fighting against the Lower Moon demon. You really tried hard. Just keep moving forward. Zenitsu burst into tears, sobbing, Uncle, hang in there. Please don't die. My name is Zenitsu. My name is Zenitsu. Is that so? I'll remember. Zenitsu. Just then, Shenyuan Ziye also reached Tenjin's side. Suppressing his inner emotions of unwillingness, sadness, regret, pain, and the agony from his broken ribs. Tenjin glanced at Shenyuan Ziye and smiled. You've already learned to use total concentration breathing to stop the bleeding. Very good. Shenyuan, as long as you are alive. This battle is not lost. In the end, I still have something to say. Shenyuan, keep pushing forward, pass on our strong human will, and continue to fight against the evil demons. Lastly, please convey my thanks to Lord Muzan. As a Hashira, it is only natural to risk my life and complete my mission. Unfortunately, I have failed this time, but as long as you are still alive, then there is no loss. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes were filled with tears as he gazed at the dying Tianyuan, unable to speak for a long time. In his final moments, Tianyuan recalled the events of his life, scenes from his past drifting by like a film, and he slowly closed his eyes. So it was a revolving lantern. My name is Yusue Tianyuan, a ninja, and I have 9 siblings. 3 of them lost their lives due to excessive training before I turned 10, and the remaining 6 were forced to kill each other under our father's orders. In the end, it was just me and my younger brother, who is 2 years my junior. His will aligned with our father's thoughts, treating subordinates as pawns and believing that it didn't matter if a wife died as long as she bore offspring. A family that disrespects the wishes of others and has no emotions shouldn't exist. I didn't want to become that kind of person. So I gave up fighting and left my hometown with my 3 wives. The path you chose is indeed difficult, Tianyuan. Denying the values instilled in you since childhood while immersing yourself in battle is a tough thing to do. You will continue to move forward and fight, won't you, to protect those humans in need. The voice of my lord echoed in my ears, and I am grateful to be able to help you once more. To protect human lives again, it is an honor. But I wonder, will someone like me, who betrays his family, go to heaven or hell? Don't say such things anymore. Master Tianyuan, woo-woo. Master Tianyuan, please don't say such hurtful words. Master Tianyuan, if you defeat the Upper Moon demons, please retreat and live as an ordinary person. Why I can't let go of the most are the 3 of you. The crow shed tears as it flew towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. A sense of sadness filled the air. Even such a strong uncle can't defeat the upper moon. Can we really do it with our strength? Zenitsu stared blankly at the fallen Tianyuan, tears streaming down like rain, lost in a multitude of thoughts. Shenyuan Ziye was equally saddened. Despite the pain from his broken ribs, he forced himself to endure it and held back the tears welling in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "It's precisely because there are people like Mr. Yusue that everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps can continue to move forward. Don't give up hope. We have more important things to do in the future. Let's do our utmost to respond to his expectations." Chapter 48. The absence of pillars. Zenitsu continued to cry, saying, "Are you okay? Aren't you crying too? I think it would be better if you don't talk right now." Shenyuan Ziye stared blankly at the sky as the sun slowly rose, its warm light shining down on the land of Gunma Prefecture, as if everything had vanished in a thin air, looking so beautiful. The crow returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and it was at this moment that everyone learned about the death of Ubuyashiki Tenjin. Butterfly Shinobu's delicate cheeks showed a trace of sadness. "Is that so? Mr. Ubuyashiki. Tenjin Yuzui. Is that so? If I hadn't left at that time, Ubuyashiki might not have." Rengoku Kaijiro. Ubuyashiki was defeated? To fight until the last moment is truly admirable. Takatu Mwichirum. How did it come to this? Kanroji Mitsuri. How could this happen? Even Mr. Ubuyashiki. Koji Mitsuri. How could this happen? Even Mr. Ubuyashiki. Himejima Jiomiai. Ubuyashiki has fallen. Namu Amida, but Iguro Abanai. Ubuyashiki actually lost? I refuse to believe it. Hashibira Inosuke's eyes widened. I swear, I will destroy those vile demons. Yaya's face showed a trace of regret, sighing, "Tenjin, you did very well. Even with conflicting feelings, you still fought to protect humanity. That's truly impressive. You won't feel lonely because I will soon be joining you and everyone in the land of the dead." Meanwhile, 3 women far away at Ubuyashiki Tenjin's residence also shed tears. Sumiyoshi, Lord Tenjin, I don't want you to die. God, please save Lord Tenjin, woo woo woo. After that, members of the Hidden Corps rushed to Gunma Prefecture to urgently treat Shenyuan Ziye and Zenitsu's injuries, and the two safely returned to the Demon Slayer Corps. Infinite Castle. Kaminari was on the run, and in the blink of an eye, he suddenly realized that the dense forest surrounding him had transformed into irregular lofts and wooden houses, making him feel as if he were floating in midair. What is going on? Kaminari's pupils shrank sharply, feeling indescribable shock. Have I been teleported here again? Thinking of this, Kaminari instinctively looked up, and a man's figure appeared right above him. Muzan was wearing a white shirt, draped in a black cloak, his pale complexion showing a hint of coldness. With smooth black hair and sharp crimson eyes that radiated a chilling light as they scanned Kaminari below. Kaminari immediately knelt down, trembling, cold sweat pouring down, panicking. "And Master Muzan? Byakuren is dead. Why did only you come back?" Muzan coldly questioned. Kaminari was in a state of extreme panic, hurriedly explaining, "Master Muzan, 2 Hashira came. With mine Byakuren strength, we couldn't handle them. So, you just ran back by yourself?" Muzan's icy pupils stared intently at Kaminari. If looks could kill, Kaminari would have been cut into 1,000 pieces already. "Please forgive me, Master Muzan. I'm so sorry. Please." Kaminari wailed, banging his head on the ground in a plea. Muzan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "When encountering Hashira among the demon hunters, you always think about escaping. Do they seem more terrifying than me? And no, please forgive me, Master Muzan." Kaminari, trembling on the ground, could only keep pleading. Muzan raised an eyelid, his crimson pupils widening, veins popping on his forehead, and he angrily said, "All of you are so weak, even causing others to be killed. I have lost patience with you lower moons." In the next moment, Muzan extended his right hand, and a long wall of flesh erupted from his hand, with sharp teeth that grabbed Kaminari's foot and hung him in midair. "Master Muzan, please, have mercy. I'm so sorry. So sorry." Bang! Before Kaminari could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed in Muzan's eyes, and the wall of flesh swallowed Kaminari, leaving only a cloud of blood mist that scattered with the wind. "Naki, send him back." Muzan ordered Naki behind him. Naki respectfully responded, "Yes, Master Muzan." Clang! With the sound of a pipa, Yum was transported to Infinite Castle. Yum's appearance remained the same, with a pale face, looking at Muzan with a face full of enjoyment. Muzan stared at this lower moon and coldly said, "Only you are left after the lower moons were killed by the demon hunters. I believe the lower moons are no longer necessary, and I plan to eliminate them." At this point, Muzan's crimson pupils emitted a cold light, and murderous intent was released. filling Infinite Castle with a chilling aura. Lastly, do you have anything to say? Yum clasped his hands together, his face beaming with a satisfied smile, excitedly saying, I am so happy to have my death bestowed by your hands. Thank you. After a brief pause, Muzan extended that long wall of flesh again, with sharp barbs at the end, instantly stabbing into Yum's neck. All right, I'll give you one more chance. Go kill a Hashira among the demon hunters. If you can do that, I will give you a bit more blood, and you might be able to increase your strength and perhaps be promoted to an upper moon. Muzan revealed a chilling smile, gazing at the delicate boy before him. Ah, thank you so much, Master Muzan. Yum fell to the ground, a look of pain on his face, his originally black hair gradually turning rose-red as he absorbed Muzan's blood, his body trembling continuously, his azure pupils radiating intense light. Muzan's words etched in his heart. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Ah. Upper Moon Demon. Master Muzan, I will definitely be promoted to an upper moon and live up to your expectations. Clang. Naki plucked the pipa and sent Yum away. Naki, send me back to Aomori. Yes, Master Muzan. 3 days later, Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Shenyuan Ziye and Zenitsu were receiving treatment in the Butterfly Mansion, and Inosuke was also beside them. The three of them lay side by side on the hospital beds in the Butterfly Mansion, with saline drips hanging between their arms. Inosuke had already recovered well and had woken up long ago. His bare upper body was wrapped in medical gauze as he sat on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with his pig head. Although Zenitsu had used breathing techniques to stop the bleeding at the time, he had suffered too many small wounds and lost too much blood. So after being saved, his whole body was wrapped in bandages. Shenyuan Ziye has escaped life-threatening danger, but due to multiple broken ribs and exhaustion, he is currently in a coma. I woke up earlier than you guys. Praise me, haha. Inosuke said proudly. Zenitsu raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, Are you an idiot? We encountered an upper moon demon again. Huh? Who are you calling an idiot? You bastard. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Inosuke, let go. It hurts. Inosuke, flustered, jumped off the bed and shook Zenitsu's shoulders vigorously while roaring, with veins popping on his forehead. What's wrong with you two? Just then, Aoi Kanzaki burst into the hospital room, holding a bowl of medicine, her blue eyes glaring at the two. It hurts. You wild boar, let go. I'm a patient. Ah, just admit I'm stronger than you. Then I'll let you go, haha. Kanazaki Aoi saw that Inosuke was still like this, so she put down the medicine and hurried over to grab his body, pulling him back with force while urgently shouting, Enough. Stop it. Inosuke, you're still a patient now. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you need to be careful. Didn't Master Nin tell you about this? You always forget. Moreover, Tsukiyo is still sleeping, so keep it quiet. As soon as she finished speaking, Inosuke's body trembled, and he released his grip, sitting down on the hospital bed with a thud. I forgot. Tsukiyo is still sleeping. My body is really weak, after all. I'm the strongest, ha ha ha. Chapter 49. Surviving the aftermath, there's no mistake. You're indeed an idiot. Zenitsu thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Immediately after, he turned to look at Kanazaki Aoi, forcing a smile on his face. Ah, thank you, Miss Aoi. Were you worried about me? I'm glad to have you. Kanzaki Aoi tapped Zenitsu on the top of his head and said irritably, Rest well. Ah, this is Miss Aoi's concern. Although Zenitsu was completely wrapped in bandages, his voice revealed a sense of enjoyment. Inosuke commented, Zenitsu, you're so disgusting. Cough, cough. At that moment, Shirjino Yoru coughed and woke up from his coma. He looked at the familiar hospital bed, noticing that his body and arms were wrapped in bandages, and there was an 4 bag on the left side, continuously delivering fluids into his body. He glanced around at the 3 people and quietly asked, Did I pass out? Yoru-kun, you were unconscious for 3 days. Fortunately, there was no danger to your life, but you need to rest well and not move around. Also, drink your medicine, Kanzaki Aoi instructed, her emotions slightly explosive due to Inosuke's earlier behavior. Shenyuan Ziye struggled to sit up, enduring the sharp pain coursing through his body, and said in a low voice, Thank you, Miss Shinzaki. It's you who saved me again. Kanzaki Aoi was taken aback for a moment, then explained, The one who saved you is not me, but Lord Shinobu and the folks at the Butterfly Mansion. Ha. Tsukiyo, you finally woke up? You're so weak. You were unconscious for 3 days. Don't make people worry. Do you still have strength? I'm the fastest recovering man among you all. How about it? Let's have a match in a couple of days. Inosuke said excitedly, pointing at Kamiyuan Tsukiyo's nose. Zenitsu twitched the corner of his mouth, looking very speechless. Are you an idiot? He's a Hashira. How could you possibly win? Huh? Inosuke's whole body trembled. His gaze turned incredulous as he pointed at Shenyuan Ziye and shouted, Nanny, you actually became a Hashira. I actually lost to you. I'm so unwilling. Inosuke, calm down. I just want to rest right now, Shenyuan Ziye gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his chest that intensified with every word he spoke. Reflecting on the battle with the Kaza that day, the gap in strength between the Upper Moon and the Hashira was indeed significant. It seemed that defeating an Upper Moon required at least 3 Hashira to have a chance. Ziye-kun, you're very lucky. You survived once again. And this time you encountered an Upper Moon demon. I hope you can live strongly and continue to slay evil demons. Also, congratulations on your promotion to Hashira. Kanzaki always said, her cheeks radiating a warm smile. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes were bright, and with a serious expression, he said, thank you, Miss Shinchi. Hey, I'm asking you. Shenyuan, you don't have any other thoughts about Miss Aoi, do you? Zenitsu listened to their conversation, his face darkening, and his voice became much lower. Shenyuan Ziye waved his hand. No, this is impossible. Before leaving, Kanzaki Aoi instructed, don't forget to take your medicine. And you 3, make sure to rest well. Don't come out until your bodies are fully healed. I need to become strong enough to defeat the Upper Moons. As Kanzaki Aoi's voice faded away, Shurjino Shia closed his eyes, constantly replaying her words in his mind. Zenitsu lay in bed, smiling and nodding vigorously. Yes. I will definitely obey Miss Aoi's instructions. Inosuke, on the other hand, had his hands behind his head, gritting his teeth and mumbling to himself. How can I rest? How could I lose to Ziye? Could it be that I haven't trained enough? Once I recover, I'll start my devilish training. I will definitely surpass you. Ziye. The next morning, Shia-kun, are you okay? Shenyuan Ziye had just opened his eyes when a fragrant breeze floated towards him, revealing a familiar face. With pink-purple eyes filled with sadness, a delicate face, blunt bangs, and a single-side ponytail, Shinobu Kocho's pure white hand rested on Shenyuan Ziye's arm. It's you? Shinobu, he smiled, still lying flat on the bed. Shinobu looked worried and said, Ziye-kun, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have told you this way. You wouldn't have encountered the Upper Moon demon, and you wouldn't. It's not your fault, Shinobu. Look at me, I'm fine, right? Although Mr. Yuzui is no longer here, I'm still alive. I will inherit Mr. Yuzui's will, eliminate evil demons, and protect humanity. Looking at Shenyuan Ziye's determined gaze, Shinobu finally felt relieved. The master said that when you get better, you should go find Lord Muzan. Lord Muzan said you've already become a Hashira and can choose a residence at headquarters. Thank you for telling me this, Shinobu. I'll go later, Shenyuan Ziye replied. Shinobu quickly stopped him. Ziye-kun, you don't need to thank me. I haven't really helped you at all. Instead, you've helped me a lot. Your injury isn't healed yet. Wait a few more days. I helped you. With what? Shenyuan Ziye looked at her in confusion. Shinobu smiled gently and said, Ziye-kun, during that battle with the Lower Moon, you helped me. The master said that I no longer need to make decisions by flipping a coin. So Shinobu was already able to honestly express her feelings. That was a good thing. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, just keep it up like this, Shinobu. Is that really okay? Shinobu blinked her pink-purple eyes and asked uncertainly. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and nodded, saying emphatically, absolutely no problem. Kanahui should just keep it this way, following her own heart. Everyone should do the same. Thank you, Ziye-kun, Kanahui said, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded vigorously before walking out of the hospital room. After Kanahui left, Shenyuan Ziye shifted slightly, feeling that the pain had lessened significantly compared to yesterday. He slowly sat up, and a chill swept over him. Turning his head, he saw Zenitsu, whose bandages had already been removed, staring at him with a gloomy expression. Hey, I want to know, how come Kanahui is so close to you? Zenitsu's voice carried a hint of menace. Shenyuan Ziye sighed and shook his head. It's not what you think. Then what is it? What's wrong with you? What kind of physique do you have? Why are you so attractive to girls? Why don't you teach me? Teach me how to attract girls? That way I won't have any worries. Please teach me, I beg you. Zen-e first widened his eyes in anger and roared, then leaned beside Shenyuan Ziye, grinning at him. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at Zenitsu, cleared his throat, and spoke in a proud tone. I say, Zenitsu, I am now a Hashira, so please pay attention to your attitude when you talk to me. Zenitsu was instantly petrified. Not good, I almost forgot. This young man, who is about my size, is incredibly powerful. He single-handedly dealt with the 12 Kizuki. Zenitsu twitched the corner of his eye, looking up and down at Shenyuan Ziye, his pupils sparkling. Hey, no way, could it be a looks issue? This guy named Shenyuan Ziye not only has great strength, but seems to look pretty good too. Chapter 50, Akaza comes to report hey. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Shenyuan Ziye looked at Zenitsu, who had stars in his eyes and a face full of admiration, and said disdainfully. Zenitsu grabbed Shenyuan Ziye's arm and shook it continuously, a smile blooming on his face. Ziye-kun, he, let me follow you from now on. You're a Hashira now? It's so impressive to be with you. Zenitsu, you really have no backbone. Don't be someone else's little brother. This is the principle a man should have. Inosuke, hearing their conversation, let out a puff of white air from his boar mask and spoke solemnly. What are you talking about? Are you kidding? I won't be like you. That's too pathetic, Inosuke. Zenitsu's eyes drooped, staring at Inosuke with an incredulous expression. What did you say? Nonsense. Inosuke, what are you doing? Let go. Shenyuan Ziye let out a sigh, his gaze inadvertently landing on the black sheath beside him. He was momentarily dazed before drawing out the sunwell blade. It was a broken sword, with deep blue ripples flowing along the remaining half of the blade. Inosuke and Zenitsu both froze, their eyes drawn to the broken sword in Shenyuan Ziye's hand. Ah, Moonlit Night. You didn't break your sword while fighting the upper moon, did you? Inosuke laughed loudly. Zenitsu glanced at Inosuke and quietly retorted, Inosuke, didn't your sword break too? Huh. How would you know, Zenitsu? Inosuke shivered. Well, I was right next to you at the time, Inosuke. I saw your embarrassing state. Zenitsu's tone suddenly turned sharp. Not letting it go. Inosuke felt as if struck by lightning, suffering a great blow to his pride, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Not good. My embarrassing state was seen by my junior. How can this be? Well, Shenyuan, having your son will blade broken in battle is quite a despairing thing. Isn't it? Zenitsu looked at Shenyuan Ziye with deep meaning in his eyes. Shenyuan Ziye sighed, a look of desolation appearing in his eyes, and said solemnly, at that time, it was Mr. Yusue who saved me. Really? Uncle is very strong, Zenitsu said with a sad expression, nodding in agreement. Inosuke suddenly felt dejected. Is that so? Someone has died. As survivors, we must strive to live on. Inosuke was right. The deceased have passed, and we must respond to Mr. Yusue's trust and work hard to live on. Shenyuan Ziye gritted his teeth and spoke passionately. Knock, knock, knock. With a series of knocks, a man walked in from outside. The man wore a brown uniform, his face covered by a veil, and he held food in his hands. There were rice balls, cakes, muffins, pudding, and other delicious snacks. The man's name was Goto, a member of the Hidden Corps. Lord Shenyuan, these snacks are prepared for you, Goto said expressionlessly, carrying a tray piled high with snacks and walking to Shenyuan Ziye's side. This scene stunned Zenitsu and Inosuke. Before Shenyuan Ziye could react, Inosuke questioned Goto, hey, I'm hungry too. Hurry up and give me something to eat. Who are you? If you want to eat, go get it yourself. I am here on the orders of Lord Shogun to deliver food to Lord Shenyuan, Goto said, looking down at Inosuke with disdain. What did you say? You bastard. Following Icicle was indeed the right choice. Looking at the expressions of Inosuke and Zenitsu, Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but laugh and wave his hand. Inosuke, Zenitsu, you should eat together. Icicle, you are really nice, Zenitsu said with a smile as he looked at Shenyuan Ziye. Inosuke, on the other hand, started to wolf down the food, holding a cake in his left hand and a rice ball in his right. Goto said nothing more, leaving only a simple remark. Lord Shenyuan, after you recover, Lord Shogun would like to see you. You have been promoted to Hashira and can choose a residence at headquarters. From now on, your monthly salary can also be determined by you. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and responded, okay, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu and Inosuke both trembled and cast envious glances. Night. Aomori Prefecture. Here lies a villa, situated far from the city center, surrounded by beautiful forests. In the hall on the first floor of the villa, two couples are sitting on the sofa, engaged in pleasant conversation. He seems to be a clever and agile child. Yes, I was feeling discouraged because I couldn't have children, but with such a good child around, it's really reassuring. It's truly a blessing. He's a very gentle child, treating the servants with humility and courtesy. It's hard to imagine a child of that age being so polite, even though we have no blood relation. It won't change our parental feelings. I will have that child inherit my family business. I wish my foolish son could exchange places with your son. But unfortunately, he suffers from a skin disease and can't go out during the day. That's so pitiful. I hope our company can develop a special medicine to treat this disease. At this moment, in the study on the second floor, a boy is carefully flipping through books. The boy appears to be about 7 or 8 years old, with delicate features, gentlemanly curly hair, a spotless white shirt, and black shorts. The boy is the adopted son of this wealthy family, named Jungwa, the embodiment of Musen Kibutsuji, who has infiltrated this place solely to search for a plant known as the blue spider lily. Little master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. According to Musen's years of research, as long as he can find the blue spider lily, he will be able to overcome sunlight, walk in the daylight, and become the ultimate being. This is Musen's dream. He has been taking numerous actions to find the blue spider lily, including creating many of his kind to help him in the search. Suddenly, a figure flashed to the window, and a breeze swept by. Lord Musen, your subordinate has come to report. It was a man with pale skin, short peach-colored hair, golden eyes, a muscular build, and deep blue tattoos covering his body, kneeling before Musen. The newcomer was Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Musen turned to look at Akaza, veins bulging on his forehead, and his originally purple eyes suddenly turned blood red. Have you found that thing? Musen questioned. Akaza replied, I have investigated, but I have not obtained any precise information and cannot confirm whether it truly exists. My subordinate did not find the blue spider lily. Musen coldly said so. Akaza continued, in response to Lord Musen's expectations, I will do my utmost to search in the future. Following your orders, I have dealt with one of the Hashira. Please rest assured. It seems you have misunderstood, Akaza. Musen turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on Akaza, extending his claw-like fingers toward him, his tone indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a fierce wind struck, like a blade, containing immense energy, hitting Akaza's body, causing the nearby window to shatter. Akaza's body was covered in tiny, fragmented wounds. His face twisted in agony, blood gushing from his mouth, his entire body trembling. Chapter 51. Ice Pillar Musen continued speaking, his words laced with disdain. What does it matter if you dealt with a mere Hashira? It is only natural for demons to triumph over humans. My wish is to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps, to kill them all without leaving a single one behind, so they can never appear before me again. At this point, Musen angrily tore the pages of a book apart. This shouldn't be a difficult task, yet hasn't been accomplished until now. What is going on? Musen's voice grew colder as he ripped the entire book apart. Fuming, you come to report proudly that you've killed a Hashira. But there were clearly still 2 demon slayers at that location. Why didn't you kill them both? I even specially sent you nearby. Akaza. Musen was extremely furious, repeatedly questioning Akaza. The overwhelming pressure made Akaza's body tremble, blood spraying from his eyes and mouth, his face contorted in pain. You have disappointed me greatly. To think you were suppressed by that little demon beside the Hashira. Musen's eyes narrowed, his expression indifferent. Bloodied from mouth and nose, Akaza said in a deep voice, Lord Musen, that little demon is also a Hashira. Shut up. Musen shouted angrily. That little demon just advanced to Hashira. Even if there were 2 Hashira, what does it matter? Can't you handle them both? To think you were forced to retreat at sunrise, fleeing in disgrace. Upper Moon 3 has fallen to such a level. Musen held his forehead, masking his twisted face, his voice filled with anger. Akaza, seeing this, dared not speak further. Blood trickling down his face and dripping onto the ground with a tap-tap sound. Musen took a deep breath, turned to face the bookshelf, and said faintly, You may leave. Hearing this, Akaza respectfully nodded, jumped out of the window, and walked toward the forest outside the villa. Deep in the forest, Akaza clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, growing angrier and shouting, I remember your face now, little demon. When we meet again, I will definitely smash your head. A month later, Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Butterfly Mansion. After Shenyuan Ziye recovered, he arrived at Yaoyai's residence. Ziye, you finally come. At that moment, a woman was standing beside Yaoyai. The woman had white hair, fair skin, and a beautiful appearance, holding onto Yaoyai's arm and gazing at him with deep affection. The woman was indeed Yaoyai's wife, Chanzuki Yuki Amano. My lord, Lady Amano, greetings to you, Shenyuan Ziye said respectfully. Yaoyai sincerely replied, I'm so glad to see you're okay. My lord, although I survived, Mr. Yusue, I feel deeply sorry for this. In the face of the Upper Moon, I was still powerless. It's not your fault. Ziye, even against the Upper Moon, you didn't back down. You did your best to assist Tenjin. As Tenjin said, in this battle, as long as you survived, he hasn't lost. Yaoyai's gentle words echoed in Shenyuan Ziye's ears, healing his heart. Shenyuan Ziye felt completely relieved at this moment. Thank you, my lord. From now on, I will definitely slay all the evil spirits. I naturally believe you, and you still have a lot of room for growth. Yaozai said with a gentle smile, then continued. Congratulations on your promotion to Pillar. You can choose a residence at the headquarters. As for your new sword, it will be forged by the previous blacksmith and engraved with inscriptions. During this time, you will stay at the headquarters, and there will be new tasks for you to complete later. Keep up the good work, Ziye. Yaozai's face still radiated with a smile. I will, my lord. Have you thought a name for your pillar? Yaozai suddenly asked. Shenyuan Ziye nodded silently. Just like my breathing technique, let's call it Ice Pillar. Ice Pillar. What a great name. You will fill the vacant position in the Demon Slayer Core 9 Pillars framework, because you still exist, and I'm always looking forward to your performance. Yaozai looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a smile. After bidding farewell to Yaozai, Shenyuan Ziye also chose a residence as his home at headquarters, located behind the Butterfly Mansion, not far from each other. As for why he chose this residence, it was simply because it was surrounded by dense forests and had beautiful scenery. Shenyuan Ziye liked to stay in quiet and comfortable places. He slowly walked into the house and pushed open the door. The interior was neat and tidy, as if someone had cleaned it up, the floor spotless. Lord Shenyuan, hello. I have tidied up the house for you. This is a letter from Master Tieshua's son, the swordsmith. Please have a look. A member of the Hidden Corps approached, and from her voice, it was a woman. She spoke to Shenyuan Ziye and presented a letter. Shenyuan Ziye carefully put away the envelope and nodded. If a reply is needed later, the crow will assist you. I will take my leave now, the hidden member said respectfully, and then left the residence. Shenyuan Ziye opened the envelope and began to read the contents inside. Lord Shenyuan, I am your blacksmith, Taishuesen. First of all, congratulations on your promotion to Hashira. I never expected that one day I would become the blacksmith for Hashira, and I am deeply honored. I will make a new sword for you. Please outline your requirements and inform me in the form of a letter. I will do my best to meet your needs. Taishuesen. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback. He didn't expect Taishuesen to not blame him for breaking the Sunwell Blade, which surprised him greatly. As for the requirements for making the Sunwell Blade, Shenyuan Ziye had no clue. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. He paced into the house, wrote on the letter paper, stepped outside, called for the black crow, and tied the letter to the crow's leg, sending it off. The letter only contained 6 words. Please feel free to create. Watching the black crow fly away, he also looked forward to his new blade. Just then, he felt a chill coming from ahead. The open space before him was clear, and he didn't see anyone, but in the nearby dense forest, the branches and leaves were swaying, as if a shadow had flashed by. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes were half closed, then suddenly opened wide, blue light surging forth. He clearly saw the figures in the dense forest. They were 2 familiar faces. Zenitsu, Inosuke, I know you're in there. Stop hiding and come out, Shenyuan Ziye said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zenitsu and Inosuke jumped out from the forest. Zenitsu was the first to explain. Shenyuan, it wasn't my idea. It was Inosuke. He wanted us to follow you. I can't believe you found me. Ha! Moon Knight, Inosuke said with a grin. With these eyes, I can see everything clearly, Shenyuan Ziye explained, so any little movements you make cannot escape my sight. Zenitsu shuddered all over and exclaimed, no way. This is too exaggerated, right? Ahaha, so that means you're as powerful as me, able to sense danger. You truly are my rival, Moon Knight, Inosuke said proudly. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the 2 and frowned. What are you following me for? Isn't it obvious? Of course. It's to challenge you. If I can defeat you, I can rightfully become a Hashira, right? Ha ha ha. Have you lost your mind? Just shut up, Inosuke. Huh? What did you say? Zenitsu. Shenyuan Ziye watched the 2 of them wrestling with each other and suddenly had a thought, casually saying, fine, just come with me. Zenitsu and Inosuke were taken aback at his words, stopped their argument, and followed Shenyuan Ziye into the mansion. Chapter 52. Become my stepson. Wow, this is huge. Inosuke shouted as he entered the house, his face filled with shock, and then he plopped down onto the sofa. Zenitsu looked around and couldn't help but think, this house is really big. The Demon Slayer Corps is indeed something else. I envy Shenyuan. How about it? Is my mansion big? Shenyuan Ziye looked down at the 2 on the sofa, squinting and smiling. Icique's house is really big. Let me follow you from now on. Icicle, then I won't have to worry about food and drink, and I won't be afraid when I encounter demons. Zenitsu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shenyuan Ziye with admiration. The latter smiled slightly. Zenitsu, do you really want to follow me? Icicle, think about it. I'm such a weak swordsman that I definitely can't handle powerful demons. I don't want to die like this, especially since I haven't even gotten married yet. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Zenitsu recalled the scene of Shenyuan Ziye battling Akaza. and his plea grew even stronger. Inosuke sneered, Zenitsu, you're too weak. How about this? You could be my stepson. Then you can follow me without problem, and no one else can interfere with you. Not even the Hashira. Shenyuan Ziye's clear eyes narrowed into a slit. Looking at Shenyuan Ziye's harmless smile, Zenitsu was instantly petrified. Stepson? What is that? Inosuke shook his pig-headed head, staring at Shenyuan Ziye in confusion. In the next moment, Zenitsu's eyes twitched violently, his face turning pale as he struggled internally. How is that possible? Are you joking? How could I be your stepson? How old are you? It would be laughable to say that out loud. Absolutely not. This is impossible. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and explained. A successor is the disciple of a Hashira, just like Shinobu, whose master is Kane. So she is the successor of the insect Hashira. After saying that, he turned to Zenitsu. How about it? Zenitsu, become my successor. I really like you. What kind of joke is that? There's no way I could be your disciple. Yue, if that gets out, it will be laughable. Inosuke shouted, pointing at Shenyuan Ziye's nose, visibly agitated. Zenitsu forced a smile and rubbed his palms together. Yue-kun, being your successor isn't out of the question. But is there any actual benefit? After all, we're about the same age, and being your disciple might be a bit embarrassing for me. Wanin, you're so disgusting. Shut up, Inosuke. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, the benefit is that from now on, you can accompany me on missions. Even if we encounter powerful demons. With me around, you won't have to be afraid. Zenitsu's heart trembled. What are you saying? What I wanted to hear was, Zenitsu, from now on you don't have to work. Just stay in my mansion. How did it turn out like this? What do you think? How do you feel? Shenyuan Ziye continued to look at Zenitsu with a smile. Inosuke, looking unconvinced, said, ha. Even if it's the 12 Kizuki, I won't be afraid. The conditions you proposed are not appealing at all. Zenitsu. Shenyuan Ziye waved his hand and said regretfully, since you are unwilling. Then forget it. I suppose it's true. Your strength is too weak. Even Inosuke is not worthy of being my stepson. As soon as these words were spoken, the two were struck as if by 5 thunderbolts. Huh? You bastard. What are you saying? Sakiyo. Inosuke was taken aback, then immediately shouted in anger. Shenyuan Ziye smiled meaningfully. Am I wrong in what I said? Your current strength is too weak. Don't even mention the upper moons. You can't even handle the lower moons. Inosuke, have you forgotten how you dealt with Kabuki and Bai earlier? You were completely unable to fight back. And you, Zenitsu, although you could exchange a few blows with Kabuki, if it turned into a long battle, your legs probably wouldn't hold up either. The breath of thunder is the fastest and most explosive of all breathing techniques, requiring extremely high physical fitness. At your current level, you won't be able to last long at all. Shenyuan Ziye carefully observed the two, and his tone suddenly became heavy. Zenitsu and Inosuke were taken aback. Zenitsu, what's going on with this person? Why does he know so much about my body and breathing techniques as if he can see right through me? Inosuke, this is bad. I feel a prickling sensation as if I'm being targeted, but I can't sense any killing intent from Ziye. This feeling is really unpleasant. So, from now on, you will train with me. Inosuke excitedly laughed. Ahaha, you may be annoying, but what you said is absolutely right. Inosuke, the king of the mountains, will definitely surpass you. No way. Training with a muscle-headed idiot is going to get me killed, right? There's no doubt about it. I will definitely die, not from the demons, but from exhaustion. Zenitsu's face darkened. All right, then let's head to the Butterfly Mansion, first to start the recovery training. Shenyuan Ziye said with a smile. Inosuke energetically shouted. Yoshi, let's go now. Nanny, this is not good. How did it turn out like this? I don't want to do any recovery training. Zenitsu looked utterly desperate. Shenyuan Ziye struck a pose and said proudly, you too, follow me. After saying that, Shenyuan Ziye grabbed Zenyi's arm and walked straight out of the house. Ha, charge forward. Charge forward. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Inosuke was running behind them the whole way. Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself that his Sunwill blade had not yet been forged, so he couldn't go out to carry out missions. Taking advantage of his free time, he could do some physical training. He still hadn't fully mastered the all-weather concentrated breathing technique, and he could also refine Zenitsu and Inosuke. Allah, Ziye-kun, what brings you to the Butterfly Mansion today? Your injuries should have healed by now, right? As soon as he entered the Butterfly Mansion, he saw Shinobu Kochu's iconic smile walking towards him. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and explained, yes, Sister Shinobu, it's just that my new sword hasn't been forged yet, so I can't go on missions for now. That's why I've come to Butterfly Mansion to see you. I haven't blown up the gourd you entrusted to me yet. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu chuckled. So that's how it is, Ziye-kun. I almost forgot that you're now Hashira. You need to quickly master the total concentration breathing. I will, Sister Shinobu. Zykuin is really working hard. Shenyuan Ziye was slightly taken aback, his delicate face showing a hint of confusion. Butterfly Shinobu blinked her purple eyes, her stunning cheeks seemingly carrying a trace of sadness and envy, and softly said, Zykuin went from holding a sword to becoming a Hashira in just over a month, right? Yes, it seems that way. Shenyuan Ziye showed a thoughtful expression and nodded. Nanny, this guy became a Hashira in just over a month? No way. That's a monster, right? It can't be true. This is absolutely impossible. What's he been through? Zenitsu behind them had a look of shock on his face, his heart extremely astonished. He couldn't believe why this boy, who was about the same age as him, was so strong. Chapter 53. Sending the sword, although I felt a bit displeased. I still had to admit that Tsukiyo was indeed very strong. I could feel that this guy's strength was constantly increasing. How could this be? I felt like I was going to lose to him. In a low voice, Inosuke cursed, sounding somewhat unconvinced. Zenitsu's body trembled, his face pale, and he said in a daze, no way. I'll die. Following this monster to train, I will definitely die. Whatever stepson, whoever wants to do it can do it. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes held a hint of envy as she sighed. I wish I had talent like Zykuin. If I did, I might be able to help my sister. Sister Shinobu is already doing very well. Shenyuan Ziye's expression suddenly became firm as he looked at Butterfly Shinobu seriously. Miss Butterfly's death is not your fault. It's the demons. Only by killing all the evil demons can such tragedies be prevented in the future. Butterfly Shinobu's cheeks stiffened, her expression freezing at that moment. Zenitsu, feeling angry inside, thought, damn, how can this guy speak so well? Is this your secret to winning girls' hearts? Butterfly Shinobu blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. I didn't expect Zykuin to be such a gentle person. Thank you. Gentle? Shenyuan Ziye gave a self-deprecating smile, lowering his head as he said, no, I'm not a gentle person. I just hate demons. I hate myself for being so weak and unable to save Mr. Obuyashiki. I will not let such tragedies happen again. Absolutely not. As he spoke, Shenyuan Ziye recalled that night, a hint of sadness appearing in his eyes. This guy. Zenitsu looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a serious expression. Butterfly Shinobu spoke gently. Zykuin, Mr. Obuyashiki's death is not your fault. You don't need to feel guilty. Today I brought Inosuke and Zenitsu. Sister Shinobu, please let Miss Aoi train them well. No problem, Zykuin. Aoi and the nurses are all free. Sister Shinobu, how is Kane doing lately? Shenyuan Ziye suddenly asked. Butterfly Shinobu smiled faintly. Oh my, Zykuin finally asked about Kane. Unfortunately, she went out on a mission. Okay. Shenyuan Ziye looked a bit disappointed. After talking with Butterfly Shinobu, Shenyuan Ziye brought his two little followers to the training room. There, Shenyuan Ziye saw familiar figures again. Besides Shinzaki Aoi, the three little ones from the original work also appeared. They were Teranai, Kiyo, Nakahara Sumi, and Takada Naho. The three girls almost looked alike, wearing white nurse uniforms, their eyes like buttons, all having round little eyes. You too, after your injuries have healed, how can you run away? You haven't done your rehabilitation training yet. Shinzaki Aoi, now in a white nurse uniform, saw the familiar two and had a serious expression, her tone as stern as ever. As she spoke, the three little ones exchanged smiles and walked over to help them stretch. Inosuke, looking pained, awkwardly pointed at the smiling Shenyuan Ziye beside him. Ah. Why doesn't he have to do it? Kanzaki Aoi crossed her arms and said sternly, Midnight Kun is already a Hashira. There's no need for him to do these training exercises anymore. How frustrating. So unwilling. Inosuke said in pain, and the boar-headed boy immediately turned to Zenitsu, surprised by the look of enjoyment on his face. What is wrong with this guy? Can he not make such a disgusting expression? Soon, it was Zenitsu's turn. It's okay. Zenitsu wore a look of enjoyment, and his smile grew even broader. Inosuke was deeply shocked. Is this guy actually pretty tough? I'm about to cry from the pain, and he's still smiling. Shenyuan Ziye walked towards the courtyard, picked up a small gourd, exhaled a breath like icy mist near his mouth, and gently blew towards the gourd's opening. Bang! The small gourd was instantly blown apart, wooden splinters falling to the ground. Has it really become this easy? Shenyuan Ziye was astonished. After these days of training, he had grown significantly and his strength had increased a lot. 15 days later, during this time, Inosuke and Zenitsu had been training their bodies under the supervision of Kanzaki Aoi every day, running, climbing, and doing weight training, which significantly improved their physical fitness. As for Shenyuan Ziye, He was already a Hashira, so Kanzaki Aoi didn't supervise him, as even Shinobu Kocho didn't have the authority to do so. The Hashira's power was only subordinate to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, the Hashira had the right to command lower-ranking Demon Slayer members. On this day, two figures approached from a distance, heading towards the Butterfly Mansion. Zenitsu lay on the training room floor, panting, "I'm so tired. Shenyuan, when will these trainings end?" "Ah, Zenitsu, can't you hold on anymore? That means I win," Inosuke said proudly. "Don't compare me to you, you muscle-headed idiot. I'm a normal person. A normal person," Zenitsu shouted angrily, eyes wide, pointing a finger at Inosuke's nose. Inosuke's forehead was marked with a symbol of anger as he grabbed Zenitsu's shoulders and they began to wrestle. "Bastard, what did you say? Could you guys stop for a moment?" The three little ones suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking at them with confused expressions. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes lit up, and a blue light flickered as he spoke in a commanding tone. "You two stop? Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." It gets even more exciting. As soon as the words were spoken, Inosuke and Zenitsu, as if pricked by needles all over their bodies, stopped arguing, placed their hands on their thighs, and quickly settled down. Among the three little ones, Teranai Kiyoshi continued, "Mr. Steel Tomb and Mr. Iron Cave's son have arrived, saying they are here to deliver swords for Lord Inosuke and Lord Shenyuan." Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened, as if something had grabbed him. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately stood up, saying in a deep voice, "It's finally here." Inosuke and Zenitsu obediently followed Shenyuan Ziye's steps as they arrived at the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion. Two men approached them, both wearing fireman masks. Steel Tomb was dressed in a yellow uniform and wore a cloak that had several wind chimes hanging from it, carrying a huge sword box on his back. Iron Cave's son, on the other hand, wore a black uniform and also carried a sword box, but it looked a bit smaller than Steel Tomb's. Who are those two guys? They look quite peculiar. Could they be invaders? Such a domineering mask. They look even more ferocious than the king of the mountains. This is not good. Inosuke trembled all over and whispered worriedly. Zenitsu twitched at the corner of his eye and said speechlessly, "No. They are blacksmiths, the ones who forged the Nichiren blades for our Demon Slayer Corps members." "Is that really Steel Tomb?" Shenyuan Ziye twitched his mouth. He forged a sword for Inosuke. If Inosuke were to do something outrageous, it might really be bad. "You three, can I trouble you to do something?" Thinking of this, Shenyuan Ziye looked at the three little ones and asked with a smile. The three little ones almost spoke in unison. "Lord Shenyuan, we are happy to serve. Can you go make some Itarashi dango?" Chapter 54. The Nichiren Blade of Ice Pillars. "Lord Shenyuan, are you hungry?" Teranai Kiyo blinked his big eyes and looked at Shenyuan Ziye with anticipation, being the first to ask. Nakahara Sumi asked excitedly, "Does Lord Shenyuan like Mitarashi dango?" Shenyuan Ziye frowned and urged, "No. This is to host the blacksmith who came to deliver the sword today. Hurry up and do it." "Okay." The three little ones shouted excitedly, as this was something they loved to do. The three little ones ran to the kitchen, talking to themselves as they ran. "First, we need to prepare some glutinous rice flour, then coat it with starch, add some sugar and soy sauce. That will make it delicious." Watching the three little ones disappear into the distance, Shenyuan Ziye finally felt relieved. "My name is Gangtai Zhuang, and I am here to forge a sword for Tanjirou Kamado." Gangtai Zhuang's voice was unusually deep, sounding like a middle-aged man. Tai Shuesen waved his hand, his gaze turned to Shenyuan Ziye, and with a beaming smile said, "Ah, Lord Shenyuan, I am Tai Shuesen. Do you remember me?" Tai Shuesen's voice remained gentle and friendly, forming a stark contrast to Gangtai Zhuang's heavy tone. "Of course I remember." Shenyuan Ziye replied with a smile, "Mr. Gangtai Zhuang, Mr. Tai Shuesen, please come this way." Shenyuan Ziye welcomed the two swordsmiths into the room, and the five of them sat down on the floor. Gangtai Zhuang put down the sword box and slowly opened it, revealing two brand new Nichiren blades. The blade guards and handles were black, with gleaming blades that emitted a cold light from their tips. Such exquisite Nichiren blades must have been crafted by a highly skilled swordsmith. The materials for the Nichiren blades were collected from mountains closest to the sun, made from Gorilla Scarlet sand iron and Gorilla Scarlet ore. Gangtai Zhuang spoke to himself, then placed the box containing the swords in front of Inosuke. A glimmer flashed in Inosuke's eyes, perhaps because he had never seen such a delicate Nichiren blade. He felt a bit excited and trembled as he grasped the handle. Lifting the blade, Gangtai Zhuang began to feel nervous, staring intently at the Nichiren blade in Inosuke's hands, excitedly saying, "What color will it be? Could it be a blazing red?" Everyone's gaze turned to the blade in Inosuke's hands. Buzz! A faint blue gradually emerged from the handle, rising along the blade until it reached the tip. Ah, it's a very elegant blue, Iron Hole Sun exclaimed in admiration. Gang Taizhuang felt a bit frustrated because he didn't see the color he wanted. He murmured softly, his face filled with displeasure. How can it be blue? Shenyuan Ziye smiled and explained. Mr. Gang Taizhuang, the breathing technique used by Inosuke, beast breathing, evolved from wind breathing, so it does not produce a red color. Only swordsmen who use flame breathing can make their blades turn red. Taishui-san took off the sword box from his body and placed it in front of Shenyuan Ziye, looking serious as he said, Lord Shenyuan, this is the Nichiren blade I carefully forged for you. You allowed me to unleash my creativity, and after some research, I forged it according to my own understanding. Please see if you're satisfied. Mr. Taishui-san, I naturally trust your sword forging skills. Shenyuan Ziye replied with a heartfelt smile. Taishui-san exchanged a smile with him and slowly opened the sword box, drawing everyone's attention. Inside the sword box lay a Nichiren blade, its sheath pure black, shining like obsidian, spotless and immaculate. Shenyuan Ziye, filled with excitement, gripped the scabbard tightly and took it out of the knife box. The color of the hilt was deep blue, with white ice pillars etched from top to bottom. The blade's edge was light blue, shaped like blossoming petals. Shenyuan Ziye was quite satisfied with the color and the design of the blade's edge. At least it wasn't some bizarre shape that he couldn't accept. Shenyuan Ziye held the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled out the Sunwell blade, the blade sliding out of the sheath with a crisp sound. At the point where the blade connects to the hilt, four prominent white characters were engraved. Evil, demon, extermination. Immediately, a deep blue hue extended from the hilt to the tip of the blade. This deep blue, while lacking the purity of Inosuke's, appeared more aggressive. It's a very beautiful shade of blue. Iron Cave-san couldn't help but exclaim. Zenitsu's eyes also lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, what a beautiful sword. Thank you, Mr. Iron Cave-san, I am very satisfied with this sword. Shenyuan Ziye expressed his gratitude, sheathing the Sunwell blade. Iron Cave-san quickly waved his hand, saying you absolutely don't need to. Forging swords for demon hunters is our blacksmith's duty. Moreover, you are a Hashira, and I feel honored to forge a sword for you. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from outside the courtyard, like metal striking the blade, accompanied by a roar. However, at that moment, one person was missing from the room. What's going on? Steel Iron Zhuang furrowed his brow, instinctively looking toward the courtyard and preparing to get up. As a blacksmith, he was extremely sensitive to such sounds. Shenyuan Ziye glanced around, as if remembering something, and hurriedly interrupted. Mr. Gang Taizhuang, please sit a little longer. A snack will be delivered soon. It's Mitarashi Dango, specially prepared for you. Huh? Mitarashi Dango. Gang Taizhuang's body trembled. Joy surged in his heart, and his voice became softer. Is it true? Yes, it will be ready soon. As soon as the words fell, 3 nurses walked in from outside, the 3 little ones from the butterfly house. Each girl was carrying a tray, with 4 or 5 skewers of Mitarashi Dango on each tray, smiling brightly as they said, Hello. This is a snack prepared for you by Lord Shenyuan, Mitarashi Dango. The aroma of glutinous rice wafted from the trays. Arigato, Lord Shenyuan. But this Mitarashi Dango is Mr. Gang Taizhuang's favorite food. Taishui-san picked up a skewer of Mitarashi Dango and began to eat it in small bites. Meanwhile, Gang Taizhuang couldn't take his eyes off the Mitarashi Dango, his eyes sparkling with delight. Shenyuan Ziye immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Qing's head in the temple and said indulgently, Thank you all this time. You should eat together too. Thank you, Lord Shenyuan. The 3 little ones jumped up excitedly. Zenitsu picked up a skewer of Mitarashi Dango and began to eat heartily, revealing a satisfied smile. Shenyuan, you really thought of everything. Shenyuan Ziye walked into the yard and, as expected, saw Inosuke smashing a knife with a rock. He approached and looked at the blade, which had already been ground into a serrated shape, and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Inosuke, you must not let Steel Tomb see this. Shenyuan Ziye reminded him. Inosuke was taken aback and asked in confusion, What are you talking about? After that, Steel Tomb was confused by Mitarashi Dango and had already forgotten about forging the knife for Inosuke. After safely sending the 2 away, only Shenyuan Ziye, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were left in the room. Moonlit Night, are we finally going to kill demons? Inosuke excitedly tightened his grip on the knife handle, exhaling a puff of white breath from his pig-like nose. Zenitsu, on the other hand, looked a bit pale and stammered, I have something to do. Chapter 55 Kyoto, Shenyuan Ziye spoke in a commanding tone. Zenitsu, sit down. Zenitsu had no choice but to sit on the ground. looking at Shenyuan Ziye with a face full of panic, every pore in his body resisting, fearfully saying, "No. I hate this. I'm scared of ghosts. I can't move. Now that I am Hashira, I won't participate in ordinary tasks. I will only personally handle tasks that lower-ranked swordsmen cannot solve." Shenyuan Ziye looked meaningfully at the two. Zenitsu seemed to think of something, his lips trembling, his eyes wide open, tears bursting forth, fearfully saying, "Could it be? It's not true." Shenyuan Ziye nodded in agreement, solemnly saying, "That's right. According to the intelligence from the Crow of the Grave, something strange has been happening at the Kiyomizu Temple in Kyoto. Recently, tourists visiting to pay their respects have had their children disappear without exception, as long as they were accompanied by a child. The most important thing is that the accompanying adults were not harmed at all. They claim they suddenly fell asleep for some unknown reason, and when they woke up, their children were gone. Therefore, the Demon Slayer Corps sent over a dozen swordsmen to investigate, and they indeed detected the presence of demons in the temple. However, none of these swordsmen returned, including 2 A-rank swordsmen. Kiyomizu Temple is an ancient temple with many visitors every day, yet the demons act so recklessly. I suspect there must be a 12 Kizuki inside. After Shenyuan Ziye finished speaking, a heavy atmosphere immediately enveloped the room. The next moment, Zenitsu held his head and cried out in pain, his eyes bloodshot, roaring, "I don't want to. Don't take me there. It's too scary. Only eating children? Oh my god. I will definitely be eaten. I will definitely be eaten. It turns out to be the 12 Kizuki. Haha. That means it's my turn. Inosuke is here to take action." Inosuke laughed proudly. Shenyuan Ziye's expression was grave as he said, "Zenitsu, Inosuke, you will follow me to Kyoto. Remember, you must obey my commands. Moonlit Night. As long as we defeat the 12 Kizuki, I'll be a Hashira, just like you, huh?" Inosuke exclaimed with joy. Zenitsu's face turned pale as he coldly mocked Inosuke. "No. That's just your delusion. Haven't you fought against the 12 Kizuki before? You were completely outmatched. Your sword broke. Bastard. What did you say? This time, I won't lose," Inosuke said in frustration, gripping Zenitsu's shoulders and shaking him wildly. "No, Inosuke, the 12 Kizuki are too terrifying. Whoever wants to go can go," Zenitsu said, panic written all over his face, shaking his head vigorously. At that moment, Shenyuan Ziye placed his arms around the shoulders of the two, exhaling a breath that resembled icy mist. Zenitsu felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold breeze had swept past. Terrified, he curled up in the corner. "No. Zaikuin, please spare me. Please, I can't move when I see a demon. I'm begging you." Shenyuan Ziye stood up, gripping the scabbard tightly, gently pushing the blade's edge that resembled petals. At the same time, his pupils constricted, a faint blue light rising in his eyes, and a cold aura emanated from his entire body. Inosuke tensed up, suddenly standing up, dissatisfied. "Yeah, what are you doing?" Suddenly releasing such intense killing intent is really nerve-wracking. "Zenitsu, have you forgotten the scene when you fought in Gunma?" Shenyuan Ziye said sternly, the cold glint in his eyes undiminished. "When you battled the Lower Moon 6 Kabaraya, you weren't as timid as you are now. You even protected Inosuke back then. Have you forgotten all of that?" As Shenyuan Ziye's words fell, Inosuke's body shook, his expression somewhat awkward. Zenitsu drooped his ears, feeling dejected. "No. Don't joke around. I was so scared that I fainted, and I don't remember anything afterward. Zenitsu, you are the inheritor of the thunder-breathing technique, bearing an important mission. In the future, you will encounter enemies that you must deal with yourself. That person may have some connection to you, so take this time to cherish what you have and quickly become stronger." After hearing Shenyuan Ziye's words, the fear on Zenitsu's face faded significantly, replaced by confusion. "An enemy connected to me? What are you talking about? You will know in the future. Now come with me." Shenyuan Ziye lifted Zenitsu's small body and walked out of the butterfly mansion. Amidst Zenitsu's lamenting and Inosuke's excited shouts, the three left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The three meandered for 3 days and finally took a rickshaw to Kyoto. Kyoto, also known as Heian-kyo, is large in area with a dense population, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and having a humid climate. They arrived near Kiyomizu Temple, and it was daytime. The place was bustling with people, stretching endlessly in sight. Such a shocking scene left the 3 of them in awe. Shenyuan Ziye held his forehead and sighed, "Ah, I didn't expect there to be so many people in Kyoto." Inosuke immediately jumped up, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, looking around in disbelief, exclaiming, "What's going on? There are people everywhere. Charge! Charge!" Inosuke excitedly rushed out, his strong physique plunging into the crowd, provoking dissatisfaction for most people. What's going on? A wild boar has charged in. Where did this wild boar come from? This is bad. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly felt something was wrong, swiftly darting out, his xianbing eye suddenly opening, quickly locking onto Inosuke, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Zenitsu was surveying the surroundings, and after a while, his gaze fixed on a few slender young girls in front of him. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Zenitsu unconsciously followed the steps of those girls, but fortunately, Shenyuan Ziye was quick and pulled him back. Shenyuan Ziye was very angry, pointing at the two of them and shouting, "What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree before setting off? You were to follow my commands and not run around. Hey, what? Why should we listen to you? I don't want to die just because I see a ghost." Zenitsu stared blankly at Shenyuan Ziye. Inosuke, with his hands on his hips, laughed loudly. "Aha, I'm the boss. Moonlight, bow down before me. Bow down my foot." Shenyuan Ziye raised his fist and hit both of them on the head in turn, then grabbed their arms and headed towards the mission location. "Why do I have to bring these two idiots along? Kanai was much better. I miss those days." Shenyuan Ziye recalled the days of hunting Upper Moon 4 with Kanaihu, a look of longing on his face. "Gah! How? Lord Shenyuan, there is a wisteria flower house ahead. We can rest here." "How? How?" The crows suddenly circled in the air, landing on Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder, chirping away. Shenyuan Ziye nodded. "Okay, Zenitsu, Inosuke, stay close to me." Immediately, Shenyuan Ziye grabbed both of their wrists and leaped out, his whole body like an arrow, sweeping away. What's going on with Shenyuan? Pulling both me and Inosuke, he can still run this fast? This speed is astonishing. Zenitsu was stunned. Inosuke trembled all over. Is this the power of the Moonlit Night? Chapter 56, The Kiyomizu Temple Incident After These Days of Training. Combined with the physical enhancement from the system, Shenyuan Ziye's physical fitness had already surpassed both Inosuke and Zenitsu by leaps and bounds. In just a short while, following the route provided by the crow, Shenyuan Ziye arrived at a corner of Kyoto. "Hello, you're demon slayers, right?" A young woman walked out from behind a curtain adorned with wisteria patterns. The woman had fair skin and was beautiful, appearing to be in her late 20s. She wore a white kimono with wisteria designs, her speech gentle, and her delicate, melodious voice was pleasing to the ears. Zenitsu's eyes sparkled as he gazed dreamily. Beautiful, big sister. Behave yourself. Shenyuan Ziye tapped Zenitsu on the head. Inosuke scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, and murmured, "This woman looks pretty weak. If she were in the mountains, she'd be killed in an instant." Shenyuan Ziye pressed his hand on Inosuke's shoulder and smiled at the young woman, saying, "Hello, we are from the Demon Slayer Corps, and we are on a mission. Could we stay here for one night?" "Of course." The woman replied with a smile as she welcomed the three of them inside. The three of them opened the sliding paper door and lay flat on the tatami mat. It was daytime, and Shenyuan Ziye decided to rest for a while and have something to eat before carrying out their mission at night, as Kiyomizu Temple was not far from there. Knock, knock, knock. With a series of knocks at the door, the woman opened the sliding door and walked in slowly, carrying a tray filled with various desserts. There were Japanese rice balls, matcha cake, caramel pudding, dorayaki, and more. Meanwhile, next to the desserts were 3 teacups emitting steam, with the aroma of black tea wafting from them. "Please enjoy your afternoon tea," the woman said, kneeling on the floor, placing the tray in the middle with a gentle smile and a warm tone. Shenyuan Ziye smiled back. "Thank you. There are so many delicious things. Shenyuan, where is this place, and why is that woman so nice to us?" Zenitsu looked confused. Shenyuan Ziye explained, "This is the home of the wisteria flowers. This family was once saved by demon hunters, so as long as they are demon hunters, they will provide us with services free of charge." They're food. Speaking of which, the Demon Slayer Corps is quite impressive. Inosuke took off his boar mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, staring at the food in front of him, grabbing it casually and devouring it. Zenitsu ate a caramel pudding, took a sip of black tea, and casually asked, "Shenyuan, what should we do next?" "What we need to do now is wait." Inosuke licked the cream at the corner of his mouth, looking at Shenyuan Ziye with a confused expression. Zenitsu's eyes flashed with confusion. Wait until when?" Shenyuan Ziye stretched out his finger and chuckled. "Of course. We wait until the evening and go directly to Kiyomizu Temple." Just barging in, right? It really fits my style. Inosuke, eating a cake, had a delicate face radiating a joyful smile. Zenitsu twitched his lips and said in disbelief, "You're kidding, right? What kind of joke is this? Just barging in? Are you crazy? There are 12 Kizuki inside. Why am I even here? You must be really insane." And this muscle-brained idiot. Oh my god, what kind of people am I hanging out with? Shenyuan Ziye showed a confident smile. It's okay, Zenitsu. I'm here. Even if it's the 12 Kizuki, you don't need to be afraid. I'll take care of it. No way. I really don't want to go to my death. How about you guys go first? I'll wait for you here. Zenitsu rubbed his palms together, smiling awkwardly. Huh? Zenitsu, are you planning to back out at the last minute? What coward? Inosuke said in a casual tone. Zenitsu's forehead immediately bulged with veins. His eyes widened as he retorted angrily. What do you mean back out at the last minute? Are you kidding me? Do you want to go die with you? We'll definitely die. It's obvious we'll die. You're really a disgusting guy. Inosuke said with a look of disdain. Zenitsu pointed at Inosuke's nose and shouted angrily. Where am I disgusting? I'm the most ordinary person. You guys are the ones who are the most abnormal. Shenyuan Ziye sighed and said thoughtfully, All right, San-E, you stay here and wait for our news. Are you not letting me go? San-E was surprised and looked at Shenyuan Ziye's face, feeling a bit uncertain. The latter smiled and said, Since you're so scared, just stay here for now. Moreover, night is about to fall. We have to set off. Inosuke, let's go. Yoshi, it's finally my turn to take action. Inosuke said, I'll go ahead. San-E, make sure to worship me well. Ha. Inosuke picked up the 2 Nichiren blades wrapped in cloth, tucked them into his waist, and rushed outside. San-E was left with a black line on his forehead. Are you crazy? Who would worship you, you pig-headed guy? Shenyuan Ziye looked ahead and left behind a faint remark. Zenitsu, stay here and wait for us to come back. Am I abandoned? If those two had persuaded me together, even I would definitely go, but can someone as weak as me really kill a demon? Zenitsu gazed at the two who had already gone far away, and suddenly his heart felt empty, momentarily falling into a daze. Hey, Tsukiyo, let me charge him first, ha. In the midst of running, Inosuke laughed wildly. This little chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Are you an idiot? Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but retort. Let's assess the situation first. You bastard. What did you say? Didn't you say that? I need to observe first what kind of demon is lurking inside. After a while, Shenyuan Ziye and Inosuke also arrived outside the temple, and the two entered through the main gate one after the other. It was already night, and the crowds were gradually diminishing. Due to recent incidents of missing children, the number of tourists visiting Kiyomizu Temple to pray had also significantly decreased. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes flashed, and he suddenly saw a figure in front of him. The person was wearing a brown uniform, with a black Nichiren blade at their waist, and a clear character for destroy written on the back, which was indeed the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. He hurriedly ran forward and grabbed the person's shoulder. Sanben Yeshu was startled and quickly turned around, his face showing shock and a hint of surprise. Is it you, Lord Shenyuan? The person was a young boy, looking slightly younger than Shenyuan Ziye, with a handsome appearance, short black hair, and a white scar on his forehead. You recognize me? Shenyuan Ziye wondered to himself, as he had only been promoted to a Hashira for just over 10 days, and he did not expect an ordinary demon slayer to recognize him. Sanben Yeshu lowered his head respectfully and said, It's your clothes. The Hashira's clothes are special. Your outfit is something that almost everyone in our rank recognizes. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback. This outfit he received was exactly the same style as when he first got it. He was puzzled because, according to the rules, members below the pillar rank should not have the authority to choose the style of the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and he should have had a standard coffee-colored uniform. However, this uniform was different, and Shenyuan Ziye was quite satisfied with it. The icy blue appearance, soft texture, and the icy pillar pattern on the edges were very fitting with his breathing technique. Shenyuan Ziye asked in a deep voice, Which class are you from? What exactly happened here? Please explain everything. Chapter 57, Illusion. Sanben Yasuki continued. Lord Shenyuan, my name is Sanben Yasuki, and I'm a Class S member. A few days ago, I received orders from Sagaya and, along with several other members, came to Kyoto to investigate the demons in Kiyomizu Temple. When it was still daytime, we hadn't entered yet, but suddenly, 2 evil spirits jumped out from the nearby forest and pulled them in. The more Sanben Yasuki spoke, the more afraid he became. With beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, Shenyuan Ziye's heart trembled, and he asked with suspicion, Were they sucked in? Inuyasha beside him shivered all over, his pores standing on end as he cautiously looked around. Yes, Lord Shenyuan, it's terrifying. I've never seen such a horrifying demon before. How did it suck them in? Can you explain it clearly? What does it look like? Yamamoto Masaki wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. They have faces like tigers, but their bodies are very thin. That power seems to be their blood demon art. As long as they spread their hands, the team members are sucked in. What strange blood demon art? Shenyuan Ziye pondered. So it sucks them into its palms? Yamamoto Masaki grew more fearful as he spoke, his pupils constricting. Yes. Yes, the team members were all sucked into the demon's palms, and their bodies were like they were crushed, turning into a pile of minced flesh. Their bones turned to dust. How disgusting. Inuyasha picked his nose, showing a look of disdain. Shenyuan Ziye frowned and asked, "Then how did you escape?" Sanbin Masaki showed a hint of panic in his eyes, but quickly calmed down. He said seriously, "Those two demon generals sucked the team members into their palms, turning them into meat chunks, but their bodies started to tremble. I took advantage of that moment to escape from Kayamizu Temple." In pain? Shenyuan Ziye's tone became very confused. "Yes, please believe me, Lord Shenyuan. I suspect it may be a side effect of the blood demon technique. I'm not sure of the details, but I did escape. I know it's wrong to flee at a critical moment, but with my strength, I couldn't possibly kill such a demon. Absolutely couldn't kill it. Please forgive me." Lord Shenyuan. As he spoke, Sanbin Masaki's face was filled with pain, and he directly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Inosuke was momentarily stunned. "Huh? What's going on? Yuyue, why is he crying?" Shenyuan Ziye revealed a warm smile, reminding that living is the most important thing. Only by living can one continue to fight against evil spirits. "No one will blame you. Get up." "Thank you, Lord Shenyuan. I will now take you to find those two ghosts. They are hiding in the nearby forest." Hearing Yasunari Sanbin's words, Shenyuan Ziye hesitated for a moment, lost in thought. "Tsukiyo, why are you in a daze? Hurry and let this coward take us to kill the ghosts." Inosuke's irritable voice interrupted Shenyuan Ziye's contemplation. Shenyuan Ziye came to his senses and nodded, saying, "Then I'll trouble you. Lord Shenyuan, please follow me. With you here, these evil spirits will surely be dealt with," Sanbin Yushu said with determination, gripping his Nichiren blade as he ran towards the temple entrance. Inosuke tightly held his Nichiren blade at his waist and laughed. "Ahaha! Inosuke is off. Charge forward." On the way, Shenyuan Ziye said to Inosuke, "That guy has problems. He.S. lying." "Huh? Why do you say that?" "First of all, this blood demon art is very strange. Even if it really exists, it's impossible for two demons to use the same blood demon art, not to mention the side effects he mentioned, which are just absurd. And most importantly, how could a demon let him escape alone? Ha ha ha. I think that guy was probably scared out of his wits. Demons can feel disgust too, right? Are you an idiot? That is absolutely impossible. Lord Shenyuan, it's just ahead." Sanbin Yushu waved his hand to the two behind him. Shenyuan Ziye stepped forward, gripping the sunwheel knife at his waist with his left hand, his fingers stroking the blade's edge. His tone suddenly turned cold. "Sanbin, you brought us here for what purpose? Or have you already sold your soul to the demons?" Sanbin Masaki's pupils constricted, his expression froze. After a brief pause, it relaxed, and he said blankly, "What are you talking about, Lord Shenyuan? Selling my soul to demons? I'm Sanbin Masaki, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." As soon as he finished speaking, Shenyuan Ziye pushed the blue blade's edge, which resembled flower petals, and a chilling aura suddenly spread from his body. Inosuke felt a tightness in his body, the hair on his bare skin standing on end. Sanbin Masaki was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. Biting his teeth, he pleaded, "I really didn't deceive you. Lord Shenyuan, ice breathing first form ice tide." Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath of cold air, gripped the handle of the knife tightly, drew it out with a swift motion, and swung it forward, instantly severing the neck of the oncoming vicious ghost that was baring its fangs and claws. Shenyuan Ziye did not move an inch, gently waving the blade to shake off the blood. The four large characters' evil ghost extermination on the blade stood out brightly in the night. "A very handy knife," Shenyuan Ziye commented lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of evil ghosts suddenly surged from all directions, with white horns on their heads, fangs protruding from their mouths, and a fierce appearance. At this moment, Sanbin Yasuki had already vanished. Sanbin is gone. Did I concentrate my attention on the evil ghosts and overlook him? Just as Shenyuan Ziye was pondering, Inosuke's gruff voice sounded. "Ha ha! Moonlit Night. Let's have a big showdown and see who kills more ghosts. This time I won't lose to you again. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Shenyuan Ziye stared at the evil spirits around, hesitating, but Sanbin is missing. That kind of guy is not worth worrying about. Inosuke swung his dual blades and advanced towards the evil spirits. "Lord Inosuke, I'm coming." Swish, swish, swish. Inosuke engaged in battle with the horde of evil spirits. As Shenyuan Ziye slayed the evil spirits, He couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion within. What exactly is going on? Why did Sanbin suddenly disappear? Right before my eyes, almost instantaneously? This is unreasonable. Could it be that I was too focused, my attention solely on the evil spirits? No, the sensation is wrong. These ghosts are problematic. Shenyuan Ziye swung his knife continuously, only to find that these evil spirits felt light and insubstantial, lacking the tactile sensation of a physical entity. This feeling was reminiscent of the virtual ghost described in the ghost hunting manual. Could it be that the ones before him were all fake? Shenyuan Ziye suddenly felt enlightened. He closed his eyes and then opened them wide, blue light surging in his pupils as the eye of Xianbing activated. He clearly saw that everything before him was illusory. The evil spirits surrounding him had no flowing blood or beating hearts within them. Under the gaze of the ice eye, they appeared as transparent figures. Could it be that the demon slayer, Mitsuba Masaki, was also an illusion? Damn, I should have noticed it sooner. Both Inosuke and I have already fallen into the enemy's illusion. Did it start as soon as we enter the temple? Damn, my reaction is too slow. How could I still be a Hashira? Shenyuan Ziye gritted his teeth and said angrily, what kind of monster can trap me and Inosuke in this illusion? Chapter 58. Nightmare night fell, and the figures of the nearby people gradually disappeared, leaving only cold buildings. Under the moonlight, everything appeared exceptionally tranquil. At this moment, inside Kayamizu Temple, the nightmare was leaning against the wall of the temple, wearing an expression of enjoyment. Ah, this feels really good. A Hashira actually came this time, but even a Hashira cannot escape my enhanced blood demon art. As long as they enter my domain, they will forever be trapped in the illusion, and they won't even realize they are caught in it. Moreover, the demons in the illusion are endless. Those demon hunters will eventually exhaust their stamina and die. To die in a false reality is truly a wonderful thing. I must say, the children here are really delicious. Their nutrition is richer. I want to eat a few more. Once those two demon hunters die in the illusion, I will be able to absorb a Hashira. Ah, this is fantastic. After absorbing this Hashira, plus the blood that Muzan-sama has granted me, I can challenge the upper moons in a blood battle and rise to become one of them. At this point, the nightmare revealed a sickly smile, and his voice trembled with excitement. Nightmare-sama, I have brought them to the forest of the illusion as you requested. Now, can I see Sakurako again? I really want to. A figure suddenly appeared in the temple. It was Mitsuba Masaki. Mitsuba Masaki was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. His voice was filled with fear, but more so with pleading and longing. It was clear he was terrified of the demon before him, yet he mustered the courage to finish his words. The nightmare ruffled his magenta hair, frowning and saying, oh, so you still want to have a sweet dream? But I've already forgotten what that girl looks like. Huh, what? What did you say? Mitsuba Masaki was instantly dumbfounded. Well, although that girl had a rare blood type, her flavor is indeed unforgettable. Eating her greatly increased my power, but I can't remember her face at all. My blood demon art only allows people from my memories to appear in your dreams, so I can't let you see her. I'm really sorry. The nightmare smiled wickedly, watching the boy before him with great interest. But your performance in betraying your partner is quite good. You have the potential to be a demon. How about I apply for that Lord's idea to turn you into a demon? That would also be a good choice. Mitsuba Masaki suddenly realized, his eyes blank, and exclaimed, Did you kill Sakurako? Yes, indeed. Although it took some effort to eat her, the flavor is truly unforgettable. I smashed her head with one punch and have long forgotten what she looked like. Before the nightmare could finish, Mitsuba Masaki's body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He drew his Nichiren blade and charged towards the nightmare. How foolish. The nightmare mocked, extending his palm, revealing white teeth on the back of his hand, his tongue licking crazily. Blood demon art, forced fainting, hypnotic whisper, buzz. Suddenly, Mitsuba Masaki's eyes rolled back. His limbs lost sensation, and he collapsed to the ground. At least do something to make amends. I'm sorry, Lord Shenyuan, it's all my fault. I wanted to see Sakurako so badly. As a demon slayer, how could I believe a demon? This is simply absurd. I'm such a fool. Bang! The last remnants of consciousness allowed Mitsuba Masaki to finish these words before he fell to the ground, lifeless. The nightmare squinted and smiled. Ah, actually, I remember, I was just lying to you. I just love seeing that kind of tortured expression on your face. It's truly wonderful. Next, let us have you die in a nightmare. Ah, this feeling is just too comfortable. In the darkness, Masaki, what are you doing here? Get away. It was a young girl, her eyes clear, her appearance pure, with dark brown hair cascading over her smooth shoulders. She shouted at the boy in front of her. Sakurako. I just wanted to see you. I'm sorry, because you were killed by a demon. I joined the Demon Slayer Corps, but I never expected that I would end up helping the demon that killed you. I harmed Lord Shenyuan, boo-hoo. Mitsuba Masaki knelt on both knees, crying uncontrollably, tears flowing down like a waterfall, filled with regret and guilt. I am a sinner, having committed such a wrong. I will surely go to hell, Mitsuba Masaki said in despair, sobbing and shaking his head violently. In an instant, Mitsuba Masaki stared blankly at the ground, suddenly feeling relieved. Going to hell is fine, as long as I could see you one more time. Masaki, thank you. After a brief pause, Sakurako's eyes welled up with tears as she opened her arms and embraced Mitsuba Masaki. At that moment, Mitsuba Masaki could no longer suppress his emotions and cried out loud. Ah, please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. Sakurako, looking at Mitsuba Masaki's tightly closed eyes, shedding tears of relief. The nightmare felt confused. He wondered, what is going on? Doesn't he have a nightmare? Ah, this is too much. I even prepared a wonderful nightmare for him. Enough already, you little brat. Don't intrude into someone else's heart. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. A low voice approached. The nightmare looked at the boy before him, whose eyes were glowing blue, his expression revealing confusion and distress. Hey, what is going on? How did you escape the illusion? Shenyuan Ziye is standing in front of the temple, his face coldly watching Yinming. An hour ago, Shenyuan Ziye was swinging his knife to slay the evil spirits in front of him, his eyes rolling around as he looked to the other side. Damn it, why are there so many of these demons that never seem to end? It's really annoying. At that moment, Inosuke was wielding his twin swords, constantly chopping down the evil spirits coming toward him. Shenyuan Ziye's pupils contracted in surprise as he discovered that the blood vessels in Inosuke's body were flowing and contracting, and his heart was beating. It was all real. In other words, the Inosuke in front of him was not an illusion, but was also trapped in the illusion like himself. Inosuke, calm down, it's all fake. Shenyuan Ziye shouted at Inosuke, having realized this point. Upon hearing Shenyuan Ziye's shout, Inosuke's body tensed, and he quickly retreated backward. Huh, it's all fake. Moonlit Night, is what you said true? Shenyuan Ziye analyzed. We must be trapped in some kind of illusion, likely due to the blood curse of a certain ghost. Even if we know this, how can we resolve it? Moon Knight, Inosuke roared while fending off the demons surrounding him. Shenyuan Ziye had no other way to counter the blood demon technique of illusion but to ask his own heart, the Demon Hunter Manual. How can I escape this illusion? Sorry, the Demon Hunter Manual cannot provide you with assistance. Damn it, the system is useless at this critical moment. The Demon Hunter Manual sincerely reminds you that you possess the Eye of Xianbing, and your realm has reached the second level, allowing you to see through all fog. See through all fog? Hearing the hint given by the Demon Hunter Manual, Shenyuan Ziye felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that the Eye of Xianbing can help me break through this illusion? Chapter 59. Escaping the illusion with this thought. Shenyuan Ziye exerted all his strength and activated the Eye of Xianbing, scanning his surroundings extensively, and the scene before him gradually became clearer. He looked up, and under the illumination of the Eye's eye, a crack suddenly appeared in the dim night sky. Found it! Shenyuan Ziye suddenly understood that his eyes, just as the system said, could see through the essence of things. Anything that was illusory appeared before him like a blank sheet of paper. Nothing in the world is perfect. Since it is an illusion, there must be an exit. As long as he could find the exit, he could escape from it. Shenyuan Ziye activated the Eye of Xianbing again, and a faint blue light shot out from his pupil. At the same time, in sync with his breathing, he lightly pushed the petal-shaped blue blade with his left hand, pausing for a moment before swiftly drawing the sword with his right hand. A corner of the dark sky was torn apart, gradually enlarging, as if a piece of paper was being ripped open, bringing the two back to reality from the illusion. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly opened his eyes, looking around at the familiar scene. This was the entrance of the Kiyomizu Temple. Shenyuan Ziye could confirm that he had escaped the illusion. But what on earth was capable of creating such a realistic illusion that ensnared people without them realizing it? Beside him, Inosuke was also momentarily stunned, not understanding what was going on, and angrily shouted, "Where are the demons? Where do they go? I want to kill them all." "Calm down, Inosuke. That was an illusion. It was all fake." "Huh? Fake? What is going on?" "Follow me to the temple, to be on the safe side." In case they encountered the demon's blood demon arts again, Shenyuan Ziye activated his eye once more. However, maintaining the ice eye for a long time would consume his stamina, which is why he only used it for a moment during battles and did not utilize its abilities in normal circumstances. The burden of the ice eye on his body was too great, similar to the side effects of prolonged breathing techniques. His physical abilities had not yet reached their peak, so he could not maintain it for long. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye seemed to have discovered something, paused for a moment, and stopped in his tracks. Wait, what is it now? Yuan Yi, don't order me around so casually. Inosuke complained. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze swept across the scene in the temple, where the air was thick with the presence of ghosts. Undoubtedly, stepping into this Qing Shui temple meant entering the realm of ghosts and falling into an illusion once again. It seems I can only pass through alone, Shenyuan Ziye muttered to himself. Only with the blessing of the ice could he resist this illusion. Inosuke cast a strange glance. Huh? What are you saying? Just then, under the dim night sky, two figures darted out, blocking the path of the two, and an ominous aura filled the air. Inosuke reacted first, every pore on his body standing on end. He gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, sensing the presence of an evil spirit. Standing in front of them were two different evil spirits. One had two sharp horns on its head, gray-white pupils, a pale face, green fur covering its body, and a short head of emerald green hair, looking fierce. The other was incredibly muscular, with bulging veins on its forehead, sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth, and an extremely ugly appearance, its purple pupils glaring at the two. Quali, as long as we kill these two, we can consider our mission accomplished, right? According to Lord Yinming, we might be promoted to the 12 Kizuki position. The green-haired demon spoke first, its voice sharp and piercing like a knife. The other demon turned its gaze to Shenyuan Ziye and responded, "You're right, Qing Luo. As long as we can kill the Hashira among the demon slayers, that lord will surely grant us blood, making us stronger, and we can definitely rise to the 12 Kizuki." Qing Luo and Quali envisioned the same scene. Qing Luo, Quali, as long as you assist me in killing the Hashira among the demon slayers, that lord will grant us blood. And then you too might have the chance to ascend to the 12 Kizuki, Yinming said with a smile, watching the two demons in front of him. After all, I am the only remaining lower moon demon, and that lord has begun to pay attention, perhaps even adding new members. Qing Luo and Quali exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Yinming, we will not disappoint that lord's expectations. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly spoke, breaking the memories of the two ghosts before him. It's not an illusion. These two ghosts truly exist. Inosuke, it's up to you to deal with these two ghosts. I will handle the ones in the temple. Remember, you must not step into the temple, or you will fall into an endless illusion. Inosuke smiled confidently, wielding his twin blades. Yuan Yi, you can go ahead and leave it to me. These two little ghosts are no match for me. Inosuke, I'll join you again soon. What a joke. Try to escape under our noses. This is... Whoosh. Before Qing Luo could finish speaking, Shenyuan Ziye's figure darted past the two ghosts like an arrow released in an instant. Shenyuan Ziye understood that he couldn't waste time on these two ghosts and had to quickly eliminate the ghosts in the temple, especially since he still didn't know who the ghosts in the Kiyomizu temple were. If they were upper moons, he definitely couldn't afford to waste time and energy here. Qing Luo's white pupils suddenly constricted. This person was incredibly strong. My strength is completely on a different level. Could he be one of the Hashira among the demon slayers? Qing Luo felt a chill run down his spine, and he could even sense that if Shenyuan Ziye had attacked him just now, he would have had no chance to fight back and would have died at the hands of his demon slayer. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hey, greenskin ghost, were your eyes looking? Inosuke said disdainfully, and then he swung his dual blades, charging towards the two ghosts. Shenyuan Ziye is standing inside the temple, his eyes emitting a faint blue light, coldly staring at Yinming. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you, the first of the waning moon, Yinming. Have you had enough of the game? It should come to an end. Yinming, unfazed, smiles and gently waves his arm, saying softly, "Ah, this is truly wonderful. You must be a Hashira. I've been waiting for you with great difficulty. Although I don't know how you escaped my illusion. Next, let me give you a nightmare to die in. Don't be ridiculous, just based on you." Shenyuan Ziye's footsteps paused. His left hand gently pushed the blade's edge, while his right hand swiftly drew the sword, exhaling a breath that resembled icy mist. Ice breath, second form dance of the ice river. The deep blue blade cut through the night sky, its surface covered with a layer of frost, and for a moment, a chilling aura enveloped the temple. With incredible speed, truly worthy of a Hashira, but under my blood demon art, There's no room for retaliation. Blood demon art compulsory, fainting, hypnotic whisper. The smile of a nightmare remained unchanged as he waved his palm, revealing the vicious teeth on the back of his hand. Licking his tongue, and said, "Sleep now." Buzz. The divine source's midnight blue eyes flickered as they met the palm of Nightmare for a brief moment. But nothing happened. He continued at full speed, swinging the sunwheel blade towards Nightmare. Nightmare looked puzzled and murmured softly, "What's going on? He clearly got hit. Why isn't he falling into a deep sleep?" Chapter 60, Nightmare's Subordinate. Whoosh. The speed of the blade from Shenyuan Ziye is incredibly fast, striking down Yandream's arm in one blow, blood splattering everywhere. Yandream suddenly retreats violently, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. The boy in front of him makes him feel a sense of crisis. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye swung his sword again, leaving behind exquisite sword techniques. Yin Ming quickly dodged, avoiding each strike, and took the opportunity to regenerate his severed arm. Sleep now, forced unconscious. The whisper of hypnosis. While evading, Yin Ming unleashed his blood demon technique once more. Shenyuan Ziye faced directly, locking eyes with Bing Yin, instantly dissolving the hypnosis of Yin Ming. And the blade did not stop. A look of surprise flashed in Yin Ming's eyes, his green pupils gradually expanding. It's ineffective against him. How could this be? I understand now. It's his eyes. For some reason, they have nullified my hypnosis. Yin Ming's expression was filled with confusion and shock as he dodged Shenyuan Ziye's attacks, while also analyzing his abilities. As expected of a pillar, such impressive swordsmanship, it caught me off guard. Yin Ming chuckled lightly. Even when at a disadvantage, his expression still looked utterly enjoyable. Ice breath, first form, ice tide. Whoosh! Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel blade, sweeping across the body of Yin Ming, and leaped to the side. Yin Ming opened his palm and squinted with a smile, saying, "Have you run out of moves? What a pity. I haven't had much fun yet. You seem to be unclear about the gap between us. I am a Hashira, and what are you?" Shenyuan Ziye flicked the sunwheel blade, revealing a cold gleam, and coldly stared at Yin Ming, mocking him. Yin Ming wasn't angry. He just smiled and said, "Your words are quite tough. I really like your..." Swish. Before Yin Ming could finish, a gash opened in his neck, blood gushing out and splattering everywhere. "Hey, what's going on?" Yin Ming touched the wound on his neck, his head slightly swaying. He was just a hair's breadth away from having his head completely severed by Shenyuan Ziye. How is this possible? This little brat can really kill me. He's just playing, treating me like his toy. Yin Ming's cyan pupils fixed on Shenyuan Ziye's disdainful face, filled with shock and, more importantly, fear. At this moment, Yin Ming realized that there was a qualitative gap between his strength and Shenyuan Ziye's. "What a joke. How dare you humiliate me? I am chosen by that great one, bestowed with blood." Yin Ming was somewhat frantic, his pale face veins bulging, anger filling his heart. Blood demon art, forced descent. The illusionary realm. Buzz. Yin Ming spread his arms. Powerful mental energy surged from within him, enveloping everything around, and in an instant, a special energy surrounded Shenyuan Ziye. Beast breathing. Third Fong. Fong tier. Swish. On the other side, Inosuke charged at Qing Luo, swinging his dual blades, crossing his arms to strike from both sides, attempting to behead Qing Luo. Qing Luo leaped back, easily dodging Inosuke's slash, extending his right hand, greenish-blue light emanating from it, gradually condensing. Inosuke tensed up, his gaze fixed on Qing Luo's palm, warily asking, "What is that? Is it the ability of a green-skinned demon?" Blood demon art. Weapon wheel rotation. Buzz. A green scythe appeared in Qing Luo's hand. "A weapon has appeared," Inosuke exclaimed in astonishment. Qing Luo's eyes were filled with disdain as he flicked the scythe and took a step forward, charging towards Inosuke. Beast breathing. Fourth Fong. Shattering slash. Inosuke charged like a wild boar, swinging both sun wheel blades in a cross slash. Bang! The sun wheel blade collided with the scythe, producing a crisp sound of weapons clashing. Meanwhile, K-Ri, with heavy steps, clenched his massive fist and charged at Inosuke. "This is bad. I have to deal with this green-skinned demon while avoiding this ugly monster's attack. This is distracting." Inosuke growled, gripping his twin blades, continuously slashing, relying on his strong instincts to dodge K-Ri's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Inosuke retreated, his pig-headed gaze sizing up the two demons, contemplating a way to break through. "What's going on, pig-headed man? Your strength is far inferior to that Hashira. I'll take you down first, then go after that Hashira." Qing Luo rubbed his forehead, sneering. Kairi opened his purple pupils, his voice deep. Qing Luo is right. Bastard, don't underestimate me, Inosuke. Even alone, I can easily take care of both of you little demons. Inosuke raised his twin blades and stepped forward, the air around him swirling. Qing Luo raised an eyebrow, his tone disdainful. Your words are tough, then I'll cut out your tongue first. After saying that, Qing Luo swung his scythe towards Inosuke, while Kairi's fist suddenly smashed towards Inosuke. Bang! Inosuke leaped back, dodging Kairi's punch, the powerful strike creating a massive pit in the ground. What immense strength! Inosuke exclaimed, then pointed his blades at Qing Luo, beast breathing. First fong, piercing stab. Bang bang bang. Qing Luo wildly swung the scythe, blocking Inosuke's attacks. The powerful impact causing Inosuke to keep shifting his feet. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Damn it, this green-skinned demon and that ugly monster are really tough to deal with. Inosuke complained while dodging. Is this all you've got? Qing Luo mocked, waving his left hand, producing another identical green scythe. Inosuke questioned in surprise. More weapons? Qing Luo rushed in, his clawed hand wildly swinging the scythe like a missile, charging towards Inosuke. Bang bang bang. Inosuke swung his blades to defend, engaging in a fierce battle with Qing Luo, the serrated blades and the green scythe clashing. Neither side gaining the upper hand. Blood demon art. Giantization. Kairi shook his muscular right arm, clenched his fist, and suddenly his entire right arm grew enormous, incredibly thick, resembling a small mountain, crashing towards Inosuke. The immense pressure made Inosuke tremble all over, staring blankly at that mountain-like arm, momentarily dazed. Inosuke, get away! A youthful, clear voice called from behind. Inosuke instantly snapped to attention, gripping his blade tightly, deflecting Qing Luo's scythe, leaping to evade Kairi's attack. Bang! That mountain-like fist slammed into the ground, creating a massive pit, shaking the surrounding ground. Inosuke exhaled a puff of white breath, surprised. Zenitsu, I can't believe you made it. Ah, what's going on? A demon covered in green hair, an ugly-looking demon. And what's with that arm? It's so big. Too big. This must be fake. It has to be fake. I must be dreaming. Inosuke. Zenitsu clutched his head, frightened and stammering, trembling all over, tears streaming from his eyes due to fear. Shut up, Zenitsu. Look clearly, this is reality. Inosuke shouted sternly, then, with hands on his hips, laughed maniacally. Ah ha ha. This time, none of you will escape. Zenitsu, with the determination to charge in, I'm leading the charge. Chapter 61. Slaying Yin Meng. Zenitsu was stunned, staring blankly and saying, Yeah, what are you talking about, Inosuke? What a joke. We'll die, we'll definitely die, can't you see? That huge, ugly monster and the demon covered in green hair, they're terrifying. Getting close will get us killed. Inosuke ignored Zenitsu, gripping his twin blades tightly and charging forward. At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye fell into Yin Meng's illusion once again. What's going on? Is this Yin Meng's blood demon art? Isn't his blood demon art supposed to force people into sleep? Has his ability changed? Shenyuan Ziye surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind constantly in thought. Before him lay a desolate land, surrounded by raging flames. Shenyuan Ziye carefully examined the area nearby, his eyes, glowing blue, spinning around as he searched for the exit of the illusion. Just then, two men approached from ahead. One had a face marked with green patterns, while the other bore several noticeable knife scars. Fine Benji? A glint of recognition flashed in Shenyuan Ziye's eyes as he instantly identified the two demons before him. But they were still just illusory figures, lacking veins and hearts. Blood demon technique, beastification, tiger. Blood demon technique, withered leaf. Fi and Benji remained expressionless, offering no words, directly unleashing their blood demon techniques. The illusory beings had no emotions. They only needed to kill without restraint. Breath of ice, landform, ice dragon. Shenyuan Ziye raised his knife, exhaling a breath that resembled icy mist. He charged forward, wielding the sunwheel blade to execute exquisite slashes, as if he were an ice dragon, cutting through the two demons. Swish! The blue sunwheel blade flashed past the heads of Fi and Benji, delivering a decisive strike. There was no sensation. I can't waste time here. That would only exhaust my stamina. Shenyuan Ziye analyzed inwardly, realizing that everything here was an illusion. Yet he was continuously depleting his energy. Where's the exit? As the bodies of Benji and Fi gradually faded away, Shenyuan Ziye kept surveying his surroundings. In an instant, a strong sense of oppression emanated from ahead, a feeling as if the soul were trembling. Shenyuan Ziye's heart trembled, and he couldn't stop shaking. He tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his light blue pupils staring straight ahead. He understood that it was just an illusion, not a real scene. But he could still feel the cold pressure. "You are Musen Kibutsuji," Shenyuan Ziye said, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, speaking slowly. The man in front of him wore a white shirt, draped in a black cloak, with smooth long hair and a familiar face. His plum-red eyes resembling a malevolent spirit wandering in the night. "Ah, it's you, dream demon. How does it feel to be a demon?" Musen coldly stared at Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback, his pupils constricting. "Is he talking to me?" Musen covered his forehead and sneered coldly. "It's really quite laughable. Turning you into a demon was just a whim of mine, and I didn't expect you to actually endure it." Immediately after, Musen's expression changed drastically, the previous smile completely vanishing, replaced by an extremely cold demeanor. In a commanding tone, he said, "From now on, you must give it your all for me. As long as you kill one of the Hashira among the demon slayers, I will share a bit more of my blood with you." Shenyuan Ziye suddenly realized, this is the memory of a nightmare. Breath of Ice, second form. Dance of the Ice River. Whoosh! Shenyuan Ziye raised his knife and struck down, swinging the blade towards Musen. Bang! Musen extended his palm, transforming it into a whip-like attack. And on the pink flesh wall, terrifying sharp teeth grew. Shenyuan Ziye felt a chill down his spine at midnight and instinctively dodged quickly. He made a shocking discovery. Within Musen's whip, there was a large amount of Musen's blood, and the whip was also attached with Musen's cells. As long as one was hit, it would completely destroy the person's cells. What a terrifying method of attack. Shenyuan Ziye's hair stood on end, and even though he knew that what was before him was just an illusion, the overwhelming sense of pressure and terrifying means of attack still instilled a sense of fear in him. The dim sky seemed to be swaying, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. A gap appeared. It turned out that the exit to the illusion was in the sky. Shenyuan Ziye's whole body trembled, and the eye of Xianbing swept across the night sky. The fissure opened, and the horizon was torn apart like a piece of paper. Shenyuan Ziye gazed at the illusory figure of Musen Kibutsuji, muttering coldly to himself, "Musen Kibutsuji, I will definitely slay you." Buzz! Suddenly, Shenyuan Ziye returned to reality. He steadied himself and looked at the incredulous Yanming, whispering, "The game is over." Yanming's pale face twisted in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief. "This is impossible. How did you escape my blood demon art?" Before Yanming could finish, Shenyuan Ziye had already flashed to his side, swinging the Nicaran blade and slicing across Yanming's neck. Breath of Ice, first form, Ice Tide. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a cold breath, as if the surrounding air was freezing. He gently pushed the blade into the sheath. "Hey, what's happening? My body has lost feeling. Did I lose?" The head of Nightmare danced in the air, its cyan pupils reflecting astonishment. "Am I going to die? How is that possible? I haven't even used my full strength. I've put in so much effort, eaten so many nutritious little children. As long as I can devour this Hashira, I can obtain that adult's blood. Why did I still fail in the end? This is truly a nightmare. Is the Hashira's strength really that strong? The ones killed by the demon slayers have always been those worthless ones at the bottom, the lower moons. For nearly 100 years, it has always been those familiar faces. Even the Hashira are not a match for the upper moons. Is the strength of the upper moons on a different dimension than mine? I've already been divided into so much blood, yet I still fall far short of the upper moons. I wish I could start over. I want to redo everything. What a tragic nightmare." After saying this, Nightmare's body dissipated like dust in the wind, and the blood demon art that Nightmare had cast over Kayamizura completely collapsed at this moment. "Congratulations, you have killed the lower moon, one of the 12 Kizuki. Your level has been raised to level 90, and you have gained a new skill, Breath of Ice, 9th form, Ice Blades. The Eye of Frozen Ice has been upgraded to the 3rd realm and has gained a new ability." The voice of the Demon Slayer manual echoed in my mind. Shenyuan Ziye was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "What is the ability of the 3rd realm?" The Eye of Xuanbing's 3rd realm, once activated, can greatly enhance one's combat abilities, including strength, speed, and reaction time. In this state, body temperature will rise rapidly, and the body will feel as if it's about to burn. It shouldn't be maintained for too long, so please use it with caution. Body temperature rising, greatly enhancing combat ability? Shenyuan Ziye seemed to have thought of something. His heart trembled, and his pupils constricted violently. Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to activating the pattern? Chapter 62. slaying Qing Luo beast-breathing second Fong cleave. Clang! On the other side, Inosuke swung his dual blades, clashing with Qing Luo's scythe, producing a sharp sound of metal colliding. Quoli's purple pupils widened as he glanced at Zenitsu, licking his long tongue greedily. Let's eat this person first and regain some stamina. After saying that, Quoli charged towards Zenitsu with heavy steps, his arms growing massive. Vei, Quoli, don't hog the food. Qing Luo shouted anxiously upon seeing this. Zenitsu froze for a moment and then cried out, food. Am I being treated as food for a demon? No, too noisy. I'll smash your head first and then suck out your brain. Quoli licked his tongue crazily, stepping forward joyfully, his arms now as thick as tree trunks, and he slammed down towards Zenitsu. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Zenitsu's eyes widened, staring blankly at the enormous figure charging towards him, its ugly face and twisted expression making his heart tremble, causing him to faint from fear. What's going on? That guy, Waney, I really can't afford to care about his life or death right now. Inosuke braced his dual blades, confronting Qing Luo, his pig head firmly fixated on Qing Luo. Quoli revealed a chilling smile, as if he was excited at the thought of brain matter splattering. The veins on his fists bulged as he struck towards Zenitsu's head. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Waney, Inosuke shouted anxiously, oh no. That guy's head is going to be smashed. Quoli's blue eyes slightly narrowed as he hesitated. Where is he? At that moment, Zenitsu was bowing his head, half bent over, eyes tightly shut, his left hand firmly gripping the Nichiren blade at his waist, his right hand clenched around the hilt. Exhaling a sharp breath. This guy, his aura has changed. Quoli's ugly face showed a hint of surprise. Thunder-breathing first form thunderclap. Zenitsu shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a rumble of thunder. Swish! The golden Nichiren blade, engraved with electric patterns, sliced through the night sky, severing Quoli's thick arm. Zulfust! Quoli stared in disbelief at his blood-spewing, severed arm, a wave of fear rising within him. What is going on with this yellow-haired brat? Why does he suddenly seem like a different person? Qing Luo appeared to have seen something terrifying. His white pupils contracted as he swung his scythe to deflect Inosuke's blade, stepping back. Hey, you bastard, where are your eyes looking? Inosuke swung his serrated blades, taking advantage of Qing Luo's moment of inattention to step in and sever one of Qing Luo's arms. Beast-breathing third Fong tearing fangs. The blue scythe flew out along with the severed arm. Damn it, this guy. Qing Luo threw his other scythe, while simultaneously gathering energy in his right hand. Blood demon technique, weapon rotation. Buzz. A long sword appeared in Qing Luo's hand, the hilt a bluish green, and the blade pure white, glinting coldly. The weapon has changed again. Inosuke was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in surprise. Qing Luo's severed arm regrew, and he gripped the hilt tightly, charging towards Inosuke. Inosuke exhaled a puff of white breath, not moving his feet, just swinging his dual blades, crossing them to cut at Qing Luo's long sword, and with a strong saw, he forcefully severed the blade. Qing Luo's pupils immediately constricted, his pale face suddenly changing as he spat out a mouthful of blood flowing from his eyes and nose. The weapons transformed by Qing Luo's blood and flesh. Ha ha! Green-skinned demon, have you been scared by my momentum? Your movements are so slow. Better go back and practice before coming back. Next, I'll cut off your head. Clang! As Inosuke laughed madly, he swung his dual blades, ready to take off Qing Luo's head. Qing Luo's face twisted menacingly, only able to block with his arm, his white eyeballs spinning rapidly, disdainfully saying, with this broken knife, how could you possibly cut through? Beast-breathing sixth Fong jagged gnawing. Inosuke exhaled a beast-like powerful aura, gripping the blade tighter, rubbing incessantly back and forth on Qing Luo's head. Swish! Qing Luo's head was brutally severed by Inosuke's blade, along with his forearms, flying through the air. What? Is it severed? Qing Luo's face showed surprise. Did I lose? To this wild boar, got my head cut off by that kind of guy. Qing Luo's body at that moment turned to dust, dissipating in the wind. Quoli's severed arm regrew, and with heavy steps, he walked, causing the ground to tremble. Thunder-breathing first form thunderclap. Swish! Zenitsu shot out again, a flash of yellow lightning, but this time Quoli sidestepped to avoid it. Such a massive body, yet it moves more nimbly than I imagined. Zenitsu felt a doubt in his heart, then suddenly leaped, adjusting his posture, yet his movements remained unchanged. Haha, it seems you only know one form. I've already seen through your attack. Quoli laughed loudly, his voice garbled as if something was stuck in his throat. Blood demon technique, gigantification. Quoli's entire body grew massive, his limbs becoming incredibly thick, swinging powerful fists as he charged forward. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Unshakable memories stimulated Zenitsu's mind. Pull yourself together. Don't cry. No fleeing. Your actions are meaningless. Zenitsu. Tanjirou Kamado struck the ground with his cane, glaring at the black-haired boy slumped against a tree. Get down here. Continue your training. No, I feel like I'm going to die. If I keep training, I'll definitely die. Zenitsu's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot, as he howled. Tanjirou Kamado, frustrated, said, At this level, you won't die. Get down here, you fool. Grandfather, I love you. When that woman tricked me out of my money and eloped with another man, leaving me in debt, it was you who saved me. Even if you might just want to train a swordsman. But even I want to meet your expectations. But I can't do it. Zenitsu complained with a mournful face. I also feel very sorry for being this way. I wanted to train secretly without sleeping at all, but I got no results. What's going on? What is really going on? Tanjirou Kamado quickly advised, Calm down, Zenitsu. You have talent. No, I've already. Zenitsu cried out loudly. Boom! At that moment, a furious lightning bolt fell from the sky, striking the tree and hitting Zenitsu right on the head. Zenitsu. Sanj Tsubaki was instantly enraged upon witnessing this scene. What a bothersome life. I got struck by lightning and my hair color changed. Although I'm grateful just to be alive. I'm the person I like the least. I always think I have to pull myself together, yet I still become timid, run away, and cry. I want to change. I want to become a reliable person. Chapter 63. Reaching the pinnacle. Sanj Tsubaki's words echoed in Zenitsu's ears. Listen well, Zenitsu, this is enough for you. If you can do just one thing, then perfect it to the utmost, hone it to its limit. Zenitsu, go reach the pinnacle. Whether you cry or run away, just don't give up. Believe that these hellish days of training will surely reward you. Hone yourself to the limit and become a blade stronger than anyone else. Focus a little, reach the pinnacle. Zenitsu's entire body was crackling with electricity, the air around him vibrating. He exhaled a fierce breath, gripping the white sheath with his left hand and the golden hilt with his right, ready to strike. Has this guy's aura changed again? Kairi felt a hint of concern, but soon calmed down. His speed did not decrease as he continued to swing his massive fists. It's fine. I've seen his moves before. I can dodge them. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap, and flash. Eightfold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kairi didn't react in time. The slash came in an instant. The demon's head separated, blood splattering. The massive head swaying in the air. What? Such speed. I can't react in time. Kairi's purple eyes contracted violently, his voice filled with shock. As the head was severed, Kairi's body also vanished. I think it's better if you just keep sleeping. Inosuke stared blankly at Zenitsu's attack, muttering to himself. Zenitsu sheathed the Nichiren blade and lay on the ground, fast asleep. Inosuke hurried over, seeing that Zenitsu had merely fainted, and mocked. Ha ha ha. Zenitsu, I was the one who killed it first, so that means I win. At the same time, Shenyuan also appeared beside the two. Well done, Inosuke. Zenitsu, he said with a smile. Inosuke was taken aback, puzzled. Kaya, what about the demon in the temple? Could it be? Ka. Shenyuan had defeated the lower rank one. Ka. The crow circled in the dim night sky, chirping loudly. Inosuke widened his eyes, plunged the blade into the ground, and clenched his hands, feeling disgruntled. What is going on? Damn it, another upper moon. Resolved so quickly? I lost you again. Kaya, you two still need to continue training. Dealing with a demon of this level was so laborious. Shenyuan assessed in a teaching tone, having already regarded Inosuke and Zenitsu as his underlings. Inosuke retorted, Humph. What are you talking about, Kaya? That kind of minion would be easy for me to deal with. Good, very motivated. Now, Inosuke, take Zenitsu and head to the next location to slay demons. Shenyuan said calmly. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, there were many tasks waiting for him to complete. He wasn't responsible for guarding any specific area, so his range of activities would be very broad. Along the way, besides gathering information on demons, he also needed to hone his swordsmanship in actual combat. Inosuke shook his head, confused. Huh? Kaya, what are you saying? Ka. Next is Asakusa in Kyoto. There's a demon's presence. A demon's presence. The crow circled above the two, shouting loudly. Shenyuan Ziye's expression became serious. Did you hear that, Inosuke? It's not time to rest yet. Bring Zenitsu, and let's go. Damn it. Do we have to go to the next location so soon? Inosuke complained as he dragged Zenitsu's body, carrying him on his shoulder. Zenitsu, wake up quickly. Inosuke followed Shenyuan Ziye's pace, heading towards Asakusa in Kyoto. Hey, what's going on? Did I get eaten? Inosuke, where is this? Am I going to die? Am I going to die? It's so dark. Is this hell? It can't be. Did you die too? Inosuke. Oh, bang. During their journey, Zenitsu's voice echoed in the darkness. Inosuke threw him to the ground, impatiently saying, Zenitsu, look carefully, this is reality. Where did the demon go just now? Could it be? Is it you, Inosuke? You saved my life. I won't forget this kindness. Zenitsu lay on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Inosuke. Inosuke was momentarily stunned and finally managed to say, Zenitsu, are so disgusting. Ah. Inosuke, I've been right by your side. If I had known you were this strong, I would have followed you all along, Zenitsu said, tears streaming down his face. Huh? What's wrong with this guy? Inosuke fell into deep thought, feeling a profound confusion, then suddenly laughed. Ah, I'm a bit stronger than you. Keep praising me. Zenitsu tugged at Inosuke's pants. Ah, Inosuke, you're so nice. Let go of me. That's so disgusting. Shenyuan Ziye patted his forehead and sighed. Ah, I really can't stand these two guys. Hey, Inosuke, Zenitsu, have you had enough fun? We're about to go complete a new mission, so get your spirits up. Inosuke and Zenitsu both froze and turned to look at Shenyuan Ziye. Haha, no matter how difficult the mission is, Inosuke, can complete it successfully. Just you wait, Tsukiyo, this time I will definitely surpass you. Ah, Shenyuan, what are you talking about? Another mission? Didn't we just finish one? What's going on? You're Hashira. Don't impose your work intensity on us. Are you kidding me? Little master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shenyuan Ziye said, seriously, time is tight. Demons are ruthlessly devouring people in various regions. As long as we get there early and defeat a single demon, we can save dozens of lives. If it's an upper moon, even hundreds of people can be saved. Slaying evil demons is our duty as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and you should have this awareness as members of the Corps. I know this kind of thing without you telling me. Yuanya. Inosuke gripped the Nichiren blade at his waist, full of fighting spirit. Zenitsu's face turned pale, and he continuously complained in his heart. Hey, what's going on? This can't be right. Aren't you the same age as us? Don't act all righteous. You're a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, a monster. I'm not. If I encounter a demon, I'm definitely going to die. Zenitsu, let's go. You have great potential. Break through your limits in actual combat. There are more important things waiting for you to do in the future. I must train you to the extreme, Shenyuan Ziye said, gazing seriously at Zenitsu. Zenitsu widened his eyes. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Don't look at me like that. I'll let you down. Let's go, Zenitsu. Inosuke impatiently dragged Zenitsu's arm, moving forward in the darkness. It was already deep into the night, and Asakusa Street was still bustling. The street lights shone brightly, and the crowd was dense. What is going on? Why are there still so many people? What kind of creature is that? Inosuke began to say, but before he could finish, Shenyuan Ziye grabbed his shoulder and stared at him with a very unfriendly gaze, saying in a deep voice, Inosuke, you need to know when to stop. This is not good. I'm being pressured by this Yuan Yi guy everywhere. I have to train to become stronger sooner or later. Zenitsu suddenly asked, Hey, Shenyuan, where are we going now? The demons have hidden themselves, Shenyuan Ziye said lightly, his light blue pupils surveying the surroundings with a focused expression. Chapter 64. Inosuke replied in confusion. Huh? Oomph. How could they hide from me? Inosuke the Great. Saying this, Inosuke bent his knees, half squatting on the ground, and opened his palms, beast breathing, seventh form, empty. Before Inosuke could finish, he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. The gazes of the other two focused on Inosuke, looking puzzled. I'm starving. Give me something to eat. Shenyuan Ziye smiled suddenly, putting his arms around the shoulders of the two. Perfect. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat something, Inosuke, Zenitsu. The three of them walked into a ramen shop together. Ha. Replenish energy, continue training, and keep getting stronger. Inosuke grabbed the ramen with his hands and kept shoving it into his mouth, making slurping sounds. Zenitsu saw Inosuke's gluttonous appearance and complained, Inosuke, what's wrong with you? Always like this, have you never eaten before? Did you really grow up in the mountains? Do you have any objections, Zenitsu? Inosuke said with a dissatisfied tone while swallowing his food. Zenitsu quickly denied, no. I just think it's too strange. Shenyuan Ziye was eating ramen while urging, you two, hurry up and eat, there might be a task later. Suddenly, Zenitsu seemed to have seen something incredible. His face turned pale, his eyes became hollow, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground due to trembling. "What's wrong? Zenitsu?" Shenyuan Ziye asked anxiously, as he had never seen Zenitsu so panicked. "I heard." Zenitsu gritted his teeth, his expression inexplicable. As he picked up the chopsticks from the ground, Shenyuan Ziye was a bit confused, wondering what he had heard. Just then, a commotion erupted from a nearby dining table. "What did you say? How dare you? On what grounds do you command me?" I didn't command you, I just offered my opinion. If we go to Kiyomizu Temple, we might make new discoveries." "Shut up, you're just a gung-level member. You don't have the right to command me. Why are you such a person? Just because you're an A-level member, you really have a big ego. Shouldn't Demon Slayer Corps members stick together?" At that moment, a girl with twin ponytails suddenly spoke up, her voice crisp and pleasant, like a wind chime. The girl appeared to be around the same age as the two of them, with fair skin, a beautiful face, and large light purple eyes. "Wearing a brown demon slayer uniform. Damn it, why am I assigned to carry out a mission with you guys?" The young man with an angry expression muttered under his breath. He was indeed an A-level member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kizuki. Kizuki had short black hair, green eyes, thick eyebrows, and wore a black Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a bracelet featuring a hooked jade pendant on his wrist and a golden Nichiren blade at his waist. "Forget it, Kazumi," who told him he's an A-level member. "Murata, you're just too easy to talk to. Someone who disregards their companions doesn't deserve to be in the Demon Slayer Corps." "Kazumi, don't say that. What did you say?" Kizuki slammed his hands on the table, standing up, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with anger as he glared at the girl named Kazumi. Takagami Kazumi seemed startled, her delicate cheeks showing a hint of fear as she softly said, "Why are you yelling so loudly? You low-level members. Why do you have to evaluate me? Shouldn't you feel lucky to be on a mission with me? Just focus on listening to my instructions, right?" Kizuki's anger didn't diminish as he spoke in a condescending tone, while Murata and Takagami Kazumi were left stunned, both looking at Kizuki in disbelief, momentarily speechless. Do you even hear what you're saying?" Takagami Kazumi was dumbfounded, paused for a long time before finally saying this. Kizuki continued to shout, "What? Didn't you hear clearly? I won't repeat myself. Trash. Kizuki, how can you be like this? We're all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. There's no distinction in rank." Murata also couldn't understand. Kizuki sneered, "Don't joke around. I'm different from you guys. I'm special, the heir of the thunder breathing, and I'll be a Hashira in the future." Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's heart tightened, and he looked inexplicably melancholic. "You can't even use the most basic thunder-breathing first form. How can you possibly become a Hashira?" Takagami Kazumi suddenly raised an odd smile and said coldly, "Murata, how do you know about this?" Murata quickly tugged at Takagami Kazumi's sleeve, whispering, "Kazumi, how do you know about this?" Kizuki completely exploded, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, angrily saying, "You bastard, what did you say? Are you going to draw your sword against a fellow member? That's forbidden." Takagami Kazumi's face changed, hurriedly shouting, "What's wrong with this person? He seems to have a sword." Enough already. The huge commotion drew the displeasure of other customers in the ramen shop. The shop owners seemed to have noticed the disturbance and walked straight towards Kizuki with a soup spoon in hand, questioning him, "Hey, kid, don't disturb my business, or I'll throw you out." Kizuki, already furious, instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade upon seeing the owner's disdainful gaze. The Nichiren blade is meant for demons, not for humans. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly acted, grabbing Kizuki's arm the moment he was about to draw his sword. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Kizuki twisted his wrist and forcefully broke free from Shenyuan Ziye's grip, sneering, "What gave you the right to lecture me? Where did this rookie from the Demon Slayer Corps come from?" Kizuki noticed Shenyuan Ziye's Demon Slayer Corps uniform and the Nichiren blade at his waist, immediately understanding that Shenyuan Ziye was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. "It's really Kizuki, should I just kill him now?" Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened, gritting his teeth tightly, rubbing the petal-shaped blade edge, and the first thought that crossed his mind was to entertain this idea. In the original story, Kizuki was Zenitsu's senior brother, a disciple of the former Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Before the final battle against Muzan, he had turned into a demon to survive. A person like that, Shenyuan Ziye wished he could kill him on the spot. However, considering that Kizuki was still human and Zenitsu's senior brother, plus he was an A-level member of the Demon Slayer Corps, as a Hashira, he couldn't act so directly. At this moment, Zenitsu suddenly stood up and walked to Shenyuan Ziye's side. "Huh, Zenitsu, aren't you eating?" Inosuke glanced at the ramen in front of Zenitsu, and then moved Zenitsu's bowl over. Zenitsu tugged at Shenyuan Ziye's clothing, his gaze vacant, his expression dim. and softly said, Shenyuan, let's go. So it's you, Zenitsu. You haven't changed at all, still short, still pathetic, still looking so weak. Kaigaku was first taken aback. Then his expression changed to realization. His eyes filled with contempt as he coldly laughed. Murata, on the side, seemed to have seen something incredible. His eyes widening as he stared at Shenyuan Ziye's uniform, exclaiming in shock, You are Lord Icicle? Chapter 65. Five-person team as the words fell. Not only did Kaigaku's expression change, but even Takagami Kazumi beside Murata's face turned pale, shocked, and cast admiring glances. Kaigaku clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. His green eyes filled with surprise, and internally he felt unwilling. He is the newly appointed Icicle of the Demon Slayer Corps? At this age? What a joke. How is this possible? How strong is his power? Shenyuan Ziye did not pay attention to Murata, but gently pushed the petal-shaped blade, and his entire body erupted with fighting spirit, a cold and murderous aura permeating the ramen shop. Inosuke immediately trembled, his pig-headed face turning to look back, as he sensed a hint of killing intent. What did you just say? Shenyuan Ziye's clear eyes shone with a chilling light as he stared at Huayue. Huayue's pores trembled all over. He also felt the intense killing intent. The young man in front of him was very powerful, and he had a feeling of being locked onto. Huayue could only lower his voice and say, Lord Ice Pillar, I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was you. Shenyuan Ziye coldly said. You just mentioned. Who looks pathetic? Who looks weak? Lord Ice Pillar, I did not say you. Kueyu hurriedly bowed, his tone completely lacking the previous arrogance, and instead became extremely respectful. I will never forgive those who mock their companions. Shenyuan Ziye said coldly. Apologize to Sean. What? What did you say? Kueyu's face turned pale, and he was momentarily stunned, unable to believe Shenyuan Ziye's words. To apologize to this guy. Not only Kueyu, but even Sean, he was dumbfounded, a warm current surging in his heart, as he did not expect Shenyuan Ziye to go this far. Forget it, Shenyuan. Sean, feeling nervous, shook his head. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze was like a sword, staring at Kueyu, as if cutting into his body. Kueyu's face trembled. The oppressive feeling from Shenyuan Ziye's burst of fighting spirit made cold sweat break out on his forehead. I'm sorry. Kueyu forced these words out of his mouth. Behind Kueyu, Murata and Takagami Kazumi were also very surprised, unable to speak for a moment. Zenitsu stared blankly at Shenyuan Ziye, feeling grateful but not knowing what to say. Big brother, it's okay, I don't mind. Zenitsu then turned to look at Kueyu. Such sincere words, to Kueyu, were extremely disgusting, especially being noticed by such a weakling. What was even harder to bear was that this weakling was actually from the same school as him. Kueyu bit his teeth in humiliation, a cold snort rising in his heart. TCH, the old man actually wants me to inherit the breath of thunder together with this guy. It's really disgusting. Why was he so lucky, this kind of trash, to be from the same school as me and even receive recognition from the Ice Pillar? TCH. As he thought about it, Kueyu's face became ferocious, a surge of anger rising in his heart, his fists bulging with veins, tightening and then loosening. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly looked at Murata and Takamiya Kazumi and asked in a deep voice, Are you here to carry out mission 2? Yes, Lord Ice Pillar. We receive instructions from Kiname. There's the aura of evil spirits in Asakusa, so we came here to carry out the mission. Murata replied loudly, his voice sounding quite respectful in response to the Pillar's question, along with Kaiwe and Kazumi. Takamiya Kazumi also echoed, Yes, Lord Ice Pillar. Murata suggested going to the nearby Kayamiza temple, but Kaiwe did not accept it, and then we started arguing with him. Lord Ice Pillar looks so young. Seems about the same age as us. What an impressive person. Takamiya Kazumi thought happily, her eyes sparkling. Working with such an amazing boy made her feel very secure. TCH. Kaiwe glared at Takamiya Kazumi, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and pondered. There are indeed demons at Kayamiza Temple, and there are the 12 Kizuki, but they have already been dealt with. I'm afraid this Asakusa is not too peaceful. The 12 Kizuki, Murata exclaimed in shock. Wait, were they dealt with by you, Lord Ice Pillar? That's just 2. In response, Kayama's expression also changed. He knew very well that the 12 Kizuki were Musen's 12 direct subordinates, and their combat power should not be underestimated. Of course. Ha ha ha. Any minor demon cannot last even one round in front of my Inosuke. Inosuke suddenly jumped out, excitedly saying, Boarhead man. Takagami Kazumi screamed when she saw Inosuke. Murata twitched his lips and exclaimed, Wild boar. Where did you come from? Let's go, Tsukiyo. With the determination to charge forward like a boar. Let's go kill some demons. Inosuke said, exhaling a cloud of white breath and tearing at his throat as he spoke. Shenyuan Ziye spoke in a low voice. Wait, Inosuke, there are still unfinished matters. He then directed his gaze towards Kwayu, a chilling aura emanating from him. Kwayu felt a shiver down his spine and hurriedly nodded. Lord Ice Pillar, is there anything else? Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the sunwell blade at his waist, his expression serious as he glanced at the other two and commanded, you will act with me from now on. First, we need to find the demon lurking in Asakusa. Okay, Lord Ice Column, Murata replied, feeling surprised and a bit afraid of not doing well, but he still responded. Takagami Kazumi exclaimed joyfully, that's great. Lord Ice Column, it's such a stroke of luck to be able to carry out a mission with you. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After saying that, Takagami Kazumi made a face at Kaigaku. Murata wore a troubled expression, murmuring softly, no way. Acting with a Hashira is too terrifying, and why is Lord Ice Column so young? How is it possible? How old was he when he became a Hashira? Kaigaku's face grew serious, thinking to himself, how could I possibly carry out a mission with that guy Zenitsu? At that moment, Shenyuan Ziye seemed to sense something and said solemnly, Kaigaku, you don't need to come with us. As soon as these words were spoken, Murata and Takagami Kazumi both cast puzzled looks, while Zenitsu behind them showed a strange expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lord Ice Column, do you have another task for me? Kaigaku asked tentatively, as that was all he could think of. Shenyuan Ziye's tone was unfamiliar, and his voice was cold. You should just go back and wait for the headquarters instructions. I'll handle the demons in Asakusa. Shenyuan Ziye thought for a moment. Someone like Suiyu would be a disaster to keep around. If the 12 Kizuki really came, Suiyu would likely turn into a demon, betraying his companions and the Demon Slayer Corps. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had to be responsible for his comrades and couldn't let his own mistakes harm everyone. Don't you need me? Suiyu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. His fists clenched, veins bulging. As a Class A member, he couldn't accept being less valued than those guys. Shenyuan Ziye continued, you can leave now, Kwayu. Zen-E, confused, asked, Shenyuan, why are you doing this? Kwayu is very powerful. He is the heir of the Breath of Thunder. He might be able to. I don't need you to speak for me. Before Zen-E could finish, Kwayu suddenly shouted angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 66. Preparations. Takagami Kazumi coldly expressed her dissatisfaction. Kwayu, how can you be like this? Big brother, I just wanted to be with you. Zen-E said, somewhat aggrieved. Hearing this, Shenyuan Ziye's heart trembled, but he still firmly decided not to let Kwayu join the team. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kwayu, furious, replied, I don't need your help. Don't cause trouble for me. Trash. Upon hearing this, a spark of anger ignited in Shenyuan Ziye's heart. He was about to say something when Kwayu interrupted him. Lord Ice Pillar, since it's like this, I'll take my leave. Kwayu didn't want to work with these trash people anyway, and since he was being driven away, he didn't care if even the pillar looked down on him. As long as he was alive, that was enough. In Kwayu's worldview, as long as he was alive, anything was possible. Only those who recognized him were just. The opposite was evil. Watching Kwayu's back, Zen-E wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shenyuan Ziye. Don't go. We have more important things to do. Zen-E frowned and couldn't help but ask, Shenyuan, why won't you let Kwayu join? He is much stronger than I am. This guy has serious issues. Not only can he not kill demons, but he also can't stay in the Demon Slayer Corps. Later, I will report to Lord Shogun and have Kwayu expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Shenyuan Ziye said with a serious expression. Zen-E immediately panicked. Why do it this way? Shenyuan, Kwayu's personality is a bit extreme, but he is not a bad person. Besides, he is a Class A member. He should be somewhat useful in the Demon Slayer Corps. Shenyuan Ziye said earnestly, you will understand later what kind of person Kwayu really is. Zen-E, lost in thought, asked somewhat shyly, Shenyuan, it can't be because of me, right? Part of the reason is because of you, but someone who doesn't cherish their companions doesn't deserve to be in the Demon Slayer Corps. Ah, you're too nice to me. Actually, I don't mind, Ziye-kun, it's definitely right to follow you. Zen-E suddenly blushed, tugging at Shenyuan Ziye's clothes, his face beaming with a bright smile. It's better if he leaves. Just looking at someone like that is uncomfortable. Takagami Kazumi crossed her arms and huffed angrily. Murata awkwardly smiled. Don't say that, Kazumi. No matter what, Kwayu is still a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. and a high-ranking one at that. We shouldn't gossip behind his back. Takagami Kazumi pouted and retorted. Murata, you're just too nice. Caillou bullies you like this, and you still speak up for him. All right, let's go. It's about to get light. Looks like we'll have to act tomorrow. Shenyuan Ziye looked up at the approaching dawn and led the four out of the ramen shop. Takagami Kazumi, radiating a cute smile, raised her hand and said, Lord Ice Pillar, whatever you need us to do, just tell us and I'll do my best. Okay, let's observe for a few more days. There's definitely a demonic presence in Asakusa. It can't be wrong. According to Tsumuji Kakushi's intel, the demonic aura is very strong here. The demon lurking here might be one of the 12 Kizuki. Shenyuan Ziye's expression turned serious as he speculated. The 12 Kizuki? Everyone's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. Are you serious? Lord Ice Pillar. Takagami Kazumi covered her mouth in surprise. Zenyi's mind went blank as he shook his head. No, I don't want to. It's too scary. Really too scary. A demon this strong should be dealt with by you first. See Icicle. Inosuke confidently placed his hands on his hips and laughed. Ahaha, that's just great. As long as I defeat the 12 Kizuki, I'll be a Hashira. What's up with this boar? Murata felt a bit speechless. Shenyuan Ziye focused his expression and said seriously, This is just my guess. If it really is the 12 demon months, I will handle it personally. And you don't need to participate in the battle. Shenyuan Ziye thought for a long time. If it were just the waning moon, it would be easy for him now, requiring little effort. But if it were the 6 waxing moons, it would depend on who came. Now that his ice, I had opened the third realm. It was equivalent to the patterns of this world. As for dealing with the waxing moons, as long as it wasn't the first 3, he shouldn't face too much pressure. He still remembered that night, that very sad night. Yoaza, I will definitely cut off your neck. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze was icy, and a phantom appeared before him. A young man with peach-colored hair, golden eyes sparkling, and a contemptuous smile. Crack, crack. The presence of the demon suddenly vanished. Stand by, stand by. In the dim sky, a raven circled. It was Shenyuan Ziye's raven. All right, everyone listen to my orders and head to the wisteria house in Asakusa to rest. Shenyuan Ziye said solemnly to the four. Understood, Lord Ice Pillar. Murata and Takamiya Kazumi looked at him with admiration, speaking in a respectful tone. The 5 bathed in the warm morning sun and arrived at the wisteria house in Asakusa. They rested here for 7 days, as the presence of the demon had suddenly ceased. That day, the 5 gathered together for afternoon tea, preparing to discuss their next tasks. Right now, there is no other way. All we can do is wait for the demon lurking in Asakusa to come out on its own, Shenyuan Ziye said first. Murata, a bit scared, asked, But we've already waited so many days. Will that demon really come out? Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and explained. According to the information from the crow, the aura of demons here is very strong. Although we are in Asakusa, demons shouldn't be so blatant in their killings, but they will definitely show signs. Once a demon appears, we will track it down to the end, and we won't give it any chance to breathe. Okay, Lord Ice Pillar, we will definitely complete the mission successfully. Takagami Kazumi raised her small hand and said with a smile. Zenitsu had a bubble pop up behind his head and thought to himself, What's going on? Even such a cute girl is so motivated. Is this for real? Zenitsu-kun, I think you feel the same way, right? Takagami Kazumi shook her twin tails and looked at Zenitsu with an expectant expression on her cute cheeks. Zenitsu suddenly trembled all over, his heart racing, and he blushed as he said, Yes, me too. Miss Kazumi, this guy, wasn't he very scared before? Why does he suddenly seem like a different person? Murata looked at this scene, feeling puzzled, and then quickly reacted, his expression changing. Could it be that he likes Kazumi? Miss Kazumi seems to be very concerned about Zenitsu. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly asked. Although he had only spent half a day with this girl, Shenyuan Ziye could tell that Takagami Kazumi seemed to care a lot about Zenitsu. During discussions, her eyes would occasionally glance at Zenitsu. Takagami Kazumi was taken aback, brushed her bangs, and said a bit flustered, Is that so? Lord Ice Pillar. Zenitsu was first taken aback, then suddenly became excited, eagerly asking Shenyuan Ziye, Is it true? Shenyuan, is it real? Does Miss Kazumi like me? Quick, tell me. Is it true? I know nothing escapes your eyes. Chapter 67. The Will of the Demon Slayer Core. Ah. How could you understand it this way? As soon as the words fell, before Shenyuan Ziye could respond, Takagami Kazumi looked at Zenitsu with a confused expression. Zenitsu felt like he had been struck by lightning. Isn't it so? Miss Kazumi, I will definitely face life-threatening danger in my next job. Immediately after, Zenitsu became very dejected, his face drooping, and he cautiously pleaded, I'm super weak. Miss Kazumi, would you consider marrying me? I just want to get married before I die. Is that so rash? Murata was stunned. Shenyuan Ziye was also taken aback. Having only known San-E for 3 days, and he proposed marriage. This guy is indeed very exaggerated. Such a casual persona is unlikely to be liked by any girl. Just when everyone thought Takagami Kazumi would be angry, her reaction was surprisingly unexpected. It will be fine. Takagami Kazumi simply smiled lightly. I can feel that San-E-kun is a very strong boy. San-E's expression suddenly darkened. Hey, what are you saying? Don't joke around. I'm really weak. I'm very easy to die. I can prove this. San-E's potential has not been fully realized yet. I brought him along to help him gain experience in real combat and to stimulate his potential. Shenyuan Ziye explained with a slight smile. Inosuke poked his pig head close to San-Yi's face, looking like he was deep in thought. San-E panicked, saying, Hey, what are you joking about? I'm really weak. The tasks are dangerous every day, and I'm working with Hashira. I'm really under a lot of pressure. Murata rubbed his ears, skepticism written all over his face, incredulously saying, Can someone like this really work with Hashira? Takagami Kazumi showed an envious expression, sighing, so that's how it is. San-E-kun is really lucky to be working with Hashira. This is clearly a bad thing. Don't say it so matter-of-factly. Also, Kazumi-san, what's with that look in your eyes? You look all starry-eyed. It's terrifying. San-E cried out in despair. Having a reliable partner really alleviates worries. Even when facing an unbeatable enemy, as long as there are companions, it will feel very reassuring. Takagami Kazumi lowered her head, her tone somewhat melancholic. The Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps are like that, both strong and gentle. Being with them feels very reassuring. As her words fell, everyone fell into silence. After a moment's pause, Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but ask first, Kazumi-san, have you experienced something? I'm sorry, is it that obvious? Takagami Kazumi blinked her light purple eyes, revealing an apologetic expression. That's all in the past. Can you tell us about it? Shenyuan Ziye asked curiously. Takagami Kazumi sighed, a hint of sadness appearing on her adorable cheeks. Ever since my mother was killed by a demon, I joined the Demon Slayer Corps. I hate demons. I hate these creatures. Why can they recklessly take people's lives? Why do demons exist in this world? As she spoke, a trace of anger surfaced on Takagami Kazumi's face, her originally clear voice turning cold. Shenyuan Ziye was deeply moved and fell into contemplation. His parents were also killed by demons, and he believed that such beings did not deserve to exist in this world. Even if he were to perish, he would certainly slay the evil demons. This was the will of Shenyuan Ziye's life. Takagami Kazumi continued. After completing a few missions, my rank rose to the gung level, allowing me to work with higher rank partners. However, during one mission, we encountered a very powerful demon. My companions were all killed. Takagami Kazumi's eyes suddenly turned red, and like wisteria flowers, her beautiful pupils shed glistening tears. Everyone fell into silence. Murata displayed a hint of sorrowful expression, as he already understood Takagami Kazumi's past. After that, the flame Hashira came and dealt with that powerful demon, which allowed me to survive by chance. For someone at my level, we rarely see a Hashira. When I first saw the flame Hashira, I felt he was truly warm, completely different from those cold demons. As long as he was there, it felt very reassuring. He was like the sun illuminating the entire night. At this point, Takagami Kazumi wiped away her tears and said with some reluctance, If only my strength could be a bit stronger, perhaps. Perhaps my companions would not have died then. I hate myself, hate why I'm so weak, unable to sever a demon's neck, why only I survived. A wave of sorrow washed over Takagami Kazumi. Miss Kazumi, you do not need to feel guilty. Everyone who joins the Demon Slayer Corps must have this awareness. Moreover, as a Hashira, I have long placed my life on the line. Yes, no one wishes for their companions to die before their eyes. It is precisely because of this will that drives us to keep moving forward. This strong will to live as humans enables us to fight against powerful beings like demons with our human bodies. Shenyuan Ziye spoke with a focused expression and a serious tone. Next to him, Zenitsu was stunned, and even Inosuke stared blankly at Shenyuan Ziye. Zenitsu, sweating nervously, thought to himself, Hey, is this for real? What else with this inspiring voice? How old are you? How can you say such things? It's too unbelievable. Indeed, it's better to keep my distance from you. Being around you feels so dangerous. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Murata displayed a look of awe and exclaimed, as expected of Lord Ice Pillar, such high awareness. We are not on the same level. Thank you for sharing this with me, Lord Ice Pillar. Takagami and the pale-faced woman no longer showed sadness, but instead wore smiles. All right, let us put the sad experiences behind us. The memories end here. Soon, we will start working, so let us not let these negative emotions affect us. The God Source smiled gently at everyone and said excitedly, yes. Lord Ice Pillar. It was dusk, the sun was setting, and night was gradually approaching. The demons lurking in Asakusa began to move. In a forest near Asakusa, a delicate pot was placed on the ground. It was a blue pot, engraved with white wave patterns. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist floated out from inside, and an unknown black liquid flowed from the pot. For tiny hands, resembling those of a baby, climbed up the rim of the pot and slowly crawled out. It was a demon, its body completely pale. With purple fish fins on its head, 2 green mouths located where its eyes should be, and 2 yellow eyeballs positioned on its forehead and mouth. Several baby arms hung from the edges of its head. Inside the 2 eyeballs, the characters upper crescent and 5 were inscribed. This strange demon was the upper 5 of the 12 Kizuki, Yuhui. Oh ha ho ho ho. Ah, finally I found it, the demon that Muzan-sama once mentioned. The one that has escaped his control. Yuhui had a sickly smile on its face, its voice very deep. Chapter 68. Yuhui. In this case, as long as I can kill that demon, Muzan-sama will definitely be very pleased. Ah, at this point, a blush appeared on Yuhui's face, revealing a look of enjoyment. However, at that moment, Yuhui's expression changed drastically, showing a strange look. What's going on? There are demon hunters in the forest. That is, the presence of a pillar. Following that, Yuhui licked its lips and mockingly said, the pillar among the demon hunters has arrived. But this isn't bad. Meanwhile, due to Yuhui's disturbance, a temporary 5-member team began to take action. Following Inosuke's 7th form, they accurately located the demon's position and arrived in this forest. The forest was shrouded in the demon's presence. Water-breathing, 3rd form flowing dance. Murata swung his Nichiren blade, striking at the massive creature coming towards him. Swish, swish, swish. The monster's arm was severed. It was an aquatic monster, enormous in size, resembling a goldfish, with huge limbs and a gigantic pot on its head. Frost-breathing, 3rd form. Shattered shadow, flow frost. Takagami drew the Nichiren blade at her waist, exhaled gracefully, and with agile steps, chopped off the monster's massive neck. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Shenyuan Ziye noticed this scene, staring at the light blue sunwheel blade, a look of confusion appearing on his face as he murmured to himself, Breath of Frost? Lord Ice Pillar, this is my breathing technique, the breath of frost, which is derived from the breath of wind. Takagami Kazumi, seeing Shenyuan Ziye's puzzled expression, explained. Shenyuan Ziye silently nodded, vigilantly looking around. Without a doubt, he was very familiar with these monsters that resembled goldfish. The 5th upper moon, Yuhu, was nearby. This monster was not dead yet. Murata shouted loudly, and he saw that the goldfish, whose head had been chopped off, had regenerated its entire head. Shenyuan Ziye moved swiftly, leaping up and exhaling a cold breath. The deep blue sunwheel blade cut through the night sky, and in an instant, the pot atop the goldfish's head was severed. Ice breath 1st form, ice tide. Gradually, the enormous goldfish dissipated like smoke. What a fast blade! Takagami Kazumi and Murata cast envious and shocked glances. This monster must have its pot on top of its head cut off to be slain. After saying this, Shenyuan Ziye caressed the scabbard and slowly sheathed the sunwheel blade. The words Demon Slayer on the blade stood out brilliantly against the night sky. Lord Ice Pillar. Such keen perception. Takagami Kazumi's pretty face revealed a hint of astonishment. Inosuke exhaled a puff of white breath, tearing at his throat as he laughed. I noticed this a long time ago. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the 4 and said in a deep voice, I can already confirm that there are 12 Kizuki in this forest, and they are upper moons. I'll handle it myself, and you 4 can deal with the other minor demons. As soon as he finished speaking, Murata and Takagami Kazumi both trembled, their faces filled with shock. What? No way. This can't be true. 12 Kizuki. Upper moons. Are you joking? Shenyuan, this is too terrifying. We definitely can't fight them. Zenitsu's face twisted in fear as he shouted. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes glimmered with a hint of blue light as he said solemnly, So, the upper moon, I'll handle it. You go take care of these small fries. That's the optimal solution. Takagami Kazumi nodded and said sweetly, Lord Ice Pillar, you can rest assured, leave these demons to us. Murata also nodded in agreement. No problem, we'll take care of it, Lord Ice Pillar. Zenitsu, like a deflated balloon, said with worry, No, Shenyuan, you must survive, you absolutely must survive. At this point, Zenitsu seemed to think of something, his expression becoming inexplicable. He looked up dejectedly at Shenyuan Ziye and couldn't help but ask, the upper moon, can it really be defeated? I can definitely do it now. Don't worry, Zenitsu. Shenyuan Ziye patted Zenitsu's shoulder with a warm smile. Yee, go all out. Inosuke took a deep breath and said seriously, Ha, I won't lose either. Boar charge. Boar charge. There's a demon. I can sense the demon's presence. Inosuke then brandished his serrated twin blades, bent over, and ran forward with big strides. Zenitsu panicked and hurriedly followed Inosuke's footsteps. Wait for me. Inosuke, don't leave me behind. Miss Kazumi, don't leave me behind. Hurry up, Lord Ice Pillar. You must survive. Before parting, Takagami Kazumi took a deep look at Shenyuan Ziye. Murata kept pace with the three and also smiled at Shenyuan Ziye. Lord Ice Pillar, I believe you won't be wrong. We'll handle this here. I will. Those small fries will be handled by the younger ones. And there's another pillar coming this way. I'll absorb him first, and then go find that demon. At this moment, Yuhu was waiting in the pot, feeling very pleased as he awaited his prey. In the forest, a figure was running nonstop. Shenyuan Ziye gripped the sun wheel knife at his waist, activated the ice eye, and the blue light flickered as he locked onto the position of the jade pot. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Beast breathing, second fong slash. Whoosh. Inosuke swung his dual blades and sliced through the pot above the goldfish. The goldfish monster then dissipated into dust. Dead fish and rotten shrimp, solved so easily. Inosuke laughed excitedly. Charge, charge. On the other side, Murata, who was battling the fish monster, stared wide-eyed. What is up with this wild boar? So energetic. The four of them were surrounded by fish monsters. The entire forest seemed to be encircled by these creatures. Frost-breathing, third form, shattered shadow, flow frost. Takagami Kazumi exhaled a gentle breath, moved her body, and stepped lightly to flash in front of the goldfish, swinging her knife to chop down the pot on its head. Whoosh! The pot was cut in half, and the fish monster vanished as well. Water, breathing, fourth form wave of strikes. Murata, who was killing fish monsters, looked towards Zenitsu's location and shouted, Hey, Zenitsu, what are you doing? Help us out. I can't. I'll die. I'm super weak. I really will die. Zenitsu crouched under a tree, hugging his knees with a terrified expression. Murata felt speechless, his face filled with confusion. What's wrong with you? Can't you use breathing techniques? It's not that. I'm just really weak. I can't help everyone. I'm not capable. If I see a ghost, I'll really die. Zenitsu's eyes welled with tears. Murata furrowed his brows. Confusion overtook him. What is wrong with this guy? How could someone like him be around Lord Ice Pillar? After Takagami Kazumi killed the fish monster, she encouraged Zenitsu. It's okay, Zenitsu. I was like that at first too. You'll get used to it. How can I get used to something like this? Zenitsu cried out. In the next moment, Zenitsu suddenly shivered all over, stopped his tears, and his expression froze at that moment. Zenitsu's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the figure not far away. His pupils gradually dilating, then transforming into shock mixed with a hint of anger. Due to his anger, blood vessels surfaced in Zenitsu's eyes, and the shock deep within him made his voice tremble. Big brother? Chapter 69. The young man who became a demon, it can't be. It must be a trick. How could it be? Zenitsu's hearing was sharp. He heard the low howl of a demon. Yet coming towards him was his most familiar senior brother, Kaigaku. Kaigaku's originally sharp blue eyes were now completely vacant. His gaze hollow, his ears had become pointed, fangs had grown, his skin turned pale, black tiger stripes appeared on both sides of his cheeks, and he carried a dark golden katana on his back, emanating a faint aura. The katana was made from flesh and blood by Kaigaku. Kaigaku had turned into a demon. On the other side, Shenyuan Ziye also found the position of the jade pot. How much longer are you going to hide in the pot? I can see you. Shenyuan Ziye stared at the pot in front of him, lightly pushing the petal-shaped blade edge with his fingers, coldly saying. A cloud of black mist emerged from the pot, and the jade pot floated out, radiating a sickly smile, speaking in a mocking tone. You actually found me. You really are Hashira. Nice to meet you. My name is Jade Pot. I'm an artist. Shenyuan Ziye sneered coldly, thinking how such clumsy hiding methods could possibly escape the gaze of the pillar. It was laughable. This little ghost was quite irritating. Yuhu's expression darkened, with veins popping on his forehead. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and said in a playful tone, "A little ghost who has only lived for over a decade speaks with such arrogance." Shenyuan Ziye remained silent, still wearing a cold expression. Damn, this little brat looks down on others. Yuhu's expression turned somewhat sinister, but then relaxed. However, this is also good. When I absorb him later, his expression will definitely be quite nice. Swoosh swoosh. Blood demon technique. Thousand needle, fish kill. With this thought, Yuhu was the first to launch an attack, conjuring a pot in his hand, from which several goldfish emerged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The goldfish puffed up their cheeks, and in just a moment, spat out several sharp needles that shot towards Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye dodged left and right, sometimes swinging his knife to block, successfully avoiding several sharp needles. His expression was extremely focused, not daring to relax for a moment, because he knew that these needles were poisonous, and if they pierced his body, it would be disastrous. Did he dodge them all? Yuhu was in shock. How could this be possible? This little brat's movements were so fast. Damn it. Shenyuan Ziye grips the knife with both hands, exhaling a breath as cold as icy mist. Ice breath, fourth form, ice gathering. The god source's midnight palm moved, pressing tightly against the hilt of the sword, and the blade was instantly covered in a layer of icy mist, exuding a chilling aura. Immediately afterward, he stepped forward, charging towards the jade pot. Breath of ice, second form dance of the glacier. Whoosh! The jade pot leaped nimbly, evading the slash, its figure disappearing and reappearing in another pot not far away. Whoosh whoosh. Such a level of attack cannot hit you. The great jade pot. The jade pot emerged from within, a teasing smile adorning its face. Shenyuan Ziye sneered and said, "Come out quickly, trash. Is hiding in the pot all you can do?" The jade pot smiled instead of getting angry, its expression cunning. Hiss, hiss. What a low-level provocation, you little brat. Do you think this little bit is enough to make your Lord Jade Pot panic? I see you're desperate to win. Huh, how embarrassing. A flash of blue light flickered in Shenyuan Ziye's eyes as he moved in an instant, creating a gust of cold wind. Wherever he went, the surrounding grass and trees froze, covered in a layer of frost. Whoosh! He gripped his knife with both hands and, with lightning speed, severed one of Yuhua's arms along with the pot he held, sending them flying and splattering blood everywhere. Yuhua's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly shifted to another pot, not expecting the little ghost's speed to suddenly become so fast, catching him off guard. Yuhua waved his severed arm and said with a grim smile, "I didn't expect you to actually hit me in my current state. I am truly surprised. But this level of injury is nothing to me." What? In the next moment, Yuhua could no longer smile, staring in shock at his severed arm, which had not regenerated for a long time. What was happening? Was regeneration slowing down? Blue ice mist flowed from the severed arm, the wound left by a Shenyuan Ziye strike. Wait. What is up with that little ghost's blue eyes? Yuhua stared intently at the oncoming Shenyuan Ziye, his expression frozen, and why did his hair suddenly change color? What is going on? At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye had already activated the Ice third realm, his body temperature rapidly rising. The tips of his hair dyed with a layer of ice blue, and his cold blue pupils were staring at Yuhua. On the other side, the transformed ghost, Kuayue, stood in front of Zenitsu with a cold smile. How could this be, brother? It must be fake. I must be dreaming. Zenitsu still could not believe the scene before him, his face turning pale, tears welling in his eyes as he kept questioning. Kuayue gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and scolded, "Open your eyes and see clearly. You useless waste. Crying all day long. Always running away. Just disappear already." Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. The two nearby people heard Kuayue's roar and tensed up, their gazes turning towards Zenitsu. Murata's pupils shrank in astonishment. Hey, what's going on? Is it a demon? A new demon has appeared. Takemiya Kamami's light purple pupils also contracted, shock appearing on her face, her voice trembling. That demon is Kuayue. What? Murata was shocked. Kamami, what did you say? That demon is Kuayue? How? Is that possible? Ha ha ha. Charge and recklessly. Charge and recklessly. These small fries are too easy to deal with. Inosuke had already run 5 meters away, happily slaughtering demons, with Yuhua's fish monsters nearby. Seeing Zenitsu's expression, Kuayue's anger boiled within him. He drew the Nichiren blade on his back, its blade covered with black electric patterns. Kuayue exhaled a fierce aura and charged straight at Zenitsu. Zenitsu, unable to accept that Kuayue had turned into a demon, felt utterly despondent, devoid of fighting spirit, collapsing to the ground. Thunder breathing, second form, Rice Soul. Frost breathing, third form, Shattered Shadow Frost. Bang! In an instant, Kuayue unleashed a series of 5 lightning-shaped strikes, the black lightning appearing exceptionally eerie. Just as it was about to sweep over Zenitsu, Takemiya Kamami flashed in front of him. Her delicate jade hand wielded the light blue Nichiren blade, executing a beautiful slash that collided with the dark golden blade. Hiss! Takemiya Kamami only managed to block 3 of the strikes, with the remaining 2 sweeping past her body. Blood bursting from both sides, her clothes torn, revealing her snowy, tender shoulders. Kamami! Zenitsu's pupils contracted, staring blankly at the injured girl before him. Takemiya Kamami exhaled softly, her brows drenched in sweat. She gritted her teeth against the pain in her shoulder and said firmly, "Zenitsu, get up and fight. He is no longer your brother, but a demon." Chapter 70. Overwhelming pressure. Zenitsu's eyes reddened, tears welling up as he slowly stood up and shouted angrily, "I know this, but why did he turn into a demon? Someone who inherited thunder breathing. Why did he become a demon? I put in so much effort. Yet that old man didn't give me the position of heir, but foolishly made me share it with a waste like you. I'm not satisfied. I might as well turn into a demon and kill you first. And that gentleman recognizes me. I will become stronger than all of you, including the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Kuayue laughed maniacally, waving the sword in his hand, pointing at Takemiya Kamami and Zenitsu. "And you have always looked down on me. Today, I will let you all die here." Takemiya Kamami clenched her silver teeth and shouted angrily, You vile creature. How can you, as a human, turn into a demon? It's disgusting. I will definitely kill you. Then come try." Kuayue shouted furiously, gripping the sword tightly and using his breathing technique again. "Oh my, that really is Kuayue. Kuayue has turned into a demon. Why is this happening? A Demon Slayer Corps member turning into a demon. This is too shocking." Murata, while slaying nearby fish monsters, kept an eye on Kuayue's movements, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Thunder breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Kuayue's body flickered with black electric light as he swung his sword, delivering swift, lightning-fast strikes while spinning his body towards Takemiya Kamami. Takemiya Kamami showed a pained expression, blood continuously oozing from her shoulder wound. She gripped her Nichiren blade tightly and exclaimed, "My shoulder feels like it's being burned. It hurts. Is this his blood demon art?" There's no time to react. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Zenitsu exhaled a sharp breath, suddenly shooting out, golden electric light slicing through the night sky, blocking the eerie spinning slash. Kuayue's shoulder was cut open, blood splattering everywhere. What? Kuayue's face was filled with shock, staring at the wound on his left shoulder. This guy, such fast movements. Impossible. A waste who can only use the first form. How could he injure me? Kuayue roared in anger and launched another attack. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Takemiya Kamami looked at the approaching demon, her body trembling, gripping the hilt tightly, forcing herself to endure the burning sensation in her shoulder, frowning. "Zenitsu, I'll help you too. Stay there and don't move. The wound will tear open." Takemiya Kamami heard Zenitsu's voice in front of her, and she paused slightly, looking at the blonde boy, unsure of what to say. Kuayue sneered coldly. "What? Do you think you could defeat me alone? Ha ha ha. Don't dream, you waste. Why did you turn into a demon? Have you ever thought about Grandpa?" Zenitsu stopped the tears in his eyes and suddenly shouted angrily, his voice trembling. "The heir of thunder breathing has turned into a demon. What would Grandpa think? You are no longer my brother, you garbage." Zenitsu pointed at Inosuke's nose and angrily shouted, "Who would want to be the older brother of a useless guy like you? I don't care what the old man thinks of me. It's none of my business. I don't care about those who look down on me. I will always follow those who can correctly evaluate me." Inosuke roared in rage, his voice filled with contempt and dissatisfaction. The next moment, he swung his dark golden blade and charged fiercely at Zenitsu. On the other side, the battle between Yuhua and Shenyuan Ziye was also in full swing. Breath of Ice, second form, Dance of the Glacier. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath like icy mist, swinging the deep blue sun wheel blade towards Yuhuan, his pupils still flashing with blue light. Whoosh! Yuhuan dodged and teleported to another jar. But the previous jar had already been cut in half by Shenyuan Ziye. "Damn little ghost. Actually cut my jar and ruin my art." Since that's the case. Blood Demon Technique. Blood Prison Bowl. Unbeknownst to Win, A jar appeared behind Shenyuan Ziye, and Yu Huan suddenly emerged from it, holding a blue jar engraved with wave patterns. Yu Huan swung the jar towards Shenyuan Ziye, and a spray of water erupted from within, seemingly intending to engulf Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye hurriedly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The next moment, as the layer of water splashed close to Shenyuan Ziye, it transformed into a water bowl, enveloping him completely. Seeing this scene, Yu coldly laughed and said, "Very good. As long as you enter the blood prison bowl, you can stop the greatest weapon of the ghost hunter, breathing. Even if you're a pillar, as long as you can't breathe, you will definitely suffocate and die in the blood prison bowl. Just thinking about your painful and struggling distorted expression makes me unable to contain my excitement." Whoosh. With that, Yu revealed a twisted smile. Ice breath, third form, ice waterfalls, fury. Shenyuan Ziye floated in the blood prison bowl, gripping his knife with both hands and swinging it downwards. The blood prison bowl instantly froze into ice, and then he leaped, jumping out from the center of the ice block, which subsequently exploded, shattering into ice shards that scattered everywhere. What? He escaped in an instant? How could it turn out like this? The pale face of Yu appeared in shock, gradually turning to anger, with veins bulging on his forehead. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Is this all you can do? Shenyuan Ziye sneered, his blue eyes like icy springs on a snowy mountain, extremely cold. Yu snorted coldly, angrily saying, "Don't underestimate your uncle Yu, you annoying little brat. How dare a creature that has only lived for a few decades mock me? Blood demon technique. 10,000 gliding sticky fish." Boom. After saying that, Yu took out dozens of jars engraved with fish patterns, waving them forward, summoning 10,000 sharp-toothed sticky fish from the jars. Breath of ice. Ninth form. Ice blade. Swish, 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 swish. Shenyuan Ziye ran, while exhaling a cold breath, swinging the sunwheel blade to instantly unleash countless slashes. The wide-ranging, ice blade-like cuts severed the thousands of sticky fish flying towards him in an instant. The ninth form. Ice blade breath is the largest area attack in the breath of ice, capable of countering the enemy's complex and widespread assaults. Yu's face was shocked, his eyes wide open. All of them are cut down? What incredible speed! And what is up with this attack range? But it didn't matter. Before the sticky fish could be turned to dust by the sunwheel blade, they would splatter toxic bodily fluids, and it was a transdermal poison. It could be absorbed through the skin, and just a little contact would mean disaster. Thinking of this, Yu revealed a confident smile again, eagerly watching the scene, as if he could already envision the moment of this young man's defeat. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes focused sharply. Blue light burst forth from them as he frantically rotated his eyeballs, surveying the surrounding corpses of the sticky fish and the toxic liquid exposed to the air. Ice breath. Third form. Wrath of the Icefall. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel blade, and the liquid exposed to the air around him instantly froze, turning into several ice crystals. Yu was stunned, his eyes filled with shock. The air was frozen? Chapter 71. Chaos Battle. Ice breath. Eighth form. Ice speed slash. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath like icy mist, rapidly wielding the sunwheel blade. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of exquisite slashes, sending the already crystallized toxic liquid flying. He increasingly felt that after opening the third realm, like the existence of stripes, his state was surprisingly good. Even his sword techniques became more fluid, as if his body were constantly burning in a furnace. Yet, this burning sensation kept him exceptionally alert, and his senses became extremely sharp. Yu's expression was one of shock. He was so stunned by Shenyuan Ziye's actions that he was almost at a loss for words, only able to furiously exclaim, "What? You managed to cut them all away just with slashes? Is this something a human can do? Damn little brat." In an instant, Shenyuan Ziye stepped forward, swiftly swinging his blade, a speed so fast that even Yu barely reacted. Yu's head was severed, but only the skin was cut, gradually falling away. Yu leaped into the air, transforming into his complete form, his ultimate shape, with hands resembling fish fins, deep blue light shining like gemstones, and a serpent's tail below. His entire body covered in scales. "Let me show you my true form. You are the third person to see me like this," Yu said with a proud and sinister smile. "These translucent scales are harder and stronger than diamonds. They were refined by me in the pot." Shenyuan Ziye curled his lips into a disdainful cold smile. "Finally out, huh? Showing yourself in this form means that you will spare no effort." But Shenyuan Ziye is also absolutely confident in killing Yu here. Yu glared at Shenyuan Ziye's perpetually cold face, his eyes widening as he growled. Damn it. This little brat has never taken me seriously since just now. I will crush you, you little brat. Yu's speed suddenly surged to a new level, swinging his long tail and charging towards Shenyuan Ziye. Clang, 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 in the pitch-black forest. Two bolts of lightning flickered repeatedly, one black and one gold, as two blades clashed together, producing a crisp sound of impact. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Thunder breathing. First form, lightning flash, 6 strikes. Inosuke leaped with all his might, quickly approaching Zenitsu, swinging his dark golden katana, leaving behind an afterimage. With faint electric light radiating from his body, Zenitsu continuously dodged, quickly drawing his sword, repeatedly advancing and colliding with Inosuke's figure. After days of training, his physical abilities had improved significantly. However, due to being slightly inferior in speed and attack compared to Inosuke, he was struck by Inosuke's slash on his left shoulder, leaving a lightning-shaped wound and blood splattered everywhere. In just a few days, Inosuke had transformed into a demon and mastered blood demon art. How many people has he eaten? Zenitsu frowned, showing signs of pain. Inosuke's slashes could tear through the opponent's skin, bringing a burning-like pain. How about that? Haha, my blade, enhanced with blood demon art, is sharp, right? The slashes that tear and burn through skin and flesh. Remember my current power. Seeing Zenitsu in pain, Inosuke's smile grew increasingly wild. Takagami Kamami coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood, angrily shouting at Inosuke, "You bastard. I will definitely kill you. Hurry up and go to hell." Inosuke's face twisted with anger. Then he laughed maniacally. "If you can do it, then come. All of you look down on me, and today I will kill you all." Following that, Inosuke exhaled a sharp and fierce breath, launching into another sword technique. Thunder breathing. Sixth form, electric thunder crash. Inosuke quickly swung his sword, releasing several lightning-like slashes instantaneously around himself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black lightning surged out, producing a deafening sonic boom. Frost breathing, fourth form, frost blossom fall. Takagami Kamami quickly swung her sword, using a sword technique to defend herself. The pale blue Nichiren blade glowed with a faint aura, cutting out 3 beautiful slashes towards the eerie lightning that floated in. Zenitsu could only swing his sword to defend. The range of the black thunder was vast, affecting him as well. However, due to his injuries, his speed slowed down and several bolts of lightning swept across his body. Lightning-like slashes grazed his shoulder and thigh, blood splattering everywhere. He stood firm, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, gasping for breath. Takagami Kamami was sent flying, her delicate body crawling on the ground, trembling continuously. With burning pain in her shoulders, and in this state, it was already difficult for her to use her sword techniques. Seeing the two injured, Inosuke laughed coldly. "How about that? Did my attacks leave a deep impression on you? I'm special. Unlike you, you'll all die here. The Demon Slayer Corps is truly a meaningless organization. Disappear." At this point, Inosuke gripped his katana tightly, spinning his body at high speed, launching another attack. Thunder breathing. Third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Takagami Kamami's cheeks instantly froze. She seemed to see the scenes of the past, facing the evil demon, wondering why only she survived. This time, she made a firm decision to protect her companions. Frost breathing, cough, cough, cough. Takagami Kamami gasped for breath, feeling intense pain from her shoulders. This injured body was no longer able to support her in using the breathing technique. Just moving her feet sent waves of unbearable pain throughout her body, as if being scorched by fierce flames. Beast breathing, fifth form, frenzied tearing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zenitsu and Takagami Kamami, wearing a familiar boar's headgear, wielding 2 serrated blades, slashing in all directions, blocking Inosuke's attack. Inosuke took a step back, his eerie blue eyes narrowing in surprise. Did he just block my attack? This guy, is he the demon slayer who was previously following the pillar of ice? Inosuke shook his blades and asked in confusion, "Zenitsu, where did this monkey come from? He looks a bit familiar." "He is my older brother." Zenitsu managed to spit out these words with difficulty, his face showing sadness, his pupils dimming, and his voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Is that so? That's truly pitiful. Your older brother has turned into a demon. This is an irreversible thing, but as long as he is a demon, he must be killed." Inosuke's voice was low and hoarse, his tone heavy. Inosuke suddenly laughed coldly. "It doesn't matter how many come, it's useless. A bunch of trash. You think you can kill me? Don't dream. Zenitsu slowly stood up, his originally dim gaze brightening, and he said solemnly, "You're right. Inosuke, he is no longer my brother. Let's fight together until we cut off his head. Don't make me laugh. With you trash, you think you can cut off my head? Disappear." Thunder breathing, sixth form, electric thunder crash. Chapter 72. At the critical moment, Inosuke exhaled a sharp breath, his clawed hands gripping the katana tightly, swinging rapidly as lightning-like black thunder surged out. Inosuke took a deep breath, dodging the incoming lightning-like slashes left and right. Even if he was grazed by the electricity cutting through his skin, he was undaunted and charged towards Inosuke. Inosuke was shocked, exclaiming, "This guy is charging at me recklessly." Beast breathing, third form, fang tearing. Inosuke crossed his arms and quickly slashed to both sides. Under Inosuke's astonished gaze, he severed Inosuke's left arm. Blood splattered, and Inosuke stared in disbelief at this pig-headed boy before him. His attacks are completely unorthodox, this strange sword technique. I can't predict his next move. Inosuke's pupils constricted in shock. Seeing this scene, Takagami Kamami's pale, purple eyes filled with hope again. He severed his arm. Cutting off an arm won't help. I'm a demon. Such a wound can heal in an instant. You need to cut off my neck, but you trash can't even do that. Inosuke laughed wildly, swinging his left hand, and the injured severed arm regrew, healing at a speed comparable to that of a high-ranking demon. Zenitsu gritted his teeth, tears uncontrollably flowing from the corners of his eyes as he recalled everything from the past, himself and Inosuke both having trained under the former pillar. Memories of their past experiences continuously struck Zenitsu's mind. "Inosuke, why did you become a demon? Have you thought about Grandpa?" "Zenitsu, wake up quickly. Don't make people worry." Inosuke attacked while shouting at the dazed Zenitsu. Zenitsu, as if waking from a dream, gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. Inosuke, I shouldn't have overthought it. Brother, we've gone our separate ways. I'm sorry. Grandpa, please forgive me." Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash, eightfold. Boom. Zenitsu's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a swift slash towards Kizuki, leaving behind a series of thunderous sounds. "I want to contribute too. Hurry. Let's run." Takagami Kamami gripped her Nichiren blade tightly. At that moment, she wanted to do something as well. Enduring the burning sensation in her shoulders, she struggled to stand up, overcoming the pain and exhaling slowly. Frost breathing, third form, shattering frost. Kizuki stared at the three attacking him, anger swelling in his heart. Yet he maintained a smug smile and disdainfully shouted, "I've seen all your first form attacks. Weak and powerless. And that guy, the one who keeps mocking me, you all should just die." Thunder breathing, fourth form, far thunder. Fifth form, heat wave thunder. Kizuki unleashed two sword techniques in rapid succession, as fast as lightning, instantly sending Takagami Kamami's attack flying away, while Zenitsu managed to evade Kizuki's attack. Why did his speed suddenly increase? Kizuki's pupils constricted, shock in his eyes, as he fixed his gaze on the flickering yellow figure. "Don't forget about me. Ha ha ha. You've let your guard down. Taking you down is quite easy." Inosuke charged towards Kizuki at a rapid pace. Thunder breathing, sixth form, electric shock thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Kizuki exerted all his strength, swinging his blade, sending numerous lightning-like slashes towards the two rushing at him. Beast breathing, eighth form, explosive charge. Inosuke charged like a wild boar, disregarding Kizuki's attacks, allowing the lightning slashes to barely graze past him, leaving wounds, yet he continued to push forward. Zenitsu was also as fast as lightning, managing to dodge most of Kizuki's attacks, which drove Kizuki into a frenzy. Just a useless guy using the first form. How can their speed suddenly become so fast? And that guy, is he trying to die? No defense, just charging in head first? My attacks carried burning slashes. You should feel the pain of burning. Kizuki, in a fit of rage, wildly swung his katana, delivering quick slashes accompanied by black lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Relying on his speed, Zenitsu dodged the black thunder-like slashes and struck at Kizuki's neck, but the wounds were too shallow, merely splattering a bit of blood. Under Kizuki's astonished gaze, two serrated blades were already pressed against his neck. Sixth form, jagged bite. At this moment, Inosuke's arms and chest were also inflicted with burning slashes. Yet it did not waver his determination. He gritted his teeth against the pain and began to swing the two Nichiren blades in his hands. What? Kizuki's expression was astonished. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, he still has strength? How is that possible? Inosuke yelled hoarsely, pressing the Nichiren blades firmly against Kizuki's neck, gradually applying force, the serrated edges cutting into Kaigaku's neck, slowly digging deeper, followed by back-and-forth friction. Impossible to sever. How could I be killed by these worthless fools? Kaigaku screamed madly, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The pain in his neck making him feel an intense danger, a sensation as if his head was about to separate from his body. Takagami Kamami's eyes ignited with hope, and she eagerly shouted, "That's it, hurry. Just a bit faster, we can cut off his neck. We're about to win." This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Zenitsu collapsed to the ground, his gaze also drawn to this moment, eager to witness Kaigaku's decapitation. These people, they are clearly so weak. Why can't they be killed? They keep getting up again and again. What is wrong with them? I absolutely cannot be decapitated by these trash. You can't win. I am. Recognized by that esteemed person. Kaigaku's cyan pupils constantly constricted. His face twisted in rage, his head shaking uncontrollably. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, several ice pillars fell from the sky. A chill swept through, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Swish, 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 swish. Countless ice pillars descended, stabbing into the ground, and the air around seemed to solidify. These ice pillars interrupted Inosuke's attack, forcing him to retreat several meters. The sudden murderous intent made him tense all over, even trembling, a chilling, uncontrollable feeling he had never experienced before. Kaigaku's face was even more astonished. He felt it too, his cyan pupils becoming hollow and trembling, instinctively kneeling on the ground. The fear emanating from his cells felt like a demon howling. Oh dear, following Lord Tamayo is indeed quite interesting. A lot has happened here. A young man appeared, his colorful eyes shining brightly in the dark forest, with mid-length white oak-colored hair that seemed to be drenched in blood, and a pale, delicate face observing everyone. The newcomer was none other than the Upper Moon II, Doma. Chapter 73. Slaying Tamayo on the other side. The battle between Shinazugawa Sanemi and Tamayo was also nearing its end. Swish, swish, swish. Tamayo controlled this body, continuously launching attacks at Shinazugawa Sanemi. With the enhancement of the three realms, Shinazugawa Sanemi's overall capabilities had improved significantly. Even against the fully formed Tamayo's speed, he could easily respond. Tamayo's eyes were fixed on Shinazugawa Sanemi's figure, but each time he was just a hair's breadth away from touching him, which frustrated him greatly. "Damn little demon, bow before my flawless form." Tamayo roared angrily, his speed increasing to another level, appearing almost invisible to the naked eye. Shenyuan Ziye was caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, but fortunately, with the support of the Ice Eye, he managed to catch a glimpse of the trajectory of the Jade Pot's movements for a moment. He quickly flashed away, but still got grazed by the Jade Pot. A small piece of his Demon Slayer uniform melted away, turning into 2 or 3 sticky fish that fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Jade Pot smiled triumphantly and said, "How about the power of my divine hand? Anything touched by my fist will turn into cute fish. With my impeccable speed, flexible body, and scales, I am truly free. You must be scared now. Trembling in fear, right?" Shenyuan Ziye revealed that signature cold smile again, disdainfully saying, "Don't get too proud, fool. How could your soft and weak attacks possibly hit me? I was just distracted a moment ago. Damn it. You little brat dared to underestimate me. You Hootie, you despicable and lowly creature. How dare you? Blood demon technique. Array, kill, fish scales." Swish, swish, swish. Yuhu jumped up furiously, roaring madly at Shenyuan Ziye, swinging his tail back and forth, moving around Shenyuan Ziye at an incredible speed that made his footsteps completely untraceable. "How about that? How do you like my illogical movements? The scales allow me to move freely, unpredictably. I love going against the natural order. You evil little brat. I will twist your head off and replace it with a beautiful fish head." Oh ha ho ho ho. Yu began to laugh coldly and maniacally, his eyes seemingly envisioning the scene of Shenyuan Ziye's head being twisted off. Ice breath. Type 7. 4-dimensional illusion. Buzz. In an instant, Shenyuan Ziye's figure vanished under high-speed movement, leaving only a fleeting blue trail barely visible, which was the tip of his hair. Disappeared. Yu became flustered, stopping his movements and looking around anxiously. At that moment, 4 figures charged in from 4 different directions, wielding the Sunwheel Blade, rushing toward Yuhu. Yuhu was startled, incredulously saying, "What? There are 4 of them. Which one is real? But it doesn't matter. As long as I kill them all, with this impeccable speed, any action will be futile. Blood demon technique. Array kill, fish scales. Yu-Hu swung his tail again, bouncing at high speed and attacking with a quick punch as he passed through the four figures. However, those four Shenyuan Ziye were like illusions, evading his attacks effortlessly. Yu-Hu's high-speed movements merely passed through them, turning the illusion into a flurry of ice shards that fell with the wind. This is ice? Yu-Hu's eyes widened in shock, feeling very bewildered. Where did that little brat go? Damn it! The divine source's midnight blue eyes flickered. He understood that time was running out in the three-realm state, and he had to deal with the jade pot quickly. He pressed his hands tightly against the knife handle, exhaling a cold breath, causing the air in front of him to freeze into mist. Ice breath, earth form, ice dragon. Boom! Shenyuan Ziye was like a cannonball, his icy eyes locking onto Yu-Hu, unleashing a strike reminiscent of an ice dragon, thrusting towards Yu-Hu. Yu-Hu also sensed the sudden change in the moment, hurriedly turning around, but the Sunwell blade was already resting against his neck. That little ghost finally appeared. I need to absorb him quickly. Huh? What's happening? The world is turning upside down. My senses are fading. Yu-Hu's head fell from his body, and looking at Shenyuan Ziye, who had already turned upside down, he immediately realized. It was cut off. Cut off. How could this be? Impossible. How could this happen? Just how fast is he? I actually lost to a little ghost. I can hardly believe it. Yu-Hu kept barking wildly, jumping in rage, filled with doubts about the little ghost before him, but more so in confusion. As he spoke, many baby-like small hands grew from the end of his head. How could this happen? A mere human dare to cut off Lord Yu-Hu's neck. Despicable lowly creature. I am a chosen superior being. You lowly maggot. Swish, 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 swish. Shenyuan Ziye could no longer endure it, and with a series of 5 strikes, he shattered the head of the jade pot into pieces. The jade pot's screams abruptly ceased, its head sliced into meat fragments, gradually turning into dust and scattering with the wind. Shenyuan Ziye took a breath, his face slightly pale, the blue light in his eyes slowly fading, and the icy blue at the ends of his hair gradually turning back to black. Congratulations. You have defeated the 5th upper moon of the 12 Kizuki. Your level has increased to 100, and you have obtained a new skill. Type of picking, 10,000 eyes facing the sky. The Eye of Profound Ice has unlocked the 4th realm, granting you the new ability, Transparent World. The voice of the demon hunting manual echoed in his mind. Transparent World. Shenyuan Ziye was suddenly alarmed. Isn't that the legendary Transparent World? Could it be that he could open the Transparent World? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The demon hunting manual continued. Unlocking the 4th realm will place a significant burden on your body. With your current physical condition, the duration will be very short. Please use this ability with caution, Shenyuan Ziye suddenly said. It seems that activating these special abilities puts a huge burden on the body. Only by training one's body to the limit can one use these incredible abilities with ease. On the other side, Tong Mu appeared, waving 2 sharp golden iron fans, smiling at everyone, his voice still gentle. Nice to meet you. I am Tong Mu, the leader of the 10,000 Worlds Paradise sect. Zenitsu knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He had heard that voice, and fear crawled up his heart. That voice was undoubtedly from an upper moon demon, a evil spirit from the depths of hell. Takagami Kanami trembled all over. Even her breathing seemed to have stopped, unable to suppress the bone-chilling fear. Her throat felt as if it were frozen by ice, leaving her speechless. Titong Mu-sama, the kneeling Kaigaka said, pressing his forehead tightly against the ground in respect. Tong Mu's eyes lit up as he looked at the kneeling Kaigaka. Somewhat surprised, he said, "Oh, aren't you the kid I turned into a demon a few days ago? It seems you have fully withstood it. That esteemed one has recognized you. Congratulations. You have officially become a demon. I wonder if you can rise to the position of the 12 Kizuki like me." As Tong Mu spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. Chapter 74. Tong Mu Kaiku hurriedly bowed his head, his voice trembling. "Thank you, Tong Mu-sama. I will work harder in the future to rise to the position of the 12 Kizuki as soon as possible." Zenitsu gritted his teeth, looking at his brother who had turned into a demon, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There's a girl here too. She looks young and delicious. Tong Mu blinked his colorful eyes, a hint of joy passing through them, and in an instant, the golden iron fan flashed to Takagami Kanami's neck. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap, 8-fold. Swish, 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 swish. Bang! Zenitsu suppressed his inner fear, his thighs tensed, and then his body shot out like a thunderbolt, landing in front of Takagami Kanami, to block the golden iron fan. Cold sweat poured down Zenitsu's face. The pressure from Tong Mu, combined with the injuries he had sustained earlier, made this action quite difficult. Zenitsu, Takagami Kanami, looked at the figure in front of her in shock. You should run. We can't fight him. Don't worry about me. This demon is Upper Moon. 2. Takagami Kanami could almost confirm that Tong Mu's target was just her, seeing the eager look in his eyes. But Zenitsu shook his head and whispered, Didn't you say it? We are comrades. We can't leave our friends behind. Zenitsu's voice was broken, but his tone was exceptionally firm. Ah, what a touching friendship. That girl, I will definitely devour her completely. Let that child become a part of my body, then she will be saved. Tong Mu covered his pale face with his hand, tears sparkling in his colorful eyes. Zenitsu tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his body trembling, but he still refused, saying, I won't let you hurt Miss Kanami. Kaigaku showed a shocked expression, murmuring, This guy must be crazy, courting death. Is that so? But I can feel that you are already terrified, Tong Mu said with a cold smile, swinging the 2 golden iron fans at Zenitsu. Blood Demon Art. Lotus Leaf Ice. Swish. Tong Mu unleashed a lotus-shaped ice crystal, scattering it in front of Zenitsu. So cold. Zenitsu quickly retreated, his face changing dramatically. This is ice. It's like the cold air is tearing in my lungs. I can't breathe. Zenitsu painfully collapsed to the ground, covering his neck with his hands. Ice frost even creeping up his arms as if he were about to freeze. At that moment, Inosuke jumped out from the side, wielding his dual blades, charging towards Tong Mu. Beast breathing, 4th Fong, shattering slash. Swish swish. Inosuke crossed his 2 Nichiren blades, instantly severing the lotus-shaped ice crystal. Tong Mu still smirked, his eyes reflecting intense interest. Ahaha, what a peculiar technique, the broken blade, and this strange swordsmanship, truly interesting. Where did this kid come from? That head must be a mask, right? Bastard. Inosuke will never concede. Beast breathing, 3rd Fong tusked here. At this moment, Inosuke's body was already covered in wounds from Kaigaku's slashes, but he still did not retreat, attacking Tong Mu. Tong Mu raised the corners of his mouth. All right, then let us deal with you first, interesting child. Blood Demon Art. Creeping Lotus. Swish. Tong Mu swung his iron fan, and several icy vines entwined with ice lotuses shot out, blocking Inosuke's slashes and directly sending him flying. Inhaling my blood demon art means you won't be able to breathe, right? The feeling of your alveoli dying must be quite uncomfortable. Huh? With a human body, you can't last long. Tong Mu rested the iron fan against his chin, watching the 3 with great interest. Is it really necessary to do this just to protect one girl? You should know, I am saving her. Your techniques are useless against me. Inosuke jumped out again, swinging his blades towards Tong Mu. Yeah, this kid actually didn't inhale my blood demon art? Why is that? Tong Mu looked at Inosuke charging towards him, his pale face revealing a hint of confusion. Is it because he is wearing a mask? Thinking of this, Tong Mu swung the 2 golden iron fans, unleashing several frost blasts while simultaneously ripping off Inosuke's mask. A face resembling a beautiful young boy appeared. What a beautiful boy! Takagami Kanami, lying on the ground, looked at Inosuke's face in astonishment. Inosuke suddenly felt a shiver run through his body, instinctively stepping back. Damn, this guy. I feel like I've seen your face somewhere. Tong Mu tilted his head and sneered. I don't remember seeing you, you bastard. Inosuke shouted angrily, swinging his dual blades and attacking again. Not quite. I must have seen you before. I know you. Tong Mu swung his fans, releasing icy cold air that tore through Inosuke's chest, instantly causing blood to spurt out. Inosuke knelt on the ground, blood flowing from his chest, his face filled with pain. Let me finish speaking. Tong Mu displayed a troubled expression, and then he bit the iron fan and inserted his fingers into his head. Found it. It wasn't too long ago. It seems like it was over 10 years ago. Tong Mu began to recount to himself. That day, a girl about 17 or 18 years old came with a baby. She said she was beaten by her husband every day and bullied by her mother-in-law. And the Paradise sect I founded protects these poor people. She said she had no parents or siblings, no one to rely on, and nowhere to go. When I first saw her, her face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable. She had truly suffered greatly. Although one of her eyes was blinded from a brutal beating, her face returned to normal after treatment. She was a very beautiful child. I remember clearly. Just like your face, exactly the same. She must be your mother, right? Yes, there's no mistake about it. Inosuke shouted in anger. I don't have a mother. A wild boar raised me. That woman has nothing to do with it. Could it be that you were born from a wild boar? Tongue laughed. You are human, of course. You were born from human. Tongue continued. But I had no intention of eating your mother at that time. After all, having a talented and beautiful woman by your side would make one feel good, right? Your mother was named Kodoha. Her singing was beautiful, and she was very pretty. She often held you and sang to you. For some reason, it was a nursery rhyme, but a promise song. Let S hook and hang for 100 years. Never change. I will sing these for you. How interesting. As he spoke, Tongue smiled with nostalgia. Inosuke's gaze gradually became vacant, and a familiar voice echoed in his ears. It was a woman's voice, gentle and delicate, sounding very comforting. Let me protect you. It's a promise. Until you grow up, you can rely solely on your mother for protection. Sore Inosuke. Even though you will feel lonely, your mother will work hard to protect you. Even if it means risking her life, your mother will definitely protect you. Chapter 75, Tongue's Strength. Tongue continued. Originally, I planned to keep her by my side until she passed away without eating her. However, although Kodoha was slow-witted, she seemed to have a very keen sense. She discovered that I was eating the believers. Even if I explained, she couldn't understand my good deeds. She scolded and despised me, constantly saying I was excessive, a liar, and left my temple. Later, I caught up with Kodoha, and she actually threw you off a cliff to protect you. Falling from such a height, you wouldn't survive. She was such a foolish girl until her death. But I never expected you to survive. Truly incredible. Inosuke collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, gradually turning to rage. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he mumbled, my mother was killed. Tongue laughed upon hearing this. I ate her up completely, not even leaving a bone. Even if she returned home, she would be beaten by her husband, helpless alone, ultimately just a mother and child left to rot in the wilderness. Kodoha truly had a hard fate. Did she ever have a moment of happiness? What a meaningless life. Bastard. Stop it right there, you scumbag. Takagami Kazumi couldn't help but scold. Tongue coldly glanced at Takagami Kazumi and said indifferently, don't rush. I'll eat you later. Inosuke, furious, gripped his dual blades and shouted hoarsely, you scum. I will make you taste the bitterness of hell. There is no heaven or hell in this world. Those things do not exist. They are human fantasies, fictional stories. Do you know why? Tongue waved his fan and sneered. Heavenly punishment is long awaited and hopeless. So at least to comfort oneself, evil people must go to hell after death. Otherwise, how could the mentally weak bear it? I increasingly feel that humanity is truly pathetic. Takagami Kazumi's cheeks gradually stiffened. She couldn't understand what Tongue was saying. Her eyes filled with shock and confusion. If there is no hell, I will create one for you. Stop rambling, it's so annoying. You bastard. Don't speak of my mother so tragically. Beast breathing, fourth Fong, shattering slash. Inosuke charged forward, swinging his Nichiren blades at Tongue. You still have strength, not bad. I see Kodoha's shadow in you. You make me very pleased. Blood demon art, scattered lotus. Swish, swish, swish. Tongue laughed coldly while using his blood demon art, waving his golden iron fan to instantly release a massive number of tiny ice flower petals, sharp as blades, sweeping towards Inosuke. Inosuke continuously swung his blades, blocking the incoming ice petals, his skin telling him that he absolutely must not inhale even a little. This child's perception is quite sharp, very good. Since that's the case, Tongue's heart moved, and he waved the golden iron fan again. Blood demon art, cold and fierce white princess. Boom! Suddenly, two massive ice lotuses in the shape of young girls appear in front of Tongue. This scene shocked everyone. This is the power of an upper moon. Kaigaku was completely stunned beside them. The two girls exhaled freezing air towards Inosuke, covering a wide area, freezing a large expanse of vegetation, all draped in a layer of icy frost. Damn it, I can't escape. Inosuke continuously jumped back and forth, dodging. Tongue coldly smiled, you can't escape. Blood demon art, frozen clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tongue waved his iron fan, creating a large number of ice crystals, like clouds, blowing towards Inosuke again. Inosuke was forced to inhale a bit of the cold air. He knelt on the ground, suddenly feeling a freezing sensation in his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Tongue laughed wickedly. No matter how sharp your perception is, you still inhaled it. Oh dear, let me deal with you first. After speaking, Tongue moved like an arrow, sweeping out, his golden iron fan aimed at Inosuke's neck. Meanwhile, Takagami Kazumi struggled to stand up, her face showing unwillingness. Recalling everything in the Demon Slayer Corps, she felt powerless due to her weakness. She also wanted to protect her comrades. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps should move forward together, But every time they encountered a powerful demon, she could never contribute, and might even become a burden to her companions. She was just a girl, small and weak, unable to sever a demon's neck. It was understandable, as her comrades often encouraged her like this. But Takagami Kazumi was unwilling. Her mother had died at the hands of a demon. Why? Why did it come to this? She hated herself for being so weak. She would not allow anyone to die in front of her again. Absolutely not. Clang. A light blue Nichiren blade blocked tongues, iron fan. Frost breathing, third form, shattered shadow, flow frost. Takagami Kazumi swung this blade with all her might. Although she blocked tongue's fan, her delicate body trembled, retreating several meters, her hand gripping the blade, shaking violently. Oh dear, quite good. The delicacy has come to me. Tongue licked his lips, a sickly smile appearing on his pale face. Blood demon art. Withered garden, hanging snow. Tongue waved his iron fan, flashing in front of Takagami Kazumi, creating frost that danced in the air. Takagami Kazumi accidentally inhaled the ice shards, collapsing to the ground, clutching her throat with both hands. The Nichiren blade slipping from her grip, blood spilling from her mouth. Oh dear, having trouble breathing? Your alveoli have died. It must be uncomfortable. You just inhaled my blood demon art. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll chop off your head soon, and you won't suffer anymore, Doma said coldly. In the next moment, he swung his iron fan, creating a gust of cold wind, aimed directly at Takagami Kazumi. Zenitsu and Inosuke both focused their gazes here, but they no longer had the strength to fight back. Swish! Doma's iron fan swept across Takagami Kazumi's body, blood splattering everywhere. Takagami Kazumi's eyes gradually lost their color, her expression blank. Her heart had been pierced by Doma, the cold air rushing in her body, and within just a breath, she had lost consciousness. This shocked the nearby Kaigaku as well, cold sweat pouring down from his forehead. Kazumi! Zenitsu's face turned pale, his body trembling. He couldn't believe the scene before him, but he indeed could no longer hear Takagami Kazumi's heartbeat. Doma smiled and said, "She's already dead. You can't hear her anymore." How could this happen? Cough, cough. Zenitsu's gaze was unfocused, shaking his head in disbelief, as if his throat was frozen, each word causing him immense pain. Doma's smile widened, and he paused for a moment, preparing to sever Takagami Kazumi's head with the next strike. Breath of flame, second form, rising flame. Bang! A Nichiren blade engraved with red patterns suddenly slashed out, cutting away the golden iron fan like a flame. Doma's pupils contracted, momentarily stunned by the sudden intense strike, and he instinctively took a few steps back. The scorching aura made Doma very uncomfortable. The flame Hashira has arrived? Kaigaku's cyan pupils shrank as he looked at the white cloak. Familiar yellow hair with red edges like flames. The whole person emanating a scorching aura like the sun. He was shocked for a moment. Chapter 76. Rengoku Kurodoma appeared somewhat flustered, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, saying, "You must be a Hashira, right? You make me feel very uncomfortable." Kyudru raised his thick black eyebrows, feeling a bit guilty as he said, "I feel ashamed to say this, but this is still my area of responsibility. I didn't expect it to develop into this situation." Immediately after, Kyudru's gaze shifted to the girl behind him, his face suddenly showing a look of disappointment as he softly said, "Is this girl dead? I'm really sorry. I couldn't make it in time. An upper moon demon, I see." Kyudru's eyes widened as he stared intensely at Donma's colorful eyes, his expression turning angry. Donma smiled coldly, then his expression darkened. "Oh, it's very hot. You must be a Hashira, right? Very nice. Too bad you're man. I am the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyudru. Since you have ruthlessly taken the lives of innocent people, this Akabane blade in my hand will surely burn you to ashes." Kyudru drew his Nichiren blade. A killing intent suddenly erupted, his gaze sharp, veins bulging on his forehead as he fiercely stared at Donma. Zenitsu looked at that figure, filled with hope, but then thought of Tenjin Yuzui's image in his mind. Can the Hashira really defeat an upper moon demon? Zenitsu's heart wavered. Inosuke slowly got up, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, tearing at his throat as he shouted, "Has support arrived? I can still fight. The demon that killed my mother. I'll make him taste the hellish experience. You two, don't move." Kyudru suddenly shouted to the back, "Your wounds will split open. Preserve your lives first. This demon, I will slay." Kyudru gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, stepping forward, his cloak swaying with the wind, radiating a surge of power. Zenitsu and Inosuke tightened their bodies, trembling in place, afraid to move. Doma narrowed his eyes slightly, waved his hand, and smiled. No. You won't be able to kill me. Breath of Flame, 5th form, Flame Tiger. Kyujiro did not respond. Instead, he tightened his grip on the blade, exhaling a fiery breath, his entire being like a blazing fire, surging forth, and the slash he unleashed resembled a flame tiger, charging at Doma. Blood Demon Art. Frozen Cloud. Whoosh, whoosh. Doma waved his iron fan, instantly showering a large area with ice crystals, enveloping Kyujiro like mist. Uncle, don't inhale the ice crystals. Cough, cough. It will block your breathing. Zenitsu desperately reminded, feeling as though his lungs were being torn apart. Kyujiro frowned, muttering to himself. Thank you for the reminder, yellow hair boy. I've already noticed this. Breath of Flame, 4th form, Raging Flames Serpent. Clap, clap, clap. Kyujiro twisted the blade, abruptly changing his swordsmanship, using himself as the center, unleashing a swirling sword technique that deflected all incoming ice crystals. Doma was momentarily stunned, his colorful eyes fixated on the tiger-like slash, and he leaped back, avoiding Kyujiro's attack. You managed to deflect all of my blood demon arts? Quite impressive. What is this uncomfortable burning sensation? How exciting. Can I use it a few more times? Doma displayed an anticipatory smile. Behind him, Kaigaku was left dumbfounded. The Flame Hashira's attack was without any flaws. Kaigaku knew that if he were to face off, he would have no chance of winning. With his current strength, he couldn't possibly compete with a Hashira. Yet Doma seemed to be playing, demonstrating the immense power of an upper moon demon. Kaigaku firmly resolved to follow Muzan, believing that one day he too would ascend to the position of a member of the 12 Kizuki. Kyujiro's expression remained stoic, emanating a sharp aura, staring at Doma's seemingly harmless smile, and declared, I will not allow you to take lives wantonly. I will stop you from committing such cruel acts. Breath of Flame. 1st form, Unknowable Fire. Kyujiro exhaled a scorching breath, stepping forward, swinging his slash that seemed to carry flames. Boom! Doma sidestepped to avoid it, chuckling, tapping his forehead and saying, that's quite a hot move. For me, a demon who uses ice, it's really a headache. Just then, a hint of dawn appeared in the sky. As if a crack had opened, sunlight seemed to be about to shine through. Oh dear! The sun is about to rise. I won't play with you anymore. Doma smiled slightly, preparing to leave. Kyujiro shouted loudly, I will not let you escape. Saying this, Kyujiro flashed to Doma's front at lightning speed, swinging his Nichiren blade, delivering a strike that seemed to be accompanied by flames. In Doma's astonished gaze, his arm flew up, blood splattering everywhere. Such speed, Doma felt puzzled. He never expected Kyujiro's speed to suddenly become so fast, catching him off guard. Doma stepped back, raising his arm, the blood solidifying, and the severed arm quickly regrew. He still wore a smile, holding the iron fan with both hands, and said, sorry, but it's almost dawn, and I don't have time to play with you. Let this child be your opponent. Blood Demon Art. Crystal Child. Doma waved his iron fan, instantly creating an ice doll that resembled himself. Blood Demon Art. Scattered Lotus. The ice doll charged towards Kyujiro, also using the same Blood Demon Art. Kyujiro widened his eyes and swung out a flame-like slash to block the incoming ice crystals, exclaiming, this doll can use Blood Demon Art too? This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This kid can use skills of the same strength as mine. I'll leave the rest to you. Doma fixed his gaze on the doll fighting Kyujiro, squinting with a smile, before disappearing into the forest. Inosuke, seeing this, hurriedly followed Doma's footsteps. Flame-breathing, 3rd form Flame Tiger. Bang! Kyujiro dodged the ice crystals blowing towards him, seized the momentary opening of the ice doll, leaped up, and struck down with a flame-like slash, shattering it. He actually got away, Kyujiro said regretfully. Inosuke lay on the ground, his face showing unwillingness, muttering, did he escape? The demon that killed my mother, I won't let him go. Zenitsu lay on the ground, looking up at the sky, murmuring, Inosuke has turned into a demon. Grandpa, what should I do? Kyujiro looked at the two injured individuals seriously, saying, you two, don't give up. Use your breathing to stop the bleeding and hold on a little longer. The members of the support team will be here soon. Hearing Kyujiro's words, both of them followed suit. Zenitsu, having inhaled too many ice crystals, found it difficult to breathe and soon began to cough violently. Inosuke also inhaled a small amount of ice crystals, his lungs damaged, and with the injuries from Koyuki's slash being worse than Zenitsu's, he wasn't in much better shape. But fortunately, After training for these past few days, he wouldn't die right away. Ga! Ga! Shinazugawa Michiro has defeated the Upper Moon 5. Ga! Ga! In the dimly lit sky, a raven suddenly circled above, cawing. Chapter 77. Upper Moon meeting Tanjirou immediately perked up, filled with fighting spirit, saying, "Great! That's amazing! Shinazugawa has actually defeated an Upper Moon." Zenitsu was also startled, and at the same time, it seemed that the scene of Shinazugawa killing the demon appeared in his eyes. "Shinazugawa, congratulations. You've defeated an Upper Moon. It turns out you can do it with your strength. You're really capable." After that, the members of the support team arrived at the scene, urgently tending to the injuries of the two, and Murata also rushed over. "Are you all right?" The fish monsters in the forest suddenly disappeared. "I think it must be because you defeated the demon," Murata said, panting, looking at the severely injured two. His spirit somewhat dazed. When he saw the cold body of Takagami Kanami, his gaze gradually became vacant, a layer of mist forming in his eyes as he murmured, What happened? Kanami?" Then, Murata realized something, kneeling on the ground, tears gushing out, sorrowfully saying, "Kanami, the deceased are gone. Pull yourselves together, young ones. There are more important tasks for you ahead." Tanjirou patted Murata's shoulder, comforting him. Far away at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yoya learned of this news and was immediately overjoyed, excitedly saying, "Really? Did Shinazugawa take down the Upper Moon by himself? Well done. After more than 100 years, the unchanging situation has finally changed." Yoya grabbed Amanai's hand and continued, "Amanai, do you know? This is a premonition, signaling that fate will undergo a huge shift. This ripple will gradually spread, pulling into surroundings and causing tremors, eventually affecting him. Kabutsuji Musen, we will definitely defeat you with our own hands in our generation. You are the only stain on my clan." At this moment, Shinazugawa Michiro, based on the information transmitted by the Raven, learned of Takagami Kanami's death. He recalled their conversation from a few days ago and couldn't help but shed tears. "I never expected they would encounter Doma. It's incredible that 2 Upper Moons appeared in such a short time. Thankfully, Zenitsu and Inosuke are fine." After understanding all this, Shinazugawa Michiro rested for a while, preparing to return to headquarters, but on the way back to the city, he saw some strange things. Infinite Castle. Akaza stood, dumbfounded in place, knowing very well that this was Infinite Castle, and being transported here meant that an Upper Moon had been killed by the Demon Slayers. Soterifying. In a corner, a demon curled up, tears streaming down its face. It was a small-bodied demon with a lump on its forehead, 2 horns, pointed ears, and an aged face. This demon was Upper Moon 4, Neikime. At this moment, behind Akaza stood a twisted, abnormally thin demon with yellow eyes, black-green hair, bare upper body, and wearing loose blue pants. Beside him was an enchanting woman with long black hair, a pink tattoo on her left cheek, and a beautiful appearance. Both demons were Upper Moon 6, Jotaro and Daki. Akaza asked the upper-tier Neikime, "Neikime, has Musen-sama not arrived?" "Not yet," Neikime replied. "Then where is Upper Moon 1? He hasn't been taken out, has he?" "Oh, wait a minute. Akaza, aren't you worried about me?" "I'm so worried about everyone. They are all important companions, and I don't want anyone to be absent." Doma suddenly stepped forward, placing his right hand on Akaza's shoulder and whispering coldly in his ear. He appeared somewhat unwell, his complexion even paler than usual. Behind Doma, Koyuki had also arrived at Infinite Castle, clearly having been transported here by Musen as well. Koyuki looked confused. He didn't know where this place was. Looking at the unfamiliar demons around him, each one more terrifying than the last, the tension made him tremble in place. It seemed that becoming a demon was only a few days ago, and encountering such a grand scene as a newcomer made him too scared to speak. "Doma-sama." Jotaro and Daki slightly bowed, respectfully addressing Doma. While Doma patted Akaza's shoulder, he waved his hand at the two, smiling, "Oh, isn't this little Daki and Jotaro? Long time no see. How have you been lately?" "Thank you for your concern, Doma-sama. My sister and I are doing well. We've eaten many people, and our strength has improved quite a bit." Jotaro's voice was broken and sharp, as if a knife was lodged in his throat. Doma smiled, "That's good. You're the ones I recommended to Musen-sama. Now that you've been promoted to Upper Moon, don't me down." Akaza shot a cold glance at Doma and suddenly said, "Let go." Doma looked at Akaza in confusion. "Let go of your hand." After Akaza finished speaking, he punched Doma in the face, and in an instant, Doma's face was bloodied and missing a chunk, blood splattering everywhere. Doma took a step back, his previously bloodied face healing instantly as he chuckled. That punch was good. Are you a bit stronger than before, Akaza?" Akaza's veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at Doma. Upper Moon 1 was the first to be summoned. He's been there all along. Ningnu broke the conversation between the two and spoke up. Yuozo was startled. He hadn't sensed the presence of the Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, and quickly turned his head to look. There knelt a warrior, sitting inside the curtain with his back to the other demons. Kokushibo was dressed in a purple, snake-patterned kimono with black patches, sporting a deep red high ponytail, and had a katana at his waist. "I am here, Muzan-sama. I have made my appearance." Kokushibo's voice was extremely deep, carrying a strong sense of oppression. The demons sensed Muzan's presence and looked up toward him. Muzan was standing behind Ningnu, looking down at the demons, his crimson eyes still sharp, accompanied by a strong, killing intent. Yuoza knelt on one knee, his palm pressed against the ground, bowing his head. Doma knelt on the ground with a smile on his face. The other demons also knelt, with Koyuki so frightened that his head was pressed tightly to the ground, trembling all over. It is that lord. Koyuki's breath seemed to momentarily stop. He clearly understood Muzan's terrifying nature, and this intense pressure filled him with fear. Muzan spoke expressionlessly. "Yukari is dead. The Upper Moon is missing." "Really?" Doma's expression was somewhat surprised, but then he calmed down. "No wonder I felt a hint of something when I was with Lord Yukari." His aura disappeared. "I thought it was just my illusion. After all, it's all Yukari's fault for being overly ambitious and underestimating the enemy. What I didn't expect was that Yukari actually lost to a mere lower demon. He can no longer act recklessly. It was also he who was killed." Muzan's voice was extremely cold. Doma clapped his hands and said cheerfully, "Muzan-sama, do you need me to take care of it?" Chapter 78. The new Upper Moon, 5. Muzan shot a cold glance at Doma, angrily saying, "I have no expectations for you. After over 100 years, it's the first time an Upper Moon has been killed, and I am extremely displeased. The Kanroji clan has not been eradicated yet. What about the blue? Why can't it be found for hundreds of years? I am starting to lose my understanding of your existence." At this point, Muzan's forehead bulged with veins, his tone becoming indifferent, and his pale face showed more anger, enveloping the entire Infinity Castle in a sense of pressure. "Please forgive me. I beg for your mercy." Han Tengu knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, pleading in a mournful voice. Yuoza's face was also filled with anger, still maintaining his kneeling posture. Doma shook his head, helplessly saying, "I'm not good at probing and exploring. What should I do?" Kokushibo solemnly stated, "I have no words to say." Kanroji cleverly hid himself. Kibutsuji and Daki both looked astonished. They couldn't believe that an Upper Moon demon had actually died at the hands of demon slayers, leaving them momentarily speechless. Muzan said coldly, "From now on, you all better put in a bit more effort. It seems I've been too lenient on you all because you are Upper Moons. Muzan-sama, this child is recommended by me. Since he can come here, it must also be your permission, right? Is he to take Lord Yukari's place?" Doma pointed at Koyuki behind him, looking at Muzan with anticipation. Although Muzan had this intention in mind, he still disdainfully said, "A swordsman who uses breathing techniques? I seem to have lost interest." Koyuki, hearing this, was so scared that cold sweat streamed down his face, trembling all over, staring blankly at the ground with his blue eyes. Kokushibo suddenly became interested, standing up and saying, "Muzan-sama, since he is a swordsman recognized by you, let me train him to take over the position of Upper Moon 5 and eliminate those demon slayers who hinder you." Muzan said coldly, "No matter what. Since that's the case, let him take on the position of Upper Moon 5 for now." Koyuki's heart turned from worry to joy, quickly bowing and saying, "Thank you. Thank you, Muzan-sama." After saying this, Muzan extended a hand filled with sharp teeth, with spikes at the end, piercing into Koyuki's neck to deliver his blood. Koyuki fell to the ground in pain, trembling uncontrollably, and at the same time, the words Upper Moon and 5 appeared in his two blue eyes. "Muzan-sama, Daki has something to say." Daki watched this scene, blinking her blue eyes, unable to help but speak up. "Sister, you?" Kibutsuji looked at her with a puzzled expression, a hint of worry on his thin face. Muzan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Daki. Under Muzan's gaze, Daki trembled, her thighs shaking. But she still mustered the courage to say, "Muzan-sama, why has this swordsman who has only recently turned into a demon been able to receive so much of your blood and become Upper Moon 5, surpassing both me and my brother?" Muzan's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze toward Daki turning playful as he coldly laughed. "Daki, if you are not satisfied, then ask for a position battle." As soon as the words fell, Koyuki was terrified. He knew very well what a position battle was. But any demon here was an upper moon, even though he had received more of Musen's blood. With his current strength, he could not compete with any upper moon. Regardless of who he fought, it would likely end in death. Yes, Musen-sama, Daki has this intention. I will become upper moon 5, become stronger, and live up to your expectations. Seeing the longing expression on Daki's face, Musen's eyes were filled with appreciation. He believed that the killing among upper moons was also a form of fun. Only stronger demons deserve to be his subordinates. All demons should have this awareness. Koyuki glanced at Daki, only to discover that upper moon 6 actually consisted of 2 demons. It seemed that he had even less chance of winning. Thinking of this, Koyuki quickly lowered his head and said, Musen-sama, please give me time. I have just become a demon and need to eat more people to accept the challenge of upper moon 6. How long specifically? How much strength do you have? Musen asked somewhat impatiently. He saw Koyuki taking over the position of upper moon 5 as a reluctant move. He did not allow any upper moon to be missing. This was because there was a qualitative difference between upper and lower moons. Even just upper moon 6, Kibutsuji and Daki had consumed 22 Hashira. So Musen placed great importance on upper moons. The death of Yukari was something he had not anticipated. Koyuki pleaded, Musen-sama, just 1 month is all I need. Please give me a month. Koyuki was very confident in his swordsmanship. After all, he would still receive guidance from Kokushibo. If he could secure a month of time, he was confident he could defeat upper moon 6. Daki's alluring face broke into a cold smile as she disdainfully said, You think you could defeat my brother and me in just 1 month? That's simply wishful thinking. Kibutsuji looked at Daki's expression, but a worried look appeared on his face. Musen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Kokushibo revealed his 6 eyes, gazing at Musen. After a moment of pause, as if he had thought of something, he solemnly said, Musen-sama, I will take care of the demon slayer who killed upper moon 5. Clang! With a sound of a pipa, Musen's figure disappeared from Infinity Castle. A good show is about to unfold. It has been nearly 100 years since a position battle, Doma said with a light laugh. Daki confidently smiled at Doma. Musen-sama, Daki and my brother will not disappoint you. This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. Once upon a time, Daki was turned into a demon by Doma when she was on the brink of death, so she has a good impression of him. That kid isn't bad either. His pleading look is quite cute. It's because of this that I share my blood with him, and I didn't expect that he would really be chosen by that esteemed adult. Moreover, everyone is an important companion. I actually hope no one loses. Don't you think so, Akaza? After saying this, Doma looked at Akaza with a smile. Akaza clenched his fists and snorted coldly. He wasn't interested in any of this, and even felt like vomiting at the sight of Doma. Then, Akaza leaped backward and gradually disappeared into the Infinity Castle. I haven't finished my words yet, Lord Akaza, Doma said, watching the departing Akaza with a hint of disappointment. Kaitaka bowed his forehead to the ground in the direction of Kokushibo and respectfully said, Upper Moon 1, please guide me. Kokushibo had this intention. He carefully observed Kaigaku and slowly said, You are the swordsman recognized by that esteemed adult besides me. I will guide you well, so that you can better serve that esteemed adult as a demon. Shenyuan Ziye traversed Asakusa, wandering for a long time until he finally arrived at a dead end. He activated his ice eyes and passed through. As expected, it was blood demon technique, with an extremely high level of precision. If it weren't for my eyes, even a Hashira wouldn't have been able to detect it. Shenyuan Ziye generously praised. Who on earth set up such blood demon techniques? Chapter 79. Tamayo and Yashiro, after penetrating the dead end, in front of him stood a mansion. Shenyuan Ziye could confirm that there were demons hidden inside. Thinking of this, Shenyuan Ziye turned his eyes and scanned the scene within the mansion. Sure enough, there were shadows of demons, and not just one, but the strength of these 2 demons was not strong, far from being upper rank. With a hesitant attitude, Shenyuan Ziye cautiously walked into the mansion. He pushed open the large door, quickly pinpointing the position of the demons, and stepped inside. He focused intently on the door to the inner room, and with the enhancement of the eyesight, he could clearly see the faces of the 2 demons. Lady Tamayo, let's hurry and escape. My blood demon techniques don't work on him. He's one of the Hashira among demon slayers, and he'll soon catch up to us. A young male voice sounded from inside, with a rather anxious tone. Another female voice responded from the room, gentle and soothing. Yeshru, if he wants to kill me, we have no room to resist. Moreover, he has eliminated the demons that came looking for us. Those are direct subordinates of Kibutsuji, the 12 Kizuki, and we cannot contend with them. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye violently pushed the door open, his blue glowing eyes fixed on the two demons in front of him, who had escaped from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, Tamayo and Yashiro. Tamayo had a dignified and beautiful appearance, with long black hair styled on top of her head, and her light purple eyes looked very gentle. Her complexion was pale, but her lips were rosy, and she wore a deep purple kimono. Yashiro looked like a young man, with short green hair and eyes the same color as Tamayo's. He was dressed in a white outfit with loose blue pants. "What do you want to do to Lady Tamayo?" Yashiro said, protecting Tamayo behind him with an angry expression. "I won't let you get close to Lady Tamayo." "Wait, Yashiro, he doesn't seem to have any malicious intent," Tamayo said softly. Shenyuan Ziye's pupils slightly constricted. He understood that although Zhu Shi was a demon, she played a crucial role in the final battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan, including this Yu Shilang. Therefore, Shenyuan Ziye had no intention of killing them. Yu Shilang gritted his teeth and said, "We still have to be careful, Lady Zhu Shi. Who knows what he might do? He is a Hashira among demon slayers and could take our lives in an instant. I helped you kill Yu Hu. Aren't you going to thank me?" Shenyuan Ziye Sudendi spoke. Zhu Shi nodded, blinking her light purple eyes, and said gently, "Thank you. Indeed, Kibutsuji has been searching for my whereabouts all these years. Regardless of the reason, I am grateful to you for resolving this trouble for us. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhu Shi, and this child is Yu Shilang. Lady Zhu Shi, we must not let our guard down. He is, after all, a demon slayer and has every reason to eliminate us. Moreover, this guy can see through my blood demon art. He is not an ordinary person," Yu Shilang said indignantly, constantly watching Shenyuan Ziye's movements, afraid that he would suddenly attack. At the same time, he was thinking about how to respond. If Shenyuan Ziye showed any intent to kill, he would find a way to protect Lady Zhu Shi at all costs. Shenyuan Ziye seemed to see through Yu Shilang's thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Yu Shilang, I am not interested in you, nor will I kill you. I know that you do not eat people, but survive by drinking human blood. Since you will not harm others, I naturally will not take action against you." "You? How do you know?" Yu Shilang looked confused. Ziye spoke gently. "Although I am not sure how you found out, I still thank you for being willing to believe us. My name is Shenyuan Ziye, and I am an ice pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps. The ultimate goal of the Demon Slayer Corps is to eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan. I believe you share this thought, so I hope you can assist the Demon Slayer Corps and help us achieve this wish." Shenyuan Ziye earnestly invited him. Ziye was stunned after hearing this and asked tentatively, "You want me to assist the Demon Slayer Corps? How can I assist?" "Giordano, don't listen to this guy's words. We have no obligation to assist the Demon Slayer Corps," Yu Shilang retorted with righteous indignation. Shenyuan Ziye said coldly, "If you do not assist the Demon Slayer Corps, it will be very difficult to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, and you will always be hunted by him. This time, it is the 5th upper moon. Next time, it might be the 1st upper moon. Living in constant fear every day. Miss Tamayo, you wouldn't want that, would you?" Yashiro gritted his teeth, fully aware that this young man understood the situation of Tamayo and himself very well. The feeling of being seen through was quite unpleasant. "So what? Lady Tamayo, don't be fooled by this guy," Yashiro reminded. Tamayo shook her head, signaling Yashiro to stop speaking. She looked at Shenyuan Ziye and gently asked, "So, what do you need me to do? You're a doctor, right? Please assist the Demon Slayer Corps in creating a drug that can severely injure Muzan, so that it can play a crucial role in the future battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan. A drug that can severely injure Muzan Kibutsuji. That's right. With your talent in pharmacology, it shouldn't be too difficult. The rest is just a matter of time," Shenyuan Ziye said confidently. Yashiro wanted to say something else upon hearing this, but was stopped by a glance from Tamayo. Tamayo nodded, but then said somewhat awkwardly, "Mr. Shenyuan, you seem to have a high opinion of me. If I could develop such a drug, I wouldn't be running away everywhere." Shenyuan Ziye certainly understands that with Zhu Shi's strength alone, it is not easy to develop such a medicine. It must be done in collaboration with the Butterfly Shinobu of the Demon Slayer Corps, a potion that can turn demons into humans. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Shenyuan Ziye looked deeply at Tamayo and said with a light laugh, "Miss Tamayo, the Demon Slayer Corps has a Hashira known as Shinobu Kocho. She is a genius pharmacist and an expert in poisons, capable of killing demons solely with toxins. If you collaborate with her, you will surely be able to create such a drug. All you need to do is wait for news from the Demon Slayer Corps." "Is there really such a person?" Tamayo was somewhat surprised. "To kill demons just with toxins?" "That's right. If the two of you work together, you could develop it. There's one more thing. As he spoke, Shenyuan Ziye knew that Tamayo would not refuse and was prepared to leave. However, before departing, he seemed to have some concerns. Tamayo asked in confusion, "Is there something else you want to say?" Shenyuan Ziye said solemnly, after meeting Butterfly Ninja, "Please do not assist her in researching any drugs other than those to severely injure Muzan. Do not help her develop poisons to kill demons. And do not let her inject toxins into herself anymore. Please tell her that the demon who killed her sister will be slain by me, Shenyuan Ziye." Zhushi blinked her light purple eyes, looking confused, clearly not understanding what Shenyuan Ziye was saying. "Just say what I told you to say." I understand." Under Zhushi's puzzled gaze and Yu Shilang's disdainful look, Shenyuan Ziye walked away. After Shenyuan Ziye left, Yu Shilang couldn't help but ask, "Lady Zhu, do you really want to help the Demon Slayer Corps? Yu Shilang, do you understand? Some things must be done. As long as we can develop that kind of drug, there will be a chance to completely eliminate Muzan and kill that man." "Yes, Lady Zhu, I will follow your instructions." Chapter 80, Emergency Hashira Meeting, Part 1. After that, Shenyuan Ziye returned to headquarters at the first opportunity. Yao Zai, upon learning that Shenyuan Ziye had returned, quickly called him to his residence. "Zai, you actually defeated an upper moon by yourself." At this moment, Yao Zai's eyes were filled with joy as he grabbed Shenyuan Ziye's shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement, though his complexion looked somewhat poor, indicating that his condition had worsened. "Yes, Lord, I believe that in the near future, we will definitely be able to defeat Kibutsuji Muzan." "That's great. Zai, after over 100 years, the unchanging situation has finally changed. You broke this deadlock. You know that this change will boost the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps because of you." What Shenyuan Ziye did not expect was that his defeat of Tamayo would cause Yao Zai to be so excited, as if victory was right at hand. After that, news of Shenyuan Ziye defeating the Upper Moon quickly spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, which changed the Hashira's perception of this young man. "Shinazugawa Sanimi, this guy actually encountered an Upper Moon. I'm so envious. Why can't I encounter one?" "Iguro Abanai, really? He defeated an Upper Moon. Even if it was only the 5th, let's praise him." "Kanroji Mitsuri, is that so? Zaikuin defeated an Upper Moon? That's amazing." "Kushu Shinobu, Zaikuin killed an Upper Moon by himself? That's really great. He has always been working hard." Shenyuan Ziye returned to the Butterfly Mansion, looking at the two heavily injured individuals lying unconscious on the hospital beds. He couldn't help but feel emotional after this battle. Both of them had experienced the same turmoil within. Zenitsu witnessed his elder brother turn into a demon, while Inosuke saw the demon that killed his mother. Why do demons come to this world, repeatedly harming humanity? Shenyuan Ziye became even more determined to eradicate all evil spirits in this world. "Saisuke, I didn't expect you to kill an Upper Moon all by yourself." Butterfly Shinobu suddenly walked into the hospital room and said in a gentle tone, "I always thought that dealing with a single Upper Moon would at least require 3 Hashira to match it. You're really amazing, Zaikuin. You've worked so hard." Butterfly Shinobu revealed a familiar smile and looked deeply at Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye shook his head and sighed, "But I still couldn't save Mr. Yusue. If only my strength had reached that level back then. I don't want anyone from the Demon Slayer Corps to die in front of me. But Mr. Yusue is dead, and Miss Kane is dead. These are things I, as a Hashira, cannot undo." Butterfly Shinobu comforted him. "It's not your fault, Zaikuin. You've already tried your best." "Thank you, Shinobu. I understand what I need to do. Only by killing Muzan will everything come to an end." At that moment, a girl suddenly walked in from outside. With familiar twin tails, bright eyes, a beautiful face, and wearing a white nurse's uniform, she was holding a bowl of medicine. "Shinobu-sama. Zaikuin, so you are both here," Kizuki always said as she placed the medicine on the bedside and glanced at the two unconscious individuals, showing a worried expression. Shenyuan Ziye asked, "Miss Koei, how are their injuries?" Zenitsu and Inosuke's injuries are almost identical, with lung damage and multiple cuts all over their bodies, resulting in excessive blood loss. Fortunately, they were brought in time and are no longer in life-threatening danger, but they will need to rest for a while. Their injuries this time are more severe than the last. Kanazaki Aoi frowned and said with a worried expression. Shenyuan Ziye smiled slightly and said, "It's good to have you and everyone at the Butterfly Mansion, so Zenitsu and Inosuke can be safe. Ziyo-kun, I heard you defeated an Upper Moon demon. That's impressive. It's great that you're okay." Looking into Kamazaki Aoi's light blue eyes, Shenyuan Ziye gently replied, "Yes, just being alive is already wonderful. I leave Zenitsu and Inosuke to you. Miss Aoi, don't worry, it's my duty Kamizaki always said calmly. Just then, a female voice suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Butterfly-sama, Shenyuan-sama. The master has called an emergency Hashira meeting and invites you to attend. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, "Oh my god, it seems the master has something to announce." Shenyuan Ziye had an expressionless face, with a cold glimmer in his eyes. "Let's go, Shinobu." "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu's delicate face leaned in very close to Shenyuan's eyes, accompanied by a faint fragrance that entered his nostrils, causing him to be slightly stunned. It felt like Icicle had changed into a different person this time he returned. "Really?" Butterfly Shinobu pointed her slender finger at his exquisite chin, her purple eyes narrowing into slits as she softly asked, "Why don't you call me sister anymore?" "Well, I just feel that since I've been promoted to a Hashira, calling you Shinobu feels more intimate," Shenyuan Ziye explained awkwardly, his mouth twitching. Butterfly Shinobu maintained her smile and calmly replied, "I see, so that's how it is." At the residence of the Hashira house. At this moment, Yaozai was kneeling on the floor, surrounded by the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm really envious. You actually encountered an upper moon. How lucky." Kanroji Mitsuri covered her small mouth, worriedly asking, "How did they get injured? Could there be other demons?" Rengoku Kaijiro stated seriously, "That's right. When I arrived at Asakusa, there was another upper moon there." Another upper moon? Everyone, except for Shenyuan Ziye, was shocked. Kanroji Mitsuri expressed her concern. "How did they get injured?" Shortly within that time, 2 upper moons appeared. "It's truly unbelievable," Kanroji Mitsuri said sadly. "How interesting. It really is interesting. Rengoku, why didn't you deal with that upper moon?" Kanroji Mitsuri coldly remarked. Rengoku Kaijiro replied proudly, "Kanroji, the sun was about to rise. The power of upper moon 2 is very strong. He managed to escape. That's my mistake." Ikebana was quite shocked. "Upper moon 2? That's a high rank. Is it hard to deal with?" Rengoku Kaijiro nodded yes. Upper moon 2's strength is very strong. He is a demon who uses ice. I have already figured out his abilities. If you inhale the ice crystals he releases, it will make breathing difficult and cause the alveoli to die, making it impossible to breathe. So that's how it is. No wonder Zenitsu and Inosuke's lungs were injured to varying degrees. Butterfly Shinobu frowned, realizing. A demon that can suppress breathing? That is really difficult to handle. Kanroji Mitsuri said, shedding tears. Yaozai suddenly spoke. "The purpose of this emergency meeting is to share information. The demon that Kaijiro encountered is Upper Moon 2, a demon skilled in ice. The blood demon art he releases suppresses the breathing of demon slayers, which is undoubtedly fatal for us. Moreover, since I defeated Upper Moon 5, Muzan may take action in the short term. You all must take responsibility for your respective areas." Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Yaozai suddenly coughed violently, his face turning pale. "Are you okay, my lord?" Everyone's hearts tightened with concern. "I'm Fine. What I want to say is Zenitsu and Inosuke are seriously injured, and one of our team members has also fallen." Yaozai waved his hand, showing a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing this, Shenyuan Ziye's expression was inexplicably serious, also revealing a sad look. Yaozai continued, "Each Hashira must take care of their respective areas, and your successors must not slack in their training. This is a critical moment. Ziye has broken this situation, and Muzan will surely be very angry, possibly taking action." "My lord, we understand," everyone acknowledged with a nod. Yaozai nodded in reassurance, then asked with a puzzled tone, "And what about that A-class team member named Kaigaku? He has turned into a demon. Perhaps, could there be some special reason? Is it related to the Demon Slayer Corps?" Shenyuan Ziye's eyes narrowed, revealing a killing intent. Upon hearing this news, he regretted not having killed Kaiwa at that time, which led to this situation. Shibukawa Shimiya said fiercely, "Is that so? My lord, it's simply unforgivable that a member of the Demon Slayer Corps has turned into a demon. I must cut him down." Kanroji Mitsuri covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "How could this happen? How could there be such a member? How could he turn into a demon?" Rengoku Kyujiro lamented, "Yes, I saw it too. That boy was carrying a dark gold Nichiren blade. He was probably a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but unfortunately, he has fallen into a demon." Kanemu Shinobu's eyes filled with tears as he sorrowfully said, "I know that child, Thinking back, it's truly sad. I was the one who adopted him. He let the demon eat me and ate other children in the temple to save himself." At this point, Kanemu Shinobu recalled the past, and veins popped on his forehead involuntarily. Although tears streamed down his face, his expression grew somewhat angry. What a bad child. How could there be such a person? Butterfly Shinobu expressed her confusion. Ihei Kobane's face darkened even more as he coldly said, "Unforgivable, what a piece of trash." Shenyuan Ziye clenched his fists tightly and suddenly said in a deep voice, "It's not related to the Demon Slayer Corps. Guiwei is just that kind of person. I should have killed him back then. If I had, he wouldn't have turned into a demon." Yao Zai shook his head and said gently, "It's not your fault, Zai. If the children find out that Guiwei has become a demon, it will undoubtedly lower the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. So, at this critical moment, we need you pillars to support them. Children, do you understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, as an A-class member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Guiwei betraying the organization and joining Muzan would certainly lower the morale of the Demon Slayers, which is a great shame. Yao Zai nodded in satisfaction, and his previously pale complexion regained some color. He continued, "With this incident, the team's morale will surely be shaken. So how should we handle this?" Shenyuan Ziye proposed. "During this period, I suggest conducting a full team training to enhance the physical fitness of the members, so they can better combat demons. In this era, the physical fitness of the Demon Slayer Corps members is shockingly poor, and most of them are not useful. Moreover, with the A-rank member Kaneo betraying Muzan, they will struggle to understand that this is precisely the time for the Hashira to take the lead. In this way, perhaps we can discover some outstanding and trainable young members during the training process, which would undoubtedly be a valuable asset for the Demon Slayer Corps." Kaneo, Sayuri said in a deep voice, "I agree with your opinion." Wise Eye said earnestly, "I think so too, but do you know, Ziye, the time of the Hashira is very precious. Each Hashira is responsible for a large area of patrol, while also collecting information on demons and honing their own sword skills. Generally speaking, there is no time to train other members." Butterfly Shinobu said with a worried expression, "Yes, there may not be enough time." Rengoku Kaijiro laughed heartily. "That's right, it really is. If you want me to train the members, that would be too strict. They wouldn't be able to handle it." "Haha," Natsugawa Sanemi said. "To be honest, I really want to train those guys with poor physical fitness. But demons keep appearing from time to time. It's really a headache." Kenroji Mitsuri whispered, "The area I am responsible for is very safe, so there isn't much going on. If Lord Shinazugawa needs it, I can also—" Kanamori Yui said worriedly, "The Hashira can't gather together. What if a demon appears in the area they are responsible for?" Shenyuan Ziye thought for a moment that gathering all the Hashira together was indeed a pipe dream. If a demon suddenly appeared in an area under the responsibility of one of the Hashira, it would be difficult to handle. However, unlike the others, Shenyuan Ziye did not have a specific area he was responsible for. Instead, he roamed around freely, with relatively no restrictions. Shenyuan Ziye said again, "Since the Hashira don't have time, let's select a few successors to train the remaining team members." As soon as this was said, everyone looked confused and a bit worried. Fukashi Rashimi opened his eyes wide and spoke first. "What did you say? Let the successors train the other team members? They don't have that qualification, and besides, I don't have any successors." Ihei Kobane coldly said, "That doesn't seem appropriate. Leaving aside their physical fitness, even if they are successors, they can't command the team members' respect." Rengoku Kaijiro laughed. "That's a good proposal. However, I haven't received any successors. There might be talented individuals, but very few team members are willing to be my successors." Kochu Shinobu showed her signature smile. "I have no objections to this. Kanawa's strength is actually not much different from that of the Hashira." Kenroji Mitsuri said, "I have no objections either. Jinya is very hardworking and is already qualified for this." Taketo Mwitru said indifferently, "I have no objections as well. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 82, Isashira's Training Guidance, Part 1. Shenyuan Ziye explained, "As the successor of the Hashira, one should have this awareness. I believe everyone is also cultivating them as the next Hashira. Perhaps the strength of the successor is still far from that of the Hashira, but there should be no problem in training those lower-ranked members. At the same time, one or two Hashira can be dispatched to jointly guide and supervise this training session, so that the team members won't have much to say." After hearing Shenyuan Ziye's suggestion, Yao Zai nodded and said, "This is indeed a good proposal. My lord, since I am not responsible for any guarding area, if there are no tasks, I can take on the role of guiding this training session as a Hashira." Shenyuan Ziye volunteered. Yao Zai scanned the crowd and smiled as he asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone remained silent in agreement. Seeing this, Yao Zai continued then, "This is all I wanted to say in today's meeting. I hope everyone can continue to work hard in the future. Shenyuan Ziye's defeat of the Upper Moon has broken the century-old stalemate. indicating that in this lifetime, we will surely eliminate Musen. Everyone nodded in response. My lord, we understand. Yao Zai smiled and then left the room, leaving the 9 Hashira in the residence. Since the lord has left the room, I will take my leave as well. Tomioka Ju was the first to speak. Nakam suddenly stopped him. Hey, wait, don't slip away. We need to think about the upcoming team training and decide on the successor. It has nothing to do with me. You can discuss it among yourselves. Tomioka Ju said nonchalantly, then stood up to prepare to leave. Iguro Abanai suddenly felt displeased and reprimanded. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Do you not have the awareness of being a Hashira? Why aren't you participating in a meeting? Tomioka Ju did not respond and continued to walk away. Kochu Shinobu hurriedly said, Mr. Tomioka, please explain your reasons. Just a few words are too insufficient. Damn it, stop. Nakheim shouted angrily. I am different from you all. Tomioka Ju said, lightly without looking back. Nakheim's eyes widened, his expression fierce, feeling dissatisfied. You used to say the same thing, Tomioka. Do you look down on us? Rengoku Kyudra mediated. Let's just let it go. Nakheim, Tomioka, might have other thoughts. Kanroji Mitsuri sensed something was off. Her pretty face turned a bit ugly, and she hurriedly advised, Hey, don't argue, calm down. Stop right there. Nakheim's anger erupted as he shouted at Tomioka Ju. Boom. Kanroji Mitsuri's hands came together, suddenly bursting with fighting spirit, emanating a powerful aura that intimidated everyone. Nakheim was taken aback, startled by the sudden pressure. Sit down. Let's continue talking. Shenyuan Ziye, please explain in detail. Kanroji Mitsuri continued. Shenyuan Ziye knew deeply about Tomioka Ju's inner struggles, and he did not intervene. The urgent matter was how to train the existing members. Shenyuan Ziye continued. There's something I need to confirm first. Who are your disciples? The only one I know of is Shinobu's disciple, Kanaihu. Butterfly Shinobu chuckled. Zaikuin, there shouldn't be any problem with Kanaihu. She's currently at headquarters. Sorry, Shenyuan. I haven't taken in any disciples since Kanroji. Perhaps my training methods are too strict. Huh. Rengoku Kaijuro smiled a bit awkwardly. Kanroji Mitsuri cast a puzzled glance, thinking to herself, how could this be? Mr. Rengoku is clearly such a good person. Why hasn't he taken in any disciples? Takedo Michiro snorted disdainfully, saying, I also don't have any disciples. Shenyuan said at midnight. Even someone as powerful as Mr. Immortal Chuan hasn't received an adopted child? Immortal Chuan Shimi sneered. Not at all. They are completely useless. They can't even withstand my training. Just hearing my name makes them all run away. I do have one adopted child, though. This kid, Xuanmi, is quite hard-working. Maybe he can handle it. Baiming Yuxingming pressed his palms together and said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, Immortal Chuan Shimi gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, wanting to say something but hesitating. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said, well, let's have Xianmi participate as well, supervising the lower-ranked team members while training together. Shinazugawa Sanemi couldn't help but retort, I disagree. Why should this guy be involved? After all, Beiminjiu, you shouldn't have taken him as your adopted son in the first place. Bimaju Xingming Sigid. Actually, I had special reasons for taking him in, Namu Amitba. Mr. Shinazugawa, you don't need to participate in this training session. I, along with Kanahu and other adopted sons, will guide them. Shenyuan Ziye interrupted their conversation, speaking in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi had nothing more to say. Besides Xianmi and Kanahu, are there any others? Shenyuan Ziye asked the group. Ehei Shobane coldly replied, I don't have any adopted sons either. Takedo Michiro looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a confused expression. At that moment, Kanroji Mitsuri raised her small hand and said softly, Ziye can I have one, should be considered an adopted son, but we are more like partners. Everyone's gaze turned to Kanroji Mitsuri. Rengoku Kaijiro laughed. Kanroji also took an adopted son? That's great. Ehei Shobane's gloomy expression slightly changed, and he quickly asked, Who is it? Her name is in no way Saya, and she is currently a Grade A member, Kanroji Mitsuri said, feeling a bit flustered as everyone stared at her. Rengoku Kaijiro responded with realization. A Grade A member? That's really good. Sounds like a girl's name, right? Yes. Kanroji Mitsuri answered. Shenyuan Ziye was a bit confused by Kanroji Mitsuri's behavior towards her adopted child and asked in a deep voice, Miss Kanroji, what kind of person is this Inoue Saya? During a mission, I saved her from a demon, and ever since she wanted to stay by my side. I asked Lord Shogun, and he agreed, so I kept Saya with me. Saya works very hard. Kanroji Mitsuri replied seriously. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said solemnly, "All right, then let the three of them be responsible for this training session, and I will provide guidance." Kanroji Mitsuri said eagerly, "Great. I will inform Saya. Additionally, if the other Hashira have time, they can also come to participate in the guidance of this training session." Rengoku Kaijiro said, "I probably won't go. Something like this happened in the area I am responsible for. I need to deeply reflect on myself." Takatu Muichiro slowly stood up and coldly said, "I'm not interested." Iguro Abanai's expression remained gloomy. "Neither am I." Kochu Shinobu smiled and said, "Zaikuin, all the Hashira have areas they are responsible for, so they probably won't have time to participate in this training session." Shenyuan Ziye nodded thoughtfully, as this was all within his expectations, and then said, "Well, the meeting is concluded. 3 days later, gather the remaining Demon Slayer Corps members and begin special training. This special training is named Ice Pillar Guidance Training. Chapter 83, Ice Pillar Guidance Training, Part 2. On the eve of the Ice Pillar Guidance Training, the three summoned individuals gathered at Shenyuan Ziye's residence. They were Kanaihu, Inoue Saya, and Fushikawa Jinya. Inoue Saya had an oval face, fair skin, and a pure and cute appearance, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her light blue eyes seemed somewhat sharp, and she appeared to be about the same age as the other two. She wore a brown uniform similar to Mitsuri's, with a pleated skirt and a white cloak draped over her shoulders like Kanaihu's, and a white Nichiren blade fastened at her waist. Jinya looked around anxiously, glancing at the two girls in front of him, feeling somewhat flustered and mostly impatient. "What is going on here? Being called here? What do they want me to do?" Jinya muttered quietly, his tone impatient. Kanaihu had a faint smile on her cheeks, seemingly unconcerned. Inoue Saya tightened her white hands around the Nichiren blade and coldly asked, "Where's Lord Ice Pillar? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet somewhat sharp, and her cute face was frowning, looking extremely stern. Kanaihu merely smiled slightly and did not respond. Seeing that no one answered her, Inoue Saya anxiously stomped her foot and turned to Jinya, asking proactively, "Hey, do you know when Lord Ice Pillar will arrive?" Jinya simply shot a disdainful glance at Inoue Saya, his face showing some contempt, thinking to himself, "I don't know you. Don't talk to me." Inoue Saya was taken aback, thinking, "Why is everyone so quiet?" "Very well, you all are very punctual. No one is late." Just then, the voice of Shenyuan Ziye suddenly came from behind the three. Following that, Shenyuan Ziye walked into the residence, dressed in a light blue uniform with the corners adorned with ice pillar patterns, a deep blue Nichiren blade fastened at his waist, and a slight smile on his handsome face. Jinya was taken aback, instantly recognizing Shenyuan Ziye, his expression astonished as he murmured, "Hey, no way. This guy has really become a pillar?" The scene from earlier flashed in Jinya's mind, recalling a moment when Shenyuan Ziye fought against Himejima Gimei. Inoue Saya was equally surprised. Although she had heard from Kanroji Mitsuri before coming that the Ice Pillar was very young and only a few years older than herself, she didn't expect him to be even younger than she imagined, looking almost the same age as her. Inoue Saya thought that at this age, being able to become a Class A member of the Demon Slayer Corps was already quite remarkable, but she didn't expect there to be such a talented young man in the Demon Slayer Corps. "You are Lord Ice Pillar?" Inoue Saya asked with a puzzled expression on her cute face, her tone uncertain. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and nodded. "That's right, I am the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. My name is Shenyuan Ziye." Inoue Saya extended her slender finger and pointed at her snow-white chin, hesitatingly saying, "Are you sure? You don't look much older than us. And you're already a pillar?" Shenyuan Ziye only smiled faintly and did not answer Inoue Saya's question, but continued, "Special training will begin tomorrow, and all members below the Hashira level will undergo special training. As the successors of the Hashira, the three of you will supervise the training of the members, and you will also participate in the special training, with me serving as the instructor for this training session." After speaking, Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the three of them and asked again, "Do you all understand?" Kana didn't care much about this, and simply nodded, her face still radiating a smile. Inoue Saya then asked, "Do we also have to participate in the special training? What does the special training involve?" Shenyuan Ziye said in a deep voice, "Of course it's about training in strength, speed, and physical fitness, focusing on improving breathing and lung capacity. If one can master total concentration breathing as a result, that would be even better. It's really troublesome." Shiemi muttered quietly, his tone extremely impatient. Shenyuan Ziye looked at Shienmi and said earnestly, "Shienmi, I know you don't know how to use breathing techniques. so you can just participate in the training related to physical fitness and improving your physical quality. As soon as the words fell, Xianmi immediately gritted his teeth, as if he had been hit in a sensitive spot, but he didn't dare to say anything. Not knowing how to use breathing, on the side, Inoue Saya blinked her light blue eyes, looking at Xianmi with a shocked and puzzled expression. Shenyuan Ziye said again, "All right, that's all I have to say. You can go back now. The special training will start tomorrow." After finishing, his gaze turned to Xiang Naihu, and he said, "Xiang Naihu, you don't need to train. Spend more time supervising the other team members." Xiang Naihu obediently nodded upon hearing this. "Why?" Inoue Saya expressed her confusion. "Lord Shenyuan, why doesn't she need to train?" Shenyuan Ziye patiently explained, "Kaneo's physical quality is much higher than yours, and she has already mastered the breath of total concentration, so she doesn't need training." The breath of total concentration? Inoue Saya pouted her lips and said, somewhat unconvinced, "I can do that too." Seeing Inoue Saya's confident expression, Shenyuan Ziye was a bit surprised, as mastering the breath of total concentration is quite difficult. "Really?" Shenyuan Ziye said curiously, "Then please show it to me tomorrow. If there are no problems, you won't have to participate in the special training." The next day, today is the first day of the Ice Pillars training session. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The Demon Slayer Corps members gathered at headquarters, totaling about 100 people. They stood in several rows, the youngest being only 12 or 13 years old, both boys and girls, all wearing the brown uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Ice Pillar, do you remember me?" A boy in the crowd waved his hand at Shenyuan Ziye, and it was Murata. Shenyuan Ziye smiled at Murata Yuko, then glanced at the Demon Slayer Corps members in front of him and said seriously, "Hello, I'm the Pillar of Ice, Shenyuan Ziye. Today is the first day of the special training for the members, focusing on basic physical training. So that's the Pillar of Ice. You look so young. Pillar of Ice. You must be the youngest pillar I've ever seen. That's amazing. Hey, someone this young has become a pillar? He looks even younger than us." From the crowd, a noisy discussion arose, with both male and female voices. Shenyuan Ziye coughed twice and continued, "Next, I will explain the training content. You will run from here all the way to the top of that mountain, and then run back down from the top." As he spoke, Shenyuan Ziye pointed to a mountain top not far away, surrounded by dense forest. As his words fell, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were all astonished. Some even complained aloud. "Hey, are you kidding? No way, that's so far. Are you trying to kill us? No way, we will definitely collapse. We can't handle it. Lord Bingzhu, please let us go." Looking at these members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had completely lost their fighting spirit and were unwilling to suffer, Shenyuan Ziye helplessly shook his head. This was the current state of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was precisely because of this part of the members that the Demon Slayer Corps was lacking in talent. Aside from the Hashira, the rest were like a puddle of mud, lacking combat power, and if they encountered some powerful demons, they would become cannon fodder. Just then, Inoue Sayabaside, Shenyuan Ziye suddenly shouted, "Aren't you all members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Can't you handle such a little setback? What will you do if you encounter powerful demons in the future? Think carefully about why you joined the Demon Slayer Corps in the first place. You guys, get together." Chapter 84, Ice Pillar Guidance Training, Part 2. Inoue Saya widened her light blue eyes, a fierce look appearing between her brows. Her chest heaving violently as she glared angrily at the group of Demon Slayer Corps members in front of her. Seeing Inoue Saya's frustrated expression, Shenyuan Ziye was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing her words, most of the Demon Slayer Corps members felt a stir in their hearts, as the majority of them had joined the Corps because their parents were killed by demons, seeking revenge for their loved ones. Saya's words further awakened them. "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to lecture us?" A disdainful voice came from the crowd. "I am Inoue Saya, a Class A member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Shenyuan Ziye was just about to defend Inoue Saya when, unexpectedly, Inoue Saya spoke first. She pouted and said angrily, "It turned out this girl was not only cute, but also quite interesting. But that is not bad either." Shenyuan Ziye rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "What is wrong with being a Class A member? You're not a Hashira, so why do you command us?" The tone of the Demon Slayer member in the crowd was once again filled with defiance. Shenyuan Ziye spoke this time, her expression indifferent. She is the adopted child of the love Hashira. Not just Saya, but also Jinya and Kanawo. They are all adopted children of the Hashira, possessing extraordinary talents. As Saya said, "You're all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Think about the reason you joined the Demon Slayer Corps. As the instructor for this special training, I'm not a strict teacher. I just want to teach you what I know. The first step is physical training, and running is the simplest and most effective thing. Shenyuan Ziye spoke these words with a heavy heart, leaving everyone speechless for a moment. But soon they became more proactive, and the sounds of lamentation diminished significantly. All right, let's get started. With Shenyuan Ziye's command, everyone ran toward the mountaintop under the blazing sun. Swami, Saya, you should join in too, Shenyuan Ziye said to the two beside him. Jingshang Saya nodded and said sweetly, I understand, Lord Shenyuan. Got it. Although Swami's expression showed some reluctance. He recognized that this was an opportunity to strengthen himself, so he was willing to participate. Kanahui blinked her light purple eyes and asked, Icicle, is it really okay if I don't go? You don't have to go, Shenyuan Ziye replied calmly, knowing that Kanahui's strength was far greater than Swami and Saya. After that, I will need you to supervise them. Kanahui's eyes dimmed, and she said somewhat hesitantly this. I'm afraid I won't do well. Shenyuan Ziye's clear eyes sparkled with a hint of light as she confidently said, You can do it, Kanaho. You have this ability, just go for it. You are no longer the Kanaho you used to be. The current members of the Demon Slayer Corps have increasingly poor physical capabilities, and now is the time to train them. I have slain an upper moon, which will boost the morale of the team, but the transformation of Kaigitsu into a demon will also impact their mentality. Therefore, this is the moment to unite people's hearts. There are still 5 upper moons, and Musen Kabutsuji is still alive. If we do not defeat them, the war between humans and demons will not end. After hearing Shenyuan Ziye's words, Kanaho's eyes trembled slightly, and she bit her pink lips, softly replying, At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, and most of the Demon Slayer Corps members had completed their laps, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. Murata lay exhausted on the ground, panting, Lord Shenyuan. This should be considered devil training, right? It's really tough. This is just the beginning. It is not over yet. The members who have completed a lap should take a moment to rest, and then continue running. Shenyuan Ziye coldly spoke to everyone again. The Demon Slayer team members all looked as if they had lost the will to live upon hearing this. Thus, the first day of training came to an end, accompanied by the wails of the team members. For the next few days, the training remained the same, and in just a few days, most of the team members were exhausted and somewhat powerless. Next, it was time for swordsmanship training, with Saya as your opponent. Shenyuan Ziye looked at everyone and said solemnly that he believed Shei's strength was just right to train these lower-ranked team members. If it were Kanaihu, these team members would probably not last 2 moves. So who will go first? As his words fell, everyone fell silent, and no one dared to step forward. Because Inoue Shei was the son of the Hashira. Although he seemed weaker than the Hashira, he was still much stronger than them. After a moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd. He had black hair, a familiar middle part, and an ordinary face. It was Murata. Lord Shenyuan, let me go first. Murata volunteered. Shenyuan Ziye nodded slightly. All right, then you go first. Saya, how about it? No problem, right? Inoue Saya smirked and said, Lord Shenyuan, don't worry. I've learned quite a bit from Master Kanroji during this time. I'm more than capable of handling them. Good. We'll use wooden sword for the match. As Shenyuan Ziye's words fell, 2 wooden swords appeared in his hands, which he had prepared in advance. Inoue Saya and Murata took the wooden swords, exchanged glances, and prepared to start the match. The remaining Demon Slayer Corps members also cleared a space and surrounded the two to watch the battle. Lady Saya, I'm coming. Murata tightened his grip on the hilt and straightened his body, speaking seriously. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. A tranquil breath, like flowing water, escaped Murata's lips. Facing the child of the Hashira, he didn't dare to be careless and immediately unleashed his most proficient form. Murata's figure moved at high speed, like flowing water, swinging the wooden sword towards Inoue Saya. Inoue Saya's delicate hands gripped the sword hilt tightly, exhaling a cold breath, and swung the wooden sword, delivering a series of 3 strikes. Snow breathing, 4th form, snowfall slash. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 wooden swords clashed together, and Inoue Saya's figure swept past Murata, landing the final strike on Murata's leg. Murata twisted his ankle, lost his balance, and fell to the ground, letting out a cry. Shenyuan Ziye watched this scene with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Snow breathing? This is somewhat similar to my ice breathing. Could it be a derivative of water breathing? Inoue Saya waved her wooden sword, a playful expression appearing on her cute face. Murata, the match isn't over yet. Get up and continue. Murata got back on his feet, his expression resolute, looking determined not to give up, and once again unleashed his sword technique. Water breathing, 4th form. Time strikes. Swish, 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 swish. Murata swung his wooden sword, delivering a series of strikes that resembled the ebb and flow of tides. Inoue Saya leaped into the air, jumping right above Murata. What incredible jumping power! Murata was astonished at this scene. Snow breathing, sixth form, snowfall in the sky. Chapter 85. The Demon of Matsui Town. Inoue Saya exhaled a breath that seemed to carry frost, swinging down 3 slashes from above, resembling falling snowflakes as they struck towards Murata. Swish, swish, swish. Inoue Saya swept past Murata's body, landing 3 hits on his limbs, while Murata's tide of strikes missed entirely. I concede. Murata furrowed his brow as he felt pain radiating from his limbs. Although he was using a wooden sword, such powerful strikes still cause pain when they hit a person. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and then said earnestly, winning or losing is not the most critical thing. The most important aspect is whether you can understand your weaknesses during the competition and correct them. Also, practicing swordsmanship and mutual sparring among team members can teach us a lot. Murata humbly replied, I understand, Lord Shenyuan. I will work hard to refine my swordsmanship. Seeing Murata say this, Shenyuan Ziye felt relieved and addressed everyone. The next few days will be focused on mutual sparring among team members to refine our swordsmanship. After speaking, he turned to Inoue Saya and curiously said, Saya, your breath of snow is quite interesting. Saya smiled mischievously, puffed her cheeks, and said, Lord Shenyuan, this is a breathing technique I developed myself. According to my master, my breath of snow is derived from the breath of water, and it is somewhat similar to your breathing technique, Lord Shenyuan. Shenyuan Ziye was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, just as he had thought. Saya snow breathing was a derivative of water breathing. This means that his ice breathing might also be a derivative of water breathing. It truly is an excellent breathing technique. Seeing that Shenyuan Ziye had given an evaluation, Inoue Saya shrugged her shoulders, revealing a proud smile. In the following days, the team engaged in sparring sessions, guided by Kanai and Saya, while Jinya continued to focus on physical training. For Jinya, as long as he could mindlessly train his body and push his limits, that was enough. He didn't know much about swordsmanship. However, an unexpected piece of news forced Shenyuan Ziye to leave the headquarters at this critical moment. Is that so? A demon has appeared in Matsui Town, and the aura is very strong. Do I need to go there? Shenyuan Ziye's expression was serious, and the raven was perched on his shoulder, delivering a message. If it were an ordinary ghost, the raven wouldn't notify me. Could be the 12 Kizuki? Should I send other Demon Slayer Corps members, or what? This is simply shocking. It seems I must go after all. The next day, during a break in the members' training, Shenyuan Ziye called over the 3 responsible for supervising the training, Fukushin Jinya, Kanao, and Inoue Saya. He thought for a moment. Since Zenitsu and Inosuke were still recovering from their injuries, they could directly participate in the group training once they healed, and there was no need for them to accompany him on missions. The heavy responsibility of the group training would have to fall on these 3. Inoue Saya was the first to speak. Lord Shenyuan, you called us here for something, right? Shenyuan Ziye said solemnly to the 3. There are demons appearing in Matsui Town, and I must go there. This training session will be overseen by the 3 of you. Make sure to supervise the team's training well. Is it a very powerful demon? Does it require the Hashira to go? Inoue Saya asked in confusion. Shenyuan Ziye said slowly, Indeed, the aura of ghosts is very strong. According to the information from the crow, the entire town is filled with a heavy atmosphere of death and has completely fallen. Almost no one in the small town has survived. What? The 3 of them were all taken aback. They had never heard of such a horrifying thing. Shenyuan Ziye's expression remained serious as he continued. Such a reckless, man-eating demon must be one of the 12 Kizuki, and it must be an upper moon. Therefore, I will go to slay it. After a brief pause, Inoue Saya's delicate face showed concern as she nervously said, Lord Shenyuan, can you handle it alone? If it really is an upper moon, it might require the strength of 3 Hashira, right? Shenyuan Ziye smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, it's fine. I have already slain the upper moon 5. I possess the ability to kill upper moons, and this generation of Hashira is different from the past. I will go with you. Suddenly, Shwani's expression turned serious, and he spoke up unexpectedly. Shwani? Shenyuan Ziye was clearly puzzled, as Shwani's reaction was something he did not anticipate. Shwani widened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he tightly gripped the Nichiren blade at his waist and said in a deep voice, Let me go with you. I have no talent and can't use breathing techniques. I have to work hard. Only by becoming stronger can I become a Hashira. If I don't become a Hashira, I won't be able to see my brother. Shwani said softly, lowering his head. Shenyuan understood Xianmi's intentions and smiled as he said, "All right then. Xianmi will go with me. But you must follow my instructions and cannot act on your own." Upon hearing this, Xianmi snorted coldly and agreed. Jingshang Shea blinked her blue eyes and pouted, saying, "Then I want to go too." "Shea, why do you want to go? If you all leave and leave me here alone, I don't want that." Shenyuan Ziye helplessly shook his head. "Shea, this is not a game. That's the 12 Kizuki. You should stay at headquarters." "I don't want to." Shea pouted like a child, throwing a tantrum. "I want to go out and slay demons too. If it's really the 12 Kizuki, I can contribute, right? As long as I can kill the 12 Kizuki, I can become a Hashira too." Shenyuan Ziye frowned and said, "If you go too, then no one will supervise the team members' training." This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Inoue Saya smiled with a curve in her eyes and joked, "Isn't there still Kanaihu? She can supervise the team members along with me." After saying that, Inoue Saya shook Kanaihu's arm. Kanaihu looked a bit flustered, her pretty face confused. This, Shenyuan Ziye fell into a dilemma for a moment, and the atmosphere became silent. Inoue Saya's cheeks were brushed by a refreshing smile as she happily said, "Lord Shenyuan, if you don't say anything, it means you agree. Leave the supervision of the team members to Kanaihu. She will definitely handle it well." Shenyuan Ziye couldn't refuse Inoue Saya's request, so he nodded and said, "All right. But you must follow my instructions and never act alone." "Great." Inoue Saya raised her hands in celebration. Then, Shenyuan Ziye turned to Kanaho and hesitated, saying, "Kanaho, I will leave the supervision of this training camp to you. The subsequent training will focus on helping them master total concentration breathing as quickly as possible." Kanaho obediently nodded, showing a worried expression. "Zaikoin, I will do my best, but I'm afraid I might not do well." "It's okay, Kanaho. Not every team member has that kind of talent and perseverance. If everyone did, then wouldn't everyone be a genius? Just do your best." The purpose of this training camp is to improve the overall physical fitness of the existing Demon Slayer Corps members, so they can better combat demons in the future. If there are any exceptional individuals, let me know when I return. "Okay, I understand what you're saying, Zaikoin." After giving all the instructions, Shenyuan Ziye took Saya and Jinya with him, preparing to head to Matsui Town. Chapter 86. Encountering Kibutsuji again after several days, the three arrived at Matsui Town by car. Matsui Town is a small town in Qianhu County, and although it is located in a remote area, the scenery is exceptionally beautiful, making it a fantastic tourist destination. However, at this moment, demons invaded this town, and their reckless consumption of human lives would likely not even be tolerated by the upper moons. Shenyuan Ziye deeply understands Musen's character. Musen is actually quite cowardly, despite possessing immense power. He does not recklessly devour humans because he does not want the world to know about the existence of demons. Musen only wants to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps and those who walk in the sunlight. These are his two wishes, as he yearns for eternity and immortality. Matsui Town is already desolate, and there are hardly any people to be seen. The entire town is shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. The three of them have never seen such a desolate little town. It looks like an ancient town with sparse human presence, unlike a lively town. Is there really anyone living here? Inoue Saya looked at the desolate scene before her and couldn't help but ask, her delicate cheeks twitching slightly. Shenyuan Ziye shook his head, his expression grave as he pondered. The situation is far more serious than imagined. The ghosts lurking here must be upper tier. After saying this, Shenyuan Ziye activated his ice eyes. Surveying the town, he could already confirm that upper tier ghosts were present here, and in his eyes, the world was permeated with the aura of ghosts. However, the figures of the ghosts had yet to appear. The ghosts were hiding. Shenyuan Ziye murmured instinctively. Xianmi snorted impatiently, saying, "What should we do then? It's almost night. If we wait a bit longer, they will probably come out soon." Shenyuan Ziye looked up at the already set sun and assessed, "Then let's proceed." He then took slow steps forward, preparing to investigate the town. The other two nodded in response and followed Shenyuan Ziye's footsteps, looking around. Walking on a main road, they felt an unusual tranquility, as if even a falling needle could be heard. As they passed a dead-end alley, Shenyuan Ziye's heart trembled. He witnessed a shocking scene. A strong smell of blood wafted from within. A young man, with his back to the three, was crouching on the ground, his claw-like hands gripping two bloody arms, greedily gnawing on them. The sound of crunching echoed as if he were biting through bones covered in sand and in the quiet surroundings. The noise sounded particularly clear and chilling. Shenyuan Ziye stared at the dark golden samurai sword strapped to the man's back, his light blue eyes narrowing slightly. His expression indifferent as a wave of intense anger surged within him. Kuai-Yue, have you really fallen to this state? A cold voice rang out from behind Kuai-Yue. He shuddered, fully aware of who the voice belonged to. Swallowing the chewed flesh and blood, Kuai-Yue's face twisted in a grimace as he turned around, his green pupils coldly fixed on the three approaching figures. He was the A-class team member who had turned into a demon. Kuai-Yue? Inoue Saya widened her eyes, staring at Kuai-Yue's pale face, her cheeks trembling for a moment. Xuanmi snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "That's truly disgusting." Shenyuan Ziye clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in regret. "That's right. I should have killed him directly back then. The incident in this town was caused by you, wasn't it? How many people have you eaten?" Kuai-Yue stood up, his eyes wide, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "I was wondering who it was? So it's Lord Ai's pillar. What? Are you here to lecture me? Upper Moon. 5. Jingshang She and Fushikawa Jinya felt a wave of fear wash over them as they saw the number in Kuai-Yue's eyes, and for a moment, they trembled in place. Shenyuan Ziye also saw the numbers in Kuai-Yue's pupils. His expression hardened, and he sneered, "I didn't expect that after I killed you, who? Muzin actually promoted you to the position of Upper Moon 5. It seems there really is no one left to use. Did you kill Upper Moon 5? Kuai-Yue's green pupils shrank, and a hint of fear appeared on his pale face. He knew very well the strength of the Upper Moons. Normally, even a Hashira would find it very difficult to deal with one alone. Yet Shenyuan Ziye's tone sounded so relaxed, which made Kuai-Yu feel a bit terrified. Kuai-Yu gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm, saying, "Humph, what about the ice pillar? How could you deal with an Upper Moon alone? Stop bluffing. You, a mere human, have willingly fallen to become a demon. It's truly disgusting." Inoue Saya suppressed her fear and covered her nose, spitting out the words. Kuai-Yu's forehead bulged with veins, and he snorted disdainfully, tearing his throat to shout, "Don't you have any new words? I don't care. Each and every one of the Demon Slayer Corps looks down on me. Becoming a demon means eternal life, which is exactly what I desire. You garbage should just disappear." Shenyuan Ziye lightly pushed the blade with his fingers and coldly mocked, "The one who should disappear is you. You scum. Breath of ice first form, ice tide." Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath like icy mist, his whole body shooting out like an arrow. The deep blue sun will blade danced in the air. The words Demon Slayer on the blade, particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Thunder breathing, second form, rise spirit. Kuai-Yu quickly drew his sword from behind, a fierce breath escaping from the fangs at the corners of his mouth, unleashing a flurry of 5 strikes at lightning speed. Swish, 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 swish. Shenyuan Ziye only felt a heaviness in the blade, as if it had collided with something hard. The lightning fast slash caught him off guard, and an additional slash swept across his shoulder. Shenyuan Ziye instinctively turned his body, and his shoulder was slightly grazed by the lightning-like slash, scattering a wisp of blood. Immediately after, he quickly retreated. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at his injured left shoulder, feeling a slight burning pain in his body, and disdainfully murmured, "I underestimated him a bit." Inoue Saya and Fukudaga Jinya both looked surprised. They didn't expect that the transformed demon Kaigaku could actually injure a Hashira. Inoue Saya's fair cheeks trembled slightly as she nervously said, "Could it be that he really has the strength of an Upper Moon? Ha ha ha, how about that? My blood demon art has sharpened my blade, right? Even if you're a Hashira, what can you do? I'll tear and burn your skin completely." Seeing that Shenyuan Ziye was injured by him, Kaigaku became even more boastful and began to laugh wildly. "I'm now an Upper Moon, much stronger than you Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Shenyuan Ziye's anger surged, and with a contemptuous tone, he said, "Do you really think of yourself as an upper tier? To casually bring someone up just to make up the numbers, you truly have no self-awareness. You scum, hurry up and go to hell." The god source Midnight opens the ice eye. A hint of light blue surges in the pupil. Ice breath 8th form, ice speed slash. Shenyuan Ziye's figure suddenly shot out, quickly swinging his knife, leaving behind trails of afterimages wherever he went. His speed was so fast that it could no longer be captured by the naked eye. Kuai-Yu's expression changed, and upon seeing this, he immediately unleashed his sword technique. Thunder breathing 5th form, hot thunder. Chapter 87 Upper Rank 1 Boom. Kuai-Yu executed a high-temperature, lightning-like slash towards the front, and the black thunder shot forward like a cannonball, crashing towards Shenyuan Ziye. With the ice eye activated, Shenyuan Ziye used the ability of the first realm, his eyeballs spinning back and forth. In just an instant, he saw through the incoming slash, shifting his body to evade the high-temperature lightning strike. Kuai-yu was taken aback. What? How'd he dodge that? My sword technique is faster than lightning. Swish, 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 swish. The divine sword struck out dozens of incredibly exquisite slashes like ice blades in an instant. The slashes swept across Kuai-yu's body, causing him to tense up immediately, and blood erupted from his chest. Shenyuan Ziye leaped forward again, jumping in front of Kuai-yu. What incredible speed! How'd he dodge that lightning slash? I couldn't see it at all. Is this what Hashira is like? Xianmi's gaze was fixed on Shenyuan Ziye's figure, his fierce face showing some surprise as he murmured. Inoue Saya was also somewhat dumbfounded. She couldn't see the movements of the two at all, her cheeks filled with astonishment. She opened her mouth wide, her tone filled with disbelief. Wow, Lord Shenyuan is so amazing. Kuai-yu struggled to stand up, his chest bearing several slash wounds, emanating a faint chill. The sharp, cold sensation, although this level of injury could be healed quickly for a demon, it was still unpleasant, as if he were trapped in an ice cave. Kuai-yu thought angrily, his azure eyes growing resolute. I must consume more humans to become stronger. I cannot fall here. In front of Kuai-yu, a phantom appeared. It was a demon with 6 eyes, dressed in a purple snake-patterned kimono with black patches, sporting a deep red high ponytail, and carrying a katana at its waist, the hilt covered in eyes. Kuai-yu, you must consume more humans. A swordsman who can use breathing techniques becomes a demon. Unlike others, you must also hone your sword skills. As an upper moon, you must not let me down, nor can you disappoint that esteemed person. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kokoshibo's voice was extremely heavy, the tremors and terror from his soul making one shudder. Lord Kokoshibo, I will not fail your expectations. Kuai-yu's pale face showed determination as he whispered fiercely, swinging his blade and exhaling a sharp breath. Thunder breathing, 7th form, thunderclap, and flash. Shenyuan's midnight blue eyes narrowed, revealing a look of surprise. The 7th form? Isn't thunder breathing limited to only 6 forms? Could it be that he, like Zenitsu, has created a 7th form? Whoosh, whoosh, hum. Kuai-yu swung out 2 slashes in succession, gathering the energy of black thunder. The slashes, resembling lightning, were adorned with countless small dark golden electric blades, tearing through the air and producing a sharp sonic boom. Shenyuan Ziye pressed both hands tightly against the hilt of a knife, rotated the blade horizontally, exhaling a cold breath, and shot forward with explosive speed. Breath of ice, earth form, ice dragon. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye's figure sliced through the night sky, his slash resembling an ice dragon, wildly dancing and forcefully breaking through the 2 powerful strikes. In just a breath, Shenyuan Ziye flashed to Kuai-yu's front, swinging the sunwheel blade towards Kuai-yu's neck. How is this possible? He broke my Chiji form so easily. What a joke. Am I going to have my neck chopped off? No. It can't end like this. Kuai-yu stared at the sunwheel blade, shimmering with cold light. His face changed drastically, cold sweat uncontrollably streaming down, while his heart trembled rapidly. Seeing this scene, Inoue Saya's eyes lit up, joyfully saying, Lord Shenyuan is about to chop off his neck. We're about to win. Boom! At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, interrupting Shenyuan Ziye's attack. Shenyuan Ziye's heart tightened, and the sudden sense of oppression made it difficult for him to breathe. He quickly stepped back, retreating to the side of Sha Yi and Xianmi. What's going on? Couldn't he cut off the neck? Xianmi's expression changed, and he spoke in confusion. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill his lungs, causing a slight sting. His gaze was fixed on the figure ahead, and a strong sense of fear surged in his heart, a terror that seemed to emanate from his very cells, like a wailing, evil spirit. Such a dense aura of malevolence sent chills down his spine. Another upper moon has arrived. Shenyuan Ziye whispered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As his words fell, Inoue Saya and Xiumi's hearts tightened, their eyes darting forward, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, they too felt it, the fear that came from the depths of hell, the oppressive presence of the evil spirit before them, was on a completely different level from Kaigetsu. Inoue Saya's blue eyes widened, her delicate body shook, even her breathing seemed to pause, as if her life and death were entirely in the hands of the malevolent spirit before her. Xiumi was also trembling, his heart filled with dread. This is bad. My body is completely out of control, the shivering 1T stopped. Damn it. Kaigetsu's pupils constricted, trembling as he knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, Lord Kokoshibo, why are you here? Kokoshibo stared ahead, his tone indifferent. Your swordsmanship, the precision is still lacking. Be cautious. We're about to change positions for a blood battle. Lord Kokushibo, I understand. I will definitely defeat Upper Moon 6. I won't let you down. Kaigetsu pressed his forehead to the ground, panicking. Kokushibo said nothing, merely nodded slightly, coldly addressing the front. A demon slayer? To injure you like this? Is a newcomer a Hashira? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Kaigetsu replied. He is a genius boy in the Demon Slayer Corps, Hyuka, who became a Hashira in just over a month. Hyuka? Kokushibo seemed puzzled, but the next moment he seemed to understand something, his expression returning to normal. Is he a swordsman using the breath of ice? That's right, Lord Kokushibo. Kaigetsu answered cautiously, knowing that Kokushibo's strength was on a different dimension than these Hashira. Meanwhile, Inoue Saya and Shumi also saw the numbers in the eyes of the six-eyed monster. Upper Moon, 1. Inoue Saya's blue eyes widened in fear. The Upper Moon 1? How could he come here? Shenyuan Ziye calmed down and said to Sha Yi and Xianmi in a deep voice, You two will deal with Kaiyu, and I will kill Upper Moon 1. Are you kidding? What are you talking about? Even if you were a Hashira, you can't defeat Upper Moon 1. Xianmi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking confused. Sha Yi also rebutted. Lord Shenyuan, Xianmi is right. You probably can't handle it alone. That is Upper Moon 1. Sha Yi, Xianmi, do you remember what I said when we came here? Everything must follow my instructions. I am now a Hashira, and you two will deal with Kaiyu. I will kill Upper Moon 1. Sha Yi and Xianmi looked at Shenyuan Ziye's determined expression and felt they couldn't say anything more. Lord Shenyuan, you must survive. Sha Yi said softly with tears in her eyes. Shenyuan Ziye nodded lightly in response to Sha Yi, then coldly said to Kurizetsu, Upper Moon 1, Kurizetsu, I am here to be your opponent. Chapter 88. Must when the words of Shenyuan Ziye piqued Kokushibo's interest. As a warrior, he was certainly willing to accept the challenge, especially since it was an invitation from a Hashira. Kokushibo, with a dazed expression, calmly said, It's you. You killed Upper Moon 5. And you are so young. Shenyuan Ziye remained silent, nodding in agreement. Not bad. A trained body that could push Kaiyu to the brink. If I hadn't appeared, Kaiyu would certainly have been killed. Quite interesting, but can it be a bit more enjoyable for me? Heisei-mu revealed a hint of a playful smile. Heisei-mu's 6 eyes gazed at Shenyuan Ziye, and in his eyes, he could clearly see the muscles of Shenyuan Ziye's body, the rise and fall of his lungs, as well as the flow and contraction of his blood vessels. Shenyuan Ziye jumped into the air, bringing Shay and Shwami with him, running to a more open area. Black Death Mu followed them here as well, with Kaiyu closely behind Black Death Mu. Black Death Mu is a demon who has survived since the Warring States period. In his human life, he was known as Tsujikuni Wakazumi, the brother of Tsujikuni Yurichii and the creator of the moon-breathing technique. Due to his fall into demonhood, the moon-breathing technique has been left without a successor. Shenyuan Ziye was very familiar with the evil spirit in front of him, but when he actually saw it, he still trembled uncontrollably. The sense of oppression brought by Kokushibo was unparalleled by any other Upper Moon. What is your name? Kokushibo asked coldly while looking at Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye said in a deep voice, Kurizumikage, you don't need to know my name, it doesn't matter, because I will kill you here. While speaking, Shenyuan Ziye was also thinking about how to kill Kurizumikage because in the original work, Kurizumikage would not die even if his head was cut off. He had already broken through the limits, and, in the end, he saw his own form reflected on the blade of the wind pillar, becoming grotesque. Unfortunately, his own blade was not bright enough. It seemed he would have to drag Kurizumikage until dawn. Kurizumikage looked a bit surprised. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. He grasped the katana at his waist and said, You have quite a big mouth. I wonder what your strength is? You will find out soon. After saying that, Shenyuan Ziye activated the Ice Third Realm. A blue hue surged into his pupils, and the ends of his hair were dyed with a layer of ice blue, exuding a cold aura. Kurizumikage was slightly taken aback, murmuring in an analytical tone, It seems the eyes have a special ability and the aura has changed. This feeling is quite similar to activating a pattern, but unfortunately he doesn't have any pattern designs on him. Can such a level really kill an Upper Moon? However, he doesn't seem to be affected by my pressure. His mental strength is quite good. After activating the Third Realm, Shenyuan Ziye was in excellent condition. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, rotating the blade horizontally, exhaling a breath that resembled icy mist. Breath of ice, 4th form. Ice convergence. A layer of faint cold air covered the Nichiren blade, as if a layer of ice mist was slowly flowing onto the blade. Kurizumikage exclaimed, Indeed, it is the breath of ice, a breathing style I have never seen before. Is it a derivative of the breath of water? Breath of ice. Second form, Dance of the Glacier. Shenyuan Ziye shot out in a burst, and with the enhancement of the three realms, his speed, strength, and reaction time received an unprecedented boost. Surpassed. Black Death Mu's pupils contracted for a moment, clearly shaken by Shenyuan Ziye's speed. On the other side, the battle between Kaiyu, Inosuke Saya, and Jinya also began. Jinya, can we defeat an Upper Moon? Inosuke Saya asked Jinya beside her, her cheeks showing signs of worry. Although Jinya felt a bit anxious inside, he tried his best to calm himself down, his expression serious as he murmured softly, "Even if you ask me about this, no matter what, we have to win." Before Jinya could finish, Inosuke Saya's blue eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and she said in a firm tone, "You're right. I must defeat an Upper Moon to become a Hashira." Jinya's heart seemed to be encouraged, and his trembling body came to a halt. He didn't speak, gripping the Nichiren blade at his waist with his right hand while taking out a double-barreled shotgun with his left, his eyes filled with bloodshot determination as he stared ahead. Kaiyu's chest wounds inflicted by Shenyuan Ziye had now healed, and he sneered, "With you two useless fools, you can't win against me." Breath of Snow. Fourth form, Snowfall Slash. Inosuke drew her white Nichiren blade, the hilt a light blue, resembling a snowflake. The blade emanated a cold light as she exhaled a breath of icy air. Kaiyu watched as Inosuke Saya charged at him and laughed maniacally. "What kind of breathing technique is this? I've never seen it before. It resembles an ice pillar. Are you the adopted child of the ice pillar? If so, killing you wouldn't be bad." "Ha ha ha." Inosuke Saya said nothing. She executed her sword technique, swiftly unleashing 3 slashes toward Kaiyu. Breath of Thunder. Third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Bang! Kaiyu swung his blade, spinning rapidly, and the slashes he unleashed were cloaked in black lightning, withstanding the 3 strikes. "Damn it! So fast, I can't even see it. How am I supposed to hit him like this?" Jinya's expression was grave as he tightened his grip on the shotgun, continuously aiming but unable to pull the trigger. Breath of Thunder. Fourth form, Distant Thunder. Kaiyu exhaled a sharp breath, quickly changing his stance, charging forward with lightning-like speed, swinging his katana at Inosuke Saya. Inosuke Saya's body trembled. Kaiyu's speed was even faster than lightning, and she couldn't react in time, instinctively raising her blade to defend. Ding! The dark golden blade collided with the white Nichiren blade, producing a piercing sound of impact. Inosuke Saya's arm was grazed by the lightning-like slash for a moment. Her cloak shredded, and her pure, delicate arm burst with blood. She stepped back, covering her bleeding arm with a furrowed brow. "How does it feel? You can feel the pain now, right? Remember my power with your eyes and flesh. I'll kill you all and report back to Lord Black Death Mu," Kaiyu said, looking at the injured Inosuke Saya with a wild grin. Inosuke Saya endured the burning pain in her body and hurriedly said, "Jinya, you have to make your move. I'm afraid I can't sever his neck with just my strength." Jinya seemed even more anxious than Saya, tearing his throat to growl. "Can't you see? I'm looking for an opportunity. You can't use breathing techniques. How can you defeat an Upper Moon?" Inosuke Saya blinked her blue eyes and suddenly asked. She had known for a long time that Jinya couldn't use breathing techniques. But what she didn't understand was why a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who couldn't use breathing would be taken in as an adopted child by the Stone Hashira. Inosuke Saya thought there was only one possibility. Jinya possessed extraordinary talent, a killing ability that no swordsman who could use breathing techniques had. Jinya didn't answer Inosuke Saya's question. He raised his wrist, aimed at Kaiyu, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Jinya fired 2 bullets toward Kaiyu. Kaiyu didn't take it seriously. He simply raised his hand, and the 2 bullets embedded themselves into his arm. "This is a bullet?" Kaiyu showed a puzzled expression, snorting coldly. "Such things are useless against me." After saying that, Kaiyu saw Jinya charging toward him, still holding the Nichiren blade. Is this guy crazy? Kaiyu realized Jinya wasn't using breathing techniques, his pale face showing disdain as he thought. Is he here to die? Then I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 89. The Power of Black Death Mu Breath of Thunder, Second Form. Rice Spirit. Kaiyu exhaled a sharp breath, his hands tightly gripping the hilt, swinging his katana to unleash 5 consecutive strikes. Swish, swish, swish. Jinya did not evade. He simply swung his Nichiren blade with all his strength toward Kaiyu. Inosuke Saya's pretty face was shocked, her expression dazed. She couldn't understand what Jinya was trying to do. For a swordsman who couldn't use breathing techniques, this behavior was equivalent to seeking death. As expected, Jinya's body was covered in numerous slashes, blood splattering everywhere. But he charged forward recklessly, managing to injure Kaiyu's arm with his blade. Kaiyu was puzzled by his actions and, for a moment, underestimated him, neglecting his defense, which resulted in Jinya's Nichiren blade grazing his arm and causing a slight cut, blood splattering. Such a powerless attack is useless against a demon. Jinya held onto a small piece of Kaiyu's flesh, his expression turning ferocious. Kaiyu was stunned, staring at the piece of flesh, surprised. When did he? The next moment, Jinya's actions shocked both of them. Jinya opened his mouth and swallowed Kaiyu's bloodied flesh. He ate it. Kaiyu was in shock, unable to believe what was happening before him. Inoue Saya covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she closely watched the scene. In an instant, Jinya's face became ferocious, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes turning hollow, fangs growing from his mouth, drooling. Kaiyu, witnessing this, was also bewildered, his green eyes wide as he exclaimed, "He ate the flesh of a demon. And he can still live? Moreover, he looks like he's transforming into a demon." Jinya, wielding the Nichiren blade, leaped into the air, his speed and explosive power elevated to a new level, instantly landing beside Kaiyu. The speed has become so fast. Kaiyu's heart jolted, but he quickly calmed down, retreating to avoid Jinya's attack. Breath of Thunder, second form, Rice Spirit. Kaye, holding his katana, unleashed 5 consecutive strikes, sweeping across Jinya's body. So what if he has the physique of a demon? Such attacks are utterly meaningless. Kaiyu continued to speak with a mocking tone. What? The next moment, Kaiyu looked at Jinya in shock. Jinya did not choose to evade. He braved Kaiyu's attacks, blood splattering from his chest and shoulder. Yet he still thrust his blade deep into Kaiyu's abdomen. Kaiyu gritted his teeth, saying, "This guy, his strength has suddenly multiplied, and he has abandoned defense. Does he not care about his life?" Inoue Saya's gaze sharpened as she quickly drew her blade, exhaling a breath of icy air, her form shooting out like a flying swallow. Breath of Snow. Sixth form. Endless snow falling from sky. The white sun-wheel knife sliced through the night sky as Inoue Saya jumped high, her pleated skirt billowing in the wind. She gripped the hilt tightly and executed 3 slashes, resembling the shape of snowflakes. Kayama looked in astonishment at Inoue Saya charging towards him, forcing himself to break free from Kayama's restraints, his face filled with rage. "Damn it, he escaped," Jinya shouted in a low, furious voice. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 slashes swept past Kayama, grazing his shoulder and causing blood to splatter. Kayama was infuriated and roared. "How could I be suppressed by these 2 useless fools?" Thunder breathing, 6th form, Thunderclap. Suddenly, Kayama swung his blade rapidly, releasing countless lightning-like slashes in all directions. Inoue Saya and Jinya's pupils constricted, their expressions changing drastically. Meanwhile, Kokoshibo was dodging the attacks from Shinazugawa Michikatsu while carefully observing. If it were merely derivatives of the 5 major breathings, it wouldn't be a threat at all. Under the continuous assaults, Kokoshibo did not draw his sword, merely sidestepping the attacks, his expression gradually relaxing, even carrying a hint of disdain. Shenyuan Ziye could see what Kokoshibo was thinking. If he underestimated himself too much, he would pay the price. Ice breathing, 7th form, for directions illusion. Buzz. Suddenly, Shenyuan Ziye's figure transformed into a faint cold mist, gradually disappearing like fog. Kokoshibo's expression remained unchanged as he muttered to himself, "Such small tricks are meaningless." At the same time he spoke, 4 figures rushed towards Kokoshibo from 4 directions. Kokoshibo's expression became serious as he drew his katana, its blade and hilt covered in eyeballs. Moon breathing, 5th form, Moon Spirit Disaster Vortex. Kokoshibo exhaled a breath as tranquil as moonlight. He did not swing his sword, only turning the blade horizontally. Bang! Suddenly, a massive vortex of blade wind erupted around Kokoshibo, accompanied by countless small moon blades sweeping outward. The 4 figures of Shenyuan Ziye shattered upon touching the moon blades, turning into ice shards that scattered in the air. They were all illusions. Then, Kokoshibo slightly turned his eyes as if locking onto something, and quickly swung his sword. Moon breathing, 1st form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Whoosh! This slash was incredibly fast, accompanied by many round moon blades, descending upon Shenyuan Ziye. Even Shenyuan Ziye, at the 3rd realm, was caught off guard and instinctively raised his defense. Bang! That was the sound of blade collision. Shenyuan Ziye staggered back a few steps. He blocked the slash and avoided the numerous moon blades, but his hand holding the sword trembled violently. He saw through my attack's trajectory? Shenyuan Ziye wondered internally, then quickly realized he had almost forgotten. He had already stepped into the transparent world. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Kokushibo spoke in an appreciative tone. Good reaction time. So young, yet with such refined sword skills. Can one reach this level without activating the patterns? This generation of Hashira seems to be quite strong. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled evenly in the midnight, launching another attack. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Ice Speed Slash. Swish, 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 swish. Shenyuan Ziye swiftly swung his knife, unleashing dozens of slashes like ice blades at an incredible speed that was almost imperceptible. As long as he could injure him, that would be enough. The sun wheel blade, imbued with ice, could freeze his wounds and slow down his regeneration. First, he would cut off his head, then deal with the rest. Shenyuan Ziye analyzed silently, constantly encouraging himself inwardly. Kokushibo's 6 eyes narrowed, and he exhaled a serene breath, concentrating on a rapid series of slashes. His strikes accompanied by countless crescent moon blades. Moon breathing, 5th form, long night solitary moon, no interval. Shenyuan Ziye was greatly shocked, but it was still ineffective. No matter how fast he executed his slashes, he had completely seen through my attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blade swung by Kurazumi Mu instantly shattered the dozens of slashes that resembled ice blades, and the accompanying moon blade swept across Shenyuan Ziye's left shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Shenyuan Ziye endured the pain, supporting his left shoulder, and gritted his teeth, saying, Kokushibo hasn't used his full power yet. Can I defeat him? Kokushibo did not give Shenyuan Ziye a chance to catch his breath, continuously breathing evenly. Moon breathing, 3rd form, waning moon, erosion. Chapter 90. The power born from desperation. Swish, swish, swish. Kokushibo rotated the blade horizontally, and, at the edge of the blade, accompanied by crescent moon blades, he then unleashed a series of slashes, releasing 2 giant crescent-shaped wind blades. The edges of the 2 wind blades simultaneously sprouted countless large and small crescent moon blades. Since long-range attacks were ineffective, let's try close combat. The divine source's midnight, I emitted a blue light, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly. The blade pointed upwards. With a forceful push of his feet, he charged forward like a cannonball. Breath of Ice, landform, Ice Dragon. The blue solar blade swayed in the air, striking like an ice dragon, rushing in with full force. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye first shattered the 2 giant wind blades, but the numerous small wind blades attached to them managed to cut into his shoulders, leaving him with blood blooming from both sides. Shenyuan Ziye gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder and continued to unleash slashes. Was this kind of attack seeking death? Hakuji was somewhat puzzled, but quickly swung out his blade. Moon breathing, 2nd form, jewel flower playing with the moon. Whoosh! Hakuji turned his body and instantly released 2 gusts of blade wind, each still accompanied by countless small, round moon blades. Ice breathing, 4th form, gathering of ice. The divine source's midnight blade turned. A strong chill surged along the blade, while a cold breath flowed from its mouth. The ice dragon-like slash pierced through the 2 blade winds. Divine Source's midnight's eyes brightened as he twisted his body, using the momentum brought by the ice dragon to chop off Kokushibo's arm with a single strike. Whoosh! Under Kokushibo's surprised gaze, his arm flew into the air. Shenyuan Ziye turned around and steadied himself, his body covered in scars left by the crescent moon blade, his shoulders still oozing blood. He needed to stop the bleeding. Using his breath, Shenyuan Ziye's complexion was slightly pale as he spoke while using his breathing technique. Black Death Mu was astonished and said, You actually managed to cut me. How did you do that? Is it the ability of those eyes? This guy seems to have a special ability, but the severed parts will regenerate immediately. Your attacks are meaningless. How tragic, human. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath, exhaling an icy mist, and once again unleashed his sword technique. Ice Breath 9th form, Ice Blowing Blade. He gripped the sunwheel blade tightly and swung downwards, the strike resembling countless large ice blades, covering an extremely wide area, aimed at Kikuchi Mu. No! Regeneration. Kikuchi Mu's 6 eyes widened as he looked at the wound on his severed arm, where a faint chill was gathering. The regeneration has slowed down. Before he could counterattack, he couldn't use his sword technique. Elsewhere, Kaiyue's landform was fully unleashed upon the 2. Inosuke's uniform was torn apart on both sides, exposing her two pure white arms, which were covered in blood streaks. The burning pain made it hard for her to move, and she crouched down on the ground. Meanwhile, Shwani was also half kneeling, gasping for breath, his body covered in burn marks from lightning-like slashes. He angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, how can I control this guy? Don't give up. Shwani, the next strike, one more time, you can definitely cut off his neck." A clear yet exhausted voice came from behind him. Shwani asked uncertainly, "Hey, can you still move?" "I'm not, hey, I'm Saya," Inosuke said in a delicate voice. Despite being covered in wounds, she still exuded a cute aura. Shwani frowned in thought and whispered, "We don't need to worry about that during battle. Dealing with the enemy in front of us is the most important. How can we cut off his neck?" Inosuke blinked her blue eyes and pondered. "If you ask me, I can't think of anything right now. You two really have hard lives." Kaiwe swung his katana, tearing his throat to shout, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Fine. Then let me use you to sharpen my new sword form." After saying that, Kaiwe exhaled a sharp breath, swinging his katana to unleash two lightning-like slashes, each strike imbued with countless small electric blades, the momentum fierce, as if tearing through the air. "I will block this attack. You find a way to cut off his neck." Shwani, fully aware of the power of this strike, left behind a heavy sentence. He gripped the sunwheel blade and charged headlong towards Kaiwe. "Shwani," Inosuke exclaimed. Kaiwe's smile grew more arrogant. "Since you want to seek death, don't blame me." Swish, swish, swish. Shwani's speed couldn't keep up with Kaiwe's sword strikes. Those two lightning-shaped slashes pierced through his body without exception. Shwani's shoulder, arm, and leg were all cut, blood splattering. He fell to the ground, the blood staining the ground, as if he had lost all vitality. Inosuke's mind went blank as she stared at this scene, tears welling in her eyes. Memories flooded her mind. Inosuke was born in a remote village. Both of her parents were hunters. When she was 10, while out, her parents were killed by demons. By the time Inosuke returned home, all that was left were pieces of corpses and a partially intact head. Seeing the scene, Inosuke broke down and cried. However, the demons did not go far. In the dead of night, they returned, revealing sharp fangs. Unexpectedly, there were still fish that slipped through the net. "Stop making noise." The demon first showed a greedy smile. Then its expression changed, roaring. Inosuke's cheeks were in pain as she cried harder, her cries mixed with regret. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The demon coldly stared at Inosuke and said disdainfully, "You hunters are worthless. It doesn't matter if you live or die. You might as well let me eat you. Speaking of which, you still have some value." Hatred fills people with strength. Even the weakest human, in times of crisis, if filled with extreme hatred, can unleash extraordinary power. Even the demon did not expect that in just a moment, Inosuke stopped crying. She picked up a hatchet and rushed towards the demon at incredible speed. Power surged as tears fell from the corners of her eyes, the hatchet never stopping. With one strike, she sent the demon flying outside the house, using an extraordinary force to shatter its body until dawn. The demon was pinned to the ground by the somewhat rusty hatchet, its face filled with astonishment, until it finally turned to dust and vanished. "That's right, my parents died at the hands of demons. I will not let my companions leave me again." Inosuke gazed at the broken Shwani, her light blue eyes shining with a faint glow. She drew the sunwheel blade and exhaled a deep breath of icy air. Snow breath, 7th form, frost, snow, condensation, slash. Inosuke moved with agile steps, her fair hands pressed against the hilt, the blade covered with a layer of faint white mist. Her speed was incredible, instantly slashing off Kaiwe's arm. Even Kaiwe's neck was cut open, blood splattering as he looked incredulously at that graceful figure. "So fast, I can't see clearly. How could this be? She should be feeling burning pain right now. There's no way she could make such a move." Kaiwe's green eyes suddenly shrank, staring blankly at that cute, translucent face, questioning, What is happening? What is that mark on the girl's face? Did it suddenly appear?" Chapter 91. The transparent world on the other side. Shenyuan Ziye's attack also hit Kikuchi Mu. Clap, clap, clap. Countless ice blades pierced through Kikuchi Mu's body, and his kimono was completely torn apart, revealing a muscular physique. At this moment, Kikuchi Mu's severed arm had already regrown. Feeling the cold pain in his chest, Kikuchi Mu spoke in a teasing tone. "It's not an ordinary slash, is it? It actually made my whole body tremble, involuntarily shaking. I underestimated you. This is really interesting." Immediately after, Kikuchi Mu turned his weapon sideways. his 6 eyes reflecting sharp glints, as the long katana, covered with eyes, suddenly sprouted 3 long blades from its side, and the blade itself lengthened considerably. Are you finally getting serious? Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself, while also using breathing techniques to stop the bleeding. But you are ultimately human. How long can this fragile body hold on? Kikuchi Mu gripped the bizarre sword with both hands, looking at Shenyuan Ziye's slightly pale face, coldly asking. Shenyuan Ziye raised the sun-wheel knife with both hands, grinning and revealing a smile of absolute victory, determined to keep going until he severed your neck, until dawn. Kurwashirmu exhaled a faint breath, thinking to himself, this kid, though not very old, his strength among the pillars of this generation is likely top tier. An undeniable fact. I have to take this seriously. Just as Kurwashirmu was about to launch the next wave of attacks, blue light flowed in Shenyuan Ziye's pupils, and he suddenly spoke. Kurwashirmu, even though you have lived for hundreds of years, as long as you are a demon, I will slay you. If your head grows back, I will sever it again until your body dissipates. Upper Moon 1, I am certain to kill you. Kurwashirmu was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, your confidence is strong, but unfortunately, you can't do it. Considering your swordsmanship, if you admit defeat now, I can turn you into a demon to serve that esteemed person. You have that qualification. What did you say? Shenyuan Ziye's expression changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead, emanating a cold, fighting spirit. What's wrong with becoming a demon? The lifespan of humans is ultimately limited. Once you become a demon, both your body and skills can be preserved forever. Kurwashirmu, seeing Shenyuan Ziye's intense reaction, questioned in confusion. Shenyuan Ziye's expression suddenly darkened, and he spoke in an extremely angry tone. What are you talking about? How could a human become a ghost? Heiji Mu continued without changing his expression. The ultimate techniques forged through countless trials will eventually disappear from the world. Don't you think that's lamentable? Why can't you understand? It's truly foolish. How can I understand? Shenyuan Ziye retorted angrily. As a human, how could one give up the dignity of being human and become a monster like you? How many people have you consumed to have such a lowly mindset? Just to surpass that person, you would forsake your humanity, ally with Musen, and even kill the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Your crimes deserve punishment. As his words fell, Heijimu's expression was one of astonishment. He never expected that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old boy would know so much, appearing to understand him very well. What else do you know? Heijimu's pale face twitched slightly, unable to help but ask. Shenyuan Ziye waved the sunwheel blade and sneered. No matter how many years you live in this world, you will never surpass that person, the one who has garnered the affection of all the gods. It's a pity that I don't know the breath of the sun, otherwise. Before the words were finished, the blade of Kokushibo had already descended before Shenyuan Ziye. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye subconsciously raised his blade to block, the tremendous impact forcing him to step back a few paces. Moon breathing, 7th form, eerie mirror, moon reflection. Ice breathing, 8th form, ice speed slash. Kokushibo stepped back, swinging his abnormal blade, unleashing 5 powerful cutting strikes that swept towards him along the ground. Shenyuan Ziye could only unleash the 8th form, which was his fastest sword style. Dozens of ice blade-like slashes swept across the few cutting-type strikes, colliding with each other and shattering the sword techniques. Bang, bang, bang. Breath of ice, 9th form, ice blowing blade. Shenyuan Ziye's breath flowed like icy mist by his lips as he swung his blade once more, unleashing countless ice blade-like slashes towards Kokushibo. The air around them was condensed into ice shards, almost swallowing everything. Kokushibo exhaled evenly, gripping the handle of his sword tightly, channeling all his strength to perform a horizontal slash, the strike accompanied by a massive blade wind, and above the blade wind, countless crescent blades danced. Boom! Bang! The crescent-like slash instantly shattered a large area of ice blades, and a violent explosion echoed at that moment. Is this move ineffective as well? Shenyuan Ziye stared in astonishment at this scene. He had barely managed to block the attack. But Kokushibo did not give him a moment's respite. As soon as he struck, it was a series of relentless attacks. Moon breathing, 9th form, descending moon, continuous slash. Kokushibo swung his sword again, executing a series of chaotic and interwoven formless slashes in the air, unleashing multiple intersecting blade winds, which were also filled with countless small crescent blades. Shenyuan Ziye looked at the vast expanse of blade winds, his expression changing dramatically. He had never seen such a wide range of slashing attacks. What a domineering technique. Is this the breath of the moon? Shenyuan Ziye stared at the incoming wave of blade winds with a serious expression. There was simply no way to dodge in this position. The range of the attack had covered the entire area, and he could only brace himself to take it head-on. Ice Breath. Ninth form. Ice Blade. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a cold breath, wielding the blue sunwheel blade. Countless ice blades slashed through the air. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of ice blades collided against the blade wind, shattering completely, but they also softened the impact of Kurizetsu's attack, leaving a few blade winds sweeping past Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye's injured shoulder once again burst open with blood, and the outer sides of his legs were also swept by the blade's wind, causing blood to flow incessantly. He gripped his knife to support himself on the ground, gasping heavily for breath, his blue light in his eyes gradually dimming as he maintained his ice gaze and activated the three realms of battle, which consumed most of his stamina. Coupled with his injuries, he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He still hadn't lost consciousness? This was unexpected. After a brief moment of surprise, Kokushibo calmed down again and looked up at the dim sky, which seemed to show signs of brightness soon. But it didn't matter. He could defeat him before dawn. Moon breathing, 10th form, piercing moon slash Luoyu. Kokushibo continued to swing his sword, unleashing three giant crescent-shaped sword chi that rotated and advanced, accompanied by countless small crescent blades. The attack range of this sword chi was extremely wide, tearing through the air and producing a violent sonic boom. Shenyuan Ziye leaped forward, wielding his knife, with blue light reigniting in his pupils. The icy blue at the tips of his hair surged like spring water, and in just a few breaths, all of his black medium-length hair was dyed icy blue. Everything before him gradually became clearer. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye dodged the wide-ranging crescent moon sword energy. Although his shoulders and legs were swept by the crescent blade, his steps did not falter as he jumped in front of Heisimu. How is this possible? Heisimu was shocked, realizing that he had barely evaded my attack, and his speed had also increased. Heisimu fixed his gaze on the pair of eyes glowing with blue light, wondering, could it be that these eyes can see the world that I see? Chapter 92, Divine Technique, Breath of Ice, Type 10, 10,000 ice to the sky. Shenyuan Ziye tightly gripped the knife handle with both hands, concentrating all his strength on one point. The blade turned horizontally, swinging from bottom to top, and he struck down. Cut it. Cut off his neck. This blow must sever it. I, in this state of battle after opening the fourth realm, cannot maintain it for much longer. Shenyuan Ziye was constantly shouting in his heart. Kurizetsumu stared intently at the deep blue sunwheel knife, which struck at an extremely fast speed. If it weren't for the opening of the transparent world, he wouldn't have been able to react at all. It doesn't matter. I can see it just the same. At this distance, it's impossible to cut my neck. Kurizetsumu pondered in his heart. Swish! Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the handle of the knife, and with a twist of the blade, the trajectory of the sunwheel knife suddenly changed. The originally upward arc slash transformed instantly into a sideways cleave. Black Death Mu misjudged the situation and failed to react in time, as the sunwheel knife embedded itself into his neck and swept across. In an instant, blood gushed out like a waterfall. What is happening? Could it be? I understand now. He manipulated the circulation of his own blood, the flow of his blood vessels, changing tactics at a critical moment, tricking my eyes. This is truly unexpected. Black Deathmu used all his strength to step back, clutching his bleeding neck with both hands to keep his head from falling off. If he didn't support his neck, it seemed his head would surely drop off. Shenyuan Ziye regretted and said, "Is it too shallow? I couldn't cut off his neck? Damn it. Why is it just this little bit away? Just a little bit." He looked fiercely at the boy in front of him, gritting his teeth and said, "This feeling, it's been 400 years since I last encountered it. It reminds me of that night, a night of the red moon. That was a day 400 years ago when I witnessed something unbelievable. The figure of my old and frail brother appeared before me. Sukuna Yurichi, my twin brother, after more than 60 years apart. As a human, Yurichi is now over 80. This is impossible. Why are you still alive?" I was filled with confusion, more so with surprise. Everyone dies before the age of 25. Why you? Why only you? Tears of sadness streamed down Yurichi's aged face as he murmured, "How sad it is, dear brother. I couldn't believe that I was being pitted by this old and ugly being who was once my brother, and yet I felt no anger. Clearly, he was that bothersome brother from 60 years ago. That call of dear brother was unusually hoarse, and even the slightest emotional fluctuation was never shown by my brother. Yet now he shed tears before me. making me feel a hint of sorrow for the first time in my life. I was confused by my unexpected wavering. My blood relative from my human days, this frail body, the old man in his prime, could not be left alive. As long as he hunts demons and confronts me with blades, I must sever him in two. However, this strange sadness vanished in an instant. Boom! Yurichi assumed his stance, exuding an aura with no flaws. The air grew heavy with pressure. Swish! A lightning-fast strike. My neck was cut, nearly severed. If I hadn't supported it with my hand, it would have certainly fallen. With his decaying body, the skill he displayed had the same speed and power as in his prime. Why is it always you? Why only you? You have always been special. As a bearer of the marks, you can escape death. Only you transcend the common sense of the world. Born to gather the favor of the gods. I hate you. I want to kill you. Yet I can be certain that your next strike will separate my head from my body. Even that Master S sword technique, capable of forcing me into a desperate situation, is aptly named the divine technique. Frustration and a sense of defeat nearly shatter my insides. But ultimately, Yurichi did not unleash the next strike. He just stood there, meeting his end. Black Death Mu awoke from his memories, glaring at Shenyuan Ziye with a grimace, his head shaking continuously, revealing all his fangs. Dawn gradually approached, a ray of sunlight slightly peeking out from the east. I chose to become this ugly appearance to achieve eternal victory. I will never lose. Moon Breath 14th form fierce, transformation heavenly, full moon. Black Death Mu supported his neck with one hand, wielding a massive, abnormal blade with the other, releasing countless gigantic crescent-shaped wind blades, accompanied by numerous full moon blades, the range so vast it almost covered everything. Shenyuan Ziye, in the state of the Four Realms, desperately searched for the weaknesses in Black Death Mu's techniques, trying to evade this attack. Just hold on a little longer. The sun is about to rise. Just hold on a little longer. Shenyuan Ziye kept encouraging himself, and he also noticed the faint morning light. However, Kokushibo was relentlessly attacking, seemingly indifferent to this weak sunlight. Breath of Ice, 9th form, Ice Blade. Bang bang bang. Shenyuan Ziye braved the attacks of Kokushibo, but the range of Kokushibo's sword-type attacks was too vast, and using only ice to blow the blades was not enough to completely shatter them. He was struck all over by Kokushibo's attacks, and despite the blood splattering, Shenyuan Ziye continued to withstand the terrifying wind blades. In the next moment, he saw through everything. He perceived Kokushibo's attacks and the flow of blood vessels within Kokushibo's body. Taking advantage of the gap, he flashed in front of Kokushibo once more. The blue Nichiren blade was also poised at Kokushibo's neck, which was on the verge of falling. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Kokushibo's pale face changed drastically, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Kokushibo, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Come back quickly. At that moment, Musen's heavy voice echoed in Kokushibo's mind. Kokushibo instantly froze, as if realizing something, and with all his strength, he retreated toward the shadows. Shenyuan Ziye also noticed the actions of Kurozumikage, and he shouted inwardly that it was not good, quickly chasing in the direction of Kurozumikage. On the other side, the battle between Inoue Saya and Kaigaku was in full swing. Kaigaku also noticed the faint morning light, and a burning sensation came from his back. The sun is about to rise. I must quickly deal with this guy, damn it. Why does this girl's movements seem to have suddenly changed? Snow breathing, 6th form, raging snow in the sky. At this moment, Inoue Saya was running swiftly, continuously exhaling evenly, and a light white snowflake pattern appeared on the side of her fair and lovely cheek. She activated her markings. Swish, swish, swish. With actions beyond common sense, Inoue Saya unleashed 4 snowflake-like slashes, so fast that they were slicing through Kaigaku's body. Kaigaku's face twisted in a grimace, a surge of fear rising in his heart. He understood that he could not fall here. He must hurry to finish this. Kaigaku was flustered, his moves becoming chaotic, and the burning sensation from his back grew stronger. Boom! In that instant, the auras of Kurozumikage and Kaigaku suddenly disappeared. Chapter 93. Escape. Shenyuan Ziye was stunned for a moment, kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the floor, his expression wooden. How could this happen? It was just a little bit away from defeating him. Shenyuan Ziye was unwilling to let out a long howl to the sky. He understood that if he could kill the Upper Moon One, not only would Musen's forces be weakened by more than half, but the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps would also greatly increase. But it was just a little bit short. He shared the same fate as Yuan Yi, having gone through similar experiences. Prolonged use of the powers of the third and fourth forms had nearly exhausted him. He could no longer hold on and lay flat on the ground, his eyes losing focus, falling into a fatigued sleep. As his eyelids closed, he looked at the pale sky, where the sun was gradually rising. On the other side, Inoue Saya also trembled, stopping in her tracks. The aura of Kaigetsu had already vanished, and she wore a bewildered expression, her blue eyes filled with shock. Muttering just a few words. He escaped? How did that happen? Infinite City. Narumi was kneeling on the ground, holding a familiar pipa, her long black hair covering her eyes. Muzan stood directly in front of Narumi, wearing a white shirt beneath his black cloak, with a serious expression, his plum-red eyes fixed intently downward. Below stood Kokushibo and Kaigetsu. Kokushibo's expression was stiff, his upper body bare. The irregular blade in his hand had reverted to its original form. Although his muscular injuries had completely healed, they still emanated a faint chill. A remnant of the sword form left by Shenyuan Ziye. Feeling the coldness emanating from his chest, Kokushibo gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort. Unable to understand why the pain from that sword form lingered so long, much like the scars left by Yuan Eon Muzan. Kaigetsu, on the other hand, looked disheveled and exhausted. Inoue Saya's sword form had also been imbued with frost, while his injuries could recover in an instant. The sting of the icy sensation was deeply etched in his chest. Kaigetsu glanced at Kokushibo, his expression momentarily dazed. He had never seen Kokushibo looking so disheveled, even exceeding his own state. Kokushibo, how many Hashira have you killed? Muzan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cold and piercing. Kokushibo maintained a calm demeanor, stating lightly, countless. Then why didn't you kill him? The veins on Muzan's forehead bulged, anger filling his heart, and his expression darkened significantly, casting a sinister atmosphere over the entire Infinite City. Not only that, you almost had your neck cut off. If it weren't for Narumi, I would never have heard of a swordsman who has lived for hundreds of years actually losing to such a small demon. Kokushibo, as the Upper Moon one, you have fallen. This generation of Hashira can still fight back against you, even surpassing you, the starting breath swordsman. Muzan's words were like sharp blades, constantly stabbing into Kokushibo's heart. Kaigetsu beside him looked astonished, his mouth slightly agape, unable to believe everything Muzan said was true. Lord Kokushibo actually lost to the Ice Hashira? How? Is that possible? Kaigetsu muttered in disbelief. Kokushibo's expression turned grave, his voice solemn and dignified, with nothing to say to his subordinate. That swordsman is no small fry. He knows quite a bit about me. One after another, they are of no use. And even the Upper Moon one has been defeated. My mood is extremely displeased. Muzan covered his forehead with his hand, blocking the bulging veins. His voice filled with boundless rage. Kaigetsu suddenly slammed his head against the ground, pleading, Lord Muzan, I beg you for mercy. We were just careless for a moment. Careless for a moment? Muzan's expression was extremely disdainful, his plum-red pupils looking down on Kaigetsu. How dare you say that? Suddenly, a gash opened in Kaigetsu's chest, and bright red blood gushed out, blood also oozing from his mouth and nose. No, Lord Muzan. Kaigetsu knelt down, his head bowed, his voice trembling with pain. Muzan suddenly thought of something and coldly questioned, and it seems giving you the Upper Moon position was a bit excessive, being suppressed by an ordinary human who isn't even a Hashira. Truly the shame of Upper Moon. At this point, Muzan raised his right hand, emanating a chilling aura, as if about to strip away the numbers in Kaigetsu's eyes. Seeing this scene, Kaigetsu endured the pain, spitting blood, and hurriedly explained, No. Lord Muzan, give me another chance. I beg you for mercy. I won't let you down. Also, I haven't participated in the blood battle for position yet. Muzan's expression changed slightly. He had also thought of this, then lowered his hand, angrily whispering, You better give it your all. Lord Muzan, thank you. I definitely will. I will never let you down again. Kaigetsu knelt and bowed his head several times, his anxious heart finally calming down. Narumi, I owe you this time. It's good to have you. Lord Muzan, I'm honored to receive your praise. Muzan's expression returned to calm, his eyes narrowing slightly, leaving behind a faint remark. Always pay attention to the movements of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do not let your guard down. Those annoying demon hunters will eventually be completely exterminated. Narumi bowed her head respectfully and replied, Yes, Lord Muzan. Lord Muzan, from now on, I will dedicate myself and will not disappoint your expectations. Such a situation will never happen again. Kokushibo suddenly spoke up, his tone firm, realizing the gravity of the battle. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Kaigetsu hurriedly followed Kokoshibo's words and continued. Lord Muzan, I feel the same. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps will be completely wiped out from now on. As the words fell, Muzan revealed a nonchalant expression, disdain evident in his plum-red eyes. His voice even more indifferent. That's enough. I have no expectations of you all. I feel deeply disappointed from the bottom of my heart. Let be as it may. As demons, you're not even as good as humans. How should I say you all? Saying this, Muzan revealed a sickly smile. Infinite City suddenly fell silent. The other three dared not utter another word. Inoue Saya rushed to Juma's side. Lying on the ground, crying, Juma, I'm sorry. If I could have become strong sooner, you would. Soda. Juma, so noisy. Has that upper moon been dealt with? Juma rubbed his ears and sat up. Although blood flowed all over his body, his consciousness remained clear, his eyes bloodshot. Inoue Saya froze for a moment, tears flowing from her pupils, her pretty face showing a moment of confusion. Then she came to her senses, extending her fair arms to embrace the bleeding Juma tightly. Juma, you're still alive? That's great. Kaigetsu escaped. He got away. As she spoke, Saya cried loudly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Juma's originally fierce face suddenly turned red, the scent of the girl wafting into his nostrils, feeling the warm, soft body. He trembled involuntarily. Hey, don't be so close to me, Juma said softly, his cheeks burning. Inoue hurriedly let go of Juma upon hearing this, stopping her tears, her tone filled with guilt. Sorry, your injuries are serious. Did I hurt you? I didn't expect you to be so seriously injured and still alive. It's simply unbelievable. Inoue Saya's originally sorrowful cheeks regained their calmness. The tears had dried, and she looked relieved. Jinya endured the pain and gritted his teeth, saying, I won't die for a while. You should go check on how the ice pillar is doing. Chapter 94. Blood Battle in a Different Position. Part 1. You're right. I almost forgot. Lord Shinin is still fighting Upper Moon 1. Inoue Saya's expression changed as she stood up and looked worriedly at Jinya. Are you really okay? Jinya, hold on a bit longer. I just saw Kurigane. The members of the Hidden Corps should be arriving soon. Jinya, with a pale face and cold sweat streaming down, urged. It's so annoying, just go already. Although Inoue Saya appeared worried, she bit her lip and ran towards Shininshia's direction. Still couldn't kill it. Just how strong is Upper Moon? Jinya lay flat on the ground, blood staining the area, murmuring unwillingly. Lord Shinin, are you okay? Inoue Saya hurriedly walked, looking at Shininshia's haggard face and tightly closed eyes, her heart racing. Lord Shinin? Inoue Saya pressed her ear against Shininshia's chest and heard a heartbeat. Lord Shinin is still alive. Is it, Saya? Shininshia opened his eyes groggily and saw Saya's disheveled hair and pale cheeks, murmuring. Inoue Saya shed tears of joy, grasped Shininshia's arm, and excitedly said, That's great. You're still alive. Shenyuan Ziye murmured softly, You're still alive? It's so good that you're okay. Let's wait for the people from headquarters to come. You. What about the snowflake on your face? This is. As he spoke, Shenyuan Ziye looked at Inoue Saya's cheek, where a faint white snowflake appeared. His pupils suddenly constricted, and for a moment, his heart trembled violently. He wasn't mistaken. That was a pattern. Anyone who awakened the pattern would, without exception, die before the age of 25. Thinking of this, a look of sorrow appeared on Shenyuan Ziye's face. He felt regret for Inoue Saya. I don't know what this is either. During my battle with Huiwe, this pattern suddenly appeared on my face. My body became very hot, but my condition was exceptionally good. My movements were much faster than usual, and my strength kept surging. Inoue Saya reached out her finger to stroke her delicate chin, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face as she spoke to herself. Shenyuan Ziye gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. In this generation, was it Sayaka who first awakened the patterns? And what about Kokoshibo and Kaigaku? Were they transported to Infinity City? After that, members of the Hidden Corps arrived at the scene, quickly tending to the injuries and safely returning the three to headquarters. A few days later, Infinity City. Muzan stood high above, looking down at a few individuals below. Today was the day of the position exchange blood battle, and Muzan had summoned all the upper moons here. Hantengu was huddled in a corner, his body trembling slightly, occasionally letting out pitiful whimpers. The position exchange blood battle is about to begin. Who do you think will win? Lord Kokoshibo? Akaza blinked his colorful eyes, waving his iron fan, and asked Kokushibo beside him. Kokushibo looked dejected, seemingly still troubled by his failure a few days prior, and did not respond to Akaza. Akaza, puzzled, asked, "Lord Kokushibo, are you listening to me?" Kokushibo came back to his senses and calmly replied, "Kaigaku will not lose. I actually have more confidence in Jotaro and Daki. After all, they're both good kids. I don't want them to lose. Kaigaku feels rather unfamiliar to me." Akaza narrowed his eyes into a line and spoke softly. Then, Akaza turned to the other side, smiling, and said, "Lord Akaza, what do you think?" Akaza's face was indifferent as he turned away without acknowledging Akaza. "Hey, Lord Akaza, still so hurtful." Akaza's eyes drooped, looking a bit sad. Just then, a sharp female voice came from behind Akaza. "Master Akaza, my brother, and I won't let you down." Akaza was taken aback, turned around, and looked at the graceful figure. Daki's originally jet-black long hair had turned pure white, revealing her snow-white, rounded, and very firm thighs. Beside her stood a thin figure. Daki raised her head and glanced at the indifferent Muzan, murmuring, "We definitely won't let you down, Lord Muzan." Muzan seemed to have heard Daki's murmur, his pupils slightly constricted. Jotaro bent slightly, holding two blood-red scythes, his face as indifferent as ever. Akaza smiled and said, "Of course, I hope you can win. After all, the losers will be devoured. I don't want important partners to be absent. Master Akaza, I will do my best too." Jotaro echoed Daki's words. Akaza smiled. "I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since the position exchange blood battle. I wonder how spectacular it will be." Ding! With the sound of a pipa, the terrain directly beneath Muzan opened up, clearing a large space that was the arena for the position exchange blood battle. This action by Neikime indicated that the position exchange blood battle was about to begin. Kaigaku still carried the dark golden katana on his back, bearing his fangs, exuding a faint aura, staring ahead. Sure enough, I have to fight both of them at the same time. Kaigaku's azure eyes narrowed, a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. This is too unfair. Jotaro and Daki stood opposite Kaigaku, according to Lord Muzan's orders. The Upper Moon's position exchange blood battle begins now. Neikime's cold voice rang out. Just as Daki and Jotaro were about to attack, Kaigaku's voice interrupted. "Lord Muzan, I have a question." Muzan's pale face showed no emotion as he replied. "What is your question? Why are there two demons for the second Upper Moon? This seems unfair." Kaigaku forced himself to withstand Muzan's pressure, steeling himself to finish speaking. Kaigaku just wanted to negotiate for some advantages. He had to win this position exchange blood battle. Only by living could he be the victor and continue on. "My brother and I are one entity. We cannot be separated. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat. Don't worry, I won't devour you. I don't eat ugly monsters." Before Muzan could respond, Daki sneered and spoke first. Boom! Muzan moved a finger, and a gust of wind rushed towards Kaigaku, his tone icy. "I will not repeat myself. Do not waste my patience." "Yes, Lord Muzan." Kaigaku was swept by the gust and immediately knelt on the ground, pain on his face. Although he felt some unwillingness, he still respectfully said. Muzan spoke again. "All right, let us begin." Swish! As soon as the words fell, Daki moved her muscular thighs and charged forward, releasing 8 sharp ribbons like blades from her body, attacking Kaigaku. Kaigaku drew his katana, and, as he swung it, a fierce aura flowed from his mouth. Thunder breathing, second form, Rise Spirit. Swish, 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 swish. Kaigaku instantly unleashed 5 lightning-like slashes, cutting through all the incoming ribbons. So painful. The severed ribbons, though they could regenerate, felt like they were being burned. This guy really is a swordsman who uses breathing techniques. Daki instinctively retreated, her eyes wide open, showing a look of pain. Chapter 95 Position Exchange Blood Battle. Part 2. Kaigaku was momentarily stunned. His heart that had been hanging also relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips. Is this all they have? Kaigaku decided to press the attack, running at high speed, breathing evenly. Then I will definitely win. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Kaigaku's figure moved as fast as lightning, and the regenerated ribbons of Daki were almost severed as they approached him, and he still had enough strength to unleash the next wave of attack. Black lightning tore through the air, emitting a sharp sonic boom. Jotaro, seeing this, also charged out, violently swinging his scythes. Bang, bang, bang. Ding. Jotaro hurled the scythes, clashing with the katana, producing a piercing, sharp sound. You block my attack? Those are scythes? Kaigaku steadied himself, his expression slightly changing, his eyes fixed on the 2 scythes dancing in the air, their flight patterns completely under Jotaro's control. Daki also launched another attack. A victorious smile on her face. I still have my brother. You can't win. Admit defeat. Blood Demon Art. Eightfold ribbon slash. Swish, swish, swish. Daki released ribbons from her body, flying towards Kaigaku. At the same time, Jotaro controlled the two sides to attack again. Since they are demons, Poison 1T work on him. How can I win? Should I cut his body apart? Or? Jotaro pondered endlessly. Akaza smiled and teased. Ah, Lord Kokushibo. Daki and Jotaro's offensive is quite fierce. They might win soon. Kokushibo responded in a deep voice. Kaigaku has not yet used his full strength. Thunder breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Koiwa spun his body, delivering a lightning-like slash that severed the silk ribbon once more, sending the two sides flying back. Daki frowned, her pale cheeks showing signs of pain. His slashes were becoming increasingly painful. Doma chuckled with interest. The situation is becoming more interesting. Koiwa looked down with a cold smile. Now is the time to unleash my full power. The victor will be me. Thunder breathing, fifth form, heat lightning. Boom! Koiwa swung his sword, delivering a powerful strike accompanied by a high-temperature, lightning-like slash aimed at Daki and Jotaro. Swish, swish, swish. Daki released the silk ribbons once more, while Jotaro quietly reminded her, sending his sighs flying again. Sister, don't be impulsive. By the time Daki reacted, the ribbons had already flown out completely, and in the next moment, her expression twisted into a fierce snarl. Ah, so hot. Daki couldn't help but cry out, the intense burning sensation making her unable to stand, causing her to fall backward. Jotaro looked at the black lightning with a grave expression and analyzed. That is definitely not an ordinary slash. Although it can regenerate quickly, that burning sensation can restrain our mobility. Koiwa's gaze sharpened, his figure darting forward like lightning. Thunder breathing. Sixth form, electric thunder crash. Koiwa released countless lightning-like slashes in all directions, centered on himself, producing a piercing sonic boom. Just as the lightning-like slashes descended before Daki, Jotaro charged forward, blocking in front of her. You can't bully my sister. Blood Demon Art, back arc leap. Swish, swish, swish. Jotaro swung his scythes, the slashes swirling around him, blocking the incoming lightning-like strikes. However, several black lightning bolts still grazed Jotaro's body, causing blood to spatter. Brother. Daki gazed at the Jotaro standing in front of her, her eyes glistening like autumn waters as she cried out. Jotaro growled. My lovely sister has worked hard with her not-so-useful little brain, and you can't bully her. Anyone who bullies her must die. Whoosh. Jotaro's figure shot forth like an arrow, wielding two blood scythes. Koiwa was taken aback, sneering. Are you joking? This is a moment of life and death. Thunder breathing. Seventh form, penetrating thunder. My seventh form is fully formed. No one can withstand this move. Koiwa thought to himself. His fierce expression filled with confidence as he swung his blade, executing two lightning-like slashes in quick succession. The slashes were accompanied by numerous small electric blades. Jotaro did not retreat, but advanced towards the two lightning-like slashes. Blood Demon Art, circular rotation. Jotaro spread his arms and danced with the two blood scythes, creating a spiral blood-shaped slash that swung forward, directly targeting the two lightning-like strikes. Boom! Bang! The lightning-like slashes directly deflected the blood scythes and struck Jotaro's body. The left half of Jotaro's body was shattered by the lightning slash, and small electric blades grazed his face, leaving burning marks. Brother. Daki's anger flared as she swung the silk ribbons again. Koiwa's cold smile deepened, a sharp aura flowing from his mouth. Everything was according to his expectations. Thunder breathing. Second form, rice soul. Swish. Koiwa executed 5 consecutive strikes, and before Daki's ribbons could get close, they were directly sliced apart by his blade. Why? Why can't I regenerate? Jotaro stared at the destroyed left half of his body, unable to regenerate. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In the next moment, Jotaro seemed to realize something. His gaze filled with despair as he looked toward Muzan at the top. Muzan's eyes were deep, exuding a chilling aura, his pale face showing no emotion, appearing even colder than usual. Muzan had restricted Jotaro's regeneration. Daki also noticed this scene, her expression changing drastically as she hurriedly exclaimed, Brother. What's going on? Jotaro can't regenerate anymore. Lord Muzan has acted, and this battle is over. Sigh, I don't want to see Jotaro and little Daki being devoured. That's just too cruel, Doma said, his eyes lowered, his expression sorrowful. Jotaro supported himself with the other half of his body, gasping, "Sister, we've lost. Lord Muzan has suppressed our regeneration." "How could this happen?" Daki said defiantly, "We haven't lost yet." Swish! Just as Daki's words fell, Kwayue appeared before her, slicing off her two arms with two swift strikes. "Zulfust." Daki looked at Kwayue in shock, her plump, fair thighs trembling. Similarly, she too had her regeneration ability suppressed by Muzan. The severed arms showed no signs of regeneration. Neikime received instructions from Muzan and plucked the pipa. Ding! "The victor has been decided," Neikime said indifferently. Kwayue wielded his katana, licking his lips, and ominously declared, "Very good. Next I will absorb both of you." Although winning a blood battle against a demon allows the victor to choose not to absorb the defeated, such as Kokoshibo not absorbing Akaza, Kwayue's character wouldn't let any opportunity to grow stronger slip by. With that, Kwayue flew toward Jotaro and Daki at high speed, a greedy look spreading across his face. "What do we do? What do we do? Brother, think of something quick. I don't want to be devoured." Daki cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 96. Tanjirou Kamado. Kwayue gritted his teeth, disdainfully saying, "Shut up. I'm about to absorb you." Jotaro was already in despair. He knew they had lost. And being absorbed was not surprising, but he was still thinking of ways to protect his sister as much as possible. Boom! Just as Kwayue flashed in front of Daki and Jotaro, a fierce wind descended, and Kwayue was instantly blown away. What happened? Could it be? Kwayue looked around, the intense pressure feeling very familiar. Muzan glanced at Jotaro and Daki, coldly saying, "Upper Moon, I will not allow any deficiencies. If you wish to avoid death, kill more Hashira to atone for today's failure." Daki, "Jotaro, your potential is high. You have killed many Hashira among the demon hunters, so continue like this, and do not disappoint me." Hearing this, Jotaro quickly knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, Thank you, Lord Muzan, for your intervention. My sister and I will definitely make up for this failure and kill the Hashira among the demon hunters for you." Although Daki was somewhat unwilling to accept failure, being able to survive was already fortunate. She too knelt on the ground, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Lord Muzan." Meanwhile, Kwayue's face alternated between green and white, and he felt utterly unwilling, gritting his teeth quietly. Damn it. Why did it turn out like this? I was so close to absorbing both of them. As long as I can absorb the Upper Moon's land, my strength might be greatly enhanced. Muzan seemed to have heard Koyuki's thoughts, his eyes widening as he looked in Koyuki's direction. Koyuki felt a chill run down his spine, noticing Muzan's gaze, and immediately lowered his head, no longer daring to say anything. Doma covered his face with an iron fan and chuckled. "Oh dear, this outcome is really quite good. None of the important companions are missing." 3 months later, Shenyuan Ziye, Inoue Saya, and Fudo Kawajenya have all mostly recovered from their injuries. Not only that, but Shenyuan Ziye also encountered a familiar companion. You are Tanjiro?" Shenyuan Ziye looked in astonishment at the boy before him, who was about the same age as him, stunned in place, then turned to glance incredulously at Kanaho. Tanjiro had deep red hair and a pair of red eyes, with a scar on his left forehead. He wore the traditional Nichiren earrings passed down through generations, dressed in a brown demon slayer uniform, and draped in a haori with a checkered pattern. Kanaho smiled and said, "Zaikuin, this is the best member in terms of total concentration, breathing completion as per your request." And he also joined the training camp temporarily. "Yes, Mr. Shenyuan, I've heard about you. It's amazing that you've become a Hashira at such a young age." Tanjiro looked at him with envy and admiration, his voice cheerful yet gentle. Shenyuan Ziye looked puzzled and said, "Where's your box? Aren't you always carrying it?" "Box?" Tanjiro looked confused. "Mr. Shenyuan, what are you talking about?" "What box?" Shenyuan Ziye hurriedly asked. "Where's your sister, Mizuko?" Kanaho, who was beside him, also looked very puzzled and couldn't help but ask. It seems like Zuo-kun knows Tanjiro very well. It turns out that Mr. Shenyuan also knows my sister. Mizuko can't become a swordsman because she can't use breathing techniques, and she's currently working as a nurse at the Butterfly Mansion where Miss Shinobu is. Tanjiro wasn't particularly surprised. He just smiled and said. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback, stammering, "Nurse?" Just like Shin Chizai Ao. Tanjiro, puzzled, asked, "Is there a problem?" "Mr. Shenyuan? But why have I never seen you or your sister before?" Shenyuan Ziye questioned, voicing his thoughts. Tanjiro showed a contemplative expression and patiently explained. "Actually, I've been part of the Demon Slayer Corps for a long time. It's possible you haven't seen me because I've been on missions without a moment's rest. As for Nezuko, She didn't want to part with me and has always followed closely behind. However, this time when I returned, after my persuasion, she decided to stay at the Butterfly Mansion. I see, Tanjirou. But what made you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shenyuan Ziye suddenly asked with a serious expression. You're asking about that? A hint of sadness suddenly appeared on Tanjirou's face. It was a day I can never forget. My family was killed by demons. I went to town to sell charcoal, which allowed me to escape a disaster. Inosuke was picking wild fruits in the mountains, just like me, thus avoiding the demon's attack. As he spoke, a trace of anger appeared on Tanjirou's face. When I returned, I only saw Inosuke crying over our mother. I felt the same way at the time. Later, I learned it was the demon's doing. It was Muzan Kibutsuji. He was the one who killed my family. Tanjirou's veins bulged on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists, tightening and then loosening. I see. Shenyuan Ziye's expression turned thoughtful, murmuring to himself, Inosuke actually. Didn't he turn into a demon? Then from now on, let us carry out missions together, Tanjirou. Shenyuan Ziye looked at Tanjirou with clear eyes and said seriously. Tanjirou appeared a bit excited and joyfully replied, yes. Is there a new instruction? Although this is our first meeting, I will do my best. Mr. Shenyuan, I can smell a very powerful scent from you. It feels very reliable. Reliable? Shenyuan Ziye smiled self-deprecatingly. No, I am not reliable. I have seen too many people leave in front of me. They were my companions, and in the end, I still couldn't protect them. At this point, the faces of Yusue Tenjin and Takagami Kazumi flashed before Shenyuan Ziye's eyes. I'm not strong. As a Hashira, I let the upper moons escape. I want to protect my companions by my side, and from now on, I will never let anyone die. I will kill all the demons. Kibutsuji Muzan is also our final enemy. After hearing Shenyuan Ziye's words, Tanjirou's eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, yes. We can definitely do it, Mr. Shenyuan. Tanjirou, if you are here, it might feel reassuring because you are the only user of the sun breathing in this generation. Shenyuan Ziye thought as he gazed at Tanjirou's gentle smile. A few days later, Butterfly Mansion hospital room. Inosuke, you were so cute. I am so happy. When are we getting married? Zenitsu sat on the hospital bed, grinning at Inosuke. Inosuke wore a pink kimono, draped with a brown coat. Her black hair framing her fair face, with a pair of pink eyes that made her look petite and adorable. Inosuke wore a cold expression. Then her pretty face showed a hint of anger as she scolded, Zenitsu, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Zenitsu quickly changed his expression, smiling. Don't say that. Inosuke, I just think you are too cute. I just want to be with you. Are you okay with your injury? Inosuke asked softly, showing a hint of worry. Inosuke, are you concerned about me? You like me, right? You must like me. Zenitsu's eyes sparkled, suddenly excited. Smack. Inosuke turned away, her expression darkened, and punched Zenitsu in the stomach. Hee. Zenitsu's eyes widened, but he still looked like he was enjoying it, rolling back and forth on the hospital bed. Zenitsu, there is a new mission. We need to set off. At that moment, Inosuke pushed open the door and spoke to Zenitsu, his voice as deep as ever. Chapter 97. Kamado Inosuke. Hey, this isn't right. What is going on? We just recovered. How can there be a new mission again? Don't the Demon Slayer Corps members need to rest? This is too much. I won't go. No way am I going this time. Whose order is it? It wouldn't be that guy Shenyuan again, would it? Last time I followed him, I almost lost my life. Hearing Inosuke's words, Zenitsu immediately exploded with rage, cursing in a series. Inosuke impatiently said, Shut up, Zenitsu. This time Kentaro will also be going with us. Don't be a coward. Huh? Zenitsu first showed a confused expression. Then he realized, his eyes almost popping out. You mean Tanjirou? That guy's back too? Oh no. Tanjirou is a workaholic. Isn't it more dangerous to go with him? Inosuke pouted and said angrily. What's wrong with my brother? He is much stronger than you, Zenitsu. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. What? Zenitsu was instantly petrified. Little Inosuke, how could I be a coward? You must not know your brother well. Tanjirou has been working nonstop and just came back now. How many demons has he killed? He hasn't become a Hashira yet, has he? Seeing Zenitsu making a fuss, Inosuke angrily explained, Of course I know. Before that, I was always following my brother. He is much stronger than you. 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 The piercing words struck Zenitsu's heart, and he went crazy. Little Inosuke, is that how you see me? It can't be true. Can it? It shouldn't be true. Zenitsu questioned Inosuke frantically, his eyes filled with doubt. Inosuke crossed her arms and, with a serious expression, coldly said, If you are stronger than my brother, Prove it to me by going to work with him. Go kill demons. This. Zenitsu was instantly speechless. Although he was somewhat unconvinced, he didn't know how to counter Nezuko's words. Okay, little Nezuko, I will definitely change your opinion. I will work with Tanjiro. Together, Zenitsu almost gritted his teeth to say these words. Zenitsu, you are finally a man now. Although you are still a bit lacking compared to me. Inosuke teased. Zenitsu's face darkened as he shook his head. No. Who would compare with a guy like you? Absolutely not. Just then, Tanjiro also walked into the hospital room, accompanied by Shenyuan Ziye and Inoue Saya. Here they come. Have they come so quickly? Zenitsu saw Shenyuan Ziye's figure, cold sweat flowing from his forehead, constantly resisting inside. Are we going to work so soon? This can't be right. We just got better. We should at least rest for a while. Nezuko also saw Tanjiro, and her pink eyes sparkled as she ran towards him. Brother. Nezuko grabbed Tanjiro's arm, her pretty face beaming with a smile. Zenitsu was stunned. Little Nezuko is so cute. I'm really going to die. Tanjiro patted Nezuko's head and smiled. Nezuko, how is life in the butterfly mansion? Very good. Brother, you need to pay attention to safety too. Nezuko replied with a smile. Tanjiro smiled warmly, nodded, and then looked at the other two with an excited expression. Inosuke, Zenitsu, I'm so glad you are both safe. Inosuke looked at Tiri. Of course. I won't be easily defeated. Zenitsu also waved at Tanjiro, forcing a smile. Tanjiro, you are finally back. Nezuko glanced at Shenyuan Ziye and suddenly asked Tanjiro. Brother, is he the Ice Hashira you mentioned? He looks about the same age as us. Yes, Nezuko. Mr. Shenyuan is very powerful. Although he's about the same age as us, his strength is very strong. Able to repel the upper moons by himself, Tanjiro said with a look of awe, sincerely admiring him. Inosuke suddenly asked, Taro, how many demons have you killed? How do you compare to me? Tanjiro showed a thoughtful expression and casually said, I forgot about that. Compared to Inosuke, I definitely can't match you. You must have killed more demons while following Mr. Shenyuan. That's natural. Keep praising me. I've already surpassed you. Inosuke beamed with joy upon hearing this, bragging. Shenyuan Ziye patted Tanjiro's shoulder and said with a helpless smile, Tanjiro, don't flatter Inosuke too much. He still has a long way to go. What did you say? Sakiyo, let's fight. Inosuke shouted angrily. Save your energy, Inosuke. We will encounter even more difficult tasks later. You should save that strength for killing demons, Shenyuan Ziye advised. Zenitsu, is your body better now? I heard that during Kanaho's training camp, you were quite active. It seems I need to look at you in a new light. Hehe, Shenyuan. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Although Zenitsu said this, his face was tinged with a blush, and he was already overjoyed inside. Inosuke tilted his head and noticed the girl next to Shenyuan Ziye, hesitatingly asking, Sakiyo, where did this girl come from? This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shenyuan Ziye explained. Let me introduce her. Her name is Sayaka. She is the adopted daughter of a love Hashira, and she might participate in the upcoming tasks. Inosuke expressed his confusion. Are you bringing a woman to fight demons? Sayaka bit her lip and interrupted their conversation. What's wrong with the girl? What is wrong with you, wild boar? At critical moments, I can help everyone too. Zenitsu's eyes lit up as he joked. I have no objections because she is really cute. The next moment, Zenitsu looked at Nezuko, and his expression suddenly darkened. As Nezuko was giving him a menacing look, Tanjiro also said, well, Sayaka is a very reliable companion. Her strength is not weak. Oh, is it Sayaka? What a strange name. Inosuke picked his nose and said softly. Sayaka angrily replied, It's Sayaka. Sayaka. My name is Inoue Sayaka. Then she regained her composure and looked at Tanjiro with gratitude. Thank you, Tanjiro. Tanjiro blinked his red eyes and gave Inoue Sayaka a warm smile. Inosuke said again, Sakiyo. When are we setting off to kill demons? I'm all ready. Impatient, you all feel the same way, right? Zenitsu's head was filled with black lines, internally complaining. No, only you feel that way. Shenyuan Ziye smiled gently and said, Of course, our work won't stop until we kill Muzan. However, our first task right now is... Everyone's gaze turned to Shenyuan Ziye at that moment. To soak in a hot spring. I will take you all to relax a bit. Chapter 99. Hot Spring Shop the next day. The four gathered at the butterfly house as agreed. Shenyuan Ziye looked at the four people's vibrant appearances and smiled. Very good. You're all in great condition. Shenyuan Ziye said with a smile. Inoue Saya murmured softly. Are we going to soak in a hot spring? How do we not be in good condition? Zenitsu, looking excited, hurriedly asked, Shenyuan, Where are we actually going to soak in a hot spring? Is it in the mountains? Well, although your injuries have healed, soaking in a hot spring can further relax your muscles and nerves, allowing you to better combat demons in the future, Shenyuan Ziye explained. Zenitsu frowned. Shenyuan, is there only killing demons in your mind? Well, in that sense, this could be considered a form of training. In no way, Saya said, showing a contemplative expression. It's about combining work and rest, so to speak. The specific location is in Kyoto. Just follow me. After saying this, Shenyuan Ziye took the four of them on a rickshaw to a hot spring establishment in Kyoto. Not only did it have comfortable hot springs, but there were also many delicious foods and desserts for guests to enjoy. Before soaking in the hot springs, the five gathered in a tea room, all changed into yukatas, enjoying tasty snacks. Inoue Saya was the only female in the group, and her yukata was pink, her beautiful figure subtly outlined beneath the thin fabric, barely visible. This made Zenitsu's eyes widen, and the cake that was once near his mouth came to a halt. Zenitsu, what are you looking at? Your eyes are about to pop out. Tanjiro observed Zenitsu's shining gaze and reminded him. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Inoue Saya glanced at Zenitsu with her beautiful eyes, her body tensing as she rubbed her shoulders, exclaiming, Zenitsu, you pervert. No, it's not like that. Miss Saya, you've misunderstood. I didn't see anything. Zenitsu's face turned crimson as he waved his hands to explain hurriedly. Inoue Saya, blushing, said in a delicate voice, what else do you want to see? Meanwhile, Inosuke was unconcerned about all this, focusing solely on stuffing food into his mouth, a satisfied smile appearing on his beautiful face, resembling that of a girl. Shenyuan Ziye said to mediate, all right, actually we're not just here to relax today. Perhaps tomorrow, there'll be a new mission. Zenitsu's face suddenly changed, and he pointed at Shenyuan's nose, saying, Shenyuan, I knew things wouldn't be this simple. There can't be ghosts here, right? As he spoke, Zenitsu's expression became anxious. No need to be nervous, Zenitsu, there are no ghosts here. Our mission location is the Kayamizu Flower Street, which is still some distance away from here, Shenyuan Ziye said. The information he gathered through the crow was just as he had anticipated. The pleasure district where Daki was lurking was not far from here, in the Flower Street. Since they happened to be in Kyoto, he decided to deal with Upper Moon 6 this time. Zenitsu was stunned for a moment, then realized Flower Street? Are you serious? Tanjiro asked in confusion. Flower Street? What kind of place is that? Tanjiro, you don't know about Flower Street? It's that kind of place. Zenitsu said with an awkward smile. Zenitsu, what are you even thinking about? Due to the heat in the private room, Inoue Saya's little face turned red, and she said to Zenitsu with irritation. Of course, she knew what kind of place Flower Street was. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and explained. That place is a realm where day and night are reversed, and the splendid city that never sleeps is the best area for ghosts to inhabit. What? Zenitsu looked astonished. Are you saying there are ghosts there? Shenyuan, are you joking? Shenyuan Ziye said seriously. That's right, and the ones lurking there are the upper moons. Another upper moon. This time not only Zenitsu, but even Inoue Saya's face changed slightly, a look of astonishment appearing on her face, and Tanjiro was even more so. Inosuke mumbled while eating, Ahaha, this is great. As long as I kill the upper moon, I'll be a Hashira. Tanjiro asked suspiciously. Mr. Shenyuan, is there really an upper moon there? Yes. It's the upper moon 6, the twin demons, a total of 2, a brother and a sister. At that time, you guys handle the sister, and I'll take care of the brother. 2. Tanjiro first showed a puzzled expression, then his eyes brightened. Mr. Shenyuan was able to confirm the information about the demons before even encountering them. How impressive. What? Zenitsu jumped up, his eyes wide open. 2 upper moons? Is this for real? Upon hearing this, Inoue Saya's flushed cheeks also turned serious. Shenyuan Ziye smiled faintly and said, it's okay. These 2 ghosts are very weak. But to defeat them, we must strike their necks at the same time. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed as he said solemnly, at the same time. Cut off their necks? Yes, you could say that. So the weaker one is that female ghost. I'll leave her to you guys. While I'll take care of the other ghost. My speed in decapitating is quite fast, as defeating Upper Moon 6 is as easy as pie for me. Shenyuan Ziye said in a calm tone, then picked up a piece of cake and chewed it. Tanjiro, seeing Shenyuan Ziye's composed demeanor, felt that he was not boasting and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mr. Shenyuan, is your strength really this formidable? Is it even possible? Zenitsu shook his head continuously, his eyes vacant, thinking that even the 4 of us couldn't kill an upper moon. The strength of the upper moons requires at least 2 or 3 Hashira to defeat. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Inoue Ziye retorted. Of course we can. Don't say it's the four of us. Perhaps just Tanjiro and I could handle it. Inoue Ziye had already activated her markings. She was well aware of her abilities, and when facing Kaigaku, she felt exceptionally good. If the battle continued, she even believed she could defeat Kaigaku. That power, born from desperation, could contend with an upper moon. Zenitsu, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of black tea in surprise and exclaimed, Miss Ziye, are you joking? Are you really that strong? If so, then let me follow you. Zenitsu squinted his eyes, changing his expression, and tugged at Inoue Ziye's clothes with both hands. Tanjiro agreed, saying, I knew it from the very beginning. Miss Ziye is actually very strong. Inoue Ziye's pretty face flushed red, and she shyly replied, Actually, I'm not that great, Tanjiro. At least I won't hold you guys back. All right. The afternoon tea time is over. Everyone should go soak in the hot springs to recover your strength. Rest for a day. And we'll infiltrate the flower district and start our operation tomorrow night. Shenyuan Ziye instructed. Everyone nodded and left the tea room, heading towards the hot springs. This was a tranquil hot spring with only the sound of flowing water around, and the scenery was beautiful, creating a stark contrast to the bustling Kyoto. It was quite rare to find such a quiet hot spring amidst the hustle and bustle of Kyoto. Shenyuan Ziye chose a corner. He liked quiet places. If he were with Zinyi and the others, his ears would probably not be able to bear it. Hazy and steaming vapor flowed above the hot spring. Shenyuan Ziye took off his yukata, revealing his muscular upper body, enjoying the warm spring water, and his tense muscles completely relaxed at this moment. The yukata he changed out of was placed beside the stone along with the Nichiren blade. He breathed evenly, slowly closing his eyes, gradually falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 100. The Female Ghost Hanai, Part 1. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and the others also removed their clothes and soaked in the hot spring, eyes closed, enjoying the bath. Inoue Hanai, being a girl, was in another location, similarly soaking in the hot spring. Silence enveloped the area. A faint eerie aura gradually seeped into the hot spring. It turns out to be 3 little kids. How nice, these wicked little demons. They all deserve to die, but which one should I eat first? A shadow floated out from around the hot spring, slowly transforming into a human form. It was a female ghost, pale-faced, beautiful, appearing to be around 30 years old. With a pair of eerie blue pupils, fangs at the corners of her mouth, and thick, rounded thighs shining white, greedily staring at the 3 little ones. The female ghost was named Hanai, which was her name in her human life. To start with you, I'll bite your neck first. Hanai's figure moved like lightning, her pupils locking onto the blonde boy in the middle, opening her blood-filled mouth, swiftly darting forward. Whoosh! Zenitsu suddenly jumped out of the hot spring, dodging to the side, swiftly grabbing the Nichiren blade from the ground, his right hand pressed tightly against the hilt, striking a pose as if to draw the sword. His eyes were tightly closed, yet his entire body exuded a sharp aura. Not asleep. Hanai was astonished. How could this be? Just as Hanai was surprised, Tanjiro and Inosuke also jumped out of the hot spring. Inosuke adjusted his wild boar mask, picked up the 2 blades on the ground, and laughed loudly. Ahaha, how could I be fooled by your little tricks? This is impossible. Why isn't my blood demon art working? Hanai's expression changed drastically, questioning frantically. Tanjiro said solemnly, My nose is very keen. As long as there's a demon nearby, I can sense it, and I can definitely detect that strange gas. Saying this, Tanjiro removed the thin cloth from his nose, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly in his hand. Inosuke, but Zenitsu has been caught. What should we do? We need to wake him up quickly. Tanjiro asked Inosuke with concern. Inosuke nonchalantly laughed. It's fine, Kimbichiro. It's better for that guy Zenitsu to stay asleep. Is that really okay? Tanjiro looked worriedly at Zenitsu on the other side. Hanai coldly said, Humph. So what if you broke my blood demon art? I can still strangle you. You little kids all deserve to die. Whoosh. Hanai's speed was incredibly fast, leaping right in front of Tanjiro. Water-breathing, 3rd form flowing dance. Tanjiro exhaled a tranquil breath like flowing water, drawing the Nichiren blade. His figure moving at high speed like flowing water, slashing toward Hanai. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Hanai's mouth, her whole body exuding an eerie aura. Blood demon art. Shadow. Buzz. Tanjiro struck empty air. Hanai's figure transformed into a shadow and suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Tanjiro's pupils contracted in astonishment. Then he sniffed again. No, the scent is still here, and it's very strong. This demon is nearby. Inosuke looked confused and hesitated. What is going on? She suddenly vanished. Calm down. Inosuke. This demon is still here, hasn't run far. Tanjiro shouted to Inosuke. Whoosh! At that moment, Hane's shadow emerged from the ground, her figure moving, sharp claws swinging toward Tanjiro. Tanjiro, watch out! Behind you! Inosuke's voice yelled from behind Tanjiro. Water breathing, fourth form, tidal wave. Tanjiro turned his body, swinging the Nichiren blade in his hand, delivering a series of slashes like a tidal wave toward the front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tanjiro's attack struck empty air again. The sensation is wrong. Missed again. Tanjiro's face showed anxiety and confusion. Hane's body dove back into the ground, moving like a shadow. Inosuke swung his blades while growling. Damn it, you pesky worm. Stop darting around. Oomph. You wretched little demons, go to hell. Hane's voice echoed around, the once hot spring now filled with a chilling, killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hane's figure emerged, swaying in the air. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Whoosh. A yellow figure flashed, the golden Nichiren blade sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of a blade cutting through skin. What? I actually got hit. Hanai was shocked. She never expected this seemingly sleeping boy to be so fast. Cutting her shoulder, blood spurted everywhere. Inosuke was taken aback, then praised. Zenitsu, you're quite capable. Tanjiro also noticed this scene, his heart stirred. With Zenitsu's speed, he might be able to hit her. Hane's white forehead bulged with veins, continuously growling. Damn little demons. It's all your fault. Why are you so hard to deal with? Just die already. Hanai moved her body again, her speed increasing from before. Zenitsu, I'm counting on you. Your speed can definitely keep up. Tanjiro shouted at Zenitsu. Zenitsu still kept his head down, eyes tightly closed, striking a pose to draw the sword, exhaling a sharp breath. Thunder breathing, first form thunderclap sixfold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zenitsu's speed this time was faster than before, his figure like a flash of lightning, thrusting forward with a trace, accompanied by a faint sound of thunder. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Bang! Whoosh! Zenitsu's Nichiren blade sliced back and forth against Hane's arm, blood splattering in the air. Hanai looked incredulous, her blue eyes wide, her pale cheeks showing a hint of fear, staring fixedly at the blonde boy in front of her. The next strike will sever your neck. Zenitsu whispered as he retracted the blade into its sheath. Just you? Impossible. I will bite off your neck. Hanai instantly went mad, her sharp voice echoing around. Blood demon art. Three shadows, strangulation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hanai suddenly moved at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages, gradually coalescing into three figures, rushing towards Zenitsu. Tanjiro was also astonished, showing an anxious expression. Has she turned into three demons? Which one is the real one? He wanted to fight alongside Zenitsu. But Hanai's speed was too fast. He couldn't catch up. Only Zenitsu's thunder breathing could match Hane's speed. Which one is the real body? Zenitsu murmured, gently pushing the hilt of the sword with his left hand, his figure flying out again. Since it's unclear, then cut them all down. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, eightfold. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zenitsu leaped out, causing the surrounding air to tremble, leaving behind a low rumble like distant thunder wherever he went. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce impact sounds of Zenitsu's Nichiren blade sweeping across three figures echoed all around. The huge commotion suddenly woke up Inosuke Saya, who was sleeping not far away, as well as Kamiyu and Shinya. What is going on? Why did I fall asleep? Inosuke Saya slowly opened her blue eyes. Looking confused, she climbed out of the hot spring, wrapped her fair body in a towel, dried off, and put on yukata. Hearing the violent noises nearby, she picked up the Nichiren blade and walked toward the source of the sound. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly opened his eyes, blue light flickering, his heart trembled, and he instinctively said, Damn, I've been hit by blood demon art. When exactly did this happen? Chapter 101, The Female Ghost. Hwaya, Part 2. Three shadows were completely shattered, the golden sun blade sliced through, leaving only trails of residual light. No real body. Zenitsu frowned slightly and whispered. Tanjiro was also stunned. The aura of the demon was extremely intense, wandering recklessly around. But why can't we see the real body? Are all three just illusions? The speed is so fast that we can't deal with it for the time being. Then I'll deal with you first. Hwaya's pupils constricted, turning into a shadow, changing targets, and rushing towards Inosuke. Inosuke felt a chill down his back and instinctively swung his dual blades to defend. Bang! Hwaya's sharp claws collided with Inosuke's blade, producing a crisp sound. What? Hwaya was suddenly startled. How could you know my attack position? Inosuke laughed wildly. Ahaha, I'm not on the same level as the others. You've chosen the wrong opponent. Beast-breathing third Fong Fang's tier. Inosuke crossed his arms and swung both blades forcefully to the sides. Whoosh. In just a breath, Huaye's body turned into a shadow again and vanished. Inosuke's attack missed. Damn. This guy disappeared again. Inosuke was furious, jumping up and down. Tanjirou's expression tightened as he calmly analyzed. This demon's speed is too fast. The naked eye can't keep up at all. Although we can defend, we can't inflict fatal damage on her. What should we do? Blood Demon Art 6 Shadow Strangle. Huaye's form split into 6 shadows, each rushing towards the 3. Tanjirou's heart trembled, his body tensed. The number has increased again. Water breathing fourth form tidal wave. Beast breathing second Fong slash. Thunder breathing first form thunderclap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 of them launched their attacks simultaneously, trying to block the approaching illusions. As expected, their attacks missed again. All they faced were phantoms, but there was indeed substantial damage. Just that they couldn't touch her at all. You little brats, die for me. Huaye roared angrily, her form like lightning, her speed increasing, and her attacks became even more ferocious. She transformed into multiple shadows, recklessly launching attacks towards the 3. Tanjiro swung his sword to defend, his brows tightly furrowed. Had the range of his technique increased? Tanjiro, what is going on? Just then, Inoue Saya, holding the Sunwell blade, looked at the tense scene before her. With countless shadows darting back and forth, crashing into the ground and walls, producing banging sounds. Miss Saya, we've encountered a demon. Tanjiro quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Saya swiftly joined the battle, but Huaye's attack positions were chaotic and no one could touch her real body. Just as everyone was pondering how to break the deadlock, Shenyuan Ziye's figure appeared. He activated his ice eye, and everything around became clear. Shadows flickered past him, but there was one shadow that was distinctly red, clearly showing the flow of blood and the contraction of blood vessels. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened, quickly drawing his blade, an icy breath flowing from his lips. Breath of ice first form ice tide. Whoosh! The sunwheel blade, covered in frost, tore through the air, precisely striking Huaye's body. With a loud bang, Huaye's figure fell from the sky. How is this possible? How did you find me? Huaye's pale face showed astonishment, but more so fear. In the next moment, the movements of the other 4 also came to a halt. Shenyuan Ziye's blue eyes flickered as he coldly said, No blood demon technique of yours can escape my eyes. Tanjiro stared in shock at Hanai, who had collapsed on the ground. Did Mr. Shenyuan really defeat him with just one strike? It can't be. I don't believe it. Hanai stood up, waving his hands, his body exuding a thick flow of blood. Tanjiro couldn't help but cover his nose. The smell was so intense. Blood demon technique. 3 shadows, strangulation. You little demons, all deserve to die. I'll kill every one of you. Hanai roared in fury, leaping into the air and transforming into 3 shadows. Rushing toward Shenyuan Ziye. Mr. Shenyuan, please be careful. Tanjiro couldn't help but shout a warning. Shenyuan Ziye unsheathed his sword with a speed so swift it was like a bolt of lightning. The cold light of the Nichiren blade flickering in the air for a moment. Huaye's figure then fell down, a crimson stain spreading across her chest. A wound left by the sweeping blade. Breath of ice, second form, dance of the glacier. Faced with a demon of this level, Shenyuan Ziye did not want to waste any more time. He charged forward with his blade, and in a breath's time, he horizontally cleaved, severing Huaye's head. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and without any hesitation. Swish! Huaye's head swayed in the air before falling, her pale cheeks filled with disbelief. My head was cut off. No, it's impossible by such a lowly demon. I can't accept this. How could I have my neck cut by such a lowly demon? Huaye murmured in confusion, her voice gradually fading, a hint of sadness appearing on her unwilling face. Sugi, Mama can't take revenge for you anymore. Forgive me, I should have realized it sooner. In her dying moments, memories flooded Huaye's mind. Huaye was originally a geisha from the Yoshiwara flower district in this fallen brothel street. All she could see were courtesans trying to attract customers. They were not inherently promiscuous, but were merely trying to survive. To earn a meager salary, she had to sell her body. Later, a wealthy man took notice of Huaye and brought her home. After marrying into a wealthy family, she gave birth to a son. The boy's name was Sugi, and the entire family was immersed in the joy of his birth. However, it wasn't long before Huaye's husband discovered a prominent scar on the side of Sugi's cheek. The husband believed this was an ominous sign, insisting that the child was not his and wanted to abandon him, while harshly reprimanding Huaye. Hwaya pleaded desperately, which allowed her to protect Sugi and continue to survive in this family. But Sugi's life was not happy. He was constantly mocked, scorned, and even verbally abused by his peers. Mom, am I really a monster? 8-year-old Sugi looked at Hwaya with tearful eyes, filled with sadness and confusion. Sugi had a delicate appearance, especially his clear big eyes, but the blue mark on the side of his cheek lowered his overall attractiveness, despite some imperfections. His lips were still decent. Listening to Sugi's words, a bitter chill surged within Hwaya's heart, and she said with a gentle voice, "No, you're not a monster. You're mama's good child. Sugi, don't think like that. But they all say I was born from a monster. Why did my face have to turn out like this?" Crystal-like warm tears rolled down Sugi's cheeks, his voice filled with doubt and resentment. Hwaya felt helpless, tears welling up. And for a moment, she didn't know how to explain it to Sugi. After a brief pause, Hwaya gritted her teeth and said in a reprimanding tone, "It's all their fault. They have no right to judge my child. Sugi, you are wonderful. Don't worry about it. Mama will find a way to heal your face." The unpredictability of life struck. One day, Hwaya returned home to witness an unforgettable scene. Sugi had committed suicide by poison. Looking at the motionless boy on the ground, Hwaya's face turned pale. She couldn't understand until she saw the letter beside Sugi. Everything became clear. Chapter 102. Seeking the letter read, "Mama, I have gone. You said it was their fault, but I don't think so. Having this terrible scar since birth might just be a curse. Father has always neglected me because of it. I shouldn't live in this world. They not only scorn me, but also insult my parents. After I leave, they will not say anything anymore. Mother, please take care of yourself. I am leaving." After reading this letter, Hwaya's world collapsed. She cried out in anguish, the pain piercing her heart like a sharp blade. It was all their fault. It was those people who caused this. She vowed to exact revenge for everything that had happened. In a fit of rage, Hwaya grabbed a kitchen knife and went to the homes of the children who had played with Sugi. Alone, she slaughtered all those children. When their parents learned of this, they came seeking vengeance. No matter how Hwaya tried to stop them, she could not withstand the blades. Hwaya's husband, who had never cared for her, watched as she fell into a pool of blood. Just as Hwaya was on the brink of death, Muzin appeared. Muzin heard Hwaya's story and believed she had done nothing wrong. What was wrong with a mother wanting to protect her child? Even if she killed all the children who had insulted Sugi, it was reasonable. In the end, Muzin turned Hwaya into a demon. Hwaya's head gradually disintegrated, her body dissipating like smoke. One strike killed her? Inosuke's face was filled with disbelief. Inoue Saya also looked astonished. No wonder Lord Shenyuan was impressive, defeating such a demon with just one strike. Tanjirou gently touched the remnants of Hwaya's body, his face showing sadness. "There's a sad scent. Tanjirou, what's wrong with you? You said sad?" Inoue Saya looked at Tanjirou in confusion. Tanjirou explained, "Yes, demons were once humans, just like me. She carries the scent of sadness." Inoue Saya's body stiffened, confused. "What are you talking about?" "Tanjirou, demons are man-eating monsters. How could they be human? You don't need to sympathize with them." "Miss Saya, I know all of this, but demons also have their own struggles. This demon is a sad and empty being." Tanjirou's expression changed slightly as he patiently explained to Saya. Inoue Saya looked disdainful, coldly saying, "Demons deserve to die. They recklessly take human lives to avenge the killed and to prevent new victims from appearing. That's why we Demon Slayer Corps exist. So please, don't sympathize with demons anymore." Tanjirou's face showed urgency, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by Shenyuan Ziye. "This matter doesn't need to be debated. Allowing the demon to take advantage of the situation is my failure as a Hashira. I will reflect on it. Everyone, rest well tonight. We will start working tomorrow." Seeing this, Tanjirou said, "Mr. Shenyuan, this is not your fault. Please explain tomorrow's work." Shenyuan Ziye nodded slowly and said, "Tomorrow, I will first infiltrate the flower street to force the ghost to reveal itself. You just need to follow my instructions. Your target is another female ghost. The Upper Moon 6 consists of a brother and sister, and only by decapitating both ghosts together can we defeat them." Tanjirou nodded and said solemnly, "So, we just need to cut off that female ghost's neck?" "That's right. The female ghost's name is Daki, and her brother is called Jitaro. He usually hides inside Daki." Shenyuan Ziye confirmed. Tanjirou's expression changed, shocked. "The brother is inside the sister?" Inoue Saya's face turned pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How disgusting." "Yes, you just need to decapitate Daki," Shenyuan Ziye reiterated. Tanjirou responded with determination, "I understand. Mr. Shenyuan, we will definitely do it." "Ah, it's really simple. This kind of thing, I can do it all by myself." Inosuke laughed heartily. Shenyuan Ziye said this, but his expression was somewhat serious. This is because Gifu Teru is a master of poison. If he were to truly engage in battle with him, he would have to be extremely cautious. Even a Hashira would not last long if they were to come into contact with even a small amount of poison. The next day, Shenyuan Ziye arrived at Huajia just as dusk was falling. In the evening, the courtesan houses on Huajia appeared rather desolate, with few guests around. It wasn't yet the time for the real bustle. It seemed that he would have to wait until nightfall to take action, Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself. While pondering this, he surveyed the surrounding terrain. There were many houses nearby, with courtesan houses on both sides, as well as a few Iciques. Shenyuan Ziye opened the eyes. Blue light surged into his pupils, constantly scanning everything around. Suddenly, Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened, his blue eyes fixed on the ground ahead. He stepped forward to take another look, and the scene beneath was clearly presented before his eyes. Shenyuan Ziye muttered in confusion. Is there a hole here? It seems like a narrow passage inside. Could it be? Shenyuan Ziye seemed to have thought of something, quickly drawing his blade and exhaling a breath that resembled icy mist. Ice breath, first form, ice tide. Shenyuan Ziye swung his knife forcefully at the ground beneath him. Bang! With a loud crash, a large hole was smashed into the ground. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shenyuan Ziye jumped into the hole, unleashing his sword technique once again. Boom! The hole was enlarged, revealing a narrow passage. Shenyuan Ziye swung his knife again, directly opening the narrow passage and stepping into it until he fell into a large hole. Indeed, these are the ribbons of the fallen princess, used to store humans. In the dark space, Shenyuan Ziye looked at the several intertwined silk ribbons in front of him, and he already had the answer in his heart. Ice breath, second form, glacier dance. With this thought, Shenyuan Ziye drew his knife again, quickly rotating his eyes, and slashed at the chaotic silk ribbons. Swish, swish, swish. The ribbons suspended in midair snapped one by one, and relying on his excellent vision, Shenyuan Ziye's blade avoided the humans trapped inside the ribbons. Bang, bang. The people sleeping inside fell down one by one, most of them beautiful girls. This aura. Is the pillar coming? A ribbon monster with two large eyes and a mouth suddenly jumped out, its face twisted and its voice sharp and piercing. You're the one who brought these people here, right? I am. Swish. Shenyuan Ziye simply said a word, then swiftly drew his sword, the speed so fast that even the air trembled. Before the ribbon monster could respond, he had already severed the ribbon with a single stroke. Shenyuan Ziye understood that even if the silk ribbon was cut, Daki would not be affected in the slightest. There was no need to waste words with this monster. Rescuing these humans was the priority, and the rest would be to force Daki out. Far away in the Kayagaka house, Daki was enjoying herself, moaning, Ah, it's the Hashira. The Hashira has come. Huh. Wonderful. As long as I devour the Hashira, my strength will increase. I can't swallow this breath of indignation. I want to climb back to the position of Upper Moon 5 and make that person happy. At the same time, Daki's originally smooth black hair gradually turned snow white. Sister, this Hashira is different from the ones before. A hunched young man beside Daki suddenly spoke, an odd expression appearing on his ugly face. Chapter 103, Deepen Brother. What do you mean by that? Daki asked in confusion. Kabutsuji Taro hesitated. The one who has fought against Lord Kokoshibo is the Ice Hashira. Fought against Upper Moon 1? Daki's beautiful face froze, surprise flashing across her cheeks. He actually survived? Kabutsuji Taro worriedly said. That's exactly what I'm concerned about, sister. I'm afraid his strength is on par with Lord Kokoshibo, which is the two of us. Brother, are you scared? Daki frowned slightly, unable to help but ask. I just feel that guy's strength. Brother, have you forgotten? We have devoured a total of 22 Hashira. As long as we work together, plus your poison, how could we possibly lose to him? Before Kabutsuji Taro could finish, Daki rebutted, confidence blooming on her pale cheeks. Besides, if we can eat him, our strength will increase again. Isn't that what you and I desire? Upper Moon 5 has been taken down. As long as we kill that guy, we can make that person happy. Seeing Daki so confident, Kabutsuji Taro wanted to say something else, but the words got stuck in his throat. All right, but we must be extremely cautious in our actions, Kabutsuji Taro said, straining his voice. Daki's eyes were dismissive, her tone playful. Brother, when did you become so timid? He's just a human, nothing more than that. We are demons, but we still lost to Kaigaku. He is also a swordsman who uses breathing techniques. What is Kaigaku? He was turned into a demon by Muzan. That's why we had no chance to fight back. If he were in human form, You wouldn't be able to use such techniques, so how could we possibly lose? Hearing Kibutsuji Taro's words, Daki's anger surged, and she scolded him. If it weren't for Muzan, she and Kibutsuji Taro might have been devoured by Kaigaku due to their defeat. The fear of that imminent demise still lingered in Daki's heart. Kibutsuji Taro lowered his head, believing he was also responsible for not stopping his sister's reckless behavior of wanting to change positions during battle and for losing to Kaigaku. Daki's mind recalled that scene. It was a young man in a suit, resembling a gentleman, with a pale complexion and striking plum-colored eyes that shone brightly in the dark. Lord Muzan. Daki's eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed as she looked at the man sitting inside the room, exclaiming in surprise. Muzan smiled faintly. How have you been? It seems you've devoured quite a few people. Your power has become stronger than before. That's good. But don't be careless. The smoother things go, the easier it is for mistakes to happen, Muzan reminded. Daki knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, yes. I understand. Experienced Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps can easily spot demons here. Although they can distinguish the types of blood, diseases, or genes, we can hardly tell the differences between ordinary humans and powerful beings like the Hashira. Muzan spoke slowly in a cautionary tone. Daki, I look forward to your performance. You are more beautiful and powerful than anyone else, having already taken down 7 Hashira. You are a special demon, and you will only grow stronger and more ruthless. As he spoke, Muzan smiled and reached out to hold Daki's face. Thinking of this, Daki's face turned crimson again as she recalled the scene of her failed blood battle. The moment Muzan saved her. I will become a stronger demon. Thank you for saving me, Lord Muzan. I will not disappoint your expectations. After saying that, Daki's expression turned fierce, her forehead veins bulging, her fists clenched, her smooth and fair thighs becoming firm, with veins standing out. Seeing this, Kibutsuji Taro made a silent vow to protect his sister to the death and walk the path of becoming stronger with her. At this time, night had fallen, and the sky was dark, but the streets of the flower district were brightly lit. The flow of pedestrians was endless, and, on the second floor, many courtesans were calling out to attract customers. The task location of Shenyuan Ziye is very clear. Jingjing House, where Daki is hiding. He walked to the entrance of Jingjing House and looked around. Hey, handsome guy, want to come up and play? There are delicious snacks. A gentle female voice came from above. Shenyuan Ziye glanced at the few women, all ordinary humans, around 20 years old, young and beautiful. Shenyuan Ziye similite subli, hiding the sunwheel knife beneath his uniform, and slowly walked into the Jingzhou house. Soon, under the guidance of the proprietress, Shenyuan Ziye was led into a private room and sat down on the floor. After a moment, a woman entered the room, dressed in a purple kimono. She had a pair of softly arched willow leaf eyebrows, a beautiful face, and wore a rather heavy makeup. Upon seeing Shenyuan Ziye, her pretty face trembled slightly, but quickly returned to calm. The woman knelt beside Shenyuan Ziye, her white legs and small, fair feet closely pressed together, visible beneath her kimono. She skillfully poured tea and, holding the teacup, said, "My name is Ryozi. Sir, please have some tea." Ryozi's voice was soft like spring rain, soothing to the heart. On the table, besides the teacup, there were some snacks. All right. Shenyuan Ziye felt a bit awkward, staring at the beautiful woman in front of him. Even his hands trembled slightly from nervousness. You seem quite nervous, Ryozi said, blinking her beautiful eyes, and placed her fair palm on the back of Shenyuan Ziye's hand that was holding the teacup, leaning her body a little closer to him. The sudden cold touch and the rich, alluring fragrance made Shenyuan Ziye's heart tremble, causing him to shift his hand holding the teacup aside. Is this your first time here? A boy as young and good-looking as you is quite rare. Ryozi smiled slightly, seemingly not surprised, just stating a fact. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said seriously, "Yes, Miss Liangzi, I am Shenyuan Ziye. I came here today just to ask you about a person. Please tell me where she is." Liangzi's delicate body trembled slightly, her pretty face revealing a conflicted expression, her eyes glancing towards the bulging waist of Shenyuan Ziye, her hands trembling slightly. Shenyuan Ziye noticed Liangzi's gaze and hesitated, saying, "Miss Liangzi, what's wrong?" Liangzi lightly pursed her lips and asked in confusion, "Mr. Shenyuan, do you have something hidden in your clothes?" You have a good eye. I'm sorry, I brought a knife, but you don't have to worry. I won't harm ordinary people." Shenyuan Ziye looked at Liangzi with sharp eyes and did not want to hide anything, so he replied. As his words fell, Liangzi's delicate body trembled even more. He looked at Shenyuan Ziye's handsome face, his expression dazed, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Shenyuan, can I take a look?" As soon as these words came out, Shenyuan Ziye's gaze hardened, and a fierce aura emanated from his entire body. Miss Liangzi, what did you say? Chapter 104. The Battle on Flower Street. 1. Liangzi seemed to be frightened, her face losing color, and an icy figure unintentionally surfaced in her mind. White hair flowed down to her waist like a long silk ribbon. Her pale and beautiful cheeks, especially the tattoo on her left cheek, were particularly striking, and her eyes were embedded with numbers. Her face twisted in a sinister smile. The already bad-tempered Wanjiheim Oiran had now transformed into this horrifying form. Liangzi covered her face in fear and said, You are Wanjiheim? It's me. You look really good. Where should I start eating you from? The fallen princess extended her claw-like hands and caressed Liangzi's cheeks. Liangzi was terrified. Warm tears flowed from her eyes, and her voice trembled continuously. Please spare me. The corners of the fallen princess's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile, playfully saying, Originally, I wanted to eat you, but if you can help me with a few things, maybe I can spare you. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Liangzi hurriedly asked, What do you want me to do? Tonight, someone will come here, a good-looking little ghost wearing a blue haori. You need to find a way to take his knife. A knife? He has a knife? That's right. If you can do that, I will spare your life. The fallen princess looked at Liangzi with a cold smile. Liangzi, filled with fear, nodded anxiously, agreeing to the request. Liangzi's fingers unconsciously tightened, her nails digging in her flesh, blood oozing out, and she lightly bit her red lips. Shenyuan Ziye questioned, Miss Liang, what do you want to see my knife for? I won't harm you. I'm just here to inquire about Wanjiji. She is the courtesan of your Kayagaka house, right? As his words fell, Liangzi couldn't help but ask, Yes, Mr. Shenyuan, may I ask one more question? What do you want with Wanjiji? Shenyuan Ziye did not hide anything and directly said, The Wajiheim of Jingjiao House is not human, but a ghost. I want to eliminate her. Liangzi did not seem surprised, but her face changed slightly as she asked, Do you have a way to kill her? Shenyuan Ziye was somewhat surprised by Liangzi's calm reaction. He nodded in response. Of course, my identity is a demon hunter, existing solely to slay demons. Miss Liangzi, please tell me where Wariji is. Liangzi hesitated slightly. She certainly knew where Wariji's room was, but could this boy in front of her be trusted? Did he really have the ability to confront such a monster? Liangzi had already witnessed the terror of Wariji. That was a monster that could not be resisted by human strength at all. Shenyuan Ziye noticed Liangzi's concerns. He blinked his clear eyes, gazing at Liangzi, and said seriously, Miss Liang, please believe me, I can do it. If we delay any longer, countless people may suffer because of it. Ghosts can eat people. At this point, Shenyuan Ziye stood up, exuding a sharp killing intent. Liangzi's expression changed, recalling the oppressive stance of Zhuangji at that time. The overwhelming pressure made it hard to breathe, and a deep-seated fear within her. All right, Mr. Shenyuan, I will take you there. Liangzi thought for a moment, mustered her courage, and said through gritted teeth. After saying this, Shenyuan Ziye followed Liangzi's pace, walking out of the private room, towards the inner room. Mr. Shenyuan, it's here. This is the room of Orange Wanji. Stopping at the doorway of a room, Liangzi trembled as she spoke. Shenyuan Ziye opened the eye, peering through the door to carefully observe the scene inside. The room still carried the lingering aura of a ghost, but Paji was not inside. Had she escaped? No. With Paji's personality, that wouldn't be likely. Could she be hiding? Shenyuan Ziye stroked his chin, analyzing quietly. Liangzi asked in confusion, Mr. Shenyuan, aren't you going in? Paji isn't inside. I want to check outside. Shenyuan Ziye replied slowly. Mr. Shenyuan, please don't leave me behind. If Paji finds out that I let you go, she will definitely come after me. I don't want to die. Just as Shenyuan Ziye was about to leave, Liangzi's soft, pale hand gently grasped the corner of his clothing, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Shenyuan Ziye graspit Liangzi's diligatiris. His expression slightly tense as he said in a deep voice, Miss Liangzi, don't worry, nothing will happen. I will find Zhuangji very soon. You just need to hide and take care of yourself. Liangzi bit her red lip, still looking worried. Just as she was about to say something else, Shenyuan Ziye's figure had already vanished before her eyes. Shenyuan Ziye was running around, his eyes spinning crazily, blue light erupting from him as he looked around at the scenery. Found it. On the roof? Shenyuan Ziye noticed the movement on the roof. Under the illumination of the icy eyes, he saw clearly that it was a woman walking on the rooftop. In the darkness, the woman had a pale and beautiful face, a shapely figure, and a pair of smooth, firm thighs. Her white hair flowed like silk ribbons in the wind. Daji, I've finally found you. Shenyuan Ziye appeared behind Daki, holding the sword sheath in his left hand. At the same time, he instructed the crow to deliver a message to inform the three little ones in Inoue Saya. Daki turned around, her pale cheeks showing an expression of surprise as she frowned and said, Ryozi actually didn't take your sword? This woman is really useless. If I had known she was so unreliable, I should have just eaten her. Shenyuan Ziye's face showed surprise as he whispered in doubt. You want to use Liangzi to weaken my combat power? You really are a scheming woman. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. No, Daji shouldn't be clever enough to come up with such a lowly trick. Just to target me? Thinking of this, Shenyuan Ziye let out a cold laugh. Daji, you wouldn't be afraid of me, would you? What did you say? I would be afraid of a little brat like you? Who do you think you're talking to? You dead bug. Daji gritted her silver teeth, showing a look of disdain, her muscles tensed, ready for battle. Shenyuan Ziye smirked and said coldly, Did I hit the nail on the head? If you're not afraid, why are you scheming against me? I almost forgot. You demons share information, right? In that case, didn't Hakuji tell you that he was almost beheaded by me? With your upper moon's 6 strength, how many moves do you think you can exchange with me? Daki's face twisted with rage as she growled, Shut up. Damn little brat. You're not old, but your tone is quite big. I'm going to chop you into pieces. Blood demon art. 8-fold ribbon slash. After saying that, Daki launched her attack, and 8 ribbons suddenly shot out from her back, rushing towards Shenyuan Ziye. Shenyuan Ziye's breath flowed with a cold air at the corner of his mouth. Quickly drawing his sword, the sunwheel blade emitted a chilling light, cutting through the night sky. Breath of ice, second form, dance of the glacier. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye swung his blade and left gracefully, his swordsmanship smooth as he sliced through the incoming silk ribbons. With a sudden movement, he descended in front of Daji. So fast. He cut my ribbon so easily? Daji stared at the approaching boy, her expression one of disbelief, her body stiffening in shock. So weak. Are you really upper moon? A cold voice of a boy echoed in Daji's ears. Chapter 105. The Battle in the Flower Street. 2. Ice breathing. Third form. Ice falls, fury. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel knife, severing Daki's arms and freezing them. In the next moment, they exploded. Bang! Daki's arms shattered into ice fragments, and she staggered backward a few steps, struggling to maintain her balance. I am really upper moon. I am very strong. Although I'm only at the land level now, I will become even stronger in the future. That esteemed person has high expectations for me. At this moment, Daki was provoked by Shenyuan Ziye's cold mocking words and began to scream in fury. It seems I should cut off your head first. Then Kabutsuji Musen will come out. Shenyuan Ziye whispered softly, then pressed both hands tightly against the hilt of the sword, raising the blade. The blue blade shimmered with cold light, shining brightly. Ice breathing, fourth form, gathering ice. Whoosh! The sunwheel blade was covered with a light layer of frost, and Shenyuan Ziye charged again towards Daji. Daji's hands had already recovered. Her face twisted in rage as she released several ribbons from behind her. I'm going to kill you. Little brat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Daji roared madly, and the ribbons behind her attacked fiercely like venomous snakes. Ice breathing, second form, dance of the glacier. Whoosh. Shenyuan Ziye waved the sunwheel blade, sweeping through several silk ribbons, resembling a brush painting. In an instant, the blade's tip flashed in front of Daji's head. What? So fast. Daji's pupils suddenly constricted, her pale face filled with shock. Crack. The next moment, the blade tip grazed Daji's neck, her head fell, and Daji's hands instinctively caught her own head. Shenyuan Ziye wiped the blood from the tip of his blade, a cold smile on his face, and said, All right, you can call your brother out now, you can't. Hey, your neck was cut off? Is that so? You actually chopped off my head. That's too much. I'll make you regret it. I'm capable of this. I'm a member of the upper tier, granted with numbers by that esteemed person. The head of Daji turned upside down, shouting furiously, and as she yelled, tears glistened in her eyes, rolling down her cheeks. Shenyuan Ziye impatiently said, It's too noisy. Quickly let Jifutaro come out. You are not my opponent at all. Ah, Godi, D. All of you die. My head has been chopped off. Brother. Bang. Daki roared angrily, and at that moment, with a loud crash, a hunched figure emerged from the roof. It was a very thin man with black-green hair, black spots on his face, and yellow pupils, glaring angrily at Shenyuan Ziye. Jifutaro held 2 sickles in one hand and dragged a mutilated corpse with the other. The familiar purple kimono, a beautiful figure, now only had one arm left, with blood seeping from the severed limb, and the once beautiful cheeks were now a bloody mess, making it impossible to discern the appearance. It was Jifutaro. He wasn't inside Daki, was he? Shenyuan Ziye was suddenly startled. and then turned to look at the corpse. Liang, Miss Liang? He was stunned for a moment, and then anger appeared on his face. The veins on his forehead bulging, and the hand holding the knife trembled violently. He recalled the words he had just spoken to Liang not long ago. Miss Liang, don't worry. Nothing will happen. I will find Warabeheim soon. You just need to hide and protect yourself. Shenyuan Ziye held Liang Zi's wrist, speaking softly. As he recalled everything, a wave of regret surged in his heart. He still hadn't protected the people around him. Why did it end up like this? Was it due to my misjudgment? Kibutsuji Musen laid down the corpse, carefully placing Daki's head back. His voice was as sharp as a blade. Crying won't help. It's just a decapitation. You can put it back on, right? Don't cry, sister. It's rare for your face to be so cute. Brother, what is this? Daki wiped her tears, her gaze shifting to the corpse beside Kibutsuji Musen. He spoke in a calm tone. It's that woman who failed her mission. She's already dead. It's all her fault. Damn Liangzi. If she hadn't taken the Nicaran blade, I wouldn't have gotten my neck sliced. If I had known she was useless, I would have eaten her. People like her shouldn't be alive. Daki cried out, her face filled with resentment. Although being decapitated wouldn't kill her, she could still feel the pain acutely. Kibutsuji Musen caressed Daki's face, comforting her. It's okay now, sister. I've already killed that woman for you. Ah, is he the ice pillar? So young. And has a pretty good face. I'm so jealous. Could you please go die? My sister and I will definitely kill you. Kibutsuji Musen tore at his own face, his expression grotesque, glaring fiercely at the handsome young boy before him. Shenyuan Ziye's expression froze, his face filled with anger, and a blue light surged in his eyes. With the tips of his hair also dyed a layer of icy blue. He gently pushed the blade, and a sharp, killing intent emanated from his body. What do you take life for? Shenyuan Ziye coldly questioned, gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Ji Futaro looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he meant. What qualifications do you have to lecture us? In this place, women are just commodities, no different from objects. Those who can't do anything won't be treated as human. Those who dare to defy me will all be killed. We are demons, powerful demons, different from those humans. The chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Daki responded with a sharp and cold voice. Why trample on life? You evil demons, wantonly taking others' lives, are not worthy of living in this world. Shenyuan Ziye grew even angrier, his voice laced with a chilling, killing intent. In an instant, Ji Futaro and Daki were flooded with unknown memories. It was a young man with deep red long hair tied in a high ponytail, red irises, wearing a red haori, holding a crimson Nicaran blade. The man was staring at them, his aura and pressure like that of a deity, making their legs feel weak. What is there to be happy about? What is interesting? What do you take human lives for? Why have you forgotten? Why do you waste life? He kept questioning, his voice incredibly heavy. That is, the memory of Lord Musen's cells. Ji Futaro realized his ugly face filled with shock. Ice breathing, land type, ice dragon. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled cold mist from his mouth, his figure like an arrow shooting out. Whoosh! Like an ice dragon slicing through the night sky. Exquisite swordsmanship was unleashed at that moment. What incredible speed! Jifutaro's heart trembled as he leaped down from the rooftop. A single eye appeared on Daki's forehead, and her movements immediately quickened, closely following Jifutaro's pace. What? When did this happen? Why is this guy's speed so fast? Jifutaro was in shock as he looked at his severed left arm, blood seeping from it. Chapter 106. The Battle of the Flower Street. 3. Shenyuan Ziye still wore an angry expression, holding the sunwell blade, shaking off the blood from its tip. The veins on Jifutaro's forehead bulged, and as he extended his left arm, his severed limb grew back. He shouted angrily, "Don't underestimate me, you little brat." Blood demon technique, flying blood scythe. Jifutaro transformed his own blood into thin blades and launched them with the two scythes in his hands. Countless drops of blood immediately scattered in the air, filling the area with a bloody scent. My blood scythes are laced with deadly poison. Even if you just brush against it a little, not even the strongest Hashira can survive, and my slashes won't stop until they hit their target. Jifutaro attacked, while contemplating, a sickly smile appearing on his face. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes moved, scanning these blood droplets that were like blades, all containing deadly poison, and they must be dispersed completely. Breath of ice, 9th form, ice-blowing blade. Shenyuan Ziye took a deep breath, exhaling a cold breath. The blade turned horizontally and swung wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp and exquisite slashes swept away in large swathes, accompanied by countless ice blades sweeping across, sending a mass of thin blades flying, blood blowing towards Jigafutaro. All of it was deflected. Jigafutaro's face was filled with astonishment. Not a single drop had splashed onto his skin. How could this be possible? Come back. Fine blood scythe. Jigafutaro whispered softly. The countless droplets of blood that had been scattered, resembling thin blades, gathered and flew towards Shenyuan Ziye once more. Breath of ice, 8th form, ice speed slash. Shenyuan Ziye quickly swung his knife, delivering a slash at lightning speed, as swift as a blade of ice, penetrating through the blood and sending it flying. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye swung his knife towards Jifutaru. Swish, swish, swish. Daki's silk ribbons emerged again, advancing in front of Shenyuan Ziye and blocking his path. What a hassle, Shenyuan Ziye impatiently said, exhaling a cold breath, and once again displayed his sword technique. At this moment, Tanjirou and the others arrived at the battlefield, staring at the three figures fighting not far away, their eyes filled with shock. Zenitsu, who had been in a deep sleep, despite Inosuke's strong insistence to bring him along, claiming that this guy was in great shape when he was asleep. Ultimately, for Zenitsu's safety, no one could afford to be distracted to protect him against the upper moon demons. Sayaka, Inoue, and Tanjiro decided not to take him with them. The scent of demons. And there were two, which they had never encountered before. Such a strong smell that it felt like it was numbing deep in their throats. Tanjiro looked ahead, covering his nose, his face showing pain. Sayaka, Inoue nodded and responded, just as Lord Shenyuan said, "Our target is that female demon. We must cut off her head." That's a piece of cake. Let's go. Inosuke shouted excitedly, raising his twin blades. Yes, let's go help Mr. Shenyuan. He is fighting those two demons, Tanjiro said, gripping the Nichiren blade at his waist, and the three of them ran towards Shenyuan Ziye. Swish, swish, swish. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye's night blade moved rapidly, maneuvering around Daki and Jitaro. Three blurred figures collided under the night sky, and Shenyuan Ziye's movements were exceptionally cautious. Under the illumination of the ice eyes, he could clearly see that Jitaro's scythe was poisonous. Moreover, the blood demon art that Jitaro used could turn his blood into thin blades, and his toxic blood could also attach itself to the Sunwheel blade. If he were to get scratched by that blade-like blood, he would fall victim to Jitaro's poison. Coupled with Daki's interference from his side, it was difficult to focus on the attack. Mr. Shenyuan, we're here. Just then, Tanjiro's voice suddenly came from behind. Shenyuan Ziye quickly stepped back, looking at Tanjiro and the others, a smile appearing on his face. Tanjiro, you came just in time. Tanjiro looked at Shenyuan Ziye's face, confusion showing on his expression, and hesitantly said, Mr. Shenyuan, your eyes, and your hair, what's going on? Don't be nervous, this is my ability. Look ahead. The three of you will be facing that female demon. Just behead her, and I'll deal with Jitaro. Shenyuan Ziye advised as he glanced at the three in front of him. Inosuke laughed loudly, saying, aha, no problem at all. That S in upper moon. Do you have confidence? Tanjiro? Shenyuan Ziye asked. Tanjiro nodded heavily and replied with fighting spirit. Yes. Mr. Shenyuan, please rest assured, we will definitely succeed. Inoue Saya looked at the focused Shenyuan Ziye with concern, saying, Lord Shenyuan, please be careful. After all, it's an upper moon demon. Don't let your guard down. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. After giving all the instructions, Shenyuan Ziye's figure dashed out again. More demon hunters have come? Jitaro said in a deep voice, noticing the figures following Shenyuan Ziye. Daki scoffed, they're just small fry, brother. As long as we can poison that Hashira, we will definitely win. Although she said this, how can we poison that guy? His speed is completely out of reach. Jitaro's expression darkened, unwillingly gritting his teeth. Brother, you can do it. Don't forget, we've devoured 22 Hashira. Together we are the strongest. The long night will always be on our side. No one can survive until dawn. Seeing Jitaro's downcast demeanor, Daki shouted angrily. That's right. Sister, you reminded me. We have killed so many Hashira. There's no way we can lose to such a small demon. Even if our necks are cut off, we won't die. We will become the strongest demons. That's why we continue to survive. Those mere humans, I will definitely rip their throats apart. Jitaro hissed quietly, then swung his scythe and charged out. Shenyuan Ziye raised his knife and charged forward, cold mist flowing at the corners of his mouth. Breath of ice. 8th form. Ice speed slash. Bang bang. Swish. Shenyuan Ziye swung his blade rapidly, slashing through the air like an icy blade, cutting through the incoming thin ribbons. Swish swish. Daki's silk ribbons attacked again, dancing freely in the air, their ends sharp as blades. Beast breathing, second form cleave. Two serrated Nichiren blades crossed and slashed, severing the silk ribbons in front of Shenyuan Ziye. Tanjirou and the others launched their attacks simultaneously, targeting Daki. Water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. Snow breathing. Fourth form, snowfall slash. Boom, boom, boom. Daki continuously manipulated the ribbons behind her to fend off wave after wave of attacks. At the same time, the battlefield was divided. Daki controlled 8 ribbons, sneering, "You guys think you can defeat me? Don't dream." Blood Demon Art, 8-fold ribbon slash. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the ribbons released by Daki suddenly increased, and their hardness became stronger, weaving between the 3. Fire God Kagura, round dance. Tanjiro exhaled a hot breath, wielding the Nichiren blade to draw a circular arc, slicing through Daki's ribbons. Chapter 107, Battle in the Flower District 4, It Hurts. What is this pain? It feels like being burnt. I can't regenerate. Daki's face was pained as she cried out. This guy, his sword technique suddenly changed? How could this be? The hardness has increased. Why is it still being severed? Inoue Saya's blue eyes glanced at Tanjiro, muttering in confusion. Tanjiro's sword style has changed? What breathing style is that? Cough, cough. Tanjiro, having exhausted his sword technique, kept coughing, his face pale. Although Fire God Kagura has a stronger attack power than water breathing, my current body can't sustain it for long. It's too much of a burden. You maggots. How could I possibly lose to you? Hurry up and die. Swish, swish, swish. Daki, in a rage, urged the ribbons to attack, this time increasing their speed and expanding their range, charging recklessly. Shut up. Worm woman, stop shouting. Inosuke swung his dual blades, cutting through the incoming ribbons. Beast breathing. Fourth Fong, shattering slash. Swish, swish, swish. Inoue Saya's figure kept moving, her Nichiren blade gleaming coldly, a chilling breath flowing from her lips. Snow breathing. Fourth form, snowfall slash. I want to help too. We can't give her a chance to breathe. We can definitely cut off her neck. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, enduring the pain brought by Fire God Kagura, as if his insides were burning. Fire God Kagura, round dance. Swish. The 3 of them worked together to continuously slash at Daki's ribbons, her face growing more grotesque as she shouted furiously. Damn bugs. I will grind you into dust. Swish. Swish, swish. Daki's ribbons moved faster, and the attacks became fiercer, leaving the 3 with no choice but to keep using their techniques to fend off the incoming assaults. Damn it, I can't get close to the worm woman at all. These ribbons are so entangling. Inosuke complained as he swung his blades. Tanjiro calmed him down, saying, Inosuke, calm down, let's think of a way. Don't lose your composure. Kaneo, of course I understand this, but what should we think of? I'm not good at thinking. Inoue took a deep breath, gripping her Nichiren blade tightly, her blue eyes focused forward, her delicate face serious as she whispered, Tanjiro, Inosuke, cover me. I'll cut off her neck. On the other side, Jotaro stared at the handsome young boy in front of him, confused, asking, You want to separate me from my sister? Have you figured it out? You have quite a keen perception, but we will still win. That kind of trash can't sever my sister's neck. Shenyuan Ziye sneered coldly. That's not necessarily the case. Daki is inherently weak, not to mention the Hashira. Even an A-rank swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps could easily cut off her head. Moreover, I trust my companions. Jotaro's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression changed subtly as he mocked. You really have a lot of confidence. Even if a few small fry come, they won't be able to win against us. Although my sister's mind isn't the sharpest, her combat ability is certainly not weak. Is that so? You should worry about yourself first. Your poison can't touch me at all. Attacks that can't hit have no meaning. I'll be cutting off your head soon, just wait. Shenyuan Ziye's pupils glowed with a chilling blue light as they coldly fixed on Gifu Teru. Gifu Teru gritted his teeth, his ugly face revealing a look of unwillingness. As he tore at his throat and muttered to himself, This little brat seems to see right through me. My attacks have no effect on him at all. How should I respond? I absolutely cannot lose to such a little brat. Shenyuan Ziye took his stance, hands firmly gripping the hilt, and exhaled steadily. Ice breath, fourth form, gathering of ice. Buzz. The blade of the sun wheel sword was covered in a thick layer of frost, a faint chill flowing from the hilt to the tip. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye leaped out, charging forward like a cannonball. Earth form, ice dragon. Gifu Taro seemed to see an ice dragon soaring wildly, the surrounding air solidifying, a wave of cold washing over his chest. My sister and I will not lose. Gifu Taro shouted angrily, swinging his blood scythe and rushing forward. Blood demon technique, flying blood scythe. Whoosh. Tens of thousands of droplets of blood transformed into thin blades, flying towards Shenyuan Ziye. Bang! The ice dragon-like slash swept through these thin blades, and at the moment of contact with the Sunwill sword, all the thin blades were sent flying. Shenyuan Ziye turned the blade of his knife horizontally in the midnight, his blue eyes flickering as he slashed towards Gifu, Teru's neck. Was he deflected again? If that's the case. Blood demon technique. Circular slash return. Flying blood scythe. Gifu Teru spiraled his blood around his hand, unleashing a spiral slash towards the Sunwheel blade. Is he using a slash surrounded by toxic blood? Shenyuan Ziye murmured softly. His steps did not stop, and he raised his sword, changing his attack. Breath of Ice, 8th form, ice speed slash. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye swung his blade, unleashing dozens of slashes like ice blades, directly colliding with the blood-shaped slash of Gifu Taro. Bang, 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 woos. Gifu Taro's scythe was sent flying, and to his astonishment, both of his arms were severed in succession. How is this possible? The circular slash technique didn't work. What a joke. Gifu Taro stared in shock at the boy in front of him. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In the next moment, Gifu Taro suddenly reacted, his heart filled with disbelief, exclaiming in shock, "This guy saw through my attack route? Did he perfectly avoid my moves? Not even a drop of blood, scythe, touched him? How strong is he? I've never seen such a little brat." Has regeneration slowed down too? What is going on? That little brat's blade has a problem. Got played. Gifu Taro's eyes suddenly narrowed, glancing at the severed arms that were not regenerating, blood beginning to coagulate, with a faint chill flowing over it. At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye's black hair was completely dyed with an icy blue hue, and the blue light in his eyes grew stronger. At this distance, am I going to be cut? No. He might not be able to cut off my neck, just based on this brat's strength. Just as Gifu Taro thought this, Shenyuan Ziye's blade flew to Gifu Taro's neck, a breath like icy mist escaping his lips. Ice breath, 2nd form dance of the glacier. Clang. This was the sound of the Nichiren blade embedding into flesh, blood blooming from Gifu Taro's neck. The blade already embedded halfway into his neck, slowly moving. I cannot let my neck be cut, no. It's fine. Even if my head is cut off, I still have my sister. Ah! Gifu Taro's face turned blue, his expression extremely twisted, screaming in madness. On the other side, the words spoken by Inoue Saya stunned both Tanjirou and Inosuke. Saya, what are you talking about? How could you do it alone? Stop being brave. Inosuke retorted angrily. Tanjirou, however, asked gently, Miss Saya, do you have a plan? That's right. Tanjirou, I need your help. I will definitely be able to cut off her neck. Inoue Saya exhaled a cold breath, a light white snowflake pattern appearing on the side of her cheek. Her blue eyes becoming resolute, her delicate face exceptionally firm. Chapter 108, Battle in the Flower District 5. Miss Saya, the pattern on your face, what is that? Tanjirou noticed the snowflakes on Inoue Saya's cheek and asked curiously. Inosuke also looked at Inoue Saya with a puzzled expression. Inoue Saya replied faintly, I don't know. But I feel great right now. Trust me, Tanjirou, you help me block those annoying ribbons, and I'll go cut off her neck. Ah, damn it. It looks like they're going to cut her head off over there. We need to hurry. Inosuke suddenly exploded with rage, looking towards Shenyuan Ziye's direction and shouting loudly. Tanjirou nodded, his expression serious. Okay. Miss Saya, please. Inosuke, let's block those ribbons together. Tanjirou turned to Inosuke, continuing to swing the Nichiren blade. Inosuke also unleashed his sword technique, cutting through the ribbons, charging towards them. Got it, Santaro. Inoue Saya's footsteps paused, her figure shooting out, simultaneously wielding the Nichiren blade. Her speed suddenly became incredibly fast. Tanjirou and Inosuke's faces both changed in shock. Thank you for believing in me. Tanjirou, I won't let you down. I will definitely cut off this demon's neck. Inoue Saya thought to herself as she dashed forward, wielding the Nichiren blade to cut the approaching ribbons. Beast Breath 4th Fong Shattering Slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 serrated blades sliced through the flying ribbons. Fire God Kagura, Scorching Bone Sun. Boom! Tanjirou exhaled a scorching breath like the sun, unleashing a swirling flame slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several ribbons were cut, leaving traces of burning flames at the break. It hurts. That red hair brat's slash is indeed different from the other two. Why is that? The Kifuruit Herburais, simultaneously Notijin Inu Saya Rushin Togartsev. What's going on? Is this guy seeking death? Then I'll take care of you first. Daki's cheeks showed a moment of confusion, then she coldly smiled, manipulating the ribbons to fly toward Inoue Saya. Beast Breath 3rd Fong Fong Tier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inosuke followed in no way Saya's pace, swinging his blade and cutting through the ribbons. Fire God Kagura fiery, sun red mirror. Whoosh. Tanjiro swung the Nichiren blade, like a brush painting, releasing sharp slashes to cut through the fluttering ribbons. Don't hesitate, charge forward. Miss Saya. Tanjiro shouted with fighting spirit while attacking. I know, Tanjiro. Snow breath sixth form snowfall in the sky. Inoue Saya whispered softly, exhaling an incredibly cold breath, leaping into the air and striking down with force slashes like snowflakes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all the ribbons in front of Daki were shredded. How? How could this happen? My ribbons have increased in hardness, yet they were cut so easily. Daki stared in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the girl charging towards her. You ugly monster, if you're coming to deliver yourself, I'll. Snow breath 7th form frost and snow condensing slash. Inoue Saya gasped, jumping down from midair, her white Nichiren blade swaying under the night sky, drawing a perfect arc. This was in no way Saya's focus strike, the blade carrying cold frost, tearing through the night sky, even the air trembling. Whoosh! Before Daki could finish her sentence, the blade sliced through, cutting the ribbon-like neck, about to be severed. Zulfust! Can't see it at all. This speed. Daki's face twisted, her neck turning, already resembling a ribbon. Tanjiro watched this scene, excitedly shouting, Did we hit? Miss Saya did it. Inosuke also yelled with excitement, tearing at his throat. Did we take her down? Her neck turned into a ribbon? So soft. Inoue Saya's delicate face changed slightly, whispering in surprise. With a little brat like you, how could you possibly cut off my neck? Don't dream. Daki scoffed, looking at Inoue Saya with disdain. Inoue Saya's expression remained calm, murmuring to herself, But it doesn't matter. I will definitely cut it off. I will never let you down. Inoue Saya exerted force in her wrist, the snowflake pattern on the side of her cheek growing more intense. She gripped the blade tightly, slowly moving it to the right, the blade cutting through the ribbons with a hissing sound. Daki's expression turned panicked, staring in disbelief at the girl in front of her. How is this possible? Why is this woman so strong? It looks so weak. I won't let myself be beheaded by such a thing. Tanjiro and Inosuke's gazes were also focused here. Is the neck turning into a ribbon? Can it be cut? Come on, Miss Saya. Don't give up. Just a little more. Can it be cut? It definitely can. Hurry and cut it. Inoue Saya shouted, her wrist exerting strength again. Moving little by little, the ribbon was about to be torn. Fear surfaced on Daki's face, cold sweat dripping down, her whole body trembling. Brother, think of a way. Brother, I'm going to be beheaded. On the other side, Shinjin Shio's blade was fully embedded in Kibutsuji's neck. Kibutsuji used all his strength to twist his neck, desperately trying to jam the Nichiren blade. Cold sweat flowing down his face, his whole body trembling in fear, unable to move. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hurry up and go to hell. Kibutsuji. Shinjin Shio roared, swinging his hands forcefully. Crack. Kibutsuji's neck was severed, his head flying through the air in a perfect parabola. It collided with Daki's gruesome head and fell to the ground. It's cut. Finally cut. Tanjiro shouted with joy, shaking Inosuke's body. That's great. Inosuke, look quickly. Inosuke stabbed his twin blades into the ground, panting, I see it. Kentaro, I'm starving. Give me something to eat. Tanjiro seemed to remember something and ran towards Kibutsuji's direction. He wanted to use the blood collection device given by Yashiro to gather the blood of the upper moon. Inoue Saya gently panted, sitting down on the ground, her cute cheeks showing a long-lost smile. Shenyuan Ziye waved the blood from the tip of his blade and slowly sheathed the sun wheel blade. His ice-blue medium-length hair gradually turned black, and the blue light in his eyes slowly faded. Finally, it was over. He looked in the direction of Tanjiro and the others, letting out a sigh of relief. Daki and Jotaro faced each other, both expressions filled with utter astonishment, unable to speak for a moment. How could you be decapitated by those 3 weaklings? After a brief pause, Jotaro was the first to break the silence, roaring in anger. Daki screamed back, So you saw it, huh? Why didn't you come to save me? Jotaro retorted, I was dealing with the Hashira. Don't you know how strong that Hashira is? Even Musen is difficult to handle. How could I afford to be distracted? Chaptessons, chatigna. Finally, there's food. Inosuke was the first to rush out, running towards Kamizaki Aoi. Kanzaki Aoi pouted, took a step back, and made a gesture of prohibition, saying seriously, Inosuke, don't snatch. Everyone should have a share. The group sat cross-legged on the ground, gathered around, enjoying the lavish desserts, all wearing satisfied smiles on their faces. Shinobu chewed on the cake in her mouth, savoring the taste of the dessert, and asked, Why haven't I seen Kane today? Ah, did you think of Kane? Shinoto-kun. Shinobu blinks her purple eyes, still wearing a smile, and explains, Kane went out on a mission yesterday. She's not in the butterfly mansion right now. Shenyuan Ziye curiously asked, executing a mission? Where did you go? The beautiful face of Butterfly Ninja showed a thoughtful expression as her delicate fingers lightly tapped her exquisite chin. She pondered, if I remember correctly, it seems to be Kanagawa Prefecture, where someone has gone missing. It might be the work of a ghost. So, Kanahu went there. What exactly is the situation? Shenyuan Ziye showed a contemplative look and asked again. Zenitsu frowned, chewing on the Mitarashi dango in his mouth, looking speechless, and couldn't help but interject, Shenyuan, is there only work in your head? Shenyuan Ziye's expression suddenly became serious as he rejected, of course not. I'm just worried about Kanahu's safety. Kanahu? Inoue Saya's cheeks showed a hint of suspicion. Is Lord Shenyuan really worried about her? Tanjiro also showed a puzzled expression and said, Kanahu should be fine, right? She's a really strong girl. Yeah, Shenyuan, Kanahu is Lady Butterfly's adopted daughter, so there shouldn't be any problems, Zenitsu chimed in from the side. Butterfly Shinobu became interested and suddenly asked, does Zai-kun like Kanahu? It was your guidance that helped Kanahu become like she is now, able to honestly express her feelings. That's a good sign. No. How could that be? Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps is a companion, like family. Everyone deserves attention and should be noticed, just like how Lord Muzan can remember all the sacrifice members. Shenyuan Ziye continued, saying that everyone is special. Being in the Demon Slayer Corps means facing life and death every day. You never know what will happen tomorrow. That's why I care about every companion around me. Zenitsu nodded thoughtfully, realizing this. So that's how it is. Shenyuan, you really are a good person. Tanjiro also echoed, Mr. Shenyuan, it's truly fortunate to be your companion. Kanagawa Prefecture. Is it? Shenyuan Ziye recalled Butterfly Shinobu's earlier words, murmuring to himself. Although you haven't suffered any serious injuries, you fought against an upper moon demon, so it's better to rest for a while. Don't go out to work for the time being, said Aoi Kanzaki, who had been silent, scanning everyone with a serious expression. Zenitsu nodded vigorously, yes. I always keep Miss Aoi's words in mind. I will. Tanjiro's handsome face showed a hint of hesitation as he asked, that's fine, but I'm still feeling okay. If Mr. Shenyuan has anything he needs help with, I can assist you. Tanjiro, you have such good energy. Don't you feel tired? Zenitsu's mouth twitched in confusion. Then he glanced at Inosuke, who was eating voraciously, and continued to complain, and this guy is about the same as you. Tanjiro, puzzled, simply said, if I can help others because of that, it's a good thing. Of course, I won't feel tired. Besides, even though Mr. Shenyuan is about the same age as us, the aura he carries is very reassuring. As long as I'm with him, there won't be any problems. No matter what happens. Butterfly Shinobu covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, Zai-kun, you've already become their role model. That's really great. As a Hashira, you should be like this. Because Lord Shenyuan is that kind of person. Although I haven't known him for long, I can feel that he is not only a Hashira, but also a reliable one. I share the same view as Tanjiro. Before Shenyuan Ziye could respond, Saya in no way rested her chin on her hand, her cheeks flushed with envy, and couldn't help but speak up. Shenyuan's eyes deepened, and he said solemnly, I just don't want anyone to drift away from us anymore. Whenever I think of Mr. Yusue and Miss Hime, those who have already passed, I don't know what kind of feeling it is. Only after truly experiencing these things do I understand how fragile life is. In front of death, relying on this human body and that willpower is what drives us to keep fighting. Zenitsu fell into memories, a look of sorrow on his face. And then he rallied, saying, Uncle Yusue couldn't defeat the Upper Moon 3, but Shenyuan, you can definitely do it now. We'll avenge Uncle. Tanjiro looked regretful and said solemnly, I didn't expect someone as strong as Mr. Yusue would also lose to the Upper Moon. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't we defeat the Upper Moon? Why are you still so sad? Cheer up. After finishing the snacks, we should continue training. Kanzaki Atoi looked at the few people whose moods suddenly fell and stood up to scold them. Lord Shinjin, is the snack not tasty? Lord Shinjin, shall we make some more? What would you like to eat? We will continue to work hard to make even better snacks. The three little butterflies beside Kanzaki Aoi suddenly spoke up, all looking innocent and carefree. Shenyuan Ziye smiled lightly and said, Not at all. The snacks are delicious. You all are great. Yay. The three little ones from Dai House raised their hands and shouted excitedly. Infinite City. The upper moons were once again summoned here by Muzan. Hansengo, as usual, shrank into a corner, trembling all over, occasionally letting out mournful sounds, looking terrified. What is going on? Transported here again. At this moment, Guiwei was holding a severed arm, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was eating, he suddenly arrived at this familiar place. Above him was still the Biwa woman he had seen before. However, now the bangs on the Biwa woman's forehead had been swept aside, and on her pale face, there was suddenly a huge eyeball etched with the character Lu. Has the Biwa woman changed? What on earth is going on? Lu, is it Upper Moon 6? Guiwei widened his green eyes, staring intently at the face of the Biwa woman. He had previously fought with Daki and Jotaro, so he had a deep impression of a number 6. How did Upper Moon 6 turn into this woman? Then the previous two demons. Could it be? Guiwei's body trembled. As if he thought of something, his heart shook for a moment. Chapter 112. Important information. Summoned back here again. Could something have happened? It wouldn't be that an important companion is missing, right? Akaza also looked incredulous. It had not been long since he was summoned back to Infinite City, and the blood battle had just ended. Muzan summoned all the Upper Moons again, indicating that something significant had occurred. Muzan stood in his original position, looking down from a height. Facing that pale and cold face, even Kokushibo had an extremely serious expression. If what he thought was true, and the Upper Moons had suffered another casualty, Muzan would probably be very angry, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Little Ming-Nu has changed. Her face is very pretty, but her eyeball is a bit big. Why is there only one eyeball? Doma stroked his chin, his colorful eyes gazing at Ming-Nu's cheek, filled with confusion. Muzan spoke, his voice cold and piercing. Upper Moon 6 is dead. Jotaro and Daki have also been defeated. As soon as he finished speaking, Doma looked slightly surprised and said with a guilty smile, I'm really sorry. Jotaro and little Daki were introduced by me. How should I apologize? Should I dig out my eyeball, or what use would I have for your eyeball? Muzan coldly stared at Doma. He didn't expect that Jotaro's poison couldn't even be unleashed to defeat the Upper Moon 1. He was indeed a difficult opponent. I underestimated him. What? Doma's face showed confusion, the corners of his mouth twitching, unsure whether to laugh or feel sad. The one who killed Jotaro even defeated Lord Kokushibo? This is truly interesting. At this point, interest appeared on Doma's face, the corners of his mouth lifting. Kokushibo slightly lowered his head, expressionless, remaining silent. But his grip on the sword tightened, his body trembling slightly. If one did not observe carefully, they would not notice. Guiwei widened his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. Cold sweat streaming down, his heart shocked. Another ice pillar? Did he defeat Upper Moon 6? Akaza, upon learning that even Kokushibo had been defeated, felt his pupils constrict. His face filled with fighting spirit, unable to help but ask, Lord Muzan, who is the demon slayer that killed Upper Moon 6? I will help you eliminate them. Muzan did not answer. He knew sending Akaza would be futile. After all, Kokushibo's strength could be said to be the strongest among demons aside from himself. After Kokushibo's defeat, Muzan had already lost hope, unless several Upper Moons worked together to deal with Shenyuan Ziye. But that was also unrealistic. You don't need to do that. Muzan's eyes were deep, his tone icy. He absolutely would not allow another Upper Moon to be lost. As his voice fell, Akaza lowered his head. Not daring to say more. Ming-Nu, confirm the information. This time, I want to ensure that there are no mistakes. We cannot have any more accidents. As he spoke, Muzan's expression grew increasingly cold, exuding a chilling aura. Lord Muzan, is there a new mission? Let me go. Doma raised his hand with a smile. I want to let you down. Muzan ignored Doma and commanded, Guiwei, Hantengu, this time you both will go together. Once you find a target, kill them all without leaving any survivors. Yes, Lord Muzan. Your subordinate obeys. Guiwei and Hantengu both knelt on the ground, foreheads touching the ground, respectfully complying. If we kill this group of people, the demon slayers will have no future. The demon slayer core, wait to be exterminated. Muzan let out a cold snort, and then his figure vanished from Infinite City. Doma, holding his iron fan, covered his mouth and said to Guiwei, little Guiwei, you have to work hard. If you get killed too, Lord Muzan will punish me. After all, you were turned into a demon by me. Guiwei revealed cold sweat, nodded and said, I will, Lord Doma. Doma waved at Ming-Nu Ekin. Hey, little Ming-Nu, have you been given new abilities? You really look good. Are you taking over Upper Moon 6 position? Yes, Lord Doma. Ming-Nu replied. Can you tell me about the information? What is it exactly? Doma's pale face was filled with a smile, his colorful eyes containing a yearning expression. Ming-Nu explained, yes, Lord Doma. Relying on the new abilities granted by Lord Muzan, I have found several swordsmiths who forge swords for demon slayers. As long as we follow the swordsmiths, we can find their residences. Lord Musen's order is to destroy everything and kill all the swordsmiths, thereby weakening the demon slayer's strength. Doma's eyes instantly brightened, excitedly saying, "Ah, so that's how it is? In that case, as long as the demon slayers have no swords, even the Hashira won't be able to do anything to us." "Ah, that sounds great. I want to go too. Can you take me with you?" Doma's mouth curled into a smile, looking at Ming-Nu with anticipation. Ming-Nu decisively shook her head. "I must refuse. This is Lord Musen's order." "Ah, so heartless, little Ming-Nu. Don't be so cold. There's always room for negotiation." Dume Ming-Nu. Akase, already displeased from being rejected by Musen, became even more furious at Doma's actions, his face twitching with rage, glaring wide-eyed. "Does Lord Musen have an order for you to do something? Hurry up and get lost." "Ah, Lord Akaza, don't be so fierce. What have I done to offend you?" Doma looked innocent, confusedly gazing at Akaza. "Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." It gets even more exciting. Akaza clenched his fists. Seeing Doma's face made him furious. Just as he was about to swing his fist, a low voice stopped him. "Akaza, don't do anything excessive. You understand what I mean, being in a lower position." The figure of Kokushibo suddenly descended between Doma and Akaza. "Oh, it's nothing. Lord Kokushibo, I'm sure Lord Akaza won't do anything out of line. We're all important companions, after all." Doma waved his hand and smiled nonchalantly. Akaza clenched his fists, his face filled with defiance. His golden eyes wide and bloodshot as he gritted his teeth at Kokushibo. "I really want to meet the demon slayer who defeated you. If I can defeat him, that would be equivalent to defeating you, right?" Upon hearing this, Kokushibo's body trembled, anger appearing on his face, the veins in his neck and arms clearly visible. His 6 eyes slightly narrowing and his grip on the sword tightening. "Oh dear, Lord Akaza, you really hit a sore spot for Lord Kokushibo. I was quite shocked when I learned this news too. After all, he is our strongest upper moon, unchanged for a century. It's truly curious that a demon slayer has managed to seriously injure Lord Kokushibo." Doma sat cross-legged on the ground, his colorful eyes sparkling as he spoke playfully. Kokushibo widened his 6 eyes, angered. "Akaza, you should defeat me first before saying that. If you're not convinced, you can apply for a blood battle in my place." Lord Kokushibo, are you angry?" "I'm really sorry, I misspoke." Seeing Kokushibo's angry expression, Doma rubbed his knee, looking guilty and somewhat innocent. Akaza, with a fierce expression, clenched his fists and angrily said, "I will definitely kill you." Chapter 113. Continue training, is that so? Then do your best. With that, Kokushibo's entire being dissipated like mist, vanishing with the wind. Doma, seeing this, laughed. "Goodbye, Lord Kokushibo." Akaza gazed at the disappearing figure, his expression inexplicable. "I feel like when you guys talk, you don't pay attention to me at all. Am I thinking too much, Lord Akaza?" Doma looked at Akaza, asking in confusion. Akaza did not respond but leaped up and ran outside. "Lord Akaza, I haven't finished speaking. Why are you leaving again?" Doma's eyes dimmed, feeling a bit sad. He then turned to Nezuko, grinning. "Hey, little Nezuko, if it's convenient, how about you join me later? I'm really sorry, but I have to decline." Nezuko said softly, then plucked her shamisen. Clang! Doma was teleported back to his room. Doma sat cross-legged on the cushion, muttering to himself in confusion. Everyone is so cold. Did I say something wrong again? "Lord Doma, there's a visitor for you." The door suddenly swung open, and a bald man in a uniform spoke respectfully. "Ah, really? Sorry to keep you waiting. Let me put this on first." Doma picked up a hat from beside him and placed it on his head, immediately beaming with a smile. "Please come in." Let him in quickly. A few days later. Morning, Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. "Shinobu, why did you call us here again?" Zenitsu rubbed his eyes and glanced at Inosuke and Sayaka beside him. They also looked somewhat sleepy. "Of course, to train with you. In your current state. How will you deal with the upper moons if you encounter them again?" Shenyuan Ziye spread his hands, looking quite helpless. Zenitsu frowned and said, This can't be right. Didn't the training camp end?" Inoue Saya rubbed her clear eyes, her cute cheeks showing confusion as she asked, "Lord Shenyuan, aren't the Hashira very busy? Why are you so free?" "Because I don't have a region to be in charge of," Shenyuan Ziye replied matter-of-factly. "No region to be in charge of?" Zenitsu was taken aback, his already dazed eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he shouted, "What? You don't have to ensure the safety of your area? That's too comfortable." "Where is it comfortable? Haven't I been carrying out missions? I haven't had a break at all. So far, I've already killed 2 upper moons." Upon hearing this, Inosuke instantly became alert and exclaimed, "Damn it. Tsukiyo, you've already defeated 2 upper moons?" Zenitsu retorted, "Are you still asleep? Inosuke, wasn't it you guys who defeated the upper moon together? And once it was in Asakusa, right?" Shenyuan Ziye nodded, his expression serious as he said, "That's right. After Shanglu's death, there are still 5 upper moons left, and among these 5, 2 have connections with you." Zenitsu looked confused, his clear eyes wide open as he hesitantly asked, "Connected to us?" "Yes. Have you forgotten about Kaigaku?" As the words fell, Zenitsu's expression froze, and he lowered his head, murmuring, "That's right. It's all because he became a demon that my grandfather had to commit seppuku." As he spoke, Zenitsu's expression twisted with rage, his teeth clenched tightly, his pupils filled with anger. Zenitsu, on the side, Inoue Saya also looked stunned. She had never seen Zenitsu so furious. And then there's Doma, the murderer of your mother, Kodoha. Shenyuan Ziye faced Inosuke, continuing to speak with a heavy tone. Inosuke trembled in place, his fists unconsciously clenched, and he lowered his voice. "I didn't expect you to know, Tsukiyo. I will definitely kill the demon that murdered my mother with my own hands. So, from now on, strengthen yourself. To prepare for the demons that you must kill in the future, to be able to take revenge for your loved ones, slowly become stronger." After Shenyuan Ziye finished speaking, Zenitsu and Inosuke were finally filled with fighting spirit and began their daily training. 3 months later, "Ha ha ha! Charge forward! Charge forward! Brothers, let's go!" Inosuke, body-chested, took the lead and charged ahead as they were doing running training. After that, Tanjirou also joined in. Tanjirou, Zenitsu, and Inosuke started training together with weighted running, breathing techniques, and sword sparring. "Saya, you don't have to train. Speaking of which, you should have returned to Mitsuri's side a long time ago. After all, you were her stepson. It was I who borrowed you from Mitsuri in the first place to supervise the team's training." Shenyuan Ziye smiled awkwardly, looking at the girl beside him, and spoke in a gentle tone. Inoue Saya shook her head, blinking her azure eyes, and casually said, "It's okay. Lord Shenyuan, I actually think it's nice to be with you." As she spoke, she unconsciously relaxed her grip, her delicate cheeks showing a hint of crimson. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, "That's not possible, Saya. If you don't go back soon, Millie will blame me." Suddenly, Saya seemed to think of something, her blue eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Why don't you come with me to meet my master? Lord Shenyuan, just a few days ago, Sugumi wrote saying that my master is also in the blacksmith village, where there are very comfortable hot springs." Blacksmith village. Shenyuan Ziye frowned slightly. He certainly knew where that place was, but there was no need for him to go to the blacksmith village. There was no task, and the Sunwell Blade had no issues. Moreover, if there were any problems, he would naturally inform Taishiusen. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Taishiusen would also remake one for him and send it over. In Shenyuan Ziye's mind, the gentle face of Taishiusen appeared. "I suppose going there would require the Lord's permission?" Shenyuan Ziye asked. Jing Shang She shook her head, pouting, and said, "You just need to ask the Lord for it. Besides, you are a Hashira, so the Lord will definitely agree." After saying this, She moved with a lively step, bouncing and shaking Shenyuan Ziye's arm, her pretty face beaming with joy. Shenyuan Ziye had never seen Sayaka like this before, so he could only shake his head helplessly and replied, "All right then, but why do you want me to go with you to see Mitsuri?" Inoue Saya noticed the puzzled expression on Shenyuan Ziye's face and casually said, "Actually, I want to stay by Shenyuan-sama's side." "Stay by my side?" Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback. "Why is that? Aren't you the successor of the love, Hashira? My master treats me very well. When I'm with her, I hardly get any assignments, but because of that, I feel empty inside. Since I've joined the Demon Slayer Corps, I want to contribute in any small way. So many people have passed away around us, and I don't want to watch the team members fight on the front lines while I, as the successor of Hashira, remain idle. I also want to take up my sword, to kill those demons that recklessly take lives." At this point, Saya furrowed her brows slightly, then relaxed, looking natural. But being by Shenyuan-sama's side is different. Work comes one after another, and with so many companions together, it won't be so boring. Inoue Saya then revealed her familiar smile, warm and healing. Chapter 114. The Swordsmith Village. "Okay, I agree to your request. But you must promise me to take care of yourself and survive," Shenyuan Ziye said seriously after listening to Saya's words, his clear eyes flashing. Inoue Saya nodded heavily and said sweetly, "Mem." According to Saya, she indeed needed to meet her master, and coincidentally, the love Hashira was currently staying in the Swordsmith Village. Saya wanted to explain to Mitsuri that she would be working alongside Shenyuan Ziye for the time being, but due to her personality, she insisted on bringing Shenyuan Ziye along. However, Shenyuan Ziye also thought it would be a good opportunity to relax, as Tanjiro and the others had undergone a tough 3 months of training, so he decided to bring them along as well. Are we going to the swordsmith village to soak in hot springs? Tanjiro looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a puzzled expression. Mr. Shun, has our special training ended? Shenyuan Ziye nodded. Yes, it's just right to help you relax a bit. Your body can't always be in a tense state. It also needs to unwind occasionally. But why hot springs again? Didn't we already go to Kyoto last time? Zenitsu questioned. Inoue Saya, standing behind Shenyuan Ziye, suddenly popped her head out, grinning. Zenitsu, you don't know this, do you? The hot springs in the swordsmith village are different from those in other places. They have great healing effects on weak bodies. You really know a lot. Hanaya, Inosuke remarked abruptly. My name is Saya. Saya? Inosuke, remember it well. Inoue Saya said with a dissatisfied expression, pouting and shouting. Shenyuan Ziye said again, the Lord has agreed, so you can follow me. Zenitsu showed a long-lost smile and happily said, I have no objections at all. It's great to be able to rest. This training for over 2 months has really been exhausting. Inosuke exhaled a puff of white air from his nose, his voice still low. Yuan Yi, I'm not going. Huh, Inosuke, you're not going? This is a rare opportunity to relax. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke with a puzzled expression. Inosuke gritted his teeth and said, I still have things to do. That cocky bastard actually said I'm weaker than him. I can't stand it. I want to settle this with him. Cocky bastard? Sayaka in no way covered her mouth and laughed, immediately guessing who Inosuke was talking about. A fierce face and a scene of fighting with a boar flashed in her mind. And it was funny to think about. Tanjiro twitched his mouth and hesitated. Inosuke, are you talking about Genya? Zenitsu looked enlightened and recalled. Isn't he the apprentice of that uncle who is as big as a bear? Yes, he is the Stone Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mr. Himejima, and his strength is really impressive, Tanjiro said with a smile. The uncle with the beaded necklace looks really powerful. That guy is probably the strongest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. How could that cocky bastard have such a strong master? Inosuke's tone was full of envy, and his face looked somewhat unconvinced. Tanjiro chuckled and said, Inosuke, you can't give others weird nicknames. Oh, have you all met Mr. Himejima? The conversation of Tanjiro and the others caught Shenyuan Ziye's attention. Yes, Mr. Shenyuan, I heard that Genya was seriously injured not long ago, so I thought of visiting him. At that time, Zenitsu and Inosuke's injuries had already healed, so they went with me to the Stone Hashira's residence. Tanjiro explained word by word. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and then asked, so that's how it is. But why does Inosuke have such strong hostility toward Genya? Zenitsu, with his eyes drooping and a somewhat mocking tone, replied, Isn't it because this guy knows Genya can't breathe? He calls him a weakling, so of course Genya would get angry. I'm not wrong, right? Even if his master is the uncle with the beads, I won't lose to him. Inosuke clenched his fists and said defiantly. Tanjiro intervened. Inosuke, you are indeed in the wrong here. You should apologize to Genya. Inosuke fell into deep thought, a big question mark floating above his pig-headed face. Shin Yoko suddenly spoke. Since that's the case, let Inosuke handle this matter by himself. Tanjiro, you come with Zenitsu and me to the swordsmith village. Is it really okay not to take Inosuke with us? He has been very diligent these past 3 months. Shouldn't we let him take a break? Shenyuan Ziye looked at Tanjiro's worried face and smiled, saying it's okay. I will send Kanroji and the Stone Hashira to explain. For the next few days, Inosuke can stay at the Stone Hashira's mansion. If he can train with the Stone Hashira, I'm sure Inosuke will be very happy. Seeing Shenyuan Ziye say this, Tanjiro nodded slightly, feeling a bit better. All right, then let's set off tomorrow. We'll gather at the Butterfly Mansion's entrance, and I will notify the members of the Hidden Corps. As Shenyuan Ziye finished speaking, Tanjiro asked in confusion, Mr. Shenyuan, aren't we going by ourselves? Of course, the location of the swordsmith village is very secretive, meant to prevent demon attacks. No one knows where the village is, so along the way, we will need the members of the Hidden Corps to carry us and blindfold us. Shenyuan Ziye explained to the 3 people. The next day, members of the Hidden Team arrived early. Nice to meet you for the first time. Lord Shenyuan, the Master has allowed it, and I am here to lead the way, said the masked team member respectfully, and then covered the eyes of the 4. Tanjiro had his nose blocked, while Zenitsu had his ears blocked. Under the guidance of the Hidden Team members, the 4 of them successfully arrived at the swordsmith village. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. At this moment, it was sunset, and beautiful evening clouds were scattered on the ground. In front of them was a village, with houses of various sizes on both sides, surrounded by dense forests, creating a serene landscape. The entire village was filled with a fresh scent. What amazing houses! Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly, this scent. There must be hot springs in the mountains. Yes, there are. The hidden member smiled, then pointed to the left front, and said, if you turn left in that direction, you will find the village chief's house. You can go meet the village chief first. He then bowed his head to Shenyuan Ziye and took his leave. Thank you. Thank you. Tanjiro bowed to the 4 hidden members, expressing his gratitude one by one. Not far from here, at the hot spring in the mountains, a woman slowly stood up, with hot spring water sliding down her body, revealing a fair figure. 2 sakura pink braids covered her soft chest, showcasing her beautiful figure, and her delicate face revealed a radiant smile. It seems I heard a voice of thanks. Has someone come? I feel my heart racing. Kanroji Mitsuri sat on a stone by the hot spring, her snow-white body emitting steam, gently shaking her rounded and firm thighs. Shenyuan Ziye said to the 3, let's go visit the village chief first. Okay, the 3 responded cheerfully. Zenitsu was already beaming with joy. In his eyes, this place was simply a paradise. Such an excellent resting spot, and he felt lucky to be here. Inoue Saya's blue eyes sparkled continuously. She had never seen such a scene before. Like a village surrounded by dense forests, nestled by mountains and rivers, completely disconnected from the city. After his initial surprise, Tanjiro returned to calmness, as he had grown up in the mountains. Chapter 115, Goodbye Mitsuri. Hello, everyone, I'm the village chief here, Tetsahara Kanatetsu. Please take care of me. Sitting in front of them was a short old man wearing a fireman mask, welcoming the 4 of them. Kneeling beside Tetsahara Kanatetsu were 2 villagers, also wearing fireman masks. Shenyuan Ziye slightly lowered his head and said respectfully, thank you for your hospitality. We came to the blacksmith village to find someone. Who are you looking for? Asked Tai-di Hyuanjintai. Kanroji Mitsuri. A look of realization appeared on Tai-di Hyuanjintai's face, and he laughed heartily. Ah, are you talking about that girl Kanroji? She's currently staying in our village. You came at just the right time. Really? That's great. Shenyuan Ziye Simidet. Tai-di Hyuanjintai continued. You can temporarily stay in the village. The hot springs here are beneficial for weak bodies, so you can rest slowly. Okay. Thank you. Tanjiro bowed his head in gratitude. Tai-di Hyuanjintai smiled broadly. What a good child. After bidding farewell to the village chief, the group was led by the villagers to the foot of the mountain. A sign was erected by the roadside. The hot springs are up there. I will prepare dinner down here. I wish you a pleasant rest, said the villager kindly. All right, thank you. Tanjiro said respectfully. Ah, is that Saya? Is Saya here? At that moment, a voice came from not far away, clear and pleasant. A woman rushed towards them, wearing a bathrobe, her soft chest swaying vigorously, revealing a large area of spring scenery. 3 sakura pink braids danced in the wind, and her delicate cheeks were filled with smiles, also covered with a blush, likely from the heat of the hot spring. Hey, master, be careful. Inoue Saya's face was flushed as she quickly ran forward to adjust Kanroji Mitsuri's bathrobe, covering her nearly exposed chest, and scolded, Master, your chest is about to show. I didn't expect you to come too. Saya, I'm so happy. A bit excited, Kanroji Mitsuri said, blushing. She then turned to look at the few people beside Saya, and her light green eyes brightened with joy. Ah, Ziye-kun is here too? Long time no see, Miss Kanroji. Shenyuan Ziye smiled after a long time. Tanjiro and Zenitsu both looked puzzled. Shenyuan Ziye looked at the puzzled expressions of the 2 and quickly explained. This is Miss Kanroji, the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and also Saya's mentor. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro suddenly realized and smiled warmly. Ah, so you are Hashira. That's amazing. Hello, Miss Kanroji. My name is Kamado Tanjiro. Zenitsu was stunned, captivated by Mitsuri's appearance, and then hurriedly spoke. Hello, Miss Kanroji. My name is Zenitsu. There are many new faces, Mitsuri asked with a slight smile. Are they your stepchildren, Ziye-kun? Shenyuan Ziye casually said. I suppose so. They are an important companion who has accomplished a lot of work with me. Kanroji Mitsuri smiled and said, Really? That's great. It feels like there's a kind of magic about you, Ziye-kun. Yeah, Miss Kanroji, what do you mean by that? I just feel that Ziye-kun is a bit like Mr. Purgatory. Shenyuan Ziye showed a look of surprise and confusion. Am I like the Lord of Hell? That shouldn't be the case. Ganlu Temple, seeing Shenyuan Ziye's puzzled expression, smiled calmly and said, It's just a little feeling. I might be mistaken. So you don't need to take it to heart, Ziye-kun. All right, Saya, what are you all doing in the blacksmith village this time? Are you here to soak in the hot springs? Inoue Saya nodded, but the look of anticipation on her face had completely faded, replaced by a hint of worry. Ganlu Temple Miri's eyes were filled with confusion as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Saya, Master, in the future, I would like to temporarily follow Lord Shenyuan. It doesn't mean I'm not your disciple anymore. It's just..." Inoue Saya furrowed her brows slightly, her tone hesitant. Ganlu Temple Miri smiled gently. "Of course, that's fine. Nominally, you are my stepson, but I won't restrict your freedom. You can do as you wish." "Thank you, Master. I will." Inoue Saya was instantly overjoyed. Shenyuan Ziye was also happy for Saya and suddenly interjected. "Miss Kanroji, have you finished your hot spring bath?" Kanroji Mitsuri nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm about to go have dinner now." Inoue Saya's blue eyes sparkled as she said happily, "Master, you go eat first. I'll come right after I finish my bath." "All right, Zilvin, then I'll go eat first." Kanroji Mitsuri's cheeks showed a joyful smile as she skipped along the mountain path, running towards the outside. Shenyuan Ziye casually asked, "Saya, I always feel like you're different when you are with Miss Kanroji. Is that true?" Inoue Saya raised her eyebrows and smiled. "It's because the master is a very nice person." Suddenly, Zenitsu spoke up. "That's right. Miss Kanroji's voice is gentle and steady, making people feel very safe. And she's also very cute." Tanjirou also agreed. "Yes, Miss Kanroji has a nice scent, and her strength is impressive, which makes people feel at ease." The four of them chatted happily while walking along the mountain path. After a brief break at the hot springs, Shenyuan Ziye was the first to descend the mountain and return to the house in the swordsmith village, while Tanjiro and Zenitsu continued to enjoy the hot springs. And Saya was soaking not far away. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that Kanroji Mitsuri had already changed into a clean pink kimono, which complemented her hair color very well. "Miss Kanroji, today's dinner is very lavish." Shenyuan Ziye also changed into the kimono given by the villagers. He sat cross-legged, facing Kanroji Mitsuri, and glanced at the abundant meal on the table, exclaiming in admiration. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes brightened, and in an expectant tone, she said, "Do you also like eating matsutake rice, Ziye-kun?" Shenyuan Ziye smiled and said, "Well, I'm not picky. I can eat anything." Back when he was in the final assessment of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had only brought fast food, like rice balls, and it lasted him for 7 days. Compared to that, a warm bento is simply a delicacy. However, it seems that Kanroji Mitsuri has quite an appetite. The bowls on the table are already stacked very high, almost reaching above her head. "Miss Kanroji, you have quite an appetite." Shenyuan Ziye finished speaking, picked up the bowl, and the aroma of the matsutake stimulated his taste buds. He had been a bit hungry for a while and began to eat heartily. Kanroji Mitsuri's cheeks turned slightly red as she shyly said, "I actually didn't eat much today." "Is that so? The matsutake rice is quite delicious. I want to eat a bit more too." "Yes, you think so too, right, Icicle?" Shenyuan Ziye chewed on his food while nodding, mumbling, "Yeah." Soaking in the hot spring is already very comfortable, and with such a sumptuous dinner, it's really delightful. Kanroji Mitsuri sparkled with excitement, cupping her face with her hands, and said, "After all, Zaikuin's work is very exhausting. You've already taken down 2 upper moons, so you deserve this treatment." Chapter 116. Taketu Mwicher Shenyuan Ziye put down the bowl and placed the wooden chopsticks aside, asking in a confused tone, "Miss Kanroji knows about this too?" Kanroji Mitsuri smiled and said, "Of course, Zaikuin. You recently defeated Upper Moon 6, and everyone knows about it now." "That's amazing, Zaikuin. You've already defeated 2 Upper Moons, which has never happened among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. You're really strong, fulfilling your duty as a Hashira." "No, I'm not strong." Shenyuan Ziye swallowed the matsutake rice and took a sip of green tea, a hint of sadness appearing on his handsome face. Under Kanroji Mitsuri's bewildered expression, Shenyuan Ziye continued, "My parents were killed, and Mr. Yuzui also died at the hands of Upper Moon 3. And Miss Kanemi, although I didn't know her for long, I heard from Zenitsu that she died at the hands of Doma." In just a moment, Miss Kanemi's heart was pierced. Upon hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri covered her red lips with her delicate, fair hand, her pretty face filled with surprise. "That's not your fault, Zaikuin. You've done very well." Hearing Kanroji Mitsuri's comfort, Shenyuan Ziye smiled faintly, feeling relieved. "Well, it's all in the past now. From now on, we just need to do our jobs well." Kanroji Mitsuri resumed her smile, happy that Zaikuin could think that way. I feel hungry again." After saying that, Kanroji Mitsuri picked up the matsutake rice beside her and started eating it heartily. After a while, both of them had their fill of tea and rice. Miss Kanroji, what brings you to the swordsmith village this time? Shenyuan Ziye suddenly asked curiously. Kanroji Mitsuri smiled and explained. Since you asked, Icicle, it's because my sword has a chip, and I'm troubling the swordsmiths to reforge it. I see. Did you encounter a powerful demon that could chip your blade? In his impression, his Nikron blade had killed 2 upper moons without any obvious damage. The last time it broke was due to a spar with the stone Hashira, which caused a chip, and it was only during the battle with Akaza that it was completely broken. Kanroji smiled slightly, a bit embarrassed, and said, Icicle, it's not like that. It's because my sword skills are not yet proficient. That's why I damaged the sword. As she spoke, Kanroji Mitsuri's cheeks turned slightly red. Looking a bit shy. Huh? Is that so? Isn't it related to the quality of the sword? Not entirely. If one's sword skills are not proficient enough, even the best sword can break. Just then, a gentle female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lady Kanroji, the sword is almost finished sharpening. Please come to the workshop for the final adjustments. Kanroji Mitsuri's light green eyes sparkled as she walked to the door, smiling brightly. Okay, I'll be right there. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback for a moment, then asked, Are you leaving? Miss Kanroji, since the sword is ready. I also plan to return to the area I'm responsible for. I don't know if we'll be able to see each other alive next time. But let's do our best together, Icicle. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded heavily, pressed her lips together, and with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, spoke firmly. Shenyuan Ziye stood up and smiled back. I will definitely survive, and no one will die again. Just before leaving, Kanroji Mitsuri seemed to think of something and leaned in to whisper in Shenyuan Ziye's ear. Icicle, you can stay here a little longer. This village seems to have a secret weapon that can make you stronger. You should go look for it. Secret weapon. Looking at the gradually fading figure, Shenyuan Ziye recalled the secret weapon that Mitsuri mentioned. Is it the doll that Tanjirou encountered, the one belonging to Yurichi? The next morning, Shenyuan Ziye kept thinking about the secret weapon that Mealy mentioned, and he realized what it was, a mechanical puppet that could enhance one's swordsmanship. His curiosity drove him to search for it. While passing through a nearby forest, Shenyuan Ziye saw a youthful face with mint-colored eyes that revealed no emotion, and long black hair with a particularly striking green at the ends. It was the Mist Hashira, Takatu Mwichiru. Standing opposite Mwichiru was a little boy wearing a fireman mask. Named Xiao Tai. Go away. No matter what happens, I won't give you the key. I won't tell you how to use it. Xiao Tai shouted, his voice young and clear. Takatu Mwichiru extended his hand and gently tapped Xiao Tai on the neck. Slap! Xiao Tai immediately fell down to the ground. Mwichiru then grabbed Xiao Tai by the collar and lifted him up, his expression emotionless, as he questioned again. Where is it? MMM. Xiao Tai gasped for air while being held up by Mwichiru, softly pleading. Slap! Shenyuan Ziye grasped Michiro's arm, staring at him with equally indifferent eyes. Michiro's arm trembled, and he released his grip, his eyes drooping as he fixed his gaze on Shenyuan Ziye, his mind racing with thoughts. Who exactly is this guy? Cough, cough. Xiao Tai collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain, hands clutching his chest, coughing incessantly. Who are you? A member of the Demon Slayer Corps? A hint of confusion appeared on Michiro's face. This power didn't seem like that of an ordinary member. Shinazugawa's words did not surprise Takedo Michiro. He simply said, I am Shinazugawa Michiro, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hashira? I've never heard of that. Takedo Michiro replied with a blank expression, still confused. Don't meddle in other people's business. He turned to Keitar, stretched out his hand, and coldly said, Give me the key. Keitar fouted from Icicle. I won't give a key to anyone. Even if I'm tortured, I won't give it up. It's going to break soon. Have you trained for torture? Takedo Michiro retorted. Even adults can hardly endure it. You certainly can't. You seem like quite a foolish child. So what if it breaks? We could just make another one. While you're babbling on with this nonsense, how many people are dying? Interfering with a Hashira means exactly that. The time of a Hashira is worth far more than yours. You should be able to understand this with a little thought. A swordsmith cannot fight and save people. They're useless except for making weapons. Takedo Michiro's cold words left both of the others present in shock, momentarily speechless. Shenyuan Ziye cannot agree, because his Nikron blade was forged by the blacksmiths of the swordsmith village. In his view, the blacksmiths are also fighting, just in a different way. Shido, I cannot agree with what you said. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly spoke after a brief silence. Chapter 117. Yuan 10 style Shido Michiro did not pay attention to Shenyuan Ziye, but instead turned to Koit and said, "Figure out your stance before you act. You're not a baby. Give me the key quickly." Shenyuan Ziye stood in front of Xiao Tai without paying any attention to Taketo Michiru, nor was he angry. Taketo Michiru showed a pained expression, distressed, and said, "Ah, this is really troublesome. Besides, do I know you? Why are you blocking me?" Taketo Michiru lowered his palm, his brows glancing at Shenyuan Ziye, looking puzzled. Shenyuan Ziye said softly in the night, "Of course I know what you're looking for. Since Xiao Tai doesn't want to lend it, you'd better not force him." Shenyuan Ziye's little iron looked confused and murmured, "How do you know my name?" "So you do know, then why are you trying to stop me? Don't hinder my sword training. Shite sumuilang, lukit achen, yuan ziye in confusion. Isn't that thing meant to hone sword skills? If it's not used, it's just a waste, and the strength of the Hashira won't improve. What will happen when we encounter stronger demons? You're hindering me. As a Hashira, you should have this awareness." Looking at Wu Yilang's extremely indifferent face, just as Shenyuan Ziye wanted to say something, Little Iron's voice suddenly rang out. "Forget it. I'll give you the key." After hearing what Wu Yilang said, Little Iron was also somewhat moved. He just didn't want the puppets made by his ancestors to be destroyed by others. But he didn't expect it to bring such a big trouble. After speaking, Little Iron handed the key to Su Mu Yilang. After receiving the key, Su Mu Yilang left without looking back. "Thank you for speaking up for me." Little Iron slightly bowed to Shenyuan Ziye, then he asked, "How did you know my name?" Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Tai Shueisen once told me that when he saw you, it reminded him of something. So that's how it is, Mr. Tai Shueisen." Little Tai suddenly realized. Shenyuan Ziye continued, "Well, Mr. Tai Shueisen is my blacksmith, and too is here for that automaton, right? That was a combat automaton made by my ancestor, the Yuan E0 model." Xiao Tai nodded and slowly said, "Shang Yuan Ziye Sepulk Kaidumni. I want to go see that puppet." "Xiao Tai, can you take me to see it?" Xiao Tai nodded, walking ahead while looking back at Shenyuan and asking, "Mr. Shenyuan, do you also want to use it for training? That person, at an age comparable to mine, is already a Hashira, so talented. Mr. Shenyuan, you don't look much older than me, right? Becoming a Hashira at such a young age is impressive." Xiao Tai showed an envious expression, his tone filled with admiration. "Of course, that child is a descendant of the users of the breath of the sun." A crow descended from the sky, landing beside the two, its sharp voice continuing to emanate from its beak. "That child is a genius, not on the same level as you all. Go." Shenyuan Ziye knew this was Michiro's crow. He waved his hand lightly to chase it away, impatiently saying, "I already know about these things." He then turned to Xiao Tai and said, "If it's easily damaged, then it's better not to use it. I don't really need to use a puppet for training." As soon as Shenyuan Ziye finished speaking, a series of banging sounds came from not far away. Taketo Michiro was battling the doll of Yuani. Xiao Tai watched this scene, froze for a moment, and then ran towards the back. "Xiao Tai, what's wrong?" Shenyuan Ziye looked back with an inexplicable expression, seeing Xiao Tai's figure walking further away. He probably didn't want to see that puppet get damaged. Soon after, Shenyuan Ziye followed Xiao Ye's footsteps and found his position. At this moment, Xiao Tai was sitting on a branch of a large tree, with his back to Shenyuan Ziye. "Xiao Tai, are you afraid the puppet will be destroyed?" Shenyuan Ziye asked. Xiao Tai replied dejectedly, "If it breaks, it can't be repaired. My father is already gone, and I have no brothers. I should inherit his work, but I don't have that talent." As he spoke, Xiao Ye's voice began to choke up. Shenyuan Ziye said comfortingly, "So that's how it is, Xiao Tai. You really don't need to worry about this. If you can't do it, there will definitely be others to carry it on. The Demon Slayer Corps is the same. There are many powerful demons that cannot be dealt with by one person's strength alone. We need to rely on everyone's strength, the strength of our companions. Only when everyone works together can we defeat them. If you can't accomplish it solely on your own talents, doesn't that just prove how high the skills of your ancestors were in creating those puppets? Keep working hard, you're still young, and you have a bright future ahead with unlimited possibilities." Xiao Tai was taken aback, his tone uncertain. "Is it really like that?" Shenyuan Ziye lightly hummed in response. Xiao Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Although I don't want to see the puppet get damaged, I've made up my mind." "Thank you, Mr. Shenyuan. That guy's combat training should last until nightfall, so I'll be mentally prepared to see it through to the end." After saying this, Xiao Tai also slid down from the tree, looking relieved. Just then, Shirtsu Michiro walked past the two of them. Has it already ended? Xiao Tai looked at Michiro in disbelief. "Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." It gets even more exciting. Shirtsu Michiro stopped, expressionless, and said flatly, "It's over. I practiced for quite a while." Who are you again? He looked at Shenyuan Ziye. His expression still calm. Shenyuan Ziye was not surprised, only repeating, "Shenyuan Ziye, the Ice Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps." "Oh, is that so? The Demon Slayer Corps has an Ice Pillar? I don't seem to have heard of that." "I can't remember," Takeda Michiru said, continuing to walk past them. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he paused for a moment next to Kitetsu. "Ah, right, my sword broke, so I'll use this one for now. Please throw that one away for me." Takeda Michiru waved the Nichiren blade in his hand, which he had taken from Yorichi's doll, and tossed the previously dull blade to Kitetsu. Kitetsu clenched his fists, watching the Nichiren blade that had been in the doll's hands now taken by Michiru, and instantly shouted in anger, You little brat, it's really annoying." With that, Kitetsu's anger surged, and he stepped forward, wanting to do something, but was suddenly grabbed by a strong hand on his arm. Kitetsu looked in surprise at the handsome face, the boy's clear pupils deepening. Shenyuan Ziye shook his head, signaling Xiao Tai not to act impulsively, because he understood that the current Michiro had not yet regained his memory, which was part of his nature. Mitsuri Michiro, seeing Xiao Tai so angry, looked confused and said, "It's okay, right? I'm just borrowing it temporarily. My swordsmith, Kongoji, is helping me forge a new sword. Once it's done, I'll return this one to you." Xiao Tai huffed in anger and ran towards the direction of the puppet. Chapter 118. The Battle of the Swordsmith Village. 1. Shenyuan Ziye followed Xiao Tai's footsteps and saw the legendary mechanical puppet, Yuan E0 type. But its original 6 arms had turned into 5. This puppet should still be able to move. Shenyuan Ziye stared at the seemingly broken doll on the ground and suddenly spoke up. Xiao Tai was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly helped the doll up and turned the key at its neck. Creak. In an instant, the UNE doll waved its 5 broken arms, striking a pose, and began to move again. Xiao Tai was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "So it really isn't broken. It seems like it can still be used." "Yes, at least it's not broken, which is a fortunate thing," Shenyuan Ziye echoed from the side. "Mr. Shenyuan, you can use this for training." "Huh?" Shenyuan Ziye was startled by Xiao Tai's words and quickly corrected himself. "Actually, I don't really need to use it for training, and besides, if it's something very precious to you, I wouldn't want to damage it." "No, that little rascal has already practiced with it, and there are signs of damage. Rather than letting him destroy it later, it's better to let you use it for training. I hope it can help you, and even if it gets damaged, it's okay. I will do my best to fix it afterward." Xiao Tai looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a serious expression. Hearing Xiao Tai's sincere words, Shenyuan Ziye found it difficult to refuse any longer. "All right, thank you, Xiao Tai." After that, Shenyuan Ziye began a week-long training. I have to say, the UNE Zero-style swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, and he felt a deep sense of pressure. Just a replica doll is so powerful. It's hard to imagine how superb UNE sword skills must be. That man who existed during the Warring States period, who almost killed Muzan, had sword techniques, known as the divine techniques, truly deserving of the title. During this time, Xiao Tai would occasionally check on the doll's condition, and under Shenyuan Ziye's practice, it was gradually getting closer to damage. Nighttime. Tanjirou and Zenitsu were sleeping when Takeda Michiro suddenly appeared in the room. He pinched Tanjirou's nose, waking him up, and coldly said, "Hey, you remember the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Were you the one who pinched my nose just now?" Tanjirou looked at Michiro in surprise. Takeda Michiro continued, "I did. Your reaction was too dull." Tanjirou waved his hand and hurriedly explained, No. If there's no hostility, I won't notice. Is someone here?" Tanjirou. Zenitsu, who was nearby, woke up from his dreams, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the boy who seemed even younger than himself with confusion. Tanjirou nodded at Zenitsu, and then looked at Michiro, asking, "Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" "I am Takeda Michiro, the Mistashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Hearing Michiro's introduction, Tanjirou exclaimed in surprise, "You're a Hashira? You look so young. Younger than Mr. Shenyuan. Could you be younger than us? Why are you talking about irrelevant things? I just came to ask you something." Takeda Michiro's tone sounded somewhat impatient, yet his face remained expressionless. Zenitsu felt a jolt, trembling internally, thinking how cold his voice was, lacking even a hint of emotion, in stark contrast to Tanjirou. Tanjirou frowned slightly, thinking to himself, although his tone is a bit cold, there is no malice. After a brief pause, Tanjirou responded enthusiastically, "What do you want to ask? If I can help you, then I would be more than happy to." Takeda Michiro was slightly taken aback. His mint-green eyes contracted for a moment before returning to normal, and he asked, "Do you know a swordsmith named Kanamori?" "Ah, I know him. Mr. Kanamori should be with Mr. Tetsu. I've heard Mr. Tetsu mention that Mr. Kanamori's swordsmithing skills are very good, Tanjiro said thoughtfully, articulating each word. Takedo Michiro asked again. Kanamori is my new swordsmith. So where's Mr. Tetsu? Tanjiro smiled and said, Takedo-kun, let's go find him together. I also want to visit Mr. Tetsu. Takedo Michiro was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Tanjiro. Tanjiro, are you really going? Don't leave me behind, Zenitsu said, looking at Tanjiro with uncertain eyes. Tanjiro still wore a smile. Zenitsu, then let's go together. Just then, the door was pushed open, revealing an old face with a particularly prominent tumor on the forehead. Horns growing on both sides of the head, accompanied by a mournful low sound. It was the upper moon for Han Tengu. Is someone here? Yes. Tanjiro sensed a strange smell and looked in confusion at the unexpected guest at the door, as did Michiro. Zenitsu was frozen in shock, the mournful low sound echoing in his ears. The malevolent aura of the demon filled the room. Is it a demon? Tanjiro's face changed suddenly, reacting instinctively. Unbeknownst to him, Michiro's figure had already darted out. Breath of mist, fourth form, distant mist slash. Takedo Michiro exhaled a mist-like breath, swinging his Nichiren blade sideways to attack the demon. Han Tengu let out a mournful sound, leaping and perching on the ceiling beam. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Stop. Don't bully me, it hurts, So fast. I couldn't take him down. Takedo Michiro muttered to himself. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't be timid. The scent on him is very strong. He has already eaten many people. And to dodge a Hashira's attack so easily, could he be another upper moon demon? Zenitsu stared intently at Han Tengu crouched on the beam, his expression blank, forcing himself to suppress his fear, tremblingly saying, his voice isn't that of a weak demon. It's feigned panic of a ruthless killer demon. Dance of the Fire God. Sunflower. Boom. Tanjiro's breath flowed like the blazing sun as he swung his Nichiren blade, thrusting towards Han Tengu, the blade surrounded by a ring of flames. Bang! Han Tengu was hit by Tanjiro's blade and fell from the beam, still emitting a mournful sound. Stop bullying me. Takedo Michiro was quick, leaping like an arrow, swinging his Nichiren blade to slice Han Tengu's neck. Swish! Han Tengu's head was instantly severed, blood spraying into the air and falling to the ground. Tanjiro's eyes were filled with hope, joyfully saying, so fast. You cut off his neck? As expected of a Hashira. But is this demon an upper moon? If it is an upper moon, can it really be defeated so easily? Just as Tanjiro was deep in thought, a new head suddenly grew from the neck of the severed Han Tengu, cut off by Michiro. And its body also changed form. Meanwhile, the other head grew a new body from below, and its appearance also changed. They were the split forms of Han Tengu, Zenketsu, and Kuka. Chapter 119. The Battle of the Swordsmith Village. 2. Kuka had shoulder-length hair, with two prominent curved horns on her forehead. There were cracked spots on her forehead and below her eyes, and her irises were green, inscribed with the characters upper moon and 4. Kuka had a cold appearance, a smile on her lips, a strong build, bare-chested, with two black straps with white stripes draped over her shoulders, holding a maple leaf-shaped fan. Zenketsu stood behind Michiro, resembling Kuka, dressed in a red kimono, with a face filled with anger, holding a golden tin staff. Tanjiro was shocked. Split? One grew a head, and the other grew a body. Zenitsu tightly gripped his Nichiren blade, trembling all over, and whispered, upper moon. 4? Michiro's gaze sharpened, and he launched an attack, leaping towards Kuka. Just as he was about to make contact, Kuka did not look at Michiro but waved her fan. Boom! A powerful gust of wind swept in, blowing Michiro away. Suddenly, the entire house was blown apart, creating a massive hole, with the night enveloping them, the moon shining faintly. Surrounded by dense forest, Tanjiro and Zenitsu were also caught in the wind, desperately grabbing onto the rubble, and then were blown down to the ground, landing hard. Michiro was blown several meters away, disappearing into the forest. Michiro, Tanjiro called out to the distant figure. Kuka laughed at the scene. How delightful. This little being flew so far, right, Zenketsu? Kuka's voice was somewhat cynical, sharp, and piercing. Zenketsu's expression was dark. What's there to be happy about? I only have endless rage. Kuka, being mixed with you is infuriating. Zenketsu's voice was very deep, his tone displeased. Is that so? Then it's great to be apart. Kuka laughed even more wildly. Tanjiro noticed that both Zenketsu and Kuka had numbers in their pupils and instinctively guessed. Do these two demons need to have their necks cut at the same time like the upper moon? Zenitsu's forehead dripped with cold sweat. His expression panicked. Tanjiro, what do we do now? Can we defeat the upper moon with just the two of us? We can't give up. Zenitsu, we definitely can. Boom! Before Tanjiro could finish his sentence, Zenketsu's face twisted in fury as he jabbed the tin staff into the ground. Powerful lightning surged from the ground, the current rolling towards Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Swish! The two were struck by the lightning, their bodies trembling, their pupils filled with white. What? What is that? That tin staff. This is bad. My consciousness is fading. Tanjiro's face contorted, struck by the powerful electric shock, trembling involuntarily, forcing himself to stay conscious, telling himself he couldn't fall. Zenitsu was also shaking all over, his face twisted. Swish! At that moment, a white Nichiren blade sliced through the night sky, severing Zenketsu's neck in an instant. With the lightning disappearing, Tanjiro and Zenitsu regained their clarity. A graceful figure descended, a coffee-colored pleated skirt fluttering in the wind. A white cloak standing out in the dim night, with a delicate and cute face, light blue eyes shining, and pale hands gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. Tanjiro stared at the figure, his face lighting up, exclaiming, "Is that Saya? Is there another one?" Saya Inoue looked around, her pupils locking onto Kuka. Kuka smiled coldly, her lips curling in amusement. How capable. To have even cut off Zenketsu's neck, truly delightful. Saya Inoue leaped into action, a cold breath escaping her lips as she swung her blade again. Breath of Snow, fourth form, Snowfall Slash. Saya Inoue executed 3 consecutive slashes, severing Kuka's neck. Tanjiro glanced at Zenketsu, whose neck had been cut off, quickly reacting and shouting anxiously. Sayano, we can't win against that demon. Cutting off their necks will only make them split again. They will revert to their younger forms. He deliberately let his neck be cut off. Tanjiro's heart raced. Since Saya had already cut off the necks of these two demons, he understood that Zenketsu and Kuka didn't care about having their necks severed, meaning the neck was not their weakness. At that moment, Zenketsu and Kuka's bodies surged forth, producing 2 more demons. Now, they had split into 4. Cookie and Ijetsu appeared before everyone. Cookie had a pair of large wings, with eagle claws for hands and feet. Ijetsu's brow was tightly furrowed, holding a 10-character spear. Cookie laughed maniacally. Hee, how delightful. It's been a long time since we've split apart. Ijetsu spoke in a low tone, his deep blue pupils focusing on Saya, murmuring, "This girl is weak and pitiful." Saya Inoue stepped back, frowning, her expression changing drastically, exclaiming, "How could it turn into this, splitting into 4 demons?" Tanjiro and Zenitsu got up from the ground and ran toward the 4 demons. Indeed, it was true. They had split into 4 demons. How could they defeat them? Would they have to cut off all their necks? That is unrealistic. As Tanjiro ran, he speculated, his expression serious. Zenitsu also gripped his blade tightly, nervously looking around, muttering to himself, "Can I be of any help? Zenitsu, are you all right? Let us fight side by side. We will definitely win." Although Tanjiro was worried in his heart, he still spoke to Zenitsu with fighting spirit. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Zenitsu anxiously asked, "And no. Tanjiro, can we really win?" Tanjiro nodded heavily, revealing a confident expression. "It's not about whether we can win, but that we must win." Zenitsu looked at Tanjiro's determined face. The fear and anxiety in his heart faded considerably. Tanjiro's voice was warm enough to heal hearts and fill people with strength. In the next moment, the figure of Shigenori appeared on the rooftop, looking at the chaotic scene below, and the 4 evil demons, his pupils constricted and face filled with astonishment. This is the split forms of Hantengu, Upper Moon 4. How did they find the swordsmith village? In the depths of a nearby dense forest, a swordsmith walked along, holding a Nichiren blade, his voice deep under the mask. "Ah, this blade is finally finished. It took a lot of effort." Suddenly, it felt like he stepped on something soft beneath his feet. The swordsmith crouched down, picking up the sticky substance, revealing a thoughtful expression. It was an eyeball-like object, with the character 6 inscribed on it, and below the eyeball were tentacle-like roots. The swordsmith gently squeezed it with his hand, and the eyeball shattered into fragments. "What is this?" Swish! A black electric flash flickered. In the next moment, the blacksmith's head fell from his neck, and until the moment of death. The face beneath the mask wore a look of confusion. Kuan Yu licked the blood from the tip of the blade and glanced at the fallen blacksmith with disdain, saying, "Are these guys the blacksmiths who make the sun blades?" As the Peepa girl said, "They look utterly unremarkable. Let's kill them all first." With that, Kuan Yue continued to stroll forward, disappearing into the dense forest. Chapter 120. The Battle of the Blacksmith Village 3. Mr. Shenyuan, you finally arrived. Tanjiro was the first to notice the figure on the roof and shouted excitedly. Michiro had already been blown away by the cola, and the arrival of the ice pillar undoubtedly boosted their morale. Zenitsu's eyes were also filled with hope. After all, he knew very well the strength of Shenyuan Ziye, who could single-handedly defeat the upper moons among the Demon Slayer Corps. Kuki suddenly leaped up, his gaze locked onto Zenitsu, and laughed, "Kaka. I'll take care of this little brat. How delightful." "Zenitsu, be careful." Tanjiro's shout came from in front of Zenitsu, and in the next second, a beast man was hovering above him, swinging its large, powerful wings. Kuki opened his mouth, and a massive energy began to gather inside, ready to unleash, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "I heard it. Tanjiro, this demon can use sonic attacks. This is bad." Zenitsu's face was filled with terror as he ran, while covering his ears, trying to distance himself from Kuki's attack direction. Boom! Kuki launched a sonic wave from his mouth, and a violent sound explosion echoed all around, with the powerful sound waves destroying the surrounding houses. Bang! Even though Zenitsu covered his ears, he was still affected by the sound waves, collapsing to the ground as if he had lost consciousness. Tanjiro's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously, "Zenitsu, wake up!" He saw Kuki flying towards Zenitsu. "You, so weak, still have time to worry about others? How pathetic." Icicle raised his Jumanji spear and lunged at Tanjiro. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, swung his blade, and exhaled a hot breath. Dance of the Fire God, Burning Bone Sun. Bang! The swirling flames clashed directly with the Jumanji spear, producing a strong impact sound upon collision. Tanjiro turned around, the blade horizontally swung, severing Aicle's arm, blood gushing out, and Aicle's initially sorrowful expression turned into surprise. "That hurts. What the hell is this guy's slash? It feels like being burned." "Aicle, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him, you idiot." Jichi scolded from the side. Kuki extended his foot, grabbing Zenitsu's arm and lifting him up like an eagle, flying away into the distance. Kaka, little brat. Let me play with you." Kuki's laughter echoed through the dense forest. Zenitsu's expression was pained. He had just been hit by electric shocks and sonic waves, and now he was being held up in midair by Kuki, his consciousness becoming a bit hazy. "Hold on. Zenitsu, you must survive." Tanjiro tightly gripped the Nichiren blade, looking towards the already distant Kuki, his heart clenched. Shenyuan Ziye leaped down from the rooftop and stood beside Sha Yi at the well. "Another one?" Jinnu tapped his tin staff and said impatiently. Tanjiro quickly reminded, "Mr. Shenyuan, be careful of his lightning." In the next moment, centered around Jinnu, the ground flashed with lightning and shot out in all directions. Boom! Shenyuan Ziye pulled Sayaka up again, dodging the incoming lightning strike, which covered a vast area around them. Nevertheless, Shenyuan Ziye's figure remained as swift as lightning, and the broad blue lightning could not catch his silhouette. Jinnu was increasingly furious and exclaimed, "What's going on? The lightning can't keep up with this guy's speed? What a joke." In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye released Sayaka, charging forward with great force, his blade drawn, as he simultaneously exhaled. Breath of Ice, second form, Dance of the Glacier. Swish! The cold blade left a beautiful arc in the air. Tanjiro, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes and shouted urgently, "Mr. Shenyuan, it's useless. Cutting off his neck won't work. They will split." Crack! Just as Tanjiro finished speaking, the blue Nichiren blade had already severed Jinnu's head. "Calm down, Tanjiro. They won't split anymore." Shenyuan Ziye flicked the blood from the blade's tip, his figure already behind Jinnu. Soon after, Jinnu grew another head, glaring fiercely at the swordsman before him. Tanjiro was shocked inside. No regeneration? Could it be that they can't split endlessly and can only maintain 4 heads? Crack, crack, crack. Jinnu, you've been beheaded again. How delightful and amusing. Kale laughed wildly with a grin. Jinnu, filled with rage, scolded, "What's so amusing about this?" "Kale, Aiju. Come help. Let's kill him together. I'm getting more and more annoyed." Kale still wore a sickly smile. Crack, crack, crack. This is truly delightful. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. Aiju's severed arm grew back as he cried, "How tragic. Humans cannot defeat demons." At this moment, the three stood together, facing their enemy. Shenyuan Ziye first opened his mouth to ask the question he had been thinking about since earlier. "How'd you find this place?" On the other side, Zenitsu was thrown to the ground by Kongshi, who had a relentless grin on his fierce face. Crack, crack, crack. How does it feel? Zenitsu's consciousness finally became completely clear. With a complex expression in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the results of my training will definitely come in handy. He tightened his left hand around the sword sheath and grasped the sword hilt with his right hand, his whole body tensing up, ready to spring into action. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Crack, crack, crack. You're not scared, stupid, are you? Kongshi coldly mocked as he saw Zenitsu's stance and then soared through the air. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash sixfold. Suddenly, Zenitsu's feet scraped against the ground. And in the next moment, he was sent flying backward, as fast as lightning, leaving only a flash of light in the night sky. Kongshi's face twisted in rage, his yellow pupils suddenly narrowing. He had seen Zenitsu's movement clearly. Whoosh! Blood splattered from Kongshi's face as he hung upside down in the air. How can I kill him? Cutting his neck is completely useless, Zenitsu murmured thoughtfully as he sheathed the Nichiren blade. Kongshi's injuries instantly healed, and he sneered, saying, not bad at all. I'm quite pleased. Crack, crack, crack. A sharp aura flowed from Zenitsu's mouth as he leaped out again, drawing his Nichiren blade. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, eightfold. Seeing this, Kongshi leaped upward, soaring in the sky. He opened his enormous mouth, gathering massive energy, and shot out. Boom! The sonic wave swept in, vast in range, accompanied by a deafening sound explosion, the powerful energy wave shattering the surrounding small trees. Zenitsu, with his exceptional speed, dodged the center of the sound wave, but the residual energy wave still swept across his shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zenitsu changed his direction of attack multiple times, using the explosive power of his legs to swing his blade, severing Kongshi's wings. Kongshi immediately plummeted from the sky, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Zenitsu slowly sheathed his sword, blood flowing from his shoulder, revealing a hint of pain on his serious face. Chapter 121. Battle at the Swordsmith Village 4. In the next moment, Kongshi's wings regrew, and he sneered. Useless. Even if I get cut, it doesn't hurt at all. Just as Zenitsu was contemplating how to counter, a cold aura came from behind him, and a familiar voice he knew all too well suddenly rang out. Hey Zenitsu, we meet again. You haven't changed, still the same as before. It seems you still can't use anything beyond the first form. Useless trash. Have you thought about how to die this time? On the other side, Jinnu was staring intently at the three people in front of him. Shenyuan Ziye asked again. The location of the blacksmith village is extremely hidden. How did you find it? Shenyuan Ziye couldn't figure this out because the jade pot had already been killed by him, and the reconnaissance capabilities were almost non-existent. So he couldn't understand how the half-day dog knew the location of the blacksmith village. Kale haha chuckled and said, of course, it's the information provided by Ming Nu. Jinnu's forehead was throbbing with anger as he retorted, Kale, who told you to talk too much? Crack, crack, crack. It's okay, because he will soon be a dead man anyway. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly understood something. Ming Nu's abilities had already been enhanced by Muzan. When did this happen? After the death of the Upper Moon Six? Just you three weaklings? Shenyuan Ziye coldly smiled, his blue pupils flickering with light. And a chilling fighting spirit and murderous intent erupted from his body, as if something was still missing. Tanjirou and Saya both tensed up, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, as they felt that chilling murderous aura. Jinnu was momentarily intimidated by the aura of the boy in front of him, impatiently saying, has Kongshi not dealt with that guy yet? Kale laughed, cock. Don't worry about Kongshi. Jinnu, this guy's mine. After saying that, Kale leaped into the air, charging towards Shenyuan Ziye. You fool. Don't be impulsive. Jinnu shouted loudly at Kale's back. However, Kale was unconcerned, sticking out his tongue and wearing a confident smile. He leaped into the air, swinging the fan in his hand, and a strong wind surged. Tanjirou, Saya, you go find the main body. I'll handle these three demons alone. Shenyuan Ziye commanded the two. Tanjirou looked confused and asked, Mr. Shenyuan, what are you talking about? What main body? There's no time to explain. These demons are not the main body. Defeating them is useless. Only by finding the demon with the word fear imprinted on its tongue and cutting off its neck can we succeed. Shenyuan Ziye hurriedly finished speaking, leaped into the air, and charged towards Kale. Ice breathing, ninth form, ice blade. Clap, clap, clap. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sun wheel blade, executing a brilliant slash that resembled countless icy blades, colliding head-on with the strong wind blowing towards him. How could such an attack be blocked? Crack, crack, crack. Kola laughed maniacally. and the fan in his hand suddenly grew larger. He swung it again, and the strong wind swept in. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed by the strong wind, and all the houses collapsed, affecting everyone. Tanjiro quickly understood what Shenyuan Ziye had said. Although Shenyuan Ziye's swordsmanship blocked most of the wind blades, he and Saya were still swept by the residual wind blades. They had to quickly find the bodies of these demons. He sensed it. It seemed there was the smell of the fifth demon. Tanjiro's pupils suddenly constricted as he picked up the sunwheel blade and ran towards the dense forest. Inoue Saya suddenly cried out sweetly, "Tanjiro, I'm counting on you. I'll go help Lord Shenyuan." The accumulated anger felt ominous, with veins bulging all over. He shouted angrily, "Stop dawdling. Kola, blow this house away from me. We can't let that guy escape." Kola grinned wickedly and replied, "Crack. I was planning to do that anyway." Immediately, he swung the fan in his hand again, and a strong wind surged wildly. Shenyuan Ziye's largest range of swordsmanship couldn't withstand such a wide area of wind blades. Boom! Suddenly, the entire house turned into ruins, with broken bricks and tiles everywhere. Crack, crack, crack. The visibility improved significantly. Now they had no place to run, right? What about that guy? Could he be dead? Gola mocked wildly. Shenyuan Ziye moved like a fierce tiger, suddenly leaping out, holding the sunwheel blade with a chilling light, directly aimed at Kale. Inosuke angrily, full. That guy is here. Kale, unhurried, replied. Jinu, I will blow him down, and you can zap him with the tin staff. He won't escape. Continuous lightning won't last long on a human body. Crack, crack, crack. Jinu whispered. I was planning to do just that. After saying that, Kale jumped up, waving the fan in his hand, and a strong wind rushed in again, but the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye appeared right in front of Kale. The arm holding the fan flew up into the air. So fast. I didn't see his movements at all. How did he cut? Kale's once smiling face suddenly turned astonished. Without the fan, he had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jinu furrowed his brows tightly, his voice filled with anger. Kale, what are you doing? After saying that, Jinu took a stance, lightly tapping the ground with the tin staff, and lightning flickered. Inoue Saya's pretty face changed color, and she immediately leaped out, swinging the white sun wheel blade under the night sky. Breath of snow. Sixth form, snowfall in the sky. A cold air spread around, and Inoue Saya unleashed 4 slashes that resembled snowflakes, flying towards Jinu. Damn it. One after another, it never ends. Jinu stepped back, dodging those slashes, and the figure of AI Ju appeared before him. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Sadness. I will make your death quick. AI Ju raised the 10-character spear, a sorrowful expression appearing on his face. Inoue Ziye shouted, Yuman iating demon. D. Breath of snow. 4th form, snowfall slash. Inoue Saya's cheeks showed patterns, her speed increasing significantly, and she executed 3 consecutive slashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. AI Ju thrust the 10-character spear forward, releasing multiple shockwaves that collided with those slashes. Bang, bang, bang. Breath of snow, 7th form, frost snow, freezing slash. Inoue Saya did not stop, cold breath flowing from her lips, her slashes as cold as snow. This move also had a freezing effect, capable of slowing down the demon's regeneration speed. Whoosh. AI Ju did not react in time. His arm was severed by the slash, and Saya's next strike decapitated AI Ju. Jinu's expression changed drastically, angrily shouting, Kale is done, and now it's AI Ju. What are you all doing? You're driving me crazy. Jinu, holding the tin staff, struck the ground heavily, and a sky full of lightning shot out from the staff, rolling towards Inoue Saya. Another bolt of lightning locked onto Shenyuan Ziye's direction. Inoue Saya hurriedly used her sword technique to defend, but was struck by the lightning. Boom, crackle. Inoue Saya stood rigidly in place, her pleated skirt fluttering as her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. However, in just an instant, a cold light flashed, and Jinu's tin staff was knocked away. What? Jinu's face darkened, looking in disbelief at the boy in front of him who was holding Kale's head. Chapter 122, Battle in the Swordsmith Village, 5, Splash. Shenyuan Ziye threw the head of the Kola onto the ground with a cold expression, while behind him, She had also recovered from the electric shock. Jinna gritted his teeth and let out a cold grunt, angrily saying, What is Keiki doing? On the other side, Zenitsu turned around, and Kaigaku initially thought he would see Zenitsu's surprised and somewhat fearful face, as the previous pain would make Zenitsu remember it well. Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Mitsuri had all teamed up but failed to kill Kaigaku. However, Zenitsu's expression was beyond Kaigaku's expectations. There was not a hint of fear on Zenitsu's face. Only endless rage filled his bloodshot pupils, and his expression was somewhat ferocious as he gripped his sword tighter. TCH, this guy. Kaigaku sneered, his pale face full of provocation. Ah, you're here. I won't play with this guy anymore. Jinu is calling me back. Crackle. Keiki's voice echoed from above. Immediately, Keiki flew towards Jinu's direction. Zenitsu's previously furious expression gradually faded, his eyes drooping and turning into disdain. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. Kaigaku shouted angrily through clenched teeth. Zenitsu noticed the numbers in Kaigaku's eyes, first stunned, then coldly mocking. You made it to the upper moon position. Are you happy? Kaigaku coldly laughed. Of course, my current strength is a height I can never reach. Is that why you became a demon? Zenitsu asked darkly. Kaigaku continued to laugh coldly. Of course, I now possess eternal power, undying and unbreakable. I can do whatever I want. No one can restrict me. It's all because you became a demon. You caused my grandfather to commit seppuku. Zenitsu suddenly roared, his voice filled with raging fury. If no one helped him cut off his head during seppuku, he would have suffered for a long time before dying. My grandfather didn't slit his throat or stab his heart. It was because a demon appeared among the users of thunder breathing. Kaigaku extended his clawed hand, shouting nonchalantly, what does that have to do with me? So what? Do you want me to repent? I don't care about those who look down on me. Zenitsu was even angrier, pointing at Kaigaku's nose and growling. I should have killed you back then. Do you really think you're strong? If it weren't for the upper moon 2 appearing, you would have been decapitated long ago. His voice was filled with anger and cold mockery. Kaigaku drew his katana and shouted, bastard. What right do you have to say such things? Today, let me make you remember my power. Thunder breathing, second form, rise spirit. Kaigaku moved at incredible speed, launching 5 consecutive strikes the moment he activated his breathing technique. However, what he didn't expect was that all of his attacks were dodged. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Swish. Zenitsu used the first form, relying on his incredible speed to swing his blade, grazing Kaigaku's shoulder and splattering blood. Kaigaku was shocked. This guy is stronger than before. Meeting me was just luck. How could a useless person who only knows the first form defeat me? In the next moment, Kaigaku's heart calmed down as he speculated. Zenitsu mocked, you're so slow. Trash. You bastard. I'll cut you down right now. Kaigaku roared, tearing his throat and swinging his dark golden katana, releasing a high heat, lightning-like attack. Thunder breathing, fifth form, heat wave thunder. Boom! Zenitsu exhaled a sharp breath and launched another attack, his figure moving as fast as lightning, tearing through the air. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, Godspeed. Swish! Zenitsu's figure dodged the high-heat lightning-like attack, and the golden Nichiren blade suddenly pressed against Kaigaku's neck. Surpassed! The first form can have such a quick strike? Kaigaku was greatly shocked, his katana aligned with Zenitsu's golden Nichiren blade. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a piercing sound of metal against metal. Zenitsu thought, did he seize the opportunity? Did he block my attack? But his blade is brittle. It should be able to break. Break the blade, and then cut off his neck. Zenitsu focused on the dark golden katana, which had already developed a crack, his eyes filled with hope. Kaigaku sneered. You want to break my sword? It's meaningless. This sword is made of my flesh and blood. Even if it breaks, it will regenerate. Your attack is meaningless. Zenitsu gritted his teeth tightly, his face contorted. He was not swayed by Kaigaku's words. As long as he could cut through Kaigaku's sword and seize that moment, he could cut off Kaigaku's neck. Even a sword made of flesh and blood wound regenerate that quickly. Zenitsu thought, as long as he could seize that fleeting moment, my strength is weakening. It seems this move is just fast. Kaigaku's smile became increasingly arrogant. In the end, you're just a useless person who only knows the first form. As he spoke, Kaigaku suddenly exerted force with his arm, and with a loud bang, he swung his katana and sent Zenitsu flying. These little tricks win against me. Let me show you my true power. Kaigaku scoffed while launching another sword technique. Thunder breathing, seventh form, penetrating thunder. Zenitsu's expression changed drastically, horrified. Seventh form? Thunder breathing only has 6 forms. He invented the 7th form. Bow down before my power. Kaigaku gathered all his strength and unleashed 2 lightning-like slashes, each accompanied by numerous small electric blades. The air was being torn apart, and wherever the sword struck. Small trees and plants were shattered. What a domineering technique. This move is completely different in power from the others. Zenitsu immediately recognized the ferocity of Kaigaku's sword technique, and at his current level, it would be difficult to withstand. I can't take it. This move, I can't take it. Zenitsu's face turned pale, shaking his head slightly, his eyes empty and devoid of spirit. I can't give up. Zenitsu, don't give up. You can run, you can cry, but you absolutely cannot give up. Tanjirou's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and Zenitsu instantly woke up, recalling the scenes of killing demons with Tanjirou. You're right. Tanjirou, I shouldn't give up, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope. No matter what, I won't give up. Grandfather, we've gone our separate ways. Zenitsu drew his blade at lightning speed, his figure sweeping out, leaving behind afterimages. Thunder breathing, seventh form, fire, thunder god. Bang! Zenitsu's slash was like a golden dragon, surging forth and directly colliding with the two strange lightning-like slashes. The collision produced a violent roar, and the lightning-like slashes were instantly shattered. Zenitsu's figure slowed down, but the small electric blades that accompanied the slashes did not dissipate. Countless small electric blades swept across Zenitsu's body, cutting into his shoulder, thigh, and chest, causing continuous bleeding. My sword technique was blocked. How is that possible? What move did he use? So fast. I can't keep up with my eyes. Is it a form I don't know? Kuyu was shocked by Zenitsu's seventh form, feeling a wave of fear within him. Although the electric blade had caused harm to Zenitsu, his ultimate move had been resolved in an instant, which he found hard to believe. I don't know what sword form you used, but unfortunately, the victor is still me. Kuyu walked in front of Zenitsu, his expression returning from surprise to a cold, pale face as he looked at the blonde boy kneeling on the ground, jealousy swelling in his chest. Chapter 123, Battle of the Swordsmith Village, 6, cough cough cough. Zenitsu clutched his chest and kept coughing. The seventh form had consumed a tremendous amount of his stamina, placing a significant burden on him. I still can't take it. The burning sensation is becoming stronger. Zenitsu glanced at his wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression pained, feeling as if he were being thrown into a furnace to burn. Kuyu smirked coldly and mocked. Now you know the gap between us, right? My slash carries a strong burning pain. Feel it well. He continued, but you actually used a form that I don't know. That old man really favors you, only teaching you and not me. At this point, Kuyu's pale face gradually grew colder. No, Grandpa isn't that kind of person. It's my form, the seventh form that I created. Zenitsu's gaze was unfocused, nearly exhausted, as he murmured softly. Kuyu was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming in disbelief, You also created the seventh form? Knowing the truth, the jealousy in Kuyu's eyes intensified. In his view, his useless junior brother had actually managed to create a new form, which he found unacceptable. I will kill you. After a brief pause, Kuyu's pupils turned cold, and he spoke a few words in a chilling tone. Clang! Just as Kuyu raised his katana to strike Zenitsu, a deep blue Nichiren sword blocked the descending dark golden blade. In Kuyu's astonished gaze, the figure of Taketu Mwichiru appeared, holding the Nichiren sword. With a golden square tsuba and hollow squares at each corner, the blade side was engraved with mint green characters that read Demon Slayer. This was his new sword, which he had acquired after getting lost in the dense forest and encountering the Kanroji temple. Zenitsu's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the somewhat blurry figure before him. With sheer willpower, he stood up again and murmured, Is that you, Taketu? Taketu Mwichiru replied softly, I can't believe you still remember my name. I've already forgotten yours. You're seriously injured. Why don't you step aside for now? On the other side, under the urging of Ikari, Saraki also arrived at the battlefield. Crack, crack, crack. How delightful. Ikari, this side seems even more interesting. Saraki flapped his wings and laughed wildly. Ikari impatiently retorted, What's so interesting? All I feel right now is anger. Hurry up and take them down. Shenyuan Ziye pressed his hands tightly against the hilt of the sword, raised the blade, and exhaled a breath as cold as mist. Ice breath. Fourth form. Gathering ice. Buzz. A layer of faint cold air enveloped the blue Nichiren blade. Although the enhancement from the fourth form couldn't match that of the red blade, it could still suppress the regeneration of demons to a certain extent. Even against upper moons, with his current sword skills, he could restrain them. As long as he could buy as much time as possible for Tanjiro, this battle could be won. Jinu's pupils narrowed in anger as he stared at the Nichiren blade emanating cold air, his face showing a hint of seriousness as he said in a deep voice, This guy is not so easy to deal with. Kale grew a new head and jumped beside Jinu, grinning maliciously. I was careless just now. This time, I will definitely kill him. Let's go together, Jinu. The head of AI, Ju, also grew out, and he raised his 10-character spear, his expression sorrowful as he whispered, "It's tragic. You have no chance of winning." Inoue Saya's pretty face showed some seriousness, and she asked with a worried tone, "Lord Shenyuan, how should we kill them? These are not the main bodies. We can't kill them. We can only help Tanjirou by time. As long as Tanjirou can find a main body of Haunting's fear demon and cut off its head, this battle can be won." Shenyuan Ziye frowned and patiently explained. Inoue Saya said softly, "Okay, I will also do my part, as long as I can hold them off." Shenyuan Ziye did not speak, but simply nodded lightly. Kongshi was the first to launch an attack, flapping his wings as he charged towards Shenyuan Ziye, gathering immense energy in his mouth. The divine source's midnight eye glimmered with blue light, and the three realms were activated. The tips of his black medium-length hair ignited with a touch of ice blue, dazzling under the night sky. Then he leaped forward, flashing an incredible speed in front of Kongshi, swinging his blade and severing Kongshi's neck. This series of movements was as fluid as flowing water. Kongshi didn't even have time to react before his head was severed. Icicle, seeing this, held the cross-pattern spear and unleashed a physical technique, activating terror-piercing thrust, releasing several shockwaves forward. Breath of snow, earth form, endless snowfall. Inoue Saya exhaled a cold breath, lightly leaping during her run, evading the shockwaves and consecutively delivering 4 slashes, resembling snowflakes, directly blocking Ijua's shockwaves. After Shenyuan Ziye severed Kongshi's neck, he followed through and charged towards Jinu and Kulu, who were filled with rage. Jinu, extremely irritable, jabbed the ground with his tin staff, unleashing powerful lightning from below. Kulu also approached, wielding a round fan, but unfortunately for him, Shenyuan Ziye, who was at the peak of the Ice Eye's third realm, had increased his speed to a new level. Before he could even strike, Kali's neck was already severed. Ice breath, earth form, ice dragon. Shenyuan Ziye continuously exhaled an extremely cold breath, holding the sunwell blade like a paintbrush, drawing beautiful arcs in the night sky, resembling a blue giant dragon sweeping across. Under the astonished gaze of Inoue Saya, the heads of Junu, Kale, and AI Ju were all severed, flying into the air. How impressive! Cutting off heads seemed to happen in an instant. Inoue Saya covered her lips, her delicate face full of shock, and her light blue eyes trembled slightly. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. This speed. What is it? I remember. Lord Kokoshibo once mentioned a swordsman who uses the breath of ice. Junu's face was equally filled with astonishment, accompanied by a strong sense of confusion. The regeneration speed has also slowed down. How could this be? The sharp voices of Kongshi and Kale rang out at the same time, filled with anger. Ah, what is this slash? Unable to regenerate. The pain is bone-chilling. Calm down. Regeneration has just slowed down. It will still regenerate. You knew reprimanded. Also feeling the bone-chilling cold at his neck, all the wounds of the demons were wrapped in a faint chill, as if they had been frozen. Inoue Saya exclaimed, "Can Lord Shenyuan's slash restrain a demon's regeneration?" Shenyuan Ziye blinked his blue eyes and said faintly, just as Jin has said, "It can only delay for a period of time. It doesn't mean it can't regenerate. What I could do is buy time." Tanjirou, have you found the cowardly demon? His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. In the depths of the dense forest, not far from the battlefield, Tanjirou finally caught the scent of the 5th demon. Quick, focus. Where is it? He sensed it. Right over there. Tanjirou followed the source of the scent, running through the dense forest, rushing toward the direction of the smell. The overlapping scent made Tanjirou shiver all over. He looked ahead and finally found the true form of the Han Tengu. It was a small figure, no bigger than a mouse, constantly fleeing in all directions. Found it. So small. Is this the true form? Don't run. Don't escape. Tanjirou shouted loudly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, exhaling hot breath, and swung the Nicaran blade toward the cowardly demon's neck. Chapter 125. Battle of the Swordsmith Village. 8. Takatu Mwichiru's body began to move, his slashes seemingly carrying the light of the mist, directly clashing with 2 lightning-like black thunder slashes. Bang! The range of Mwichiru's slash was vast, instantly engulfing those 2 black lightning strikes. However, the inner side of the lightning slashes was still attached with numerous small electric blades. One exquisite slash. So impressive. Zenitsu's eyes lit up, casting an admiring glance. Swish, swish, swish. Those countless small electric blades flew out, shooting toward Muichiro. Breath of mist. Third form, mist splatter. Muichiro exhaled a mist-like breath, quickly swung his sword, turning his body, executing a large area slash wrapped in misty light. Bang, bang, bang. The electric blades collided with the Nichiren blade and were all deflected, but the electric blades had a paralyzing effect, causing his Nichiren blade to wobble slightly. In the gaps, several electric blades swept across his shoulder, blood splattering. Zenitsu looked worried and murmured, "Did Taketo also fail to block Kaigaku's seventh form?" Taketo, Muichiro's originally calm face slightly frowned, the burning pain from the wound making him struggle to hold on, his body gradually swaying. Seeing this scene, Kaigaku sneered. "So what if you were Hashira? My blood demon art-enhanced blade can cut and burn flesh. How does that feel?" "Well, it's okay, but that's not important. With the next strike, I will sever your neck." Taketo Muichiro flicked the blade, his expression turning cold, his mint-green pupils staring at Kaigaku. Kaigaku noticed Muichiro's extremely disdainful expression, his words filled with provocation, and his anger flared up, thinking to himself, "Does this guy not feel the burning pain? Is he enduring it? Or is it really useless?" "No, it is useful. He can't hold on much longer. You really are stubborn. Are all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps like you?" Kaigaku raised his katana, a cold smile appearing on his lips, firmly believing that Muichiro was just holding on, and his slashes were definitely effective. "You really talk a lot. Did you become more verbose after turning into a demon?" Muichiro looked at Kaigaku in confusion. Breath of thunder. Eighth form, Thunder Dragon's Tail. Kaigaku looked down with a cold snort. Muichiro's disdainful words enraged him, and he decided to unleash a new form. Although this move was not yet fully formed, he wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of his new sword form. Kibutsuji Musen had once guided Kaigaku, and he knew that swordsmen who could use breathing techniques after becoming demons were different from other demons. They could still use breathing techniques, and their potential was also different. Musen had infinite years to continuously study swordsmanship, and the breath of moon under his guidance had derived 16 forms. Kaigaku was very surprised when he learned this. So, in just a few months, under Musen's guidance, Kaigaku also created 2 new forms. He firmly believed that if he continued to study like this, he would surely reach Musen's height in the future. Zenitsu's pale face turned ugly, exclaiming, "Eighth form? How could this happen? That guy Kaigaku created 2 forms on his own." Kaigaku swung his dark golden blade, cutting horizontally, unleashing a massive lightning-like slash, accompanied by countless small electric blades. Boom! It was like a giant black dragon, sweeping away everything in front of it, the loud rumbling resembling the roar of a black dragon. A large area slash. Zenitsu exclaimed. Taketo Muichiro charged out, creating a wave of mist, directly piercing toward Kaigaku's direction. Breath of mist, 5th form, sea of mist clouds. Zenitsu, who knew the breath of thunder best, had never seen such a domineering move and immediately concluded. This move, Muichiro can't block it. Thinking of this, Zenitsu's face became extremely pale, his pupils flashing with worry. Bang! Taketo Muichiro's high-speed slash collided directly with the diagonal electric blade, causing countless small electric blades to fly out. The sky filled with black electric blades sweeping toward Muichiro. Taketo Muichiro's eyes trembled. Facing the overwhelming electric blades, the number was clearly more than the previous sword technique, and he couldn't block them all. Breath of mist, 6th form. Moonlit mist dissipation. Muichiro instinctively unleashed his maximum range slash, the Nichiren blade shimmering with misty light, cutting toward the swarm of flying electric blades. Clap, clap, clap. Muichiro's sword technique instantly cut away numerous electric blades. However, the number of electric blades exceeded his expectations. Kaigaku already showed a victorious expression, the corners of his mouth curling up, thinking, he can't block so many electric blades. This guy is doomed. Bang! Just then, a flash of lightning appeared, the golden Nichiren blade slicing through the night sky, shattering the remaining electric blades, but Zenitsu himself was grazed by the electric blades. His body covered in wounds from the electric blades, blood flowing uncontrollably. When Taketo Muichiro saw Zenitsu fall to the ground, a youthful figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, resembling himself, but that pair of eyes was sharper than Muichiro's. You must not think rigidly, Muichiro. Once you reclaim your unwavering self, you will become stronger. At the same time, a gentle voice echoed in Muichiru's ear, as warm as ever. Muichiru looked at the injured Zenitsu in front of him, asking blankly, Why? Why didn't you just stay beside me? Zenitsu's voice was somewhat broken, blood flowing all over his body. Because you were a Hashira, I thought that as long as I could protect you, you would definitely be able to defeat Kaigaku. Please save my brother. My brother is different from me. He is a kind-hearted child. He wants to help others. I was the one who held him back. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. The familiar voice of a young boy echoed, and the young face became increasingly clear in Muichiru's eyes. I finally remembered. That is my twin brother, Yurichi. My father was a lumberjack, and I was his son, helping with the logging work. My mother suffered from a long-lasting cold that eventually developed into pneumonia and passed away. On that day, during a storm, my father fell off a cliff while out gathering herbs and died as well. I was 10 when my parents died. I became a person then. No, it was when I was 11 that I truly became a person. My brother is a rational person, very cold. He believes that our father and mother were not normal people who kept their pain to themselves, and that's why they deserve to die. I couldn't understand this. Good intentions lead to no rewards. Thinking of others has no good outcome, Ichiro said coldly. It's not like that. Good intentions are rewarded. Helping others brings rewards in return. Dad said so. I retorted. It's precisely trying to do something for others that leads to death. His words are completely untrustworthy. Why would you say such things? Dad did it for Mom. How could herbs possibly cure her in that condition? So foolish. If he hadn't gone out in the storm, only Mom would have died. Don't say that, brother. That's too much. I'm just stating facts. You're so loud. Ichiro's nothingness was an inability. This conversation was meaningless. The past cannot be changed. Hearing my brother say that made me very sad, even though I had known before that he was someone who spoke without tact. Chapter 126. The Battle of the Swordsmith Village. 9. In spring, someone came to visit. It was the Lady of our Lord. She was very beautiful, so much so that for a moment I thought she was a spirit of the birch tree. But my brother rudely drove Lady Tianyin away. How impressive. She said we were descendants of swordsmen, and our ancestors were among the first to use breathing techniques. I excitedly told my brother, who was cutting vegetables, but he was as cold as usual, his tone icy, saying it was none of his business and to hurry and wash the rice. Let us become swordsmen and help those harmed by demons. We can definitely bang. Before I could finish, my brother slammed the kitchen knife heavily onto the cutting board. What do you think you can do? A guy who can't even cook rice wants to be a swordsman? Wants to save people? It's easy to say. You're just like Mom and Dad. My brother's face suddenly turned angry, and he shouted. Too optimistic. What are you thinking? Mom didn't say anything even when she was unwell, insisting on working and exhausting herself. And Dad, going out in the storm to gather herbs. I tried so hard to stop him. Only the chosen can save others. Even if our ancestors were swordsmen, what can we kids do? Do you want me to tell you? What can we do? All we can do is lose our lives because we are Mom and Dad's children. In the end, we'll just be used by that woman. She must have some ulterior motive. This matter ends here. Got it. Hurry and prepare dinner. Listening to my brother's series of shouts, I didn't cry. I just felt very lost. Later, Lady Tianyin kept visiting, but we didn't talk to her. Only when my brother splashed water at her did we get into a fight. By that summer, we were very irritable. It was hot at night, and the cicadas were noisy. We opened the door to sleep, but the demons came in because of it. The evil demon severed my brother's arm, blood staining the entire room. I looked at my brother, bleeding from his severed arm. His face in agony stirred something deep inside me. A surge of unprecedented, intense anger erupted from the depths of my abdomen, and I let out a heart-wrenching roar, hardly believing it came from my own throat and mouth. When I came to my senses, I had pinned the demon outside with the firewood knife, and it was close to death, but its head seemed crushed, and it wasn't dead, only groaning in pain. Soon after, the morning sun rose, and the demon turned to ashes and disappeared. I wanted to rush back to my brother, but my body felt heavy as if filled with lead. It took a long time to walk back to the house, which was so close. My brother seemed to still be alive, but he looked like he was on the brink of death. I wished it was me who was dying. As long as my brother could live, please save my brother. Only I am bad. If there is divine retribution, let me bear it alone. I know. Actually, Ichiro's nothingness is infinite nothingness. You can exert infinite strength for others, as the chosen one. My brother's voice was very faint, yet it echoed in my ears. That boiling anger I have never forgotten. Even if I lost my memory, my body still remembers it. an anger that will never dissipate until death. So I devoted myself to madly training my body, just to exterminate the evil demons, to eradicate them completely. Taketu Mwichiru swung his blade, adopting a fighting stance, his gaze becoming resolute as he glanced at the fallen Zenitsu, his voice as indifferent as always. This time I'll sever his neck. You just stay aside. Kaigaku sneered recklessly. Don't make me laugh. Have you forgotten how pathetic you looked just now? I'm an upper moon. With your strength, you can't possibly contend with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Mwichiru shot out, his speed surpassing what it was before, instantly appearing before Kaigaku. Speed, how did it suddenly become so fast? Kaigaku's pale face changed suddenly, his azure pupils constricting, and he finally saw Mwichiru's face, which now bore several cloud-like blemishes. What else with those marks on this guy's face? They weren't there just now. Kaigaku was shocked. At that moment, he recalled the scene when he fought Inosuke Ziye, who also had similar markings on her cheek. Moreover, those who had blemishes suddenly had a significant boost in combat power, and the fear of almost having their heads severed surged in his heart. What a joke, I can't possibly be defeated by someone like you. Kaigaku growled softly, releasing a sharp breath. Thunder breathing, 8th form, Thunder Dragon's tail. Boom! Kaigaku swung his dark golden blade, cleaving a massive black lightning bolt, its roar echoing throughout the dense forest like a thunder dragon. Mist breathing, 5th form, Sea of Misty Clouds. Mwichiru's speed was even faster than before, executing a series of high-speed, precise cuts, slicing through the countless small electroblades on that massive lightning bolt. Mist breathing, 6th form, Moonlit Mist Dispersal. Mwichiru rolled his body and unleashed his sword technique again. The blue sun wheel blades sparkled with starlight in the forest, seemingly enveloping that black lightning. After speeding up, was the use of sword technique smoother? This guy Kaigaku's face was filled with disbelief, but he wouldn't easily concede, continuing to launch attacks. Thunder breathing, 7th form, Piercing Thunder. Mist breathing, 7th form, Hazy. Kaigaku suddenly tensed up. Mwichiru's figure vanished from his sight, surrounded by clouds and mist enveloping him. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen him use it. It's like being surrounded by smoke and mist. Kuyu felt a cold sweat rising on his forehead. He couldn't see Michiro's position and could only swing his blade wildly. That feeling of unease filled his heart. He had to keep using the techniques of thunder breathing, but they all missed. Where exactly is he? Just as Kuyu was puzzled, a flash of cold light passed by, accompanied by a cold voice. Hurry up and go to hell. Swish! Just a hair's breadth away. The blade in Kuyu's hand had already been raised, but Michiro's speed was too fast. He hadn't fully reacted before feeling a chill at his neck. His head fell straight down. Kuyu's fierce face immediately turned angry, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "What happened? I got my neck sliced. I actually lost. Lost to a kid like that? I can't stand it. Why is that trash still not dead? He was burned by my electric blade. He should be bleeding to death. I'm a upper moon. How could I lose? This is impossible." Kuyu's head rolled to the ground, and seeing Zenitsu in a dying state made his anger grow even more. He only regretted not finishing off Zenitsu first. You quickly use your breathing technique to stop the bleeding. Kanroji has already sent a message, and the hidden team members will arrive here soon. We can all survive. A voice urging from not far away was Michiro's, and Kuyu's angry expression turned to despair, dissipating along with his gradually turning to Ash's head. Is Kuyu dead? Zenitsu's gaze was vacant, and a trace of inexplicable sadness flickered in his pupils. Chapter 127. The Battle of the Swordsmith Village 10. He got his neck cut off by me. It's all over now, Takedo Michiro said, his expressionless face revealing a hint of concern. Are you okay? Zenitsu lightly pressed his lips together, showing a relieved expression, but a few warm tears fell from the corners of his eyes as he softly murmured, "Still, I couldn't build a good relationship with you, Grandpa. I'm sorry." The figure of Sakanji Urokadaki appeared in front of Zenitsu. "It's okay, Zenitsu, you've done very well. You are my pride." Upon hearing Sakanji Urokadaki's words, Zenitsu was immediately moved to tears. His gaze turned to the dim sky as if he had found redemption. On the other side, Tanjiro encountered something terrifying. The aura of the demon was overwhelmingly strong, an unprecedented sense of oppression. A powerful demon he had never seen before. It was hard to breathe. Such a strong sense of pressure, his heart ached. Inosuke Saya clutched her violently rising chest, her heart murmuring constantly, her pretty face somewhat pale. Han Tengu glanced at Tanjiro with a contemptuous expression and said, "You're the one chasing after the weak, wanted to kill that little weakling, right? Truly ruthless, the act of a villain. That disdainful tone, along with the intense pressure emanating from him, made everyone present feel the suffocating sense of oppression, struggling to breathe. Except for Shinjiro, who still had a cold expression, his icy blue hair fluttering in the wind. What was he talking about? Little weakling? Who was he referring to? What a joke. A surge of anger rose in Tanjiro's heart, and he immediately shouted, "You guys sent the smell of blood. You must have eaten more than 100 people, right? What did they do to you? Did all of them do things that cost them their lives? Killing and eating so many people, yet pretending to be a victim. Distorted nature. I will never let you go." The more Tanjiro spoke, the angrier he became, his voice filled with endless rage, his whole body trembling, with veins popping on his forehead from anger, and his red eyes filled with bloodshot. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly spoke up to remind, "Calm down, Tanjiro, your breathing is off." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro suddenly came to his senses, and his anger dissipated somewhat. "You take the opportunity to cut off the head of the cowardly demon, and I'll hold off the hate ember sky." Shenyuan Ziye spoke calmly to Tanjiro. "Understood. Mr. Shenyuan, I will." Tanjiro nodded, his expression becoming resolute as he tightly gripped the Nichiren blade in his hand, his gaze fixed on the timid demon wrapped in the wooden stone dragon. Zhang Patillon shouted angrily, controlling the massive stone dragon to fly towards Shenyuan Ziye. "Saya, take care of yourself." Shenyuan Ziye left behind a heavy statement, while Saya kept dodging beside him. However, Shenyuan Ziye stepped on the stone dragon and moved towards Zhang Potion step by step. Zhang Potion, standing on the high ground with the help of the stone dragon, looked down at Shenyuan Ziye and coldly shouted, "So what if you're a pillar? Bullying the weak deserves death 1,000 times." With a wild roar, boom! One of the stone dragons unleashed a powerful ultrasonic wave from its mouth, deafeningly loud. Even Shenyuan Ziye couldn't help but cover his ears, his consciousness becoming a bit hazy. Instinctively, he sidestepped to avoid the attack. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye activated the Ice Eye's fourth realm, his medium-length hair turning completely ice blue, and he continuously swung his Nichiren blade. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Ice Speed Slash. Shenyuan Ziye unleashed several slashes like ice blades, and his own speed increased, creating a gust of cold air with a chilling atmosphere surrounding him. Swish! The slashes cut through all the stone dragons of Zhang Patillon, whose pupils contracted in response, his body trembling slightly with fear. How could I feel afraid? Zhang Patillon stared incredulously at the boy charging towards him, a hint of fear appearing on his face, but he quickly composed himself, thinking, since the speed is so fast, I will use this technique to sweep everything away. Blood Demon Technique. Endless Karma Tree. Boom! Zhang Patillon struck the drum behind him, producing a dull sound, and countless stone dragons surged from the ground, charging forward. Thunder Strike. The mouths of the stone dragons emitted beams of lightning, sweeping towards Shenyuan Ziye's direction of attack. Master Shenyuan, be careful, came a shout from behind by Saya. Can he really summon so many with dragons at once? Tanjiro's face was filled with shock, but he couldn't focus on that, as he sensed the presence of the feared demon gradually moving away from the battlefield. He must not escape. Mr. Shenyuan has bought me a lot of time. I must cut off his neck. Tanjiro's face hardened as he continued to advance in the direction of the scent. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze sharpened, and as he rotated his eyes, everything before him became very clear under the illumination of his icy gaze. As long as it was a technique, there would be weaknesses to exploit. Shenyuan Ziye moved forward, stepping through the gaps in the moves, leaping into the air and exhaling a cold breath. Did he evade my attack? How did he do it? I can't understand. Zhang Patillon widened his eyes, staring at the blue-haired boy jumping in mid-air, momentarily frozen in place. Breath of Ice, 9th form, Ice Blades. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel knife, and countless slashes like ice blades surged forward, covering a wide area, causing even the surrounding grass and trees to be coated in frost, accompanied by a strong, cold wind. Swish, swish, swish. The numerous stone dragons that flew out were all severed, turning into splinters that fell to the ground. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. How unpleasant. This guy, utterly detestable, actually severed all my stone dragons, preventing me from sending them to the fear demon. Zhang Patillon gritted his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at the boy in front of him. However, this state of his shouldn't last long. But just how strong is this guy? In shock, Shenyuan Ziye's blade had already reached Zhang Patillon's face. Crazy pressure, sound wave. Zhang Patillon opened his mouth and unleashed a supersonic attack towards Shenyuan Ziye. Suddenly, A deafening roar echoed throughout the dense forest. Shenyuan Ziye, with his transparent world perception, saw Zenpation's blood vessels constricting and sidestepped in advance, narrowly avoiding the strike, though his shoulder was grazed by the supersonic wave, leaving a gash and causing blood to spray. Did Lord Shenyuan avoid it? How'd he do that? Inoue Saya was dumbfounded on the side. The crazy pressure sound wave was instantaneous, and at that distance, almost no one could react in time. Meanwhile, Tanjirou couldn't think of much else, and silently prayed that Shenyuan Ziye could withstand Zenpation's attacks. While he used all his strength to chase after the fear demon, Zenpation's face was filled with disbelief, muttering, "This is impossible. How did he evade at this distance? This guy. TCH, it seems he completely saw through my attack." Zenpation suddenly noticed the blue glowing eyes of Shenyuan Ziye and already had the answer in his heart. Is it the ability of those eyes? Then I'll break your eyes first. Zenpation launched another attack, madly beating the taiko drum behind him. Several stone dragons burst from the ground, charging at Shenyuan Ziye at high speed. Breath of snow, sixth form, falling snow from heaven. Inoue Saya ran while executing her sword technique, striking at the group of stone dragons. I can help too, Lord Shenyuan. Chapter 128. The Battle of the Swordsmith Village, and swish, swish, swish. Saya's white sun wheel knife sliced through the night sky, unleashing 4 slashes like snowflakes, severing the heads and bodies of the stone dragons. Shenyuan Ziye used the flying Shalongzi as a springboard, leaping up and swinging down 3 giant ice blades, the slashes covering a wide area, moving with the speed of a cannonball, crashing towards Zenpation. Breath of ice, 11th form, falling flowers leave ice. Zenpation looked at the 3 slashes filled with pressure, unhurried, controlling the remaining Shalongzi to charge towards the slashes. Thunderkill, roaring. The Shalongzi unleashed lightning and ultrasound, colliding with the 3 giant ice blades. Boom! Boom! Bang! The ice blades shattered the lightning, pierced through the ultrasound, and directly cut towards Zenpation. Under Zenpation's dazed expression, the ice blades shattered his body, severing both arms in an instant, falling from his head, and splitting his body in half vertically. Is this guy really human? A powerhouse unlike any seen before. Zenpation, almost reduced to mush, lay flat on the ground, mumbling incessantly. Defeated, Inoue Saya watched this scene, her blue eyes sparkling with joy. At this moment, the true form of Hantian Dog, the fear demon, was running towards the edge of the dense forest, his expression becoming extremely terrified. Zenpation was actually defeated. Too much power consumed. Regeneration slowed down. An aged voice came from his mouth, the fear demon dragging his weary body, running continuously. I need to replenish human flesh and blood. First ensure my life. I must hurry. The fear demon caught the scent of humans, a greedy look crossing his face, as several swordsmiths appeared not far ahead, and he rushed towards them. Stop. Don't run. I won't let you escape. Even if you run to the ends of hell, I will chase you down. I will sever your neck. Tanjirou's furious voice rang out from the dense forest. I will not let you go, you man-eating demon. Tanjirou's face was ferocious, his eyes locked onto the target, as he dashed towards the fear demon at incredible speed, exhaling a breath as hot as the sun. Dance of the Fire God. Crimson Sun Mirror. Whoosh! Tanjirou swung his blade, cleanly severing the fear demon's neck. The swordsmiths were still unaware of what had happened, only seeing the headless monster charging towards them. Ah! Run! Run! One swordsmith, clutching several Nicaran swords, shouted loudly while fleeing. What? Not dead? Tanjirou's expression was astonished, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as he saw the fear demon getting closer to the swordsmiths. What's going on? Isn't this demon the main body? I failed. I need to give him the final blow. Tanjirou gripped the Nicaran sword tightly, his body tense, charging out once more, flaring his nostrils. I can smell it. The main body must still be nearby. Buzz. A faint aura floated out from the fear demon, and Tanjirou caught it in an instant. There it is, inside the demon's body. Found it, inside the heart. After locating the target, the patterns on Tanjirou's forehead seemed to ignite, an endless stream of power surging forth as he swung his blade towards the fear demon's main body. Despicable scoundrel. Your time is up. Demon, atone with your life. Dance of the Fire God. Waltz. Whoosh. Tanjirou's blade seemed to be covered in flames, sweeping across the fear demon's body. Memories from his human days continually struck Hantian Dog's mind. In his human days, Hantian Dog was a criminal who was always doing bad things while believing he was in the right. He thought of himself as a kind-hearted weakling, never having told a single lie, so pitiful yet receiving no sympathy from others. Once, Hantian Dog stole from the blind benefactor who had treated him well, and although that person did not mind, he was reported to the authorities by another. Hantian Dog killed the person who reported him. After being captured by the authorities, Hantian Dog tried to defend himself, believing that picking up the knife was the fault of his hands, not his, and attempted to pretend to be blind to evade punishment, but was seen through. On the eve of his execution, Muzan saved Hantian Dog and turned him into a demon. After that, Hantian Dog killed that official. In his final moments, Hantian Dog's ears were filled with that familiar voice, cold and merciless. No matter how you evade responsibility, you cannot distort black and white. Even if you kill me to silence me, you cannot twist the facts. One day, you will pay with this worthless lie for the crimes you have committed. Is this a revolving lantern? Hantian Dog murmured, his head severed, his body turning to dust, gradually scattering in the wind. Not far away, the sky turned a shade of pale white. Dawn was approaching. Finally, defeated? Tanjirou, exhausted, lay on the grass, looking at the morning glow on the horizon, letting out a sigh of relief. On the other side, Shenyuan Ziye saw Zhang Patian's body gradually dissipating before him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Have we defeated him? Did we defeat the upper moon for? Inosuke Hashibira was momentarily stunned, but her lovely cheeks soon broke into a smile, cheering joyfully. Shenyuan Ziye smiled toward Shay and said in a deep voice, Tanjirou did it, we won. Yes, Lord Shenyuan, that's great. We have defeated the upper moon once again. Inosuke Shay exclaimed, raising her hands in celebration. Ha! Ziye, Takedo Mwichiru, and Zenitsu Agatsuma jointly defeated Upper Moon 5. Ha! Ziye, the little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Suigetsu flew above the two, making sharp sound to spread this good news. Inosuke Shay's delicate cheeks suddenly changed color as she exclaimed in surprise. Zenitsu also encountered an upper moon? Upper Moon 5. Doesn't that mean? It's Kaigaku. Shenyuan Ziye and Inosuke Hashibira shouted in unison. Quage has come to the blacksmith village. How could that be? Inosuke Hashibira said with confusion. Shenyuan Ziye let out a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, Xiangzhu and Zen defeated Kuei-yu, which also resolved the concern for Zen. What is the relationship between Kuei-yu and Zen? Well, when Kuei-yu was still human, he was once Zen Yi's senior brother. Inosuke Hashibira covered her small mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Is that so? Then Zen really suffered. Didn't he have any issues, right? Shinya saw this and said, my wife Zen is seriously injured, but was rescued in time and is no longer in life-threatening danger. Shitmucher was slightly injured and is also receiving treatment. How? Very good. In that case, there are 2 fewer upper moons, and currently, Muzan subordinates only consist of the first 3 upper moons. Shenyuan Ziye deeply knows that the day of the final battle is getting closer. He must also slay that demon, the upper moon demon Yozawa, who killed Yu Sui Tianyuan. After the invading demons were slain, the swordsmith village returned to a state of tranquility. Shenyuan Ziye, Inosuke Hashibira, and Tanjirou returned to the butterfly mansion together. This time, Zenitsu was the most severely injured, reportedly nearly losing his life from excessive blood loss. The blade forged from the flesh and blood of Kizuki left a burning pain at the wound that would not go away. Zenitsu managed to hold on thanks to his strong will and use his breathing technique to stop the bleeding in time. Moreover, as the vital organs like the heart were not harmed, he was able to survive. Takedo Mwichiru sustained minor injuries, and after bandaging, the diagnosis at the butterfly mansion indicated that he would be fine after some rest. Tanjirou suffered muscle and nerve damage from the electric shock, and he was also overly exhausted, but fortunately, there were no fatal injuries. In this battle, the Demon Slayer Corps achieved a beautiful victory yet again. Chapter 129, Kanagawa Prefecture, far away at the Butterfly Mansion. Yoya's complexion changed from pale to slightly flushed due to excitement as he tightly grasped the hands of Amano beside him. Did you know? Amano, Ziye and the others have defeated an upper moon again. Cough, cough. Yoya's condition worsened, and the scars on his face became more pronounced, almost covering his entire face. He coughed incessantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Amano's expression changed instantly, her brow furrowed in concern as she looked at Yoya. Gently patting his back and speaking in a caring tone, Lord Yoya, I understand. Please don't overexert yourself. Amano, this is undoubtedly a sign of victory. One by one, the upper moons are falling. In this lifetime, we will surely eliminate Muzan Kabutsuji, but I wonder if I will still be able to see this scene. Yoya's expression turned despondent as he continued to speak to Amano, his voice becoming somewhat weak. Amano nodded heavily, her tone firm. We definitely can. Lord Yoya, what you need to do now is to take care of your health. 5 days later, back at the Butterfly Mansion, Shenyuan Ziye pushed open the hospital room door and saw Takedo Michiro eating snacks on the bed, with a cup of green tea on the tray beside him. Meanwhile, Zenitsu on the other bed was still in a deep sleep. Michiro? Shenyuan Ziye looked at Takedo Michiro. You're awake? How's the recovery going? Though he knew Takedo Michiro's injuries were not severe from the current situation, Michiro's complexion was rosy, indicating he was mostly fine, although his body was still wrapped in bandages. It's Shenyuan. The burning sensation is gradually fading. It should be fine in a few days, Takedo Michiro said slowly while chewing on cake. Then took a sip of green tea. Shenyuan Ziye looked a bit surprised. You remember me? Yeah. What's wrong? Shido Michiro gave a strange look. Shenyuan Ziye suddenly reacted and blurted out, Your memory has returned? Yes, thanks to Zenitsu, I finally remember. From now on, I will take the battles seriously and kill all those man-eating demons, Takedo Michiro said to Shenyuan Ziye with a serious expression. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and nodded. That's great. But how is Zenitsu doing? As she spoke, her expression showed a hint of sadness. Not optimistic, a familiar voice descended. In Butterfly, Shinobu suddenly appeared in front of the two. She was still wearing the haori with wing patterns, and her light purple eyes were filled with concern. Her voice was gentle and soft, like a spring breeze. Shinobu? Is Zenitsu okay? Shenyuan Ziye asked. Butterfly Shinobu bit her lip and frowned, softly replying. He is out of life-threatening danger, but his injuries are very severe. He has multiple slash wounds all over his body, accompanied by burning pain. However, Zenitsu has endured. When he wakes up, he will probably still be in pain for a while, but he is truly a strong child. The people at the Butterfly Mansion will take good care of him. Shinobu nodded reassuringly. That's good. Zenitsu has been working very hard. He and Mitsuri managed to defeat the Upper Moon 5 together. Yeah, they'll have been trying their best. Kanawa has also become more diligent. As a Hashira, I should be like you all too. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said. Shenyuan Ziye seemed to think of something and asked, Has Kanai not returned from her mission yet? Butterfly Shinobu was taken aback, her expression becoming somewhat worried. She hesitated and said, Kagura has sent news that Kanai seems to have encountered some trouble. She is investigating the incident in Kanagawa, where there may not be ordinary demons lurking. Shenyuan Ziye lowered his voice and frowned, saying, Not an ordinary ghost. The 12 Kizuki? Upper Moon? I'm not sure about the specifics. If you're not busy, could you help me take a look? Icicle? I'm really worried about Kane, but I have other matters to attend to and can't leave for the time being. Butterfly Shinobu's beautiful cheeks revealed a look of anticipation, but there was a hint of longing in her purple eyes. Shinizugawa Sanemi did not notice the change in Kochu Shinobu's expression. His internal worries grew heavier. Currently, only the first 3 of the Upper Moons are known to be alive, and no matter who it is, they're not easy to deal with, especially since Kanawa is all alone. Even if it were himself facing them, he would have to be extremely serious to fight against them. All right, I will. In a few days, I will go to Kanagawa Prefecture, Shinizugawa Sanemi nodded. Kochu Shinobu squinted and smiled. Thank you very much, Sanemi-kun. Zenitsu will be in your care, she added. Don't worry, Sanemi-kun. We will take good care of Zenitsu-kun. After leaving the Butterfly Mansion, Shinizugawa Sanemi returned to his residence, only to find someone already waiting for him. Inosuke, Shinizugawa Sanemi was taken aback, staring blankly at the boar-headed boy sitting in front of the mansion. What are you doing here? Tsukiyo, I heard you defeated an Upper Moon again? Inosuke exhaled a puff of white breath, his voice low. Shenyuan Ziye said with a smile. Yes, I, along with Tanjirou and Saya, defeated Upper Moon 4, while Takedo and Zenitsu took down Upper Moon 5. Inosuke said in a deep voice. Not bad at all. For the next battle, let me join in. Why is that? Shenyuan Ziye asked in confusion. Aren't you supposed to stay at the Pillar's Mansion? Inosuke stretched lazily and said, Yeah. The uncle with the beaded necklace gave me special training, and it's now finished. It turns out I'm indeed much stronger than that rooster-headed guy. Ha ha ha. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shenyuan Ziye originally planned to go to Kanagawa Prefecture alone for an investigation. But now Inosuke has made a request to join him, which would provide some support. Currently, Sei, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu are all recovering, and only Inosuke is in good condition. All right, then you can come with me. It's just in time for a new job. Ha! This lord is already ready. When do we depart? Shenyuan Ziye furrowed his brows and said solemnly, right now. Huh? Just like that, Shenyuan Ziye set off for Kanagawa Prefecture with Inosuke. In a small town in Kanagawa, Kanaho was hiding outside the window, her pink-purple eyes shining with a vigilant light as she carefully observed the movements within the house. She had been investigating for several days and had finally figured out the location of the demon. It was a church where a statue of a girl was placed inside. The statue had its eyes closed, a pendant hanging from its forehead, and its face was serene and sacred, resembling that of an angel. Behind the statue sat a young man. He had medium-length white ash hair, colorful eyes, wore a red top, and a hat. His pale, yet handsome face was fixed on the girl kneeling before him. The colorful eyes bore the characters upper moon and two. Ah, poor child. Do you have something troubling you? I will listen. Just tell me everything. Doma's voice was as soft as ever, but it carried an added chill. Chapter 130. The girl seeking bliss. The girl knelt before Doma, her hands nervously rubbing her knees, tears falling from her obsidian-like pupils as she said, Master, please redeem me. Ah, go ahead and speak. Let out all your sorrows, Doma said, resting his elbows on his knees, his right hand propping up his chin, a playful expression on his face. The girl recounted her experiences word by word, her beautiful cheeks revealing a hint of sadness. The girl's name was Harumi. She was born into a wonderful family, but 2 years ago, her parents divorced. Her father, a businessman named Kitajima, supported all the family's expenses, while her mother stayed at home and had a very easy job with a low salary. After the divorce, despite her mother's repeated pleas, Harumi chose to follow her wealthy father. She thought that since her father was rich, she would be able to live a good life with him. However, Harumi never expected how wrong her choice would be. After the divorce, Kitajima fell into the bad habit of gambling, and with his business in decline, he soon became impoverished. After accumulating massive debts, creditors began to come to his door, demanding repayment. No matter how much Kitajima pleaded for more time, the creditors remained unyielding, even threatening him with knives. What do you want? Please spare me. I really have no money, Kitajima said in terror. If you can't repay the money, let your daughter take your place, they threatened. Otherwise, I will kill you. Okay, as long as you spare me, I will do whatever you want. This girl is of no importance to me. Just let me go. Kitajima pleaded on his knees, his tone sincere, desperate to survive. Harumi witnessed everything and, upon learning the truth, felt despair and decided to run away from home. Without any financial support, though there were jobs available, she found the wages unworthy. Having experienced wealth, how could she settle for poverty? Rather than living a hard life, she sought bliss, wanting true redemption for herself. Finally, Harumi found her way here, where she met the rumored leader of the Infinite Bliss cult. So this is how it is. The child that left her family is truly pitiful, Doma said, blinking his colorful eyes, his face showing a look of sympathy. Harumi cautiously looked up at Doma. Although the man before her did not have a good expression, his bright, colorful eyes made her feel that the master could surely hear the voices of the divine and guide people toward bliss. With this thought, Harumi pressed her forehead to the ground, gathering her courage to say softly, Please, master, guide me to bliss. Doma licked his lips and smiled. All right, I will definitely save you. It is my duty to share happiness with my followers. Come, let me guide you to bliss. Doma put on an expression of enjoyment, and before anyone knew it, 2 golden iron fans appeared in his hands. In an instant, Doma swung the fans toward Harumi, the speed creating a fierce wind. Clang! Just at that critical moment, a pale pink Nicaran blade clashed with the iron fans, producing a crisp metallic sound. Hearing the noise, Harumi trembled all over, raising her head, a look of confusion on her pretty face. Ah, another one has come? Doma did not seem very surprised. His eyes fixed on the girl with bangs in front of him, a glint flashing in his gaze. You're a girl too. Do you have something troubling you? I will listen. Kanaho held the Nicaran blade, looking at Doma, her pink-purple eyes trembling violently, her cheeks twisted with anger as recent memories flooded her mind. Kanaho, remember, the demon that killed your sister is Upper Moon too, and the weapon he uses is a pair of sharp iron fans, Shinobu Kochu said seriously, her purple pupils sharp. Kanaho was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Upper Moon too. Is it already known? Shinobu nodded, her expression steady. Yes, that was the information left by my sister before she passed away. I will tell you how to kill the demon that killed your sister. Kanaho nodded, her expression serious. Kneeling beside her, listening closely to what Shinobu would say next. if we are fortunate enough to encounter the murderer of my sister to win this battle. The condition is that I must be eaten by him. Kanaho's body trembled, staring blankly at Shinobu. Why? Does my sister have to be eaten by the demon? If we sisters work together, we can definitely cast aside such naive thoughts. Upper Moon, too, seems to be a gluttonous demon obsessed with devouring women. As one of the Hashira, my physical abilities far exceed that of ordinary people, and being a woman, if I encounter him, he will definitely eat me after achieving victory. Kanaho's expression turned tense as she shook her head, muttering, "No, it won't turn out like this." Shinobu continued, "As I am now, from my blood to my organs, even every fingertip, they contain a high concentration of wisteria poison. If that's the case, I can also." "No, it's too late. To prepare the body to reach this state, I would need at least a year to continuously ingest wisteria poison." Before Kanaho could finish speaking, Shinobu interrupted. "Moreover, I am the first clinical subject of this experiment, and whether there will be side effects in the future, and whether this poison tactic will be effective against the Upper Moon demon, remains unknown. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Shinobu continued, her expression becoming serious. The image of the former Shinobu, her beautiful face radiating smiles, kept appearing in Kanaho's mind. This time, Kanaho made up her mind. Since she had encountered him, even if it meant her own death, she would kill Upper Moon too. Seeing that Kanaho had not spoken and maintained her angry expression, Doma mockingly said, "Oh dear, such a fierce expression. What's wrong? Did I upset you? You're Upper Moon too, right? The ghost that killed my sister is you, isn't it?" Kana suppressed her inner anger, her whole body trembling. Doma was initially taken aback, then chuckled lightly. "Oh, who is your sister? I've saved so many women, I really can't remember." Harumi, standing beside them, looked at Kana and urgently shouted, "Who are you? Why are you obstructing my path to paradise?" Upon hearing this, Kana's expression and tone turned extremely cold. "Are you crazy? Open your eyes and look, he is a demon." Harumi looked confused. She didn't understand what Kana was saying and turned to Doma. Doma coldly smiled, leaped, and swung his iron fan towards her. Kana's heart trembled, and she quickly drew her sword, exhaling a floral scent. Breath of Flowers, second form, Plum Blossom Shadow. Swish, swish, swish. Kana swung her blade, delivering arc-shaped slashes around her, reminiscent of plum blossom petals. Bang! Doma stepped back, licking the blood dripping from the iron fan, his expression dazed as he cheerfully said, "Ah, Breath of Flowers. So you're talking about the girl who uses the Breath of Flowers. I remember her." Chapter 131, Bitter Battle. Kana reacted, her eyes darting to the side at Harumi. Her face blank, her heart's tremor never ceasing. Harumi's neck was slashed, her head gently falling to the ground, her body collapsing straight down, blood oozing from her neck, staining the ground red. Until death, Harumi's expression remained one of confusion. Chilling. If she hadn't tensed her body, she wouldn't have been able to swing her sword, trembling all over. This guy is a true evil demon, an unbearable sense of disgust. Kana breathed heavily, looking at Harumi lying on the ground, anger surging in her heart. However, this anger stemmed more from her sister, Butterfly Shinobu, who had been killed. It was this anger that allowed Kana to steady her footing, her body burning with heat. She gripped the sword hilt tightly. Facing such a powerful demon she had never encountered before, she had to concentrate fully. "I can definitely defeat him, right, Master?" Kana whispered to herself. Doma smiled and said, "Oh, I remember now. Your sister is that girl who uses the Breath of Flowers like you, right? She was a gentle and lovely child. Because the sun came out, I couldn't eat her. I remember I actually wanted to eat her." Doma still wore a harmless smile. Kana could no longer contain herself. Veins bulging on her forehead, she shouted angrily, "You dare to kill my kin? How despicable!" Immediately, Kana suppressed her inner fear, stepped forward, and charged at Doma. Attacking once more. Breath of Flowers, fourth form, red flower attire. Doma wielded the iron fan, swinging it at Kana, but his attack missed. Suddenly, Kana leaped high, delivering 2 downward slashes. Swish! The slashes grazed Doma's arms, but the wounds were too shallow, only splattering a bit of blood. "Oh, quite agile. You actually hurt me." Doma feigned surprise, his tone flippant. Kana exhaled a floral scent, her wrist moving rapidly as she unleashed a flurry of 5 consecutive strikes. And she didn't stop, continuing to execute her sword techniques until she unleashed 9 consecutive strikes, the slashes resembling peony petals. Breath of Flowers, Fifth form, unfruitful peony. 7, 8, 9 strikes. Doma looked at the incoming slashes and laughed. Not bad. Such beautiful slashes, let me join in. Saying this, Doma swung his iron fan, a chill spreading through the air. Blood demon art. Lotus leaf ice. Ice crystals shaped like lotus flowers appeared before Doma, blowing towards Kana. Kana instinctively turned her blade horizontally, launching a slash to block all the ice crystals. Breath of flowers, fourth form, red flower attire. Blood demon art. Withered garden snowfall. Facing Kana's continuous slashes, Doma wielded the fan, ice crystals swirling in the air, yet Kana dodged each one. What is going on? Her movements aren't fast. Why can she avoid my attacks in advance? While releasing his blood demon art, Doma pondered, a look of contemplation appearing on his pale face. Blood demon art, twining lotus. Doma created several ice vines entwined with ice lotus flowers, flying towards Kana, trying to bind her. Kana leaped up, her powdery purple eyes flickering for a moment, exhaling a floral scent. Breath of flowers, second form, plum blossom shadow. Swish, swish, swish. The ice vines were all cut to pieces, turning into ice shards that floated in the air. Seeing this, Kana immediately retreated, covering her mouth and nose. Doma suddenly understood. His heart enlightened. Ah, so it's thanks to those eyes, very special indeed. My shoulders, line of sight, fingertips, elbows, knees, she observed them all closely, predicting my next moves to evade attacks. What a cunning swordswoman. Then let us first destroy her eyes. With this thought, Doma moved swiftly, rushing in front of Kana, swinging his iron fan directly at her eyes. Kana dodged to the side, leaping into the air, executing her sword technique. Breath of flowers. Sixth form, vortex peach. In midair, Kana performed a flip, her peach-pink Nicaran blade slicing towards Doma. Where the blade passed, it looked as if petals were falling. Truly a well-forged body, so springy. Doma stepped back to avoid the strike, smiling as he complimented her, then swung his fan. Blood demon art. Scattered lotus flowers. Swish. Sharp ice petals like blades flew towards Kana, a multitude of tiny petals flowing through the air, the range so wide it almost covered the entire room. Kana couldn't help but breathe in for a moment within this range, quickly stepping back, coughing continuously, her delicate white hands covering her pink lips. Kana's hands were covered in frost, the cold stinging sensation making her unsteady. I must not inhale his techniques, otherwise the alveoli will die. And I want to be able to breathe. Kana recalled what Shinobu had said. This was a demon that the flame Hashira and Zenitsu had encountered. And the blood demon art could create ice crystals that destroy the respiratory system, which was undoubtedly fatal for demon slayers. Kana was grateful she had received information about the Upper Moon 2 in advance. Otherwise, she would have already been defeated by now. Doma's face suddenly showed a look of doubt. You seem to understand my techniques very well. Did you do your homework in advance? Relying on those eyes to dodge my attacks. Very good. To last this long, you're already impressive. Worthy of being devoured by me. You will live forever in my body, becoming a part of me, very blissful. At this point, Doma's expression darkened. Kana clenched her silver teeth, coldly saying, "What nonsense, you disgust me. Hurry up and send me to hell." Doma shook his iron fan, smiling. There's no such thing as hell. That's all a human invention. How can I defeat him? So far I can't even touch his neck. What should I do? Master. Kanaho ignored Doma, her expression serious, her mind constantly thinking. Doma continued to laugh. Although your eyes are quite good. You managed to barely dodge my attacks by observing my movements, but unfortunately, you can't win. What kind of expression is that? It's interesting. I want to record it. Doma looked at Kanaho's expression, which seemed like she wanted to kill him, and suddenly became interested, teasingly saying. Kanaho lightly tapped her toes, leaping out, and launched another attack. Breath of flowers, fifth form, no fruit peony. Swish, swish, swish. Kanaho executed a rapid 9-hit combo. Doma, however, was unfazed. With a mocking smile, he said, I've seen this move before. Have you exhausted all your sword techniques? Blood Demon Art, Frozen Cloud. Chapter 132. Support. Doma waved his iron fan, instantly scattering a large number of ice crystals that swept out from behind him, blowing in like clouds. Kanaho felt something was wrong. Facing such a vast expanse of ice crystals, she couldn't block them all with her sword techniques. Realizing this, she quickly retreated. Cough, cough. Due to the wide range of the technique, Kanaho was still forced to inhale some ice crystals, and even her arm was covered in frost. Her hand turning red from the freezing, trembling as she gripped her sword. Doma smirked, speaking in a playful tone. Oh dear. Even being so careful. You still inhaled some, right? That must feel unpleasant. Your alveoli are dying, and your movements have become sluggish. Doma covered his mouth with the iron fan, looking at Kanaho with a playful expression. Kanaho felt a cold current surging in her throat. Her lungs felt frozen, making it hard to breathe, and with each breath, she felt a piercing cold pain. She had to breathe more rapidly to get oxygen, but doing so only worsened her lung injury, accompanied by unbearable pain. Being able to breathe normally had become a luxury. Her lungs felt like they were being torn apart. Kanaho frowned tightly, her expression pained, supporting herself with her sword on the ground. Doma frowned, a look of confusion appearing in his colorful eyes, still holding on. Huh, you should be unable to breathe by now. Just let yourself be consumed. Saying this, Doma revealed his signature smile again. Kanaho hesitated internally, muttering to herself, should I use that move? Can I defeat him? I can't even touch this guy. If this continues, the death of my alveoli will only worsen. If only I could touch his neck. Can I cut off his neck? The face of Butterfly Kanai suddenly appeared in Kanaho's mind. That gentle face, as always, her voice like the warm sun of spring, warming the heart. Hey, Kanaho. When you're alone, rely on tossing this coin to decide. The future Kanaho will definitely change. No, I must cut off his neck. I have to win this battle. Kanaho came back to her senses, her previously serious face now showing a determined expression. Although her arm was slightly numb from the frost, she still gripped the handle of her sword tightly, pointing the tip at her enemy. Doma was deeply puzzled and couldn't help but ask, hey, are you still resisting? It seems your injuries aren't that severe. In the next moment, Doma's expression changed, becoming extremely cold. He waved his iron fan and launched another attack. Blood Demon Art. Winter Ice Pillar. Swish. Several ice pillars appeared directly above Kanaho, falling down towards her head. Kanaho leapt back, swinging her sword to evade. Breath of Flowers, second form, Shadow Plum. Swish, swish, swish. The falling ice pillars were instantly shattered by Kanaho, more than half of them destroyed. Doma smiled and said, you can still use such a move? Quite capable. So, how will you respond to the next attack? After saying this, Doma waved his fan. A cold aura surged. Blood Demon Art. Cold and fierce white princess. In an instant, two ice lotuses in the shape of young girls appeared in front of Kanaho, blowing cold air from their mouths, scattering it in the air. The air seemed to solidify at that moment, a wide range of cold air sweeping out, filling the entire room with a chilling atmosphere. A large-scale technique. There's no way to avoid it. Kanaho's lavender eyes trembled. Her body tensed as she quickly retreated, trying to dodge the large-scale cold air blowing towards her. Doma sneered. You can't escape. This technique can cover the whole room. As expected, despite Kanaho covering her mouth and nose, she still couldn't withstand the overwhelming cold air and was forced to inhale it. Cough, cough, cough. Kanaho felt her heart burning. The pain from her dying alveoli was like a piercing agony. For a moment, even her breathing technique was rendered useless. Unable to use that move, Kanaho frowned, her face filled with unbearable pain. She could only watch as Doma walked towards her. Doma's mouth curled into a familiar smile, teasing, oh dear, have you finally given up? Or shall we walk towards paradise together, just like that girl? Whoosh! As Doma finished speaking, he flew towards Kanaho like an arrow. His iron fan aimed directly at her neck. Master, am I going to lose? Just as Kanaho was in despair, a serrated blade flashed before her eyes. Clang! The blade collided with Doma's iron fan, producing a crisp sound. Finally caught up, a deep, hoarse voice echoed. Doma looked at the wild boar boy in front of him, momentarily stunned, then suddenly laughed. Oh dear, isn't this the child of Kodoha? We meet again. Inosuke swung his dual blades, anger swelling in his heart, a deep, hoarse voice resonating in the room. The demon that killed my mother. I will make you taste hell. Kanaho's eyes brightened. She felt a glimmer of hope from the sudden reinforcement. Doma still smiled. There is no heaven or hell in this world, such a simple truth. Do you still not understand? Beast breathing, fourth Fong, shattering slash. Driven by anger, Inosuke suddenly charged forward, crossing his dual blades and slashing towards Doma. Doma smiled faintly, but his eyes were filled with disdain. This child is still so impulsive. That habit is not good. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Blood Demon Art. Frozen Cloud. The cloud-like ice crystals surged forward, rolling towards Inosuke. Kanaho quickly shouted a warning. Don't inhale that guy's cold air. Cough, cough, cough. The ice crystals had already invaded Kanaho's organs. She spat out a mouthful of blood, exhaling nothing but cold air. Not only her lungs, but also her internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage. Even speaking caused a piercing pain. Inosuke instinctively dodged, causing his sword strike to miss. Doma laughed mockingly. You can't even get close to me. How are you going to cut off my neck? And that girl? Her lungs and ribs are already injured. Let me take her head first, then it won't hurt anymore. The one who should be beheaded is you. Suddenly, a youthful voice resounded from inside the house, and a familiar sound made Kaneo's body tremble. If he was here, this battle would definitely be won. The figure of the young man appeared in front of everyone, clad in a blue haori, with shoulder-length black hair and eyes shimmering with a faint blue light. His sharp yet somewhat youthful face instilled a sense of awe. Shenyuan Ziye exuded a cold aura, accompanied by a hint of killing intent. As he locked his gaze on Tong Mao was slightly taken aback, showing a puzzled expression, and said, is another one here? The aura feels somewhat familiar. Shenyuan Ziye's gaze was cold, and his tone even colder. He lightly pushed the blade and slowly pulled out the Sunwell blade. The sound of the blade sliding out of the sheath was crisp and pleasant, and the white words Demon Slayer on the blade were particularly eye-catching. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Are you ready to go to hell? Chapter 133, Bodhisattva of Water Lilies. Doma suddenly laughed. Another one telling me to go to hell. Don't you have any new phrases? Immediately after, Doma's expression darkened. Until now, many people have said this to me, but not a single one has been able to do it. Why do you think that is? Shenyuan Ziye did not waste words and quickly drew his sword, his figure creating a gust of wind as he suddenly flashed in front of Tong Mo. Tong Mo was slightly taken aback, his expression changing, and he hurriedly swung his iron fan to block. Clang! The iron fan collided with the Sunwell blade, forcing Tong Mo to take a step back. Covering his mouth with the iron fan, Tong Mo's face showed a look of astonishment as he sighed. Such speed. You must be a Hashira, right? And your aura is so cold. Could you be the Ice Hashira? Shenyuan Ziye said coldly. So what? Ah, so you are the Hashira who defeated Lord Kokoshibo? That's impressive. Speaking of which, my blood demon art is somewhat similar to your breathing technique. Dong Ma had a mocking expression, but his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Breath of Ice, second form. Dance of the Glacier. Shenyuan Ziye swung the blade, slashing towards Tong Mao. Whoosh! The blue Sunwell blade tore through the air, tracing a graceful arc. The tip of the blade grazed Tong Mao's chin, causing blood to spurt out as he continued to step back. Despite the blood streaming from his chin, Tong Mao still laughed and said, as expected, it's the breath of ice, quite impressive, feels very familiar. Do you want to become a demon too? If you become a demon, you might even surpass me in strength. Tong Mao's lips curled up, but his expression turned cold as he looked at the young man in front of him with great interest. Shenyuan Ziye responded. Even if I haven't turned into a ghost, it's enough to kill you. Tong Mo waved his iron fan and nodded. Well, having confidence is a good thing. I'm already looking forward to it. Will you be the one to chop off my head first? Or, Breath of Ice, fourth form, Ice Gathering. Before Tong Mo could finish speaking, Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the handle of his sword, a faint chill rising from the blade. At the same time, the tips of his hair were tinged with a layer of ice blue. Kanaihu widened her eyes, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her. Zikuin's hair changed color? First, add the effect of the Hada to delay his regeneration. Shenyuan Ziye thought to himself, then stepped forward and charged towards Tong Mo. Blood Demon Technique, Fallen Lotus. Tong Mo waved his fan, and the air was instantly filled with countless delicate ice petals, sharp as blades, sweeping towards them. Moonlit Night, I'm here to help you. Inosuke shouted angrily, rushing in with his dual blades. Shenyuan Ziye yelled immediately. Inosuke, don't be impulsive. You can't inhale his blood demon technique. Inosuke shouted loudly while running. I already knew about this kind of thing a long time ago. Beast breathing, fifth form, raging tear. As Inosuke ran towards Doma, he unleashed his sword technique, continuously swinging his two blades, slashing in all directions, shattering the ice petals that were blowing towards him. Ice breathing, eighth form, ice speed slash. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a cold breath, his wrist shaking rapidly as he swung the Sunwell blade, instantly unleashing dozens of slashing attacks like ice blades. Swish, swish, swish. With a single move, he shattered Tong Mao's blood demon technique. Tong Mao was astonished, furrowing his brows and exclaiming, what a fast technique. It shattered my blood demon technique. But how about this? Blood demon technique. Mist ice, sleeping lotus bodhisattva. Boom. In front of Tong Mao, a gigantic ice figure suddenly rose, resembling a bodhisattva with hands clasped together. The entire ice figure emanated a fierce pressure, breaking through the roof, and the dim sky descended, marking the dead of night. The temperature around dropped abruptly to freezing point. Kanao was even more shocked. It was only at this moment that she realized Tong Mao had not been using his full power in their battle. If Shenyuan Ziye hadn't appeared, even if she used that technique, she probably wouldn't have been able to win. What is this thing? It's like a monster, completely untouchable. Damn it. Inosuke was stunned by the giant ice figure before him, his face blank as he trembled in place, a layer of frost forming on the back of his hand. Who? The ice bodhisattva exhaled cold air, and countless ice crystals spread through the air, accompanied by a whirlwind. Shenyuan Ziye's midnight, I trembled, and the icy blue at the tips of his hair surged up like a spring, his pupils shimmering with blue light. His ice-blue medium-length hair flowed in the wind, and the world in his eyes gradually became clearer. Tongmu was taken aback, puzzled. This child's hair suddenly changed color, and his aura has changed as well. Ice-breathing, ninth form, ice blades. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a cold breath, and the sudden drop in temperature had little effect on him. Even if his wrist was frozen, the burning within his body never ceased. Clap, clap, clap. Shenyuan Ziye's slash was like countless ice blades, shattering the incoming ice crystals, which then turned into ice shards that slowly fell. Tong Mao once again summoned the ice bodhisattva to deliver a fierce hand strike from above. Bang! The hand strike hit the ground, creating a large pit, while Shenyuan Ziye leaped up first. Breath of ice, 11th form. Falling flowers leave ice. Swish, swish, swish. Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the sunwell blade, slashing downwards to unleash 3 massive ice blades that roared towards the top of the ice bodhisattva's head. Bang! The ice blade shattered the ice bodhisattva's head and then pierced through its body, completely defeating it. The giant ice figure was thus smashed into ice shards, scattering like powder. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Inosuke exclaimed excitedly, "Did we defeat it?" Kanao also had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Despite her exhaustion and internal injuries, she struggled to stand and observe the situation. Wow, there are really so many techniques. No wonder you're a Hashira who has defeated Lord Kokoshibo. Doma waved his iron fan to cover his mouth, exclaiming in admiration. He showed no surprise at the ice bodhisattva's collapse. But that's a good thing. Once I absorb you later, my power will increase significantly. Doma's colorful eyes sparkled as he calmly spoke to himself. As long as I let him absorb my blood demon art, he will definitely not survive, unable to use breathing. Even the strongest Hashira would be of no use. Shenyuan Ziye blinked his blue eyes and coldly said, "Absorb me? I'm afraid you don't have that capability." Blood demon technique, crystal prince. Tong Mao waved his iron fan, creating 3 small ice figures that looked just like him, charging towards Shenyuan Ziye. The 3 small ice figures simultaneously unleashed the blood demon technique. Blood demon technique, scattered lotus. The scattered lotus, 3 times the strength and no weaker than Tong Mao's, floated in the air with a wide range, surrounded by sharp ice petals like blades. Ah, still not enough. Children, keep going, Tong Mao coldly laughed. Blood demon technique, frozen cloud. The 3 small ice figures produced a large amount of ice crystals, drifting like clouds, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a mist of ice, making the air feel polluted with ice shards flying everywhere. Tong Mao nodded, looking at the thick ice mist in front of him, and smiled with satisfaction. This way, they will definitely inhale my blood demon technique. Chapter 134. The change of the sword form in the ice mist. Inosuke retreated backwards, gritting his teeth and muttering. Such a wide-range attack, this guy. Really hard to deal with. Damn bastard. Kanai, who also covered her mouth and nose, with faint frost rising between her arms, and signs of freezing visible on her brow. Fortunately, she had distanced herself quickly, avoiding inhalation of the ice crystals. Sion. Kanai looked worriedly towards the ice mist ahead, where Shenyuan Ziye was directly facing Tong Mao's blood demon technique. With such a wide range of ice crystals, he might not escape unharmed. Tong Mao was somewhat surprised, looking towards Inosuke's position, hesitating. That kid seems not to have inhaled my blood demon technique. Did he sense the slight cold air in advance and react? Such sharp perception, but it's fine, they can't get close to me. And the Hashira in front of them must have already inhaled the ice crystals. They won't last long. Tong Mao revealed a long-lost smile, taking a keen interest in the dense ice mist before him. Shenyuan Ziye turned his eyes to survey the surrounding drifting ice mist, which resembled clouds. Relying on the ability of his ice eyes, he could clearly see the flow range of the cold air, although the air was filled with a vast expanse of coldness. Seemingly enveloping everything around, there were still gaps to exploit, simply because the cold air was continuously flowing. As long as he could see the direction of its flow, he could react in advance. Inosuke relied on his skin to sense the cold air ahead of time, and needed to keep as much distance as possible. However, Shenyuan Ziye had absolute confidence in his speed. As long as he could see the direction of the cold air's flow, he could evade it. Shenyuan Ziye leaped to the side and appeared in front of everyone, holding the sunwheel blade, its cold light shining. Did he not absorb my blood demon technique? How could this be? Tong Mao's colorful eyes widened, filled with confusion. Shenyuan Ziye breathed in the fresh air and exhaled a cold breath. Ice breathing, third form. Modification, frozen fury. He swung his Nichiren blade to freeze the cold air in front of him, which resembled mist, transforming the flowing gas into countless ice crystals that solidified in the air and finally fell to the ground. Have you frozen my cold air? Tong Mao's eyes were filled with confusion, mixed with a hint of disbelief. Did the ice crystals frozen by his technique lose their effect? This child can actually achieve this level? But it doesn't matter. If it's a larger area of cold air, how will you respond? The astonishment in Tong Mao's eyes had faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. 3 small ice figures launched another attack. Blood demon technique, frozen cloud. Whoosh! The mist-like cold air surged again. At the same time, Tong Mao waved his fan and created a gigantic ice bodhisattva. Blood demon technique. Mist ice, sleeping lotus bodhisattva. Boom! The ice bodhisattva opened its arms and slashed towards Shenyuan Ziye, while also exhaling ice crystals. Ice breathing, 9th form, modification, frozen blade. Clap, 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 clap. Shenyuan Ziye tightly gripped the handle of his sword, changing his sword technique to attach the freezing effect of the 3rd form to the 9th form. This way, he achieved both the effect of freezing objects and a wide-range attack. In an instant, he unleashed several slashes, freezing a large area of cold air. And the countless shards of ice crystals blown by the ice bodhisattva also solidified simultaneously. The cold air turned into ice particles, drifting down with the wind. Kanahui was almost in shock, unable to help but murmur, Ziye-kun has become this strong? If it's him, he might really be able to defeat Upper Moon too. Inosuke trembled all over, somewhat dazed, and muttered, did Tsukio block all of that guy's attacks? Doma stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. In the next moment, Shenyuan Ziye's sword tip was less than an inch away from Doma's neck. Whoosh! Doma suddenly reacted, stepping back, blood splattering from his neck. The sword tip grazed Doma's neck, but the wound was too shallow to be fatal. Doma, instead of getting angry, smiled and said, it's been a long time since I've felt this way. Your movement surprised me. Maybe you can actually win. Shenyuan Ziye shook off the blood remaining on the tip of the knife and coldly said, next strike, I will chop off your head. Tong Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at those blue pupils. He felt a hint of danger, but still pretended to be calm and said, I was careless just now, but you won't hit me next time. As he spoke, Tong Mo's expression darkened. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and he tightly gripped the iron fan. Breath of ice, 2nd form, ice dragon. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a breath as cold as mist, the blade turning horizontally, and he charged forward like an arrow. In the dim night sky, the trajectory of his blade resembled an ice dragon soaring. Dong Mao's expression shifted to one of surprise as he softly murmured, such exquisite swordsmanship. I have never seen a warrior like you among the pillars I've slain. To defeat Lord Muzin's swordsman is indeed quite a challenge. Dong Mao's expression grew slightly pained, but he quickly calmed down the next moment. I am the Upper Moon too, dedicating my life to Lord Muzin, having turned into a demon at the age of 20 and lived for over 100 years. I can never die, let alone be killed by these humans. This cannot be the ending. Blood demon art. Mist ice, sleeping lotus bodhisattva. Dong Mao's expression turned icy as he waved the iron fan, and a massive ice figure reappeared, this time even larger than before. Kanahui's lavender eyes trembled, her face blank as she exclaimed, the precision of the blood demon art has improved again. This ice figure's strength is greater than before. The ice bodhisattva opened its arms, exuding a fierce aura, and an overwhelming sense of pressure rushed forward. Boom! The ice bodhisattva, high above, swung its handblade, countless ice crystals clinging to the edge, striking towards the incoming slash that resembled an ice dragon. Bang! The slash collided with the handblade, and Shenyuan Ziye hurriedly dodged to the side. He was not coveting the power of the handblade, but rather the ice crystals attached to it. Just inhaling a bit would cause his alveoli to decay. Dong Mao, surprised, remarked, jumping again? What a nimble body. Ice breath, 11th form. Falling flowers leave ice. The Shenyuan Ziye sword technique transformed, and 3 giant ice blades fell once more, whipping up fierce winds that scattered all the ice crystals expelled by the ice bodhisattva. Bang! The ice bodhisattva's body was once again pierced by the ice blades. At this moment, Tong Mao was becoming impatient, his face filled with displeasure. He swung his fan, attacking with lightning speed, creating a whirlwind wherever he went. Tong Mao thought that as long as he got close, there would be a chance. As long as he let the Hashira absorb his blood demon art, victory would surely belong to him. Shenyuan Ziye quickly rotated his eyes, observing everything in front of him. Although Tong Mao's movements were rapid, in his eyes, they still seemed to slow down significantly. He could see Tong Mao's blood vessels constricting, his heart beating, and his lungs expanding clearly. Chapter 135. Killing Tong Mo, the guy wants to engage in close combat. Be careful, Ziye Kuan. Kanaihu's injuries were becoming more serious. If it weren't for her breathing technique stopping the bleeding, she would have likely fainted by now. She could only pray in her heart, as she couldn't intervene in the battle situation before her with her own strength. Unable to intervene, there were no openings in the attack, and her speed of action couldn't keep up. Inosuke also widened his eyes, and he too could only stand there in a daze. Tong Mo swung his iron fan, attacking Shenyuan Ziye's neck. Whoosh! Shenyuan Ziye saw the contraction of Tong Mao's blood vessels and reacted first, lowering his head to dodge the attack, causing Tong Mao's fan to miss. Why is this happening? His speed shouldn't be able to keep up. Could it be that his eyes also have special abilities? Tong Mao looked astonished. Then his expression darkened, and his colorful eyes lost some of their luster. The blood demon art was ineffective, the close-range attack was dodged, and his own attacks felt like they had been completely seen through. Is he really human? Tong Mao began to doubt himself, his pale, cold face trembling slightly. Ice breath, 10th form, all ice to the sky. Just as Tong Mao hesitated, Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the sword hilt and swung the blade from bottom to top, creating a trajectory that resembled an arc, sharp and decisive. Whoosh! In just an instant, Tong Mao's neck was severed. His head flew up, blood splattering everywhere. Thud! Tong Mao's head rolled on the ground, the other half of his body falling backward. Huh, was my neck really cut off? Tong Mao seemed not to realize it, staring blankly at the inverted figure before him. I lost. This kid is indeed very strong. This is the first time in my life I've felt a formidable opponent, but I just can't accept this outcome. If only I had discovered his abilities earlier, or dealt with those 2 nuisances first, then I wouldn't have angered this kid, and he would have been thrown off balance. Tong Mao showed a look of melancholy and spoke with regret. Ugh, my body is starting to fall apart. Am I really going to die? Tong Mao's body completely disintegrated, his head gradually beginning to fade, half of his face already turned to ashes. I can't feel anything anymore. No fear of death, no unwillingness at defeat, just a sense of regret. I've always been like this. As his head dissipated, Tong Mao recalled events from his human life. Tong Mao was very intelligent from a young age and possessed colorful eyes. His parents thought he was a very special child, surely able to hear the voice of the gods. So they founded the 10,000 Worlds Paradise sect, attracting people to worship Tong Mao, praying to him, lamenting all their sins, yearning for paradise. Yet Tong Mao thought his parents were foolish and despairing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created such a boring religion, watching those pitiful people pray to a child. Tong Mao believed that there were no gods or Buddhas in this world. Such a simple truth that these people didn't understand after living for decades. Death was just an end, and they would feel nothing anymore. However, looking at those pitiful people wanting happiness, he wanted to save them, believing he was born for this purpose. One day, Tong Mao's mother, having been driven to madness by his lecherous father who frequently assaulted female followers, stabbed him to death, and then she herself committed suicide by poison. But Tong Mao only felt the foul stench of blood, finding it troublesome to deal with, never experiencing a moment of sadness or loneliness. Turned into a demon by Musen at the age of 20, he lived for over 100 years, yet human emotions were ultimately an irrelevant illusion for Tong Mao. As he looked at the nearly faded Tong Mao, Kanahui was the first to exclaim, "We won. We cut off his head. We won. Cough, cough, cough." Due to the pain in her lungs, Kanahui covered her chest and coughed violently mid-sentence. Inosuke was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed forward, stomping a few times and shouting, "Ah, revenge and hatred have been repaid. We finally killed this bastard. But do I really have a mother?" At this point, Inosuke's expression became blank. Shenyuan Ziye's midnight eyes returned to black, and his medium-length hair also changed back to its original color. Everyone, has a mother. Inosuke knelt on the ground, recalling the appearance of Kodoha in his mind, his eyes moist, shedding hot tears. Mom, are you okay over there? Shenyuan Ziye slowly sheathed his sword. He wasn't seriously injured, but his stamina was severely depleted. He lost his balance and sat down on the ground, then lay back, his gaze directed at the sky that was about to brighten. The voice of the hunter's manual echoed in his mind. Congratulations on defeating Upper Moon 2. Your level has increased to 120, and you have gained a new skill, 12th form. Heavenly Wheel, Ice Breaking. The Eye of Xianbing has been upgraded to the 5th realm, gaining the power of confinement, allowing you to control your opponent's actions for a short time, rendering them unable to use skills. Many fragments of the collapsed roof fell, and in one corner there were several eyeballs with octopus-like tentacles wandering around. After that, the members of the Hidden Corps cleaned the battlefield and brought the three back to headquarters. The news of Upper Moon 2's defeat spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Ziye has defeated an Upper Moon again. Tianyin, do you know? This is an omen. The day of the final battle with Muzan is approaching. Cough, cough, cough. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. In the Tsujikuni mansion, Ziye sat up in bed, his complexion pale and looking somewhat weak. He grasped Tianyin's hand, speaking excitedly. Tianyin quickly patted Ziye's back to regulate his breathing, saying, Yes, Lord Ziye, you must hold on until that day. If we can defeat Muzan, the curse on you will also disappear. Ziye waved his hand, speaking firmly. It's not that easy to defeat Muzan. In this body of mine, the only thing I can do is act as bait to lure Muzan into the trap we've set. Lord Ziye, if you say that, you will. There are not many Upper Moons left. We cannot give Muzan a chance to breathe. There is only one opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. Tianyin, it's just you. Tianyin held Ziye's hands, her expression gentle, and softly said, Lord Ziye, I will always follow you, no matter what decision you make. Thank you. Tianyin. In the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu Kocho, upon learning the news of Doma's defeat, was first stunned for a moment. Then tears fell, her beautiful cheeks revealing a look of relief, her lips pressed lightly. Her voice as gentle as always. Ziye-kun, you defeated Upper Moon 2? The demon that killed my sister. Shenyuan Ziye lay in bed resting, while Inosuke, lying on the bed next to him, remained silent. He seemed still lost in his memories. On the bed beside Inosuke lay Zenitsu, who was said to have actually woken up, but was still resting for the moment. Shenyuan Ziye only felt a bit dizzy. In his battle with Tong Ma, he hardly sustained any injuries and did not inhale any of Tong Ma's blood demon techniques, yet he felt extremely fatigued. Although activating the 4th realm significantly increased his combat power, the consumption of stamina was much faster than that of an average person. If it weren't for the stamina boost provided by the system and the training he had undergone during this period, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold out much longer. The Eye of Xianbing had already activated the 5th realm. What kind of effect would this binding power have in actual combat? Chapter 136, Muzan is angry. If he encounters Muzan in the future, how long could he maintain this combat state? Saisukun. Huh. Just as Shenyuan Ziye was deep in thought, a pretty face appeared in front of him, with twin ponytails and a pair of lively blue eyes on her fair cheeks. Kanzaki Aoi waved her pure white hand in front of Shinjen Koya. Sorry, Miss Aoi. I was lost in thought. Kanzaki Aoi sighed, placed her hands on her hips, and said seriously, this time, you were just too exhausted and didn't sustain any injuries, which is a good thing. Immediately after, Kanzaki Aoi suddenly furrowed her brows, her expression becoming even more serious as she continued. However, please don't push yourself so hard in the future. Even though you weren't hurt, overexertion is not a good thing either, and you need a rest. Please don't work so hard anymore. Shenyuan Ziye smiled faintly and did not respond, only repeating Shun Qingshi's words. Not working so hard. Yes. Seeing Shenyuan Ziye's hesitant expression, Shun Qingshi said affirmatively. Shenyuan Ziye said calmly in the midnight. I understand, but with the Upper Moons continuously defeated, the day of the final battle with Muzan is approaching. As long as we can defeat Muzan, we should be able to rest for a while. Kanzaki Aoi saw that Shenyuan Ziye did not take her words to heart and emphasized again, don't work so hard. Your body won't be able to take it. I understand. Miss Aoi, thank you for your concern. You really understand? Kanzaki Aoi looked at the boy leaning against the hospital bed with a puzzled expression. Miss Aoi, how is Kanahui doing? Is her injury serious? Shenyuan Ziye smiled and suddenly changed the topic to ask. Lady Kanahoi's injuries are somewhat serious. She inhaled too many ice crystals, and her lungs and internal organs have been damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, she is no longer in life-threatening danger, Kanzaki Aoi said with a worried expression. Shenyuan Ziye's expression became slightly serious upon hearing this, and he said solemnly, I see. It's good that the person is fine. Kanzaki Aoi said seriously, well, Midnight Kun, when the final battle comes, we will pray for everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and said firmly, Thank you, Miss Kuei. We will definitely achieve final victory. A month later, Shenyuan was still in a resting phase, never leaving the ward. It seemed that here, he could feel a sense of, as companions would occasionally come to visit him. Zenitsu also woke up. Shenyuan, I heard you defeated an Upper Moon again. That's amazing. I always feel like you have so much drive. Shenyuan Ziye sighed. Only 2 phases left. The final battle is coming soon. Zenitsu crossed his hands behind his head and similarly sighed. Shenyuan, we will win, right? Yes, we will definitely win. No more lives will be lost. The blood of the Demon Slayer Corps has already been too much, and it's time for Muzan to pay the price, Shenyuan Ziye said solemnly. Icicle, are you still in the hospital? How is your recovery going? The door opened, and a familiar voice came in as Butterfly Shinobu appeared in the room. Her cheeks were a bit more cheerful than before, and seeing the 3 of them safe brought her inner peace. Zenitsu-kun, are you awake too? Is there any discomfort in your body? Not at all. Miss Shinobu, thank you. I'm recovering well, and it doesn't hurt much anymore. I can have the bandages taken off tomorrow, right? Zenitsu said, raising his bandaged hand. Butterfly Shinobu shook her head. Not yet. It will take another 4 to 5 days before the bandages can be removed. Zenitsu nodded vigorously. All right, Miss Shinobu. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and greeted Butterfly Shinobu, saying, well, I should be back at my residence in a few days. Icicle, thank you. The Lower Moon too is the demon that killed my sister, and also my enemy. You have helped me resolve a worry. Moreover, you also saved Kane. I really don't know how to thank you. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Shenyuan Ziye with a complicated expression, her cheeks showing a hint of sadness. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and shook his head, casually saying, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps is a companion. Killing demons is my duty, so there's no need to thank me. Moreover, this means your experiment can stop, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Butterfly Shinobu looked surprised, her light purple eyes trembled, and she asked in confusion, what experiment? Shenyuan Ziye realized he had said the wrong thing, his face turning awkward as he hurriedly explained, It's Shinobu who told me that you're injecting wisteria poison into your body. This isn't a good habit. Butterfly Shinobu smiled gently, then returned to a serious expression, saying, so, Icicle knows about it too. That's right. I'm injecting poison into my own body because I know that relying on my own strength can avenge my sister, so I can only take that approach. But now, it's no longer necessary. Then how will you detoxify the poison in your body? It's all right, Icicle. I'm a Hashira and also a pharmacist. I know my body well. I've already adapted to the wisteria toxin, so I won't have any issues. Although Shenyuan Ziye knew that Butterfly Shinobu said this to avoid worrying him, he didn't press the matter further and simply nodded. Icicle, Tanjirou and Saya's bodies have recovered as well. If you have time, you can go see them, Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. I will, little master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Infinite Castle. Muzan appeared here, and the remaining 3 Upper Moons were summoned. Nakheim knelt in her original position, still holding the pipa, her grayish-white hands trembling slightly, with Muzan standing beside her. At that moment, Muzan, dressed in a black cloak, looked extremely displeased, his crimson eyes almost bulging out, exuding a chilling aura. Akaza's expression was one of shock, his golden eyes narrowing sharply, for besides Muzan and Nakheim, he only sensed Kokushibo's presence. In the entire Infinite Castle, there were only 4 demons gathered. This meant that the other companions had been eliminated. Kaigaku was dead, Hantenga was dead, and Doma was dead. Although Doma's death was good news for Akaza, the fact that his companions were consecutively killed by demon slayers made him very displeased. He wasn't lamenting the loss of the Upper Moons. Rather, he felt it was a disgrace for an Upper Moon to be killed by mere humans. TCH. Is this all they are capable of? Akaza spoke disdainfully, muttering to himself. Kokushibo tightly gripped the katana at his waist, his expression gloomy. He had probably guessed that Kaigaku and Hantenga's deaths were most likely caused by that person. However, Doma's death was unexpected. Could it also have been him? Doma is actually dead. This surprises me. Lord Muzan, do we need to take any action? Kokushibo asked heavily, not daring to look directly at Muzan, instead staring ahead. Muzan's pupils contracted but did not respond, his gaze turning coldly towards the two below. This time, Muzan was genuinely angry. Chapter 137. Amain presides over the meeting. The infinite castle was silent. Since Muzan did not respond to Kokushibo's words, Akaza did not dare to speak and had to bow down, respectfully lowering his head. After a long while, Muzan finally spoke. Kaigaku and Han Tengu are dead, and the plan to attack the swordsmith village has failed. Kokushibo and Akaza remained expressionless. They were not surprised by this outcome, as it was quite evident. Although Doma was also killed, I feel no displeasure over his death. He was just an ostentatious guy who founded those boring religions. What good outcome could he have? Muzan's expression was icy, and his tone was extremely flat compared to his face. Kokushibo and Akaza nodded, waiting for Muzan's instructions. Neikime, have you figured out the exact location of the Demon Slayer Corps? Muzan asked Neikime beside him. Neikime replied, I followed the girl who fought with Lord Doma and found the Demon Slayer Corps base, but I have not yet located the leader's residence. The Tsuguko family is skilled at hiding themselves and are not easy to find. Moreover, those weaklings are as easy for me to kill as crushing ants. However, if I can kill the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, those people will lose their fighting spirit. If that is the case, it might not be so laborious. Muzan's gaze was cold, and his voice carried authority. For centuries, the Tsuguko family has continuously obstructed me, yet I have never been able to find their trace. It's absurd. Now that the upper moons have consecutively fallen, I have lost my patience. Muzan continued speaking to himself. His crimson pupils filled only with endless hatred. Kokushibo suddenly spoke. Lord Muzan, this time, I will definitely eradicate those pesky demon slayers and annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps for you. Akaza bowed his head even lower, respectfully saying, Lord Muzan, I will do the same and dedicate myself to you. Neikime, focus. Once you find the Tsuguko family's residence, come with me. This time, I will exterminate them completely. Muzan left this remark and vanished into the infinite castle. Neikime, how did Upper Moon 2 die? After Muzan left, Akaza asked Neikime what he was thinking. Neikime replied indifferently. Lord Doma faced off against 3 demon slayers and ultimately died at the hands of the ice pillar. Kokushibo trembled all over upon hearing this, the hand gripping his sword also shaking. He stared ahead, murmuring softly, as expected, it was him. This guy's strength is formidable. He's a once-in-a-century swordsman. Akaza first frowned, and then suddenly realized, shock appearing on his pale face, his temples throbbing, his voice filled with disbelief. Ice pillar. Could it be that guy? Akaza's mind conjured the image of a young boy. Though it was hazy, he could still clearly see that tender and handsome face. It was a little boy wearing a blue haori, around 16 years old, a natural-born swordsman. Although he practiced the derivatives of the 5 major breathing styles, his swordsmanship was impeccable. Kokushibo suddenly spoke, his expression extremely grave. As they were about to open the curtain on the decisive battle, he was also willing to share information. After listening to Kokushibo's words, Akaza became even more convinced that the one who killed Upper Moon 2 was that little boy. That little boy. Did he once defeat you two? Akaza's green eyes widened in shock, his expression astonished, the veins in his arms bulging. He simply couldn't believe that the underling he once had, who was defeated, had grown to this extent in less than a year. Kokushibo did not deny Akaza's words, simply stating calmly, his swordsmanship is proficient, but if it were Lord Muzan, he would surely be able to kill him. If you face him, avoid engaging in battle. The other Hashira are naturally no match for him. This person should be the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kokushibo knew very well that the strength of the Hashira was almost on par with his own, although the patterns were not visible. Their power was no different from that of someone who had unlocked the patterns. Most importantly, he understood that the Hashira, like himself, had mastered the transparent world. Stepping into the supreme realm was the ultimate pursuit for every warrior, and reaching such a level at this age showed extraordinary talent. With a human body, few could push themselves to this extent. Aside from Yoriichi Tsujikuni, there should only be this person. However, the Hashira's strength was still far behind Yoriichi's. What Kokushibo couldn't comprehend was how well the Hashira understood him, which made him extremely uneasy. As his words fell, Akaza was shocked. Clearly, Kokushibo's evaluation was very high, meaning that if he encountered the Hashira, he would have to run. Akaza couldn't understand how the young boy's swordsmanship had been so immature before, yet now he had grown to this level. What had this guy gone through? TCH, I really want to see how strong that Hashira is who pushed you to this point, Akaza said defiantly. Kokushibo's voice was heavy as a boulder, pressing down on Akaza. Akaza, do you remember what I said? A strong sense of oppression suddenly descended. Although Akaza felt extremely displeased, he couldn't say anything more due to Kokushibo's pressure. He just snorted coldly and vanished within Infinity Castle. A week later, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters held an emergency Hashira meeting again. However, this time it was chaired by Kanroji Mitsuri. In the Kanroji mansion, all 9 Hashira gathered, with Kanroji Mitsuri kneeling on the ground. Her children kneeling behind her, Kanroji Kyuchira and Kanroji Kane. Thank you all for waiting. Today's Hashira meeting will be chaired by me, Kanroji Mitsuri. Mitsuri spoke first, addressing the Hashira. As Lord Yorichi's condition worsens, he may not be able to appear before you in the future, so please allow me to express my sincere apologies. After hearing Mitsuri's words, Shinazugawa Sanemi spoke first. Please take care of yourself, Lord. I understand, and I hope you can prolong the flame of life as much as possible. Mrs. Mitsuri, please cheer up, Kizuki Kageyama added after Sanemi. Mitsuri bowed her head and spoke sincerely. I truly appreciate all of you, Hashira. You should all know that Lord Shinobu has defeated Upper Moon too, right? Apart from Shinobu, the other 8 were somewhat bewildered and nodded slightly. Shinazuwa Jinya frowned and said enviously, Indeed, Shinobu always seems to encounter the Upper Moons. Iguro Abanai coldly remarked, Being able to defeat Upper Moon too, Shinobu, you did really well. I acknowledge your strength. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes sparkled as she said in an admiring tone, Ah. Shinobu-kun has defeated another Upper Moon. That's impressive. Rengoku Kyujira laughed heartily. Young Shinobu, I have to look at you with new eyes again. You've contributed so much to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kagaya Ubuyashiki shed 2 lines of tears. One Upper Moon after another has been defeated. The morale of the Demon Slayer Corps has been boosted because of this, Shinobu. It's all thanks to you. Kaneo Tsuri smiled brightly, yes. Shinobu-kun always brings surprises. Takedo Muichiru also showed a faint smile. Shinobu, congratulations, you've defeated another Upper Moon. Chapter 138. Conditions for unlocking the pattern Shun. Yuan Ziye listened to the praises of the crowd, shaking his head with a smile and saying, It's not solely my achievement. My companions have helped me a lot. Tianyin continued. In recent days, the demons have been completely silent, seemingly under Muzin's control. Our Lord feels that the day of the final battle is approaching. A large-scale total war will break out. Bei Mingyu Xingming clasped his hands together and said solemnly, That's right, we need to be fully prepared for the final showdown. Tianyin then said, According to reports, during the battle with the Upper Moon 5, a unique pattern appeared on Lord Takedo's body. Earlier, during the battle with Upper Moon 1, the A-rank member Inoue Seo also displayed similar patterns. I hope Lord Takedo can inform us of the conditions for the appearance of these patterns. Tianyin's gaze turned to Takedo Michiro, the swordsman from the Sengoku era who forced Muzin Kabutsuji into a desperate situation. All had similar markings on their bodies. Meikon Jinya looked puzzled and asked, Is that true? I haven't heard about it. Was it not made public? Tianyin explained. Many have reached a dead end without having the markings, so there are many unclear aspects regarding the inheritance of the markings. It may be because it wasn't taken seriously by the Demon Slayer Corps at the time, and several near-collapse incidents of the Corps might have interrupted the inheritance process. However, there's a clearly recorded saying, anyone who has markings will cause those around them to develop markings as well, like resonance. Please, Lord Takedo, explain how to activate the markings. Takedo Michiro's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, I sustained multiple sword wounds in the last battle and managed to stop the bleeding with my breathing technique. But the burning pain was inescapable. At a critical moment, Zenitsu saved me, which also restored my past memories. That rage made it hard for me to control my emotions. I believe my heartbeat at that time might have exceeded 200 and my body was burning, with a temperature likely above 39 degrees. Butterfly Shinobu's expression changed as she exclaimed, You could still move in that state? Yes. So I believe that might be the selection criterion for the markings, whether one is alive or dead. This is likely where the distinction lies between those with markings and those without, Takedo Michiro replied. Tianyin questioned, Why was your temperature 39 degrees? Takedo Michiro answered, When I was receiving treatment from Ms. Butterfly, I had a fever, and the thermometer showed 39 degrees, which is the same as the body heat when the markings appeared. Meikon Sanemi gritted his teeth and said, Tisich, such a simple condition is enough? Tomioka Ju suddenly interjected, That simple mind of yours is quite enviable. Nakam Sanemi. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, then discovering the markings becomes the top priority for the Hashira. Bei Mingyu Xingming nodded. Understood. We will do our utmost to achieve this. Please tell our lord to rest assured. Tianyin bowed respectfully and said, thank you all. But there's one more thing related to the training of the markings that needs to be conveyed. Those who have already developed markings cannot choose. Anyone who has markings will, without exception, die before the age of 25. Shenyuan Ziye's expression turned serious upon hearing this. His greatest concern had always been this point. He never expected that even Shirtu had activated the patterns. He didn't want to see anyone else die. If the patterns weren't activated, everyone could live out their lives under the mountains and forests. In this beautiful world, without demons, perhaps there would be no conflict. Everyone gathered here should be living a simple and happy life. Bai Mingyu Xingming sighed. If that's the case, I wonder what I will become. Namo Amitabha. Nashikawa Simi gritted his teeth. It's just a life. As long as we activate the patterns, we can kill all the demons, right? Rengoku Kaijiro said enthusiastically, yes. Nashikawa, your awareness is very high. If I can contribute, I hope to activate the patterns too. Kanroji Mitsuri's pretty face showed worry. Will everyone die if we activate the patterns? That's too sad. Will Shidakuen really not make it past 25? Amano continued. During this time, the demons have been completely silent. On the eve of the final battle, I hope the Hashira can train the current members. If that can help activate the patterns, that would be even better. Nashikawa Jinya agreed. Yeah, finally, I have time to train those guys. Tomioka Ju slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Hey, are you trying to sneak away again? Nashikawa Simi called out to him. Tomioka Ju replied casually. Since Amano-sama has left the room, I will take my leave too. These matters have nothing to do with me. You all can discuss the training regarding the patterns. Iguro Abanai's face darkened, unable to refrain from saying, it's the same thing again. Are you really the water Hashira? As a Hashira, do you have no sense of responsibility? Tomioka Ju replied in a righteous tone. I am not the water Hashira. Everyone. Then, Ju walked out of the residence alone. Forget it. Let's sit down and continue discussing how to carry out the training regarding the patterns. Bai Mingyu Xingming clasped his hands together and spoke to everyone in a heavy tone. Shenyuan Ziye opened the conversation by asking, Mr. Beiminju, what are your thoughts? Beiminju nodded slightly, and then said, Shenyuan, this training session will be similar to the guidance training you conducted last time, focusing on the team members' physical fitness and sword skills. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, this time, every Hashira will participate in the guidance, which will comprehensively enhance the physical quality of the Demon Slayer members. Shenyuan Ziye agreed, saying, I agree, Mr. Bei Mingyu. If the Hashira have enough time, this plan is feasible. After hearing Bei Mingyu's proposal, everyone nodded in agreement, as there was no movement from the demons, making it a perfect time to train the team during the day. At this moment, Tanjiro, Saya, Zenitsu, and Nezuko were chatting in the hospital room. Zenitsu, how are you feeling now? Tanjiro asked with concern, looking at Zenitsu, who was wrapped in bandages. Zenitsu replied, with a troubled expression, The burning sensation has almost disappeared, but Miss Shinobu said the bandages can't come off yet. Nezuko pouted and said irritably, when you were brought in last time, you looked like you were about to die. Was it that serious? Was Upper Moon 5 that difficult to deal with? I heard Takata-kun got injured too, Tanjiro said, with surprise. Zenitsu shook his head, his expression unclear as he sighed. After Kaigaku became a demon, his strength improved rapidly, and he even created a new sword style. If it weren't for Takatu, I might have died. Saya pouted regretfully. Zenitsu, I wish I could have been there with you. I didn't contribute anything in the fight against Upper Moon 4. It was all thanks to Lord Shenyuan and Tanjiro. That's not true, Miss Saya. You also contributed a lot. I saw it. And it's not your fault you couldn't get to Zenitsu's side. In any case, we won, Tanjiro said, blinking his red eyes, his face radiating a gentle smile. Looking at Tanjiro's heartwarming smile, Saya felt relieved. I wasn't injured at all. The reason we won so easily this time was because Lord Shenyuan held back Zhang Petion, and Tanjiro, you severed the head of the main body. Tanjiro said in a gentle tone, That's all the better. We all survived. It's truly a blessing. We always fight the demons in the dark of night, which is advantageous for them. We are all flesh and blood humans, and injuries can't be easily healed. Therefore, we survivors must protect our companions well. As he spoke, Tanjiro's expression turned sad as he remembered his mother, as well as Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, and Hanako. The faces of his past family floated before him. Brother. You got injured in the battle with Upper Moon 4, so you need to rest well and not think too much. Nezuko suddenly held Tanjirou's hand with concern. Zenitsu looked at Nezuko with great anticipation, grinning. Little Nezuko, you were worried about me, right? Little Nezuko, I heard from Aoi that you cried when I was brought into the hospital. Little Nezuko, you shed tears for me. I will cherish you. Nezuko turned away and shook her head, saying, I would do that for anyone. Don't think too much. Why is that? Little Nezuko, I always thought you liked me. You definitely like me, right? It must be true, right? Zenitsu said with a crying tone, his expression looking somewhat stiff. Seeing Zenitsu like this, Nezuko felt both amused and helpless. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, his gaze softening. He was always grateful that Nezuko was still alive. It was this bond of kinship that supported him to keep going. By the way, Nezuko, how is Kanao doing? Saya suddenly asked. Nezuko frowned, her eyes showing more worry as she softly said, Kanao has already woken up, but she's still resting. Her injuries are quite serious. I see. I'm glad everyone is okay, Saya said gently with a smile. Bang! At that moment, a figure jumped in from the window, shattering it and scattering glass shards all over the floor. Is that Inosuke? What are you doing? Zenitsu exclaimed in shock. Tanjiro also looked confused, his eyes wide open as he shouted, Inosuke, can't you come in from somewhere else? Miss Shinobu will be upset with you. Saya and Nezuko also changed their expressions, looking bewildered at the pig-headed boy in front of them. Inosuke was sweating coldly, looking terrified as he exclaimed, It's starting. Strengthening, strengthening, strengthening. Joint strengthening training has begun. What is that? Tanjiro asked, puzzled. Zenitsu replied, What are you talking about, Inosuke? Inosuke shouted again, Those powerful guys have gathered. They said they would train us. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanjiro smiled and said, I see. That's a good thing. When I participated in the ice pillar training earlier, I learned a lot. Zenitsu's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes drooping, cold sweat on his forehead as he said in an unhappy tone, What a nightmare. It's simply hell. I've already been through this before. Who came up with this again? Godi. Tanjiro was taken aback and quickly explained. Training with those of a higher rank is a shortcut to becoming stronger, Zenitsu. You will learn a lot, just like I did. Why are you being so positive? I've already experienced hellish training before. I haven't stopped since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Why is this happening again? I really don't know which jerk thought of this. Zenitsu remained sullen, frowning, and sounding somewhat impatient. Nezuko looked at Zenitsu with a puzzled expression. Zenitsu, do you really dislike training that much? Zenitsu turned to Nezuko's pink eyes, her fair cheeks looking delicate. His face flushed slightly as he suddenly changed his expression and said softly, Well, little Nezuko, if it's with you, I would be very willing. Nezuko turned around, facing away from him. Just then, a familiar boy's voice rang out. All the Hashira will participate in this training session. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Shenyuan, I knew it was you. You came up with this training, didn't you? You made us suffer terribly. Zenitsu said with a dark expression. Shenyuan Ziye patiently explained to everyone. Because the movements of the demons had completely disappeared, the Hashira had some free time, and the Lord sensed that the day of the final battle was approaching. So he gathered the existing Demon Slayer Corps members. They started a training camp called Hashira Guidance. Hashira Guidance? Will all the Hashira participate in training the members? Inoue Saya asked in confusion. Shenyuan Ziye nodded. That's right. In order to improve the physical fitness of the team members and develop in various aspects, it's considered a relatively systematic training. This is too tough. No way. The strength of he is not on the same level as ours. Such a grueling training must be exhausting, right? Zenitsu hung his head, looking somewhat grim. How? Lord Shenyuan, the Lord is calling for you. How? The crow of Shenyuan Ziye suddenly flew in front of him and perched on his shoulder, chattering away. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Are you looking for me, my lord? The crow said urgently again. Yes. Hurry and go. Caw. The crow's voice sounded quite anxious, indicating that it was something important. This time's pillar guidance training. You all should participate. Get ready for the final battle. Shenyuan Ziye nodded, his expression serious, leaving behind a sentence before departing from the butterfly mansion. Inoue Saya replied sweetly. I will, Lord Shenyuan. Tanjiro said with a bright smile. Mr. Shenyuan, we will do our best. Inosuke shouted with determination. With the resolve to charge forward like a boar, I will not give up. Zenitsu's mouth twitched as he looked at the energetic group, and he cried out in a mournful tone, No. Nezuko, you must be very busy with work. You definitely need me to help you at the butterfly mansion, right? Nezuko, let me stay by your side. Zenitsu grabbed Nezuko's arm, pleading and crying. Nezuko crossed her arms and shook her head, saying, "No need." Tanjiro said, "Zenitsu, what are you doing?" Inosuke added, "Zenitsu, you coward. Are you trying to back out at the last minute?" Zenitsu exclaimed, "What do you mean back out at the last minute? You wild boar, don't act so enthusiastic. I'll be scared." Inosuke shouted, "Huh? What are you saying? Bastard. Damn it." Tanjiro worriedly said, "You guys calm down, don't fight." Inoue Saya smiled the sight of the two grappling with each other and softly muttered to herself, "It's really great that everyone can stay safe like this." At this moment, Shenyuan Ziye followed the crow and arrived at Yose's residence. Chapter 140, The Plan to Eliminate Muzan, Part 2. Ziye have come. Yose, lying on the couch, slowly sat up, his entire body wrapped in bandages, the terrifying scars spreading all over, but his face still had a patch that was not tainted. Shenyuan Ziye was taken aback. He didn't expect that Yao Zai's body had become so weak. He immediately activated the eye of Xianbing to see through Yao Zai's body. At this moment, Yao Zai was plagued by illness, with ominous liquid flowing through every blood vessel in his body, making him seem as if he was mixed with countless impurities that were extremely difficult to expel. At this rate, it was likely that the master of the Demon Slayer Corps didn't have much time left. "Master, your condition is not optimistic." In Shenyuan's eyes, a blue light shone as he spoke softly. Yaoyuan simply said in a calm tone, "Yes, Zai, my time is short. I called you here today to ask you for a favor." Shenyuan Ziye respectfully said in a low voice, "My lord, please speak." Right now, the training session led by the has already begun, and it is a very important period. I hope everyone can work together with dedication. However, it seems that Iyong has some unresolved issues. Unfortunately, although I want to talk to Iyong, due to health reasons, it is difficult for me to do so. After all, it was he who brought you into the Demon Slayer Corps. Could you please talk to Iyong? Let him, who always turns his back and is alone, look forward. Yao Zai spoke slowly, with a very gentle tone, carrying a sense of request. Shenyuan Ziye paused for a moment, frowned, and said, "This, with Mr. Tengen's personality, I'm afraid I won't be able to persuade him either." Yao Zai said with concern, "Is that so? Then it really is a difficult matter." Shenyuan Ziye continued, "But there is one person who can resolve Mr. Tomioka's inner conflict." "Zai, what are you talking about?" "His name is Tanjirou Kamado." "My lord, I have asked Tanjirou before. He has practiced the breathing technique under the guidance of Mr. Urokodaki and has also met Mr. Tomioka. He is a very patient and determined young man. So, if it's him, he should be able to persuade Mr. Tomioka." A stone lifted from Yao Zai's heart, and he nodded, saying, "Zai, then please arrange for Tanjirou to talk with Iyong." Shenyuan Ziye nodded and suddenly asked, "Has the lord already learned when Muzan will arrive?" Yao Yan was taken aback, paused for a long time, and then replied, "In my heart, I probably already have the answer. The day of the final battle is not far away." Shenyuan Ziye asked again, "Does my lord have any plans?" Yao Zai fell into silence. He originally wanted to entrust his plan to Yen Zhu, but Shenyuan Ziye's questioning made Yao Zai have other thoughts. Although he was worried that Shenyuan Ziye would not agree to this plan, considering the current strength of the ice pillar, it seemed to have already ranked first among the 9 pillars, capable of continuously killing upper moons. If he entrusted it to him, the success rate might be higher. After pondering for a moment, Yao Zai finally spoke. "Ziye, I do have a plan in mind. When Muzan arrives, I will act as bait, and at that time, please be sure to behead Muzan." Shenyuan Ziye frowned slightly, his expression changed, and his voice trembled a bit. "Is the lord going to generously face death?" Yao Zai did not hide his intentions, but calmly said, "Zai, do you know? Muzan has an obsession with me, and I'm certain he will personally come to take my life. My death will elevate the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps to an unprecedented height. I have little time left and want to make as much contribution as possible in this final moment to ultimately eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan." Shenyuan Ziye said seriously, "My lord, I have a way to control Muzan in a short time. When the time comes, I can definitely cut off his head, and you don't have to risk your life. Moreover, even if we cut off Muzan's head, he won't die. We can only drag him into the sunlight to kill him." "Yes, you're right. It seems that only sunlight can completely destroy Muzan." Listening to Shenyuan Ziye's words, Yao Zai felt moved. If Shenyuan Ziye really had a way to control Muzan, perhaps there would be no need to use explosives mixed with iron nails to heavily injure him. Yao Zai knew Shenyuan Ziye's character well. He wouldn't say such things without absolute certainty. So he asked tentatively, "Zai, are you confident? This matter is too risky, and I don't want to do it. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are all valuable combat power. There's no need to delay the opportunity for just me." Shenyuan Ziye saw Yao Zai's hesitant expression and nodded heavily, affirming, "My lord, please rest assured, I am absolutely confident that Miss Ziye is currently at the butterfly house. When the time comes, with her medication, we will surely be able to weaken Muzin's combat power." When Shenyuan Ziye passed by the butterfly house, he sensed the presence of a ghost. Under the illumination of the eye of Xianbing, he saw Tamayo, who was in a secret laboratory developing drugs with Shinobu Kocho. "Do you know Tamayo?" Yao Zai was somewhat surprised, his expression showing confusion. Shenyuan Ziye continued, "That's right. Back when we were in Asakusa, I noticed that she was being targeted by Yuan Shanshian's Wu Yuhu. I took action to deal with Yuhu and made an agreement with Zhuye. I asked her to collaborate with the Demon Slayer Corps and work with the medicinal user butterfly Shinobu to develop a drug that could severely injure Muzin." Yao Zai looked surprised and sighed. "So you already knew Zhuye?" "Thank you so much, Zai. Indeed. Miss Zhuye is currently working with Shinobu to develop the drug, hoping to have it ready by the time Muzin arrives." Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. It's definitely possible, my lord. Since there is a solution, I urge you not to hold on to thoughts of seeking death. You still have your wife and children. As long as you kill Muzin, the curse on you will be lifted. Let us grow old together with your family. Killing Kibutsuji Muzin is our mission, the mission of the Hashira, and the mission of every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shenyuan Ziye's eyes flashed with a hint of blue light, and he looked at Yao Zai with a serious expression, his tone resolute. After a long while, Yao Zai spoke up, choosing to trust Shenyuan Ziye, his tone compromising. "Zai, then I'll leave it to you. Please behead Muzin." Shenyuan Ziye bowed deeply and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, my lord, I will do it." After bidding farewell to Yao Zai, Shenyuan Ziye wrote a letter asking Suya to inform Tanjirou about the matter with Ubuyashiki Yong, requesting him to resolve Yong's emotional turmoil. At this time, the Hashira training had already begun, with the training sequence as follows: Ice Hashira, Shenyuan Ziye's physical fitness and large-scale sword-style training; Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijiro's fierce swordsmanship training; Love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri's hellish flexibility training; Mist Hashira Takedo Machuro's high-speed movement training; Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai's swordsmanship correction training; Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Jinya's relentless assault training; Stone Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri's muscle strengthening training. Meanwhile, Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu was not participating in this Hashira training as she was making medicine with Tamayo at the Butterfly Mansion. And Water Hashira Ubuyashiki was in his residence, feeling down. Chapter 141, Hashira Guidance Training, Part 1. A large number of Demon Slayer Corps members were summoned and gathered at Shenyuan Ziye's residence, arriving at the first stop to undergo physical fitness and large-scale sword-style training with the Ice Hashira. "I didn't expect the training to start so soon." A boy with a middle-part hairstyle, who looked ordinary, exclaimed amidst the crowd. "Aren't you Murata? You're here too." Zenitsu greeted Murata. Murata brushed his hair and was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, "I remember now. You were the demon slayer who couldn't even use the breathing technique while following Lord Shenyuan." Zenitsu was instantly petrified. Hey, are you kidding? Open your eyes and see clearly. I can use the breathing technique. Stop spreading rumors. Okay, that damn middle part." Inosuke poked his pig-headed face over to look at Murata and asked Zenitsu, "Who is this guy?" Murata looked speechless. "Aren't you that pig-headed boy? Didn't we kill demons together before? You don't remember me?" Inosuke fell into deep thought. "Hi, Mr. Murata." A girl in a brown pleated skirt approached the three with a light step, her fair and cute face beaming with a smile as she waved at Murata. Murata's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded, "Miss Saya, I didn't expect you to participate in this training too." "Yes, every Hashira will participate in guiding this training, and all members below the Hashira level must attend. Although I'm the adopted child of a Hashira, I also need to take part." In no way, Saya explained with a smile. Murata said nervously, "So that's how it is. Miss Saya, it seems this training is not simple, right? It won't be easy to complete, will it?" "Yeah, it might even be deadly." "Murata, are you ready?" Zenitsu suddenly fixed Murata with a sinister gaze. Murata felt a chill run down his back, his entire body on edge as he worriedly said, "No way. Has the demon activity increased recently? The training from those Hashira won't be terrifying, right?" Inoue Saya covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's not that serious. Don't listen to Zenitsu's nonsense. It's just that the day of the final battle is approaching, and we need to train all the Demon Slayer members comprehensively to prepare for it." Murata nodded, filled with fighting spirit as he said, "So that's how it is. Then I will also contribute to the Demon Slayer Corps." "Hey, Jinya, you came too?" Inoue Saya suddenly looked at the rooster-headed boy beside her, smiling as she greeted him. Jinya was momentarily stunned, seeing the familiar face. His cheeks flushed slightly as he gave a soft "You rooster-headed bastard. You're here too. Ha ha ha. Let us compete." Inosuke suddenly laughed loudly at Jinya. Jinya shouted angrily, "Hey, what did you say? Pig-headed bastard. Isn't every member supposed to participate in the Hashira training? Besides, haven't we already settled the score between us?" Inosuke grabbed Jinya's shoulder. "That time doesn't count. Let us compete again." Jinya, both angry and confused, began to wrestle with Inosuke. "What are you talking about? Damn wild boar." Zenitsu, panicking, hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't fight. Shenyuan is about to arrive. Is everyone here?" At that moment, Shenyuan Ziye's voice suddenly rang out. He looked at the group of Demon Slayer members in front of him, already having thought of the training content. Swish! A cold fighting spirit burst forth from Shenyuan Ziye's body. Inosuke felt a chill down his back and quickly steadied himself, not daring to move recklessly. Jinya stopped his struggle with Inosuke, staring at the figure draped in a blue haori. "The Ice Hashira is here. Quickly stand straight. The Ice Hashira is so young. And looks really handsome. Is that so? I heard he single-handedly dealt with 3 upper moons. His strength is incredible." "Really? Can one Hashira really take down 3 upper moons? Is he really that strong?" "It's not an exaggeration to say he's the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps." The crowd whispered among themselves, with some of the older members knowing Shenyuan Ziye, while there were also a portion of newcomers who had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps. "This guy Shenyuan is quite popular. I didn't expect it to be to this extent." Zenitsu's face revealed a look of envy. Shenyuan Ziye continued to speak to everyone. "The first trial of the Pillar Guidance training is me, the Ice Pillar. It involves training in physical fitness and large-scale sword techniques. Only by earning my approval and passing this trial can you move on to the next pillar. Do you all understand?" Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." Inosuke picked his nose and grumbled, "Being a pillar is great, really impressive. I can't lose to him." Zenitsu twitched his eye. "What are you talking about? Who would want to be a pillar? Aren't there endless tasks to do every day? Always killing demons, thinking about Shenyuan? This guy seems to have nothing but work in his head." Inosuke laughed heartily. "Isn't that great? You can practice and improve yourself every day. Plus you have countless little brothers. Ha!" Zenitsu. Shenyuan Ziye began explaining the first training session, the basic physical training. He shared his insights on the mastery of concentrated breathing with the team members. Lord Ice Pillar, do we have to run while carrying stones? Do we need to run such a long distance every day? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Can we handle this? Is this how you mastered concentrated breathing? Facing everyone's questions, Shenyuan Ziye calmly responded, "Yes, running is the simplest and most effective method. You don't need to carry stones, but correspondingly, the running distance will be longer. During the running process, you can appropriately use the breathing technique, which will also enhance your cardiopulmonary function. All right, let's start running. The finish line is at the foot of that mountain, and I will wait for you there." Shenyuan Ziye pointed to a dense forest not far away. Beyond the forest was the foot of a mountain. Murata, with a confident expression, was the first to run towards the destination, having already adapted to it during the training session guided by the Ice Pillar. Inosuke tensed his body and shouted with determination, "Charge! Charge! Ha ha ha! A 1T lose." Zenitsu looked at the demon slayers who had already started to leave one after another and froze for a moment, quickly saying, "Wait for me." After a long time, some of the demon slayers had crossed the dense forest and arrived at the foot of the mountain mentioned by Shenyuan Ziye. A large number of remaining members had not yet reached the foot of the mountain. Shenyuan Ziye looked at the ghost-slaying team members in front of him, whose numbers were less than half of what they had been earlier, and felt a sense of worry in his heart. Currently, the physical fitness of the ghost-slaying team members was significantly lacking. Although he had trained the existing members with the previous Ice Pillar guidance, it seemed that they were not much better than before. "Ahaha, Tsukiyo, I'm the first one to arrive. You should praise me, Inosuke." Inosuke proudly shouted to Shenyuan Ziye in front of him. Shenyuan Ziye nodded and continued to wait for the team members who had not yet arrived. Chapter 142, Training with the Pillar, Part 2. After a long wait, all the team members finally reached the foot of the mountain. It was evening, and the setting sun hung at the horizon, its rays piercing through the dense forest and shining down to the ground, creating a beautiful scene. The physical training would continue every day, and all team members would be considered to have passed only when they could meet my requirements and reach the destination within the specified time, after which they could proceed to the next pillar for training. Shenyuan Ziye patiently spoke to the group of Demon Slayer members in front of him. He observed carefully and noticed that there were quite a few new faces among them. likely having joined the Demon Slayer Corps recently or not long ago. They had never undergone such special training before, so their physical fitness was relatively lacking. Next was the training for sword techniques to prepare for the final battle. Your sword styles can develop in this direction from now on. Shenyuan Ziye spoke to himself while drawing the Sun Wheel Blade and executing the ninth form. The Ice Blade technique had an extremely wide range, unleashing countless strikes resembling ice blades that struck the rocks, causing extensive damage. What a powerful sword technique! Can we really achieve such a wide-ranging sword style? In response to everyone's doubts, Shenyuan Ziye provided an answer. Of course we can. The most commonly used water-breathing technique has large-scale sword moves, such as the 8th form and the 10th form. You need to expand the range of your techniques based on the sword forms. This will be very practical for future battles. He understood that among the Demon Slayer Corps, the members who use water breathing were the most numerous, as water breathing is the most gentle and easiest to master. After that, under the guidance of the Ice Pillar, most of the members' physical abilities were enhanced, and many mastered the total concentration breathing method. They also gained insights during their sword technique practice, with some members even creating new sword forms focused on area attacks. After about 15 days, the group of members led by Shenyuan Ziye had basically passed his training and received the Ice Pillar's approval to move on to the next Pillar's residence. A small portion of the Demon Slayer members who did not meet Shenyuan Ziye's requirements were not pursued either, and he let them leave as well. Shenyuan Ziye believes that there will always be team members who cannot adapt to his training, and there is no need to push them to the limit. The team members need to develop comprehensively. Mr. Shenyuan, outside the mansion, a figure suddenly appeared, with deep red short hair fluttering in the wind, and that gentle face remained touching. Tanjirou? Shenyuan Ziye was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise appearing on his face, and then he responded. Tanjirou smiled and said, Mr. Shenyuan, I have come to undergo the Ice Pillar training. Shenyuan Ziye smiled and asked, Have you unlocked Mr. Tengen's heart? Yes. I completed the task you gave me. Mr. Tengen has also joined the Hashira training camp. Tanjirou said confidently. Shenyuan Ziye smiled with satisfaction. All right, then come with me. With your talent, you won't need a few days to complete it. Really? I'm not that smart. If that's the case, that would be great. After that, Tanjirou also joined the training guided by the Pillar of Ice, and within just 5 days, he gained Shenyuan Ziye's recognition and proceeded to the next Pillar's residence. After finishing all the team members' training, Shenyuan Ziye completed his work and decided to wander around, hoping to encounter something interesting. At Rengoku Kaijuro's residence, the team members were being instructed. When fighting demons, we need to burn our spirits and constantly surpass our limits to defeat our enemies. Rengoku Kaijuro was guiding the team members in practice. Come on, one by one, accept my training. I use a powerful sword technique combined with breathing techniques. Come at me. Rengoku Kaijuro swung the wooden sword in his hand, exhaling hot breath as he sparred with the incoming Demon Slayer members. Zenitsu twitched at the corner of his mouth. What's up with this uncle? Let's spar with him? He's a pillar. How could we possibly defeat him? Aha! I won't lose. Zenitsu, just watch. Inosuke rubbed his fists, eager to try. Bang! Just after Inosuke made his bold statement, when it was his turn, he was instantly knocked down by Rengoku Kaijuro. Pig-headed boy, your attack speed is fast, but you lack power. Train harder. Rengoku Kaijuro waved his wooden sword and said with a smile. That doesn't count. Big-eyed guy, let's do it again. This soft sword feels like nothing in my hands. Inosuke protested loudly. Rengoku Kaijuro laughed at Inosuke. Haha. It will be the same no matter how many times you come. You need to train. Your skills are not enough. After 7 days of training, most of the team members also gained Rengoku Kaijuro's recognition and proceeded to the next Pillar's residence. After that was the hellish soft training from the Love Pillar. At this time, Tanjiro caught up with his companions and arrived at Kanroji Mitsuri's residence together. Zenitsu was surprised to see Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you finally made it. I didn't see you during the previous training. Tanjiro smiled slightly and explained, I was held up by some matters earlier, but I will participate in the upcoming training. Inosuke, hands on his hips, spoke in a condescending tone. I won't lose to you. Fish Cake Koihiro. It's Kamado Tanjiro. Got it. Sanbin Matsu Kintaro. Little Master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Who is that? Long time no see. Saya, you all came. Kanroji Mitsuri waved excitedly at the familiar figures of the Demon Slayer members rushing over. Inoue Saya also had a smile on her face, waving her hand. Master, I'm so sorry. After I left, the upper moon invaded the village. By the time I arrived, the battle was already over. Kanroji Mitsuri said with a slight blush, feeling a bit embarrassed. Inoue Saya smiled carelessly. Master, it's not your fault. We have already won. You weren't hurt, were you? No. Fortunately, Lord Shenyuan and Tanjirou were there. They defeated the upper moon. All right, come on in. Kanroji Mitsuri waved her hand, signaling dozens of team members to enter her home. What? We have to wear clothes like this? After hearing about the training from Kanroji Mitsuri, Zenitsu was dumbfounded. Kanroji Mitsuri smiled brightly. That's right. We will dance to the music, and we can't skip the stretching exercises. Thus, everyone spent about 5 days training with the Love Pillar, gaining recognition, and proceeded to the next pillar's residence. Tanjiro and the others arrived at Michiro's residence to begin the high-speed movement training of the Mist Pillar. Takedo Michiro said expressionlessly, to smoothly switch between muscle relaxation and tension, you also need to coordinate with the movements of your waist and legs to execute high-speed slashes. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, you've both done well. You're much faster than before. Michiro smiled and nodded in satisfaction at their movements. Chapter 143, Pillar Guidance Training, Part 2, after another 5 days. Tanjiro and Zenitsu completed Takedo Michiro's training and received permission to go to the next pillar. Sia, Inosuke, and Jinya were still undergoing training with the Mist Pillar, while Murata had yet to gain the Flame Pillar's recognition and was practicing a powerful sword technique. The sword technique correction training from the Serpent Pillar, Iguro Abanai, gave Tanjiro and Zenitsu a headache. They needed to swing their swords while avoiding obstacles, and the Serpent Pillar's sword techniques were extremely twisted, resembling a snake, making them hard to grasp. Zenitsu focused on speed, and in front of such twisted sword techniques, his speed had a significant advantage. As a result, when he later sparred with Iguro Abanai using wooden swords, Zenitsu was the first to strike Abanai's Haori. You can leave. Many more useless team members will come. Don't waste your time here. Iguro Abanai said coldly. Zenitsu shivered, feeling uneasy. This guy's voice is so dark. Is he really a pillar? Zenitsu, congratulations. I will catch up soon. You go ahead to the next pillar's residence. Tanjiro smiled at Zenitsu. Zenitsu cried with a bitter face. Tanjiro, you have a hurry. I'm really scared alone. Tanjiro nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. I will come right after I finish Mr. Iguro's training. After another 3 days of training, Tanjiro also gained Iguro Abanai's recognition and proceeded to the next pillar's residence. The next pillar should be the Wind Pillar, Mr. Shinazugawa's training. Following the route provided by the crow, Tanjiro headed to Shinazugawa Sanemi's dojo. Is Mr. Shinazugawa's dojo over here? No, it's that corner. To the right. The crow chirped, guiding Tanjiro to the other side. Suddenly, an extremely exhausted face appeared in front of Tanjiro, startling him. Yoa. Zenitsu? Zenitsu's face was pale, his eyes filled with thick bloodshot veins, looking at Tanjiro with a face full of despair. Let me go, please. I can't stand anymore. Zenitsu suddenly shouted, his throat becoming hoarse. Tanjiro was confused and hurriedly asked, Escape? Escape from what? Zenitsu looked pained, lying on the ground, pulling on Tanjiro's clothes, pleading, Okay, I finally escaped here. I climbed over the wall and hid my presence like a gecko. It concerns my life. I will be killed. Slap. At that moment, a pair of rough hands grabbed Zenitsu's head. A hoarse and angry voice echoed. Choose. Either go back to training, or I'll kill you. Tanjiro's expression changed, staring at the fierce face of Shinazugawa Sanemi, feeling uneasy inside. Oh, spare me. I can't do it. Zenitsu cried helplessly. Shut up. Sanemi punched Zenitsu in the chest, and then said to Tanjiro, Take him away. Tanjiro was taken aback for a moment and replied, Yes. Is this the Wind Hashira, Mr. Shinazugawa? He looks so fierce. Tanjiro supported Zenitsu, while following Sanemi's pace into the Wind Hashira's training hall. Sanemi's intense training was extremely harsh. Zenitsu hadn't had a good night's sleep in days because Sanemi's training involved constantly striking at him until he vomited and fainted. And there were no breaks at all. The two spent another day filled with injuries. Just then, Shinazugawa Jinya also arrived at the Wind Hashira's training hall and saw his longed-for brother. Big brother, I have something to say. Stop pestering me. I have no brother. If you don't back off, I'll kill you. Tanjiro and Zenitsu were hiding not far away, witnessing this scene. Sanemi's expression became increasingly fierce, and he angrily said, And you, with that look, it's obvious you have no talent. Don't stay in the Demon Slayer Corps. You, who can't even use your breathing. Stop calling yourself a swordsman. Mr. Shinazugawa's words are too harsh. Tanjiro showed a worried expression. Just as Sanemi was about to leave, Jinya mustered his courage and called out to him. "Wait, big brother, I've always wanted to apologize to you. Get lost. I don't care at all. How could? I have fought to the point of eating demons." Suddenly, Sanemi's whole body trembled, and he turned to look at Jinya, his eyes filled with shock. "Exudinga shakpoha. What'd you just say? You ate demons?" Jinya seemed startled, frozen in place, unable to say anything more. Whoosh! At that moment, Sanemi dashed forward with incredible speed. Jinya didn't react in time and stood there in a daze. "Jinya!" Tanjiro's heart raced, jumping out suddenly, but the distance was too far. Before he reached Jinya, Sanemi's large hand extended 2 fingers, aiming directly at Jinya's eyes. Clap! Suddenly, a hand grabbed Sanemi's wrist, stopping his movement, and he came to a halt. "Mr. Shinjin." Tanjiro's eyes lit up from behind them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting." Zenitsu stared blankly at this scene. Shinjin is here too? Hearing that uncle's voice, he really is angry. Can Shinjin stop him? Shinjin. Sanemi glared at the boy in front of him, his arm trembling but unable to move an inch. Jinya's gaze was vacant as he looked at Shinjin, murmuring to himself, "Shinjin, sir." Sanemi growled fiercely, "Shinjin, don't meddle in my affairs. Let go." Shinazugawa Shia remained calm and said lightly, "Mr. Takatu, he is your brother. There's no need to go that far. This guy did something like this, and I want to break his arm. However, if he leaves the Demon Slayer Corps right now, I will let him go." Takatu Mwichiru forcibly broke free from Shinazugawa Shia's grip, his face twisted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring at Jinya. Jinya looked dazed, his expression perplexed. What kind of joke is this? Just then, a voice came from behind. "Didn't you just say you have no brother? No matter what Jinya decides, you shouldn't interfere. Whether he has a brother or not, he is determined to fight the demons. Please do not hinder him." Takatu Jinya became even angrier and gritted his teeth. "Where did you pop out from? Don't interfere with the Hashira's work. I'm Tanjirou Kamado, Jinya's friend. I will not let you interfere with Jinya's choice." "You, looking for death?" Takatu Mwichiru angrily walked towards Tanjiro. Zenitsu, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Tanjiro, run! Takatu, this is where it ends. Don't do anything reckless." The figure of Shenyuan Ziye once again blocked the path of Fuji Chuanshimi. Chapter 144, Muzan arrives. Shenyuan. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. This has nothing to do with you. Fuji Chuan clenched his fists and bypassed Shenyuan Ziye, moving straight ahead. Shinyuan Ziye coldly stared at Nishikawa Sami, reaching out to stop him. "I will take care of this matter, and I won't let you intervene." "TCH. Do you want to fight?" Sami replied. "In 2 days, it will be the practice match between the Hashira, so we can fight then." Facing Nishikawa Sami's provocative expression, Shinyuan Ziye simply smiled faintly. Seeing this, Nishikawa Sami could only snort coldly and leave the dojo. Tanjiro immediately rushed forward. "Mr. Shinyuan, I'm glad you came. Otherwise, with Mr. Nishikawa's personality, I really don't know what kind of consequences might arise." Jinya also looked guilty, lowering his head and saying, "Sorry, Mr. Shinyuan, for causing you trouble. Is that really your brother? He seems like a madman, so irritable." Zenitsu asked Jinya in panic. Jinya punched Zenitsu. "Don't insult my brother." Zenitsu held his stomach in pain. "Aren't we comrades?" "Jinya, there will definitely be a way to resolve this later. Mr. Nishikawa doesn't really dislike you. You just need to clarify things with him," Tanjiro said, showing a gentle smile to Jinya. Looking at Tanjiro's healing smile, Jinya nodded with a smile. "Thank you." "Tanjiro, it's true, Jinya. One day, the gap between you and Mr. Nishikawa will be eliminated. You just need to quietly wait for that day to come." Shenyuan Ziye smiled gently, and his tone became very soft as well. After that, Tanjiro and Zenitsu underwent another 15 days of training before gaining the recognition of Mitsuri Kanroji, and they headed to the residence of the last Hashira. Before that, Inosuke and Saya also caught up, having completed the training of the Wind Hashira and arrived at the training ground of the Rock Hashira. The training of the Rock Hashira was divided into 3 parts. First, the waterfall immersion training, then the training of carrying 3 logs, and finally, the training of moving a rock a distance of 1 ch. What a joke. I'm freezing to death. What's wrong with the water on this mountain? It's so abnormal. It's deadly. It's colder than the river water in the harsh winter. I'm going to die. Zenitsu rolled around in the river, looking despondent. This kind of training is really harsh. Tanjiro also showed a pained expression. After all, he had just finished the relentless training of the Wind Hashira not long ago. To become stronger, to become stronger. Thud. Ah. Inosuke has fallen into the river. Zenitsu shouted in panic as he saw Inosuke tipping into the water. The others dragged the unconscious Inosuke out. We should keep working hard. Tanjiro showed a helpless expression. Although the training of the rock Hashira was very harsh, there was no compulsion. If anyone wanted to give up, they could descend the mountain at any time. After another 7 days, Tanjiro and the others finally completed the final training and received the recognition of Jyomi Himejima. In the dojo of Mitsuri Kanroji, 2 figures intertwined. Breath of Wind, first form, Dust Whirlwind Slice. Breath of Ice, second form, Glacier Dance. Bang! 2 wooden swords with different auras collided, producing a fierce sound of impact. Such fast moves. Mr. Mitsuri, your strength has improved since we first met. Shenyuan Ziye praised without reservation. Mitsuri Kanroji grinned and said, You too, Shenyuan, having killed 3 upper moons, let me see your true strength. Breath of Wind. Second form, Claw, Keita Wind. Mitsuri Kanroji exhaled a breath that seemed to tear through the air, swinging the wooden sword in his hand to unleash for claw-shaped wind blades. Shenyuan Ziye was calm and unhurried, exhaling a breath as cold as mist. Ice Breath. 8th form, Ice Speed Slash. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sun wheel blade, striking out dozens of slashes like ice blades, colliding with the 4 fierce winds. Bang! The 2 wooden swords clashed again, both breaking into 2 halves. TSK. This wooden sword is really fragile. Next, let's use a real sword, shall we? Nishikawa Simi revealed a sinister smile. Shenyuan Ziye said softly, That's enough, Nakahara. We still need to train with the other Hashira to prepare for the final battle. Time is very tight, and Muzan could arrive at any moment. Nakahara Shimi snorted coldly and disdainfully replied, I've been waiting for this day. As soon as Muzan shows up, I'll definitely chop off his head. In the following days, the Hashira practiced their sword techniques with each other, preparing for the ultimate showdown. Shenyuan Ziye, according to the agreed date, lurked in the residence of the Kaneshiki family, using the ability of the 4 realms to penetrate the world and temporarily hide his fighting spirit. That night, the Kaneshiki residence finally welcomed that familiar figure, a being with blood ties to the Kaneshiki clan. Yaozai was lying in bed, his wife Amano sitting beside him. Finally, has he come? Yaozai sat up. Although he coughed up blood and his face was pale, his voice carried a hint of resilience. It's our first meeting. Kabuts Suji Muzan. Muzan's black cloak fluttered in the wind. His handsome face remained cold, and his plum-red eyes emitted a chilling light, his tone extremely frigid. One ugly sight, Kaneshiki. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yaozai gasped, saying, You have finally come. To me, right before my eyes, Kabutsuji Muzan, the demon that my clan and the Demon Slayer Corps have relentlessly pursued for 1,000 years. Amano, what does he look like? Yaozai asked Amano beside him. He looks like a man around 25 to 30 years old, but his eyes are red and his pupils are elongated like a cat's. Amano replied as she gazed at Muzan. Yaozai continued, Is that so? I thought so. I knew you would come. You must loathe me and the Kaneshiki clan with a passion. Only you would surely come to kill personally. Muzan's pupils flickered for a moment as he coldly replied, I have completely lost interest. How arrogant. After a millennium of obstructing me. The head of the Kaneshiki clan has ended up like this. You don't have much time left to live. Yes, even so, I still strive to live on, all because I am determined to defeat you, Muzan. Yaozai pressed his hand to his chest and said solemnly. Muzan's expression was one of disdain, his eyes narrowing as he sneered. Your ethereal and hollow dreams will shatter tonight. You will be killed by me, Kaneshiki. Yaozai continued, You may not know. You and I share the same bloodline. Because you were born 1,000 years ago, my blood may be far removed from yours. It is because a monster like you in our clan that we have been cursed. The children born are frail and sickly, dying shortly after birth. And just when our bloodline was on the verge of extinction, we received the advice of the deity. Chapter 145. The ability of the 5 realms. As long as we marry women from the priest family generation after generation, the children born will not easily perish. Even so, none of us have lived past 30 years. Muzan's expression remained cold as he said chillingly, Utterly absurd, revolting. Are you blaming your illness on me? Those matters have no causal connection, because I have not been subjected to any divine punishment. Even after killing hundreds and thousands of humans, I have been forgiven. In this 1,000 years, I have never seen a god nor a Buddha. Yaozai coughed a few times and said in realization, So this is what you think. What kind of beautiful dreams have you been having all these years? Muzin slightly lowered his head, carefully feeling everything around him. It's a strange feeling. In front of me is such an irritating leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet I feel no hatred, but rather a strange sense of reassurance. It's quite disgusting. There are only 4 people in the Kaniyoshiki residence. Kaniyoshiki and his wife, along with 2 children, with no guards or anyone else. Is this guy reckless? Or has he already given up? Muzin quietly pondered in his mind. Yaozai broke Muzin's contemplation and continued. Muzin, you will eventually be destroyed by us. The Demon Slayer Corps has not perished in these 1,000 years. Although many unfortunate children have died, we have never been extinguished. The lives of important people have been unjustly taken, and their unwavering thoughts of vengeance are eternal. You have never been forgiven by anyone, not even once in this millennium. Muzin's expression changed slightly, anger appearing on his face as he said angrily, boring. Your words are truly unbearable to hear. Moreover, you have repeatedly stepped on the tiger's tail and touched the dragon's reverse scale, awakening those tigers and dragons that would have slept their whole lives. They have been watching you and will never let you go. You cannot comprehend their thoughts. As long as you are dead, all demons will perish, right? Yaozai's voice suddenly turned cold. Shut up. Anger filled Muzin's face, his voice also becoming extremely frigid. The air trembled. Did I speak correctly? Yaozai's expression remained calm, showing no fear, only relief. Swish! A gust of wind passed, and Muzin moved, instantly appearing in front of Yaozai. Have you finished speaking? You can die now. Muzin extended his palm towards Yaozai. The latter, however, wore a relieved smile. Emergency gathering. Emergency gathering. The Kaniyoshiki residence is under attack. The Kaniyoshiki residence is under attack. The crows' sharp cries echoed through the dense forest, and the Hashira's crows were all reporting the same news. Upon hearing this news, the Hashira looked anxious and rushed towards Yaozai's residence. Tanjirou also received the news and hurriedly ran there. Buzz! The Kaniyoshiki residence erupted with a strong energy. At that moment, Muzin was astonished to find that he could not move at all. He could not swing his palm, could not use blood demon arts, nor could he self-destruct. What on earth is happening? Muzin's face twisted in anger as he roared, yet his entire body was fixed in place by a tremendous force, as if countless chains were binding him, accompanied by a chilling and bone-piercing cold. Shenyuan Ziye stepped out from the corner, his eyes flowing with blue light. His delicate face was coldly staring at Muzin, while cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He activated the ability of the 5th realm, the power of confinement. No one knew how long this power could hold Muzin. Everything was uncertain. But Shenyuan Ziye would do his best until the other Hashira arrived. You really did it. Ziye. Yaozai's smile grew even more pronounced. The divine source's midnight lightly pushed the blade's edge. Cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, and at the corner of his eye, blood faintly oozed out. At this moment, Muzin was desperately trying to break free from the constraints of the Icicle realm. His cold gaze directed at the boy on the other side. It's you. What kind of trick did you use? How could you possibly restrain my movements? I've never encountered an existence with such ability. Muzin's eyes were almost popping out as he incredulously stared at the boy holding the knife in front of him. This was the second extraordinary event he had encountered in 1,000 years. Shenyuan Ziye's body trembled continuously. Muzin's ability exceeded his imagination, and he was desperately trying to break free from his restraints. The control of his ocular power couldn't last much longer. Shenyuan Ziye could clearly sense that if this continued, he might risk losing his sight. Miss Tianyin, quickly take the lord away. Tianyin immediately reacted and hurriedly replied, yes. Lord Shenyuan, please be careful. Saying this, Tianyin lifted the weak body of Yaozai and quickly left the mansion. This level of restraint, I will soon be able to. Muzin gritted his teeth and said, fangs subtly growing between his arms. His face was grotesque, his crimson eyes wide open, glaring angrily at Shenyuan Ziye. He never expected that this little brat had grown to such an extent. The Ubuyashiki family truly raised a good swordsman. What other tricks do they have up their sleeves? The presence of humans is gathering. Have the remaining Hashira arrived? Right. How did this little brat hide his presence? He had already been hiding in the mansion, waiting for me to let my guard down. Why didn't I notice him? No. There's no need to think about this now. I should find a way to break free from this damned restraint. Muzin's mind was racing, contemplating how to respond next. Bang! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, swinging a fist embedded into Muzin's body. Muzin, immobilized by the power of the Icicle technique, was momentarily shocked when he saw the familiar face before him. Tamayo. Why are you here? Muzin roared in anger. His eyes filled with astonishment. The blood demon art with the illusion technique approached. What is the purpose? Why is this woman here? Tamayo's lips curled into a cold smile. You absorbed my punch, Muzin. Do you know what's in that punch? A medicine that can restore demons back to humans. How about it? Is it starting to take effect? Muzin's expression suddenly darkened as he murmured, that kind of thing, how is it possible? Tamayo grinned maliciously. I completed it. The situation is far worse than before. Relying solely on my power won't do. Rage surged in Muzin's chest as he coldly replied. You are truly an annoying woman, Tamayo. Instead of resenting me, who killed your husband and child? Was it me? No, it was you. You ate them. Tamayo cried out. If I had known about that, I wouldn't have become a demon. I said I didn't want to lose my life. I wanted to see my children grow up. Muzin sneered, but then you also killed many people. Is that an illusion I saw? I enjoyed watching you eat humans. Tamayo continued to shout, yes. I recklessly killed many people. To atone for this sin, I want to die here with you. Please, Mr. Shenyuan. Behead Muzin. Chapter 146. The Battle of Infinity Castle. 1. The God Source's midnight sensed that the moment had arrived, and with a sudden leap, it unleashed a cold breath. The blade slid out of its sheath with a crisp sound, glinting with a chilling light. Ice breath, 10th form, revised, dance of 10,000 ices. Shenyuan Ziye swung the sunwheel blade, delivering a strike that concentrated all his power, directly slicing through Muzin's head. Whoosh! In an instant, Muzin's head flew into the air. But in the next second, a new head regenerated from his neck. The regeneration speed was astonishing. It was so fast that it seemed to complete the regeneration at the moment of being severed. Only sunlight could eradicate him. Shenyuan Ziye once again confirmed this in his heart. Blood demon art, black blood thorn. Muzin unleashed the blood demon art, releasing several thorny spikes from his body. Rushing towards Shenyuan Ziye. Damn little demon, go die already. Have you broken free from the restraints? Cough cough. Shenyuan Ziye stared at the spikes flying towards him, continuously coughing up blood due to the side effects brought by the 5 realms. With blood at the corner of his eyes, never stopping. A strong sense of discomfort filled his organs, as if countless fine needles were stabbing him. The pain in his body forced him to half kneel on the ground, helplessly watching those black spikes charge towards him. In a critical moment, the remaining 8 Hashira arrived at the production mansion. Rock breathing, 3rd form, rock skin. Himejima Jiomei unleashed a breath as tough as rock, swinging his meteor hammer to collide with the spikes. Bang! The spikes were deflected by the meteor hammer, and Himejima Jiomei took the opportunity to save Shenyuan Ziye. What on earth is that? Himejima Jiomei looked at the scene before him in shock. A powerful pressure suddenly descended. Even the rock-solid Hashira felt a chill down his back. He then looked at the crouching boy, his face filled with pain, and hurriedly asked Shenyuan, "What happened? Are you okay? What about Lord Muzin?" That is Muzin, the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Muzin. Even if his head is cut off, he won't die. Only sunlight can destroy him. Lord Muzin is fine. He has already been safely relocated. Shenyuan Ziye endured the pain coursing through his body and spoke word by word. Understood. Shenyuan, we will confine this monster in a place where sunlight can reach until dawn. Bai Ming Yuk Sing Ming Nodet Hiavidi, then shouted loudly to the Hashira who were arriving behind him. Hashira, gather. It's Muzin. Kabutsuji Muzin. Even if you cut off his neck, he won't die. Furia Sanemi was taken aback by the words and shouted hoarsely, Muzin, what about Lord Shinobu? Is Lord Shinobu okay? Lord Shinobu is fine. Shenyuan bought us time. Let's all attack and drag him until dawn. Tanjirou's forehead bulged with veins, and a voice filled with intense anger came from his mouth. Muzin, I will never let you go. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. Insect breathing, butterfly dance. Mockery, flame breathing, 2nd form. Rising sun, mist breathing, 4th form, flat flow slash. Love breathing, 3rd form, love cat time woman. Snake breathing, 1st form, serpent slash. Wind breathing, 7th form, gale tengu wind. Fire god Kagura, sunflower burst. Everyone was filled with intense anger, their faces twisted, unleashing their respective sword forms and attacking in the direction of Muzin. Muzin laughed wildly, a bunch of trash. Do you think you've pushed me into a corner? Prepare to go to hell. You annoying demon slayers, I'll kill you all tonight. Boom! The ground beneath everyone suddenly collapsed, and they all fell downward, arriving in the Infinity Castle. Shenyuan Ziye, dragging his painful body, also fell into the Infinity Castle. Inside the Infinity Castle, which was bottomless, The Hashira were scattered, and all the other supporting team members also fell into this space. This was a space controlled by Muzan, a place where sunlight could never reach. Shenyuan Ziye collapsed on the ground, his face twisted in pain. He glanced around, noticing that his companions had scattered, but countless evil spirits roamed the infinite city, most of them possessing lower moon strength. Although they couldn't inflict any substantial damage to the pillars, they were extremely troublesome. By using his breathing technique, he should be able to alleviate the pain in his body. A cold breath flowed from Shenyuan Ziye's lips. He could feel a chilling sensation coursing through every vein, easing the pain. Was the side effect of the 5 realms this severe? It even rendered me unable to move. Just as Shenyuan Ziye was feeling distressed, the snarling evil spirits surged towards him, and he had to quicken his pace. Ice breathing, second form. Dance of the ice river. Swish, swish, swish. The Nicaran blades sliced through the necks of the evil spirits, their bodies gradually dissipating. He had to find Muzan's location as soon as possible. Shenyuan Ziye was pondering as he walked forward. The recent fall from the building had scattered everyone, and even with the help of the crows, it would take some time to confirm everyone's positions. Far away in another mansion, the 8-year-old Yoshiki Hikaria was observing the overall situation, with a talisman from Yushiro Ryo pressed against his forehead. On either side of Hikaria sat his 2 younger sisters, Yashiki Kanai and Yashiki Mikado. Father, mother, can I really accomplish this task? Hikaria said to himself with a worried expression. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Yose was lying on the couch in the back, being carefully attended to by Amano. Amano did not speak. Yose's condition was not optimistic, but she believed that entrusting the overall situation to Hikaria was completely fine. With little information available, let the crows spread more eyes as much as possible. Hikaria instructed his sister beside him. Yes, there are still 2 known upper moons. Try to send more Hashira to the front. Muzan's position has not changed, so let everyone move towards Muzan's direction. Shenyuan Ziye took slow, measured steps forward, and finally saw the face that ignited his fury. Short pink hair, a pale complexion, a pair of golden eyes swirling with darkness, and his entire body covered in deep blue tattoos. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. The moment Akaza laid eyes on Shenyuan Ziye, his pupils suddenly constricted, his face trembled, and his hands shook violently with excitement. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Shenyuan Ziye. Akaza suppressed his inner excitement. Although Kokushibo had warned him to avoid fighting the ice pillar, the stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated Akaza became. Kokushibo clearly overlooked this point. Even though I am affected by the side effects of the Wujing, and my combat power is not what it once was, beheading you poses no difficulty at all. Shenyuan Ziye's left hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a hint of blue light igniting in his pupils. His face was calm, showing no signs of fluctuation, and his tone was equally flat. The anger of having his companion killed did not manifest on his face, but in Shenyuan Ziye's heart, everything had already been planned. He was determined to behead Akaza to avenge his fallen comrades. Chapter 147, The Battle of Infinite City 2. Your tone has grown larger. I've heard you defeated Upper Moon 1, which excites me. It seems that the death of Shinazugawa Sanemi was not without meaning. That night, you were simply an unworthy opponent. Akaza's pale face showed excitement. He could hardly wait to engage in battle with the ice pillar. Right now, you should be the strongest among those pillars, right? Akaza's golden eyes flickered, an endless fighting spirit surging in his chest. Shenyuan Ziye coldly said, Yuozuo, I will cut off your neck. Do you have any last words? Say them all at once. Yuozuo was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. I never expected to be mocked by a weakling. This is the first time in my life. Let me see just how strong you really are. After saying that, Yuozuo's face turned icy, and he assumed a fighting stance. Technique unleashed, destruction kill, Luon idole. Boom! A snowflake formation appeared beneath Yuozuo's feet, allowing him to sense his opponent's fighting spirit like a compass. With the Luo needle, Yuozuo could make his own attacks and evasive actions as precise as if attracted by a magnet. Breath of Ice, second form, Ice River Dance. Shenyuan Ziye exhaled a cold breath, his figure shooting backward like an arrow, the sunwheel blade in his hand leaving afterimages in the air. Is it the same move again? Yuozuo sneered as he launched his attack. Destruction Kill, Chaos Style. Yuozuo swung his fist toward the blue sunwheel blade. Bang! After a violent impact, Yuozuo spun around, stabilizing his body, his face still beaming with a smile. The next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Uosuo's palm was cut off by the blade, blood gushing out. Whoosh! Uosuo's palm grew back again, and he stared at the boy in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement, an uncontrollable thrill surging out. The speed has increased. This is the result of physical training. Very good, Shenyuan. You make me very excited. Destruction kill, foot style, flowing flash of light. Uosuo suddenly charged forward, his speed so fast it seemed to tear through the air as he lifted his right foot to attack. Shenyuan Ziye's breath flowed with a cold aura, executing exquisite slashes. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Ice Rapid Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of slashes resembling ice blades swept towards Uosuo's right foot. Bang, bang, bang. Uosuo's foot moved as fast as lightning, continually kicking and exploding like a flash, instantly shattering the incoming ice blades. Buzz. The divine source's midnight hair tips ignited with a hint of blue light, and the brilliance in his pupils grew more intense, accelerating his speed once again. Ice Breath, 7th form, 4 directions, illusionary words. The figure of Shenyuan Ziye disappeared from Iwazua's sight. 4 illusions attacked Iwazua from different directions. Is this a new move? Not bad. Too bad this trick won't work on me. Iwazua's face showed a disdainful smile as he leaped into the air and executed his move from midair. Destruction, kill, fragment style, 10,000 leaves shattering willow. Boom! Iwazua delivered a powerful punch from above, shattering the ground, and the explosive force destroyed all 4 illusions. Is that where you are? Iwazua's pupils constricted as he locked on at Shenyuan Ziye's position and launched another attack. Destruction, kill, void style. Iwazua swung his fist towards the air, and the shock wave created by the compressed air struck Shenyuan Ziye's location. Bang, bang, bang. Shenyuan Ziye swung his knife to block, and his chest took the impact of the empty style punch, causing him to step back a few paces. Shenyuan, give it your all. I'm really looking forward to it. Uosuo laughed maniacally, swinging his fists again to launch an attack. Destruction kill, chaos style. Shenyuan Ziye held the Sunwell blade tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and leaped out. Ice breathing, 9th form, ice blades. Swish, swish, swish. Countless slashes resembling ice blades were unleashed, tearing through the air with a whistling sound. A large area attack. Ha ha ha, not bad. Akaza, unhurried, saw such a wide-range attack and decided to change tactics, extending his foot to counterattack. Destruction kill, foot technique, flying star, 1,000 wheels. Bang, bang, bang. Akaza kicked repeatedly, his speed like a shooting meteor. In just a breath's time, all the ice blades were scattered. Ice breathing, 11th form. Fallen blossoms leave ice. Shenyuan Ziye leaped into the air, swinging his knife from above and unleashing 3 giant ice blades that plunged straight towards Yoa. Destructive kill, foot technique, crown, first cut. Bang! Yoa instinctively moved, kicking upwards with great force, shattering 2 of the ice blades in one blow. The other ice blade grazed Yoa's shoulder, severing his arm and splattering blood. Swish! Yoa's severed arm grew back, and his previously sinister expression softened for a moment, though a faint smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Shenyuan, your techniques are clearly increasing. Let's see you excite me even more. Shenyuan Ziye shook off the blood from the Sunwheel blade, and Ly replied, Uozu, use your strongest move. This way, you can die with clarity. The gap between you and me is very large. Uozu was very confused. It was the first time he had been looked down upon by a human, and it was even by a child who had only lived for a little over 10 years. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Uozu slightly narrowed his eyes. His pale face grew cold. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he curled his lips, speaking with displeasure. You brat, you are really annoying. Shenyuan Ziye tightened his grip on the knife handle, drawing a circle in the air, exhaling a cold breath. Ice breath, 4th form, gathering of ice. Buzz. A thick layer of icy mist rose from the blue Sunwheel knife, and a bone-chilling aura emanated from him. With the next move, I will cut off your neck. Shenyuan Ziye said to himself. Suddenly, Iwaza felt a shiver run through his body. For some reason, despite the little demon performing so many techniques, he hadn't touched his neck. Just a moment ago, he sensed a hint of danger. This guy hasn't used his full strength. With the previous moves, just probing attacks. Thinking of this, Iwaza's expression darkened, his arm veins bulging as he assumed a fighting stance. Ice breath, 6th form, Ice Dragon. Shenyuan Ziye paused his steps, gripping the blade tightly. Suddenly, he shot out like a cannonball, leaving a layer of cold air in his wake. Iwazuo's expression softened as he chuckled softly. I've seen this move before. No, would he still make meaningless attacks at this moment? Iwoseo's pupils contracted as he gazed at the figure charging towards him, as if seeing an ice dragon roaring with a thunderous sound, crashing violently. The precision of the move was incomparable to before. He had never witnessed such intense fighting spirit. Iwoseo's face trembled with excitement as he decided to unleash his strongest move in respect. Destruction Kill, Final Form Blue, Silver Chaos Light. Chapter 148, Battle of Infinite City, 3. Iwoseo centered himself and instantly launched hundreds of projectiles in all directions. Moving so fast that the naked eye could only see a few afterimages passing by. Bang! Shenyuan Ziye swung the Sunwheel Blade, and the trajectory resembled an ice dragon dancing, shattering the surrounding missiles. That exquisite slash gradually dissipated under the obstruction of the missiles. Seeing the scene, Iwasa launched another attack. Destruction, Kill, Annihilation style. A victorious smile appeared on Iwasa's face as he charged forward, delivering this devastating punch. Breath of Ice 10th Form Revised Dance of 10,000 Ices. Shenyuan Ziye concentrated all his power in his hands and charged straight ahead, leaving a thick layer of frost wherever he went. This technique was inspired during his battle with Tong Mao, evolved from the foundation of 10,000 ice rising to the sky. Bang! The Sunwheel Blade collided with Akaza's fist, and Shenyuan Ziye unleashed a powerful force using the ability of Ice, Triple Realm, severing Akaza's arm cleanly. Due to the addition of the fourth form, Akaza's arm could not regenerate temporarily. Akaza's face was filled with shock, and he too felt confusion at his inability to regenerate. Swish! The Sunwheel Blade changed its trajectory and swept horizontally, the tip slicing through Akaza's neck, sending his head flying. Akaza didn't even have time to react, his face filled with astonishment and a hint of intense unwillingness. No, I was careless. I haven't lost yet. Driven by a strong obsession, Akaza re-established his stance, and the snowflake formation beneath his feet reappeared. Shenyuan Ziye slowly sheathed his sword, believing that Akaza was already a corpse, quietly waiting for Love Snow's call. No, I will never lose. Boom! Akaza roared in unwillingness, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Akaza's head grew back, and that pale face remained the same as before, but his expression became even more ferocious, with those golden eyes looking extremely sharp. The aura of the demon erupted again, filling the surroundings with an uncomfortable feeling. Shenyuan Ziye quickly stepped back and then stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. In the mansion, within the birthing room, Chanjia Ziye, through visual sharing, witnessed this scene and also showed a look of astonishment. To have one's neck severed and yet not die. Can anyone besides Muzan and Upper Moon 3 achieve this? In Infinity Castle, Kokushibo also sensed the subtle change in Akaza and couldn't help but exclaim, Akaza, have you broken through the limits of demons? I'm truly surprised. Your obsession is so deep, perhaps you could defeat that little brat. With only the two of us remaining in Upper Moons, we cannot let that adult become angry anymore. Akaza, with your demon body, kill the strongest Hashira, and leave the remaining small fried me. Kokushibo's expression slightly changed as he muttered to himself, for he sensed the presence of a Hashira. Is an Upper Moon demon? Such a rich aura, such an intense sense of oppression. What exactly is? Rengoku Kaijiro stared at the demon before him. Clad in a kimono, his hair standing on end, trembling in place, his large right hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, his entire body tense. Kokushibo turned around, revealing his terrifying 6 eyes, and said in a deep voice, Here it comes, which Hashira is it? Upper Moon 1. Rengoku Kaijiro's heart jolted as he clearly saw the number in Kokushibo's pupils. The demon before him was one of the remaining 2 Upper Moons, the highest among them. His companions had not yet arrived, and he had to face him alone to behead him. Ignite your spirit. At this moment, break through your limits. Rengoku Kaijiro drew his crimson Nichiren sword, radiating a fierce aura, his white cloak billowing wildly. Kokushibo was slightly taken aback, mumbling to himself, The mental strength is quite good. A very impressive aura. Who are you? Hashira? Facing Kokushibo's heavy voice, Rengoku Kaijiro shouted boldly, I'm the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro. Kokushibo replied nonchalantly, Flame Hashira? Huh. It's been a while since I've fought. I wonder how strong the Flame Hashira of this generation is? The demon in front of him was very dangerous and had to be taken extremely seriously. He could not be distracted, not even for a moment, as it could cost him his life. Rengoku Kaijiro's expression grew serious, his gaze shifting to the katana at Kokushibo's waist. Judging by his attire, he also seemed to be a swordsman. What exactly is? Make your move. Let me see if you have the qualifications to make me draw my sword. Just as Rengoku Kaijiro pondered, Kokushibo suddenly said coldly. Rengoku Kaijiro gripped the hilt tightly, frowning. Such strong pressure, even his voice is uncomfortable. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Rengoku Kaijiro swung his blade, his entire being erupting like a blazing fire, charging towards Kokushibo. Whoosh! Kokushibo sidestepped, evading the intense slash. Although he was not injured, he felt the overwhelming heat. Not a bad slash, just not very precise. It falls short compared to Ice Pillar. After all, it is the breathing technique closest to sun breathing. I will experience it again. It seems I have forgotten that feeling. Kokushibo whispered as he drew his katana from his waist, charging towards Kaijiro, while simultaneously exhaling a breath as tranquil as moonlight. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Moon breathing. First form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Whoosh. Kokushibo's speed in swinging the sword was extremely fast. Kaijiro instinctively defended himself. At the moment their blades clashed, Kaijiro took a few steps back, his arm cut by the moon blade, blood flowing down, his hand trembling slightly, his face changing drastically. Moon breathing? I understand. This demon was once a swordsman who also used a breathing technique. Is he from the Demon Slayer Corps? This breathing technique I've never seen before. Rengoku Kaijiro furrowed his brows tightly. The strength of Upper Moon One was not to be underestimated, and he felt extreme shock within. Had Shenyuan ever fought with a demon of this level? To still be alive is simply incredible. As a Hashira, it should be this way, to protect humanity. It is also our duty. Rengoku Kaijiro exhaled a breath as hot as flames, using his breathing to stop the blood flowing from his arm. Once again raising his Nichiren sword, running towards Kokushibo, delivering an upward arc slash like a blazing flame. Flame breathing, second form, rising flame heaven. Kokushibo smirked slightly, brushing past with a hint of disdain. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower playing with the moon. Kokushibo stepped back, spun around, and unleashed 2 gusts of blade wind, each carrying numerous small crescent blades. Bang! Kokushibo's slash instantly neutralized Kaijiro's attack, and the multiple crescent blades swept across Kaijiro's body. Rengoku Kaijiro's shoulders and legs were bleeding, a slight expression of pain on his face. He finally understood that such simple techniques, which could be easily seen through, were ineffective against Upper Moon One. Completely. Unable to touch him, Kaijiro gripped his Nichiren sword, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Summary. Shenyuan Ziye, soul travels into the world of Demon Slayer, awakens the ice breathing technique, and gains a system that allows him to level up by killing demons. After 2.5 years of crossing over, his parents were killed by a demon, and Shenyuan Ziye, heartbroken, decided to join the Demon Slayer Corps. After becoming the Ice Pillar, he begins to kill demons recklessly. Kamado Tanjirou, Mr. Shenyuan is a very powerful person. My wife Zenitsu. Shenyuan, is there only work in your head? Inosuke Hashibira, damn it, I still can't surpass you. Moonlit Night.